Chapter 1, My God, I ended up as a high-risk job. Shen Xiuyan faintly heard a man calling him master by his bedside. The man's voice was deep, gentle, and full of affection. In a hazy state, the person who called him used the back of their hand to lightly brush against his cheek. The tender action was much like the way the person called master, brimming with longing. Before Shen Xiuyan could process more information, he suddenly felt a warm touch on his lips. Shen Xiuyan was shocked. He had been single for over 20 years and now in his dreams, he was forcibly kissed by a man. Shen Xiuyan tried hard to open his eyes but found it impossible. All he could do was rage helplessly inside. What kind of messed up dream was this? And he even found himself immersed in a teacher-student plotline. Was he playing so loosely? That wasn't him at all. At this moment, a strange voice sounded in Shen Xiuyan's mind. Nope, host, you're not dreaming. Subconsciously, Shen Xiuyan asked in his mind, who's talking? System, I am System 666666, you can call me Xiao Lu. Shen Xiuyan, alright, old Lu. System, I need to smile, mustn't swear, and mustn't hit the host. Shen Xiuyan calmly said, cut to the chase. Can you give me some background to understand what is going on here? He had long immersed himself in the book circle, fully aware that being a master or an elder brother usually meant high-risk villain roles in such stories. Their ends were typically either being dismembered or torn apart by horses, or at best turned into human swine. The person before him just now clearly called him master. Oh no, had he already placed one foot in the grave? System, host, you died from reading novels late at night and have reincarnated into the book, master, will you run away again, becoming the main character's master Shen Xiuyan. Shen Xiuyan suddenly remembered, I remember, I've read this. As a worker under the 996 schedule, Shen Xiuyan didn't have many hobbies aside from reading novels. Yesterday, while browsing online, he accidentally clicked on a webpage ad, which loaded out a dual male protagonist novel from Flower Market. It was titled, Master, Will You Run Away Again? The title was stimulating, and the synopsis highly appealing. Its content immediately caught Shen Xiuyan's attention, making him stay up all night reading most of it. This book mainly revolved around the story of a disciple falling in love but failing to win over their master, eventually descending into the path of demons, and imprisoning the master. Master Shen Xiuyan, the Hengyan sage lord of Shantian sect, was once the pinnacle of power in the cultivation world, an untouchable beauty. Having attained greater multiplication cultivation level, he was always about to ascend to become a deity. Later, during an all-out battle with the Demon King, both suffered serious injuries. His spiritual roots were severely damaged, leading to a significant drop in his powers, making him a frail beauty. The disciple Zhu Xingyao was a half-human, half-demon hybrid born with a pair of strangely beautiful purple eyes. His mother was the younger sister of the head of Huanyue sect, who fell prey to a mysterious demon practitioner disguised as a cultivator, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. Because of this shameful connection with demons, she lost her claim to the sect leadership. She tried many ways to abort Zhu Xingyao but failed each time. When Zhu Xingyao was born, his birth was unwanted by everyone, even hated by his own biological mother. With an unknown father, he was called a bastard from a young age and constantly bullied. When he was 10 years old, the elder of the sect divined that he had a disaster star destiny. He had to be stripped of his cultivation base and expelled from the sect. Thus, he had his spiritual roots destroyed and was left abandoned by the roadside. Then, he was picked up by the master passing by. Fact proved that you should never pick up random disciples off the streets. Like all master-disciple romance plots, they spent every day together, cherished moments passed, emotions grew secretly. The master unwittingly became the lifelong light the disciple sought after. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the disciple could not suppress his feelings and confessed to the master, only to be cruelly rejected and sent down the mountain to explore dangerous realms for training. Little did anyone know that this parting would last 6 years. When Zhu Xingyao returned alive, everything had changed drastically. The master already had another obedient and adorable youngest disciple. They spent days together and hadn't even looked for Zhu Xingyao during these 6 years. Enraged with jealousy, the disciple instantly went dark and demonic, vowing to reclaim his master. But Zhu Xingyao didn't rush to reclaim his master right away. Taking advantage of the previous demon king's illness, he easily took control of the fragmented demon realm. He then hid his true circumstances, returned to the Shantian sect, and designed schemes to expel the disrespectful younger disciple, sowing discord between the sect and the master, forcing the already injured master to rely solely on him. Simultaneously, he directed the demons to covertly retaliate against those who wronged him in the past. His methods were brutal, quickly plunging the cultivation world into chaos. A disciple who often walks by the river must get his shoes wet sooner or later. He ultimately fell victim to his unassuming little junior brother, disgracing himself in front of the revered master. Enraged, the master severed their relationship and banished him from the sect. How could Zhu Xingyao, driven mad by love for his master, accept such an outcome? Without hesitation, he went all the way, abducting and locking up the master. From how the story unfolded, Shen Xiuyan assumed he had been reincarnated into the latter half of the book where the stimulating plot would begin, with constant chases and escapes, making it impossible for either side to break free. But in the original, every time the master tried to escape, he failed, only to be caught again. Shen Xiuyan suddenly choked on his words, uneasy as he asked, "System, I won't end up like the previous owner, right?" No, back then he was thoroughly absorbed while reading. He never thought he'd end up reincarnated as that sickly beauty master. Watching a possessive character from outside the book seemed exciting, but encountering one inside could cost you your life. The system paused for a moment, then slowly responded, "You can change your ending, gain a chance to be reborn in the original world, and receive a 5 million commission reward. Shen Xiuyan's eyes lit up. This benefit was excellent. This system wasn't bad, he thought. But then, the system added, "However, apart from the ending, you cannot drastically alter the original storyline. This sudden twist made Shen Xiuyan want to hit the system. Why? The system explained, "If you deviate too far from the main plot, the world of this book may collapse, eliminating everyone here, including you, preventing you from returning to your original world. Shen Xiuyan wanted to slam the table right then. "There's something I really want to say, but I'm not sure if I should. The system, host, don't be disheartened. Although we are already at the second half of the book, you've only been held captive by Zhu Xingyao for half a year. You're still temporarily imprisoned and have a chance to escape. To succeed in escaping, all you need to do is ensure Zhu Xingyao doesn't find you. Shen Xiuyan wanted to roll his eyes but couldn't open them, so he could only scoff mentally, "It's easy for you to say. At this stage, Zhu Xingyao dominates both realms of gods and demons without equal. Do you think, sealed as my powers are, I, the former Shantian sect lord, being on Zhu Xingyao's turf, have any hope of slipping out from under his fingers? The system, host, keep going. Wah. Shen Xiuyan, all you know how to do is cheer me on. Thank you for being here, it's my fortune to have you. Unwilling to continue arguing, the system logged off directly. During their conversation, Shen Xiuyan's soul had fully merged with his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on an icy bed. The book mentioned that this bed came from Zhu Xingyao wiping out several sects just to help nourish the master's damaged spiritual roots. Sometimes it was hard to tell whether Zhu Xingyao was deeply in love or overly dramatic. On one hand, he restricted the master's powers, on the other, he attempted to heal the master's wounds. It didn't make sense. Shen Xiuyan got off the bed and caught sight of his face in the mirror. He froze. It was way too handsome. It even bore some resemblance to his modern self. His hair was glossy like silk, his robes white as snow. He had sharp eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. His clear eyes contained no trace of impurity or worldly desires, shining brightly and deeply transparent. Combined with an aura of icy aloofness, one might as well call him ethereal. Was this really his face? Could it be possible? Chapter 2, Master, when will you agree to become my Dao companion? Shen Xiuyan raised his hand and pinched his cheek, feeling somewhat unreal. However, he suddenly heard a string of tinkling sounds. He pulled up his sleeve and noticed a silver bracelet on his left wrist with a small hollowed-out bell hanging from it, exuding traces of latent spiritual energy. Shen Xiuyan's lips twitched slightly. Very good, this was very true to the original work. This object was a magical artifact that restrained the master's spiritual power. It had been personally crafted by Zhu Xingyao, difficult even for a practitioner at the ascension stage to sever. Shen Xiuyan sighed. He should not have clicked on this book just to seek excitement. Other people changed their fates after entering different books, always starting from scratch. His case, however, had directly transported him to a time when the protagonist turned dark and could not defeat anyone. Knock, knock, he didn't want to play anymore. Shen Xiuyan, Lu Lao, before I died prematurely without finishing the big finale, how did the master end up? System, it ended in a tragedy. In the original, the master repeatedly attempted escape, ultimately enraging Zhu Xingyao so much that he destroyed the Shantian sect, brought the master back to the demon realm, locked him on a bed, and tortured him day and night. The master endured 5 years of severe physical and mental torment before eventually perishing. Unable to accept this outcome, the male lead committed suicide shortly after, marking the final end. Shen Xiuyan's eyelids fluttered rapidly. So brutal. System, if it weren't so brutal, it wouldn't be called obsessive love, now would it? Shen Xiuyan, if I hadn't escaped, would I really have met the same fate? Moreover, this death method was so. The system awkwardly replied, theoretically, yes. Shen Xiuyan felt numb. Then why don't you just kill me now? Die sooner, reborn sooner. The system consoled him, calm down, host. There's still hope for us. Just as Shen Xiuyan and the system were arguing in his mind, the door was abruptly pushed open. Shen Xiuyan, who had already returned to sit on the edge of the bed, looked toward the entrance. A fiery red figure instantly occupied his entire vision. That face was breathtakingly handsome, with a bright crimson demon mark between the brows, and an otherworldly purple gaze assessing Shen Xiuyan. Despite being completely relaxed, there was an inexplicable air of oppression around him. Zhu Xingyao's deep voice carried a natural allure. Has the master awakened? After all, it was nearly half a year since the last slumber. Shen Xiuyan unconsciously swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down. He was a little nervous, trying something reckless for the first time ever according to the script. He lacked experience and wasn't sure how well he'd perform later. Speaking of which, the reason the original story was so captivating was because despite being crushed into mud, the aloof immortal maintained unbending dignity every time bullied by Zhu Xingyao, eliciting cheers from readers. Shen Xiuyan tried his best to emulate the previous owner's cold demeanor, asking icily, "Until when do you plan to keep me confined?" Listening to these words, the former owner was truly courageous. Even as a captive, they dared to speak with such arrogance to the apprentice of the Demon King. Wasn't this pure provocation? But to go home, he must faithfully portray the former master. In a flash, Zhu Xingyao advanced closer. Within the blink of an eye, he had moved from the front of the room to right in front of Shen Xiuyan. They were so close that breaths could be felt. "Very simple, master. When will you agree to become my Dao companion?" Shen Xiuyan let out a cold snort, sneering, "Dao companion? Forget about it." After these words escaped, Shen Xiuyan could clearly feel the surrounding temperature drop several degrees, chilling enough to form shards of ice. An intangible aura of pressure spread through the air, pressing heavily on Shen Xiuyan until he struggled to breathe. Desperately gripping his own hand beneath his sleeve to endure the pain, he stimulated his senses to maintain consciousness. Zhu Xingyao's face turned grim, eyes cold as frost, and his long fingers forcefully grabbed Shen Xiuyan's pristine chin, gazing down upon him arrogantly. "Master, are you daring enough to repeat what you just said?" On the surface, Shen Xiuyan remained as cold as frost but inwardly whispered, "Of course I dare not." Hence, he chose silence, closing his eyes and turning his head away, feigning refusal to look at his wicked disciple. This behavior matched the persona of the original master, ignoring the crazed disciple after his corruption, believing even a single glance would tarnish one's eyes. Zhu Xingyao couldn't tolerate Shen Xiuyan treating him this way. He invested so much effort into waking the master only to see the master ignore him altogether. He preferred if Shen Xiuyan berated or struck him, it at least indicated some care. But ignoring him? That meant total disregard. For decades, he guarded the master faithfully, holding his sincere heart, hoping one day the master might notice him more attentively. However, the master refused him outright and deliberately sent him far away for cultivation. Even during those missing years, the master showed no concern and even accepted another disciple. The master had clearly promised him that he would be the only disciple in this lifetime, just Zhu Xingyao. Why break the promise? Why deceive him? After saving him, why abandon him again? It would have been better to let him die unnoticed on the roadside. Master will never know that, expelled from the sect, we shall never meet again, pierced Zhu Xingyao's heart through and through, leaving it a bloodied mess. It made him wish for death over life. Zhu Xingyao growled lowly, "Shen Xiuyan, open your eyes and look at me." With his strength, he quickly left red marks on Shen Xiuyan's pale skin. "TSK, master has really become delicate now." Seeing Shen Xiuyan refusing to cooperate either way, Zhu Xingyao suddenly leaned down close to Shen Xiuyan's ear, breathing lightly and murmuring, "If you don't open your eyes, I'll..." The words were effective as Shen Xiuyan immediately opened his eyes out of fright. But when he saw the amusement in Zhu Xingyao's purple gaze, he realized he'd been toyed with. Through gritted teeth, Shen Xiuyan managed 2 words, "boring." Seeing his master puff up like an angry blowfish, redness seeping into the corners of his eyes, Zhu Xingyao narrowed his own, hiding deep yearning. He raised his hand and gently stroked the corners of Shen Xiuyan's eyes, his tone softening involuntarily. "Are you upset? Master should not look at me like this. I'll want, you know what I mean." Shen Xiuyan. If only he wasn't so weak now and if only the other party wasn't so powerful, he would definitely slap some sense into his disciple. Zhu Xingyao was unaware of the countless curses running through Shen Xiuyan's mind. Wretched disciple deserves death, while seating himself beside his master, extending a hand to pull Shen Xiuyan closer. "Come here, let me hold you." Inwardly Shen Xiuyan gave a small view and slapped the dirty pig hoof away with cold disdain. "Don't touch me." He was straight after all. Not giving up, Zhu Xingyao instead seized Shen Xiuyan's bony wrist and forced him into his arms, holding tightly, greedily inhaling his faintly cold scent, not allowing any struggle. "Master, today, do you still think yourself to be the aloof immortal lord above? Do you think you still have the power to refuse me? Let go of me." Shen Xiuyan pressed his hands against Zhu Xingyao's chest, striving to put distance between them but only ended up being held tighter. Too close, he could even feel the other person's. Being male, Shen Xiuyan understood very well what that meant, which only angered and embarrassed him further. "Don't touch me, release me, go far away," are these the only words the master knows to say to their disciple? Gradually, Zhu Xingyao's eyes grew dark and shaded. Cool fingers wrapped around Shen Xiuyan's neck at an unknown time, gripping the fine, pale throat, not too tight, just enough to press lightly, tightening minutely, causing slight discomfort to Shen Xiuyan. Then, he whispered close to Shen Xiuyan's ear, one word at a time. "Master, my patience is limited. You'd best not make me wait too long, otherwise, I might not know what I'll do." When Shen Xiuyan's neck was gripped, he dared not move anymore. This truly felt like having one's fate choked in someone else's hands. Would he dare to move? If Zhu Xingyao's hand trembled, dinner might start right then and there. How could someone transition from smiling softly and speaking gentle words to acting cruel, as if about to take another's life in mere seconds? How did Zhu Xingyao switch seamlessly? Was he suffering from dissociative identity disorder? Shen Xiuyan shook violently. Creepers are truly terrifying. Save me, save me. The system encouraged, host, endure, you can do it. Tears flowed down Shen Xiuyan's inner face. I can't hold on any longer. I want to go home. Feeling the stiff trembling body within his embrace, Zhu Xingyao smirked slightly, experiencing an inexplicable sense of pleasure. In the past, even looking at him too much was considered disrespectful, daring not to touch the lofty rose among the ice, cold and proud, keeping people at bay. Yet now, wasn't the master just like an obedient kitten lying in his arms? Zhu Xingyao loosened his grip on Shen Xiuyan's neck, slightly narrowing his eyes, switching to absent-mindedly stroking master's ink-like glossy hair, as though petting a cat. He coaxed softly, don't be afraid, master. As long as you behave, your disciple won't harm you. Your disciple will treat you kindly, extremely kindly, exactly like how you once treated your disciple. In the future, stop provoking me, okay? I fear I might lose control. Lose control of what? Losing control and disgracing the sect by taking him. Shen Xiuyan was furious yet dared not speak, cursing internally. If it weren't for the fact that he had read the original novel and knew this was a lunatic who could spin lies effortlessly, he would have almost believed his nonsense. No wonder the master had fled. If it were him, he too would have desperately tried to escape. The two of them remained in an embrace, seemingly united yet far apart in spirit, for quite a while. Neither moved until Shen Xiuyan's stomach let out a rumble. Shen Xiuyan felt a bit embarrassed. Shouldn't the original master have long entered fasting and no longer consumed grains? The system provided clarification, that was before. However, after being injured, the master's spiritual powers regressed significantly. With his current abilities sealed, he's now akin to an ordinary person who needs food. Zhu Xingyao, master is hungry? Your disciple shall immediately order some dishes. Without even considering Shen Xiuyan's willingness, Zhu Xingyao rose, carrying him towards the door. Chapter 3, is the master thinking about how to escape from the disciple? Shen Xiuyan was stunned. As a man, he was carried princess style. Wouldn't stepping out this way just make him a spectacle for the demon cultivators? He could only shrink further into Zhu Xingyao's arms, deceiving himself that no one would see him and that there'd be no social death. Zhu Xingyao looked at his master's little movements, the corner of his lips curling slightly, softening his gaze. The arms around his master tightened a bit more. After being carried for a while, Shen Xiuyan felt something amiss. The surroundings were too quiet. He took a sideways glance at his surroundings. What a sight! Along the way, all the demon cultivators were kneeling on the ground, and not a single one dared to raise their head or sneak a look. This level of deterrence was impressive indeed. Zhu Xingyao walked steadily into an octagonal pavilion before setting Shen Xiuyan down. He instructed subordinates to bring up the food prepared in advance. Shen Xiuyan took this opportunity to observe his surroundings. If it weren't for the wrong atmosphere, he would have thought he was on One Finger Peak. The master's bedroom, the pavilion for daily rest, all these were replicated by Zhu Xingyao's subordinates after One Finger Peak of Xiantian sect. But unfortunately, due to the harsh environment in the demon realm, scarce vegetation and constant fierce winds, it was impossible for Zhu Xingyao to recreate an exact copy of One Finger Peak, no matter how hard he tried. Look at the peach tree planted by the roadside, half dead, maladjusted to the soil, withered and pathetic. In fact, ignoring aspects of confinement and forcefulness, Zhu Xingyao did truly love Shen Xiuyan. He searched everywhere for treasures and spirit herbs to restore his master's spiritual roots, personally cooked meals for his master every day, and even swept and cleaned the quiet room himself. However, goodness and badness cannot simply cancel each other out. Someone like Zhu Xingyao, when his affection isn't reciprocated, resorts to various tactics, isolating the master from everyone else, while imposing forced captivity. This kind of love is suffocating. Thus, Shen Xiuyan chose to flee without hesitation. Moreover, he considered himself probably uninterested in men. As for how to run away, in 5 days, a spirit herb would appear in the cultivation world, perfectly suited for nurturing Shen Xiuyan's spiritual root. Zhu Xingyao would personally go retrieve it, likely taking 2 days to return, making this a good chance to escape. According to the original story, during these days, the master would encounter a disciple of Huanyue's sect who had once received his favor. With the help of this disciple, the master escaped for the first time. But what the master didn't know was that Zhu Xingyao secretly placed a Kanglin mirror in his room, keeping track of every move. Consequently, the master didn't get far before being chased back. Upon returning, the main character doubled down on the punishment, a soul-lock chain restricting his external activities, and began meticulously crafting a dedicated house for the master. And as for the fate of that Huanyue sect disciple, it was far from favorable. It was rumored they were thrown into the 10,000 snake pit. Shen Xiuyan sighed inwardly, his escapes dragged others down too. Outside of the book, these characters are paper-thin archetypes, words on a page. But inside the book, they are living, breathing people around you. So maddening. Truly frustrating. The system consoled, "Host, you can spend money to get the author to revise the entire text after you return to reality." Shen Xiuyan. Could such operations be done? If anyone knows how to play the game, it has to be the system. Is the master unwell? Just after placing the dishes, Zhu Xingyao saw his master furrowing his brows and rubbing his temples and asked somewhat worriedly. Shen Xiuyan glanced at Zhu Xingyao and replied faintly, "No." To give credit where it's due, as the main male character, Zhu Xingyao's appearance was flawless. A thick head of black hair, a face carved like sculpture, clearly defined features, a tall nose bridge, red lips of moderate thickness, and beneath his sharp eyebrows lay a pair of long, flirtatious almond eyes. Gazing at them too long would inadvertently pull you into their depths. Different from the cool, reserved beauty of the master, Zhu Xingyao was bold and unrestrained, dazzling like a bright flame. His attire and even his gaze exuded an indescribable aura of aggression. "Does this disciple's face make the meal more appetizing, master?" Zhu Xingyao asked with a smile. This question pulled Shen Xiuyan back to reality. His face immediately flared red, and he coughed lightly, hastily grabbing the cup beside him and gulping down 2 large mouthfuls of water. Was he crazy? Why did he think Zhu Xingyao was attractive? And why had he lost focus entirely? He wasn't interested in men anyway. Zhu Xingyao supported his chin with one hand while dishing food for Shen Xiuyan with the other. His mood seemed excellent, the tenderness in his eyes almost dripping with moisture. "Master, there's no need to be shy, I belong to you, and you may look at me as much as you like." Shen Xiuyan was so embarrassed that he wanted to bury himself. Unable to bear it any longer, he snapped, "Shut up." "All right, this disciple will shut up." Zhu Xingyao took the advice immediately, raising his hand to pick up the dish that Shen Xiuyan liked to eat and offering it to his lips. "Shen Xiuyan. I have hands and feet, why do I need you to feed me?" However, before he could react, Zhu Xingyao had already succeeded. Shen Xiuyan, who had been hungry all day, reacted physically faster than mentally. He subconsciously ate the greens, chewed twice, and his eyes lit up, "Not bad at all. 5-star review." Seeing this, the system burst into tears in his mind. "Host, what are you doing? Why did you eat?" The original master greatly rejected any intimate contact with Zhu Xingyao, he was straight and felt disgusted on a psychological level. "Your character has collapsed." Shen Xiuyan's look of enjoyment cracked slightly. Why didn't you remind me just now?" "System, I thought you remembered. Changing the plot, destroying your character, might lead to unforeseeable consequences." Shen, accidentally captured by gourmet food. "Xiuyan, what should I do now? Will I collapse midway because of this?" "System, I haven't received any collapse notifications for now. We can only go along with the mistake. Fortunately, this meal doesn't have a huge impact on the main storyline, otherwise you'd be gone already. Host, in the future, please pay more attention and don't randomly modify the predetermined plot. It's risky, understood?" Shen Xiuyan gave a mental okay, promising to do better next time. Thus, every bite Zhu Xingyao offered to Shen Xiuyan accepted and ate them all without hesitation. There was no other reason, Zhu Xingyao knew the master's preferences too well, or perhaps Shen Xiuyan's own preferences. Wasn't it surprising how much his taste overlapped with the former owner's? A little unexpected, indeed. Shen Xiuyan was lost in his thoughts, completely unaware that his distracted state made the young man opposite, who had been staring at him all along, grow darker in expression. Zhu Xingyao slapped the stone table hard with his chopsticks and said coldly and discontentedly, "Why is the master often spacing out today? Are you thinking about how to escape from your disciple?" Chapter 4, How could the master accept things from others? Shen Xiuyan was startled, his neck stiffening. "How did you know I wanted to run?" He immediately regained his composure and said indifferently, "You're overthinking this. Do I even have the chance to escape?" Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyan, who was like a frightened fawn yet still trying to maintain an aloof demeanor, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. This was more like the master he used to know, his acting was truly terrible. For some reason, this little discovery calmed Zhu Xingyao, and he generously let it go, switching to another topic. "Master, now that you're full, shouldn't you let me eat as well?" Shen Xiuyan looked at Zhu Xingyao in confusion, then glanced at the food on the table. "You can eat. Right? I'm not stopping you." But just as Shen Xiuyan suddenly realized what Zhu Xingyao really meant when he was pulled into Zhu Xinyao's embrace. In broad daylight. Clear skies. As his lips were sealed, something inside Shen Xiuyan snapped, and his dazed eyes blinked once, twice, entirely stunned like a confused deer. Zhu Xingyao rested his forehead against Shen Xiuyan's, lightly rubbing his stunned master as he hoarsely said, "Master, close your eyes." "Close my eyes for what? It's crazy. A plant. A plant. A plant." Regaining his senses, Shen Xiuyan forcefully slapped Zhu Xinyao's chest, attempting to make this madman release him. Damn it, he had been sneak attacked by this sly one. However, the absolute disparity in strength rendered his struggles futile. Trying to move away from Zhu Xinyao's advances only resulted in him being held even tighter by the back of his head. After an unknown duration, Zhu Xingyao finally let go of Shen Xiuyun, who was already dazed and disoriented, unable to tell east from west. Satisfied, Zhu Xingyao carried him back to the room. That night, they slept together in the same bed. Shen Xiuyun was uneasy, fearing the unspeakable events described in the original story might occur. So he tried his best to avoid Zhu Xingyao. If not for the size limitation of the bed, he would have kept a distance of 800 meters between them. However, reality was such that even if Shen Xiuyun pressed himself deep into the wall, Zhu Xingyao could easily drag him back with just one hand. Master, it was improper conduct on my part during the day. Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyun in his arms, stroking his neck with his fingers where there were faint marks left behind. For some inexplicable reason, he didn't want to erase the marks with spiritual power. Shen Xiuyun felt ticklish under the caresses. He longed to escape but couldn't, so all he could do was silently think indignantly, what exactly was improper about you? Seems like you're enjoying it. Strangely, his resistant mindset matched up perfectly with the original character of the master who refused to yield, even without pretending, he had captured its essence. As expected, Zhu Xingyao received no response from his master. He sighed, holding the stiffened body of his master like a zombie, then gently rubbed his scalp with his chin, saying, go to sleep. At first, Shen Xiuyun dared not sleep. However, after feeling extremely tired and lulled by the pleasant scent coming off Zhu Xingyao, he eventually drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already morning, and Zhu Xingyao had disappeared without a trace. The first thing Shen Xiuyun did upon waking was check himself over. His clothes were intact, and his body felt normal. Nothing actually happened last night. Despite having thought endlessly about it, Zhu Xingyao slept beside him last night like Yanzi Huai beneath the willow tree. Had he simply been impotent? The system suddenly chimed in with a smug tone, host, why do I get the impression that you're looking forward to something happening? Shen Xiuyun's face flushed red as he quickly argued back, cough. Not true at all. Shen Xiuyun sat up, surprised to find that the stagnated spiritual force within his body was gone. His entire being felt unblocked, much like how it would feel after breaking through blockages. Could it be? He hurriedly pulled up his sleeve. The silver bells on his wrist were still there, but the spiritual force flowing around them had been removed. Thus, his own internal spiritual energy could flow normally again. Shen Xiuyun, sixth brother. I distinctly remember that in the original story, Zhu Xingyao never let the master regain their spiritual power from start to finish. What is going on? System, I don't know either. Maybe eating his meal yesterday made him happy. Still, this is a good thing. Restored spiritual power greatly increases your chances of escaping. Quickly, sense your current level. Let me check. Closing his eyes, Shen Xiuyun began to feel, and soon his expression shifted from expectant excitement to complete desolation. Lying down on the icy bed with his hands crossed over his stomach, his gaze lifeless, he appeared ready to leave any moment. Chief, can you understand how I'm feeling right now? The system was at a loss, to be honest, I can't do much, but I'm trying my best. Shen Xiuyun. The system frowned, sensing that things were not simple. So, what exactly did you sense? Shen Xiuyun laughed bitterly. The main character fell from the highest rank to the lowest, in the early stages of practicing qi. Moreover, his spirit roots are utterly ruined, like a leaky sieve. The system understood immediately. Condolences. Falling from the greater transcendent stage back to the initial qi practice stage was indeed tragic. Shen Xiuyun buried himself under the covers, on the verge of tears. I told you, how could Zhu Xingyao suddenly become so benevolent and do such a good deed? He must have known long ago that even without those constraints, I'd still be useless, completely at his mercy. This is an insult to me. System, well, host, let's look at this differently, having something is better than having nothing. Shen Xiuyun took a breath, his eyes slowly becoming resolute. You're right. I will make Zhu Xingyao pay for underestimating me, sentence him to life imprisonment without a wife. Deciding to set aside his scattered emotions, Shen Xiuyun planned to take advantage of Zhu Xingyao being busy discussing the seizure of spirit herbs with his subordinates, giving him no time to manage Shen Xiuyun. It was the perfect chance to meet his contact and prepare for his first escape. The disciple of Huan Yu sect, who had assisted Master, was forcibly subjected to Zhi Xingyao after the sect's change of ownership. After being reorganized, he had been continuously cultivating flowers in the demon realm's garden. No one knew that deep within the Qi Yuan flower forest, there existed a mysterious teleportation array that had survived countless years. Neither the demon lord Zhu Xingyao nor anyone else in the realm knew about it. However, the Huan Yu sect disciple, who intended to help Master flee, was aware of its existence. Unfortunately, the book never clearly disclosed where this array was located, thus requiring following certain clues and exploring. In order not to reveal any signs, Shen Xiuyun deliberately dragged several followers through several places before finally reaching the Qi Yuan flower forest. After briefly admiring the flowers, Shen Xiuyun suddenly clutched his lips and began violently coughing, his face turning red. A group of demon cultivators became terrified, fearing that something had happened to him, and quickly surrounded Shen Xiuyun to help him rest in a pavilion. Some of them even sent messages to Zhu Xingyao, believing the demon lord would soon arrive. In the original story, the master truly coughed due to poor health and even spat blood. But the current Shinshilyon possessed some spiritual power and wasn't so weak, hence, the previous act was all fake. He had to do this to give the Huan Yu sect disciple an opportunity to speak with him. It needed to be completed before Zhu Xingyao arrived. "Venerable Immortal, are you alright?" one of the demon cultivators asked anxiously. Everyone present knew that this immortal was deeply cherished by the demon lord, so any misstep could mean they'd be thrown into the serpent pit to feed the snakes. Shinshilyon lowered his head, closing his eyes to restore his spirit. "I'm fine, just a little tired." "Sir, actually, the fragrance of the Qi Yuan flower can soothe the mind. Smelling it will make the venerable immortal feel better," said another voice. Upon hearing this, Shinshilyon raised his head joyfully. Outside the pavilion stood a young boy around 15 or 16, handsome and gentle-looking. The boy was holding a bouquet of Qi Yuan flowers and talking with one of the demon cultivators. "Let him come over," Shinshilyon spoke with barely concealed excitement. That demon cultivator, upon hearing Shinshilyon's command, didn't dare to obstruct anymore. The boy was allowed inside, bowing respectfully to Shinshilyon and offering the bouquet. "Venerable Immortal, here are these flowers for you." "Thank you," Shinshilyon accepted the flowers and expressed his gratitude. He knew there was a note hidden in this bouquet, detailing the location of the array. In the original plot, after the master took these flowers home, he accidentally discovered the mystery within the bouquet. However, the scene where the master took out the note in private was witnessed by Zhu Xingyao through the Canglan mirror. Zhu Xingyao didn't know what was written on the note, but he realized the master must have been secretly planning something against him. Therefore, he didn't create an uproar but instead instructed his subordinates to secretly monitor the situation. To successfully escape, Shinshilyon couldn't go back to the meditation chamber to review the note, which meant this might be the best moment to seize the opportunity. However, performing covert actions in broad daylight made Shinshilyon somewhat nervous. He leaned forward, bringing the bouquet close to his nose, pretending to sniff while attempting to retrieve the note. Just as he was about to succeed, a hand suddenly appeared behind him, snatching the bouquet away. How could Master accept gifts from others without informing the disciple? Chapter 5, Master, can you forgive me this time? The cooked duck suddenly flying away made Shinshilyon almost unable to hold back a torrent of abuse towards the person who took it. But when he turned around and saw Zhu Xingyao's beautiful face, his expression froze visibly, and he couldn't utter any scolding words. "Damn, you came too fast. If the item falls into Zhu Xingyao's hands, will the traces be discovered?" Finished. Today, things might get bad for sure. Are you really that fond of gifts from others? Zhu Xingyao's eyes glared dangerously at Shinshilyon, as if he would make him suffer the moment he dared to say yes. What a devilish question. Shinshilyon was going crazy, racking his brains, thinking about what the original host would do in such a situation. Fortunately, his understanding ability was good enough, and soon he regained his composure. He chuckled coldly and said sarcastically, "What madness have you got? He gave me the Qiyuan flower merely because I had a cough and felt unwell, just wanting me to smell it so I'd feel better." Zhu Xingyao was momentarily stunned by this retort, staring at Shinshilyon's face blushing with anger, recalling how indeed his subordinates had previously reported correctly, and just now, his anger had overwhelmed him. Thinking of this, his voice softened considerably, reaching out to feel Shinshilyon's pulse. "Come here, let me check." Shinshilyon slightly sidestepped, avoiding the hand extending toward him, his tone half mocking and half icy. "No need. Isn't my frailty more in line with your heart?" After those words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze, and the demon practitioners kneeling nearby felt an invisible pressure spreading out, almost pressing them into the ground. Shinshilyon was also uneasy inside, not stimulating things too much and failing miserably, right? "Save me, can I take back what I said earlier?" "Oh. Zhu Xingyao's hand remained suspended mid-air, neither up nor down, his long lashes obscuring the emotions in his eyes. After a while, he casually pulled back his hand and smiled bitterly. "Indeed, that suits my desires." Shinshilyon revealed an unsurprisingly approving expression, snorting coldly before turning and walking away without looking back. Only Shinshilyon himself knew that the brief clash of minutes earlier left his back soaked with sweat, and only by clenching his molars could he prevent himself from shaking so violently. A system applauded Shinshilyon in his mind. "Host, well done. Your understanding of the character is becoming deeper. Not only did you avoid danger, but your impromptu performance was simply explosive." Shinshilyon, however, just wanted to cry, "Thanks, don't want there to be another time." He didn't let Zhu Xingyao probe his pulse earlier because once probed, the truth would come out. It was also deliberately opposing Zhu Xingyao. This way, Zhu Xingyao wouldn't investigate deeply the intricacies of the bouquet of Qiyuan flowers. Shinshilyon wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, hoping to get away with it. Otherwise, tomorrow he might be eaten alive. That discarded great demon lord, however, was currently sitting in a pavilion, listening to reports from his subordinate about all the details along the way, while casually playing with the bouquet of Qiyuan flowers, almost polishing them until they gleamed. Upon hearing how Shinshilyon was fine throughout the journey, yet became ill after reaching the Qiyuan flower grove, he thought of something, frowned tightly, his mood turning dark, his expression very eager to harm someone. Finally, the demon lord told the Huan Yu sect disciple responsible for cultivating the flowers, since the fragrance of these flowers benefits the master, starting tomorrow, you'll deliver fresh bouquets every day to the quiet room. Shen Xiuyun, upon returning to the quiet room, anxiously collapsed on the bed. With the task failed and uncertain when the axe around his neck would fall, he appeared very restless overall. In the evening, the door to the quiet room creaked open, as someone entered. Shen Xiuyun knew it was Zhu Xingyao coming back. Perhaps due to guilt, fearing exposure, he was even more terrified of seeing Zhu Xingyao tonight than last night, repeatedly breaking out in cold sweats under the covers, his fingers tightly clutching his palm, trembling slightly. Zhu Xingyao stood by the bed for a while, his sinister gaze fixed on Shen Xiuyun leaning against the wall, silently smiling in the darkness, although that smile didn't reach his eyes. Zhu Xingyao climbed into the bed, laying down next to Shen Xiuyun and pulling him into his arms, his chin resting on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder nest, sounding aggrieved and pitiful, like a dog abandoned by its owner. Is the master still angry with the disciple? Shen Xiuyun faced the wall, remaining silent, behaving like a proud kitten refusing to be petted. He thought in his heart, isn't that overstating it? A prisoner has no right to be angry. Zhu Xingyao continued his attempts, the disciple was wrong. Can the master forgive me this time? Unable to help it, Shen Xiuyun spoke, you've made no mistakes. The mistake was made by the original host, picking you up only to be betrayed later. How can the master forgive the disciple? If the master likes Qiyu and flowers, would it be alright if the disciple arranges for the young man from the garden to deliver a bunch every day? This time, it was Shen Xiuyun's turn to be at a loss. After the unpleasant afternoon, Zhu Xingyao should have been furious with him, but now this lowly apologetic attempt at reconciliation seemed somewhat too much. Besides, for such an offer, he found it genuinely hard to refuse. Unable to grasp Zhu Xingyao's intentions, after careful deliberation, Shen Xiuyun could only dismiss the matter with, do as you wish. Perhaps he didn't know that the person who had embraced his back then, those alluring purple eyes stared at him with an icy coldness. The night passed in silence. Early in the morning, Shen Xiuyun opened the door and saw the Huan Yu sect disciple from yesterday. His demeanor was calm, showing no signs of having been tortured. Shen Xiuyun's remaining doubts about Zhu Xingyao's strange behavior last night were also put to rest. When he took the flowers, using the wide sleeves to hide, he quickly examined the bouquet in his hands and indeed retrieved the note hidden inside. He casually placed the flowers in a vase within the room. He had some plot points to deal with this morning. After pushing Zhu Xingyao away at the dining table, he intended to find a place to read the content of the note. Sigh, he couldn't avoid this plot twist anyway. Yesterday's shortcut nearly succeeded, how infuriating. As usual, Zhu Xingyao personally prepared another lavish meal. This table was even more sumptuous than yesterday's, just looking at it made one hungry. Shen Xiuyun himself wouldn't mind being fed, after all, who would reject delicious food? But a dignified master like himself must refuse, meaning the current Shen Xiuyun has to keep rejecting it. Zhu Xingyao served Shen Xiuyun dishes just like yesterday, even attempting to feed him by hand. This time Shen Xiuyun did not eat. Whenever the chopsticks approached, he moved in the opposite direction. Zhu Xingyao seemed to have endless patience and perhaps enjoyed it immensely. It felt as if he was playing with cats or dogs, and what he held wasn't chopsticks but a trainer's whip. In contrast, Shen Xiuyun became unable to endure after several rounds, angrily swatting the bothersome chopsticks away in annoyance. The dish fell on the floor, the jade chopsticks shattered into several pieces, scattering all over, making the atmosphere so tense one could hear a pin drop. Zhu Xingyao's patience finally ran out, his face darkened as if it could drip water, but he still managed a smile which clearly looked forced to anyone observing. Does the master not want to eat? Is it still anger, or does the master think the disciple's cooking doesn't suit your taste? Chapter 6, Who does the master have appetite for? Shen Xiuyun mocked with a counter-question, do you think I have any appetite? Zhu Xingyao cast a dust removal spell and gently wiped the oil stains off Shen Xiuyun's clothes. The amusement in his eyes deepened as he said, I understand. I will prepare an even better feast for you. Shen Xiuyun choked a bit. How come Zhu Xingyao seemed unusually patient with him last night and today? He still remembered that on the day he woke up, Zhu Xingyao went berserk at a moment's notice. Was he on the wrong medication or something? Whatever, it was beyond his control now. For the mission, he had to say some tough words. Shen Xiuyun spoke with a tone full of distaste, you don't understand. Just seeing you makes me lose my appetite. Unexpectedly, this sentence somehow struck one of Zhu Xingyao's pressure points. Shen Xiuyun saw the false smile on his face instantly disappear. The next second, his vision blurred, and when he refocused, he found himself firmly trapped in Zhu Xingyao's embrace, unable to move. Behind his ear, he could feel the warm breath of Zhu Xingyao. Yet, instead of warmth, an icy chill crept from the soles of his feet all the way up his body. It was like being strangled by a venomous snake, which might suffocate him any time. In this nearly suffocating atmosphere, Shen Xiuyun heard Zhu Xingyao coldly ask, who does the master have appetite for? Younger brother? Shen Xiuyun. Young man, why is your thought process so bizarre? How did this jump to male lead to? Didn't we already go through all those chaotic plotlines involving them at Xiantian sect? The system timidly chimed in with a prompt, actually, it's not fully over yet. Shen Xiuyan. What do you mean? Speak clearly, don't bully me because I haven't read the whole book. Zhu Xingyao bit Shen Xiuyan's neck as if punishing him, his voice turning colder. The master keeps spacing out. Could it be thinking of younger brother inside? No, I am not, I didn't. Having read the original novel, he knew just how terrifying this jealous type could get when harboring jealousy towards the younger brother. It's precisely because I indulged the master too much that has made the master act so unrestrained. A lesson needs to be learned. After saying this, Zhu Xingyao erased his fake smile, lifted Shen Xiuyan into his arms, and walked toward the quiet chamber. Zhu Xingyao, you, damn trash, you can't take it, you've cast a gag spell. Zhu Xingyao whispered soothingly, don't worry, I'll undo it for the master soon enough, letting you vent your frustrations. Shen Xiuyan. Zhu Xingyao placed Shen Xiuyan onto the bed, his finger lightly caressing Shen Xiuyan's cheek. His gaze was intoxicated. Master, would you like a spirit union? Having read numerous cultivation novels, Shen Xiuyan naturally understood what that meant. A cultivator's mind sea is both fragile and private, only open to their soulmate. A spirit union naturally can only occur between soulmates. Zhu Xingyao, dare you? He realized that the gag spell had been undone without him noticing. Zhu Xingyao smiled, his forehead pressing against Shen Xiuyan's. He said with extreme seduction, what doesn't the disciple dare to do? Before Shen Xiuyan could curse more, he suddenly felt his consciousness shaken by an overpowering spiritual energy invasion. In just a few moments, the previously fiery little kitten became completely docile. Deep into the night, Zhu Xingyao finally emerged from Shen Xiuyan's mind sea. Shen Xiuyan lay there peacefully, his breathing long and steady, already exhausted to sleep. Zhu Xingyao brushed away Shen Xiuyan's sweat-drenched hair, planting a kiss on his forehead. Master, sweet dreams. Shen Xiuyan slept for an entire day and night without waking, unmoved even by thunderstorms. As a result, the system lost complete contact with him. During this time, Shen Xiuyan felt as light as air, as if floating on clouds, swaying with the wind, or enveloped by a warm spring, comfortably unwilling to awaken. Meanwhile, outside, the system paced anxiously like an ant on a hot griddle pot. It screamed for the 250th time at Shen Xiuyan, who was deeply submerged in his mind sea. Host. Wake up. Stop sleeping. If you don't, you won't have a chance to escape. Tomorrow, Zhu Xingyao would leave the demon realm. If Shen Xiuyan didn't wake up, he would likely miss the first opportunity to flee. Shen Xiuyan, hearing this, abruptly bolted upright in bed, shouting, what? No way, I must escape. Sitting on the bed, he looked around dazedly. Memories before his loss of consciousness began to resurface. Thinking about the crazy events that happened in the mind sea, he felt somewhat. System, host, let's not reminisce now. Let's find the location of the formation, tidy things up, and prepare to run tomorrow. Shen Xiuyan slapped his forehead, yes. There's still work to do. He hastily felt around for the concealed note, and by accident saw the marks on his body that hadn't yet faded. Instantly, his face turned so red it seemed ready to bleed. System, no hope for this host. Fortunately, Shen Xiuyan still had some sense of reason and knew escape was the priority. He tidied up his clothing and tried to leave in an orderly manner, but as soon as he stepped down, his legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt directly on the ground. System, it's neither a holiday nor any special occasion. Why are you bowing grandly like this, host? Shen Xiuyan gritted his teeth while supporting himself on the bed frame. I didn't do it willingly. The system seemed to realize something. Could it be because of Zhu Xingyao? Host, aren't you too fragile? You've been asleep for so long and you're still not recovered. Shen Xiuyan wanted to chop the system apart at this moment. You're the weak one, your whole family is weak. It's not how you think. I feel my cultivation has already reached the initial stage of zujage, the cracks in my spiritual roots have also become smaller. But I don't know why, I'm all over the place and unable to use any strength. System reasonably guessed, it must be that your body can't handle the nourishment. Shen Xiuyan made an effort to keep smiling. Very well said. Don't say it next time. However, after this incident, he discovered that double cultivation was more useful for repairing his own spiritual roots than any spiritual weapon or herbal medicine. Each session even increased his realm by a large margin. As expected, in the plot devices of immortal romance novels, any incurable wound will definitely be cured by double cultivation. Zhu Xingyao probably did not yet know that the method of double cultivation would help repair Master's spiritual root, otherwise, he wouldn't be busy stealing everywhere outside. Shen Xiuyan secretly vowed in his heart that Zhu Xingyao must not discover this secret, otherwise, he'd surely get him killed. And this time, the escape only allows success, not failure. In the evening, Shen Xiuyan was pulled by Zhu Xingyao again to eat dinner. This young man was so fixated on feeding the master. It was written in the original story that Zhu Xingyao liked cooking meals for his master when he was still in Xiantian's sect. He suspected the author of this book created such a plot merely to deliberately deepen the bond between the master and disciple, spreading sweetness just for the sake of it. Otherwise, how could someone with such a cold personality, who had lived over 100 years without worldly desires, suddenly develop a craving for food and eat daily with his disciple? The master isn't even a glutton. Master, today you look to be in a rather good condition, Zhu Xingyao mused, looking thoughtfully at Shen Xiuyan's serene and pale face. Chapter 7, Master, do not let me down. Shen Xiuyan did not want to dwell too much on this topic, so he coldly said, You're mistaken. Am I? Zhu Xingyao picked up a piece of fish with the bones already removed and extended it to Shen Xiuyan's lips. Shen Xiuyan said, I'm not hungry. He truly wasn't hungry, possibly due to overeating previously. Zhu Xingyao chuckled as if thinking about something, then said teasingly, It seems that I fed you too well the other day, Master. Shen Xiuyan gave him a sidelong glance, silently disapproving of his swift understanding. Zhu Xingyao set down his chopsticks, propped his chin in his hand, eyes twinkling mischievously. He said, In that case, if in the future Master refuses to eat out of a tantrum, we could use this method to make up for it. You mustn't neglect your own body all the time. Shen Xiuyan. You beast. Truly filial to me. Zhu Xingyao twirled a strand of Shen Xiuyan's black hair around his index finger, playing with it. Since there's no need for dinner, shouldn't we do something else meaningful in the remaining time, Master? Shen Xiuyan covered his collar, wary, asking, What are you planning to do? Where has Master's mind wandered off to, replied Zhu Xingyao. I simply wish to invite Master to take a stroll. He moved closer, his deep voice like aged wine, intoxicating even before a sip. Or is it that Master actually wishes for me to do something else? Feeling uncomfortably close to him, Shen Xiuyan's heartbeat was uncontrollable, and he slightly pulled back, saying, I don't want to go out. But rejection was futile. Shen Xiuyan was forced to follow Zhu Xingyao out for a walk. He thought to himself that the demon realm had nothing worth seeing, just barren and pitch-black stones everywhere. Here, unlike the human realm, there were no distinctions between day and night. The sky was forever shrouded in pale purple clouds, and the light that filtered through was also faintly purple. As they walked, they unintentionally arrived at the Ruo Water River, a famous landmark. Zhu Xingyao led Shen Xiuyan to sit on the railing of the stone bridge, inviting him to look at clusters of blood-red lotuses blooming in the dark water. Shen Xiuyan had no interest in looking at them, their color unsettled him greatly. Combined with Zhu Xingyao's chilling commentary, he was almost ready to flee. Zhu Xingyao pointed to one of the largest blood lotuses and said, The blood lotuses of the Ruo River only bloom on full moon nights. Does Master know why their colors can be this red? With an expressionless face, Shen Xiuyan responded, I don't care to know. Regardless, Zhu Xingyao continued unperturbed, the more people they consume, the redder their colors become. Isn't that interesting? Interesting? What nonsense. Lunatic. Zhu Xingyao went on, actually, the water of the Ruo River is even more intriguing, filled with countless resentful spirits unable to reincarnate. If a person falls into it, they will be torn apart, body and soul, by those spirits in agony, turning into nutrients for these river-wide blood lotuses. Watching Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyan's hands under his wide sleeve subconsciously clenched. Are you trying to imply something? You aren't suggesting that you want the Master to accompany you to the underworld, are you? Zhu Xingyao combed Shen Xiuyan's long hair gently, letting out a profound laugh. Why does Master look at me like this? Surely not thinking that I'd drag you down with me. I only wish to live a long life alongside Master, and I wouldn't do such a thing. Shen Xiuyan almost wanted to scold him. Then what were you doing scaring me earlier? Are you crazy? Pausing briefly, Zhu Xingyao suddenly said, Master, I have something I must leave the demon realm for a few days to do. Shen Xiuyan sneered internally. After circling around all evening, first teasing then threatening, he finally came to the point. Zhu Xingyao turned Shen Xiuyan's face toward his, asking, Won't Master inquire what task I'm going for? Rarely compliant, Shen Xiuyan decided not to argue this time. What will you do? Anyway, knowing he would run away soon, today he might as well indulge him, fulfilling his last wish. After tomorrow, I'll be the father you can never have. It's naturally to help Master collect spiritual herbs capable of restoring your innate magic roots. There will be some troublesome individuals along the way. Unfortunately, the world no longer has any blood Bodhi fruits left, otherwise. Zhu Xingyao trailed off. But Shen Xiuyan knew this object was the greatest treasure of the Shantian sect, perhaps the only item in the world that could repair damaged magic roots. At the time, Master defended Zhu Xingyao against dissenters in Shantian sect and allowed him to consume it, sparking considerable controversy. Zhu Xingyao sighed softly, raising his hand to stroke Shen Xiuyan's cheek while muttering, Will Master wait obediently for my return in the demon realm? What do you think? Shen Xiuyan believed there was a hint of redundant literature in this question. Neither the original host nor himself would likely remain to wait patiently for him to come back. However, why did Zhu Xingyao feel a vague sense of melancholy in his heart as he was about to abandon Shen Xiuyan and return home? After all, they had only been together for a few short days, and most of their time had been filled with unpleasant memories. He should have just pitted this guy for being rejected twice by the Master. No, accurately speaking, it would soon be 3 times. Confession while drunk but rejected, expelled from the sect, and tomorrow, Shen Xiuyan running away without him. Thinking this way, Zhu Xingyao's situation seemed pretty pitiful. So, don't be a love slave. Lick someone too much and you'll end up with nothing. Shen Xiuyun didn't realize that Zhu Xingyao had noticed every detail of his expression, the light in those purple eyes gradually fading until it became stagnant, devoid of any ripples. Then, Zhu Xingyao suddenly pulled Shen Xiuyun into his arms, hugging him tightly as if trying to rub him into his own blood and bones, barely controlling himself. Master, do not let me down. Do not force me to hurt you. It might be hard to believe, but Shen Xiuyun actually suffered from insomnia last night. Every time he closed his eyes, he would recall what Zhu Xingyao had said to him last night, Master, do not let me down. Strangely enough, he even heard a hint of sadness and fragility in those words. Shen Xiuyun shook his head, trying to regain his composure. Why should he sympathize with him? First, he needed to sympathize with himself. In the morning, he successfully bid farewell to Zhu Xingyao, found an excuse, and managed to arrive at the Qiyuan flower forest. Under the pretense of not wanting to be disturbed while appreciating the flowers, he made the demon cultivators guard outside the garden. The demon cultivators had no idea there was a teleportation array in the flower forest. They thought merely surrounding the perimeter tightly would ensure Shen Xiuyun couldn't escape, even if he could sprout wings. Moreover, given how pitifully low Shen Xiuyun's spiritual power was now, he wouldn't stand a chance of escaping. So, the demon cultivators agreed to his request. Everything went smoothly, and Shen Xiuyun and the disciple from Huanyue's sect managed to reach the location of the teleportation array. Together, they cleared away piles of dead branches and fallen leaves, fully revealing the intricate patterns of the array. The opportunity was right in front of him, yet Shen Xiuyun hesitated. He crouched at the center of the array, his face heavy as he asked the system, how do we activate this array again? The system sighed, host, I don't know either. This is something you'll need to figure out on your own. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but question the utility of this system. You're supposed to be a system, right? Is there really anything in this book that you don't know? The system raised its hands in defense, I don't know everything. Whatever isn't written explicitly in the book, I can't know. Besides, even what's written in the book isn't necessarily all true. Shen Xiuyun, alright. Guess I overestimated your abilities. Upon reflection, if the system were capable enough, would he even need to come up with ways to escape? Unable to resolve his internal debate, Shen Xiuyun placed his hopes on the Huanyue sect disciple who stood nearby, asking, is there any possibility for you to activate this array? Chapter 8, The First Failed Escape. That disciple of Huanyu's sect had a troubled expression. Sorry, Master Xianzuan, Pingyue is just an outer sect disciple in the Huanyu sect. This formation's drawing method isn't the commonly used teleportation array nowadays, and I don't know how to activate it. Shen Xiuyun helplessly rubbed his temples. As expected, he still had to rely on himself. But how was he supposed to figure this thing out? Based on the descriptions in various cultivation novels, injecting spiritual power should activate it. But there were 4 patterns on this formation, and he didn't know which one was the correct start switch. Such a neglected formation, functioning intermittently, couldn't withstand multiple attempts. Moreover, during the instant of teleportation, there would be a powerful spiritual fluctuation that would surely alert the devil cultivators outside. He only had one chance. As Shen Xiuyun stared at the formation for a long time without finding a solution, a fleeting memory flashed through his mind. When he came back to his senses, it was as if he suddenly understood something. He gathered the spiritual energy within him into his right index and middle fingers and input it into the second pattern of the formation. The dim formation instantly emitted a blinding light as bright as daylight upon contacting the spiritual energy. By the time the light faded, both Shen Xiuyun and Pingyue, who had been there originally, were already nowhere to be seen. And the very moment he disappeared, Zhu Xingyao, who should have long left the demon realm, inexplicably appeared above the formation. Zhu Xingyao stared coldly at the formation, which was now utterly destroyed, with a cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth. His body was surrounded by large amounts of restless purple demonic qi. In the next moment, all the peculiar Qiyuan flowers underfoot instantly turned to powder. Master, why did you run? Wasn't I good to you? Why are you leaving me behind again? Shen Xiuyun experienced a bout of dizziness and confusion, then before he could react, he fell uncontrollably from mid-air with a splash into an unnamed river in the human realm. Water was everywhere, icy and bone-chilling. Damn, it was actually winter in the human realm. Splash. Shen Xiuyun clawed his way ashore using both hands and feet, his nose frozen red, his body almost numb, his teeth chattering non-stop. The white clothes soaked with cold water clung tightly to his body, making him extremely uncomfortable. The freezing water trickled down his clothing, vaguely outlining his tall and slender figure. Shen Xiuyun lay on the ground facing the sky, watching the familiar heavens and feeling the snowflakes fall onto his cheeks. The smile at the corner of his lips gradually grew wider. He really managed to get out of the demon realm. However, for some reason, the NPC brother hadn't been teleported to the same place as him, and now he had no idea what happened to him. After lying on the shore for quite a while, Shen Xiuyun felt like he'd recovered a bit of strength and then dragged his wet and heavy clothes behind a dead tree to take shelter from the wind. Achoo! Achoo! After coming ashore, the freezing cold wind quickly froze his wet clothes into a thin layer of ice, gradually hardening them. His hair strands became icicles directly. Shenshilian himself was nearly becoming a sculpture of ice. Too weak, truly too weak. Right at this moment, the system suddenly reminded him in his mind, "Host, bad news, Zhu Xingyao tricked us. He never left the demon realm. The moment you activated the teleportation formation and disappeared, he knew. Now he's furious and will find us within half an hour at most. Host, run fast, perhaps a miracle might happen." Shenshilian wanted to cry but couldn't. "I want to run, but can I? Isn't it possible that he would freeze to death before Zhu Xingyao arrived to break his legs? System, just hold on a sec. I think I have a little spell that can instantly dry your clothes." Shenshilian received the incantation passed by the system and shivered while trying it several times, finally managing to perform it once successfully. As warmth slowly returned to his body, Shenshilian's pale face gained a hint of color, but he didn't have time to rest any further. He needed to run, and even if it might not work, he still had to try. Otherwise, suffering all this pain would have been in vain. In just half an hour, Shenshilian went through so much. In the piercing cold winds, he felt as though his legs weren't even his own anymore. But thinking about how soon Zhu Xingyao would catch up, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He couldn't be caught again, he wanted to go home. "Host, you failed, Zhu Xingyao has caught up," the system said regretfully. Shenshilian merely glanced back at Zhu Xingyao hanging in midair, clad in red, encircled by demonic chi, and immediately ran off in panic. Can this be happening? Why is he so fast? Shenshilian stubbornly continued to run. In the end, regardless of the direction he tried, Zhu Xingyao would inevitably appear in front of him within 5 meters, haunting him relentlessly. "Master, why are you running? Aren't you happy to see me?" "Happy? Are you kidding me?" Shenshilian quickly turned around. Zhu Xingyao stood calmly in front of Shenshilian, his hands behind his back. The icy cold wind couldn't penetrate his side, and he looked as relaxed and composed as if he were strolling through the backyard. "Isn't Master tired? You won't be able to escape this way." Just as Shenshilian was also exhausted from running, he stopped and glared angrily at the person who had been playing cat and mouse with him. "Are you proud of yourself?" Zhu Xingyao lowered his eyelids and said with a solemn tone, "No, I'm very disappointed." Shenshilian sat on the ground, unmoving, and sneered, "Is that so? I didn't notice. It's just you, walking leisurely in the snowstorm like nothing is happening. I noticed that. That's because you don't care." Shenshilian thought to himself, "Good thing you know, no need to announce it like a public execution." As soon as he got distracted, in the next instant, Zhu Xingyao pinched his chin with icy fingers. He asked in a cold voice, "Am I not good enough for Master? In my entire life, I've never treated anyone as sincerely as I have treated you. Why does Master keep abandoning me time and again?" Shenshilian replied, "Because I don't like you. Because your devotion is one-sided. What Zhu Xingyao called being good to his master was akin to me wanting an apple, but you give me a banana and then scold me for not appreciating it. Such an unreasonable and petulant child. Unilateral devotion." Zhu Xingyao's face darkened completely after hearing these words. He tightened his grip further, and the flow of magic chi in his purple eyes became even more intense, as if he might lose control any time. After a while, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Master truly is heartless." Shenshilian was speechless. "Isn't this obvious? Your master practices the heartless way. Indifferent and loveless, it's your own fault to mess with such a stubborn guy. Blame the master. Blame me. Can we throw some blame here with reasonable basis, please? Alright, not worth arguing with the corrupted demon lord. So what if it's unilateral devotion?" Zhu Xingyao leaned forward and trapped Shenshilian within a small enclosed space, holding his face and forcefully kissed him. Shenshilian's breath was gradually taken away bit by bit. Fortunately, at the last moment, Zhu Xingyao finally released him. Shenshilian regained freedom and knelt on the ground gasping for air violently, constantly coughing, cough cough cough. Zhu Xingyao gazed at Shenshilian's disheveled state and murmured softly, "Is Master not curious about why I could find you so fast?" Shenshilian coughed for a while, wiped away the tears that streamed from his eyes due to physical discomfort, and revealed the thing on his wrist that couldn't be removed, pulling at it hard, leaving a faint red mark on his wrist immediately. "The bell, right? He should have thought of it sooner." Zhu Xingyao squatted down, grasped Shenshilian's wrist, and his fingertips grazed over the red mark, instantly healing the wound. He lifted this unblemished hand as if admiring a piece of art, his tone filled with helplessness and regret. "Not entirely. Did Master forget that every part of you, inside and out, has been tainted by my demonic energy and marked with my imprint? Even without this spell, I would still be able to sense Master's location quickly, no matter where you are." Chapter 9, Master, how should I punish you? Shenshilian almost wanted to pounce and bite him to death. "If you're so amazing, then shouldn't I just praise you?" Zhu Xingyao gladly accepted it. "How would Master like to praise me?" Shenshilian was irritated by this person's relentless attitude. "I don't want to waste my words on you. What do you really want? Of course, it's to bring Master back to the demon realm. Zhu Xingyao gripped the delicate wrist firmly and said decisively, and then, lock you up. Shen Xiuyun thought to himself that it was indeed as expected, but he maintained his character on the surface. You'd better give me a quick end. In his personal view, being locked up might be acceptable, but he certainly didn't enjoy the forced romantic subplot. How could a disciple bear to harm Master even slightly? Zhu Xingyao took out a white fox fur from the dimensional pouch, draped it over Shen Xiuyun, tightened the binding straps, let his fingers glide across Shen Xiuyun's attractive features, and carried him horizontally. As his body suddenly rose into the air, Shen Xiuyun instinctively clutched Zhu Xingyao's shoulder for support. Let go of me. I'm not going back. It's not up to Master whether we go back or not. Let me, and *Yuan. Silenced again. When Shen Xiuyun was silenced once more, his anger grew stronger. In his struggle, he accidentally slapped Zhu Xingyao, leaving 5 light red fingerprints on that stunningly handsome face. At that moment, the world fell silent. Shen Xiuyun struggled to swallow his saliva. He hadn't meant to do it, it was simply an accident, but seeing the nearly murderous look in Zhu Xingyao's eyes, he knew trouble was coming. Shen Xiuyun was shoved against a withered tree trunk by Zhu Xingyao, his back painfully rubbed by the bark. The warm breath grazed against his neck, making him feel itchy and uncomfortable. Are you done throwing a tantrum? Zhu Xingyao's voice was cold as if dipped in ice. Master, behave. You wouldn't want your disciple to settle this matter right here, would you? Shen Xiuyun felt a tremor through his pupils and subconsciously pressed his pale lips together, instantly becoming obedient. Seeing that Shen Xiuyun had finally calmed down, Zhu Xingyao picked him up and continued to soar through the air. Though appearing compliant while nestled in Zhu Xingyao's embrace, Shen Xiuyun was internally panicking. System. What should I do? System, cold mixed salad. Shen Xiuyun reiterated, I'm serious, I'm about to die. The system replied earnestly, host, relax. In the early stages, your chances of dying are quite slim, you'll only suffer emotionally. Shen Xiuyun smiled bitterly, JPG, thank you for the reassurance. System, host, in fact, in our realm, there's a saying, when you can't beat them, join them. If you can't avoid it, enjoy it. Shen Xiuyun, you're talking without experiencing the pain yourself. Won't the one suffering be him later? Having spent over 20 years in the modern era, although he had never dated a girl, accepting dating a guy was no easy task either. Upon deeper reflection, given Zhu Xingyao's abilities, if he truly wanted something, it wouldn't be something Shen Xiuyun could resist. Shen Xiuyun shook off the disordered thoughts in his head, deciding to take things step by step, hoping it wouldn't turn out as bad as imagined. However, reality proved far worse than expected. Who could tell him when Zhu Xingyao prepared such a massive room filled with bronze mirrors? There were more than 10 full-length mirrors. Their polished surfaces clearly reflected images within, their frames carved with intricate patterns, encased in exquisite glass edges, a level of luxury beyond imagination. Shen Xiuyun's intuition told him these objects served purposes far from simple and might shatter all 3 of his beliefs. While Shen Xiuyun indulged in reckless thoughts, Zhu Xingyao already embraced him in front of a bronze mirror. The carefree crimson youth rested his head on the white-clad master's shoulder. His bewitching purple eyes scanned lazily over the solemn image of Master Shen Xiuyun, lightly pursing his lips in the mirror. Clad in pristine white, every inch of Master Shen radiated an aura of celibacy and detachment. Such an unblemished Master Shen was utterly captivating. How delightful would it be to see his spirit lost? With his left hand encircling Shen Xiuyun's slim waist and his right gently holding the other's chin, Zhu Xingyao tilted his head upwards forcefully into a coerced posture. Much better looking. Satisfied with his creation, Zhu Xingyao softly asked in Shen Xiuyun's ear, does Master like the arrangement here? The growing unease in Shen Xiuyun deepened further, no, I don't. With a sorrowful sigh, Zhu Xingyao said, but I have long desired to bring Master here. Furrowing his brows, Shen Xiuyun asked, what exactly are you planning to do? Is this madman possibly thinking of? What? Of course, it is. Zhu Xingyao gave an amusing smile but didn't utter that word. Master, you fled from me without permission. Tell me, how should I punish you? Shen Xiuyun tensed his whole body, his expression disoriented like a frightened rabbit. Even though he had already understood the other party's intention, he still tried to struggle. Maybe no punishment. Zhu Xingyao chuckled, Master thinks too simply. There's no mistake without its due punishment. Zhu Xingyao's fiery and unrestrained gaze roamed over Shen Xiuyun in the mirror, gliding past Master Shen's startled eyes, reddened corners of his eyes, sweeping down his tense throat, moving with anxiety, inch by inch, like a fierce beast staking its territory, or evaluating prey beneath his claws, considering where to start and what would taste the best. Under this invading look, Shen Xiuyun's heart was racing faster than ever. He felt like a fish on the chopping board, unable to escape. Calm down, I promise I won't run away anymore, ha. Fine, it's what Master has promised himself. Zhu Xingyao's hand rested on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder. The law robe capable of easily dissolving a Yuan baby strike was, in Zhu Xingyao's hands, just as fragile as common clothes, shattering at the slightest touch. Shen Xiuyun cracked, that wasn't what he meant. Zhu Xingyao. Don't make me hate you. Zhu Xingyao, upon seeing such a beautiful sight, found his Adam's apple involuntarily moving twice, intertwining his fingers through Shen Xiuyan's palm, gripping tightly. I don't want to be like this either, but this is the only way for me to punish you. Zhu Xingyao kissed up, performing what he most yearned to do, colliding with Master Shen's soul. It wasn't just a fusion of their spirits within the sea of consciousness, it was a genuine possession of his master. For 3 whole days, the punishment continued. Afterward, Zhu Xingyao carried the still sleeping Shen Xiuyan back to the quiet room, placing him on the ice bed. His fingers grazed the porcelain foot, caressing it as if it were a treasure cherished for years. Subsequently, Zhu Xingyao pulled out a thin black chain from the dimensional pouch and gently fastened it around Shen Xiuyan's ankle. The size fit perfectly, as though measured precisely. The other end of the chain attached to a stone wall within the room. Zhu Xingyao then applied several strengthening array spells there to ensure Shen Xiuyan, with his current strength, couldn't break free. This lock soul chain, forged from deep-sea mystic iron, was much stronger than the previous trivial bracelet. Apart from himself being able to untie it. But hopefully, Master Shen wouldn't have the idea of looking for his junior disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to make someone disappear forever. Zhu Xingyao also set several layers of powerful barriers outside the room. It was truly a web trapping heaven and earth. Master Shen had nowhere to flee. After all these arrangements, Zhu Xingyao returned beside the bed and planted a kiss on Shen Xiuyan's forehead. Master, it's your own fault. From now on, you will not be able to escape. Still sleeping, Shen Xiuyan seemed to sense something, whimpering occasionally in dreams, tears lingering on his eye corners about to fall, making Zhu Xingyao want to pounce again and take advantage. Hardly restraining himself, Zhu Xingyao worried about whether Master's body could endure more. However, Master Shen persisted longer this time compared to last, perhaps indicating a better physical condition. Could dual cultivation. Chapter 10, Master still wants to run. Just as Zhu Xingyao wanted to probe Shen Xiuyan's wrist pulse, a telepathic sound entered his ears, interrupting his next action. Demon Lord, the person is caught. Night Qin trailed behind Zhu Xingyao, who radiated cold vibes all over, feeling uneasy. He didn't think he had offended the Demon Lord. But the Demon Lord appeared to be in a bad mood. Was it that Immortal Lord didn't satisfy the Demon Lord? How to say? The zeal of the Demon Lord chasing after the Immortal Lord was something a weak Immortal Lord couldn't bear. Sigh, unfulfilled desire. What did Ping Yu instruct? Lost in imagining the grand drama, Night Qin got derailed by the Demon Lord's sudden questioning, blanking out for 3 seconds. Cough. However, he reacted quickly. Ping Yu instructed that assisting the Immortal Lord's escape this time was because the Immortal Lord once saved him by accident in the South Hua Mountain secret realm. As for the teleportation array, it was discovered accidentally while cultivating flowers. But I carefully checked. The formation was deliberately made to look broken by someone, giving the impression that it was a remnant from many years ago. The Immortal Lord had no great favor of saving his life. The South Hua Mountain secret realm wasn't somewhere an outer disciple responsible for sweeping should be qualified to enter. Night Qin paused, hesitating before adding, after the Huanyue sect was conquered by you, those who were not involved in the past events were either expelled or surrendered. Though Ping Yu is a survivor, he harbors deep hatred towards you. I found out that he admires your sister, very much. Upon hearing the word, sister, Zhu Xingyao's face suddenly turned cold, and he stopped speaking. Night Qin couldn't tell whether the Demon Lord was satisfied or dissatisfied with this answer. But he knew Ping Yu was as good as dead, because anyone related to her had only one outcome. Soon they arrived at the 10,000 Serpents Hollow. The Snake Hollow was located in a natural underground cave. Usually, only wicked cultivators who committed grave offenses would be thrown here to be devoured by 10,000 snakes. The one called Ping Yu, after being captured, was locked up here. Awaken him, I have some words to ask. Zhu Xingyao stood on the narrow stone path, looking at Ping Yu, who was hanging by chains in the middle of the Snake Hollow, already having half of his leg eaten away. Ping Yu's face was ghastly pale, covered in blood, but he still had a breath left. This was the level of control Night Qin showed as the guardian of the demon clan, letting the traitor suffer enough so that the Demon Lord could vent anger when seeing it, while keeping the person alive for interrogation. Ping Yu woke up slowly. Upon realizing who was sitting in front of him, fear surged in his eyes along with resentment. Demon Lord. Zhu Xingyao glared at the man lying on the ground like a lump of mud with cold disdain. You've got quite some guts to steal away my person right under my nose. After catching a few breaths, despite the terror in his heart, Ping Yu persisted in speaking intermittently. I just didn't want the Immortal Lord to keep being disgraced by you. Zhu Xingyao smirked, neither laughing nor serious, and then Ping Yu pursed his pale lips, glaring at Zhu Xingyao with hate, trembling all over as he cursed. What right do you have to imprison the Immortal Lord? He is your master, and everyone in the cultivation world knows that Immortal Lord Hengyan once bestowed upon you a second life. Not only do you repay his kindness with enmity, holding such vile thoughts towards him, but you also forced him. You're not even human. This was something pre-taught to him, aiming to provoke Zhu Xingyao. If he died at Zhu Xingyao's hands, the Immortal Lord would only detest Zhu Xingyao even more. A smile played on Zhu Xingyao's lips, with a look of contempt like gazing upon ants. Go on. Ping Yu looked blankly at Zhu Xinyao, seemingly not expecting him to be so indulgent today, wasting time chatting with him. With no intention to live, he declared boldly, since I dared to do this deed, I've known it wouldn't end well. Anyway, the immortal lord has already fled now, kill me. If his wretched existence could stir up trouble for Zhu Xinyao and help the immortal lord, he would die fulfilled. Zhu Xinyao arched his eyebrows slightly, gathering a purple mass of demonic energy in his palm. If you don't fear death, then how about fearing having your soul searched by me? What does that mean? Literally. Finally, a sense of panic flickered in Ping Yu's eyes. Regardless of the fact that being soul-searched would be far more painful than being eaten by 10,000 snakes, revealing the secrets he hid would surely bring trouble to that certain individual if discovered by Zhu Xinyao. You dare, if you let the immortal lord know. Before Ping Yu could finish speaking, Zhu Xinyao had already slapped the demonic energy into Ping Yu's body. Why do you think I would be afraid he'd know? If the master really didn't run anymore, Zhu Xinyao would probably laugh in his sleep. As the demonic energy infiltrated Ping Yu's sea of consciousness, a blood-curdling scream erupted from him. The pain was akin to someone stirring around inside his brain with a red-hot iron rod, wishing for death but unable to obtain it. Moments later, Ping Yu exhaled more than he inhaled, his pupils scattered and expression vacant. Fragments of glowing, damaged memories floated from his forehead. Zhu Xinyao sifted through these memories. Most of them consisted of Ping Yu devising various ways to track and spy on his sister in Huanyue's sect. Even just glimpsing at them, it felt dirty to his eyes. It was only during the last 6 months, when he saw a peculiar black-robed figure. This person was extremely cautious, both voice and appearance disguised thoroughly without any apparent flaws. However, just as the image was nearing its end, Zhu Xinyao caught sight of a black jade ring carved with dragon patterns on the left thumb of that hand. Zhu Xinyao chuckled, the laughter not reaching his eyes, his gaze as cold as ice. Little junior brother, you are truly indecisive. When Shen Xiuyun woke up, Zhu Xinyao was lying beside him, playing with a memory sphere in his hand. Occasionally, agonized cries sounded from within it, making Shen Xiuyun feel utterly terrified. He instinctively dodged backward but accidentally pulled at something, causing a sharp intake of breath, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Finally, Master has awakened. Why are you looking at me this way? Are you curious about the memory sphere I hold? Zhu Xinyao turned sideways, wiping away the tear at Shen Xiuyun's corner of the eye with his thumb, watching him with great interest. He saw the master's eyes hiding deep terror, as well as his trembling body. Many years ago, the master had also looked at him tenderly, caring for him. But now, I'm not the least bit curious. Shen Xiuyun kept his distance from that object. If he guessed correctly, the owner of those agonized screams was Ping Yu, who had helped him escape earlier. Zhu Xinyao not only killed Ping Yu but probably tortured him to death. However, upon hearing these words, Zhu Xinyao didn't withdraw but rather mischievously brought the memory sphere closer to Shen Xiuyun. Don't let me see it. Shen Xiuyun's voice changed, he sounded like an irritated cat ready to scratch. Zhu Xinyao soothed, all right, you won't have to see it. Zhu Xinyao put the sphere away and held Shen Xiuyun in his arms, stroking his back through the middle garment. Master, are you feeling guilty? Shen Xiuyun's throat was dry, not knowing what to say. Zhu Xinyao was right, he felt guilty. Even though he tried hard to tell himself that this was just a book, none of it was real, he still felt remorseful and blamed himself for indirectly causing someone's death. If you feel guilty, then Master should no longer think about running away. Otherwise, there will be many more people like him, understand, Master? Shen Xiuyun's expression was dazed, nodding stiffly. It was hard for him to say he didn't understand. Zhu Xinyao was truly a madman. It was unimaginable how perverted childhood this man must have experienced to become this way now. He felt if he stayed with Zhu Xinyao too long, he might also be driven insane. Damn, must run. Chapter 11, The Master's Soft Heart. Shen Xiuyun thought he was probably dreaming. He was now in a cramped and tiny room. Under the moonlight, he had no shadow, estimating that his current state was akin to being a ghost. The room was pitch black except for some fragmented moonlight seeping through the window. He vaguely saw what seemed like a small figure crouching in the dark corner. Who is it? Suddenly, bang, the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Several Taoist-robed cultivators rushed in aggressively. The leading elder pointed at the shadow in the corner and said, take him to the altar. The grand elder said we'll perform the calamity removal ritual today. Shen Xiuyun was puzzled, why did all these events seem somewhat familiar? Not until he saw the child being dragged out did it click. Zhu Xinyao. To be exact, the young Zhu Xinyao, probably around 10 years old or so. He was dirty all over, with disheveled hair and completely oversized clothes that made his already thin frame appear even more frail. His loose trouser legs revealed bony feet, and there were wounds on his ankles that showed the bone, likely inflicted by sharp weapons, still bleeding. Shen Xiuyun was shocked. Could this be the plot where Zhu Xinyao's spirit roots were destroyed? In the original work, the author quickly summarized the main character's past experiences to maintain the story pace, naturally including Zhu Xinyao's tragic past. An intuition told Shen Xiuyun not to look, yet inexplicably, he followed along anyway. Being merely a ghost, he couldn't keep up with the others who could ride their swords through the air. Plus, he wasn't familiar with the layout of the Huanyue sect. When Shen Xiuyun arrived, young Zhu Xingyao had already been tied up on the altar with thick iron chains all over his body, binding each limb tightly without any wiggle room. This was truly a fish on the cutting board, left to be butchered at will. On the altar, the Grand Elder closed his eyes chanting continuously. After each segment of the chant, a large black nail would be hammered into Zhu Xingyao's wrist or ankle. One even went into his dantian. With every hammer strike, Zhu Xingyao screamed in agony, instinctively struggling against the pain. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat poured down his face mixed with blood, flowing all over the stone altar. Shen Xiuyun found it hard to breathe. He almost wanted to rush forward to stop the ritual. Indeed, this was just a child. He hadn't done anything wrong, and deserved nothing of this sort. Yet, everything wouldn't pause simply due to his will. Even when he reached out to grab those tools, his hands passed through them uselessly. Regardless of whether it was the people on or off the stage, all were indifferent to this cruel scene, and some even had excitement gleaming in their eyes. Finally, we've ruined the spiritual roots of this calamity bringer. If he continued cultivating, who knows what disaster he would bring to our Huanyue sect. That's right. We don't want to be like his unlucky mother, being overcome into madness. As soon as this person finished speaking, a woman suddenly appeared below the altar. This woman wore black clothing, her hair entirely white. Her face bore a 5-part resemblance to Zhu Xingyao. But her face could now only be described as terrifying, her eye socket sunken, her murky eyeballs filled with blood vessels, and her fierce gaze seemed like it could devour someone. She was just about to rush onto the altar when she was held back by the elders. Even as she was dragged away, she still shouted madly, "Ha ha 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 ha. You will die. Your cursed spawn will eventually die. You should have died long ago. I shouldn't have given birth to you. Good that you die, good that you do. No more troubles, no more obstructions, never seeing your face again. Ha ha ha." Even from far away, they could still hear her vicious curses. Shen Xiuyun thought Zhu Xingyao would feel despair and pain upon hearing the curse of his own biological mother. But his face only revealed numbness. The empty purple eyes reflected the dark night sky, no light, no color, no hope, like stagnant water. Shen Xiuyun felt as if someone had grabbed his heart and squeezed it tight. It hurt. He couldn't help but touch the side of the young man's face, though he couldn't actually make contact. How much future Zhu Xingyao would terrify others, how fragile and pitiful he was now. Shen Xiuyun really felt something wrong with himself, he actually felt compassion for someone who forced him. He wondered if it was possible for someone to save this boy struggling in the mud. If he hadn't gone through such desperation, perhaps everything wouldn't have developed into the tragedy later. There wouldn't be an obstinate and cruel great evil master. "Master, why are you crying?" Shen Xiuyun woke up at Zhu Xingyao's warm kiss. The youth held his face and piously kissed away the tear marks at the corner of his eyes. Shen Xiuyun tried to speak but found his throat dry, his heart feeling stuffed with cotton. He was still stuck in the dream he just had and couldn't break free. In that dream, he had been beside the altar, watching Zhu Xingyao fall unconscious due to excessive blood loss until he gradually woke up. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun anxiously, his purple eyes full of concern. "Did Master have a nightmare? Can you tell me about it?" Shen Xiuyun asked hoarsely, "Does it hurt?" He vaguely felt there was something off about this intense empathy, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Was it that he was born soft-hearted? But normally, he wasn't this kind-hearted. Zhu Xingyao looked confused. "What?" Shen Xiuyun continued to ask, "Is it very painful when one's spiritual root is destroyed?" Zhu Xingyao's face blanked for a moment, then even his lips began trembling slightly. Shen Xiuyun realized he might have said something wrong and stimulated him, hurriedly explaining, well, didn't mean to, expose your wounds." But Zhu Xingyao suddenly grabbed Shen Xiuyun's warm hand, an incomprehensible excitement flickering in his eyes. His reddened eyes made him look like a pitiful stray dog that no one loves. "Yes, it hurts. Really, really bad, Master. Just thinking about it now still hurts." Shen Xiuyun. "There's nothing much to say, boy, you're overacting. You can't gain sympathy this way." It was strange how he blurted out such a question earlier, leading to him being treated as a pillow now. Shen Xiuyun deeply sighed out of helplessness, he didn't want to be used like a pillow by someone who might bite him anytime. Only after barely kicking Zhu Xingyao away did Shen Xiuyun finally regain his freedom to breathe. He tapped on the system and inquired about the dream. The system analyzed, it should be a random small scene bonus dropped in the form of a dream, meant to let you understand the protagonist better, so it benefits your successful escape. Shen Xiuyun raised an eyebrow, "Are you sure it's like that? How can I not trust you less? After watching it, I've been directly depressed. System, I thought the host would at least mope around for several days after going through that event. Didn't expect you to adapt so quickly." Shen Xiuyun, "Thanks for your compliment, but let me think, besides being forced to accept it, could I beat him? Besides, there's a saying in our human realm, Hide one's capacity and bide one's time. That's what I'm doing now. System, ah. So your previous behavior was all an act. Softening him up, making him let his guard down in preparation for the upcoming second escape attempt. To be honest though, this isn't really in character for a teacher. He wouldn't be that gentle. Xiao didn't plan it out like you're thinking. Shen Xiuyun didn't want to admit it, but he really had felt terrible at that moment, a heart-wrenching pain, like his own yet not entirely his. Perhaps these were residual feelings inherited from the original body. Regardless of the reason, Shen Xiuyun didn't want to dwell on the topic anymore. Instead, it might be better to talk about the second escape attempt. After listening to the general plot direction provided by the system, Shen Xiuyun nearly choked himself trying not to spit out his salt soda. Shen Xiuyun sighed, I finally understand why Zhu Xingyao became more unhinged later on. Chapter 12, The Teacher's Ill Boy Persona Stands Firm. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but chuckle, one's lifelong white moonlight running off with a rival, how stupid, is that situation? Which man could possibly accept such a thing? Though, the younger brother was at most a theoretical rival. Still, such betrayal would be fatal for someone as mentally unstable as Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun dared not think what might happen if the second escape also failed. What fate awaited his little disciple? Or even himself? No, the young apprentice Long Yuni, as a second-generation cultivator whose family boasted several venerable elder figures, would surely survive fine if they retreated to their stronghold. Unlike Shen Xiuyun. His sect, Xiantian sect, having suffered heavy losses in the past and now lacking new talents, stood no chance against Zhu Xingyao, the great evil master. Currently, the priority was figuring out a way to secretly send a distress signal to his little disciple. Although Zhu Xingyao held him captive, he hadn't sealed Shen Xiuyun's spiritual energy. Thus, it was possible to use a communication jade talisman to relay a message. The jade talismans of the cultivation world were somewhat akin to modern-day cell phones, they encrypted messages, relatively secure. In the book, there was said to be a valuable jade talisman within Zhu Xingyao's Kunlun pouch that the master originally made for him personally. The protagonist used that exact talisman in the novel. How can one acquire Zhu Xingyao's Kunlun pouch without raising suspicion? Or how could Shen Xiuyun manage to make contact with that specific jade talisman? System, the book doesn't describe in detail how the jade talisman was obtained. The host has some freedom to play this scene however desired, as long as obtaining the jade ensures the main plot continues accurately. After explaining all of this, the system signed off. He should leave a poor review. This system logs out faster than anyone else. Rather than wishing for detailed descriptions from the author, Shen Xiuyun would prefer just seeing the written escape process. But evidently, the damn author wasn't capable of providing clarity, deliberately leaving things vague just to fuel drama. It significantly increased the difficulty of playing the game. Fortunately, he still had a relatively ample amount of time, over a month. In order to make Zhu Xingyao lower his guard, Shen Xiuyun, during the following half-month period while striving to maintain his aloof persona, passively cooperated with Zhu Xingyao. Almost every day entailed serving the devil physically. Sometimes he'd go to that room filled with mirrors, reflecting together. Other times, in their private quarters where he'd be shackled by soul-binding chains onto the headboard. There was also a meticulously crafted dungeon designed for extreme sensory deprivation. Numb, so numb. Shen Xiuyun bitterly regretted not having an Uncle Da, who could at least give him a rest day. Apparently, being a consort to the Demon Lord was a harder grind than 996 work schedules. Shen Xiuyun began feeling utterly dispirited. Because of the previous escape attempt, his credit with Zhu Xingyao had seemingly dropped below zero. Even though he was cooperating so much, the soul-binding chain around his ankle had never been removed. Shen Xiuyun was distressed. If he couldn't even leave the room, how could he possibly get hold of the jade talisman? What to do? After pondering for a while, Shen Xiuyun devised a rather dubious plan. System, is there any way I could feign an illness? System, pretending to be sick would only hinder completing the mission further. Zhu Xingyao would become so anxious he'd likely confine you to bed. Shen Xiuyun, just stop stalling. Tell me, is there a way or not? The system paused briefly before hesitantly replying, well, there is, but... A few days ago, Shen Xiuyun received a small package from the main system designed to help sustain his character role. The downside was its effects might be too potent. Shen Xiuyun, go ahead then. Moments later, Shen Xiuyun started experiencing chest tightness and shortness of breath, much like when he first entered this body. It felt as though a large rock was pressing down on his entire being, making it hard to breathe. He covered his lips, struggling through several coughs, cough, cough, cough. This enhancement sure was excessive. Teacher, what's wrong? Zhu Xingyao had just entered with food and saw Shen Xiuyun's precarious condition. That face, white as paper, seemed so frail that Zhu Xingyao would believe even a gentle breeze could blow him away. He carelessly placed the dishes on the table and in a flash was beside Shen Xiuyun. Supporting his back, he helped Shen Xiuyun lie down on the bed and, with one hand gripping his wrist, sent a stream of spiritual energy into his body to investigate. After a short moment, Zhu Xingyao looked grimly at Shen Xiuyun. Master, what have you done? Even though he hadn't checked Master's condition that day, lately, Master's complexion had been fine. There was no reason for a sudden deterioration, not when every day Zhu Xingyao prepared those precious spirit herbs and flowers into meals. Master, what do you plan to do this time? To the extent of hurting yourself? Shen Xiuyan was surprised how quickly Zhu Xingyao had guessed correctly. Unfortunately, it was the systems doing this time. No matter how suspicious he became, he wouldn't find anything. Shen Xiuyan took a breath and delivered the pre-planned explanation, still with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What did I do? Why don't you tell me what you've done? Have you tried being locked up like a criminal in a room, unable to leave even a step for a long time, and forced to do all those things? Do you think you'd be happy? Zhu Xingyao opened his lips, momentarily speechless under the barrage. So Master is blaming all of this on me? Is being with me truly that unwilling? Shen Xiuyan noticed Zhu Xingyao's hurt, tightening his fingers on the sheets beneath the blanket and warning himself not to be soft-hearted. Once we're back, let the author give this pitiful kid a different ending, make Master shower endless love on him, and stop messing with these dark transformations. Zhu Xingyao lowered his eyes, his long lashes covering the pain in his eyes, along with his doubts and deep thoughts. Moments later, he lifted his head, hiding all emotions, and smiled. I don't want to confine Master like this either, but what can I do? You always try to escape. Shen Xiuyan didn't want to say more, but words reached his lips and came out anyway. Did you ever consider that your way of loving is wrong? The master who followed the path of emotionless cultivation probably never taught him the normal way to love someone, otherwise, there wouldn't be such extreme bias. What's wrong with it? Zhu Xingyao arched his eyebrows, counter-questioning, playing with a strand of Shen Xiuyan's hair. Compared to the past me, who could only wait pitifully for Master's pity, now at least Master is truly by my side. The past me was too stupid, waiting till the end to only be discarded, and you gained another disciple. Shen Xiuyan massaged his temples, feeling a headache, helplessly explaining, it wasn't about discarding you. Just. The disciple understands that Master wanted to say that not finding me was because the Xiantian sect was in trouble, and as the immortal lord, Master had to stand up for the sect. Zhu Xingyao stretched his lips, releasing the strand of hair. In fact, he wanted to say, other people's lives and deaths have nothing to do with Master. Even if Master chose self-preservation, he wouldn't get hurt. But why did you take other disciples? You promised me, that this life, there would only be me. His voice turned cold, filled with heavy accusation. Shen Xiuyan was stunned. Zhu Xingyao spoke so confidently, even letting him, who had read the original work, start doubting whether the protagonist really said such a thing. And such a promise was actually kind of. Shen Xiuyan tried to explain patiently, since you understand Master's responsibility, you should also realize that taking a closing disciple at that time was. Zhu Xingyao strongly interrupted him, I don't want to hear it. And warned, Master, I don't want to hear a single word from you about that person. Otherwise, you won't get out of bed tomorrow. Shen Xiuyan clenched his fists. You insolent student. It was Zhu Xingyao who couldn't resist bringing up Long Yini first. It was him accusing Shen Xiuyan of acting like an unfaithful man, making his young apprentice upset. But in the end, as the master, he hadn't even flipped the table or dredged up old accounts yet. The one who started the argument gave up first. Spoiling him rotten. Shen Xiuyan's teaching was a failure, instead, he got checkmated and was so angry that his liver hurt. So he simply grabbed the quilt, turned over, faced away from his cursed apprentice, and prepared to force himself to sleep. Not long after, Shen Xiuyan heard Zhu Xingyao call him in a pitiful tone. Master. Calling his soul. Is Master mad at me? Of course. Master, don't you feel trapped in the meditation room, leading to melancholy? Huh, you're showing some conscience. Zhu Xingyao seemed to concede, sighed, and said, in a few days, it will be the Lantern Festival in the human world. Disciple can take Master out for some fresh air. Shen Xiuyan, who was pretending to be asleep, turned over, if you want to talk about this, I'm not sleepy anymore. Chapter 13, The Master Wants to Run Away Again. Zhu Xingyao feigned concern and said, but I'm worried that if I take the Master out, what if you run away again? Knowing his credibility was shot, Shen Xiuyan could only patiently explain, as long as you keep an eye on me, how could I possibly escape right under your nose? If you're really uneasy, stuff me into your Kunlun bag. Zhu Xingyao slightly widened his eyes in disbelief, would the Master willingly stay inside it? As long as I can breathe some fresh air, it's fine. What benefit would you give me if I agree? Zhu Xingyao continued with a sly tone, I certainly don't want to let the Master take advantage of me for free. You. What do you want? What do you think I want? Zhu Xingyao's hand hovered over Shen Xiuyan's tight cloud-patterned waist belt. With his forefinger pulling the belt lightly, his attractive gaze intensified as he tilted his head upward, creating an alluring arc. He looked deeply at Shen Xiuyan with hidden meanings. Shen Xiuyan became dizzy and disoriented under the mesmerizing stare from the man beside him, his heartbeat becoming irregular. This person, when he smiles, truly looks like a demon. Can't hold on. Really can't hold on. Zhu Xingyao somehow pulled out a book, if the Master agrees, we can start studying this secret manual of the Hehuan sect right now. Shen Xiuyan read the full title. Zhu Xingyao shoved the book into Shen Xiuyan's hands with a pout. Master, it's been so long since we last studied secret manuals together. Could you teach me? No, is this manual legitimate? Shen Xiuyan felt like the book in his hand had suddenly become a scorching potato, impossible to put down or discard. However, for the mission, Shen Xiuyan had no choice but to endure, shedding tears while nodding reluctantly. On the Lantern Festival day in the human world, Shen Xiuyan was successfully placed inside Zhu Xingyao's Kunlun bag as desired. In Shen Xiuyan's impression, someone at Zhu Xingyao's elite level should have very few items in their Kunlun bag. After all, only the best items are worth keeping by someone of such stature. Yet, at this moment, looking at the mountains of items piled inside, Shen Xiuyan was struck speechless for a brief period. Holding a night pearl, Shen Xiuyan struggled to navigate through the clutter. Old 6, quick, help me find where the jade slip is. System, host, look at the book stacked to your left front, isn't there something glowing underneath? Shen Xiuyan focused his gaze and saw it indeed glowing. The jade slip finally found its light after so long. Shen Xiuyan exerted all his strength to dig it out. The system reminded him, host, the jade slips need to establish a connection before they can send messages. It's just like needing to add friends on WeChat to chat. This jade slip currently only has contact with the master. If you want to contact the second male lead, you must know his sound transmission code. Shen Xiuyan anxiously asked, what does the book say? Tell me quickly. Zhu Xingyao was currently flying through the sky, but Shen Xiuyan wasn't sure if this guy might impulsively check the status of his Kunlun bag. There was always the risk of being discovered. System, it's not written in the book. Shen Xiuyan became enraged. When I return, my first action will definitely be strangling the author. System, host, don't rush, I'm unlocking here, please wait a moment. You can pretend to read a book to avoid arousing suspicion from the male lead. Shen Xiuyan, alright, I'll follow your advice. He randomly picked up a book, brushed off the dust, revealing its title, Obsessive Devil Lord Blackened Out of Love for Me. Shen Xiuyan trembled and dropped it immediately. How similar was it to his current situation, giving him psychological trauma? Next book, repeat the operation. Becoming a disciple of Hehuan's sect and becoming the apple of everyone's eye. This title already sounds too stimulating. Try another one. Little White Rabbit was held captive by the Demon King for 108 days. Some kind of plant. Is there any serious cultivation manual in Zhu Xingyao's Kunlun bag? Why are they all these enticing novellas? This is far too intense. System, host, the secret code is ready, hurry up and send a message to your little disciple Long Yuni. Shen Xiuyan sat down on a high pile of clutter, using the books to cover the jade slip. While staying alert to the outside situation, he intermittently used his weak spiritual power to input the rescue information. Disciple, your master is currently trapped in the devil realm by your senior brother. Please come and help extricate me. Remember, do not act alone recklessly, be cautious in everything. Just inputting this short sentence made Shen Xiuyan feel as though he had exhausted all his energy. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and the jade slip in his palm was heated due to the firm grip. Just as Shen Xiuyan was about to return the jade slip to its original place, leaving everything undetected, Zhu Xingyao's voice suddenly came from above. Master, what book are you reading? Startled by this sudden inquiry, Shen Xiuyan quickly tightened his grip on the small jade slip in his palm and withdrew his hand into the wide sleeve of his robe. This action caused the book atop it, titled Little White Rabbit was held captive by the Demon King for 108 days, to fall with a plop. It landed open at the page where the fishtail scales illustration appeared. The Demon King turned out to be a snake. And he was molesting the little white rabbit. Snake's form, it was rumored, had two. Shen Xiuyan stared at the entangled figures on the page, forgetting the fear of almost being caught. His heart thundered wildly, and his face flushed crimson. Paralyzed. To socially die in front of one's own disciple. To die over something like this. Zhu Xingyao chuckled lightly, so master likes this sort of thing. Shen Xiuyan attempted to preserve his dignity, I don't. No, I don't. Please let me explain. However, Zhu Xingyao responded, it's not impossible, though if we do go with the fishtail scales, master would need to put in more effort. As your disciple, I always care about not overworking you. You. Why not try today instead of choosing another day? You can experiment once we return home. Shen Xiuyan. Never mind, I'm tired. Soon after, Zhu Xingyao brought Shen Xiuyan to the capital city of the human realm. Although Shen Xiuyan couldn't physically leave, Zhu Xingyao used magic so he could see external scenes and hear other people's voices. He genuinely felt the prosperity of the capital city. Row upon row of houses, streets aglow with bright lights, throngs of people bustling endlessly, and an array of dazzling cuisines. Shen Xiuyan's eyes fixated on the roadside vendors' sugar-roasted chestnuts, making him involuntarily salivate. They smelled so good, wouldn't it be wonderful to have just a taste? Zhu Xingyao asked gently, does master wish to eat some? Shen Xiuyan coldly responded, no. Yet his gaze remained glued to the sugar-roasted chestnuts. How could a venerable immortal possibly show such greed for chestnuts? Sigh. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao curled the corners of his lips, then stepped towards the vendor and bought a large bag. Finding a tea house nearby, he sat there diligently peeling chestnuts for his master. Shen Xiuyun was startled. A demon lord himself was peeling chestnut shells. What a scene! The warm yellow candlelight from the tea house bathed Zhu Xingyao in a gentle glow, making his features even softer, and even the startling mark of fallen demon on his brow seemed less glaring. For a moment, Shen Xiuyun became transfixed. Zhu Xingyao carefully placed a handful of peeled chestnuts in a paper bag, then using magic sent them to Shen Xiuyun's hands. He said, "If master wishes for anything, please feel free to tell me." Supporting the bag of still warm roasted chestnuts, Shen Xiuyun froze momentarily. Even though the chestnuts weren't scalding, it felt like his heart was slightly burned, tingling with a strange bitterness. Suddenly, a vague image flashed through his mind, a tall figure in white robes, leading a child who barely reached his waist, tapping the boy's head gently and leaning down to speak warmly. "Io, if you want anything, feel free to ask me." Ouch! Shen Xiuyun abruptly felt a headache. Could these be the memories of the original owner? Chapter 14, The Master is Truly Ill. Fortunately, this sensation only lasted a brief moment, and Zhu Xingyao, engrossed in peeling chestnuts, didn't notice. However, why hadn't he received any memories of the original owner when he first arrived here? And recently, why were fragments of memories resurfacing? Like how the teleportation array functioned last time, or this memory of the teacher-student relationship now. Could receiving memories also suffer from network delays? Do they not suit your taste? Zhu Xingyao's questioning voice echoed. Huh. Shen Xiuyun instinctively took a bite of the sugar-roasted chestnut in his hand. It was indeed sweet and soft. No, it's quite good. Zhu Xingyao packed away the remaining chestnuts, saying, "Though their skills may lag behind mine, once we return, I will personally make some for master." Shen Xiuyun replied, "It's unnecessary to bother." Honestly, he didn't quite understand people like Zhu Xingyao who revolve their entire lives around someone. Just how much affection would be needed to do everything for that person? Besides, focusing solely on one person all the time, wouldn't it become boring? Even if the master had a stunning appearance. After this trip to the human world, although Shen Xiuyun couldn't move around freely, it was still overall pleasant. But once back, the wretched fish-tail scales pose cost him quite a lot of energy. It truly was strenuous up there. Worse, due to the sickly buff he carried, he lost strength pretty soon. This act he originally intended as mere theater proved unexpectedly exhausting. As it turned out, the system informed him that Zhu Xingyao had once doubted whether practicing dual cultivation could repair the spiritual roots within his body. This left Shen Xiuyun in a cold sweat, leaving him no choice but to keep on with it. Even when he was unaware, it felt like being squeezed worse than 996 work hours. Imagine how it would feel if he knew. "Let me go. I'm truly tired. Can we practice another day?" Shen Xiuyun's eyes were clouded as he leaned on Zhu Xingyao's shoulder, disoriented by the rough and tumble of their movements. His voice came brokenly. Zhu Xingyao refused to let him off, gripping Shen Xiuyun's wrist tightly. "No. Finish today's tasks today, this is what master taught me long ago." "You are really capable." "Am I not capable, master? Don't you know best?" Shen Xiuyun glared at Zhu Xingyao with passion-filled phoenix eyes, then bent down and bit hard on Zhu Xingyao's shoulder viciously. It was a forceful bite, venting the frustration accumulated from recent days. Soon, Shen Xiuyun tasted a mix of metallic tanginess and sweetness between his lips. Yet, for all this pain, Zhu Xingyao didn't even flinch. Instead, he laughed with excitement. He gently stroked Shen Xiuyun's ink-black hair dampened with sweat and murmured lovingly, "Master hasn't bitten hard enough. This mark will be gone by tomorrow." Shen Xiuyun. F***ck, what a freak. Perhaps stimulated by the bite, Shen Xiuyun soon lost even the energy to curse him mentally inside. In the end, he wasn't sure exactly when everything ended. The fatigue from the illness buff piled upon exhaustion, leading Shen Xiuyun to develop a high fever during the night. He was burning hot, muddled and disoriented. At this point, Zhu Xingyao genuinely regretted his actions. He shouted using mental transmission to the demon cultivator waiting outside the door, "Go fetch Yi Qing to my presence." Yi Qing had been lounging around in his abode. He was abruptly woken up at midnight, rushing anxiously upon hearing his name called. The great guardian of the demon clan was drenched in sweat. He'd already heard that the immortal master had fallen ill and developed a fever. Definitely because the demon lord demanded too much, exhausting the frail frame of the revered master. He'd warned the demon lord many times before, "Restrain yourself. Restrain yourself." He was so exhausted from saying those words repeatedly. And this time, it was clear there was no way he should retreat simply to avoid a beating anymore. After checking Shen Xiuyun's pulse, Yi Qing gathered his courage and said, "My lord, please forgive me for speaking boldly, but you should treat our venerable master with more care. His body can't endure your daily exertions." Zhu Xingyao glanced at Yi Qing with a chilly counter-question, "Are you implying that this is my fault?" Not long ago, master was getting increasingly better, but then suddenly worsened again. Clearly, master had done something wrong himself. He initially planned to test whether things were just appearing to be normal on the surface, but didn't expect this outcome. Yi Qing mysteriously sensed a chill down his spine. If my lord insists on following his desires, the revered master may not have many more days. He stole a glance at Zhu Xingyao's face, noting clearly it had shifted into an angry expression, ready to cut him down, so he wisely chose to stop speaking. As a qualified guardian, one doesn't tell the demon lord about what meat he cannot eat, rather, one should devise ways for him not only to eat the meat, but also to thoroughly enjoy it. Thinking desperately, Yi Qing suggested, "Lord, actually there is still something that can be done. Though the blood bodhi does not exist anymore, the Jinli fruit on Mount Yunwu is nearing ripeness and might help alleviate the respected master's condition. But its effect would only last for a while. After all, damaged spirit roots weren't easy to repair." Seeing Zhu Xingyao's expression soften slightly, Yi Qing knew he'd said the right thing. The heat-related ailment, after taking some medicinal pills, will quickly subside. Zhu Xingyao indifferently stated, "Understood. You may leave now." Like someone granted unexpected grace, Yi Qing hastily departed. Lying next to Shinshouyan, Zhu Xingyao gazed unblinkingly at the breathtaking sleeping face of his master. Recently, he always harbored a strong feeling of loss. Everything seemed too smooth. So much so that, even though master was right beside him, touchable at any moment, he always felt like losing him at any second. "Master, please don't leave me again. Stay by my side forever, alright? If you run away again, I might lose control." 3 days later, Zhu Xingyao returned wounded from outside, offering Shinshouyan a golden fruit about the size of a regular peach. The fruit was surrounded by abundant vital energy, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Shinshouyan refused to take it and glared, demanding, "What have you done to get yourself into such a state?" Judging by the book's progress, currently no one should be able to harm Zhu Xingyao at this stage. Yet the bloodstains all over him, and the ghastly wound on his chest showing exposed bones, all indicated that Zhu Xingyao had just undergone an extremely fierce battle. Zhu Xingyao said indifferently, I had a fight with a few unreasonable ancient vicious beasts on Yunwu Mountain." Shinshouyan really wanted to open Zhu Xingyao's head and see if it was all mush inside. "Are you crazy? Why did you go looking for a fight with ancient vicious beasts?" Zhu Xingyao licked his dry and cracked lips and said, "I had no choice. They had something the disciple wanted, but they wouldn't give it up, so I had to find another way to make them hand it over." "They handed it over, and then what? You didn't get any advantage either." Shinshouyan pressed him down on the bed, taking out some healing pills from Zhu Xingyao's Jinkuan bag. It was only after being in there once that Shinshouyan found out about this intimate magical instrument which Zhu Xingyao actually had access to. Just as Shinshouyan was going to take off Zhu Xingyao's clothes to examine his injuries, Zhu Xingyao grabbed his wrist. His purple eyes fixed unwaveringly on Shinshouyan, hopefully asking, "Is master worried about the disciple?" "No." "Then why doesn't master say that while looking at the disciple?" Shinshouyan snorted and proved through his actions that he wasn't heartbroken at all. He tore off Zhu Xingyao's bloody red robes. "Ah. It hurts, master, be gentle." This suggestive tone made Shinshouyan's face turn red, and he gave Zhu Xingyao an icy glare. "Shut up, don't shout." Zhu Xingyao blinked innocently and said, "But the disciple can't help it, it really hurts." Oomph. Shinshouyan brought together his index and middle fingers of his left hand and tapped it on one side of Zhu Xingyao's neck. Mute spell. The world became quiet. After treating Zhu Xingyao's wounds, Shinshouyan was forcibly hugged to sleep together. Zhu Xingyao had lost too much blood and was indeed exhausted. He fell into a deep sleep, with his curled eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his eyelids. Even a ruthless killer like Zhu Xingyao had moments of quiet docility. But Shinshouyan, staring at this face, couldn't fall asleep. Especially after knowing that the golden fruit was specially obtained by Zhu Xingyao for him. Shinshouyan knew he could not stay any longer. He felt himself being slowly devoured by Zhu Xingyao's deeds. He began to waver. But the irony was, he wasn't the real master. In his mind, he asked the system, "How much longer until male lead number 2 comes with people?" System, 3 days later. However, there is still a minor plot to get through. 3 days later will be Zhu Xingyao's birthday. In the original novel, on that day, he forced the master to cook him a meal, not realizing that the master had put drugs in the food, making him unconscious for a period of time. Otherwise, male lead number 2 would never have had the chance to take the master away. Shinshouyan, "Alright, I understand. I'll cook for him." It will be the last thing he could do before departure. Chapter 15 Cooperation with the Master. Time flew by in 3 days. Zhu Xingyao's recovery ability was extremely strong, and he was almost able to jump around again the second day after returning. He stared at Shinshouyan and insisted that Shinshouyan ate the golden glass fruit. However, under the influence of the frailty buff, the effect of this spirit fruit was not very noticeable. But thanks to Zhu Xingyao believing it was due to the master's naturally poor constitution, he did not care too much. "Your master remembers that today is your birthday." Holding the teacup and sipping tea, Shinshouyan casually mentioned it. Zhu Xingyao looked surprised toward Shinshouyan. "Master actually remembered?" Shinshouyan continued, "Of course. And as a reward for finding the golden glass fruit for the master a few days ago, the master can cook you a bowl of longevity noodles. Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes revealed unrestrained excitement. Is this true? Shen Xiuyun nodded, yes. Embarrassingly speaking, Shen Xiuyun had rarely cooked in modern times, and his only specialty was instant noodles. Now he had to prepare a longevity noodle dish, which was really hard for him. Ordinarily, he would see Zhu Xingyao move around the kitchen with ease. But now it was his turn, and he finally understood what it meant to be completely flustered. Fortunately, this was a cultivation novel, and fire charms could be conjured, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to light the fire. After a difficult ordeal, Shen Xiuyun eventually managed to make a decent-looking longevity noodle, clearly defined noodles, and eggs without being overcooked. Before this bowl of noodles came out of the pot, he had already poured drug powder capable of knocking Zhu Xingyao unconscious inside. As for where the drug came from, there were plenty of them in Zhu Xingyao's Qinkuan bag. While giving Zhu Xingyao his medicine, Shen Xiuyun silently took some aside quietly, and now they were perfectly timed to use. Shen Xiuyun placed the noodles in front of Zhu Xingyao, casually wiping the thin sweat off his face, hiding the tightly clenched hands under his sleeves. Alright, try it and tell me how it tastes. Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but chuckle, Master. What are you laughing at? Zhu Xingyao lightly coughed, his eyes filled with amusement. Nothing. He just recalled how his master was exactly the same as years ago, unchanged. Preparing a meal could result in such a disheveled appearance. His master's achievements in swordsmanship were divine, unmatched by anyone, yet when it came to life skills, they compared to a high-born lady who had never touched water. The food made could truly make someone faint and come back to life again. Back then, during the days when he was critically injured and picked up by his master, he helplessly ate quite a lot of meals prepared by his master. So later on, once he could move, he firmly decided to cook himself, eventually mastering excellent culinary skills over time. Zhu Xingyao carefully wiped Shen Xiuyun's face, which was smudged like a kitten's. Shen Xiuyun finally realized what was happening, instantly blushing furiously, and gave Zhu Xingyao a sharp glare with his phoenix-like eyes. Not only did Zhu Xingyao not get angry, he laughed instead. The master looked adorable when upset. He wanted to kiss him. Zhu Xingyao lifted the noodles with his chopsticks, bringing them to his lips, sniffing gently. Then he suddenly paused. A flash of cold light flickered in his eyes, disappearing quickly. Is something wrong? Is it terrible? Shen Xiuyun tensely watched this scene, his heart jumping to his throat. Had he detected some problem? But in the original story, it said that he didn't notice, or else how would he have eaten it? And Zhu Xingyao wasn't stupid, he wouldn't knowingly eat if there was an issue. Zhu Xingyao slightly smiled, returning the chopsticks back into the bowl before looking up. How could it be? Anything master makes must be the best. Under the table, Shen Xiuyun's fingers anxiously fidgeted, palms continuously sweating. Is that so? Why don't you take a taste? I don't usually cook much, so my dishes might not taste good. If you don't like them. Zhu Xingyao spoke clearly, I like them. I like anything master makes. With his bright eyes, he genuinely looked at Shen Xiuyun. If master could often cook for me in the future, I'd like it even more. Shen Xiuyun gave a forced smile. We'll see about that later. Let the author give you some bonus perks in the future, personally coming here is enough. Zhu Xingyao slightly bowed his head, disappointed. Under Shen Xiuyun's gaze, he finished the whole bowl of noodles. Shen Xiuyun's mindset shifted from apprehension about being caught to inwardly shouting, why hasn't the drug taken effect yet? Had he gotten fake medicine? Or was Zhu Xingyao's body too strong, immune to all poisons? However, under master's intense expectation, Zhu Xingyao cooperated well, falling down with a boom beside the table. Shen Xiuyun exhaled deeply, finally. If he hadn't passed out, Shen Xiuyun wouldn't have known how to continue acting. Because male lead number 2 was about to barge in soon. Shen Xiuyun slid his arms under Zhu Xingyao's armpits, hoisting him up laboriously and throwing him onto the bed. You look skinny, but why are you as heavy as a rock? You're killing me. As soon as these words left his mouth, outside came thunderous sounds, and the ground beneath them buzzed. Outside seemed to already be in utter chaos. Shen Xiuyun heard a demon cultivator shouting. Fake righteous cultivation dogs actually sneaked up on us. Kill them. All or nothing. Shen Xiuyun. It seems Long Yini brought many followers along. After all, being the young lord of the dragon clan, calling hundreds to respond was expected. At that moment, a loud dragon roar approached from afar, carrying an irresistible momentum. The sound was immense, causing Shen Xiuyun to instinctively cover his ears. Before long, a black dragon appeared coiled in the sky outside the window. The black dragon's physique was agile, its scale armor shining brilliantly, and its claws imposingly magnificent. Its eyes were tightly locked on Shen Xiuyun trapped inside the house. The black dragon circled around the protective barrier, choosing a spot where its sharp claws slammed down heavily, the barrier immediately making crack 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 sounds. With every powerful attack, cracks spread like a spider web rapidly covering the entire barrier until it finally collapsed into countless fragments. Master! The black dragon transformed into human form, a young man, dressed in dark robes, wearing a black jade crown, with black eyes as deep as onyx stones, radiating an unfathomable glow. His strikingly handsome side flashed with mesmerizing brilliance. Jumping in through the window, his arms stretched out wide, hugging Shinshioyun fiercely the moment he entered. "Master, I have finally found you. Have you been well recently? Did he do anything to you?" Breathing in the familiar scent of his master, Long Yini felt inexplicably nostalgic. But soon he noticed that the master's chi was mixed with an unpleasant smell, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the soul lock chain around Shinshioyun's ankle. "Master, what is this?" The young man's eyes flashed with anger as he saw the black soul lock chain on Shinshioyun's porcelain white wrist, which seemed so glaringly obvious. Shinshioyun said, "A soul lock chain." The young man's eyes almost shot flames. He raised his sword and wanted to stab Zhu Xingyao lying on the bed a few times. "He dared treat you like this. I'll clean up the mess for you right now." How could that beast treat master like this? It was all his fault for being late again. But fortunately, things hadn't gone beyond the point of no return yet. This time, he would surely rescue his master. After returning to the Dragon Clan, he would ask his father to immediately propose the bonding ritual with master, and they would never part again. Shinshioyun stopped Long Yuni, wanting only to escape. This matter needs careful consideration. This is his territory. Staying too long might cause unforeseen changes. Zhu Xingyao was semi-demonic, with extremely powerful bloodlines from the demonic side, not something ordinary methods could kill. And he had the male lead's invincibility aura. Shinshioyun was now very worried that Zhu Xingyao's robust physique might shorten the effects of the drug. What if he suddenly woke up? The disciple will follow master's orders. Long Yuni outwardly agreed but secretly clenched his fists. His true intention was the same: take the master away. The sooner the bonding ritual happened, the better. Zhu Xingyao, that demon head, could be killed later. Long Yuni placed his hand on the soul lock chain, channeling his internal energy. Soon ice crystals appeared on the surface of the soul lock chain, spreading cold air. Moments later, Long Yuni tightly closed his fingers, and the soul lock chain, snapped. The ankle bell was also disposed of using the same method. This soul lock chain made from deep-sea mystic iron may indeed be solid, but it can't withstand the intense cold and break. As the best talented variant ice root of the Dragon Clan in centuries, praised personally by his master even before he hatched, breaking such chains was no difficult task. "Young lord. There are more and more people from the Demon Clan. We won't last much longer." Out the window, a dragon disciple looking utterly disheveled shouted toward Long Yuni. Long Yuni twirled the black gold bracelet on his hand. "Tell them they can retreat." Turning back, he said to Shinshioyun, "Master, let's go." Shinshioyun cast a final deep look at Zhu Xingyao sleeping soundly on the bed. For some reason, as they were about to part ways, an unexplained feeling of heartache arose within him. Was it reluctance? How could that be? Shinshioyun smirked slightly as he lowered his head and swept onto Long Yuni's back, who had already transformed into his original form. Coldly, "Let's go." The demon cultivators still locked in fierce battle below naturally saw the dragon and its rider. When they realized who was atop the dragon, Yi Qing's face changed drastically, and he urgently sent telepathic messages to Zhu Xingyao, who was still missing. "Bad news, Lord. Immortal Senior left with your junior brother." Chapter 16, Master, you always make me angry. Shinshioyun felt somewhat uncomfortable. No, rather quite uncomfortable. He was feeling a little seasick. Right now his legs went weak, his stomach churned wildly, and he was close to vomiting. Riding a dragon should have been an extremely cool and stylish experience, but first, it shouldn't be as thrilling as a roller coaster ride. Long Yuni seemed to sense this. He glanced around and suggested, "Master, shall I take you on my sword instead?" Shinshioyun agreed. Long Yuni rejoiced greatly. Suppressing the excitement-induced clumsiness, he became even more bold, saying, "Master, if you're unwell, you can lean slightly on my shoulder." Shinshioyun frowned slightly. "I'm not that frail." He at least had some spiritual power backing him now, and he wasn't as frail as he used to be, falling at every breeze. Long Yuni felt disappointed and respectfully said, "It's my fault for overthinking." Master's stubborn nature remained unchanged. Even after lingering years on the sickbed due to damaged spirit roots, he rarely bowed down. This suggestion was indeed inappropriate. "It's fine." Long Yuni skillfully manipulated the Long Yuan sword flying rapidly toward the Eastern Sea territory, while simultaneously creating a circle with the sword as the diameter, forming a two-person spiritual force shield to block the incoming strong winds. Precisely because of this protective bubble, the faint whiff of Zhu Xingyao clinging to Shinshioyun couldn't help but unsettle Long Yuni's mind deeply. Unable to resist any longer, Long Yuni blurted out, "Master, since there's that fellow's residual trace on you, should we eliminate it now? Otherwise, he might quickly chase us down following the trail." Shinshioyun raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a way?" From what he had gathered so far from the system about this world, only by soaking in the purifying pool of Shantian's sect for 10 days could Shinshioyun completely rid himself of Zhu Xingyao's influence. In a place Shen Xiuyun couldn't see, Long Yuni anxiously pressed his lips together and said, "All I need is your permission to mark you, and I can directly erase his scent." Shen Xiuyun. Not understanding, he asked the system, "What does marking mean?" Since he usually didn't read many novels with dual male protagonists, some specialized terms weren't familiar to him. The system, "It means letting a demon bite you, then you will be imbued with that demon's aura. Marking signifies exclusivity and is something demons do only for their beloveds. The pressure emitted by the mark of a powerful high demon could make you untouchable in the demon world." Host, you should agree. Shen Xiuyun, why? First, he was afraid of pain, and second, he instinctively felt that agreeing would lead to undesirable consequences, a man's intuition. The system earnestly persuaded him, because it affects the progression of future events. Moreover, this mark can temporarily make you invisible under Zhu Xingyao's watchful eyes, aiding your escape. After successfully fleeing, you will detach from this body, leaving everything unrelated to you. The story's plot will naturally be taken over by an appropriate substitute character. The system wasn't wrong, nothing compared to the allure of going home. Being a straight man, every day he was forcibly subjected to all sorts of things, and he worried that once he went back, he wouldn't be able to reverse the effects. So, isn't it worth a try for the sake of going home? Shen Xiuyun mentally asked, "System, how much time is left?" System, 40 minutes, soon. Shen Xiuyun made his decision. Long Yuni, seeing Shen Xiuyun take so long to respond, anxiously asked again, "Master. Is it okay?" This time, Shen Xiuyun almost immediately gave an affirmative reply, "Yes." He could only hope that this would truly end everything. Otherwise. Long Yuni paused, surprised that Shen Xiuyun had actually agreed. Could it be that Master's feelings were the same as his own? Just constrained by propriety between teacher and disciple, unable to be expressed. Great. Absolutely great. Why must your words always infuriate me so much, Master? F*******. Shen Xiuyun was scared stiff upon hearing this voice, almost falling off the long yuan sword. Zhu Xingyao. How did he arrive so suddenly without the system even giving a warning? With great effort, Shen Xiuyun lifted his head, only to see Zhu Xingyao standing mid-air, his magical sword crackling with purple demonic energy, ready to burst out at any moment. His red cloak billowed wildly, though there was no wind. The cold, surging demonic energy filled his violet eyes as they icily focused on Shen Xiuyun, devoid of any warmth. You came, too quickly. Shen Xiuyun swallowed hard, thinking today might well spell certain doom for him. Zhu Xingyao spat out two icy words at Shen Xiuyun, cold as if dipped in ice water, "Come here." Shen Xiuyun shook his head violently like a tambourine, seeking refuge slightly behind Long Yuni. The sight of Zhu Xingyao now was too terrifying. Without hesitation, Long Yuni raised his arm and firmly shielded his master, acting like a mother hen protecting her chick. Zhu Xingyao, witnessing the affectionate interaction between his master and junior disciple, wanted nothing more than to shred Long Yuni into pieces with a mere glance. His master feared him. No matter how good he had been, it still couldn't compare to the favoritism shown toward the youngest disciple he had later recruited. One was the model of righteousness, the other, the dregs of the dark path. Who wouldn't choose the former? Master, don't let me repeat myself 3 times, or you'll be crying for mercy. Zhu Xingyao intoned each word deliberately. Once I catch both of you, I will punish you in front of him until you admit your mistakes, until you beg for forgiveness. Let your junior disciple witness exactly how our revered, transcendentally pure master imparts teachings to disciples, so he knows master doesn't treat everyone as graciously as the eldest disciple. Shen Xiuyun trembled, his face paling, clenching his fists unconsciously. The original story indeed contained such a scene where Zhu Xingyao, maddened by demonic energy after his master escaped with the youngest disciple, lost his mind in the Devil Emperor Hall, which was formed from the bones of enormous beast demons. There, in front of Long Yuni. Forcing his younger disciple to witness it firsthand, this was Zhu Xingyao's way of satisfying his desires to humiliate his rival and possess his master. In short, Zhu Xingyao became increasingly unreasonable in the latter part of the original story, eventually driving their master to death. Filthy language, disgusting. Long Yuni angrily rebuked, I originally intended to keep you around for a while longer, but since you've arrived voluntarily, elders, act now. As his words faded, 7 or 8 black-robed figures suddenly appeared in mid-air, surrounding Zhu Xingyao. They summoned their innate magical artifacts, each forming a corner of an impregnable demon subduing heavenly gong array. Zhu Xingyao didn't move, seemingly truly trapped. Shen Xiuyun let out a slight sigh of relief and inquired from the system, learning there were 35 minutes left. Master, it takes 9 people to form the demon subduing heavenly gong array, so your disciple must stay behind to help complete it. Master can return to the clan ahead of time and wait for good news. Long Yuni retrieved a sword from his bag of holding and handed it to Shen Xiuyun, signaling that he should leave first using the sword. The moment he had removed the soul lock chain, he had also shed his weakness buff. With his current gold core cultivation level, flying on the sword was no problem. You. Shen Xiuyun hesitated briefly as he looked at Long Yuni, finally forcing himself to take the sword harshly, be careful. Things had reached this point, hesitation would only waste Long Yuni's sacrifice. There were 33 minutes left, and he had to succeed in his escape. Master, don't worry, your disciple understands. And Zhu Xingyao, trapped inside the demon-subduing heavenly gong array, merely turned his head with an evil smile toward Shen Xiuyun. Master, allow me to remind you, if you dare to flee, everyone here will die today. Chapter 17, Master is captured again. As Shen Xiuyun fled through the forest, he cursed the system mentally, you scammer. Why didn't you warn me Zhu Xingyao was catching up? The system pitifully replied, Host, it's not that I didn't want to warn you, but it happened too quickly. The male protagonist's abilities are just too absurd, he was in the demon realm 3 minutes ago. Last time when he caught you, he didn't even use his full strength. I miscalculated. The task given by headquarters for your escape is nearly impossible to complete here. Host, I'm sorry. Shen Xiuyun, I'm really going to thank you. Mid-stage Golden Dan, is this all of the master's recovered power? It's far inferior to what it used to be. The incessant voice trailed after him like an indomitable shadow, causing Shen Xiuyun to almost lose his soul in terror as he continued running for dear life. Younger disciple thought, over the past days, whether our feelings were real or fake, you shouldn't have agreed to his suggestion. But I never expected. Judging by the sound of the voice, it had grown closer, leaving Shen Xiuyun teary-eyed and crying inwardly, who the heck will save me? How could you dare to agree with his proposal? Does the master even understand what it means? I might know, but I can't do anything about it. I'm desperate too. Then, Shen Xiuyun's body suddenly lifted off the ground, flying backward into someone's hands who forcefully threw him against a tree, much like the first time he had been caught during his escape attempt. The difference was that this time, Zhu Xingyao wasn't playing around anymore, he truly used a lot of force. Shen Xiuyun felt his breathing constricted as though his throat might shatter. He beat his hand against Zhu Xingyao's steel-hard arms, let go. Let go. Zhu Xingyao immediately released his grip on Shen Xiuyun's neck, replacing it with another kind of restraint. He locked Shen Xiuyun's flailing hands together, pinning them against the tree trunk. His tone sounded dangerous. I've given Master many chances, yet each time, you trample on my trust. It pains me greatly. I dislike Master fleeing, but I can't resist watching you run and fight desperately, only to fall back into my grasp. Watching Master look angrily at me is truly beautiful. Shen Xiuyun, having exhausted almost all his spiritual energy while escaping, could now only scold him verbally, you're insane. Yes, your disciple has been ill for a long time, hasn't Master known this all along? Shen Xiuyun gasped in pain, tears involuntarily streaming down his face, ugh. Are you a dog? Zhu Xingyao sensed the wetness on his face and raised his gaze to look at Shen Xiuyun, so easily moved to tears. Master is really delicate. This is nothing yet. Master. Master, are you here? Long Yuni sniffed around, following the scent trail. Strange, this is definitely the right direction, why doesn't Master answer me? Everything had happened too fast before, and he didn't understand why Master suddenly abandoned him and ran. It seemed Master was very afraid of Zhu Xingyao. It must have been because of the bullying endured these past 6 months. Damn, one day he would surely decapitate Zhu Xingyao under his blade and avenge his master. The scent grew stronger ahead, making Long Yuni gleefully peer forward. Moss. The respectful address was choked back abruptly. The fragmented light in the mountain forest filtered through the branches and leaves. Even though Long Yuni could only see a corner of the robe, he immediately recognized the person partially obscured by the red-clad youth as his own master, Shen Xiuyun, who was always elegant and without blemish. This. Zhu Xingyao, what are you doing to Master? Get off him right now. This sudden shout successfully brought Shen Xiuyun back to reality from the days of the kiss. Caught in the act by his young disciple, Shen Xiuyun felt utterly humiliated and instinctively tried to push Zhu Xingyao away. But instead, Zhu Xingyao cast a binding spell on him. He said, since Master likes the younger disciple so much, how about I make him disappear? Then your eyes will be set solely on me, won't they? Shen Xiuyun hurriedly said, no, don't do that. I don't like him. He almost lost his mind, why did it have to end up like this again? Did psychopaths always solve their problems by eliminating people they didn't like, without considering other ways? Master is lying, Zhu Xingyao's voice was cold and harsh. His icy forefinger traced down Shen Xiuyun's flushed cheek and stopped at his neck. If you didn't like him, why choose him over someone from the Shantian sect? If you didn't like him, why agree to the younger disciple's request? Master, if you're going to deceive me, come up with a better excuse. Speechless, Shen Xiuyun defended himself, I really didn't. His incomplete statement was interrupted by an enraged Long Yuni. Zhu Xingyao, you disrespectful and ungrateful bastard. Must I say it again? Take your dirty hands off our master. Long Yuni's eyes blazed with anger as he lifted his sword and charged forward. Zhu Xingyao turned around, gave a cold snort, and casually created a barrier while summoning a demonic sword. He cut off a piece of his red cloak, letting it fall on Shen Xiuyun's pink face before confronting Long Yuni. Let's see if your mouth is as good as your strength suggests. Don't plead for mercy when I rip your tendons out later. Long Yuni, how conceited you've become. One black figure and one red clashed violently in midair. They moved so fast that Shen Xiuyun could only catch glimpses of afterimages. The sharp sounds of swords clashing rang rapidly in the air, each clash sending jolts of fear through Shen Xiuyun's heart. As Shen Xiuyun had anticipated, no matter that Long Yuni had attained an early-stage heaven tribulation cultivation base, he stood no chance against the protagonist, who was now possessed by evil forces. Puff. Within moments, Long Yuni plummeted to the ground, like a kite whose string had been severed. Cough, cough. Gripping his sword tightly, Long Yuni struggled to get up but couldn't manage it. His effort only caused more blood to flow down his arm, staining the pristine white Long Yuan sword red. Zhu Xingyao dragged his demonically energetic sword closer step by step, stopping just a meter away from Long Yuni. With a gaze fit for viewing corpses, he asked coldly, "Younger disciple, any last words?" Long Yuni spat out, "You wretch, you should have been executed back then in the Xiantian sect." "You." Puff. An invisible force flung Long Yuni once again, causing him to cough out another mouthful of blood, turning his complexion ghastly pale. Shen Xiuyun had broken free from the binding spell and was pounding frantically against the barrier walls inside the boundary circle, trying to bring some sanity back into Zhu Xingyao. "Zhu Xingyao. Calm down, stop it. No more fighting." Lying prone on the ground, Long Yuni forced himself to look toward Shen Xiuyun trapped inside the boundary circle, declaring firmly, "Master, I'm not afraid to die. If he dares to kill me today, my entire dragon clan will certainly seek revenge against him until death." Shen Xiuyun yelled at him, "Be quiet. What a stubborn idiot, wasn't he dying quickly enough already? Why was he so inflexible? Didn't he know the wisdom of leaving a green hill ensures firewood for future?" "Xingyao, no, Yao." Shen Xiuyun softened his tone as much as possible, lowering his dignity further. "Your teacher will go with you, and I'll do whatever you say from now on. I won't run away this time. Please, don't kill him, don't hurt anyone else, okay?" Zhu Xingyao remained silent, still facing away. His lonely figure stood desolate, resembling a dead tree in autumn. His hand gripping the demonic sword trembled slightly, the knuckles clutching the handle whitened due to excessive force. After a long pause, he finally regained his voice, speaking hoarsely, "Is Master begging your disciple?" Shen Xiuyun was startled momentarily before solemnly answering, "Yes, I'm begging you." Zhu Xingyao suddenly laughed, a sorrowful and empty laughter. Tears welled up in his eyes, flowing freely down his cheeks before being casually wiped away. He turned around, dissipated the boundary circle trapping Shen Xiuyun, and used his spiritual power to suck Shen over. Holding him tightly in his arms, he cradled Shen Xiuyun's head with his left hand, his peach blossom eyes staring at Shen's face. He leaned down and said in a hoarse voice, "Then Master, give me a kiss." Chapter 18, Master, why are you running so fast? Of course, Shen Xiuyun would not heed any threats and immediately flew off with his sword. Why should he wait if it was the right moment to escape? After losing sight of Shen Xiuyun's back, Long Yuni erased the smile from his face and grew solemn. His demeanor was stern as his hands flipped through seals, sacrificing the Long Yuan sword into the formation. What was initially faintly shimmering golden light burst forth in brilliance, complex incantations emerging mid-air, the heavenly restraint formation for subduing demons had been formed. Zhu Xingyao glanced coldly at this formation cage conjured by these old men to trap him, sneering disdainfully, "Naive." Shen Xiuyun, on the other hand, was controlling his flying sword high above, cursing silently inside, "Old Six, you betrayer. How could you not warn me?" Zhu Xingyao was catching up. The system responded pitifully, "Master, it's not that I didn't warn you. There simply wasn't enough time. Last time when he caught you, it was like a game, without using his full strength. If secondary male lead cannot even by half an hour's delay with those Yuaning cultivation-based practitioners this time, then next time, you might need half the cultivators of the cultivation world to slow him." Shen Xiuyun felt nauseated almost unto death. "Half the cultivation world? Aren't you exaggerating? Even if I ask, they probably wouldn't do it for my sake. And also, risking the lives of so many just to escape one person, wasn't something he should toy with either." The system replied truthfully, "They may not do it for your sake, but they must do it for Zhu Xingyao's. In 1 month, he will invite all the cultivators in the realm to come to Huanyu sect to attend your bonding ceremony." Shen Xiuyun, thanks for being blunt. How much time is left? The system excitedly responded, 10 minutes. Go, host. Shen Xiuyun's eyes showed signs of flickering hope after hearing the time from the system. Finally, he could free himself from this predicament and return to normal life. But before he could even start dreaming about how to spend that money, an ominous voice shattered all his hopes and dreams. "Master, is this all of the power you've regained? It pales compared to what it once was." Shen Xiuyun turned around to see Zhu Xingyao looking virtually unscathed, which made his heart leap with fear. Desperately accelerating his sword's speed, the images on his sides blurred, while his inner spiritual energy rapidly diminished. From behind, Zhu Xingyao's teasing voice echoed, "Master, why are you running so fast? Your disciple can hardly keep up with you." Shen Xiuyun cursed inwardly, urging him to shut up and stay away. "Master, don't you think now's a good time to turn around and see your disciple, to embrace and beg for mercy?" Zhu Xingyao's teasing tone almost brushed against Shen Xiuyun's ear, sticky and seductive like a devil tempting sin. Suddenly, Zhu Xingyao stretched out his hand, grabbed Shen Xiuyun's slim waist, pulled backward, locked him in an unshakable grip, whispering huskily, "I've caught you." Shen Xiuyun was instantly gripped by iron-like arms, barely preventing himself from suffocating. His back tightly pressed against hard muscles, causing pain throughout his body. "Let go. Let go. Only 5 more minutes." He was almost back, he only needed a little bit more. "Master, save some energy struggling, or perhaps you'd like to enlighten me later on." Zhu Xingyao carried Shen Xiuyun toward the ground in the mountain forest, possibly planning to stay there for a while. Shen Xiuyun went mad, "I don't want to be with you." If Zhu Xingyao really followed the book's plot, it would scar Shen Xiuyun psychologically for life. Regretfully, Zhu Xingyao said, "Then who do you wish to follow?" "The younger disciple. He has already been broken 3 ribs and had a dragon tendon extracted by your disciple. Now, still unconscious, soon he won't be able to listen to your teachings." Shen Xiuyun's heart skipped several beats at this description. "What have you done to him?" "He's not dead." Zhu Xingyao tossed Shen Xiuyun onto his shoulder, single-handedly holding his leg bend, fixing him securely. On the empty space beside them, Zhu directly carved open a crack with his demonic sword and stepped through, dragging Shen Xiuyun along. Being carried thus, Shen Xiuyun was uncomfortable and also afraid of accidentally falling from Zhu Xingyao's shoulder, smashing his head open. Through the dark rift, it took them only several breaths before they emerged under bright light again, finding themselves in the demon realm. Many demonic cultivators lay prostrate on the ground, welcoming their returning demon lord respectfully. "Since we're already in the demon realm, let me down." Shen Xiuyun was infuriated by the fact that he was currently being carried like a sandbag for everyone to see, and wanted to evaporate on the spot. Zhu Xingyao didn't stop his steps. He lightly slapped Shen Xiuyun's behind and whispered a low warning, "Don't move around." Shen Xiuyun was already a ball of fire, and such a touch would only make it harder for his master to extinguish the flames. After being slapped, Shen Xiuyun immediately calmed down, biting his lower lip tightly and blushing so deeply it looked as though water might drip off his face. They did not return to the quiet chamber, instead, Zhu Xingyao took him to the Hall of Heavenly Demons. It was the place where the demon lord occasionally summoned subordinates for discussions, peaceful and spacious. As soon as Shen Xiuyun saw the throne carved from demon bones, his entire body started resisting instinctively, as if hundreds of alarms had gone off in his mind. SSSSS. Shen Xiuyun gasped sharply, the rigid demon bones pressing into his back. Without caring about the pain, he gathered his energy and jumped directly off the bone chair. He could be anywhere, just not there. However, his thoughts seemed transparent to Zhu Xingyao. Before his feet touched the ground, Shen Xiuyun was grabbed and pushed back down. Zhu Xingyao used an array to limit his movements, making him unable to move. "Master is truly disobedient, you shall be punished." Next came Zhu Xingyao's fiery kiss, passionate like sudden wind and rain, leaving Shen Xiuyun almost breathless, with a lack of oxygen in his brain, dizzily forcing him into a helpless state. After a long while, Zhu Xingyao released Shen Xiuyun who was already dizzy. Using his thumb, he wiped the red lip mark away. Unknowingly, he got his finger bitten by Shen Xiuyun, whose eyes were glaring at him with an intensity that seemed like they could poke holes through him. Extremely fierce. And pitiful beyond measure. Zhu Xingyao was inexplicably pleased, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Isn't master looking at me this way to tempt me?" An angry curse broke out from Shen Xiuyun, "You are insane." Zhu Xingyao slowly said, "I am insane, isn't that something master has known all along?" Involuntarily, a crying tone crept into Shen Xiuyun's voice, "What do you need to do before letting me go?" What karma had he possibly incurred, leading him to come here? Why must the disciple raised by the master pay off this debt? He was truly the greatest aggrieved soul ever. Zhu Xingyao spoke word by word, "We will not stop until death." Shen Xiuyun swore bitterly, "I don't like you, even if you force me, I won't love you." A fleeting flicker of hurt crossed Zhu Xingyao's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. "This doesn't matter, as long as I like you. It doesn't matter if you don't love me, as long as you can forever stay by my side, exclusively belonging to me." Later, Shen Xiuyun's memories became fragmented. All he vaguely remembered was that he cried until no more tears came, hearing Zhu Xingyao's deep, enchanting voice beside his ears. "Will master take a look at me?" Master is crying again, how can the disciple bear it? Can master personally teach the disciple how to practice this secret manual? Why so scared? We won't finish practicing the whole book today. The disciple doesn't want to tire master too much. Don't bite yourself, it's bleeding. I'll feel heartache. Zhu Xingyao's fingers brushed over the bloodied wound on Shen Xiuyun's lips, and the wound disappeared instantly. Crazy person, everything master says is right. The disciple is not only crazy, but also a scoundrel guilty of betraying one's teacher. What should be done since this scoundrel loves you? Master, I love you, really love you so much. Could you like me just a little bit? Chapter 19, You're always like this, no wonder nobody likes you. Zhu Xingyao carried Shen Xiuyun, who had fainted, back to the tranquil chamber and returned shortly after. All those odors within the hall were dissipated by Zhu Xingyao's spiritual power. Night Qing knelt on one knee below. Zhu Xingyao, upon returning, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dirty blood near the principal seat, followed by several more coughs of blood. Feeling somewhat exhausted, he gripped the armrest and slightly lowered his head, with loose black hair covering half his pale face. "Lord, you're injured." Night Qing, kneeling a few steps below, turned pale with shock and urgently asked. "Is it because the spirit energy and demonic energy inside your body are becoming uncontrollable?" To Night Qing's view, the madness level of their current demon lord could, in some sense, match the already defunct demon lord Di Jiang. Both gifted individuals, but Zhu Xingyao was even scarier. Attempting to cultivate both the sword path and the devil path simultaneously, purely based on his half-demon identity, allowing incompatible demonic chi and spiritual energy to coexist in one body. This was no different from retrieving grains from the fire. Although his power would far surpass that of his peers, one small mistake would lead to his own destruction. Back then, the demon lord had relied on this self-created special cultivation method to evade several inspections at Xian Tian sect. If it weren't for being exposed by Long Yini later. Zhu Xingyao sat properly, wiped the blood corner of his lips, and swept away those traces with a flick of his hand, saying indifferently, "It's nothing." He had underestimated that crippled dragon. The subjugation heavenly formation truly was formidable. If there weren't some matters regarding Long Yini he hadn't figured out, today, he wouldn't have left any survivors. After a brief period of rest, Zhu Xingyao finally gained some color back in his pale face. "How's the situation in the demon realm?" Night Qing promptly replied, "The turmoil has been temporarily suppressed. We captured several dragon offspring who didn't manage to escape in time, all of them are imprisoned, awaiting your orders. As for our side of the demon realm, casualties were minimal. Since they've been caught, we need to make good use of them." Lazily leaning back on the main seat, Zhu Xingyao lightly tapped the armrest a few times and said meaningfully. Night Qing paused momentarily, quickly comprehending what this "make good use" meant. Everyone knows that the dragon race is full of treasures, so it means. "I understand, my lord." Zhu Xingyao changed the subject. "Have you recently found out about Zhu Lingyue's whereabouts?" Night Qing hesitated slightly before laughing bitterly. "Not yet. It's been a long while since anyone noticed her. I suspect she may have found someone who can temporarily protect her, allowing her to vanish completely. The master's elder sister is undoubtedly sly as a fox. So many demons searched for more than half a year but failed to catch her. Had she not been on an outside training session when Master massacred the Huanyu sect, these events probably wouldn't have happened. She must be aware that the deed she committed against the Master would, if she fell into his hands, leave her unable to survive or die peacefully, hence her constant concealment. But who could possibly dare hide her? Retreat first, I wish to be alone. I bid my farewell, my lord." When Night Qing left and the heavy chamber doors closed, Zhu Xingyao massaged his temples tiredly in the spacious hall. When Shen Xiuyan woke up, his entire body ached as if every bone was broken, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Gradually, the humiliating memories from last night resurfaced in his mind. Although not entirely as intense as before, it was still quite shocking. With his pent-up energy, Zhu Xingyao forced him to say a lot of blush-inducing sweet nothings, such as liking him, wanting him, never leaving him, doing certain things every day. "It's driving me crazy. Is this really me?" In the past, even when enjoying these kinds of moments, he would never act so. Am I really turning gay? No, absolutely not. What is the master pondering? Zhu Xingyao had returned quietly, sitting by the bedside, delicately brushing the stray strands from Shen Xiuyan's temple. Shen Xiuyan turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. He would never forget what this brat did to him yesterday. If possible, he wished to pierce 3 holes into 6 openings on this young demon, letting the blood flow generously. Unwilling to see me. Zhu Xingyao pinched Shen Xiuyan's chin with his fingers, forcing him to look at him. Shen Xiuyan remained silent, clearly thinking it obvious. Gradually tightening his grip, Zhu Xingyao's tone already carried a hint of anger. "Speak." He detested how Shen Xiuyan ignored everything he said. Furrowing his brows in pain, Shen Xiuyan snapped irritably, "What do you want me to say?" Zhu Xingyao cruelly smiled, "Anything, just don't sit there looking like you've lost something dear. That makes the disciple think that because of Xiao Shidi, you're giving me the cold shoulder. And if I'm unhappy, Xiao Shidi might." Zhu Xingyao cast Shen Xiuyan a knowing glance. Infuriated, Shen Xiuyan stared at him, "You. Utterly unreasonable." Suppressing his anger repeatedly, Shen Xiuyan finally forced out through clenched teeth, "You always act like this, no wonder nobody likes you." Zhu Xingyao loosened his hold, saying, "Indeed, the disciple isn't as likable as Xiao Shidi. The disciple has grown up despised by others, failing to meet master's expectations, naturally." Shen Xiuyan frowned. Why did those words sound so sour? Unable to help himself, he explained, "What does he have to do with it? I've always only seen him as a disciple. Furthermore, due to his injuries at that time and the subsequent frequent seclusion, he barely offered much guidance. The old saying indeed applied, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on oneself. Was such a past, which even normal master-disciple relationships couldn't match, worth Zhu Xingyao being so jealous? What a sick possessiveness. Is that so? But that young man didn't think the same way. Then how does master usually see the disciple? Shen Xiuyan scolded without hesitation, little beast. Not only was Zhu Xingyao not angry, but he even laughed. Good. I am indeed extremely special in master's heart. Shen Xiuyan felt his laugh sounded fake and mysteriously sorrowful, and the inexplicable dull pain in his heart returned again. He began to feel somewhat restless. Don't laugh anymore. It always gave off the feeling that one would end up crying after laughing. Doesn't master like seeing me laugh at you? I don't. At least it wasn't normal, it seemed very villainous. Zhu Xingyao unusually took the advice seriously. Then what does master prefer for the disciple to do? Shen Xiuyan listed point by point, at least be obedient, behave well, don't resort to force, stop threatening me with innocent people's lives, and definitely do not lock me up with chains or cages. Zhu Xingyao endured patiently. If the disciple were to follow all that master said, would master like me? Would you willingly stay with me forever? Shen Xiuyan fell silent. His answer was, no. No one would truly like someone who has forced them. Zhu Xingyao's slightly raised corners of his mouth slowly flattened as the hand resting on his knee gripped tighter. After a long while, he looked at Shen Xiuyan and said, therefore, it cannot be blamed on me for loving you my own way, because no matter what I do, master will never like me. Shen Xiuyan wanted to say something more when the system suddenly reminded him, host, absolutely do not provoke the male lead right now, otherwise he'll make Long Yuni suffer horribly. Zhu Xingyao's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? System, according to the subsequent plot written in the book, the reason the male lead didn't kill Long Yuni wasn't due to respecting master, but because of jealousy. He wanted Long Yuni to live worse than death. You know, Long Yuni originally being a dragon, in the cultivation world, every part of him is treasure. There are plenty of people who get bloodthirsty and crazy over just one drop of dragon blood, a piece of dragon scale, or a fragment of dragon bone. Zhu Xingyao often secretly had his subordinates pull out dragon scales, draw dragon blood, gouge dragon bones from Long Yuni, all of which were cruel punishments. Moreover, dragons have an extraordinary regenerative recovery ability. Plus, Long Yuni's cultivation level was quite high, making him for a very long time a tool used by Zhu Xingyao to expand his power, leaving the dragon race powerless against him. Upon hearing the system's words, Shen Xiuyan's face instantly lost all color. That Long Yuni now. The system did not speak further, implicitly agreeing with what Shen Xiuyan had assumed. Shen Xiuyan's heart completely sank. Master's complexion suddenly looked so bad. Did you use those sorts of techniques on yourself again? Zhu Xingyao pinched Shen Xiuyan's chin, finding it icy to the touch. His brows furrowed slightly in displeasure. Master should better discard these tricks lest you suffer yourself. Shen Xiuyan merely stared at him fearfully, unable to speak. Seeing that Shen Xiuyan's pale complexion hadn't improved, Zhu Xingyao sighed, master really isn't compliant. He squatted down, supporting Shen Xiuyan's back with one hand and looping under his knees with the other, carrying him horizontally. Being lifted abruptly made Shen Xiuyan regain consciousness, and he clutched onto Zhu Xingyao's shoulders tightly out of fear. What are you going to do? Naturally, I'm taking master to bathe. You belong to me, and there can only be my scent all over you. Wherever others have touched, I will wash clean. If it doesn't wash clean, Zhu Xingyao paused momentarily, his tone turning extremely cold, then I will carve it off. Shen Xiuyan instinctively hugged himself tightly. He thought about how, when riding the dragon, he had grabbed Long Yuni's dragon whiskers. Finished. Totally finished. Barbecue, dead. Chapter 20 Master, do you deserve punishment? Splash. The surface of Yushin Pool rippled. Shen Xiuyan, stripped down to his underwear, his hair untied, leaned against the poolside. The warm, steamy mist made his face flush slightly red. Through the thin garment, various marks could be seen. Zhu Xingyao waded toward him, holding a damp cloth pressed gently against his back, actually seriously scrubbing him. Shen Xiuyan started from initial unease to begin enjoying it. Free service, why not enjoy it? But soon, Shen Xiuyan began to sense something wrong. Are you planning to rub off a layer of my skin? Shen Xiuyan turned his head and glared at Zhu Xingyao. The arm he had used to grab the dragon whisker had been scrubbed completely red. This original host's body was originally fair-skinned, any slight pressure could leave marks on it, let alone scrubbing with force. Zhu Xingyao continued wiping, the disciple said it already, I have to wash master thoroughly. Shen Xiuyan winced and tried to pull his hand back, I think you're doing this on purpose. I didn't even smell anything strange. Unwilling to argue too much about this matter, Zhu Xingyao directly cast a spell of immobility on him. Now that Shen Xiuyan was still, Zhu Xingyao could manipulate him freely. After half an hour, Shen Xiuyan was almost rubbed raw. His skin, having been soaked in water for too long, felt numb and slightly wrinkled. That's enough, I'm going to swell up if we continue. I want to go back and sleep. Zhu Xingyao glanced at the master. Master is really becoming more delicate lately, reminding me somewhat of how master used to be. Delicate? Shen Xiuyan was puzzled. This wasn't the first time he'd heard Zhu Xingyao call him delicate. In the book, the master was made of steel, unyielding and unfeeling. How could he ever be delicate? Was Zhu Xingyao sure he hadn't made a mistake? Master, please bear with it a little longer. After we clean that part. For a moment, Shen Xiuyun didn't catch on. Wah. Zhu Xingyao teased with a grin, right here, master. Shen Xiuyun bit his lip, you. Patiently explaining to Shen Xiuyun, Zhu Xingyao said, if it isn't washed properly, master will feel uncomfortable. Having matured into a real master now, Shen Xiuyun understood what he meant immediately. He inwardly cursed Zhu Xingyao a few times as a beast. Seeing Shen Xiuyun trying his best to endure, Zhu Xingyao's gaze grew increasingly deep. In the end, he couldn't resist. Late into the night, Zhu Xingyao finally left Yuqing Pool, holding the sleeping Shen Xiuyun in his arms. Tonight, he had intended to bring Master in front of Long Yuni to declare something. Unfortunately, Master was too enticing. Looks like it would have to wait until tomorrow. When Shen Xiuyun woke up, 3 days had passed. Being continuously subjected to intense sessions left him extremely exhausted. Even when waking up, he had no great appetite for food. At the dining table, Zhu Xingyao suddenly asked, Master, would you like to see younger brother? Shen Xiuyun's hand trembled, dropping a piece of meat he'd just picked up back into his bowl. Why bring up male lead number 2 now? The system came online to answer, it should be that segment, forcing the master to agree to form a pact with him in front of male lead number 2 in 1 month. Shen Xiuyun felt a bad omen coming, this coercion, it's system, just as host suspected, but there isn't actually strict demand for everything to proceed exactly as the original plot suggests. Host can try to evade it somehow, like during the previous event at the Demon Palace. Shen Xiuyun lost his cool, how do I evade it? That day, male lead number 2 got beaten so severely that he fainted, which let me escape unscathed. Now 4 days have passed, and Long Yuni must have recovered by now. There's no way out for me. He recalled in the original book how the male lead went insane in front of the younger disciple. Later on, something strange happened that gave him a taste for it. So he often. Seen from the original story, Thousand Snake Cavern XXX. Is this the closing disciple Master took under his wing? Looks like Master hasn't been teaching disciples well recently. All he can do is lie there like a dog on the ground. The disciple knows that Master must be scolding me inside, calling me a beast. But this beast is far superior to that waste of space. Now, I shall let him see how Master usually teaches the elder brother. Because the kind of teaching methods Master uses, he'll never get to experience, right, my good Master? Why does Master keep silent during such a heartfelt reunion between Master and disciple? Isn't there a word you'd like to say to your beloved closing disciple? Once you stop teaching him, he'll never get another chance. Because I absolutely won't allow him to return to the dragon tribe alive. You only deserve me as your disciple. Why does Master not talk? Clatter. In reality, Shen Xiuyun was shocked by this sentence, making his chopsticks fall to the table. Just eat first. Shen Xiuyun picked up the chopsticks again, sweat dripping from his palms as his trembling hand struggled to hold them steady. At this point, all he could do was delay, a day saved was a victory. But they say one can avoid trouble at the start of the month, yet it's impossible to escape by the middle. This hellish plot was something he inevitably had to walk through. Without this scene, there would be no third escape later. Shen Xiuyun had to push through with determination. Lord of the Demon. The demon cultivator standing guard on the side bowed respectfully to Zhu Xingyao. He only gave a casual glance, continuing to carry Shen Xiuyun forward. On both sides of the path, at regular intervals, there were purple skullhead torches erected. Shen Xiuyun, observing descriptions highly similar to the original novel's 10,000 Snake Cave, felt utterly disheartened. Zhu Xingyao finally stopped, setting Shen Xiuyun back down on the ground. He pointed to a colossal creature coiled on the ground and said, Master, it's been quite a while since you've seen younger brother, right? I've brought you here to meet him, are you happy? Following Zhu Xingyao's gesture, Shen Xiuyun saw a wounded black dragon curled up in the corner, its whole body bound by thick, dark iron chains. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Could Zhu Xingyao really have done this? Shen Xiuyun trembled as he asked, what did you do to him? I plucked his scales, took out some of his sinews, and let out a bit of his blood. Zhu Xingyao described it so nonchalantly, but Shen Xiuyun heard it with trembling fear. You let him go. He is after all the young master of the dragon tribe, and it was me who asked him to help me leave the demon realm. He was merely obeying my request, punishing me should be enough, isn't it? He knew the consequences of a failed escape would not be simple, yet he preferred that he bear the punishment rather than have others suffer on his behalf. Zhu Xingyao's gaze sharpened. In one swift motion, he pushed Shen Xiuyun against the wall and fiercely growled. Master didn't say anything, and disciple almost forgot, you actually dared to use the personal communication jade disc we made together to contact him. That thing belongs solely to you and me. How could you let someone else get their hands on it? Shen Xiuyun felt slightly guilty as he tried to lean back to create some distance between them. Being too close always reminded him involuntarily of the unmentionable scenes from the original story. Why you know about that? It seemed like everything had been uncovered. Zhu Xingyao, his peach blossom eyes filled with an icy smile, whispered near Shen Xiuyan's ear. Yes, when I found out, I wished more than anything for younger brother to just vanish from this world. But if I did that, master would certainly be upset, right? So, I decided to spare his life. Isn't that proof that I understand you, that I am obedient? Shouldn't you praise me? Shen Xiuyan's lips quivered and his complexion turned pale. There was not a single word of praise he could bring himself to utter. After a moment, Shen Xiuyan conceded, our business should not involve others. Do with me what you will. You can do whatever you want. At most, I'll lie still on the bed for a few days longer. After a while, lying still becomes habit. It's a deal. Zhu Xingyao readily agreed but then imposed an impossible condition, as long as master personally nullifies all of his cultivation abilities. Before Shen Xiuyan's phoenix eyes could reflect even a flicker of surprise, that hope was shattered instantly. I cannot agree to this. For a cultivator, cultivation is like life itself, it's no different from killing him outright. Master, Zhu Xingyao chuckled derisively at Shen Xiuyan's naivety, don't you know? One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. If you want me to release this potential troublemaker, while also preserving his cultivation abilities, how could I possibly feel reassured? Don't do this. Shen Xiuyan clutched at Zhu Xingyao's sleeves, his eyes filled with entreaties. Watching Shen Xiuyan humbling himself before Long Yuni in this manner caused Zhu Xingyao indescribable pain. If their positions were reversed today, and it was Zhu Xingyao who was reduced to a prisoner, would master compromise for him? Would master, recalling past favors, show even the tiniest bit of sympathy? With intense force, Zhu Xingyao grabbed Shen Xiuyan by the shoulders. His voice chilled, is master feeling sorrow because of him? I'm not, Shen Xiuyan hastily shook his head, can we replace this condition with another? Any other condition works. Zhu Xingyao revealed a sly grin, like a cunning fox. Really, anything except this? Shen Xiuyan subconsciously swallowed, wondering why he had the distinct sensation of having fallen into a trap. But he gritted his teeth and replied firmly, yes. Zhu Xingyao stated, then let master personally send out announcements informing everyone in the cultivation world that next month, you will host a covenant-forming ceremony with me at the Washing Moon sect. Invite everyone to come and celebrate. Shen Xiuyan blinked in confusion, somewhat dazed. So, this is all it takes. Wasn't he supposed to be forcibly pressed and humiliated before giving in? Why does this seem different from what happened in the original novel? Does master disagree? Zhu Xingyao's cool voice sounded again. Shen Xiuyan immediately said, no, I agree. If the task was going to be over like this, only a fool would disagree. Zhu Xingyao kept staring intently at Shen Xiuyan. Was it his illusion? Just now, master clearly seemed to let out a sigh of relief, and there might have even been some excitement. Could it be that master actually also? Master, I disagree. You must not agree with him. You can't. You will die. The black dragon curled up in the corner had opened his eyes at some point, opening and closing his mouth to desperately shout that phrase. Chapter 21, Master tastes so sweet. That last sentence was one Long Yuni could never manage to say no matter how hard he tried. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his throat, preventing him from revealing any part of what he knew. Years ago, he had accidentally come across a strange book. In it, the descriptions matched almost exactly with the world around him. In the book, he was the junior disciple who could never attain the love of his master. While his elder brother was destined to fall into demonic ways, causing chaos throughout the cultivation world, ultimately forcing his master to death. Over the years, he had trained diligently, coming up with various plans to help his master avoid the predetermined ending. But ultimately, fate could not be changed. Long Yuni painfully repeated again, Master, don't agree with him. He can kill me, but you mustn't agree. Good and evil cannot coexist, how will you stand firm in the cultivation world? Zhu Xingyao will ruin you. This statement, Shen Xiuyan partially agreed with, accepting only the final part. As a modern person, Shen Xiuyan didn't much care for the nonsense of good and evil being unable to coexist. As long as both sides respected each other, shared heartfelt intentions, and genuinely loved each other, rather than forced affection. Since you can't talk properly, then perhaps it's best if you stop talking altogether. Zhu Xingyao had summoned the demon sword at some point. Dark mist surrounded the sword. With murderous intent, Zhu Xingyao gazed at Long Yuni, preparing to strike. But Shen Xiuyan swiftly grasped his wrist. The warm palm touching Zhu Xingyao's skin, instantly quelling the surging malevolent energy within him. Yet, his face remained dark as he asked. Master, are you stopping me? I've already made my promise, I won't go back on it. Struggling his massive body, Long Yuni shook the chains loudly, Master, you cannot. You can't do this for me. Shen Xiuyan quietly shouted, be silent. My resolve is firm, you needn't say more. Big brother, stop making dangerous remarks or I won't be able to save you. Gripping anger, holding back tears, Long Yini resigned himself to silence. He understood that the master's agreement wasn't out of willingness, but solely to rescue him. This must be master's strategy, planning to retain strength for future action. Once back, he would gather more forces, devising ways to rescue master. On the way back, Zhu Xingyao, having achieved his goal, still appeared sullen-faced. A ferocious look like a devil ready to devour children. Shen Xiuyan pondered about men whose emotions were unpredictable like seabed needles, truly difficult to read. Well, then he wouldn't guess anymore. Still, the arms embracing him from behind felt too cold and unsettling. Though Zhu Xingyao's head rested against his neck as if sound asleep, Shen Xiuyan always had the feeling that the next second, he would bite him fiercely. Hadn't he already played along today? Why was his mood as capricious as a woman during those days? Though itching to scold, Shen Xiuyan still endured it, patiently asking. What's wrong with you? When Zhu Xingyao bowed his head, their hair intertwined. Previously, the disciple repeatedly pleaded with master, but master wouldn't agree to form a pact with the disciple. Seems all that was needed was to threaten master with the little junior brother, and master immediately agreed. Master really does care for the younger brother, caring so much that I truly wish he would vanish. Shen Xiuyan's brows slightly furrowed, fingers clutching the window frame. Are you planning to breach the contract? Zhu Xingyao touched Shen Xiuyan's face with his icy hand, laughing softly. What's master worried about? I just spoke casually. But to prevent him from interfering, the disciple decides to release him after we form our pact. That's fine. If the disciple keeps my word, shouldn't master follow through on your own commitment? What else do I need to do? Isn't he simply waiting for the grand pact ceremony next month and then planning to escape? Zhu Xingyao sat Shen Xiuyan down by the table, smoothing a sheet of rice paper with a ruler, and then grinding ink. What's happening? Shen Xiuyan was still dazed from earlier, having not quite snapped out of it yet. Didn't the master just promise the disciple that you would personally write the invitation? Have you forgotten so soon? He indeed had promised. The invitation was an essential object for this occasion to pass the message. But he never said it had to be done this fast, didn't they still have a month? Zhu Xingyao thrust the inked brush into Shen Xiuyan's hands. Master personally writes, one letter finished means little junior brother gets half an hour less punishment today. Shen Xiuyan gritted his teeth, wanting to argue, to resist, yet lacked any ability to struggle, and under these conditions. How do you expect me to write like this? Just like this. Are you sure? Yes. Zhu Xingyao personally held his hand, pausing it above the pristine white rice paper. Master, write. Shen Xiuyan knew there was no point fighting fate and resigned himself. His hand gripping the brush trembled slightly as he prepared to start, but then his hand suddenly jerked violently, leaving shaky and chaotic strokes on the paper. The other hand gripping the edge of the table had turned slightly pale. Oh no, it's crooked, let's try another one. Zhu Xingyao grinned as he pulled out the spoiled sheet, crumpled it up, and tossed it aside as if it were nothing significant. Can you act like a human? Tisk master, why is your handwriting so twisted? I can hardly recognize it. Do you think Uncle Headmaster could recognize your penmanship? It doesn't matter whether you recognize it or not. But if he dares not recognize it, then I might just perform an instant ascension. This one isn't bad, master's writing strength and composure are as strong as ever, I am unworthy in comparison. Shen Xiuyan had already given up all resistance. In the end, those invitations weren't even completed. Because Zhu Xingyao had lost patience. When Shen Xiuyan woke up, his throat felt parched and thirsty. His hands and feet seemed bound, spiritual energy wouldn't come, and his eyes were masked with a black cloth. What tricks is this little beast Zhu Xingyao planning to pull now? Water. His throat felt as though it was about to smoke from dryness. What happened during the approximately week since being caught back made him severely suspect the demon lord was a spirit-sucking demon. Good. At the sound of Zhu Xingyao's voice, Shen Xiuyan felt the blanket beside him sink a little. Then something cool like a cup touched his lips. He eagerly drank several sips, allowing the lukewarm water to slide down his throat. Zhu Xingyao watched Shen Xiuyan's every move without blinking, his gaze becoming increasingly fervent. Master, you look really good. Shen Xiuyan. A warm yet cool sensation unexpectedly brushed against his lips, and water passed through, making Shen Xiuyan abruptly widen his eyes. Master tastes so sweet. After being released, Shen Xiuyan took deep breaths. Hearing this statement, inside he cursed the young beast several times over, but on the surface lowered his stance, feigning weakness. Could you untie me? My wrists hurt. Continuing in such a state of apprehension daily, he suspected he wouldn't survive until next time, deeming it necessary to adapt accordingly. Suddenly, the system popped up with a reminder, host, die rather than yield, stay as the unattainable flower character. Shen Xiuyan, screw the persona. I don't know how many times it's already collapsed, and nothing bad happened. System, host, you. Zhu Xingyao kissed Shen Xiuyan's forehead again, then released him, no. If untied, master will run around recklessly. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath, desperately telling himself, endure with a knife at heart, he needs to be patient now. I won't run, I truly won't run. Look at my sincere eyes. Chapter 22, Master, Eat Fruit. Shen Xiuyun realized fully how feeble his promises sounded, but no matter. As long as he survived, that's what mattered. Zhu Xingyao's thumb caressed Master's red lips. Master's mouth is most deceitful. The disciple does not believe in it anymore. It's better to keep you bound, letting the disciple do whatever they wish to master. Shen Xiuyun rolled his eyes with annoyance. When you locked me with the soul lock chain, weren't you able to do whatever you wanted anyway? Zhu Xingyao replied, it's different. The soul lock chain restrained the ankles, not binding the whole body like the immortal binding rope. Master's skin was delicate. After removing the ropes tied tightly. It looked really. Thinking about it, Zhu Xingyao became heated again within. He really wanted to now. Shen Xiuyun puzzled, how is it different? Zhu Xingyao kindly explained, it's best that Master doesn't understand. The system popped up with a friendly reminder. Host, the male lead's meaning is binding is more flavorful. Almost every disciple who turns dark and enters demonic possession has this obsession for their master. Shen Xiuyun, alright, no need to explain further. He understands how abnormal it all is already. This book eventually flies off the rails, completely disregarding any restraints or principles. No wonder some people in the comment section said this book reached divine status. The author truly lives up to her pen name, Yun's-Jia. High-speed car. Does Master really want to untie the binding rope of immortals? Zhu Xingyao seemed as if he suddenly had second thoughts. Shen Xiuyun seized the opportunity, yes. Only a fool would willingly be tied up completely. Zhu Xingyao gave a subtle smile, then can I have Master do anything I want? Shen Xiuyun detected a trace of ominousness in this voice. Zhu Xingyao untied the black band that was covering Shen Xiuyun's eyes. Shen Xiuyun squinted for a moment, gradually readjusting to the room's light before. Seeing clearly that Zhu Xingyao was holding a plate of red little fruits, plump and glistening, looking delicious. Zhu Xingyao picked the most beautiful one and held it near Shen Xiuyun's lips. Shen Xiuyun opened his mouth to bite, and his lips inevitably grazed over Zhu Xingyao's fingertips, the soft warmth making Zhu Xingyao's gaze darken. He asked, how does it taste, Master? Shen Xiuyun's cheeks puffed out as he slurred, so sweet. Zhu Xingyao fed Shen Xiuyun a few more fruits and smiled slyly. Master, if you finish this plate of fruits today, I will untie the binding rope of immortals for you. Shen Xiuyun nodded heavily, all right. Could it really be this simple? He previously thought he would be made to do something terrible. Just as his stomach was hungry too. This small plate wouldn't be an issue. By the fifth fruit, Shen Xiuyun was already regretting immensely. He curled up on the ice-cold bed, his expression strangely odd. His body trembling slightly, a layer of sweat appearing on his forehead inexplicably. Zhu Xingyao's devilish voice rang again. Master, be good, open your mouth. Shen Xiuyun's voice trembled faintly, just like when pleading for mercy in bed. Can I not eat anymore? The fruit flesh was hard. The taste very cold. Eating too much made his abdomen swollen. Would it be too late now for him to take back his previous, so sweet? Zhu Xingyao coaxed patiently. Doesn't Master want to untie the binding rope of immortals? This is the only chance, once missed, it won't come again. But. Shen Xiuyun's face turned slightly red. His phoenix-like eyes misty with water. He bit his lip. Hesitant to speak. Did Master agree with me, then wish to retract? Zhu Xingyao expressed hurt through his tone. I. Zhu Xingyao continued to soothe kindly. Master, please eat a bit more. These are all carefully selected by the disciple. If Master eats 5 more, the disciple will untie the binding rope of immortals for you. Is that all right? Hearing this, Shen Xiuyun's heart softened slightly. Is this true? True. Zhu Xingyao held a succulent red fruit and handed it to Shen Xiuyun's lips, satisfied after feeding another to the master, his hand withdrew with a hint of moisture. When there was only one left, Shen Xiuyun couldn't bear to continue at all. His voice already carried an unconscious sobbing tone. Tomorrow, okay? Eat tomorrow. No, matters of today must end today. Good, the last one. Shen Xiuyun's eyes were blurred, thoughts muddled. Half-heartedly agreeing, he ate the last one. Zhu Xingyao cupped Shen Xiuyun's cheeks and kissed fervently for quite a while. Master is truly amazing, finish them all. Master is tired, rest well first. Disciple will now deliver these invitation letters written by Master to each sect, then later return to check how well Master digested the fruits. Shen Xiuyun no longer wanted to speak, exhausted into a daze, soon falling asleep. Zhu Xingyao retrieved the binding rope of immortals, properly covered Shen Xiuyun with blankets, and disappeared within the tranquil room. He came to the Demon Lord Palace, took out another Kanglan mirror, placed it on the desk, where the bronze mirror displayed exactly the scene inside the tranquil room. Zhu Xingyao took out all the invitations Shen Xiuyun wrote and carefully examined them. Besides messy handwriting, they almost seemed to have no problems. Even the letter to the headmaster of Shantian sect was perfectly polite, even requesting that the headmaster carve 2 wooden figurines for him and the master as tokens for their ceremony. Has master truly given up this time? Anxiety filled Zhu Xingyao's heart, yet he couldn't pinpoint its origin. He had an overwhelming premonition that this time, his master was very likely to truly leave him forever. Just as his thoughts were chaotic, a voice from outside the hall interrupted. Your Excellency, I request an audience. This is Knight Qing. Enter. Knight Qing approached quickly, bowing respectfully before taking a look at the demon lord's expression. His mood seemed off, so he'd need to tread carefully when speaking, lest he incur ill favor. Your Excellency has summoned me, is there something important you wish for me to do? These invitation letters, personally deliver them to all the sects with a group. Zhu Xingyao slightly raised a finger, and the red envelope sealed on the table floated over to Knight Qing. Knight Qing hastily took them with both hands, carefully storing them in his treasure pouch, and replied respectfully, yes, I will surely accomplish this task well. Phew, it's just delivering invitations. Zhu Xingyao asked, how are the preparations for the bonding ceremony going? At this, Knight Qing swelled with pride, our demon realm may be vast but united. In just a few days, we've almost completed half of the preparations already. Relax, Your Excellency. Though time is tight, I believe we will host the grandest bonding ceremony any have ever seen. Good job. A hint of relief finally showed through Zhu Xingyao's somber expression. Oh yes, Zhu Xingyao said, I recall your clan has a special secret technique capable of leaving a mark on someone's soul, allowing one to sense whether they're alive or dead. After pondering for a moment, Knight Qing replied, is Your Excellency referring to the Unity Curse? Indeed, such a skill exists. However, a prerequisite is mutual emotional connection. Otherwise, forcing a soul mark would result in unbearable heartburn torment. No matter, fetch me the method of the curse. Zhu Xingyao responded indifferently. Knight Qing fell silent, quietly returning to search for the magical text for the demon lord. Working tirelessly every day for someone else's love life was getting a little disheartening, what should he do? But then again, thinking about how his book, The Ruthless Demon Lord Deeply Loves, would gain more material to expand. And how much more popular it would become, filled him with renewed vigor once more. Chapter 23, Master's Nightmare. Was it because of the recent mistreatment he endured? Shen Xiuyun had a troubling nightmare. In the dream, Zhu Xingyao stabbed the original protagonist's senior brother, the headmaster of Shantian sect. He was restrained by Zhu Xingyao at the no-regret cliff on Finger Peak, helplessly watching as the entire Shantian sect burned in an ocean of flames. Amidst the fiery glow which dyed half the sky red, continuous cries of pain emanated from injured disciples of Shantian sect, gut-wrenching screams of agony. Once the mystical and serene Shantian sect, now transformed into a hellish landscape. Shen Xiuyun vividly felt sorrow and heartache in that moment. So painful that he struggled to breathe. No, no, don't do this. Don't kill anymore. Why are there tears on Master's face? Is it because you're moved by the gift disciple gave you? Suddenly, the cold and crazed voice of Zhu Xingyao sounded near his ear, like a devil from the depths of hell. Tears. The cliff's cold wind seemed to stir Shen Xiuyun back to some degree of consciousness. Realizing his own eyes were moist, and the trace of dried tears marked his cheeks. Why was he so grieved? Why did you do this? You killed my elder brother, how dare you? Shen Xiuyun questioned Zhu Xingyao behind him with a raspy voice. Zhu Xingyao's tone was filled with resignation, disciple had already told master before. Whoever attempts to take you away from me, all must die. Elder master brother was simply too obstructive. Shen Xiuyun's lips quivered faintly, finding it hard to believe. Are you even human? You've ruined the entire Shantian sect. Amongst the sect members were those who treated you kindly, how could you bring yourself to do this? Zhu Xingyao's voice revealed deep regret. Disciple did hesitate indeed, but only if master's home is gone, would you wholeheartedly stay with disciple in the demon realm. Shen Xiuyun cried out in immense anguish, why did I save you in the first place? Why didn't I let you die on the road right there? Zhu Xingyao embraced Shen Xiuyun from behind, pinching his chin and forcibly turning his head towards himself. Master regrets it now, does he not? Alas, it's too late for remorse now. Shen Xiuyun trembled all over, cursing violently, beast. Zhu Xingyao tenderly kissed Shen Xiuyun's cheek, using one hand to pull open his collar, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Master only repeats the same handful of words. Disciple finds them rather tiresome already. You might as well say something pleasing to disciple's ears instead, otherwise wouldn't that be quite a waste of such fine moments? I won't. Shen Xiuyun's lips were forcefully silenced. His fingers dug forcefully into the gravel, grinding his fingertips until they bled profusely, while his body quivered lightly. Zhu Xingyao, heart aching, seized his hand and intertwined their fingers. The wounds on Shen Xiuyun's palm vanished in an instant. Master always hurts himself. Don't you know, even if it's pain, only I can give it to you. Shen Xiuyun seemed like a soulless puppet, muttering lifelessly. Zhu Xingyao, please let me go. I beg you, release me, don't torment me any longer. I really can't bear it anymore. Kill me. Zhu Xingyao pressed close to Shen Xiuyan's earlobe, laughing cruelly. Is master joking? For all eternity, disciple will never let you leave. You belong to me, and can only be mine. No matter where on earth or in the seas, you can never escape. Master, you cannot escape. You must forever be with me. Forever endure my games. No, he does not wish for this. He wants to go home. He doesn't want to be a plaything. Shen Xiuyan jolted awake from the nightmare, sitting idly dejected for half a day. Annoyed, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, only then realizing the binding tether had come undone. Actually, throughout all this time, his desire to return to the modern world wasn't due to family ties he couldn't sever. Since childhood, he was an orphan, without parents, unbound by relationships. His desire to return stemmed from his inability to endure being a lone spirit in this foreign land, living alone and forcibly loved by his own disciple. Soon enough, there was only half a month left. The invitation should have already reached Yun Siqing, the original master's elder brother by now. If Yun Siqing follows the requirements and crafts the wooden figurine, once he passes here, his soul can simply be summoned and the figurine submerged in the pure pool so that Zhu Xingyao cannot sense him. Perhaps, hiding for an hour should be enough, wouldn't it? Shen Xiuyan didn't know what Zhu Xingyao intended to do to him today. There were some discrepancies between the current situation and the original plot, which made him unable to predict Zhu Xingyao's actions. When unsure, consult the system. Old 6, do I need to proceed with a certain plot today? System, not as far as I know. According to the original work, after writing the invitations, Master mostly spends each day forcibly involved with Zhu Xingyao until the bonding ceremony day. Host may relax, it should be easy. Basically, sleep through it. Sleeping through it would suffice. Shen Xiuyan, I have a bad feeling. Did you see that bowl on the table? I caught a faint scent of blood. System, this item hasn't appeared in the book yet, so host, I am unsure. Shen Xiuyan grew irritable. How is it that you know nothing? Other systems give their hosts game-breaking advantages. And you? All you do is chat, what use are you otherwise? The system felt pitiful, too weak to even voice its thoughts. Any stronger host would definitely not end up paired with a system like it. What is Master thinking about so intently? Engaging in a conversation with the system made it seem like Shen Xiuyan was spacing out in reality, which displeased Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyan quickly set aside the system and responded, thinking about what you'll do to me next. The disciple wishes to mark Master. What do you mean? This mark is akin to a sign among beast clans, indicating that Master belongs exclusively to me. Shen Xiuyan understood. What absurd competitiveness is this? Does he view Master's body as an embroidery piece? Pricking for fun? What if I refuse? Zhu Xingyao gently caressed Shen Xiuyan's cheek with his index finger and said softly. Then the disciple will have to tie Master up again. You've become addicted to threats, haven't you? Will Master cooperate with the disciple? Shen Xiuyan relented. For clarification, he absolutely wasn't afraid, it's called knowing when to yield for greater purposes. In the next instant, Zhu Xingyao conjured up something needle-like, its tip glinting dangerously, sharp indeed. Shen Xiuyan instantly thought back to his childhood fear, made wrong. Zhu Xingyao reminded, it might hurt a little. Shen Xiuyan felt a sharp stinging sensation similar to needles piercing his chest. He could feel something slowly merging and seeping into his skin. Neither spoke throughout the entire process. Occasionally, Shen Xiuyan glanced at Zhu Xingyao, who looked so focused that it gave Shen Xiuyan the illusion that he was completing a masterpiece. With a lazy yawn, Shen Xiuyan asked, when will you finish? I'm tired. If it weren't for the slight pricking sensation, he would have fallen asleep midway. It will be done soon. Before long, Zhu Xingyao's fingers traced over Shen Xiuyan's chest, completing the spell. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a burning pain akin to fire engulfed his heart as Night Ching had described. He adjusted for a moment before pushing Shen Xiuyan towards the mirror. Shen Xiuyan saw the mark on his chest. A vividly blooming peach blossom in blood red. If the peach blossom were pink, it would look alluring and dripping with charm. This blood red carried an inexplicable air of strangeness. Much like the blood lotuses by the Ruoshui River that Zhu Xingyao had once taken him to see. Zhu Xingyao stared intently at the flower, his gaze growing increasingly infatuated as he looked at his master. Does it look good? Flowers paired with beauty, his master was indeed unparalleled in the world. Shen Xiuyan countered, what kind of pigment is this? My blood. Shen Xiuyan. Shen Xiuyan gave Zhu Xingyao a look that said, not surprising from you. However, before he could observe it much longer, the flower slowly faded away, leaving the originally flawless skin untouched, showing no issues. What's going on? Given his understanding of Zhu Xingyao, it was absolutely impossible for him to create something substandard. Does Master want to know? With a smile in his peach blossom eyes, Zhu Xingyao leaned closer to Shen Xiuyan's ear, nibbling on his earlobe and whispering a few words softly. Upon hearing them, Shen Xiuyan first widened his eyes in shock and then shot Zhu Xingyao a glare filled with embarrassment, his blush spreading from his pale cheeks down to his neck. With a curved brow, Zhu Xingyao teased, why don't we try it now? Shen Xiuyan's legs went weak, and he shook his head vehemently like a tambourine. Just a try, just once. No, no trying. This isn't right. This person never settled for just one try, each time he ended up being exhausted until unconsciousness. Zhu Xingyao savored the delicate fragrance in Shen Xiuyan's hair, closing his eyes contentedly. What's not good about it? Haven't Master's powers grown recently? This is truly beneficial. Shen Xiuyan's heart quivered, stammering, why you knew? The water's spiritual root nourishes the wood's spiritual root. Disciples should have realized earlier. I foolishly scoured everywhere for medicinal herbs for Master, but who would have thought that I am the best medicine to restore Master's spiritual root? Master, don't you think this is destined celestial destiny? Shen Xiuyan showed no expression on his face but loudly contradicted within his heart, rubbish destiny. Chapter 24, with me, there will be no reversal. This wasn't destiny, it was ill-fated. The greatest calamity for the Master wasn't dying by the hands of fierce beasts for the sake of humanity but rather dying because of Zhu Xingyao. That must be Master's biggest tribulation in life. If given another chance to return to an earlier time, Shen Xiuyan would have ignored Zhu Xingyao lying dead drunk by the roadside right from the start. Zhu Xingyao's long fingers combed through Shen Xiuyan's smooth black hair, absent-mindedly playing with it. Master, is it okay? Shen Xiuyan silently took a step back, swallowing hard. Not okay. Zhu Xingyao pressed against him, the desire hidden deep within his peach blossom-like eyes reflected in his hoarse voice. I won't exhaust Master. Could Shen Xiuyan misunderstand this fellow's nature? You're coaxing me like this now, who knows what you'll do next? Shen Xiuyan clutched his clothes tightly around himself. Zhu Xingyao continued to cajole, no way, disciple merely wishes to kiss you, nothing else. Shen Xiuyan looked at Zhu Xingyao incredulously. Really true today? Truly. That night. Shen Xiuyan lay in bed like a paraplegic, his phoenix-like eyes half-closed, the corners tinged red. Lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Master. Shen Xiuyan turned his head, unwilling to look at Zhu Xingyao, the little beast. When Zhu Xingyao reached out to touch Shen Xiuyan's cheek, he was dodged again. His suspended hand curled awkwardly in midair. Disciple has prepared a full table of dishes for Master, would you like to try? Shen Xiuyan grunted in a muffled tone. No need, now that I've become a spirit embryo, there's no need to eat daily. Although he had always craved Zhu Xingyao's culinary skills, after yesterday's events and today's coercion, he didn't care anymore. Sighing helplessly, Zhu Xingyao patiently coaxed. Is Master still upset with Disciple? I'm imagining things. You don't even give me a direct glance, clearly indicating anger. Fine, I'll eat. Shen Xiuyan was annoyed beyond measure by his persistence. He knew that if he didn't agree, Zhu Xingyao would lose his mind later, so it was better to just go along with him for now. How he wished time could pass more quickly, so he could leave sooner. Zhu Xingyao noticed a change in Shen Xiuyan. In the past half-month, Shen Xiuyan had been exceptionally obedient and compliant towards him, almost always obliging his requests. At first, he was delighted, believing Master had truly come around. But gradually, he became unhappy. Even though he initially wanted Master to be obedient and submissive. Now that Master really acted this way, he felt inexplicable helplessness and anxiety. This wasn't the kind of Master he wanted. He longed for a spirited Master. On impulse, he decided to make a slight change. Master, Huan Yu sect is almost ready. We'll spend the rest of the days there. A change of scenery might uplift Master's mood. Shen Xiuyan nonchalantly replied, it's fine. Zhu Xingyao's smile seemed forced despite the laughter on his face. Why has Master been so agreeable lately? I'm beginning to get used to it. Shen Xiuyan countered, what, do you not like it? Without asking why, the answer was clear, exhaustion, both physically and mentally. He decided to play dead. The system reminded him earlier to put up a little resistance, but eventually, even the system grew tired. Zhu Xingyao planted a kiss on Shen Xiuyan's face, holding his hand tightly while saying against his heart. I like it. Whatever form Master takes, I will always like it. Shen Xiuyan said, then isn't that all settled? Don't tell me, you prefer me ignoring you day and night. Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyan no longer looked at Zhu Xingyao, turning over and picking up a storybook to read. He couldn't help feeling that many plots in this book, Dominant Demon Lord Loves Deeply, sounded strangely familiar. Who the hell in the demon world could have written this? Shen Xiuyan thought, based on Zhu Xingyao's style, Huan Yu sect might also be transformed into a purely demonic realm look, yet unexpectedly, it appeared very pleasing. Instead of smoke and haze, there was celestial aura drifting everywhere. The mountains stretched endlessly, mist swirling in the valleys, with houses staggeringly built atop the peaks. Maintained by specific arrays, even though winter still reigned in the mortal realm, Huan Yu sect enjoyed spring all year round, with lush vegetation growing prosperously. Zhu Xingyao personally accompanied Shen Xiuyan as they strolled around. Seeing Shen's good spirits, the rock weighing heavily in Zhu Xingyao's heart finally dropped. There's a pond behind the mountain, would Master care to take a look? After being cooped up for so long, Shen Xiuyun naturally hoped to stroll more and thus agreed. Zhu Xingyao produced a small boat from somewhere, placed it in the pond, wrapped an arm around Shen Xiuyun's waist, and hopped aboard. With spiritual force, he drove the small boat slowly through the waters. The lotus flowers here are thriving just as well as before. Zhu Xingyao genuinely sighed. Shen Xiuyun glanced at the large area of lotus leaves and flowers, perplexedly asking. You haven't returned to Huan Yu sect for many years, yet you remember how it used to be. Unless there were some particular stories tied to it, one couldn't possibly remember it so deeply. Master does not know, without this pond, I might not have survived until 10. How so? My mother went mad, and the sect leader left me unattended. Starving, I'd come here to secretly dig out some spirit lotus roots. But sometimes I'd get caught. And what happened when you were caught? With a relaxed tone as if he wasn't referring to himself getting beaten. Just a beating. These spirit lotus roots aren't particularly valuable things, but they're certainly not for bastards like me to consume. He did not mention the first time he found these edible lotus roots was after someone pushed him into the pond. Back then, he was 7 and nearly lost his life in that pool. Later on, he made those who tried drown him meet the same fate. Look at how well the lotuses bloom now, they owe it all to their efforts. Shen Xiuyun. He already knew. Clearly, this protagonist's childhood was filled with misery. However, how did he remember that the original work mentioned the sect leader suffering a far worse fate? And the sect leader's daughter, Zhu Lingyue. They were bled dry and died through 1,000 cuts for neglecting young Zhu Xingyao. Could such punishment justify their negligence? Zhu Xingyao didn't seem like the idle type to carry out such retaliations. Zhu Xingyao casually plucked an unopened lotus flower and handed it to Shen Xiuyun. But fortunately, disciple met master afterwards. Without master, there wouldn't be the Zhu Xingyao you see today. Shen Xiuyun brought his nose close to the lotus flower for a sniff, catching a faint fragrance. Did I treat you this well in the past? The delicate pink lotus was beautiful, but it couldn't match the master's charming face. The lotus paled in comparison before him. Zhu Xingyao gazed at him with a look. Master truly was so beautiful, just sitting there could captivate his heart and soul. Not to mention, he used to smile at him often. It wasn't surprising that he couldn't control himself. Clearly, it was Master who had been enticing him. Otherwise, why did Master rarely show kindness to others? Master has always treated me exceptionally well. You would personally cook for your disciple and remember my birthday. However, Master would always suddenly disappear for several days, unreachable even by message crystal. And always returning deep into the night, then hastily leaving again, occasionally mixing up the time. Shen Xiuyun was utterly confused. Why did it seem somewhat like the book, yet very different? For Azuns of the great multiplication stage, was one really this busy? Did one need to go out early and return late? While Shen Xiuyun was pondering, he suddenly felt a shadow fall on his face. It turned out Zhu Xingyao was moving closer. This narrow little boat was perfectly sized to only accommodate 2 people seated head to tail. With Zhu Xingyao being so restless, he worried greatly if they might capsize soon. Shen Xiuyun jabbed his finger on Zhu Xingyao's chest, trying to push this young troublemaker back to his original position. What are you doing, coming so close for? Zhu Xingyao grabbed that hand and gently pinched it. Master, can I kiss you? Shen Xiuyun, no, what if the boat capsizes? He thought, how unexpected that Zhu Xingyao had suddenly taken mercy and was willing to let him out. Rather adept at seeking benefits for oneself, isn't he? With me here, it won't capsize. Zhu Xingyao removed the bothersome lotus that Shen Xiuyun had placed between them and casually placed it on a lily pad. My flower. Shen Xiuyun reached for the lotus, attempting to escape from the person getting closer, but before his butt could even lift, he was pulled back. Be a good master, we'll get it when we go back. If you like, all the lotuses here belong to you. From the depths of the pond, there came an indistinct sound of fabric being torn. Chapter 25. Indeed, Master seems in tune with my feelings. Where exactly are you taking me? Shen Xiuyun was held in Zhu Xingyao's arms, blindfolded, seeing nothing but blackness. He was truly exhausted already. Previously on the rocking little boat. When Zhu Xingyao pushed the boat back, his legs were wobbly as he got off. Zhu Xingyao kissed Shen Xiuyun's forehead and whispered softly, "We're almost there, master." Shen Xiuyun's previous clothes were ruined. Now wrapped in was Zhu Xingyao's clothing. The red color was too vibrant, and the clothes were far too large on him, but it covered his body sufficiently. Soon, Zhu Xingyao stopped walking. We've arrived, be careful standing firm. Shen Xiuyun tentatively stepped onto the ground, finally managing to stabilize himself while holding onto Zhu Xingyao's arm. Zhu Xingyao removed the silk ribbon covering Shen Xiuyun's eyes with one hand, and Shen Xiuyun gradually recognized the scenery ahead, widening his eyes in surprise. It was an endless expanse of grassland. By his side were knee-high wild grasses, which swayed like ocean waves under the wind, creating a constant rustling sound, akin to a symphony playing. In the distance, a red sun was slowly setting, its glow turning the clouds a golden red, unutterably beautiful. At this sight, Shen Xiuyun was reminded of the famous saying, a great river flows by, and the round sun sets. The sunset over the desert and prairie always gave a different kind of awe-inspiring feeling. In modern times, because of work, he had frequently worked overtime until exhausted, rarely having the chance to travel. Such a breathtaking scene was scarce even online, let alone experiencing it firsthand. Captivated by the beauty, Shen Xiuyun sincerely exclaimed, "This place is so beautiful." Zhu Xingyao was looking at him, observing his gentle profile, the slightly lifted corners of his lips, and the crescent-shaped eyes, and murmured, "Yes, very beautiful. Nothing in the world could compare to the beauty of Master." Shen Xiuyun turned around, seeing the focused and sincere gaze of Zhu Xingyao, and instinctively smiled slightly. Zhu Xingyao froze, finding the entire world losing its luster except for Shen Xiuyun, who shone brightest in his eyes, forever vibrant. Unable to resist, he pulled the person into his embrace, as if wanting to melt Shen Xiuyun into his heart. He kissed Shen Xiuyun forcefully, kissing until Shen almost passed out due to lack of breath. "Master, how can I ever let you go?" Breathing heavily, Shen Xiuyun said intermittently, "That's enough. I'm about to pass out." Zhu Xingyao lightly grazed Shen Xiuyun's tall nose with his index finger. "Master still hasn't learned how to breathe during kisses, so clumsy." Shen Xiuyun leaned against Zhu Xingyao, muttering in his heart, "You're truly a master at ruining the mood. Clumsy as you are, I still like you so much. Really, would you die if you didn't say something seductive every day?" Shen Xiuyun brushed the grass bits off his palm and struggled to stand up. "It's getting late, we should go back." "Just wait a little longer." "What for?" As soon as Shen Xiuyun finished speaking, he saw a silver-white light flickering before him, one at first, then countless, surrounding him and making him feel like he was among twinkling stars in the night sky. This scene was incredibly stunning, leaving Shen Xiuyun dazed momentarily. "This. What is this?" "Fireflies." The system had gone crazy already. "Ha! Host, the male lead really knows how to play his part." Shen Xiuyun wanted to slap it. "What are you yelling about? Have you never seen the world?" Even though he himself was also stunned by the beauty. "System, oh, that's it, I'm out." Zhu Xingyao asked, "Does Master like it?" Shen Xiuyun nodded, a scene this stunning, who wouldn't like it? If this happened in a romance novel, the heroine would probably be holding her face with both hands looking starry-eyed by now. But Shen Xiuyun was a man, a straight man, at that. He didn't feel overly touched but instead wondered aloud, why would there be fireflies in this season here? If he hadn't mistaken, weren't fireflies supposed to appear in the summer? The fireflies in this secret realm only exist during this season. Does Master know why they dance gracefully? Why? Shen Xiuyun vaguely remembered, it seemed related to mating calls. Zhu Xingyao explained, they attract each other and then procreate. This hint was already too obvious. Shen Xiuyun felt his heart inexplicably racing fast. Was he crazy? Zhu Xingyao took Shen Xiuyun's hand and gazed at him full of affection, saying word by word. "Master, will you become my Dao partner?" Shen Xiuyun's expression became tense, not knowing how to respond. He asked the system inside his mind, "Is there this scene in the original?" "System, let me check, yes." The male lead meticulously prepared, wanting to reaffirm his feelings once again, but only received 2 words from the master, "Disgusting." A beautiful atmosphere quickly turned sour, leading to a falling out between the master and the male lead again. The male lead, out of shame and anger, directly tormented the master physically and mentally in this location, forcing the master to repeatedly say, "willing," leaving the master injured all over until the 3rd day when they formed the bond, unable to recover fully. Shen Xiuyun was shocked, F***ck. Then I must agree with him. Even though in the original story, the agreement came after being treated so poorly, it still happened, so skipping the process shouldn't cause problems, right? Shen Xiuyun pretended to ponder for a moment, "Didn't I already agree with you before? The situation wasn't good last time. I'd like to confirm again with Master. This time, there's no one else, just us two, does Master still wish to do so?" Shen Xiuyun didn't hesitate, giving a slight nod. He was scared, afraid of becoming paralyzed. Seeing this, Zhu Xingyao's eyes lit up with joy, his lips curling upward like a child who just ate honey, hugging Shen Xiuyun and kissing him for quite some time. "I knew it, Master and I share the same heart." Shen Xiuyun, being too confident isn't such a great thing. You think you can force a shared heart? Although this was what he thought, Shen Xiuyun mysteriously felt a bit annoyed, he wasn't sure why. Maybe because in 3 days, he would have to leave. Shen Xiuyun got up late in the morning. He lazily drank the porridge Zhu Xingyao had cooked and heard that someone had come to report that the top disciple of the Shantian sect wanted to see Shen Xiuyun. After tidying up in front of the mirror, Shen Xiuyun covered himself tightly but still couldn't hide the marks on his neck. "All thanks to Zhu Xingyao's liking to bite here all the time, all your fault, the other day in the lotus pond. How am I supposed to meet juniors like this?" Just the thought of that swaying small boat now makes Shen Xiuyun's cheeks burn with embarrassment. Zhu Xingyao casually said, "We're going to form the bond soon, why is Master still worried about being seen by others? Moreover, if he dares to look at anything he shouldn't later, I'll gouge out his eyes." Shen Xiuyan. The two walked side by side into the main hall, where that top disciple had been waiting for a long time. Dressed in a green robe, the young man looked steady, bearing an air of composure fitting for the top disciple. Palms crossed, he paid respect to Shen Xiuyan, Uncle Master. Shen Xiuyan nodded slightly, indicating that the other party could sit down. Take a seat. Thank Uncle Master for your kindness, I just need to say a few words and leave. For half a year, the master had been searching everywhere for Uncle without success, constantly finding ways to delay his heart demon tribulation. Not long ago, he was about to seclude himself and face the tribulation when suddenly an invitation from Uncle and this person arrived. Jin Qinshuan cast an unfriendly glance at the casually seated individual nearby. Master failed his heart demon tribulation. The two of you might not be able to attend the bonding ceremony, so I've brought the congratulations gift here to Uncle. Jin Qinshuan took out the congratulatory gift from the spatial bag and presented it with both hands to Shen Xiuyan. The master said that since Uncle has made his choice, there's no more he can say. From now on, Uncle will have nothing to do with the Shantian sect. Shen Xiuyan silently accepted the box, thinking how well prepared the former master was, putting on such a good act, even coming up with such a convincing reason for not attending. Please pass on my gratitude to brother for his gift, and apologize for failing him. Jin Qinshuan nodded and turned to leave. The silent Zhu Xingyao finally spoke. Hold on, why does it sound like the chief disciple is blaming me for sending the invitation at an inopportune time? Am I disturbing his heart demon tribulation? Zhu Xingyao then added coldly, let's ask what unspeakable things fill his heart, causing such a failure. Jin Qinshuan replied icily, whatever the devil king says must be true. Farewell. With that, he left without looking back. Zhu Xingyao's perception was extremely sharp, further inquiry could reveal his true identity. It was indeed problematic that Master's heart demon tribulation involved Uncle, how could Uncle possibly cause such a tribulation? Chapter 26, Bonding Ceremony with the Master. After receiving the puppet-containing box, Shen Xiuyan returned to his room and examined the item inside. A palm-sized wooden carving was exquisitely crafted, perfectly capturing every detail of expression and clothing. If painted, it would rival modern top-tier figurines. Zhu Xingyao studied the puppet carefully but saw no issues. Never thought our sect leader was quite the craftsman, almost lifelike. But why did the master send this thing through the sect leader? Consider it a special keepsake. Once he returns, perhaps the book will undergo another revision. This small trinket might serve as a token of his memory from entering the story world, or perhaps something else. Shen Xiuyan felt increasingly irritable and decided not to dwell on thoughts anymore. On the day of the bonding ceremony, Huanyu sect's 10-mile 8 peaks were draped with red silk, and countless peach trees had been transplanted across the sect, blooming beautifully with their fragrant flowers. Zhu Xingyao also captured many rare flying spirit beasts, letting them circle above Huanyu sect, creating a magnificent scene of 100 birds celebrating. Many cultivators present marveled. Isn't that the celestial bird? 1. 2. 9. Wow, 9 of them. What generosity from the Devil King. I feel like believing in love again. Of course, others who pretended to celebrate were actually just there to see the drama unfold. They gathered in clusters, whispering. Truly, morality declines. The immortal of Shantian sect is together with his own disciple. Another gossiped, I heard there are even more than one. His closing disciple, the young dragon lord, was also thoroughly mesmerized by him. That esteemed immortal lures people better than any seductive fox spirit. Really? Can we trust that information? Clearly, you're not well informed. Today, Long Yuni was thrown back into the unwarranted sea, badly injured, with several dragon tendons extracted. They say he attempted to rescue Shen Xiuyan from the demon realm some days ago, and got beaten by Zhu Xingyao, tisk tisk tisk, it's really terrible. Fake, right? Even if Zhu Xingyao were bold, he wouldn't dare to treat the dragon prince this way. He would challenge the entire dragon tribe openly. A mixed-blooded monster like him fears nothing. Do you forget how he once bloodbathed Huanyu sect? That technique frightened numerous cultivators in the cultivation realm. Who dares provoke him? Do the Shantian sect members not regulate each other? Isn't this disaster from their sect? Surely they cannot let Zhu Xingyao continue behaving arrogantly forever. TCH, do you know that Cloud Sisaking, the sect leader of Shantian sect, was so angry over his younger brother associating with the demonic tribe that he failed his heart demon tribulation? Ah. Now that you mention it, it's true we haven't seen Cloud's sect leader today. If the demonic path continues to prevail like this, the cultivation world will end soon. Nearby, several youths of the Shantian sect sat around a table, hearing these slanderous words, most appeared deeply indignant. One of them lost his cool and violently threw the cup in his hand onto the table. Senior brother, what they are saying is simply too harsh. Let me go and teach them a lesson. Jin Qinshuan raised his hand to stop his junior brother, they have the right to speak their minds. You can't control what others say. But. Jin Qinshuan said, calm down. The master said not to cause trouble today. What's important is bringing Uncle home. The small wooden puppet was actually the lead for the soul-calling technique. It was made from the peach branch that was the incarnation of Uncle, which would only react when touched by him. After the spell was absorbed into the body, the puppet became just an ordinary one, leaving no trace at all. In the bridal chamber, Shen Xiuyun had already changed into a bright red wedding gown with white edges, embroidered with vivid peach blossoms on the sleeves and hem, extremely beautiful. Used to seeing him in otherworldly white clothes, appearing cold and indifferent, now dressed in red, it was surprisingly dazzling. Indeed, a handsome face looks good in anything. Zhu Xingyao personally helped Shen Xiuyun tie his hair, unwilling to entrust this task to others. But ever since Shen Xiuyun changed into his wedding clothes, Zhu Xingyao's eyes kept lingering on him. He really wanted to tear off the master's bridal gown right now and make him cry in front of the bronze mirror. It would definitely be beautiful. As Shen Xiuyun's hair was held by another's hands, he could not avoid the burning gaze reflected in the mirror. What's wrong with your look? Zhu Xingyao placed a jade pin in Shen Xiuyun's hair, his hands resting on Shen Xiuyun's shoulders while encircling his neck. I'm longing for my master. Shen Xiuyun helplessly replied, can you try to behave better? The disciple has already been very restrained, otherwise. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door, interrupting Zhu Xingyao's nearly flirtatious words. Lord, the auspicious time is approaching. It was Yi Qing. Zhu Xingyao frowned slightly and responded unhappily to Yi Qing outside the door, I know. Master, let's go. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath and placed his hand into Zhu Xingyao's palm suspended in midair. Frankly speaking, in 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he was entering the marriage hall, and it was with another man. Zhu Xingyao gripped Shen Xiuyun's soft hand tightly. Despite years of wielding a sword, Shen Xiuyun's hand was still as smooth as before. Zhu Xingyao's palm started to sweat slightly, and he felt nervous. Day and night he longed for this, dreaming about it countless times, and now he was truly going to form the bond with his master. He was afraid it might all be just a mirage or a dream. When stepping out, Shen Xiuyun accidentally tripped over the threshold and almost fell flat, but fortunately, Zhu Xingyao caught him. Master, be more careful. Shen Xiuyun nodded absent-mindedly, his ear tips turning a bit pink. The ceremony place for the bond was in the Stars Hall, an open-air hall that could accommodate thousands of people. Inside the hall stood 9 towering stone pillars intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. By the time Zhu Xingyao and Shen Xiuyun arrived, there were already quite a number of people in the hall. Shen Xiuyun roughly scanned the crowd, recognizing some faces like Yi Qing and Jin Qianxuan, but most were strangers who looked at him with different expressions, some admiring, some disdainful, some contemptuous. However, those who stared too boldly made Zhu Xingyao uncomfortable. He narrowed his eyes and shot a piercing glare, and those struck by his gaze felt like being pricked by needles and dared not to gaze at Shen Xiuyun recklessly anymore. The person reading the vows for Zhu Xingyao and Shen Xiuyun was a mysterious elder of the demon race. The identity of Zhu Xingyao's biological father had always been a mystery, perhaps that father had already passed away, so someone else was found to fill the role. This person seemed to be the king of the northern border, named Yu Qingrong. He appeared to be no more than 20-something, but was actually around 500 years old. The vows briefly introduced the life stories and love processes of the couple-to-be, ending with warm blessings. The whole process took half an hour, and Shen Xiuyun's initial tension turned into drowsiness. Next was the second step of the bonding ceremony, exchanging life tokens. Every cultivator possessed a life token, if it broke, the person would die. This step was rather simple, prick the finger and mutually drop a drop of blood onto each other's life tokens. After completing this step, the main part of the bonding ceremony was done. Among those present, sincerely or insincerely, all clapped to congratulate the perfect match. Amidst the congratulatory voices, Zhu Xingyao never took his eyes off Shen Xiuyun, his peach-like eyes brimming with love almost drowning Shen Xiuyun. Master, we are finally together. He paused for a moment and corrected himself, wrong, I should call you husband now. Shen Xiuyun. Zhu Xingyao's voice carried an inexplicable allure, making Shen Xiuyun feel his blood rushing upwards, and his normally pale skin instantly flushed with color. Shen Xiuyun glared at Zhu Xingyao, his eyes conveying, hell no, with so many people here, can you please wait until we're alone to be this frivolous? Chapter 27 Sweetness, Master, have a drink. Master truly blushes too easily, Zhu Xingyao teased as he used his sleeve to shield Shen Xiuyun's reddening cheeks. Let me take you back, if anyone else sees you like this, I'll gouge out their eyeballs. Shen Xiuyun. At the drop of a hat, you start talking about gouging out eyeballs. Really something. Zhu Xingyao boldly pulled him into his arms, pressing Shen Xiuyun's cheek against his own chest. With one arm firmly around Shen Xiuyun's slender waist, he announced to the crowd. The ceremony is complete. Everyone may leave now. I have no further time for socializing. The attendees exchanged knowing glances between Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao, all understanding what that implied. No one could have guessed that such a notorious demon lord would behave like an impatient young fool when it mattered most. The couple returned together to the bridal chamber. Inside, red candles burned brightly. As the door shut, shutting out the revelry outside, the fragrance of pepper fruit filled the room. Zhu Xingyao personally poured 2 cups of wine by the table and handed one to Shen Xiuyun. According to the customs of the human world, we still need to drink a cup of wine exchanged hand in hand. Shen Xiuyan tried to refuse, I cannot drink alcohol. Unwilling to let Shen Xiuyan decline, Zhu Xingyao grasped his wrist lightly, his eyes occasionally flickering toward the wine cup, as if expecting something. It's sweet. Master, please have some. Shen Xiuyan wrinkled his brow slightly, bringing the rim closer to sniff. Detecting a sweet aroma, he tentatively took a sip. The warm wine slid down smoothly, not overly strong or cloying but subtly sweet. It was pleasant indeed. It tastes rather good. He propped his dizzy head, speaking intermittently. Zhu Xingyao pressed his lips gently against the moistened ones, may I taste it too? Is it really so delicious? After some time, Shen Xiuyan, who had become somewhat dazed, was slowly released. He touched his heated cheeks. They're burning. Then began fiddling with his collar, don't you find it a bit hot? Seated on the edge of the bed, Zhu Xingyao never broke his intense gaze on Shen Xiuyan, his eyes brimming with mischievous delight. Not at all. Does master feel hot? Shen Xiuyan shook his increasingly heavy head, seeing Zhu Xingyao double-visioned. I might be drunk. Zhu Xingyao caught Shen Xiuyan as he fell forward and thoughtfully helped loosen his sash. Since you're drunk, shall we rest for a while? Shen Xiuyan carelessly threw off his outer robes, scattering them on the floor, before unsteadily collapsing onto the bed. Yes, want to sleep. The scattered red dates and peanuts on the bedding were uncomfortable. With a flick of Zhu Xingyao's hand, the celebratory items covering the marriage bed disappeared. Would master like me to stay beside you? No, you mustn't sleep. Keep your distance. Shen Xiuyan weakly pushed against Zhu Xingyao's chest with his soft fingertips, each touch melting his resolve. Zhu Xingyao only added something subtle to the wine, yet master. He didn't know if this counted as being lucky or tormenting himself. Holding Shen Xiuyan's delicate fingers, Zhu Xingyao pouted childishly, master is truly unreasonable. It's our big day today, why must I stay away? Such words are heart-wrenching. Shen Xiuyan's phoenix-like eyes remained half-closed, his tone more pitiful than Zhu Xingyao's, you always deceive me. How can I ever deceive you? Zhu Xingyao could suppress himself no longer. Lifting Shen Xiuyan's hands over his head, he bound them with soft silk ribbons to the bedpost. After removing Shen Xiuyan's jade crown, his black hair spilled across the pillow like a dark net. What are you doing? Shen Xiuyan moved his tied wrists, struggling fruitlessly, puzzled as he asked. Zhu Xingyao leaned close, gazing adoringly at Shen Xiuyan. Placing a finger gently on Shen Xiuyan's red lips, he whispered, shush. Master, remain quiet. An unbearable sensation surged in Shen Xiuyan's chest, a searing heat as if there was a glowing coal nestled inside, astonishingly high in temperature. That damned mark. At Shen Xiuyan's ear, Zhu Xingyao kept whispering. Master, you do love me. Look at this mark, it's proof enough. Unable to utter a word, Shen Xiuyan mentally protested. No. I don't love. It's impossible. In a daze, Shen Xiuyan felt his whole body growing lighter and lighter. His physical awareness gradually weakened, as if a distant voice was calling to him, luring him to follow the ethereal sound. And just then, Zhu Xingyao, who was hugging Shen Xiuyan tightly, suddenly stiffened, all color draining from his face as he shakily reached out to check Shen Xiuyan's breathing. There was none. How could it be that there wasn't any breath at all? Master. Zhu Xingyao gripped Shen Xiuyan's wrist and continuously channeled spiritual energy into his body. Yet all the spiritual energy vanished without a trace, like stones thrown into the sea with not even a ripple showing. He quickly retrieved Shen Xiuyan's soul token, only to find it broken in two. At that moment, Zhu Xingyao truly panicked. Master, you mustn't scare me. You're fooling me, right? Shen Xiuyan still did not open his eyes, resting quietly as though merely asleep. But earlier, Zhu Xingyao had probed his spiritual consciousness and found nothing but emptiness. Master, don't do this, I'm scared. Trembling, Zhu Xingyao kissed Shen Xiuyan's flawless forehead, his voice quivering. Zhu Xingyao clutched Shen Xiuyan, whose body was slowly growing cold, tightly as if he were a helpless child abandoned by the roadside, repenting over and over again. Master, I was wrong. I won't pressure you anymore in the future. Please wake up, alright? Don't leave me alone. I have only you now. The first peak of Shantian sect. Junior brother, return your soul. Shen Xiuyan faintly heard a gentle voice beside him, and felt a finger lightly pressing on his brow. A powerful flow of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, leaving Shen Xiuyan feeling as though his body had been reopened, providing an overwhelming sense of ease. After a while, Shen Xiuyan opened his eyes, discovering himself surrounded by mist and submerged in pool water, clad in only a white middle garment. Facing him was a man dressed in green robes, about the same age as himself, handsome with features that resembled the stars when gazed at deeply, projecting authority without anger. However, the dot of red on his brow tempered that imposing impression slightly. If he were to smile, one would feel warmed like a spring breeze. This person should be the elder brother of the previous owner, shouldn't he? Teacher. Elder brother. Shen Xiuyan tentatively called out, but immediately clutched his throat after hearing his voice. Why was his voice so soft, so youthful? It sounded like a child. What was going on? Had he become a child? Shen Xiuyan checked himself up and down but found himself in an adult body. Yun Sicheng softly explained, you needn't worry. After some time, your voice will return to normal. Shen Xiuyan exhaled in relief, that's good. He didn't want to keep this bizarre childlike tone, it was too terrifying. Holding Shen Xiuyan's hand, Yun Sicheng sent a thread of spiritual energy into it and asked shortly afterward, is there any other discomfort in your body? Seems like no. Shen Xiuyan replied instinctively, no, there's a mark on my body. Shen Xiuyan pulled his garment apart to touch the area around his chest, but the skin there was smooth and unmarked. What kind of mark? Never mind, it's nothing. Shen Xiuyan hesitated to explain, it was actually a mark for fun between partners. The more intense the emotions, the stronger its presence and the more vivid its color would be. Now that he'd completely changed bodies, that thing should have disappeared, right? Chapter 28, Faked Death. Not entirely. Huanyue sect. Zhu Xingyao tried every method possible, but none managed to awaken Shen Xiuyan. His expression gradually grew deranged, purple energy swirling in his eyes while rarely seen purple demonic patterns spread across his forehead, as if about to lose control at any moment. If it weren't for that mark maintaining a faint connection to Shen Xiuyan, he might have truly believed he was gone. After all, the soul token was shattered, how could anyone think the person wasn't dead? Master, I will not allow you to die, so you cannot die. When you wake up, I will severely punish you. And those who dare help you, I will kill them one by one, ensuring no one can assist you escape in the future. After dressing and covering Shen Xiuyan carefully with blankets, Zhu Xingyao stormed out of their wedding quarters, filled with an ominous aura, grabbing hold of a demon cultivator stationed outside the court. Summon Yecheng to see me. The cultivator, sweating cold beads, knelt down trembling, my lord, the protector, he might not be available. Zhu Xingyao's eyes narrowed dangerously, where is he? The demon cultivator stammered, he was, with Qingrong Jun, reminiscing. He dared not say that Qingrong Jun had directly abducted the protector, as he'd just been threatened. Those two might very well be. Zhu Xingyao vaguely remembered the past connection between these two. He couldn't wait any longer for them to finish. You, go spread the order, gather 10,000 demon generals. In one incense stick's time, head to Xiantian sect. The demon cultivator didn't quite understand but immediately accepted the command nonetheless, yes, my lord. It was strange, wasn't this supposed to be their lord's grand wedding day? Why were they suddenly attacking Xiantian sect? Shen Xiuyan honestly soaked in the water. For 2 hours. He felt like he was swelling up. But leaving the water meant he could easily be sensed by Zhu Xingyao, so he gritted his teeth and bore it. In the icy water, Shen Xiuyan exhaled, Lu, is everything still normal? System, we haven't detected the male lead yet. This time we have a good chance. Shen Xiuyan sighed, that's good. Fake death really works wonders. If I'd known how easy it was, I should have used this method the first time I ran away, I might have been home already. System, true, we went about things wrong before. But now we're on the right track, there's half an hour left. Shen Xiuyan almost welled up with tears, I'm finally going to get air conditioning, WJFJ watermelons again. After such a long time here, I even think the 996 work life back home is pretty decent too. Wait, after I return, I'll get that money and won't need to work anymore. As the separation approached, the system also showed some melancholy, wah, host, I'll miss you when you're gone. Shen Xiuyan reflected, I'll miss you too, though you've been useless all along. System. Yun Sikong nearby knew nothing of this exchange between the host and the system in their heads. He picked up the clothes set aside next to him and handed them to Shen Xiuyan, it's cold in the water, you should get out, ahem. Before finishing his sentence, Yun Sikong covered his mouth and started coughing fiercely, his face turning pale. Soon blood seeped from the corners of his lips. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Shen Xiuyan slid over a few steps in the water, trying to support Yun Sikong, only someone else reacted quicker. Master. It was Jin Qinshuan. He had just returned, initially intending to ask if Yun Sikong needed help, but ended up witnessing this scene instead. Jin Qinshuan helped Yun Sikong ashore and propped him upright, placing his palm against his back and channeling spiritual energy steadily. Shen Xiuyan boldly guessed, is there truly something wrong with his heart demon tribulation? Correct, uncle. How did this happen exactly? Shen Xiuyan thought this was fabricated. Jin Qinshuan glanced at Shen Xiuyan and replied somewhat strangely, because. Host, bad news. The male lead has arrived. An alarm sounded in Shen Xiuyan's mind. Then, a disciple rushed in, breathless. Grandmaster, Chief Elder, trouble, demons, a large group of demons has suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain, led by Zhu Xingyao himself. Shen Xiuyan jumped to his feet from the water, his face turning white, what? After catching his breath momentarily and regaining a bit of color, Yun Sikong opened his eyes, his voice cool and calm, this disarray is unbecoming. Speak clearly. Perhaps influenced by Yun Sikong, the disciple steadied himself and clarified. Zhu Xingyao wants you to hand over the person, otherwise he will raise Shantian sect to the ground. The protective sword array at the foot of the mountain has already been effortlessly broken by him. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun froze. Damn, was he doomed once again? Yun Sikong swiftly came up with a plan. Recall the disciples stationed at the foot of the mountain. Gather all those who have reached the Jindan level within the sect to meet at the Wuxiang Peak to prepare for the arrival of the demons. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but say, Brother Yun, Zhu Xingyao is here because... He worried the dream he'd had earlier would become reality. Yun Sikong interrupted Shen Xiuyun and cast a binding spell on him. Stay quietly on Yiji Peak. Don't leave. Brother Yun, since he knows, he won't let it go easily. Hand me over, MMPH. Shen Xiuyun's words were silenced as soon as he opened his mouth. Why did everyone enjoy muting him like this? This time was really unlike last time. In the original story, Zhu Xingyao had indeed gone mad. He killed a lot of people. Taking 2 steps forward, Yun Sikong hesitated, turned around, and looked at Shen Xiuyun. His expression was complex, but his resolve firm. It was a firm determination akin to one who was ready to die. Ayun, I deeply regret the events of that year. Why wasn't it me who got injured? You deserved the chance for ascension. But this time, no matter what, brother will protect you, even if it means sacrificing my life. Years ago, Shen Xiuyun fought with a fierce beast to help him and took a strike meant for him. The memory of seeing her fall like a broken kite in front of him has haunted him ever since. Over time, his guilt and self-blame turned into a heart demon. His extraordinarily talented junior brother should have ascended long ago, but instead suffered the devastating fate of having his spiritual roots severed and losing all cultivation. Now, this young wolf they've raised is about to humiliate them further. He would never allow it. Shen Xiuyun desperately shook his head and tried to signal with his eyes, Elder brother, dying honorably is better than living poorly. If you go out there like this, I'll be terrified. Besides, you're no match for Zhu Xingyao. Before he even had the chance to fight dragons or torture Long Yuni, Zhu Xingyao would certainly slaughter someone as insignificant as a sect leader without hesitation just to vent frustration. But Yun Sikong paid no heed to Shen Xiuyun's warning, immediately leaving with others. Old 6, could Cloud Sisaking really meet his end today? Shen Xiuyun anxiously asked the system inside his mind. System, according to the original plot, he will indeed die at Zhu Xingyao's hands, right this very day. After hearing this, Shen Xiuyun felt pure anguish. Why was going home so difficult? Why did the author give Zhu Xingyao such an overwhelmingly powerful bug of a character trait? Why did I open this book recklessly? Shen Xiuyun endured every second in a purification pool like years past. He didn't know how things were going outside, but judging from the earth-shattering noise, it was clear the battle was brutally intense. System alert, 10 more minutes. Another 10 minutes, last time, we fell short by just a little, and all our efforts went to waste. Shen Xiuyun believed his karmic fate lay within these 10 minutes, it was a cursed period. As soon as this thought faded, the shaking ground suddenly grew calm. The entire Shantian sect became eerily silent at this moment, and the binding spell on Shen Xiuyun inexplicably broke. A sudden sense of foreboding struck Shen Xiuyun's heart. Master, do you still refuse to come out? With each passing moment, I shall carve a piece of flesh off Cloud Siqing's body. Master, I wonder how many slashes the chief elder can take. Chapter 29, What must you achieve before you stop? Zhu Xingyao used his spiritual force to spread his voice across almost every corner of the Shantian sect. When Shen Xiuyun heard his voice, the tight string within him snapped. System reminded, Host, I advise you not to go out there yet, delay some more. After all, victory was so close now. Shen Xiuyun said, do you think I can last another 10 minutes? The system assured resolutely, with the numerous peaks in Shantian sect, he'll need time to find you if we hide well enough. Once that happens, we win. There's nowhere to hide, he knows where I am. Shen Xiuyun bitterly smiled, do you remember the mark he left on me? It might not be simply etched on my body, otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived so fast. He only wants me to come out willingly. System, however, host, according to the original storyline, Zhu Xingyao has been overtaken by demonic energy, losing his mind. If you go out, you might. From afar, Zhu Xingyao's impatient urging echoed again, Master, haven't you decided yet? Let me count then, killing starts with the top disciple. Without further hesitation, Shen Xiuyun quickly put on his robe and rushed toward Zhu Xingyao. He just saw Zhu Xingyao stabbing towards Jin Qinshuan's chest. Stop. Zhu Xianyao glanced at Shen Xiuyun, ignored his plea, and thrust the sword straight through Jin Qinshuan's chest, coldly withdrawing the magical blade from the wound. Jin Qinshuan staggered a few steps forward, blood gushed from his chest instantly staining his blue robe red. Shen Xiuyun hurried over, pressed a few acupoints, and managed to temporarily stop the bleeding. But with heart meridian damage, Jin Qinshuan's cultivation skills would likely be permanently hindered. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but shout angrily at Zhu Xingyao, I've already come here, why did you stab him? Zhu Xingyao coldly stared at Shen Xiuyun and wiped the blood off his sword, if master hadn't been late, why blame me for acting? Shen Xiuyun was enraged, nearly tempted to attack Zhu Xingyao with his own sword. You. Zhu Xingyao sheathed his sword calmly and looked leisurely at Shen Xiuyun. What's your problem? If you knew what had happened, why run away? They're suffering because of you, aren't they? You distort right and wrong. Yun Xiqing shouldn't have saved you back in those days. Demons are demons, how could we expect to guide you onto the righteous path? It was our mistake. Yun Xiqing fell to his knees, leaning heavily on his sword to keep himself upright. His green robes were torn in many places, all soaked with blood, and there was a bloody wound on his forearm. It was clear that in the previous battle, he had suffered nearly unbearable torture. Zhu Xingyao scoffed coldly, it's true that I have half-demon ancestry, but if it weren't for your so-called righteous path, I might never have achieved my current power. Shen Xiuyun was confused. Why did it sound like Zhu Xingyao's fall into darkness had hidden reasons? Wasn't it written in the book that due to unrequited love, he became corrupted on the spot? Today, I shall become a fully legitimate demon master. Let's make Shantian sect the second Huanyu sect. Master, are you satisfied? As Zhu Xingyao's words faded, demonic cultivators obeyed his orders and began rampantly destroying the houses of Shantian sect. The fires spread to the woods, setting the entire mountain ablaze. It was just like the dream Shen Xiuyun had experienced. Living people struggled painfully in the fire and were burned to ashes. Even though this was a book, since he had come into this world, everything was no longer mere words. Everyone here had flesh and blood. He really couldn't watch so many people die before his eyes. Shen Xiuyun took several steps forward, grabbing Zhu Xingyao by the arm. Yao Yao, don't do this. The disciples of the sect are innocent. You came here just to take me away, didn't you? Since your purpose. Master, you have no more qualification to plead with me. Zhu Xingyao interrupted Shen Xiuyun coldly, prying open each of his fingers one by one. Zhu Xingyao's eyes swirled with malevolent demonic energy, making him seem unstable and uncontrollable. In the past, I've spoiled you too much, letting you behave outrageously again and again. Don't you think I'm heartless and unable to feel pain? Shen Xiuyun shook his head, no. Papercut characters have hearts, and their hearts are made of flesh too. Surely they will ache. But Zhu Xingyao simply can't love others. He mustn't irritate Zhu Xingyao anymore. Zhu Xingyao was already overwhelmed by demonic energy, acting without thinking, seeking only gratification from within. Zhu Xingyao chuckled sadly, look, you know that I feel pain, yet you still refuse to spare even an ounce of pity on me. Each time you deceive me, it's as if you're taking a knife and stabbing through my heart over and over, mercilessly. That silent agony is something you'll never understand. Yao Yao, what must you achieve before you stop? And Master, what would make you wholly stay by my side? Shen Xiuyun felt a splitting headache. Why did it always end up being this question? Unless the sun rises from the west, unless Zhu Xingyao truly changes and restrains himself, he would never attempt to like Zhu Xingyao. Since the master hesitates, it means you're just devising temporary tactics, planning to soothe me now for future actions, isn't that right? Shen Xiuyun slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Hell, if all his tricks had been exposed, how could he proceed? Zhu Xingyao placed his palm gently against Shen Xiuyun's cool cheek, speaking with the gentlest tone but uttering terrifying words. But I won't give you another chance. As long as everyone who cares about you dies, then there won't be anyone left daring to interfere. If you lose your family, wherever I am will possibly become your home. Shen Xiuyun tried to reason again, Yao Yao, this impulsive decision is because you've lost your senses out of anger. Don't do something you'll regret. Regret? Why would I regret? Zhu Xingyao tilted Shen Xiuyun's chin upward, inspecting him with a playful gaze. Shen Xiuyun's neck grew stiff until Zhu Xingyao released him, instead embracing Shen Xiuyun's waist. In the next instant, he brought Shen Xiuyun to the Urugrit cliff at one finger peak. The mountain breeze chilled through the night. Winds blowing off the cliff edge were bone-chilling. Host, the plot has already gone uncontrollably back to the original script. This is where the original host died. Host, there's no escape now. You can only figure out a way to save yourself. I can't help you anymore. The system lamented the situation. Shen Xiuyun did not respond to the system. This was the closest to death he'd been since arriving in this story for such a long time. Would he die? Would dying bring relief? Shen Xiuyun crouched beside the cliffside, biting his lips tightly to stifle any sounds, supporting himself against the uneven ground. The sharp stones pierced painfully into his hands, but nowhere near as painful as other parts of his body. He finally realized that Zhu Xingyao had truly held back with him up until now. Master, is this wedding night special enough for you? Shen Xiuyun did not respond, his expression vacant as the dark pupils reflected the flickering firelight in the distance. The cries of suffering could still be faintly heard. Everything felt like a nightmare. How could one ever find relief? Chapter 30, Losing the Master. Shen Xiuyun thought he would just endure it, but he found that he couldn't bear the pain. The agony continued to torment him, as if being carved by a knife through flesh and bone, with no way to escape. Zhu Xingyao, do you even realize what you're doing? Zhu Xingyao smoothly answered, this lowly one is committing treason against his master, master. Shen Xiuyun gritted his teeth. Do you really wish to fall so willingly into becoming a mindless puppet controlled by demonic energy? Zhu Xingyao laughed. Has master forgotten? This lowly one was already a demon to begin with. Speechless with despair, Shen Xiuyun wondered how Zhu Xingyao had become so resistant to reasoning. Pain. Such excruciating pain. Cold sweat streamed down Shen Xiuyun's body, leaving his mind consumed solely by this nearly overwhelming sensation. Within him, the incompatible demonic energy and spiritual energy clashed and fought fiercely, tearing at every inch of his body. Every second felt like being flayed alive. Zhu Xingyao had always kept the violent demonic energy under tight control, never letting it surface around him, let alone allowing it to recklessly impact and harm him. But Zhu Xingyao, who had lost reason to the demonic energy clouding his mind, was left with only instinctual responses now. He wanted to make sure the master remembered the cost of fleeing with death. There was no one crueler or more indifferent than the master in this world. As a child, whenever treated kindly, anything he asked for was given. When uncaring, however, 6 long years passed without acknowledgement, and the master even took on another disciple. At the moment Long Yuni revealed his identity, no regard for their past teacher-student bond remained, refusing even a single chance to explain before expelling him from the sect. To leave him behind, the master didn't hesitate to leave behind a cold, lifeless corpse. This was his master, loved and hated in equal measure. Did the master know how much pain and despair filled his heart when cradling that increasingly cold body? Did the master know that he'd go mad without him? Each time, he appeared cooperative on the surface but planned ways to leave behind closed doors. Again and again, he was deceived. Time after time, hope turned into despair. What must it take for you to remember not to leave me? What will it take for you to focus only on me? The more Zhu Xingyao thought about these things, the more wildly the brutal demonic energy in his eyes spread, making his behavior increasingly savage. Shen Xiuyun almost fainted from the intensity of it all. Yao Yao, it hurts so much. Shen Xiuyun exhaled laboriously, his voice unstable. It was the first time in his semi-conscious state that he instinctively murmured Zhu Xingyao's name. He felt that this intimate title had likely been called out countless times before, some fragments slowly emerging from the haze of memory, being pieced together once again. His chest felt heavy, making it hard to breathe. If there were a mirror in front of him, he would see how pale his face and lips had become. He looked like someone pulled out of water, drenched with sweat soaking his temples' hair, resembling a flower battered by storm winds, ready to fade and vanish at any moment. Shen Xiuyun roughly understood why the original protagonist had died. If he couldn't bring Zhu Xingyao back to his senses immediately, the risk of having his soul torn apart by demonic energy, ascending directly to the heavens, was absolutely certain. Zhu Xingyao showed no pity, saying coldly, "Does it hurt? This lowly one also hurts deeply, this lowly one wants the master to firmly remember that only this lowly one can give you such pain. You will give only this lowly one this feeling forevermore." Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brows, thoughts chaotic in his mind, each word increasingly difficult to articulate. I am truly sorry, for my actions that have harmed you, causing you to lose control, turning into this state. It's indeed, my responsibility. He never imagined that everything would turn out this way after his departure. But it was also true that he couldn't stay anymore. Zhu Xingyao didn't understand, what is master apologizing for? Where has this lowly one lost control? This lowly one feels quite lucid, knowing exactly what is happening. Shen Xiuyun's consciousness began to fade, weakly murmuring, "I'm sorry." Zhu Xingyao paused, perplexed for a moment, flashes of confusion and inner struggle crossing his eyes. Does the master actually apologize to me? He felt inexplicably unsettled within, though unsure why. "I'm sorry." Shen Xiuyun's eyes slightly closed, his mind drifting as he softly muttered. The body that had been tightly tense due to the pain finally relaxed after those words. The system's urgent call in his mind was fading further and further away. His perception of his body was ebbing, similar to how it felt when his soul left his body before, light and weightless. Would he finally find relief? This way, wasn't too bad. Just as Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes, Zhu Xingyao felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Realizing something all at once, he looked with fear at the person in his arms and trembled as he called out, "Master." There was no response, only an oppressive silence. The backlash from the same heart curse inflicted on his body was so intense. Back then, he had made a small alteration to this spell. If he harmed the other party, he would suffer 10 times the damage returned to himself. "Master." Zhu Xingyao bent down and saw the almost gruesome marks all over Shen Xiuyun's body. He was struck by horror like being hit by lightning. What had he done? Why was he on Finger One's no regrets cliff? In the distance, flames erupted from other peaks of Shantian sect, illuminating half the sky. Zhu Xingyao's mind went blank. He vaguely remembered discovering Master's feigned death, sensing Master in Shantian sect, and then. He had been angry, disappointed, letting his guard down and being controlled by demonic energy, furious enough to command an attack on Shantian sect, injuring Yun Seeking, bringing Master to No Regrets Cliff, where the demonic energy tore Master apart until not a single inch remained unscathed. Zhu Xingyao gently turned and cradled Shen Xiuyun in his arms, trembling fingers unsure of where to touch. His voice shook uncontrollably as he forced out a smile even uglier than crying. Master, wake up, you're scaring me, right? You're blaming me for treating you like that, are you angry and that's why you won't open your eyes and look at me? Shen Xiuyuan's eyes were tightly shut, showing no response. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I don't know how I didn't do it on purpose. Master. On No Regrets Cliff, echoes of Zhu Xingyao's heartrending shouts resounded. He could no longer sense Master. He couldn't feel anything at all. He had lost Master. There would never be another Shen Xiuyuan in this world. Chapter 31, Dead, but not entirely. When Shen Xiuyuan regained awareness, all he saw was darkness. As he wondered if he had gone blind, a floating warm yellow light orb suddenly appeared in front of him, round and plump like a bun with bright large eyes. Shen Xiuyuan was about to ask who it was, when this orb of light burst into tears and slammed directly into his arms. Host, Wu, you're alive. Shen Xiuyuan was startled by this familiar voice. Shen Xiuyuan picked up the lump in his arms and asked in surprise, are you old six? The system wept, yeah, it's me, but could you stop calling me old six? It feels weird. Shen Xiuyuan chose to skip over this issue, what's the situation with me now, didn't I die? Among all masters in novels who have been killed by their disciples, probably only he suffered such disgrace. The system replied, you are indeed dead, but not entirely. Host, what exactly happened at the end? Why did you give up resistance? Why were you saying sorry all the time? Shouldn't Zhu Xingyao be apologizing to you? Shen Xiuyuan sighed deeply and said, because I've lived through this once before. I did promise Zhu Xingyao that I would only take him as my disciple and treat him alone with kindness, but I broke my word, leading to this. Promises should never be given lightly, otherwise, if they can't be kept, one will surely come back crying for redemption. The system was shocked, what? You actually lived through this before? Shen Xiuyuan replied, that's correct. When this book only had its synopsis, I favorited it. After that, every time I fell asleep at night, I would enter here. At the time, because the master shared his name, Shen Xiuyuan merely favorited it out of curiosity. Some comments warned about the homonymous, penetrating, book rules and advised him to be careful, but he dismissed them. Later, after falling asleep at night, he would penetrate into the book and wake up normally during the day. So for a while, he had thought he was just dreaming. In the dream, he found the protagonist whose background was pitiful beyond measure, intentionally mistreated, having his spiritual roots destroyed, and almost killed by his own mother. Shen Xiuyuan judged people by appearance, and young Zhu Xingyao was so delicate and appealing. Combined with his tragic fate, he was undeniably cute yet pitiable, evoking everyone's compassion. After taking him in, Shen Xiuyuan cared for him attentively and accepted him as a disciple. Zhu Xingyao was initially very repelled by him. Over time, as he slowly opened up his heart, he became incredibly attached. At the time, Shen Xiuyuan never thought that this attitude change was due to Zhu Xingyao's feelings toward him having changed inappropriately. Later, when Zhu Xingyao kept confessing, Shen Xiuyuan was stunned. He thought Zhu Xingyao's sudden affection was just a whim, without any previous contact with other girls involved, and assumed it might have been a misunderstanding. So, Shen Xiuyuan pretended to seclude himself for a while, intending to make Zhu Xingyao see sense. But Zhu Xingyao wouldn't stop until he reached his goal, waiting every day outside Shen Xiuyuan's seclusion chamber. With no choice, Shen Xiuyuan ordered him to leave the mountain for trials and tribulations. As it turned out, Zhu Xingyao met with misfortune in the Taichu's secret realm, and at the same time, an ancient fiendish beast within the sect suddenly broke free of its seal, requiring Shen Xiuyuan to suppress it. Shen Xiuyuan wanted to search for Zhu Xingyao, but he had responsibilities he couldn't shirk. That battle left him gravely injured. Afterward, for some unknown reason, he discovered he would never dream that dream again. Real life had to continue, this regret-filled dream could only gradually fade away. The system seemed to realize everything, I see now. You couldn't come through later because your body was too severely injured, weakening the connection between your body and soul. After you left, the master returned to being an unconscious paper person, following the original script into a bloodbath plotline. So, it's not really your fault for betraying Zhu Xingyao, you were also forced into it. Shen Xiuyuan massaged his aching brow with a sense of guilt and reproached himself, partly my fault, if I hadn't given him hope, he wouldn't have become so obsessed with me later on. He definitely wouldn't have thus fallen into demonhood and committed so many wrongdoings. At this point it was impossible to determine whose responsibility or mistake weighed more heavily. They could only lament fate's manipulation. The system stated, it seems like the male lead didn't completely turn dark because Master didn't love him. My latest transmitted plot shows that even before knowing anything in the Taichu's secret realm, he had already fallen into demonhood. There seems to be some hidden matter here. Host, our main system warns that the male lead's blackening value is excessively high, and he ultimately commits suicide, causing the world to collapse. If you had another chance to start over, would you still be willing to go back? Shen Xiuyuan's lips twitched, no way, that devilish plot. Are you serious, making me go through it again? Spare me. Although Shen Xiuyuan remembered many past events, that absolutely did not mean he wanted to relive them, the escape and chase where neither of them could fly free. The system reassured, Host, let me tell you something. The main system says this time we're dealing with redemption. I'll send you back to an earlier point when the male lead hadn't yet fallen into darkness. All you need to do is teach him properly, and he won't betray and destroy his teacher. When the male lead's blackening value drops to 0, your task will be considered complete, and then you can return to modern times with the rewards and live freely. Shen Xiuyun, somewhat skeptical, said, "Is there such a good deal? Why do I find it hard to believe?" The system explained, this book's author received over 100 boxes of blade letters because of the tragic ending. She sought help everywhere to have someone rewrite her work. The comment section has countless blood letters demanding a rewrite into a happy ending. We received her strong appeal, whether or not to comply depends on you. Shen Xiuyun rested his chin on his palm, thinking. The Zhu Xingyao from before the fall and possession wasn't unpleasant, barely counted as obedient. With proper guidance, he might be salvaged. This time, Shen Xiuyun would certainly teach him respect for teachers and morality rigorously, ensuring he wouldn't stray onto the wrong path. Whether or not I want to, there doesn't seem to be a better choice. I agree. The system declared, contract sealed. Transmission begins now. When Shen Xiuyun opened his eyes again, his surroundings were still dim. The windows showed gray haze, it was still night. The white bed canopy above stood out notably. He should currently be in the secluded room on Finger One Peak. The interior decoration was familiar yet strange, a place where he always woke up in the past. Time flowed 3 times faster in the modern world than here. That means 1 day in the modern world equated to nearly 3 days here. This explains why Zhu Xingyao always said Shen Xiuyun disappeared mysteriously for several days at a stretch and always returned at night. Being so unpredictable, it would have been noticed as abnormal in anyone else in Xiantian's sect, but Shen Xiuyun was the exception. He rarely left Finger One Peak, and the mountain was covered by a powerful protective barrier. No one could ascend without his permission. Had he not accepted Zhu Xingyao as a disciple, it's possible that by the day Shen Xiuyun logged off, no one would have noticed anything unusual about him. Bang bang bang. A hurried knocking sound came from outside, interrupting Shen Xiuyun's train of thought. Shen Xiuyun didn't want to get out of bed. Within the sect, if there was an emergency, they'd usually notify him via a communication jade tablet. Nobody dared knock on his door like this. Yet the person outside was persistent, refusing to give up, knocking relentlessly much like Aunt Snow. Having no choice, Shen Xiuyun reluctantly got up and headed to the door after throwing on an outer robe. The moment the door opened, the clear moonlight outside spilled in, vaguely illuminating the gap. A slightly shorter figure stumbled into him, tightly hugging him around the waist, their voice trembling with fear. "Master! You're really still here." Shen Xiuyun stiffened abruptly, unsure if it was from being suddenly embraced or because this title reminded him of unpleasant memories. His throat moved as he looked down at the person before him, taking a while to regain his voice. "Are you Zhu Xingyao?" Zhu Xingyao looked up at Shen Xiuyun, his watery eyes fixed unwaveringly on Shen Xiuyun, as if afraid that in a blink, the person might vanish. He carefully corrected, "It's a Yao, master." Shen Xiuyun remembered the day he had passed away last life too clearly. Now, even facing this uncorrupted Zhu Xingyao made him somewhat uneasy. He pulled the boy back a bit, his tone tinged with slight irritation. "In the middle of the night, why aren't you sleeping soundly inside your room? What are you running out for?" Zhu Xingyao stuck close like glue again, hugging his waist firmly and unwilling to let go. His tone became increasingly pitiful. "Just now, I had a nightmare where I lost you, master. I couldn't find you no matter what. Yao was so scared. Master, please stay with me." Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow. Why did this Zhu Xingyao seem different than the impression he'd left? Wasn't he less clingy and delicate before? Due to the events in his childhood, Zhu Xingyao always maintained a very high psychological barrier against others. He was quite fierce. Shen Xiuyun vividly recalled that the first thing Zhu Xingyao did upon waking after being saved was bite his hand viciously. He was practically a wolf cub. It took careful cultivation for some time just to barely manage touching this guy's head. Could it be the nightmare that caused tonight's abnormality? "With me here, don't you see now? Can you return to sleep peacefully?" Since this Zhu Xingyao was still a little innocent child who hadn't yet darkened, though Shen Xiuyun felt a not regarding last life's matters, he didn't chastise someone who hadn't done anything wrong excessively. Zhu Xingyao shook his head violently like a rattle drum. "I won't go back." Exasperated, Shen Xiuyun massaged his forehead. "Then what do you plan to do?" "I want to stay with master." "Absolutely not." Shen Xiuyun immediately refused. There was only one bed in his room, and staying meant having to share it. Was he going to allow his disciple to lead him by the nose like that? Definitely not, absolutely impossible. As if deeply hurt by these words, Zhu Xingyao stepped aside, respectfully bowed to Shen Xiuyun with a disheartened look on his face. "I know I'm not likable, and my origin has made me overly sensitive. I understand all this. Master, out of kindness, took me in out of pity, but I shouldn't desire too much. It's my greed that makes me ask for more. Seeing master is well now, I can feel relieved. I will retire. Please rest well, master." "Shen Xiuyun." What does your tone mean, which is akin to that of a forsaken wife? Making him look so unsympathetic. Wait. As Zhu Xingyao was about to step out the threshold, Shen Xiuyun called him back. Hearing this, Zhu Xingyao instantly relaxed his tightly pressed lips, his mouth curving slightly upward. However, when he turned, his face displayed only confusion and apprehension. Master, what do you command? Shen Xiuyun sighed helplessly, close the door and come to sleep. Chapter 32, Master got tricked. Zhu Xingyao seemingly didn't notice the almost grinding teeth-like tone of his master. A sweet smile spread across his face, and he dived onto the bed, burrowing under the quilt, almost worshipfully soaking up the familiar scent belonging to that person, with an expression full of satisfaction. Shen Xiuyun realized belatedly, am I somehow getting tricked? The system faintly popped up, remove, somehow, dot. Zhu Xingyao peeked out from under the blanket with a fuzzy head, looking toward Shen Xiuyun, who remained deep in thought. Urging him. Master, why haven't you come over yet? Shen Xiuyun pulled out another quilt from the wardrobe, tossing it to Zhu Xingyao, then slowly climbed onto the bed. Lying down, he narrowed his eyes warningly, behave during sleep. If your sleeping posture is bad, I'll kick you off the bed. Zhu Xingyao assured sincerely, Yao will be good. Only when you're watching. Shen Xiuyun then closed his eyes without saying any more. Not long after, he felt something lightly brush past his brow, and his consciousness gradually blurred, falling into a deep slumber. After Shen Xiuyun had fallen into a deep slumber, Zhu Xingyao suddenly opened his sharp eyes. In the darkness, Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyun's handsome face. From under his own quilt, he crept into Shen Xiuyun's quilt, stretching out his hand to trace inch by inch over Shen Xiuyun's cheek, confirming it repeatedly. The warmth transmitted from the fingertips told him that the master before his eyes was truly alive. He could barely suppress the excitement of reclaiming what he had lost. Wanting to crush the person into his embrace, preferably never to be separated again by anyone evermore. After Master's death, the long years of life thereafter were only torment for him. So he chose to follow the Master into death. But unexpectedly, when he awoke, he found himself returned to the past he once dared not dream of. Afraid this might all be but a dream, he came seeking in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the Master was really still there. In this life, he would surely protect the Master well. He wouldn't hurt him anymore and would let no one else take advantage. He wanted the Master's eyes and heart filled with none other than him. Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyun contentedly, who was deeply asleep due to his spell. Hearing his strong heartbeat, he finally felt at ease. He missed the Master so much. But he couldn't do that yet. He needed Master's consent. It should happen slowly, as he had plenty of time to teach Master how to like him. He mustn't scare the Master again. After a moment, troubled by his thoughts, Zhu Xingyao lifted the quilt, performed a hand seal, then vanished from the room. An hour later, after returning coldly to the quiet room, when Zhu Xingyao snuggled back into bed to hug Shen Xiuyun, the latter shivered involuntarily in his sleep due to the chill. With a sigh, Zhu Xingyao helplessly smiled lowly. He hugged the person tighter, drawing warmth from the Master, his hands encircling Shen Xiuyun's waist as he fell soundly asleep. When dawn broke, Zhu Xingyao still clung to Shen Xiuyun tightly. His hand gripping tightly onto a strand of Shen Xiuyun's ink-black hair, mumbling, Master, don't run away. Shen Xiuyun felt short of breath, his chest tight as if pressed down by a heavy stone. He dreamed of being chased by Zhu Xingyao, unable to escape. That little beast even laughed while encouraging him to run faster. Exhausted, Shen Xiuyun thought. Run. To hell with running. Without hesitation, he turned back and slapped the grinning face, the kind asking for punishment. However, instead of hearing Zhu Xingyao's usual twisted line, Master, you didn't hit hard enough, came the complaint beside him. Master, why did you slap me, Yao? Half awake, Shen Xiuyun still somewhat confused between dreams and reality. Before his eyes, two figures overlapped. It wasn't the blood-red robe, nor the marks of falling into demonic ways. His lips felt dry. What was going on? When he clearly saw the pitiful look on Zhu Xingyao's face, where was the former sharpness? His hair was messily sticking up, looking rather silly and cute. His eyes full of grievance, he pitifully covered his cheek. Ah, this? Did he hit the wrong person? Embarrassed, Shen Xiuyun sat up and coughed lightly, attempting to replace his embarrassment with scolding. Why did you cling so tightly just now? This is utterly improper. Is he some kind of pillow? Seemingly stunned by the sudden outburst, Zhu Xingyao lowered his head, fidgeting nervously with the quilt, portraying a disciple perfectly uneasy after being reprimanded. It was too cold at night, Master was warmer, so. I have crossed the boundary, please punish me, Master. You. Originally still angry, after hearing this, Shen Xiuyun already didn't know how to continue. If he spoke too harshly, it would seem as though the Master was unreasonable. If he didn't speak, Zhu Xingyao might grow more reckless in the future, allowing things to develop out of control. After careful consideration, Shen Xiuyun could only warn symbolically, there will be no next time. In the future, don't repeat such behavior, otherwise you will be confined to your room as punishment. Zhu Xingyao obediently replied, disciple understands clearly. Yet he wondered in his heart, the master's reaction seemed somehow abnormal. Why, now that he was becoming clingier, didn't the master like it? He would never mistake the essence of master's soul. This abnormality. Could it be that master also? If the master indeed remembered those outrageous deeds done by him, then why keep him around? No, perhaps the master was just tolerant towards the present version of him who hadn't committed any offenses yet. If he knew his true identity. Zhu Xingyao's mind froze momentarily. In that case, it must ensure the master would never discover everything. As long as no one came to provoke him, he didn't mind appearing harmless like a little white rabbit for the rest of his life. Since the master prefers gentle persuasion rather than coercion, a seemingly weak, little white rabbit would more easily win the master's heart. Shen Xiuyan waved at him, now that you know, step back for now. After having breakfast, come to listen to my sermons. Understood, master. Zhu Xingyao obediently left. What Shen Xiuyan didn't expect was that half an hour later, Zhu Xingyao returned with several lavish dishes in his hands. He arranged the dishes on a low table, served rice to Shen Xiuyan, and finally sat down opposite Shen Xiuyan, waiting for him to start eating. Shen Xiuyan hesitated for a moment, saying, "Ayo, I've already achieved abstinence. You don't need to prepare food for me from now on." It wasn't that he disliked delicacies, it was just better this way since they seldom met anyway. Does master dislike the taste of the food I prepared? If so, I will work harder to improve my cooking skills. Zhu Xingyao looked pitiful, as if he'd burst into manly tears if Shen Xiuyan said a single no. Shen Xiuyan explained, "Not at all, your food is excellent. But those who follow the path of cultivation should eat less grain, or it might hinder our practice." System, host, if I didn't know your intention, I almost believed in your lies. Shen Xiuyan, go away and don't disturb my performance. System, alright, leaving immediately then. Understanding Shen Xiuyan's painstaking effort, Zhu Xingyao looked at him resolutely with fighting spirit brimming in his eyes. Disciple has understood. I will quickly reach the level of golden core. Shen Xiuyan was satisfied. The male lead before being corrupted truly had simple thoughts and was easy to comfort. Much easier to deceive compared to the one after corruption. This task was too simple. Now, as long as Zhu Xingyao didn't go to that damn Tai Chi secret realm, everything would be fine. Contented Shen Xiuyan didn't notice the gleam in Zhu Xinyao's eyes when he lowered his head to eat. Master, you want to distance yourself from me? But how could I possibly let you succeed? You're my life. How can I live without you? Chapter 33, Master, it's time for you to realize. The vegetation on One Finger Peak was lush and diverse, but among them, peach trees were the most numerous. There were quite a few in the courtyard outside the quiet room. However, these peach trees, although flourishing throughout the 4 seasons, never bloomed or bore fruit, which was quite strange. Why do you keep staring at these trees? Zhu Xingyao answered, Master, I have been here on One Finger Peak for 4 years, and these peach trees have never blossomed or fruited. Is there something wrong with them? He still remembered in the previous life, the last 2 puppets sent by Yun Siqing were made of peach wood. And since the master had a wooden spiritual root, there might be some kind of connection between the master and these trees. Shen Xiuyan lightly coughed, covering his lips, There's nothing wrong with them. It's himself who had a problem. Damn it, these peach trees, as his embodiment, wouldn't flower or bear fruit since he hadn't done such things. Fortunately, apart from Yun Siqing and his ascended master, almost no one knew about this, otherwise, in the previous life, the time he spent day and night with Zhu Xingyao. They had died of embarrassment countless times. Wait, his elder brother actually knew. Shit. Shen Xiuyan froze. Zhu Xingyao was still preoccupied with this question, yet, human world peach trees aren't like this. Shen Xiuyan solemnly replied, the human world is different from ours. The trees in the cultivation realm are naturally unique. Oh. Zhu Xingyao decided not to express his curiosity for now but would definitely find out what was going on. In the previous life, he had wanted to cultivate under the peach trees on One Finger Peak with the master, but unfortunately never had the chance. This time, in this dream, it should be achievable, right? Adding a bit of greed, hopefully cultivating beneath peach trees covered with blooms, it would surely be very beautiful. Shen Xiuyan always felt Zhu Xingyao's gaze gradually becoming peculiar. He hurriedly shifted the topic back. That's enough, let's not talk about unrelated issues anymore. Shen Xiuyan brushed his sleeve and sat under the peach tree, holding a scripture, seriously expounding the content of the book. Such things as yin and yang harmony, and forming couples for cultivation being beneficial to practice. But Zhu Xingyao couldn't hear a word of it. Could the master really think that his wicked ideas only started after he turned to evil? Wrong. From the moment he woke up on One Finger Peak and saw Shen Xiuyan for the first time, he liked this person. That's why he bit Shen Xiuyan once, leaving a mark belonging to him. Back then, he only had a vague understanding of liking someone and didn't know how to express it. He simply liked Shen Xiuyan touching his head, but these touches made him feel odd in a peculiar way. He was afraid that he might fall ill, so he wasn't used to getting close to Shen Xiuyan. It wasn't until later, after reading some special books, that he understood, those strange reactions only occurred around someone he liked. From that point on, the desire in his heart grew wildly like weeds, unstoppable. "Ao, have you understood what your master said?" Shen Xiuyan questioned Zhu Xingyao, who seemed distracted. "Master is telling me that harmony of yin and yang, as well as cultivating with a partner, benefits practice." "That's correct. When you come of age, you can find a suitable cultivation partner." Zhu Xingyao said innocently, "But I like men." Shen Xiuyan nearly choked on his own saliva, cough, cough, cough. "It's against natural principles for a man to be with another man. The world will surely criticize it." Was Zhu Xingyao twisted from the start? Shen Xiuyan couldn't help but wonder, but he remembered Zhu Xingyao had confessed his feelings only after being drunk, then became extra clingy. At this stage, his disciple should still not have improper thoughts toward him. It shouldn't be an issue. What does the world's criticism matter? I only care about my heart's desire, Zhu Xingyao mentally added, anyone who dares criticize will be killed. Shen Xiuyan felt quite troubled. Never mind. If you really prefer men, I won't force you to change. However, under no circumstances may you do anything to disrespect or betray your master. Zhu Xingyao looked sincere, nodding with seeming understanding. By coincidence, his favorite thing was undermining authority and defying rules set by elders, precisely for bullying his master. He only enjoyed bullying one person, his master. He wanted to hear his master involuntarily admit liking him, wanting him, unable to live without him. Wildly, he desired it. "Master, quicken up and figure it out." The disciple fears he can't control himself much longer. After giving theoretical lessons for half a month, Shen Xiuyan found his throat feeling strained. Moreover, whenever he woke up after taking a short rest at his desk, his lips would always feel inexplicably dry and painful. After reflecting, he decided alternating between swordplay and theory classes would be better. That day, just as he was about to teach Zhu Xingyao sword techniques, Yun Xiqing unexpectedly sent a holographic video call through a spell, disrupting Shen Xiuyan's plans. Holographic transmission was an upgrade of sound transmission, akin to video calling. Yun Xiqing's floating image appeared mid-air, tall and solemn-looking, with a cold expression. "Brother, what's the matter?" Yun Xiqing stared at Shen Xiuyan with doubt. "Didn't you tell me last month that when I had free time, there was something you wished to discuss?" Shen Xiuyan paused for a moment, recalling it was something from the previous life, too distant, causing him to momentarily forget why he had contacted Yun Xiqing. "It's my fault for forgetting. Do you have no time now? What are you doing?" "I'm teaching Ao how to wield the sword." Yun Xiqing frowned. "He's been here 4 years, already an adult. Hasn't he learned how to study the sword technique manual independently yet? You spoil him too much. Let him study the manual on his own, and come to the nothingness peak." Shen Xiuyan sighed, helplessly. "All right, brother, wait a moment." After shutting off the holographic transmission, Shen Xiuyan turned back to see his obstinate apprentice wearing an unwilling look. "Master, weren't you going to teach me sword techniques today?" Zhu Xingyao disapproved of anyone taking away Shen Xiuyan's attention, even if it were the elder brother of his master. From the previous life, he had always felt Yun Xiqing got too close to his master. Moreover, later on, he discovered Yun Xiqing's heart devil tribulation arose due to Shen Xiuyan, making him even more jealous. Who knows what hidden thoughts Yun Xiqing truly harbored? Shen Xiuyan hesitated for a second, consoling him. "I'll teach you later. I'll be back soon." Zhu Xingyao seethed inside but still arranged his features into a perfect smile. "All right, then I'll wait for master to return." Shen Xiuyan patted Zhu Xingyao's furry head, thinking to himself, this is certainly more considerate than in the last life. Knowing how to empathize with his master, it's progress. However, he didn't expect that Yun Xiqing, who usually spoke little, could keep talking to him all day long, resulting in the first system notification after his rebirth. Male lead blackening value increased by 2. Chapter 34, Apprentice Darkened. On the way, Shen Xiuyan finally recalled the reason why he sought Yun Xiqing in his previous life. Although Yun Xiqing was the sect leader and busy with daily affairs, the 5 apprentices he took in were all well taught. They were courteous, obedient, handled things appropriately, and every one of them served as exemplary models of the Shantian sect. Thus, Shen Xiuyan intended to take advice from Yun Xiqing, hoping to turn the rebellious, uncooperative Zhu Xingyao into a more compliant disciple, trying his best to approach the standard of someone else's excellent disciple. "It's been a while since I saw my elder brother." Yun Xiqing poured Shen Xiuyan a cup of brewed clear tea, recalling the scene he saw earlier in the transmission shadow technique, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. When will Zhu Xingyao stop being so clingy and be able to stand on his own? Surely, he can't keep depending on his master for a lifetime. His master will ascend sooner or later. "Brother, aren't you too indulgent with your disciple?" Shen Xiuyan put down the teacup, his mouth refreshed, still savoring the light sweetness of the tea on his tongue. "Am I? It's not that bad." Yun Xiqing said, "Qianxin started his cultivation with me at the age of 8. His entire family was killed by demon cultivators. Speaking of tragic backstories, he is no better than Zhu Xingyao. But I taught him, the tougher one's situation becomes, the more resilient one must be, and one should not wallow in irreversible childhood sorrows. Nowadays, he has already become capable enough to handle things independently. I know you sympathize with Zhu Xinyao's circumstances, but excessive protection may hinder his growth. The usual guidance needs to be stricter. Shen Xiuyun's brow deeply furrowed as he paused after pondering. What brother says is reasonable, I will take it into consideration appropriately. He had thought about making the guidance stricter for Zhu Xinyao, but he was like an untouchable glass ball. In a short period, there shouldn't be too many changes. The apprentice easily reacts to stimuli. Yun Xiqing suggested, why don't you let him stay at the disciples' dormitory? Interacting with peers could open up his heart more easily. If you are worried, I can arrange him to live with Qianqin, who can watch over him. How does this sound to you? Shen Xiuyun wasn't very assured, after some time perhaps. His spiritual roots haven't fully recovered yet, and his body isn't well enough either. As long as you have a plan. Afterwards, Yun Xiqing kept chatting with Shen Xiuyun for a long while. Most of the conversations were about raising children, daily experiences and various precautions from his big brother's perspective. Shen Xiuyun was somewhat curious. Why didn't the relationship between his brother and Jin Qianqin develop into the typical master-disciple literature? This is illogical, isn't it? It's often said that a strict master will make the disciple feel unloved, which leads to the disciple's dissatisfaction. Eventually. Why did only he get injured in the whole book? Shen Xiuyun felt extremely annoyed before the system alerted, detected male lead blackening value +2. Please check the situation immediately. A plant. What happened? Blackening value +1. Shen Xiuyun became flustered. Everything seemed fine at Yiji Peak, how did the blackening value increase? Zhu Xingyao, what are you up to? Shen Xiuyun was so anxious, pacing restlessly like ants on a hot pot. In order to return quickly, he hurriedly bade farewell to Yun Xiqing, big brother, it's getting late. We'll stop here today. I'll come again another day for further discussions. Yun Xiqing tightly pressed his lips and shook his head, looking increasingly at Shen Xiuyun as unambitious. How long has it been out here, and he's already rushing back? Because of Zhu Xinyao, it seems that the little brother has indulged him excessively. What exactly attracted Shen Xiuyun to Zhu Xinyao? His personally trained younger brother ever since taking on a disciple now seems most concerned and missing someone else rather than himself. Yun Xiqing felt inexplicably irritated and jealous, unsure why this feeling emerged. Alright, now that you have someone you're more attached to, my place cannot hold on to you anymore. Shen Xiuyun. Big brother, your slightly sour words are unsettling. Can you speak normally? Yun Xiqing spread out his hand and pulled out several books, take these books with you. Read them more often when free. Shen Xiuyun directly tucked them into the boundless bag. Thank you, big brother, for granting me these books. Then he left Wuxian Peak in a flash. Damn it, the blackening value has already risen to 10. If it reaches 100, he would be directly sent off with sorrow. Rushing anxiously, Shen Xiuyun returned to Yiji Peak when the moon was already high in the sky. Bathed under moonlight, the night view was adorned with a silver hue. On the veranda outside the quiet room, a shadow was curled up squatting by the door. Beside him lay a wooden sword, his head resting against his knees, huddled together like a cat, seemingly, asleep. Tired to sleep outside and not returning home, how stubborn is that? Shen Xiuyun's heart felt tangled like knotted threads, messy and impossible to sort out. What should be done with you? Master? Zhu Xingyao seemed to sense something, groggily opening his eyes to see Shen Xiuyun, standing gracefully in the courtyard enveloped in moonlight. Zhu Xingyao initially showed surprise, but soon filled with disappointment, burying his head back into his arms. Shen Xiuyun stepped forward, walking beside him, you're sleepy and yet you don't know to go back inside and rest. Your spiritual roots have just been repaired not long ago. Are you not afraid of catching a chill sitting here? Zhu Xingyao sulked silently, ignoring Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun bent down and squatted next to him, helplessly asking, are you angry? If he didn't lower the blackening value today, he would be sleepless all night. Zhu Xingyao turned his head away from Shen Xiuyun, his voice full of grievance, Master, you tricked me. You clearly said you would teach me swordsmanship today, yet you made me wait for the entire day. Shen Xiuyun patted his pitiful dog-like head, it's Master's fault. I lost track of time. Get up first, the ground is cold. Relying on that soft palm, Zhu Xingyao slowly stood up, but suddenly his feet went limp, causing him to almost kneel back down. Shen Xiuyun quickly caught him with a sharp movement. What happened? Zhu Xingyao rubbed his knees, I've been squatting for too long, my legs are numb. I can't walk. Which implied that he wanted Shen Xiuyun to carry him. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brow, intimate physical contact must be avoided as much as possible, otherwise it could easily get stuck in another dead loop. But if he didn't soothe Zhu Xingyao now, the latter's blackening value might not decrease easily. Truly troublesome. Then I'll rub your legs. Hugging was out of the question, absolutely forbidden. Shen Xiuyun channeled a bit of spiritual energy into his palms and gently pressed them against Zhu Xingyao's knees, performing gentle motions. Zhu Xingyao could clearly feel the warmth of his master's palms. As the spiritual energy flowed steadily, coupled with tender movements, Zhu Xingyao's numbed legs should have soon recovered. However, Shen Xiuyan noticed that his shaking had grown more intense instead. Does it hurt? Zhu Xingyao drooped his head, biting his lips while shaking his head anxiously. Unbeknownst to Shen Xiuyan, his face was slightly flushed. He wasn't actually in pain, but even he thought himself weak-willed. So easily moved by the slightest expressions and smiles of the person before him. To lose control over himself. Without meaning to, Master always knew how to make him infatuated. Shen Xiuyan muttered, "Why are you becoming increasingly fragile?" Zhu Xingyao gritted his teeth. "Not at all. In fact. Never mind, I'll give in to you this once. Eventually, Master will find out who's truly delicate." Chapter 35, Master, I want to make you happy. When Zhu Xingyao felt better, Shen Xiuyan personally escorted him back to the bamboo house at the mountain waste. "Master, don't go yet, stay with me for a bit longer." Zhu Xingyao sat at the edge of the bed, holding onto Shen Xiuyan's sleeve, looking earnestly at him. Shen Xiuyan looked deeply into Zhu Xingyao's captivating peach blossom eyes. His thoughts seemed to falter momentarily, for reasons unknown. The words of refusal he intended to say were swallowed back. Inadvertently, he agreed, "All right." Zhu Xingyao brushed his cheek against Shen Xiuyan's palm, speaking with a plaintive tone. "Master abandoned me today for the sect leader uncle, without even consoling me. Are you going to cajole me or not?" Shen Xiuyan paused and pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to comfort him. He retrieved some spirit fruits from his boundless bag, rare treasures hard to come by elsewhere. He asked, "Would eating fruit make you happy?" Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes, the shimmer in his peach blossom eyes making him look like a cunning fox. "If Master feeds me, yes." "All right." Shen Xiuyan felt somewhat peculiar within himself, though he couldn't pinpoint where. Unable to figure it out, he decided to temporarily put it aside. His fingers peeled the fruit's skin, inevitably getting juice on them. Zhu Xingyao watched intently, attempting to imprint every detail of this person into his soul. As their fingertips inevitably touched when Zhu Xingyao accepted the fruit from Shen Xiuyan withdrew his hand abruptly as if electrocuted. After a moment of thought, Zhu Xingyao seriously questioned, "Does Master dislike this kind of intimacy?" Shen Xiuyan nodded, feeling jumbled in his mind, unable to think about anything except Zhu Xingyao's queries. "How strange, what's wrong with him?" Zhu Xingyao tentatively asked, "Why?" "Cannot do it." Zhu Xingyao grabbed onto something significant. Instead of saying he wasn't happy, Shen Xiuyan had evaded the matter, lightly stating that it simply could not be done. "When can we? What's the issue?" "It just, cannot be done. It might lead to." Shen Xiuyan frowned tightly, pursing his lips, an internal struggle emerging faintly in his calm eyes. Zhu Xingyao sensed something amiss. There seemed to be something crucial Shen Xiuyan desperately wanted to divulge but couldn't bring himself to do so. From his inner resistance, Zhu Xingyao surmised it must be a matter Shen Xiuyan detested mentioning. "What would happen?" "Master, can you tell me? I want to make you happy." Shen Xiuyan remained silent, pressing his lips tighter, his expression growing increasingly serious. With no answers forthcoming, Zhu Xingyao grew anxious. His deep, calming voice carried an enticing charm. "Master, will you tell me please?" Shen Xiuyan still didn't say anything, the struggle in his eyes becoming more apparent. Zhu Xingyao sighed, realizing he wasn't going to get an answer. "All right, I won't force you today." Logically speaking, if the master had inappropriate thoughts toward him, these questions should be answerable. Unless master himself doesn't have answers, or there is another reason. The world only knows that he's a half-breed, but they don't know what kind of demon blood runs through his veins. His father was a siren demon, adept at beguiling hearts. With every trick he had up his sleeve, he managed to allure his mother, and then, it's best not to talk about it further. Sirens are naturally born with bewitching charm, their beauty captivating beyond measure. Anyone who harbors forbidden thoughts toward them will easily fall into their snare. They can make people confess things they usually wouldn't and reveal secrets. In the previous life, Zhu Xingyao wasn't without trying secretly using his siren allure on Shen Xiuyan, yet without exception, none succeeded. Now, at least things were better than before. "So, let's talk about what the sect leader uncle said to you during that long conversation." This time Shen Xiuyan replied rather quickly, "It's about you." Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes, sensing something ominous. "What about me?" Shen Xiuyan answered, "He wants me to discipline you more strictly, for you to move into the disciples' dormitories and make friends with others." Yun Xiqing certainly didn't have good intentions, offering all kinds of bad advice. "Is your own disciple not enough for you to manage?" Zhu Xingyao's tone turned cool, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. "Did master agree?" "No." "Oh. Why?" "It would make you unhappy." A smile curved Zhu Xingyao's lips, as sweetness filled his heart like honey. "But eventually, I'll still send you away. You're too clingy. How will you ever become self-reliant and strong in the future?" Zhu Xingyao's lips drooped again. Master's mouth truly says infuriating things sometimes. "How should I punish you?" "Stay with me tonight, master." "No. Today, I was abandoned by you all day long, waiting from dawn until dark. Can you really bear not staying with me? Shen Xiuyun thought for quite a while before reluctantly uttering 2 words. All right. Seeing Shen Xiuyun concede, Zhu Xingyao was afraid he might change his mind, so he immediately pulled him down to sleep fully clothed. After reincarnation, Zhu Xingyao retained all the cultivation skills from his previous life, though he didn't know why, maybe because of that curse. Although Master is a high-ranking Grandmaster, he has no vigilance against Zhu Xingyao's current, mere foundation building, thus falling victim effortlessly. But he couldn't overdo this. If it causes suspicion in Master, it'd be troublesome. Zhu Xingyao turned to his side, his gaze flickering as he looked at Master endlessly, as if never tired. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, growing increasingly shadowy as time passed second by second, akin to a starving beast ready to open its jaws. Master, I truly like you. What to do? I'm nearly losing control due to my feelings. You need to figure out soon. Shen Xiuyun slept until the sun was brightly up in the sky. The morning light was a bit blinding, and he tried to cover his face with his arm, but when he raised his hand, he seemed to touch something soft beside him. At that moment, all drowsiness disappeared from Shen Xiuyun's mind. He fixed his gaze, and sure enough, it was Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath. What happened last night? He checked his body hurriedly. Fortunately, his clothes were still intact. No, something hurt slightly at the corner of his mouth. Shen Xiuyun strained to recall what happened last night, yet what came back was the image of him voluntarily staying behind to console Zhu Xingyao. He clearly only intended to escort Zhu Xingyao back to bed, without any thought of staying. Why did he agree? Shen Xiuyun patted his head with his hand, severely suspecting if his brain got waterlogged last night. Upon waking, Zhu Xingyao quickly grabbed Shen Xiuyun's wrist, stopping him. Master, why are you hitting yourself? Doesn't it hurt? Shen Xiuyun eyed Zhu Xingyao suspiciously. The more he thought about it, the more everything felt off. He flipped his hand over and grabbed Zhu Xingyao's wrist, sending a powerful spiritual force through it. Considering all the peculiarities since returning, he couldn't help but doubt whether something was amiss with the person in front of him, perhaps possessed by some evil spirit. Zhu Xingyao knelt halfway, his eyes full of agony, pleading desperately, Master, it hurts. His foundation-level meridians could hardly withstand such wild spiritual force from a Grandmaster. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brows, finding no abnormality in cultivation. Nor any traces of alien presence lingering on his body. Was he being overly sensitive and suspicious? What if that thing was hiding in Zhu Xingyao's mind see? Should he check Zhu Xingyao's mind see to confirm? Yao Yao, let me see your mind see. Master, the mind see of a cultivator can only be open to one's partner. Master, are you implying? Zhu Xingyao stopped just before the crucial part. Shen Xiuyun hesitated upon hearing the word partner, then asked, have you felt unwell lately? Zhu Xingyao replied, yes, I keep having nightmares at night. What do you dream about? I dream of myself going evil, making grave mistakes, dreaming of killing Master. Zhu Xingyao's expression was filled with panic and seemed genuine. Master, that's not me, right? How could I ever do such a thing? So, this was the reason for Zhu Xingyao's abnormal behavior recently. Was he dreaming about things from the previous life? Zhu Xingyao leaned feebly against Shen Xiuyun's shoulder, trembling. Master, I'm so scared. Master. After a long while, Shen Xiuyun's tensed body slowly relaxed as he gently patted Zhu Xingyao's head. Don't be afraid, you won't turn out that way. Because I won't allow it. Yes, Yao Yao won't. Yao Yao is very obedient. In a place where Shen Xiuyun couldn't see, Zhu Xingyao wore an unrestrained smile. Chapter 36, even if you stay at foundation building stage all your life, I won't dislike you. After returning to his quiet chamber, Shen Xiuyun questioned the system about the blackening values from yesterday. Relieved upon learning they were all gone, he sighed deeply. If sleep couldn't have cleared them, he would've. System, host, I just received some manuals from the main system. Do you want to take a look? Shen Xiuyun drank some water to moisten his parched throat before hurriedly responding, let me see. Quickly give it to me. Finally, the system was providing something useful. System, item transmission in progress, already dispatched. These were masterpieces carefully compiled overnight by Yun XJA and Fish specifically for Shen Xiuyun to promote emotional progression. May the host, make good use of it. Snap. Several beautifully packaged thick books appeared out of nowhere on the bed, exuding an air of great authority. Shen Xiuyun tore open the packaging and found 4 books. How to teach disciples, respect the master and value the Tao. 1008 signs of a disciple's corruption. On dealing with corrupt disciples. The high-risk profession of masters, how to be a proper water distributor. Genius level works. Just judging by the titles alone, it was clear how reliable their content was. Shen Xiuyun was now full of confidence, determined to accomplish this mission. He placed the books on the study desk, deciding to find time to thoroughly research them after teaching Zhu Xingyao some swordplay practice. During the following days of teaching Zhu Xingyao sword techniques, accidents kept happening due to Zhu Xingyao's excessive effort. For example, catching a cold and fever because of practicing swordplay outside in the cold wind at night, needing master to stay up all night for care. Or getting too anxious to understand the skill, trying to enhance his cultivation level which resulted in spiritual energy chaos, almost leading to chi deviation. And even worse, attempting to fast despite being only at the foundation building stage, fainting from hunger. One by one, these incidents made Shen Xiuyun numb. Why had Zhu Xingyao suddenly become so accident-prone? Even though he was more obedient than in the past life, why was he harder to raise now? Shen Xiuyun didn't understand. After multiple accidents, Shen Xiuyun warned him, from now on, you're not allowed to secretly overwork yourself. You're literally risking your life cultivating. Zhu Xingyao lowered his long eyelashes, revealing a touch of hurt in his voice. Is master dissatisfied with me because I'm too stupid to do anything well? Shen Xiuyun really wanted to say that Zhu Xingyao was spot on. But to avoid undermining the youth's self-confidence, he could only express against his will that Zhu Xingyao was excellent. You learn very well usually, there's no need to rush. Despite mastering the teachings normally, any hidden efforts always led to unexpected problems. Zhu Xingyao stubbornly declared, it's not enough. If I don't quickly reach the stage of forming a dan and strengthen early, I won't be able to make master happy. If master isn't happy, he'll abandon me. Shen Xiuyun was startled, nonsense. Why would you think like that? When did he ever give Zhu Xingyao that kind of pressure? Zhu Xingyao also looked very astonished, as if surprised that master thought otherwise. Stuttering, he finally spoke out what he had been unwilling to say. Master mentioned before to eat less grains. Wasn't that hinting at me to soon enter the Dan formation stage and start fasting? Otherwise, how would master have reminded me that day? I know that my spiritual roots were severed before, and I have wasted much cultivation time. That's why, after 4 years of joining the sect, I'm still at the foundation building stage, subjecting you to quite a lot of gossip. I did not mean that. Shen Xiuyun regretted it so much that his intestines almost turned green. He only wanted Zhu Xingyao to develop normally but forgot that this young man was delicate in thought, sensitive and fragile, prone to overthink. Shen Xiuyun patted the youth's head earnestly and said, Yao Yao, though your master has expectations for you, I will never abandon you just because these expectations aren't met. You can be assured of that. Even if you stay at foundation building stage all your life, I won't dislike you. After saying that, Shen Xiuyun immediately asked the system in his mind, if I ruin the male lead this time, will there be any problems? The system stammered, this. Host, with the male lead's talent, if you teach him seriously, it's absolutely impossible for him to be ruined. Shen Xiuyun, what if? The system replied resolutely, no what ifs. The great attacker must be strong. Upon hearing Shen Xiuyun's words, Zhu Xingyao suddenly hugged Shen Xiuyun's waist, burying himself against his chest. Master. Does master even realize what he's saying? How many people in this world can guarantee that they'll never discard another person no matter what? Probably not even sworn partners could achieve that. Does master really care about him? But why does he never say he likes him? Is it due to their master-disciple relationship? Or is it because master practices themed unknowingly loves him? Shen Xiuyun felt an itch on his chest from the soft rub of this furry head and had a strange tingling sensation in his heart. He scolded softly, hugging like this, what kind of propriety is this? Let go quickly. However, his tone lacked intimidation and sounded like false scolding, with a hint of indulgence and spoiling. Disciple overstepped the boundary. Please don't be angry with me. Zhu Xingyao reluctantly released Shen Xiuyun's waist. Master's waist is still as slim as ever. When master's hand was once around his waist, this waist could easily be held by one hand. As Zhu Xingyao recalled those scenes, his throat suddenly became dry, and his voice even hoarse. Master. Master. What's wrong? Disciple just wants to call master. Only in this way can I momentarily restrain the wildly spreading thoughts in my heart. Shen Xiuyun pretended to be angry, ridiculous. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and once again it was the end of the year when disciples from each peak challenged the KPL. Every year at the end of the year, the Xiantian sect organizes a practice in the underground demon realm within the sect. Hunting demon beasts in the secret realm enhances practical combat skills. The top 10 outstanding disciples receive different rich rewards. At the same time, the performance of the disciples on each peak directly relates to the cultivation resources allocated by the sect master the following year. So, the various masters in the Xiantian sect are now intensively training their disciples on how to use techniques to score in the secret realm and strive for excellent results to bring glory to their peaks. Shen Xiuyun noted that this had the flavor of modern examination preparation. Fortunately, he only had one disciple, and his disciple wasn't participating. Not only this year, Zhu Xingyao hadn't gone down into the demon realm for trial for 4 consecutive years. Thus, Yiji Peak had no sense of tension at all. Shen Xiuyun was teaching Zhu Xingyao new sword techniques today. The master's posture was elegant and tall, white robes dragging on the ground, looking cold and distant between his brows. When wielding the sword, his white robes fluttered gracefully, the sword light, sharp and efficient, captivating one's gaze. Have you clearly seen the move I just demonstrated? Shen Xiuyun ended with a beautiful swirl of the sword, landing while putting away the frost trace sword. Zhu Xingyao nodded, eyes glittering with admiration as if filled solely with admiration. Shen Xiuyun felt relieved, thinking that with the male lead's talent, demonstrating once would suffice for the job, since Zhu Xingyao had been very easy to handle in the past half-year. Who knew, maybe this sword technique was a bit difficult, so Zhu Xingyao's moves always showed some deviation. Hold the sword horizontally, straighten your back. The speed of the thrust isn't fast enough. The movements aren't smooth, still not acceptable. Helplessly, Shen Xiuyun could only try to teach Zhu Xingyao swordsmanship hand in hand. Just watching and understanding isn't profound enough, let me spar with you. Shen Xiuyun lifted his hand, pulling the other prepared wooden sword next to him. His moves were swift and fierce. To parry, Zhu Xingyao had to focus fully on learning carefully. Even then, Zhu Xingyao seemed to be struggling greatly. Under Shen Xiuyun's increasingly fierce offensive, he pretended to be unable to withstand it, resulting in his wooden sword being knocked out of his hand by Shen Xiuyun, and his body uncontrollably falling backward. Watch out! Shen Xiuyun quickly turned the tip of the sword and leaned over to grab Zhu Xingyao's hand. But just as he gripped Zhu Xingyao's palm, he felt a brief numbness sweep through his entire body. This instant was enough to make him lose balance, and he ended up collapsing onto the ground with Zhu Xingyao. Upon landing, Zhu Xingyao, who had wrapped his arms around Shen Xiuyun's waist, let out a painful groan. Shen Xiuyun realized that his lips were hurting badly, his teeth even ached from the impact. It seemed as if this fall scattered both their thoughts, leaving them wide-eyed and dazed for a long while. On Yiji Peak, even the mountain breeze seemed to have stopped, making everything unnervingly quiet. The only sound was the increasingly rapid thumping of their heartbeats. Until an ill-timed voice broke the silence from behind. What are you two doing? Chapter 37, Younger Brother, I'm waiting for your explanation. Hearing Yun Seeking's voice, Shen Xiuyun suddenly froze, his stunned phoenix-like eyes gradually regaining awareness. Then, his pupils contracted sharply. At this moment, their position could surely provide material for someone to write an essay of 10,000 characters. Not only were their hair tangled, but their lips were touching. Even worse, Shen Xiuyun's hand was pressing against Zhu Xingyao's chest, clearly feeling the muscles underneath the clothing. Shen Xiuyun's face burned with heat, and his mind tingled with a strange sensation. His hand was like being touched by red-hot coals as he pulled it back from Zhu Xingyao's chest. What kind of bizarre development is this? Perhaps seeing that Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao weren't responding, Yun Seeking reminded them again sternly, Younger brother. Shen Xiuyun separated from Zhu Xingyao, not turning his head as he shouted loudly, I'm here. Big brother, don't come over. He feared Yun Seeking might see something inappropriate if he approached, so he hurriedly got up. Master, it hurts. Hearing this, Shen Xiuyun looked at Zhu Xingyao, noticing that the latter's lip had been grazed by the fall and was now slowly bleeding. You. Did you hurt any other parts? Zhu Xingyao's handsome face was twisted into an expression of pain as he sat up, holding his waist. My chest hurts, my waist hurts. Shen Xiuyun's eyebrows nearly knotted together. He suspected Zhu Xingyao was deliberately provoking this situation, but he had no proof. Must these descriptions all be so evocative? Even though perhaps, probably, you did get hurt in those areas, there are still others present. Behind them, Yun Seeking felt shocked and enraged. His normally proper and self-restrained younger brother, who never deviated from propriety and was a paragon of righteousness, had just been lying entangled with his own disciple in such an unseemly way, which was simply. His younger brother, who had been taught by him since childhood, would absolutely not disregard human ethics and act so wildly out of bounds. Therefore, it must have been this scheming demon race member deliberately luring his younger brother. No wonder his younger brother always defended Zhu Xingyao so much, the truth was revealed. An indescribable fire burned furiously inside Yun Seeking, burning his entire chest cavity as if it pained him. His piercing gaze swept over Zhu Xingyao, who appeared innocently confused, almost penetrating through him. Young man, how dare you disrupt his younger brother's moral principles? As soon as Yun Seeking's cold stare swept over him, Zhu Xingyao provocatively shot back a smug look, as if saying, I've done it, I've pulled master off his pedestal. What can you do about it? Yun Seeking became even more certain of Zhu Xingyao's impure intentions, yet as someone who had been a sect master for many years, despite the turbulent waves of anger in his heart, his face remained calm without a ripple. Younger brother, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation for what just happened. Inside Shen Xiuyun, there was nothing but pain masking his face. Explain. The explanation is that I, the great multiplication period immortal lord, practiced swordsmanship with my apprentice and ended up flat on the ground. If I said that, Yun Seeking probably wouldn't believe it either. Shen Xiuyun dryly laughed twice, straightened out his wrinkled robes, and attempted to change the subject. It's just a misunderstanding. Elder brother, did you personally come over today for something important? Why don't we go back to the room and talk more slowly? In the previous life, Yun Seeking rarely came to find him personally. If there was something, he would send a message. Yun Seeking paused his gaze momentarily on Zhu Xingyao, and coldly humphed, indeed, there is something important. Shen Xiuyun followed his gaze, puzzled as he glanced at Zhu Xingyao, wondering if it was related to him. But regarding the demon mirror trial, he had already sent a message to Yun Seeking half a month ago, saying he wouldn't participate. After all, it was the first station where Zhu Xingyao completely opened the door to a new world. How could such events affecting a child's healthy development occur again after reincarnation? After returning to the quiet room, Shen Xiuyun asked Zhu Xingyao to serve fragrant tea. But Yun Seeking had no intention of touching the tea in front of him. "Big brother, would you like some tea? This is made from the morning dew collected daily by Io, and it tastes quite good." Apart from his daily mandatory studies, Zhu Xingyao was very diligent in everyday life. Shen Xiuyun's food, clothing, daily needs, and living arrangements were all meticulously taken care of by him. If he suddenly lost this considerate disciple, Shen Xiuyun might feel a bit unaccustomed. Yun Seeking faintly glanced at the tea water but remained unmoved. Zhu Xingyao kindly reminded, "Master, uncle probably isn't thirsty." The morning dew water was what Zhu Xingyao worked hard to prepare for his master every day. If it weren't for maintaining the impression of being a well-behaved disciple, Yun Seeking wouldn't even have the qualification to look at this tea. Yun Seeking cast an unpleasant glance at Zhu Xingyao and coldly said, "Why are you still here? Go outside and wait." Zhu Xingyao didn't comply. "Master usually doesn't hide things from me. Big brother, if you have something to say, just go ahead." "Young man, there's no propriety or decorum in your words. How can you listen to elders discussing serious matters? Listening depends on the situation. Big brother summarizing it this way doesn't seem quite right. Sophistry, slick talk, how dare you question my words?" Cough, Shen Xiuyun coughed lightly, stopping the two from continuing their argument. These two seemed as if their eyes turned black with fury, the clash of their gazes visibly generating sparks. If they continued for another round, they might end up fighting. They hardly ever met a few times, yet neither knew why such strong resentment towards each other existed. Anyway, Shen Xiuyun felt extremely caught between them. One was the glass-hearted male lead who couldn't endure any bumps, and the other was his senior brother who taught him like a father figure. Neither could be offended easily. Such a bitter fate. Shen Xiuyun took out a white porcelain bottle from his spatial bag and handed it over to Zhu Xingyao, soothingly coaxing. "Io, weren't you saying earlier that some parts of your body got hurt? Go back and take care of your injuries first. Don't make master worry, alright?" "Alright, I'll do as master says." Zhu Xingyao pouted his lips, resembling a disgruntled little housewife, unwillingly retreating. After the door closed, Yun Seeking set up a powerful barrier within the room, completely isolating the interior from the outside. The content of their conversation would not leak out in the slightest. Shen Xiuyun's lips twitched slightly. "Big brother, must you do this?" Inside the room, silence began to spread soundlessly. Yun Seeking stared intently at Shen Xiuyun for a long time, his deep eyes flashing with complicated expressions. This made Shen Xiuyun feel like he was back in school when summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher for tea. The pressure was really too intense, he started getting nervous inside. Finally, Yun Seeking broke the rigid atmosphere first. "Younger brother, I am waiting for your explanation." Shen Xiuyun truthfully replied, "There is really nothing much to explain. Earlier, while sparring with Io, I lost control a little. He was unable to withstand me and nearly got injured. In a panic, I tried to pull him, which caused an accident and ended up as you saw. That's all." "Are you sure Zhu Xingyao didn't intentionally cause this?" Shen Xiuyun sighed. "What else should there be? Big brother, what exactly did you misunderstand? Why does the angry questioning remind me of a pig trampling on someone else's cabbage? Ah, spit spit spit, why did he use such a strange metaphor?" Suddenly, Yun Seeking said, "Younger brother, I think you've changed." Shen Xiuyun's heart skipped a beat. His facial expression froze momentarily, making his response somewhat hesitant. Have I? Damn, is my cover going to be blown? Chapter 38, Personally Applying Ointment to the Apprentice. "Big brother, what do you mean by that?" Yun Seeking didn't answer directly but instead grasped Shen Xiuyun's wrist pulse firmly and then infused a refined spiritual force into his meridians. Shen Xiuyun hadn't expected that being suspected of being possessed would happen to himself. Thinking about how he doubted Zhu Xingyao before, now the roles reversed, and he found himself immobilized by his own wrist grip. However, as someone brought along with a system in a book, he shouldn't logically be so easy to expose, right? "Big brother, do you suspect that someone has taken over my body? To test whether your spiritual power has improved in any way." Yun Seeking withdrew his hand. "When I said you've changed, it's because of how special you treat Zhu Xingyao, so different from usual." Actually, he hadn't suspected Shen Xiuyun of being taken over because Shen Xiuyun's soul tablet never showed any signs of abnormality. He suspected Shen Xiuyun was unknowingly under one of Zhu Xingyao's tricks. Otherwise, how to explain that only his younger brother had become extraordinarily unique specifically toward Zhu Xingyao? Through this investigation, he faintly detected traces of the residual, alluring sorcery, from the demonic race lingering in his junior brother's soul. But they were too faint, probably even brother Xiuyun himself hadn't noticed. Yet this precisely indicated Zhu Xingyao wasn't as obedient as he appeared to be on a daily basis. Moreover, Yun Seeking discovered a peculiar spiritual mark on Shen Xiuyun's chest. That thing was tinged with demonic aura but seemed harmless to Shen Xiuyun's body. It intertwined with Shen Xiuyun's soul, almost blending perfectly into one. He would have to look up some ancient texts when he returned and research exactly what this mark represented. Only then could he provide solid evidence to help his junior brother understand the truth. Every master cares for their favored disciple the same way I do, it's nothing particularly special. Shen Xiuyun explained. To prevent the conversation from veering too far off topic, Shen Xiuyun quickly brought up the main matter at hand. After last time letting Zhu Xingyao wait too long and thereby increasing the darkness value, this mistake should not happen again. Senior brother, today you said there was an important matter. Yes, a few days ago, you mentioned that Zhu Xingyao will once again not participate in the demon realm trials. I rejected that. Shen Xiuyun slightly startled. Why? Did his deliberate plan to avoid the plot line just get ruined? In the previous life, according to the original text, Zhu Xingyao met a licentious beast demon within the demon realm. The mischievous demon, unable to defeat Zhu Xingyao, used alluring toxins and trapped him inside a kind of illusionary realm. That illusory realm would manifest whoever the trapped person most desired throughout their life. Without a doubt, for Zhu Xingyao, it was the master. That was the first time Zhu Xingyao realized how much he yearned for the master, desiring to the point of doing outrageous acts against the master inside the secret realm. It was during this incident that a new world opened up for him. Later, these occurrences within the illusionary realm became the antidote Zhu Xingyao often relied on to suppress longing before taking concrete steps toward his eventual darkening path. Thinking about this made one's scalp go numb, didn't it? Yun Seeking sighed in both exasperation and impatience. You're asking me why? Are you planning to let him grow into uselessness? Shen Xiuyun countered. How did he become useless? Isn't he doing fine? He had no clue that he was useless. Senior brother shouldn't always expect others based on the standards of someone obsessed with constant competition. It's exhausting. Lying down and resting isn't so bad, is it? Yun Seeking almost pointed his finger directly at Shen Xiuyun's head to scold him. He's been in the sect for 5 years now, still only in the later stages of foundation building. His mind each day isn't focused on practicing his sword techniques or improving his cultivation, rather, it's occupied by thoughts of how to serve you well. The books I gave you before, haven't you read them at all? Otherwise, how could following the steps have turned out like this? Upon being asked about reading the books, Shen Xiuyun hesitated, replying with a slightly weaker tone, I've read them. The books given by Yun Seeking were simply overly orthodox, complex classical Chinese and traditional characters with loads of annotations, which made him want to nod off every time he saw them. They were far less interesting than the 4 illustrated manuals provided by the system. However, at times, he felt these 4 books carried hidden information he couldn't comprehend, so whenever he asked the system evaded his questions humorously. 1 year from now, it'll be the congregation of young talents from the cultivation world where prodigies from various sects will come to participate in the tests held by the Shantian sect. If you don't want him to embarrass you too much, you must teach Zhu Xingyao properly until he can pass muster. Alternatively, you can hand him over to me for teaching. I assure you, I'll give him a complete transformation. Once Zhu Xingyao comes under his control, any tricks he might play will prove futile. He isn't like his younger brother who could easily be fooled. Shen Xiuyun wiped the cold sweat off his forehead caused by fright. Senior brother manages the sect on a regular basis already, quite tirelessly. This task won't trouble senior brother further, I'll certainly teach him thoroughly. Ha! Yun Seeking was literally a devil master. If he handed Zhu Xingyao over to Yun Seeking, wouldn't it be the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's mouth? Besides, the disciple would surely feel abandoned, perhaps even thinking someone had been arranged to torture him, leading to skyrocketing darkness values. Increase in darkness value equals more troubles for oneself. Dying the same old death after going through such things once again, absolutely unacceptable. No, never. Absolutely not. Inside the bamboo house, Zhu Xingyao extinguished the little light orb formed in his palm. It displayed the exact scene inside the quiet room. He vividly remembered the last time Yun Seeking called away the master and attempted to trip him up, so this time he remained extra cautious. His actual cultivation level was higher than those 2 individuals in the room, hence his slight maneuvers went unnoticed. Indeed, Yun Seeking must be very idle to start offering to educate him on behalf of the master. Looks like he would have to find something to occupy senior uncle. Uncle has so many disciples anyway, and occasionally having one who's unruly and causing headaches should be pretty normal, right? Oh yes, and those books the master seldom lets go of were actually gifts from senior uncle Yun Seeking. There were a few instances when he accidentally caught his master reading a book. His master would always quickly put the book away, afraid that he might see something, and soon steer the topic in another direction, not wanting him to ask too many questions. So those books were gifts from Yun Seeking. That was why his master treasured them so much and never let him take a closer look. Thinking about this, Zhu Xingyao's eyes flashed with a cold gleam of light, feeling displeased, increasingly finding Yun Seeking as a nuisance. He truly wished these troublesome people would forever stay out of his master's sight. Creak. A sudden sound of an opening door reached Zhu Xingyao's ears. Shen Xiuyun walked in from outside, his expression serious, gazing at Zhu Xingyao's face for quite a while, with curiosity, doubt, and hesitation to speak. Who could tell him why, when he pushed the door just now, did he receive a system prompt saying Zhu Xingyao's darkening value increased by 1? What on earth was going through the mind of this youth all day long? He really hated how the system couldn't give him some kind of mind-reading hack. Sometimes, the thoughts of the main character were truly hard to guess. On the contrary, Zhu Xingyao had already tucked away the chilly demeanor he displayed earlier and greeted Shen Xiuyan with a sweet smile, guiding him to sit down. Did the master finish talking with uncle so soon? I feared you'd have waited too long. Shen Xiuyan paused for a moment, then asked again, have you applied your medicine properly? One place didn't get covered, the wound is on my lower back, and I can't reach it. But since I have thick skin, the wound will probably heal within a few days. Zhu Xingyao poured a cup of tea for Shen Xiuyan, showing no signs of troubling Zhu Xingyao to do anything. Shen Xiuyan frowned and said, go fetch the medicine, I'll apply it for you. Yes, Zhu Xingyao's eyes sparkled with joy almost spilling over. Although being treated by the master was both a sweet and painful experience, he enjoyed every second of it. Shen Xiuyan unscrewed the ointment lid, lifting his chin to indicate, take off your clothes. Chapter 39 again, please rub more for me. As soon as the words came out, Shen Xiuyan hesitated for a moment, his face turning red. The statement, upon first hearing, sounded somewhat indecent. But facing his back, Zhu Xingyao seemed completely oblivious to it, even calmly stripping off his shirt, revealing a pristine back. This made Shen Xiuyan seem quite inappropriate for overthinking. Hadn't he seen Zhu Xingyao before? At those times, he hadn't overthought it either. Shen Xiuyan took a deep breath, trying to keep calm. Your lower back is indeed red in patches, slightly swollen. It seems to be a compression injury. Zhu Xingyao's voice sounded deep and muffled, quieter than usual, as if restraining something. Shen Xiuyan's fingertips picked up some ointment, spreading it gently on the wounded area. With the soft pressure of his fingers, slowly massaging the ointment in, the gentle numbness almost drove Zhu Xingyao out of control. At this moment, he wished, oh how he wished, to grab. However, all those thoughts fleeing his mind vanished instantly the moment Shen Xiuyan's fingertip lightly touched his lips. Why are you biting your lower lip so tightly? The wound from the bump has started bleeding again. Doesn't it hurt? Or does the wound on your waist hurt? If it hurts, shout it out, your master won't mock you. After the incident last year where his legs went numb and he couldn't walk, Shen Xiuyan knew his disciple could sometimes be very delicate. And yet, despite this delicacy, there were times when treating wounds caused his eyes to redden with pain, but not a single tear would fall. Instead, he'd grit his teeth and shake all over. Truly tender-hearted yet stubborn. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Xingyao moaned, disciple really does feel the pain, please rub some more for me, master. Indeed, one part of him was in great pain, but it wasn't the bruised lower back. After the master leaves, he might have to visit the cold pool once again. Massaging for a moment, Shen Xiuyan's hands ached, then asked, do you feel any better? Zhu Xingyao muffled into the pillow, his voice resonating deeply, much better. Before, I noticed you had a stern look when you came in. Did the talk with uncle not go well? It couldn't exactly be called unsuccessful. Rather, it was because of the increase in the darkening value which caused a heavy expression. It's alright, Shen Xiuyan replied, I discussed with your uncle, and we still decided that in a few days, you'll participate in the demon realm trials. But you don't need to overly worry. Though the demon realm holds beasts that have wreaked havoc among humans, under the restriction of the secret realm, their cultivation levels are all below the golden core stage. With your current cultivation at the later stages of foundation building, you'll be able to handle them face to face easily. Zhu Xingyao tried his best to maintain a normal tone, speaking neither arrogantly nor humbly. I will strive for excellent performance and will not disappoint the master. Shen Xiuyan was inwardly pleased. He had said it before, Zhu Xingyao wasn't a failure at all. Judging from his calm acceptance of the arrangement and his composure, he seemed to have seen numerous storms. This was truly rare. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself, do your best, and that's fine. Your master has already said last time, no matter what you are like, I will not abandon you. Shen Xiuyan picked up the nearby clothes and let Zhu Xingyao drape them over his shoulders. In passing, he took out a special Qinquan bag full of treasures prepared for Zhu Xingyao. He hoped these gifts would help offset the sudden rise in darkening value. However, things didn't go as Shen Xiuyan had hoped. Thank you, master. Zhu Xingyao gladly accepted it and then pressed his advantage further by saying, Master, if my performance this time is good, can the master give me a small reward? Shen Xiuyan asked, what do you want? Perhaps fulfilling his small wish could. Just to be safe, the decision still depended on what exactly the wish was. Zhu Xingyao replied, I am very curious about the several manuals that the master often reads, so engrossed that the master forgets to sleep or eat. There must surely be captivating content within the books, and I'd like to learn from them. Could the master bear to lend them to your disciple? If the books were taken away, the master wouldn't be distracted by other things daily anymore and would focus solely on him. Shen Xiuyan's eyebrows rose slightly. Why did the little one suddenly crave the 4 great secrets of being a master? Those books were meant for the master, not the apprentice. Moreover, could books sent by the system be given to the male lead in a story to read? Tool system, it's possible. Shen Xiuyun still wasn't entirely sure. Isn't this too casual? Is it really okay? The system calmly stated, it's fine. It would never tell the host that for different identities touching the book cover, the contents switched into different versions with worlds apart content. This was the real, private goods, embedded in the book. Since the system had reassured him repeatedly, Shen Xiuyun saw no reason to hesitate any longer and agreed with Zhu Xingyao. Alright, I agree. At the same time, Shen Xiuyun heard in his mind a notification about the removal of Zhu Xingyao's darkening value. It seems that every time Zhu Xingyao mysteriously gained darkening value, complying with one of his requests would eliminate it. So the last time, was it really just simply staying with him for a night? Then what would happen in the future if Zhu Xingyao made a request and Shen Xiuyun either refused or couldn't fulfill it? Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the day to enter the secret realm. Shen Xiuyun reiterated all the precautions to Zhu Xingyao again and told him to be extra cautious in the demon realm before leading him and flying off on their swords toward the Xuanwu Great Hall. The Xuanwu Great Hall was an open-air square that could accommodate over 1,000 people simultaneously. When Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao arrived, there were already nearly 100 disciples gathered in the square. Most of the disciples were around the same age as Zhu Xingyao, vibrant and radiant, brimming with youthful vitality. Shen Xiuyun landed before his designated spot on the elevated platform and exchanged a brief look with Yun Seeking, who sat on the main seat, nodding briefly before taking his seat with a sweep of his sleeve. That day, Shen Xiuyun wore a brocade-patterned white robe, his hair tied up with a jade crown, a silver belt around his slender waist, making it appear even slimmer. His elegant face exuded perpetual coolness, his phoenix eyes slightly lowered. His presence radiated an aura of, do not approach unless invited. There were quite a few disciples in the square who had only heard about Shen Xiuyun's handsome features but had never seen him in person, left speechless for a long while after laying eyes on him. As for those ranking lists of the top 10 most beautiful men in the cultivation world, if a mortal respecter were included, the number 1 title wouldn't mean a thing compared to him. Unfortunately, no one dared make jokes involving a mortal respecter. Zhu Xingyao coldly scanned those people who were staring at Shen Xiuyun, feeling deep inside that he wanted to take Shen Xiuyun away and hide him immediately. The teleportation array to enter the demon realm will send you to random locations within. Inside the demon realm, you can form teams to hunt demons or steal resources from others, but you cannot maim others or harm fellow disciples. Any violations will result in expulsion from the sect. Here, everyone will be given a jade token. If you find yourself in mortal danger, you may crush it to teleport out of the demon realm. However, leaving means your trial is over. If you understand, please step forward and enter the teleportation array. The elder briefly explained the rules and then activated the teleportation array with magic. Shen Xiuyun, sitting high up on the platform, watched as Zhu Xingyao and the rest of the disciples disappeared in the teleportation array. A strange sense of wistfulness filled his heart. Reborn for almost a year, this was the first time Zhu Xingyao was leaving him, and he felt a tiny bit uneasy and worried about his safety. But fortunately, soon he'd sneak into the demon realm himself. One still has to personally supervise, to feel at ease. Shen Xiuyun was about to get up and inform Yun Seeking that he would go back when he heard the various peak masters and elders discussing which disciple had the opportunity to seize the top spot this year. I think Zhang Qingji, a disciple of Elder Lu, is excellent. In just 3 years since entering the inner sect, he's already reached the later stage of the foundational base realm. His future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. I also have high hopes for the child. He practices diligently and has good temperament. Elder Lu's orange-skinned face shook with laughter, looking rather comical. He bowed in gratitude to his peers who praised him. If it weren't for a mortal respecter refusing to take him as a disciple back then, I wouldn't have gotten such a great talent either. Moreover, Immortal Respecter's disciple is also participating in this trial. I've heard Zhu Xingyao has also reached the late stage of the foundational base realm, so the outcome is still uncertain indeed. Unexpectedly dragged into the conversation, Shen Xiuyun raised an eyelid slightly, and a cold glance shot toward Elder Lu. That truly is a great talent, but there was no affinity between us. Elder Lu has done well teaching him. I hope he performs equally well in the secret realm. The disciple I received is by far the most powerful character in the book, 1 against 10, what does your Zhang Qingji even matter? And back then, Zhang Qingji insisted on becoming my disciple despite being refused. Afterward, full of resentment, he even said to me, time may favor those low now. For a moment, Shen Xiuyun almost thought he had ended up in some overpowered Dragon Outyin reversal story. Elder Lu smiled falsely and said, then let me accept Immortal Respecter's auspicious words. Someone noticed the subtle spark of tension between Shen Xiuyun and Elder Lu and, wanting to avoid escalating conflict, yelled out loud. Come on, don't just stand around. Let's place bets. I'll bet 500 medium-quality spirit stones on Zhang Qingji coming in first. I bet on the third disciple of the sect leader, 100 medium-quality spirit stones. I bet on. Seeing everyone getting excited like this, Shen Xiuyun used his divine sense to probe his own Qianquan bag and discovered his rich assets. Unable to resist the temptation, he decided to jump in too. Chapter 40, The Master Arrives. After counting briefly, Shen Xiuyan stepped forward under the surprised stares of those around him, threw a pouch of spirit stones onto Zhu Xingyao's name, and then left after giving Yun Seeking a brief nod, disappearing without a trace like clouds dispersing. It took the person setting the betting table a while to realize what had happened when opening the pouch. All were high-grade spirit stones. How extravagantly cruel. Inhumane pressure. Jealous tears are flowing. One high-grade spirit stone could exchange for 10 mid-grade spirit stones or 100 low-grade ones. Besides, high-grade spirit stones themselves were not produced in large quantities. A single-time release of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones would be rare across the entire cultivation world, wouldn't it? Besides Immortal Respecter, who else could possibly afford that much? The original Immortal Respecter lived nearly 200 years and once stumbled upon a high-level spiritual vein in a high-rank secret realm, casually digging out at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Master always focuses solely on cultivation, never wasting these precious resources. All the rare treasures from our sect have always been abundant, so he never had any need for spending them. Thus, the 10,000 pieces have remained intact till now. Now, with a grand wave of his hand, they're simply tossed away as if they were nothing. Upon seeing the fully packed bag of high-grade spirit stones, Lu Yi's complexion darkened like the bottom of a pot, glaring resentfully towards the direction where Shen Xiuyan had disappeared. Shen Xiuyan, why do you always interfere with my affairs? Back in their days together entering Shantian's sect, his bone structure wasn't bad either, yet Senior Zunlingzi only accepted Shen Xiuyan as a disciple. Not only that, Shen Xiuyan also received personal care from then elder apprentice Yun Seeking. After the former elder ascended, Yun Seeking became increasingly partial toward Shen Xiuyan, this junior brother, basically fulfilling all requests, including even granting access to the sect's supreme treasure blood Bodhi, handed over without hesitation. Why? How could something so precious be given to a half-magic hybrid? Does he deserve it? Just wait. His disciple will definitely show Zhu Xingyao what it means to lose in the upcoming secret realm. As Shen Xiuyan began drawing the teleportation array, he conversed with the system. Hey, system, I suddenly remembered something. System, Shen Xiuyan, in the previous life, when we were capturing that ancient malevolent beast wreaking havoc in the human realm, I didn't originally intend to be injured. It happened during the setup of the formation. An elder failed to execute properly, forcing Yun Seeking to patch the gap, thereby almost getting caught in a surprise attack. In panic, I used my body to block a strike meant for him. System, so, which elder was it? That very Lu Yi, the peak master just now. I should be cautious about him moving forward. Finishing the last stroke, the array was complete. Brilliant golden light shone brightly, identical to the earlier teleportation array in the Xuanwu Hall transporting into the demon realm. Infusing spiritual energy into the array, Shen Xiuyan disappeared from the room in the blink of an eye. When Shen Xiuyan opened his eyes again, he found himself already in the demon realm. To avoid any abnormal detection by the demon realm barrier, he even compressed his cultivation to the later stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He was teleported to the side of a mountain lake. The surroundings were serene, and it looked like there should be no one nearby. Shen Xiuyan squatted by the lake and looked at his own striking face in the water. He then cast an illusion spell, and in the next moment, changed into a forgettable face that would easily get lost in a crowd. TSK, this is perfect. Who could have guessed he had come with a minor avatar to protect his obedient disciple? He hurried off to find Zhu Xingyao. However, unknown to him, someone on a giant tree by the lakeside had just witnessed everything Shen Xiuyan did, including catching a glimpse of his real appearance. The man licked his lips, and the ink-green vertical pupils flashed with a fierce look typical of a predator about to hunt. That was the gaze a beast fixes on its prey. Shen Xiuyan was preoccupied with the thought of joining Zhu Xingyao and didn't notice that he was being watched. Following the system navigation's instructions, he was getting closer to Zhu Xingyao when suddenly he heard some commotion. Could Zhu Xingyao be in conflict with someone? Shen Xiuyan became angry. Which fool dared to bully his disciple? He'd kill him in a second. Indeed, Zhu Xingyao was up against others, not just one, either. But it wasn't Zhu Xingyao who instigated the fight, rather, it was deliberate provocation from others. Zhu Xingyao recognized this Zhang Qingji, the jumped-up little fool. In the previous life, Zhang Qingji wanted to become a disciple under master but was rejected. Since then, Zhang harbored resentment and deliberately tried to trip him up in the demon realm. Their private skirmish consumed a great deal of spirit energy, leaving him vulnerable to that blue-winged snake demon afterward, which used its scales to injure him and poison him with affection venom. In the hallucinatory realm, he nearly. Fortunately, the master never knew about it. This time around, naturally the grudges from the previous life would be repaid. He wouldn't show mercy or pity. What sort of person does Zhang Qingji think he is, daring to lust after his master? The last one, Long Yuni, who dared to eye his master, had been tortured until half dead, his tendons extracted and scales flayed. For now, this man might as well be fed to demon beasts. Anyway, every year quite a few disciples meet mishaps during their practice in the demon realm. Who would know he had done it? Like a turtle hiding its head, you've been cowering on Finger Peak for 5 years. I wonder what makes you finally dare crawl out of your shell today. Let me see exactly what abilities you possess that make the immortal respecter regard you so highly. Zhang Qingji sneered in cold ridicule. Zhu Xinyao snorted lightly, his peach blossom eyes filled with disdain. You're nothing but trash. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingji's face flushed with anger. Immediately, he summoned his sword and signaled his lackeys with a glance to attack Zhu Xinyao together. Just as Zhu Xinyao drew his sword to meet them, suddenly, he felt a familiar sensation from the soul bond located near his heart. Is Master nearby? How could that be? Since rebirth, the soul bond has actually always existed. It's just that Shen Xiuyun hasn't transferred the resentment from the previous life to the present him, so he hasn't been suffering unbearable pain in his chest every day. Instead, sometimes the resonance of the soul bond gave him strange perceptions from his master, such as shame or awkwardness. During the last incident where he tricked Master into falling and kissing him, he distinctly sensed Master's mixture of embarrassment and fury at the time. It seems you are indeed a useless piece of garbage, still able to distract yourself during a fight. Zhang Qingji lunged with his sword while speaking lowly. Zhu Xinyao coldly snorted. A foundation establishment stage waste like Zhang Qingji needed no crushing power superiority. Simply based on the experience of fighting from the previous life, Zhu Xinyao could easily take him down. But since Master was here, naturally he shouldn't act too brutally. So, Zhu Xinyao responded conventionally to their attacks, faking difficulty in dealing with them. He pretended perfectly, none of those sparring with him noticed anything unusual, assuming Zhu Xinyao was nothing special. If they had noticed something wrong, there'd be ghosts involved. Zhu Xinyao was the kind who could fake fights under Master Shen Xiuyun's watchful eyes without being caught, and how could these people possibly spot flaws? Zhu Xinyao's face turned slightly pale, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and a full-strength blow from Zhang Qingji pushed him back. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand slipped away and landed far off in the ground. Without a weapon, Zhu Xinyao would certainly not be able to defend against swords bare-handed, thus completely losing his ability to counterattack. Zhang Qingji smirked smugly. Out of spirit energy, aren't you? Let's see how you escape this time. With that, he aimed his sword at Zhu Xinyao's shoulder. Seeming to realize he couldn't evade, Zhu Xinyao closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable pain, but then heard a ding, followed by finding himself embraced from behind. Halt. Chapter 41, Getting Revenge for Aya. Shen Xiuyun almost suffered a cardiac arrest. His hand, which was on Zhu Xinyao's shoulder, was trembling slightly. Just now, Zhang Qingji's sword was only a bit away from Zhu Xinyao. If Shen Xiuyun had acted half a second later, Zhu Xinyao would have 2 more bloody holes on his body. Shen Xiuyun touched Zhu Xinyao's arm and worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Zhu Xinyao shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He stared at Shen Xiuyun, his heartbeat in the chest accelerating. He could feel that Master cared for him deeply. If this care went beyond the teacher-student relationship, that would be great. Shen Xiuyun took a step forward, holding the sword in front of him, shielding Zhu Xinyao behind him, and his voice was as cold as if it had been dipped in icy water. Did you forget the rules the elder mentioned before we entered the demon realm? Are you not afraid of being expelled from the sect? We were just sparring with him, and anyway, he is not hurt, right? Zhang Qingji saw that Shen Xiuyun was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and couldn't help but speak more arrogantly. Sparing? Shen Xiuyun snorted, then what if I stab you a few times and leave you with a breath? Would that also be considered as sparing? The henchmen around Zhang Qingji glanced at each other and then burst into laughter, making an introduction gesture with both hands. Haha, do you know who this guy is? You, at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, how dare you talk such big words? Which peak are you from? Peak of Falling Moon. Shen Xiuyun reported the identity he had fabricated earlier, claiming that he was a disciple from the Peak of Falling Moon. There were many disciples at the Peak of Falling Moon, generally with average talents, which was perfect for covering up his real identity. Upon hearing this, those people laughed even harder. This has killed me laughing. So you're from the peak that always comes last every year. What an utter waste. No need for Zhang brother to bother, let us handle this overconfident fool. Zhang Qingji implied with ill intent, you guys be careful not to cripple him or he'll get expelled from the sect. However, before he finished his sentence, the lackeys who had just sworn to obey him were kicked out like trash in a parabolic motion, eating mud on the ground and losing 3 teeth. For a moment, Zhang Qingji didn't react at all. What's that? You're the thing, and your whole family is made of things. Ah. Don't hit my face. F***ck, you're not from the Peak of Falling Moon, you absolutely aren't. How could the wastrels from the Peak of Falling Moon possess such practical combat skills? How could their sword techniques be so tricky? Watching those unfortunate ones getting beaten severely by the side, Zhu Xinyao couldn't help but chuckle. Master was truly adorable. He thought that since Master changed his appearance and suppressed his cultivation, he might not feel free to teach someone a lesson in front of him. However, when it came to fighting, Master didn't hold back at all. How could he like his master even more? Gee, what a lively scene, a wonderful play of self-destruction. Why not follow me back to the lair and enjoy a night of passion instead of wasting energy stabbing and shooting? Shen Xiuyun stopped the clenched fist, recognizing this familiar line. It was none other than, bad. Before he managed to yell at Zhu Xingyao to run quickly, he felt darkness before his eyes and fell straight forward. What's wrong with Shen Wuming not waking up yet? He was very capable just now. Why did he pass out at the first sight of that blue-winged snake demon? What else can it be? He's too weak. What should we do? Zhu Xingyao has already been dragged away by the snake demon alone for a while. It will be our turn next. I don't want to be forced to dual cultivate with the snake demon and have my cultivation sucked dry. Don't worry. Elder Zhang used a shattered teleportation jade disc to escape just now. He will definitely inform the elders and master to save us. Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a slight sting in his head. He found himself tied up in a dark cave, bound tightly to a cold stone pillar. Pinching his fingers to channel spiritual power, he realized his spiritual power circulation was blocked, this familiar sensation, the immortal binding rope. And, looking around, he didn't see Zhu Xingyao. Only those several companions he beat into pigheads were bound there similarly. Shen Xiuyan noticed their current state and drew in a deep breath of cold air. The pigheads' faces were black and blue, with tear stains crisscrossing, wearing nothing but undergarments and underwear, all outer clothes stripped off. Due to the damp dripping walls, their clothes were soaked, sticking thinly to their skin, giving that kind of half-revealing, about-to-show effect, along with being bound with immortal binding ropes. Shen Xiuyan couldn't help but say one sentence, this snake demon really knew how to mess around. Wait, he seemed to be getting the same treatment. Shen Xiuyan looked down at himself and almost fainted. His collar had slipped down to his elbow, revealing a smooth shoulder that couldn't be covered no matter what. No wonder he felt so cold and cool when he woke up just now. Fuck, wasn't it said that the snake demon only liked handsome guys? Why were they, this group of ugly ones, not spared either? That damn writing deceived his feelings again. Mr. Shen, can't you think of a solution? A pighead from the opposite side mumbled unclearly. Shen Xiuyan was annoyed and roared back. Shut up. The person who had been scared earlier by being beaten instinctively shrank his head. Why do you shout so loudly? Gee, what good spirits. A strange and chilling laugh came from the depths of the cave, then Shen Xiuyan felt something icy coiling around his leg, tightening bit by bit, the rough scales scraping him painfully. You smell so good, your spiritual power is so pure, even better than the one with purple eyes just now. I want to absorb your spiritual power. Shen Xiuyan's chin was held by a cold hand, finally allowing him to clearly see this semi-human, semi-snake beast in front of him. View. So ugly. Scales covered half his face, his nose and eyes crowded together, just like a pile of answers. Shen Xiuyan tried hard to stop himself from throwing up. What did you do to the youth earlier? Zhu Xingyao should be fine, right? Of course I ate him. Next is you, but I don't want to eat you. I'll make you my cauldron, daily supplying me for cultivation. With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of overeating yourself? That greedy snake wants to absorb my spiritual power. It's not going to be easy. The snake demon's forked tongue almost licked Shen Xiuyan's cheeks. Shen Xiuyan was almost fainting again, dazzled by the stinky breath. My appetite is indeed huge. Can you satisfy me? Fuck. Shen Xiuyan's nerves tingled, how could the path also open here? Bold beast, we are disciples of Xiantian's sect. If you dare to absorb us, Xiantian's sect won't let you off. A fierce light flashed through the snake demon's cold vertical pupils, an imposing killing aura rose around him. You've reminded me. If the nosy Xiantian sect hadn't captured me, I would still be wandering freely outside, sucking whomever I wanted. I will not only suck you dry soon, but also throw you to feed other demons. You. Dare you. My teacher is, Aya. Not only does the snake dare, it directly acts. The enormous snake mouth sucks at that person from afar, turning them into a dried corpse within tens of seconds. Shen Xiuyan closed his eyes, lost for words, simply unable to look straight at this fool who talked nonsense. Do you know there is a saying, one must bow one's head under another's roof? So reckless, whose fault is it for seeking death? After eating and drinking its fill, the snake demon returned to Shen Xiuyan's side, showing great disdain for this rather ordinary face. Take off the illusion on your face. Shen Xiuyan's pupils contracted instantly. How does this snake know? I saw everything by the lake and have trailed you all the way. Shen Xiuyan. Apparently, the one who wasn't tailed by Zhu Xingyao was him. This blue-winged snake excels at concealing its presence and tracking others, so he didn't sense it at all. The snake prompted, hurry up, my patience is limited. Shen Xiuyan didn't respond. He silently recited the spell to release the suppression of his powers, planning to use his strong spiritual force to instantly break the immortal binding rope. However, just as Shen Xiuyan was about to release the suppression, a sharp sword chi pierced through the air. It was so fast that the snake could only manage to block it weakly with its tail, the cost being a piece of blue scales getting scratched off, leaving the wound flesh raw. Retreating to the side, the snake demon hissed angrily, incredulous that the one who injured him was Zhu Xingyao. Weren't you trapped in my illusions because of the love poison? How come? After wasting half an hour trying to deal with Zhu Xingyao with no result, it came out intending to pick on an easier target. Who allowed you to touch him with dirty hands? Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes, filled with overwhelming murderous intent. The long sword swung, directly severing the snake demon's arm. The snake demon let out a wail of pain, retreating while holding the stump of the broken arm. This guy was extremely bizarre. Why was he much stronger than a General Foundation establishment cultivator? What went wrong? If you spare my life, I can give you the antidote to the love poison. Do I need this thing? Zhu Xingyao tilted his head and smiled, yet cruelly stabbed the sword into the snake demon's tail, firmly pinning it to the ground. Without my antidote, unless someone is willing to practice dual cultivation with you, you will surely die with blood streaming from your 7 orifices. Oh, too bad you won't live to see it. With that, Zhu Xingyao raised his sword and aimed to strike the snake demon's vital point. Suddenly, the blue-winged snake demon unleashed its last-ditch effort, exploding its inner core. Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated several steps. He embraced Shen Xiuyun, who was still bound by the immortal binding rope, adding a spiritual force shield to securely protect him. Chapter 42, Has the male lead gone dark again? Xiu. The explosion from the blue-winged snake demon's inner core was quite formidable, causing the entire cave to shake violently as debris kept falling from the ceiling. The whole cave would likely collapse soon. Shen Xiuyun nudged the tightly embracing young man with his shoulder, signaling that it was time to let go. However, there was no response, and he remained firmly hugged. Shen Xiuyun noticed Zhu Xingyao's condition wasn't good. His body was burning hot like a furnace, almost scorching people nearby. You're burning up, what's wrong with you? Zhu Xingyao replied intermittently, I feel unwell. He had deliberately injured himself with the snake scales to poison himself. This was all for the moment now. Master, I miss you so much that I'm almost driven insane. Pamper me a bit. Shen Xiuyun. Thinking about how decisive Zhu Xingyao was when killing the snake demon, Shen Xiuyun assumed that all the signs of Zhu Xingyao being affected were just pretense, but it turned out he had genuinely been struck with love poison. How reckless could he be? Shouldn't you have tricked the demon into giving away the antidote before killing it? What a foolish plan. Shen Xiuyun tried hard to appeal to some sense within Zhu Xingyao. Dear, if you feel even worse later, first help me untie this restrictive rope so we can leave here quickly. Leave? Never. You forced me to self-destruct my inner core, damaging both my physical form and my powers. You will pay the price for this. Though shattered into pieces, the spirit of the snake demon floated menacingly in mid-air toward Shen Xiuyun, baring its fangs in anger. Its face grew increasingly grotesque. Then it muttered some strange incantation, enveloping Zhu Xingyao in a mysterious blue glow. Zhu Xingyao's body started to become transparent, seeming to vanish at any moment. In panic, Shen Xiuyun broke the suppression on his own powers, tore off the immortal binding rope, and grabbed Zhu Xingyao's hand. Thinking he had managed to catch Zhu Xingyao, they unexpectedly disappeared together from the cave. Scenes blurred and changed rapidly around Shen Xiuyun, like playing slides at high speed, making his eyes ache from the flashes. Eventually, the scenery settled over an endless water pond, and a powerful suction pulled him down from mid-air into the icy-cold pond water. Driven by the survival instinct, he desperately paddled towards the surface, yet the harder he swam, the deeper he sank. His chest cavity oxygen became scarce, and his brain temporarily lost its ability to think clearly due to extreme oxygen deprivation. Shen Xiuyun couldn't even perform a spell gesture. Just as he was about to suffocate, a streak of red swiftly swam towards him and precisely embraced his waist. This person forcefully pulled him closer, then pressed his head down, and warm lips touched his. Air began to flow through the kiss. Gradually, though, this act turned from breathing support to a fierce and aggressive kiss. Shen Xiuyun fell unconscious under this almost suffocating kiss. Master. Shen Xiuyun jolted awake, abruptly regaining his awareness, but he didn't open his eyes. That deep, seductive, and wild voice hadn't been heard in a long while. It was the signature tone used by his blackened disciple. Something was off. Wasn't he using illusions on his face? Why did it break so fast? System, triggered the illusionary realm created by the blue-winged snake demon. Please proceed with caution. Shen Xiuyun. Are you joking? What about that illusion? Didn't Zhu Xingyao destroy it ages ago? System, the host is about to face the dark version of the male lead, high risk. High danger. Caution needed. Confused, Shen Xiuyun asked, what's going on? I pass out for a bit, and you tell me the male lead has gone dark. System, this male lead is born from the illusion. It appeared because you thought of Zhu Xingyao's darkened self from your previous life when you nearly suffocated underwater. Kill me. How could I possibly? Shen Xiuyun froze, wanting to slap himself. Was his mind submerged in water too? Well, maybe it truly got wet after all. System teasingly continued, I also wonder why. Weren't you constantly rejecting him in your past life? Could it be that secretly, during your daily sessions of practicing duality with Zhu Xingyao, you've always been mouth saying no but body yes? Enraged, Shen Xiuyun snapped, get out. Master, until when do you plan to pretend sleeping? Do you want your disciple to kiss you awake? With a somewhat threatening tone and the other person's warm breath washing over him, Shen Xiuyun couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. Reluctantly, he opened his phoenix-like eyes and immediately saw Zhu Xingyao almost face-to-face with him. Clad in a fiery red outfit, his brows marked with a blood-red demonic imprint, Zhu Xingyao wore a sly grin. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were unwaveringly staring at Shen Xiuyun. Finally, the master has awakened. Shen Xiuyun pushed him away and silently sat to one side, maintaining a certain safe distance from this Zhu Xingyao. Only then did he realize that he was wearing Zhu Xingyao's outer robe while Zhu Xingyao himself was only in his middle layer clothes. The wet clothes clung tightly to Zhu Xingyao's body, faintly outlining his robust physique. His jet-black hair clung to his cheeks, his upturned eye corners exuded an ambiguous look, and his thin lips carried a slight smile. This guy was just like a seductive devil. Shen Xiuyun involuntarily swallowed. Being someone easily swayed by looks, there was no way he could resist. Thus, his words came out stuttered. You, how come you're here, where is he? Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes dangerously, who is he? Shen Xiuyun. What was this tone as if I had cheated on you? Him, isn't it yourself? Shen Xiuyun didn't respond further but tightened his clothing and prepared to go find Zhu Xingyao who, having fallen victim to the love poison, had disappeared somewhere. He hoped Zhu Xingyao would be alright. Before he took 2 steps, however, someone grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. The next moment, caught off guard, he was thrown against a stone wall with force. Shen Xiuyun sucked in a cold breath due to the pain, yet before he could rebuke the other, Zhu Xingyao had already charged forward angrily accusing him. Who is the person causing so much concern for the master? Repaying him in kind, Shen Xiuyun deliberately said. It's naturally someone better than you, someone more obedient. Zhu Xingyao continued smiling and provocatively asked, Oh. Is that so? Is master really sure that anyone can surpass me? Shen Xiuyun decisively responded, certainly. He's definitely better than you by many times. Zhu Xingyao leaned closer, almost brushing Shen Xiuyun's inviting lips and said temptingly, is that so? If it's true, then I'll kill him. If not, I'll die for you. Shen Xiuyun wanted to curse. Why was this figment of my imagination so logically tight and strong? He felt like he couldn't keep playing along, he really wanted to escape. Why is the master silent now? Perhaps, let me remind the master how good I used to be to you, something that mere random men outside can't give you. You are sick. My fighting strength is still intact. I can smash your head any second. Shen Xiuyun shot a lump of energy he had been collecting between his palms directly toward Zhu Xingyao's chest. However, Zhu Xingyao dodged nimbly. Simultaneously, while sidestepping, he effortlessly clawed and tore off a piece of Shen Xiuyun's shoulder garment. At that moment, Shen Xiuyun was wind-blown disheveled, and Zhu Xingyao's gaze instantly changed. A moment later, as he twirled the torn fabric in his palm, he grinned, so the master likes it this way. Chapter 43, Big and Small Disciples, Dam Repair Field. Like what kind of coal? Shen Xiuyun felt a chilly sensation on his shoulder. There was no need to see, he knew exactly how alluring the scene must look. Half-covered, most tempting. Zhu Xingyao's substantial gaze made him wish he could dig a hole right there and bury himself. Shen Xiuyun instinctively used his sleeve to cover himself and roared inside. Shit. Even at my peak battle power, why can't I avoid this situation? The system weakly reminded, because you thought of the darkened male lead, the demon lord, the strongest in the entire book. Through clenched teeth, Shen Xiuyun replied, I don't believe I can't beat him. It's only an illusion. Fact proved that, even calling forth his innate sword Xuanheng and focusing his utmost attention, he still couldn't win. Zhu Xingyao casually broke off a vine from the cave's stone wall, injecting his demonic aura into it. The vine followed his whims, sometimes rigid like a fairy sword, sometimes soft like a long whip. During the fight, the vine several times grazed Shen Xiuyun's garments, leaving well-placed tears. Within a few rounds, Shen Xiuyun's body was full of exposed areas, earning himself a V-net-style outfit. Shen Xiuyun became enraged with embarrassment, his face turning red. Zhu Xingyao stared intently, enjoying Shen Xiuyun's predicament. His eyes gleamed with excitement, and the corners of his lips curved upward in an evil smirk. Master, you look so good that I want to. Enough, you're too presumptuous. Shen Xiuyun couldn't stand it anymore. He swung his sword, but Zhu Xingyao, familiar with all of Shen Xiuyun's moves, effortlessly dismantled the attack. His wrist was squeezed forcefully, causing the frost scar sword to fall from pain with a clang onto the ground. Shen Xiuyun was then tightly locked in Zhu Xingyao's embrace, unable to move an inch. Zhu Xingyao seductively whispered into Shen Xiuyun's ear, too what? Too audacious. Haven't I already been too audacious as your disciple? Let go. Shen Xiuyun glared at Zhu Xingyao, resentment and anger swirling in his phoenix-like eyes which glistened with a thin layer of mist due to being confined. Master, don't look at me like that. It makes me want to. Zhu Xingyao leaned down to kiss Shen Xiuyun's defiant eyes. Just as the kiss was about to happen, his gaze paused, and he abruptly sidestepped, momentarily releasing Shinshioyun. For no other reason than almost being kicked by Shinshioyun where it really mattered. You're heartless, disciple. If I had dodged slower, your future happiness would have disappeared. Happiness my foot. Shinshioyun swung a palm strike toward Zhu Xingyao's neck, but he tilted his head backward, avoiding it. While bending over, he grabbed Shinshioyun's right shoulder again, producing another sound. Shinshioyun's clothes were now pitifully torn, barely recognizable as clothing. Damn! This ridiculous illusion, this ridiculous setup. Each of Zhu Xingyao's techniques was personally taught by the master, making it natural for him to know all of Shinshioyun's moves. That's why every one of Shinshioyun's attacks was easily deflected, leaving him powerless. The two fought hand-to-hand for a while without weapons. Eventually, Shinshioyun's hands were pinned above his head by Zhu Xingyao, rendering him immobile like a fish on a chopping board. Zhu Xingyao caressed Shinshioyun's cheek, looking down triumphantly at Shinshioyun who twisted restlessly. Well, we've played enough just now. Now. Before Zhu Xingyao could finish speaking, a sudden metallic sound echoed through the cave as a blade pierced through flesh near his chest, halting only an inch from fully entering. Zhu Xingyao's smile froze on his face. His expression turned dazed as he looked down at his bloody chest, clearly still unable to believe it. He muttered, Master, you. With a thought, Shinshioyun had the frost scar sword withdraw in reverse, spinning mid-air before returning to Shinshioyun's grasp. Zhu Xingyao had to release Shinshioyun due to the injury. He stumbled back a few steps, falling to one knee and covering the wound with his hand. Shinshioyun looked down at him coldly, saying, I've wanted to stab you for a long time. Just because I didn't do it before doesn't mean I wasn't capable, it meant I chose not to. The wounded hand clenched the sand tightly, his knuckles turning white. The pressure caused more blood to flow from the wound. Does the master truly hate me so much? Without any hesitation, Shinshioyun answered, Yes, I wish to slit you open with 3 cuts and 6 holes to let your blood out clean. Zhu Xingyao lifted his head, grinned wide, then flashed to Shinshioyun's side and said, But master, night after night in the past, you also drowned yourself deeply, did you not? What drowning? A different voice suddenly rang out in the cave. Shinshioyun instantly pushed away the person in front of him and glanced toward the cave entrance, catching sight of a youthful face that had yet to mature fully, with traces of childish innocence still lingering. The boy's cheeks bore an unnatural flush, clearly a result of the poison. You, Shinshioyun turned and gave a harsh glare at Zhu Xingyao leaning against the stone wall by the entrance, finally realizing he'd been manipulated. Zhu Xingyao provocatively teased, Isn't it true? The real Zhu Xingyao didn't fully understand the situation yet, but he could tell someone else inside the cave was demonic. Approaching, he pointed his sword at Zhu Xingyao and asked Shinshioyun. Master, who is he? What were you doing just now? Zhu Xingyao brushed dirt off his hands and stepped out from the shadows. In front of the innocent young man, he leered rudely and provocatively at Shinshioyun, challenging. Master, where did this stray disciple come from? He has no sense of propriety, shouting at others recklessly. Zhu Xingyao stared in shock at the face nearly identical to his own, incredulously protesting, You lie. I am the only disciple of the master. He then turned to Shinshioyun, asking, Master, what is the meaning of this? Please speak up. Shinshioyun's eyes were empty, his expression vacant, devoid of any soul. He wanted to die rather than talk. What kind of demonic arena was this? He wished he could vanish on the spot. Numb. Totally numb. In his mind, Shinshioyun shouted for help, but at this moment, the system was inexplicably silent like a chicken, not uttering a single peep. The system, it really can't be relied upon. Master is mine alone, you dare not compete with me. Zhu Xingyao bit heavily on the words, mine, as if declaring ownership. Zhu Xingyao coldly snorted, Who do you think you are, worthy to compete with me? You are nothing, taking my form without permission. Why don't you show your real self quickly? Zhu Xingyao seemed to be provoked and he actually raised his sword and directly attacked the one who had succumbed to the devilish influence. Shinshioyun came back to his senses just in time to shout mentally. Don't give yourself away. You're still at the foundational stage. But Zhu Xingyao did not hear Shinshioyun's inner shout. He didn't seem to have thought about so much, an angry cry fell from his lips as he swung his long sword, unleashing a blade of energy straight toward Zhu Xingyao's face. Zhu Xingyao disdainfully said, like ants trying to shake a tree. With merely a slight raise of his hand, he effortlessly deflected Zhu Xingyao's attack. This is that man outside who makes master think of him day and night. Is that all there is to him? Zhu Xingyao nonchalantly looked at Shinshioyun. Master, what kind of eyesight do you have? How could you like someone so immature? Or is it that you like him because you want 2 disciples to attend to you? What the? Are you alright? Don't corrupt my pure and innocent young disciple. Sure enough, Zhu Xingyao hesitated for a second, curiously asking Shinshioyun, Master, what does he mean? About wanting 2 disciples to attend to you? Do you already have enough with just me? Shinshioyun wanted to tear off Zhu Xingyao's vulgar and worthless mouth, the demon tribe sows discord, don't listen to his nonsense. Zhu Xingyao deliberately acted aggrieved and said, sowing discord. Master truly turns a blind eye, so quickly forgetting those nights and days with the disciple. Is it because the disciple's service doesn't bring you enough joy? Shut up. It seems I didn't stab you deep enough. Shen Xiuyan shook off the blood still wet on his sword and immediately swung it, showing no mercy. He was truly angry. If he didn't beat this fake into a bloody mess today, he would spell his name backwards. Chapter 44, Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Zhu Xingyao had already been stabbed once before, and the injury made his movements very inconvenient. Now, with the younger disciple joining in to harass and disrupt, Zhu Xingyao appeared even more powerless. Even in such a situation, despite being subjected to mixed doubles attacks, Zhu Xingyao still didn't forget to flirt with Shen Xiuyan. Master, how ruthless. Got a new person and forgot the old pleasures, but based on the disciple's appearance, you found a younger and more charming one. But am I the type who cannot tolerate others? Master, why become angry and try to kill the disciple out of shame? Shen Xiuyan was going insane. Was there any way to make this guy shut up first? Online waiting, urgently needed. Master, what newcomers and old pleasures? What exactly does he mean? What happened earlier? At this point, even if Zhu Xingyao were slow-witted, he should have realized that there was a deeper meaning behind the other's words. Shen Xiuyan had no way to refute, he is just. Zhu Xingyao cut in, casting a subtle glance at Shen Xiuyan's clothes, can't you figure it out? Didn't you see earlier? The master and I were. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao looked closely at his master, as if only realizing now that something was wrong with Shen Xiuyan's attire. The master had clearly been wearing his white robe earlier, so why was it red now? Was it because he was injured and bleeding? The anger in Zhu Xinyao's eyes flared instantly. You actually dared to humiliate my master. Beating him until covered in wounds, how dare you? This first half of the statement made Shen Xiuyan's heart leap, while the latter left him speechless. Zhu Xingyao seemed to understand, yet didn't seem to fully get it. So, as a master, should he feel happy or disappointed? Zhu Xingyao roared like an infuriated lion, delivering a burst of explosive, ineffective, attacks directly at Zhu Xingyao. For a moment, the cave was filled with dust flying around, and shards of rocks rolling everywhere. Zhu Xingyao dodged the attack, brushed off the dust on his clothes, and mocked. Humiliation. Is that right? Why don't you ask master if that's true? I will kill you. How dare you? Zhu Xingyao seemed utterly enraged, with red veins emerging in his purple pupils, and faint traces of demonic qi circulating. Shen Xiuyan internally cursed, things were bad. This time, he indeed received the frantic alert sound from the system, blackening value increased by 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Warning, warning, please take immediate action, or the mission will fail. A plant. A plant. A plant. Shen Xiuyan, present at the scene, was left utterly dumbfounded. Could someone please tell him what in the world was going on? 6-0. In fact, there was no need for a system prompt anymore. Shen Xiuyan could already sense the demonic qi radiating from Zhu Xinyao's body. Anyone could tell that he was about to lose control. Shen Xiuyan clenched his teeth and placed two fingers together, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into Zhu Xinyao's forehead while commanding quietly, steady your spirit, don't lose focus. The cool spiritual energy entering his body was like an instant clarity, jolting Zhu Xinyao with a violent shiver as the dark aura dissipated instantly, as if it had never been there. A brief haze appeared in Zhu Xinyao's eyes. Master, just now. Shen Xiuyan sighed deeply, mentally exhausted. It's fine now. Once again being dragged back from the brink. Being a master is really hard. Zhu Xinyao, seeing Shen Xiuyan protecting him so much, reminded. Master, he is also half-demon, someday, he might become another me. You know that half-demons are. Shen Xiuyan coldly interrupted, he is not like you, he won't. Had he nurtured and patiently taught Zhu Xinyao from the beginning, without neglecting him like last time, surely he would grow up to be an attentive and obedient disciple. Master, no need to say more with him, just exterminate this demon tribe. Zhu Xinyao, who had previously suffered secretly, didn't want to waste more words on the devilish race. Channeling spiritual energy into his sword, together with Shen Xiuyan, they attacked once more. After several attacks, Zhu Xinyao became clearly more strained. He barely dodged Shen Xiuyan's stab from the side, using his two fingers to block the frost scar blade, halting Shen Xiuyan's momentum. Master likes young ones, but it doesn't matter either. If Master wishes, I can change into whatever form satisfies you completely. Even in bed. Hold your tongue. Shen Xiuyan lost his composure. Zhu Xinyao was startled, as if his whole outlook on life had been shattered. Master. Shen Xiuyan felt like splitting his head open. How he wished to cut the impostor into 8 pieces. He says it deliberately. None of that happened. On the opposite side, Zhu Xinyao continued unrepentantly, but it wasn't like that beneath the pool just moments ago. Zhu Xinyao pressed relentlessly, what pool? Master, what exactly happened? What a mess. Does he have to blurt out random stuff? Isn't the misunderstanding deep enough yet? Zhu Xingyao stepped back a few paces, covering his injured chest and laughed cynically. Master, stop pretending, don't think I don't know how I came here. Isn't it clear? This illusion, isn't it the kind that makes people manifest their deepest desires? And isn't it true that I am the person you cannot forget the most? After finishing, he disappeared directly inside the cave without giving anyone time to think. Shen Xiuyun almost spat blood. What a pain in the ass. Spouting nonsense, wasn't he trying to ruin him? How would he explain this later? He didn't want Zhu Xingyao experiencing all these things in this secret realm originally. Now everything turned out like pouring water into a basket, wasted. Pure victim. As soon as Zhu Xingyao disappeared, the crisis temporarily lifted. Zhu Xingyao's tightly strung nerves relaxed, making his entire body feel powerless, and he fell stiffly toward the ground. Careful. Shen Xiuyun immediately caught him, helping him lean against the cave wall. Zhu Xingyao's body was scorching hot, his consciousness seemingly tormented until unclear, talking nonsensically. Master. Are you the real master? How did master end up in the demon territory? Is any of this real or a dream? I thought it was all my poisoned mind imagining things. He played the uncertainty so perfectly, leaving no trace on his appearance. Seeing that there was no hiding it anymore, Shen Xiuyun confessed altogether, your master was worried about you, so I secretly entered the forbidden area. Only when I saw your danger was I forced to intervene. Zhu Xingyao's gaze blurred, appearing dazed. His whole body ached so much he didn't know what to do, and started banging his forehead on the rock wall repeatedly, producing a hollow sound, Master. Master. Shen Xiuyun quickly stopped his self-harm and sighed, don't worry, it'll be fine in a moment. Chapter 45, The Master is no longer a happy salted fish. Zhu Xingyao, leaning against Shen Xiuyun's chest, raised a crooked smile. Disciple has been poisoned by a love toxin. Shen Xiuyun helped him sit straight and said word by word, the poison can temporarily be driven back to the sea of consciousness. After breaking the illusion and leaving the demon's territory, I, your master, will find medicinal practitioners to help cleanse the poison for you. Zhu Xingyao. That's not what he wanted. Zhu Xingyao struggled and said, but your disciple can't. My master can teach you right now. Zhu Xingyao. On the surface he agreed, but in reality he either recited the wrong reversal spell or formed the wrong seal, in short, there wasn't a single successful attempt. Zhu Xingyao's hazy eyes were scattered and his pupils had no focus, as if he would pass out any second. Master. I cannot concentrate, I can't do it. Shen Xiuyun was also sweating profusely with worry, try again. If the toxin doesn't subside, you will die from blood streaming out of your 7 apertures. But I. Master, leave quickly. I cannot. Zhu Xingyao bit down hard on his tightly clenched left hand before he could finish speaking, swallowing all those unspeakable rebellious words. Seeing this, Shen Xiuyun hurriedly tried to pry open Zhu Xingyao's jaw. What are you doing? Open your mouth immediately, you're bleeding. Why do you always bite yourself? No matter how uncomfortable it gets, harming yourself is forbidden. Was this some sort of strange habit, and why so vicious? Because, I can't suppress it anymore. If I don't bite myself, then I'll end up biting you. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xingyao suddenly grabbed Shen Xiuyun by the neck. Shen Xiuyun collapsed mentally, this little white flower ultimately still got corrupted. All because of that wretched impostor. Shen Xiuyun felt he was no longer a happy salted fish. No one could possibly understand how he endured these past 3 days. God damn it. Food even had to be fed to him by his disciple. Since his rebirth, he had never suffered such humiliation. System, ahem, we somehow made it through. Let's hurry and find where the blue-winged snake demon's primordial spirit is hidden. Only by dispersing that guy's primordial spirit can we return to the demon realm. By the way, the trial has been going on for several days now. Zhu Xingyao's ranking has stably landed at the very bottom. There's a good chance your 10,000 high-grade spirit stones might go to waste. Shen Xiuyun, thanks for reminding me, I've never been more miserable. Master, you've worked hard these past few days. Rest here first. I'll go check the situation outside, and make something for you to eat. Zhu Xingyao helped Shen Xiuyun put on his robe, picked up his sword, and prepared to tidy up a few potential hazards left behind. He needed to retrieve the other half of his split primordial spirit in time, or else it would raise suspicion from his master. Shen Xiuyun hummed lazily, without even lifting an eyelid. His tone roughly meant, get lost. Zhu Xingyao soon found the other half of his primordial spirit he had hidden. It was exactly at the bottom of the lake where Shen Xiuyun fell that day. That other half of his primordial spirit was the exact lecherous talkative demon lord, Zhu Xingyao, who triggered multiple devilish scenes. He bore the pain of splitting his primordial spirit and meticulously staged the entire drama before. Partly for his master to realize his own heart, partly to have a legitimate excuse for a double consummation. Even if his master really fantasized about having such a version of himself because of the illusion, even sharing the same face, he would absolutely not allow his master to be that close with anyone else. Therefore, he chose to use his own split primordial spirit to replace the fake. Coincidentally, both the good kid and bad kid got their wishes fulfilled. However, after numerous tests that day, he ultimately confirmed that he couldn't fully succumb to darkness. This seemed to be Shinshouyan's boundary regarding him. Master only liked his current obedient self. So be it, it's just like wearing a mask. For the sake of his master, there's nothing he wouldn't do. It's unfortunate that this time it didn't quite go far enough. But he thought that becoming master's consort wouldn't be too far off. Zhu Xinyao silently muttered the incantation, and the other half of the slumbering primordial spirit immediately transformed into a streak of purple light, entering his brow center. Heh, so the truth is this. You're only half demon, but you have already turned evil. Yet you've been putting up an impeccable act. You even went so far as to split your primordial spirit and orchestrate a grand show all by yourself. Your foolish master has been utterly duped by you. Living for hundreds of years, I've never seen someone as deceitful as you. Humans are truly devious and cunning. A half-human, half-snake shadow emerged on the lake's surface, yelling curses directly at Zhu Xinyao. Zhu Xinyao snorted lightly, showing no regard for him. If the blue-winged snake demon had hidden properly within the illusion, he'd have to spend more effort finding it. But never did he expect such stupidity, delivering itself willingly. The blue-winged snake demon was overjoyed to catch Zhu Xinyao's weakness, completely unaware of the looming danger. If your master knew the whole truth, would he continue to care for you as before? Zhu Xinyao turned his head, his alluring peach blossom eyes slightly curved. Though he wore a smile, it carried no warmth. Do you think I would let you spread the truth? Chapter 46, Are you trying to lure my master here? The blue-winged snake demon believed that his actions in the human realm back in the day were already reckless enough, yet this fledgling youth surpassed him in audacity, even calling himself, this seat. Does he know that anyone who calls themselves, this seat, must be at least of the heavenly tribulation stage? You insolent little thing, I know you've hidden part of your true power, but we're not in the demon realm now. This is the world created by my soul, it's free from the suppressive spells of the demon realm arrays. Do you really think I'm merely at the foundation establishment stage? Zhu Xinyao's tone was casual, without any ripples or waves, as if discussing the fine weather. Oh, suppression. At the spirit transformation stage, huh? Looks quite impressive. Immersed in his own delusions, the blue-winged snake demon boasted confidently, so what? Scared already, are you? If you beg me now and kneel to serve me well, I might tolerate. Wait a minute, how do you know I'm at the latter phase of spirit transformation? Zhu Xinyao glanced disdainfully at this fool, is this hard? Isn't it obvious that if someone's cultivation surpasses yours, they can easily discern your level? The blue-winged snake demon nearly lost his mind with frustration, I don't believe it. With your age right now, even if you had fallen into darkness early and took shortcuts to consume others' cultivation for your own advancement, you still couldn't possibly exceed me. Moreover, Zhu Xinyao didn't appear to have consumed many other people's cultivation. His spiritual energy wasn't chaotic, it was very pure. Clearly cultivated step by step. Who exactly are you? Each year, those who enter the demon realm are all young disciples of Xiantian's sect. That implies the person before him must not have been in Xiantian's sect for long. You ask too many questions. This seat doesn't care to answer. We've been out here for some time now. To avoid making master worry, I'd better resolve you quickly. A nearly transparent short sword formed in Zhu Xinyao's palm. The snake demon's pupils contracted sharply. The presence radiating from the short sword filled him with an ominous sense of danger. In the absence of knowing the other party's real strength, it was clearly irrational to confront head-on. After weighing the options mentally, the blue-winged snake demon decided to make a run for it. How could Zhu Xinyao let him escape? He pointed his palm toward the half-airbound soul and pulled. Despite its desperate struggles, the snake demon helplessly watched as it was gradually dragged backward. Realizing there was no chance of escape, the snake demon unleashed its final defiance. Even if I die, I'll know for sure that neither you nor your master will have a good end. Your immoral feelings for him will never be accepted by society. Your ulterior motives will come to naught. Even if you share deep mentor-student bonds now, when he learns the truth, he'll surely despise you beyond measure. You will undoubtedly turn on each other in battle. A lowly demon like you, how can a prestigious sect like Xiantian's sect ever tolerate a disciple who has fallen into darkness? For the righteous path, he'll definitely decapitate you under the blade. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the netherworld. Ha ha ha. Noisy. Zhu Xinyao frowned irritably and hurled the snake demon's soul onto the ground forcefully. He thrust the near-transparent short sword into the blue-winged snake demon's soul body. The creature immediately emitted piercing wails, writhing on the ground as pain coursed through it. Just dissecting a soul. Is your screaming aimed at luring my master here? Unfortunately, he's exhausted these days and sleeps soundly. I left an array at the cave entrance before coming out. He won't hear anything. Master is so weary he's reluctant to move more than his hand. His mouth must ache as well, right? Is lust-induced poison so easy to cure? He still vividly remembers lightly grasping Master's long hair, stroking his occipital region, and the instant slight pressure caused Master to cry uncontrollably. Even dying in Master's hands would be worth it in that moment. The blue-winged snake demon trembled and said fearfully, You're so terrifying. At this very moment, he felt shivers coursing through his soul. Zhu Xingyao laughed naturally, of course I'm terrifying, I am a demon after all. But compared to some greedy and revolting people, he feels unworthy. At least, when he acts, he always has a reason. Moments later, the blue-winged snake demon's soul hovered lifelessly next to Zhu Xingyao, its color dimmed considerably, its eyes empty and dull like a puppet manipulated by strings. Zhu Xingyao looked at the few struggling glowing orbs squeezed tightly in his hand with disdain, sking. So dirty. When this snake demon had a physical body, his enchanting magical arts were so powerful that even his blood contained seductive poison. Now as a soul entity, the memories within his soul were equally filthy. Zhu Xingyao cupped his palm and casually gathered the dissected fragments of the residual soul into a spirit-locking bag. He then spoke to the soul beside him, whose intelligence he had already dulled, making it easily controllable, stab me a few times. Shen Xiuyun seemed to vaguely detect a faint whiff of blood and heard the sound of fabric tearing. Muffled groans of pain could also be heard. He massaged his temples and reluctantly opened his eyes, just in time to see Zhu Xingyao turning away from him, struggling to wrap a bandage around his own arm. Although the cave was dimly lit, Shen Xiuyun's sharp vision clearly revealed the red-stained bandages. How did you? Ouch, Shen Xiuyun's urgency made him forget the soreness of his lips mid-sentence. Instead of completing the question, he clamped his lips together and inhaled sharply through his teeth. Damn. It's all the book's fault with its suggested method to handle an apprentice suffering from lust-inducing poison, it led him astray. He hadn't realized how much easier everything looked on paper compared to execution. No, it was only because Zhu Xingyao was excessively powerful. All blame lay with Zhu Xingyao. Next time something like this happened, even if Zhu Xingyao were in excruciating pain, Shen Xiuyun swore he wouldn't offer any help. Master. Zhu Xingyao's voice carried a trace of alarm. After some fumbling sounds, he managed to pull his outer robe back on. Is Master feeling any better? Shen Xiuyun noticed the darkened sky outside the cave. He had slept straight from morning until night. What are you doing? Are you injured? Under Shen Xiuyun's gaze, Zhu Xingyao pulled his collar tighter and croaked quietly, just a minor injury, already bandaged up. Master needn't worry. Come here. Shen Xiuyun commanded gravely. Judging by what he knew about his current companion, if it were truly a minor injury, Zhu Xingyao would have long since been by Shen Xiuyun's side, pleading for attention. The present aloof behavior indicated ulterior motives. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Xingyao approached nervously. Why is your face so pale? Not only was it pale, but his lips were nearly devoid of color, making him look thoroughly exhausted. Shen Xiuyun touched his forehead. It's so cold. This sensation reminded him of a freezing bed from his previous life, he almost believed it. If not for Zhu Xingyao still talking and breathing, Shen Xiuyun might have thought the person before him was already gone. How did this happen? I encountered that blue-winged snake demon. His strength has inexplicably changed completely from before. Zhu Xingyao lowered his head gloomily. Even as a soul entity, I couldn't defeat him, and had to retreat. It's a disgrace for a disciple to let down his master this way. When he retrieved half of his original spirit, he remembered that during their previous battle, he had performed exceptionally well. At the time, Master might not have doubted, but afterwards, it wasn't impossible that Master might reconsider things. So, he needed to sustain an injury, allowing Master to believe he was still a weak chicken, previously capable only because of Master's influence. Shen Xiuyun. In the morning, Shen Xiuyun had been too exhausted and momentarily forgotten this crucial matter to remind Zhu Xingyao. He almost lost his male lead due to that oversight. Fortunately, this was the protagonist and had fate on his side. Had it been a cannon fodder character, instead of merely severe injuries, they would have vanished without a trace. Chapter 47, Does Master Like Me? Shen Xiuyun paused for a moment, and the pain in his lips diminished slightly. He flicked Zhu Xingyao's brow lightly with a finger, slightly irritated. Whatever about losing face or not, the fact that you could return alive from his hands is already a miracle. I, as your master, carelessly forgot to warn you. In the illusionary realm, he isn't constrained by the array spell of the demon land anymore. That snake demon had reached the Huashan stage when he was captured back from the human world, naturally you wouldn't be able to contend against him. Zhu Xingyao touched the spot where his forehead had been flicked. It didn't hurt, but rather induced an unusual tingling sensation. He expressed surprise. Huashan stage. Yes. Even without his physical form and with some reduced power, he is still far beyond what you can currently match, Shen Xiuyun said seriously. So tell me, exactly how bad are your injuries? Under Shen Xiuyun's relentless questioning, Zhu Xingyao reluctantly confessed the truth. When the haphazardly wrapped bandages were undone, Shen Xiuyun involuntarily held his breath. There was a deep wound on the left back shoulder, the flesh torn open and bleeding profusely. For a fleeting moment, Shen Xiuyun genuinely wished Zhu Xingyao would cease pursuing immortality. The path of immortality was fraught with thorns, cruel trials of various sorts, and deadly thunderstorms. One misstep could mean total annihilation. As a child, Zhu Xingyao had already endured so much hardship and faced countless criticisms. And now he must continue. Just being an ordinary person, enjoying life happily ever after, seemed not too bad. In the mountain cave, a small fire crackled merrily. Warm yellow firelight illuminated a cozy scene. Zhu Xingyao curled up beside Shenxiuyan like a little animal, his head resting on Shenxiuyan's knee. He was calm and obedient, sleeping soundly. Shenxiuyan tenderly caressed Zhu Xingyao's cheek, gently pushing the stray hair behind his ear. The look in his eyes for Zhu Xingyao had never been so gentle. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, all was peaceful. Cold. In his sleep, Zhu Xingyao unconsciously muttered and then moved closer toward the warm heat source that was Shenxiuyan. He leaned against him. Shenxiuyan threw more logs onto the fire to make it burn more fiercely. This should prevent the cold. But, it seemed to have no effect. Master, I'm so cold. Zhu Xingyao's lips trembled as he started to shiver slightly, clutching tightly onto Shenxiuyan's waist in an effort to absorb warmth from him. Shenxiuyan. You're only cold because you're faking. There's a fire here, isn't there? And besides, you have spiritual power protecting your body. Don't take advantage of my ignorance of cultivation world basics. Anyone with some cultivation skills would be better able to withstand the cold than an ordinary person. Master, hold me. Hold your head. Shenxiuyan's mouth twitched as his hand clenched into a fist. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're injured? Shenxiuyan thought about kicking him away, but suddenly remembered, the injury, It did seem true, blood loss could make one physically weak and more susceptible to the cold. The angry bump intended for Zhu Xingyao's head was silently retracted, replaced instead with a pat on the poor disciple's head. His eyes revealed a hint of concern. All right, it won't happen again. He tried convincing himself internally, since he's the master, he might as well accommodate him this once. Anyway, since Zhu Xingyao was asleep now, things would go back to normal before he woke up in the morning. Shenxiuyan half embraced Zhu Xingyao and let his head rest on his own chest. At this moment, he felt the body in his arms seemingly stiffen. But when he touched Zhu Xingyao's arm, the muscle tension was gone. After sleeping, Zhu Xingyao's body relaxed completely, as if it wouldn't wake no matter how it was handled. What nonsense, why did, handled freely, come to mind? He's my apprentice. How dare the apprentice commit any disrespect towards the master? How could the master resist craving his apprentice's body? Shenxiuyan recited the clear heart mantra several times, quickly clearing out those chaotic thoughts in his mind. Wrapping them both with an outer robe to preserve the warmth, he grasped Zhu Xingyao's hand and sent some spiritual energy to warm him. Gradually, he drifted off to sleep. Many past memories with Zhu Xingyao came flooding back in dreams. When he woke up, bright and clear eyes were right there looking at him. As for their tight embrace, it was impossible to explain at this moment. Shenxiuyan. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How did this hand end up hugging Zhu Xingyao's waist instead of holding his hand? Cut it off. Zhu Xingyao seemed to see nothing inappropriate about such intimacy and said naturally. Master has finally woken up. Shenxiuyan palely explained, cough. That is, last night you said you were cold, so I hugged you to keep you warm. Thankfully, Shenxiuyan maintained his usual credibility, making Zhu Xingyao appear fully convinced, disciple thanks master for his care. However, disciple has doubts. Speak. Zhu Xingyao asked with near innocence, master has always said that you dislike being too close to others. Could it be that disciple is special for master? Does master like me? Shenxiuyan coughed violently, his face alternating between green and red. Cough cough cough. This. Zhu Xingyao's words sounded logically sound, yet somehow flawed everywhere. The like he mentioned wasn't necessarily romantic liking, but Shenxiuyan couldn't help but feel caught. Embarrassed. Yes, precisely embarrassed. Zhu Xingyao immediately reached out to touch Shenxiuyan's forehead, feeling a bit hot. Master, are you alright? Did you catch a chill from me last night? Shenxiuyan pulled him away, pretending to be calm. No, the master doesn't get sick. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shenxiuyan suspiciously. Is master truly fine? Of course. Then does master like me? Shenxiuyan covered his face. Could we stop dwelling on this question already? He truly didn't know how to reasonably answer. Zhu Xingyao seemed a little upset by Shenxiuyan's evasive attitude. Master, why do you dare not admit it? In your sleep just now, you kept calling my name over and over again, saying, Yao, no, please don't, Yao, again, Yao, let me go. Shenxiuyan. How could he possibly say such things in his dreams? He never talked in his sleep. Even if he had been disturbed by that impostor last night and ended up dreaming about those matters, there was no way he would have said them aloud. Yet, judging from Zhu Xingyao's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. These were all events from a past life, unless he mentioned them himself, Zhu Xingyao should not have known about them. Could it be that? Zhu Xingyao relentlessly pursued, Master, then let me ask one more bold question. Whom does Master refer to as Yao, me or that person? Chapter 48, Did the master mistake me for someone else? Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyun unblinking, not missing even the tiniest change on his face. Master, you always refuse to confront what your heart truly desires. You are unwilling to admit how much joy we share together. Since this is the case, I'll help you recall, leaving you no escape. I can't believe you'd still try to run away. Shen Xiuyun was almost losing control of his facial expressions. He was going mad. Of course, that person was you, but not exactly you. This couldn't be said out loud, as doing so wouldn't explain those ambiguous dream talks. What if the disciple misinterpreted these words as the master having improper feelings for him? Moreover, this incident happened several days ago. Why did Zhu Xingyao remember it so clearly? Could he not choose to forget selectively? Young people should look forward, shouldn't they get stuck in the past? System, old 6, hurry up and come out with solutions. How do I deceive the protagonist? The system was helpless but slightly gleeful. Host, Wah, I am just an artificial intelligence. Shen Xiuyun, you're barely an AI. What use are you? The system, heartbroken, said, then I'll leave. Did master mistake me for someone else? The person master wanted to embrace wasn't me, isn't the disciple master intended to accept also not me? Zhu Xingyao stubbornly and unjustly looked at Shen Xiuyun, his wounded gaze misted with moisture as if tears would fall at any moment. Shen Xiuyun inexplicably felt a sharp pain in his heart and couldn't help but hold Zhu Xingyao's face, blurting out words in an urgent tone. It's not that. I didn't mistake you for someone else. This master wanted to take you as a disciple. You are him, without you, there wouldn't be him. As soon as the words fell, the mountain cave became deathly silent. Only the crackling sound of the campfire burning remained. On the opposite side, Zhu Xingyao was stunned, as if he had received some kind of shock. F***K. What did I just say? Why does this sound like a heavy confession? Shen Xiuyun instinctively covered his mouth, his face turning red instantly, the blush spreading down to his delicate neck. He appeared entirely like a ripe, enticing fruit. Shen Xiuyun hugged his head, which had nowhere to hide, having only one thought in mind, let me die. The system made clicking sounds. Host, you're quite brave. So this is what you're like. Am I really like this? No, I'm not. What the hell is going on? Shen Xiuyun's brain was a mess, thoughts jumbled into chaos. I am him. But I would never act disrespectfully towards master, whereas that person was bold in action, hugging and kissing master. Born for master, could it be that master actually harbors? Zhu Xingyao admitted that he currently felt extremely pleased, his entire being in a state of ethereal bliss. Shen Xiuyun's words successfully pleased him. No. Shen Xiuyun, who acted like a turtle hiding its head, dug himself out and loudly defended. After struggling inwardly for a while, he came up with a set of deceptive countermeasures. Yao, have you forgotten? This is the illusion created by the Yuan Shen of the blue-winged snake demon. That fiend has strange powers, and thus the illusions conjured by it won't be something good either. It intentionally twists the master-disciple relationship between us to confuse you. Zhu Xingyao. Who is distorting the facts here? It's obvious you desire me but keep deceiving yourself. Master, I hate that you never wake up to reality. Worried that Zhu Xingyao might not believe him, Shen Xiuyun hurriedly added, ahem, your master practices the way of indifference. I maintain purity of heart and am very detached from all desires. How could I possibly mistake you for someone inappropriate? It's clear this is all the work of the snake demon. You nasty snake demon, just take the blame for this until you die. We'll deal with you sooner or later. This damned delusion created by you messed up everything about me. Zhu Xingyao's eyes were dim as if shadowed, while on the surface he seemed to have suddenly understood. So that's how it is. But inside, he was desperate to grab Shen Xiuyun and kiss him thoroughly, tear his clothes off, tie him up and show him through action that he really was that indecent person, who daydreamed constantly about having him. Shen Xiuyun had no clue about Zhu Xingyao's inner conflict. Naively, he patted Zhu Xingyao's shoulder and said sincerely. You're young and lack experience. Being misled by a demon is understandable, but next time don't be so easily deceived. Zhu Xingyao replied in a lingering tone, then master must make sure to keep an eye on me. I'm afraid I may make mistakes. Who knows, one day I might really not be able to hold back anymore. Of course, I will watch over you. Shen Xiuyun vaguely felt that Zhu Xingyao might be hinting at something, but he couldn't figure out what. We've been trapped in this illusion for too long, we must leave now. Otherwise, this trial will be wasted for you. Zhu Xingyao responded, master is right. Earlier when I fought against the snake demon, I found out where he's hiding right now. That's good. Bring me there immediately. Inside, Shen Xiuyun sighed with relief, finally, they could leave. F***K, I never want to experience this quest again. Led by Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyun quickly arrived at the pond's edge. True enough, Shen Xiuyun detected the faint spiritual presence of the blue-winged snake demon at the bottom of the pool. However, black fumes were rising from the water, giving it an eerie aura, and the surrounding trees were all dead. Furrowing his brow, Zhu Xingyao said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with this water. We probably can't dive down to drag him out. There's no need. I'll force him to come out himself. He's probably hiding down there trying to survive. Well, let me blow him right out then. You're still recovering from your injuries. You don't need to act this time. Just stay safe near the lake. Understood. Shen Xiuyan flew into midair, injecting powerful spiritual energy into the Frost Scar sword, and swung the sword which caused massive waves, nearly disturbing the entire pond. A deep vortex formed at the center of the pond, almost stirring up the whole lake bed. It looked quite like Neza's ocean-breaking scene. In no time, Shen Xiuyan heard that familiar grumbling voice again. Here you are again, this cursed teacher-student pair. I didn't bother to settle accounts with you two, but here you come picking fights first. Do you think I'm some sort of vegetarian? Shen Xiuyan's eyebrows twitched. Watch your mouth. What do you mean, Ji? Can't you speak properly? The blue-winged snake continued cursing. Did I say anything wrong? The Xiantian sect is nothing but a group of hypocritical bastards. You claim to help your disciple detoxify emotional poisons, yet now you dare to argue that there's nothing between you two. Who'd believe that? The mighty celestial immortal like you wouldn't randomly take half-demon disciples unless you had ulterior motives. You even disguised yourself and accompanied him to enter the demon realm. You obviously had feelings for the boy. What a pair of disgusting men. Enraged, Shen Xiuyan shook violently with his hand gripping the sword. Screw you. I did not. Let me repeat clearly. I did not, I absolutely did not do it. Good final words, don't open your filthy mouth again next life. Shen Xiuyan stood airborne, his white robe billowing dramatically as he flicked his long sword high, sending a sharp blade of energy slicing through the air at lightning speed. The water surged forcefully toward both sides and the blue-winged snake demon spirit didn't even have time to react, being instantly reduced to powder. Something feels odd. He fell too easily, didn't he? Chapter 49, Reporting. Isn't he supposed to be in the transformation phase of cultivation? And yet, one hit killed. How does that make sense? In the original version, this guy fought wits and strength against Zhu Xingyao for a long time. Could it be that my power overwhelmed him completely? Meanwhile, the scenery of the nearby mountains and forests began fading slowly. What remained was the same dark, damp cave, except the passage was now filled with chaotic piles of rubble. Shen Xiuyan reverted to Shen Wuming, with his cultivation level suppressed below Gold Dan stage. Hopefully, the few days I spent restoring my powers in the demon realm haven't caught the attention of the elders guarding the demon realm. Otherwise, what would they think? An immortal celestial actually concealed their identity to chase after a disciple into the demon realm? Shen Xiuyan casually cleared the debris on the path and found that the several Xiantian sect disciples who had been captured earlier had already died on the scene as they were unable to untie the celestial binding rope. But Zhang Qingji wasn't among them. Shen Xiuyan remembered that the guy was slippery. As soon as he saw things going south, he immediately crushed his jade token and teleported out of the demon territory, leaving these dumb followers behind. However, his fear for life would definitely result in a dead last ranking. Lu Yi would probably be infuriated. Thinking that Lu Yi's spirit stones were about to go down the drain made Shen Xiuyan inexplicably pleased. Zhu Xingyao said, Master, they've been dead for several days. Collect their remains and take them back to Xiantian sect. Even though these guys weren't the best people around, they hadn't committed any major atrocities. As fellow sect members, it wouldn't be right to let them rot in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the group of elders from the discipline hall of Xiantian sect stared gravely at the broken and dimming life tokens. These belonged to the companions of Zhang Qingji. Yun Sikong asked, you all traveled together. What exactly happened that day? Why did these disciples die? Kneeling before him, drenched in cold sweat, Zhang Qingji had already been questioned multiple times about this, but he didn't know how to explain it. If only he hadn't wasted so much spiritual energy fighting Zhu Xingyao, if only that Shintu Wuming from Luoyue Peak hadn't beaten him up, they wouldn't have fallen prey to the snake demon. Had he not reacted quickly then, he might have died too. He thought he had escaped with his life, but little did he know that dealing with suspicions after coming out would be the hardest part. Worst of all, he heard Zhu Xingyao had come out unscathed. Lu Yi said, Qingji, just tell us what happened, your master and the sect leader will stand up for you. With a deep breath, Zhang Qingji steeled himself and blurted out, it was Zhu Xingyao. He wanted to seize the demon beast we had surrounded, and since our spiritual power was insufficient, a conflict ensued which resulted in us being ambushed by the blue-winged snake demon. Zhu Xingyao escaped without hesitation, pushing us as sacrifices. I managed to survive through countless dangers. Yun Sikong neither affirmed nor denied it, asking only, is that true? Zhang Qingji firmly declared, yes, if my reaction had been slower, I would have met the same end. He didn't want to take things to extremes either, but whatever happened inside the demon territory, Zhu Xingyao would surely hold him accountable when he came out. So why not strike first? Lu Yi also said, sect leader, Qingji's character is trustworthy, his words should be true. Moreover, on the day he was teleported out from the demon realm, his spiritual energy was indeed severely depleted. In my opinion, this Zhu Xingyao. Yun Sikong raised a hand to stop Lu Yi. This matter consists only of his one-sided claims. Once I bring him back, we'll have them confront each other for final conclusions. Lu Yi reluctantly agreed, understood. Leisurely lying on a tree, Shen Xiuyun kept refreshing the leaderboard every 30 seconds to observe Zhu Xingyao's performance. Within half a day, he'd already obtained 10 demon cores, successfully jumping into the top 10. Currently ranked first was his senior brother's third disciple with 45 demon cores. A true little freak. But Zhu Xingyao still stood a chance to surpass him. As Shen Xiuyun was thinking this, he suddenly felt a familiar presence approaching. By the time he realized he should make a run for it, it was too late. Junior brother? How did you get into the demon territory? No wonder, he had sent out so many messages without getting a response from Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun inwardly cursed, trouble. How did Yun Sikong end up here? His illusions could fool children, but facing someone of higher cultivation level, it wouldn't work that easily. Shen Xiuyun tried hard to maintain his composure but ultimately failed. Senior brother. Let me explain. Unfortunately, Shen Xiuyun didn't get the chance to explain everything before Yun Sikong took him and his disciple out of the demon territory. It was only then that he learned Zhu Xingyao had been accused. Sect leader, you must uphold justice for me. You can't favor Zhu Xingyao just because he's the esteemed disciple of an immortal and let him off lightly. Zhu Xingyao deliberately caused the deaths of our fellow sect members inside the demon territory. With such conduct, how can he stay in our Xiantian sect? Before Shen Xiuyun could even step into the discipline hall, he heard Lu Yi bitterly lodging accusations against Zhu Xingyao. It was clearly meant for Yun Sitsong's ears. But hearing it, Shen Xiuyun became inexplicably furious, saying on the spot. Favoritism? Even if I am partial, what are you going to do about it? He had never seen anyone shameless to this degree. Ganging up on Zhu Xingyao was bad enough, though understandable, given that they lost, but abandoning fellow sect members during life or death moments was unforgivable. To think that upon returning, he would even dare to scheme against Zhu Xingyao using the deaths of their fellow sect members. When Lu Yi heard Shen Xiuyun's voice, he was instantly startled and looked up, only to see that elegant figure of Shen Xiuyun radiating an intimidating presence. The earlier confidence while lodging complaints had vanished without a trace. He stammered, "Say, senior. Wasn't Shen Xiuyun supposed to be in seclusion? How did this happen?" His original intention was to take advantage of Shen Xiuyun's absence, expel Zhu Xingyao from the sect for revenge on behalf of his disciple. But unexpectedly, Shen Xiuyun, who hadn't made a sound these past few days, suddenly appeared today. Seeing Lu Yi's discontented expression, Shen Xiuyun continued, "Do you seem very dissatisfied? If so, let's go outside and have a little sparring match." After recovering his memories, he had mastered all the spells learned by this body and hadn't fought anyone yet. It would be great practice. Hearing this, Lu Yi immediately became alarmed and looked helplessly at Yun Sikong, who had been silent beside him. I. Sect leader. As someone in the early stage of transformation, fighting someone in the middle stage would surely bury half of him in the dirt with just one move. Shen Xiuyun was openly bullying him. How infuriating. Brother. Yun Sikong shook his head helplessly. Let's go inside and discuss first. Shen Xiuyun slightly restrained himself but said, "Surely when Master Lu came here to complain, he didn't bother much to inquire how things truly happened from your disciple." The Zhang Qingji hiding behind Lu Yi squeezed out, gathering his courage. "It's definitely because he's a half-demon, with malicious thoughts and a cruel heart, incapable of accepting guidance from others, thus resorting to extreme measures against me and our other disciples. Senior, you probably don't know what a ruthless nature this disciple of yours has. Sooner or later, he will fall into the path of evil, bringing calamity to all." He had confirmed that now only he and Zhu Xingyao knew the real truth. That Shen Wuming disciple of the Luoyue Peak has no news, likely died inside, and perhaps his corpse had already been eaten clean by demon beasts. What is true and false can solely depend on his words. He didn't believe that despite his good reputation in the sect, he could lose against a mongrel half-breed. Shen Xiuyun was growing increasingly restless inside. If you cannot talk properly, then don't speak. All they say is about entering the devilish way. Can we stop pretending and play well? You're the one who went demonic, you and your whole family. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun abruptly glared at Zhang Qingji, unleashing a formidable pressure. Zhang Qingji couldn't hold on for 3 seconds before kneeling down with a thud, drenched in sweat. The superior ones among demons are not necessarily always wicked, nor are people necessarily all gentle and kind-hearted. Take you, for example, you are still so young and never focus your mind on the righteous path, but rather how to harm your own sect members. What exactly kind of immortality are you cultivating? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao glanced up toward Shen Xiuyun with some surprise. His heart stirred uncontrollably as he gazed at Shen Xiuyun with admiration. Under the sleeve, he tightly gripped his hands in excitement. "Teacher, do you really think this way too?" Lu Yi finally caught the implied meaning and said, "What does harm sect members mean? Could senior explain clearly? Do you think it's unfair for you, but fair for me?" Shen Xiuyun frankly spoke, "Zhang Qingji, do you think since those who knew the truth are dead, you can manipulate the black and white as you like?" Do you remember the Luoyue Peak disciple who stopped you from killing a Yao? Zhang Qingji looked sharply at Shen Xiuyun, full of disbelief. How could senior possibly know? Isn't Zhu Xingyao just recently extracted from the demon realm? And he managed to report so quickly. Did senior truly trust him? Shen Xiuyun smirked mockingly at him. Do you know that Shen Wuming of the Luoyue Peak is actually me? Zhang Qingji felt struck by lightning, as if punched in the face, buzzing in the brain, regaining consciousness after a long while. No, it's impossible. You're favoring him. How could you be Shen Wuming? On the primary seat, Yun Sikong coldly glanced at Zhang Qingji. Whatever the actual situation is, it's time you confess honestly. After all, Zhang Qingji was still young. After several shocks, he was already disoriented and speaking incoherently. Perhaps brother should hear how a Yao explains the matter. Zhu Xingyao sighed lightly, clutching onto Shen Xiuyun's sleeve and timidly looking at the ferocious senior ahead of him, quietly explaining. Brother, how could you slander me like that? Chapter 50, that beating he got was what he deserved. Zhang Qingji stared dumbfounded at Zhu Xingyao. How could this person have two faces? That day, Zhu Xingyao was outrageously overbearing, completely not resembling this victim-like demeanor. That day, I had just entered the demon realm for a short time when elder brother Zhang brought a few people over and said he wanted to have a good exchange with me. They took turns depleting my spiritual energy. When my spiritual energy was about to run out, elder brother Zhang thrust a sword towards me. If it weren't for the arrival of my master in time, I doubt I would have returned alive. The elder who was listening beside them looked baffled. How come the truth completely changed when a different person told the story? Are you guys fabricating stories here? Who is telling the truth? Moreover, how could an esteemed figure actually follow their disciple into the demon realm and provide close protection? That's two. None of them as masters care for their disciples to this extent. If all of you suspect that I favor my disciple, I still have other ways to prove. Shen Xiuyun signaled to Zhu Xingyao, bring out the bodies of those several individuals. Aside from one body that was drained of essence, becoming a desiccated corpse, the rest of the three corpses were mostly in a gruesome state, one even had his head smashed in half. Shen Xiuyun was glad that he hadn't eaten anything, otherwise, everything might have been thrown up. Chang Yi. Among the crowd, someone recognized their own disciple and rushed to the lifeless body on the ground. Shen Xiuyun stated, for corpses where death has not exceeded 7 days, the pupil reflection technique can be used to replay what the deceased witnessed on that day. The truth will become clear upon inspection. Zhang Qingji collapsed powerless onto the ground. There wasn't even a sliver of room left for further excuses. Shen Xiuyun used his artistry to project two most concerned truths, one showing Zhang Qingji leading others to provoke Zhu Xingyao, his behavior vastly differing from the previously known measured approach, especially in moments when sect members encountered danger, his cowardice drove him to flee alone. The other showed the cause of these individuals being trapped and dying. Throughout, Zhu Xingyao remained the victim, and at last, it was him who brought back the remains of these individuals. Lu Yi watched and turned extremely grim-faced. Before Yun Sikong could announce a sanction, Lu Yi raised his palm and slapped Zhang Qingji. You rebellious disciple! How many times have I told you not to excessively compete and strive for supremacy? How did you end up making such grave errors that even your master cannot protect you? Zhang Qingji crawled desperately to Lu Yi's legs and sobbed, Master, disciple is wrong. It was due to my excessive competitive spirit that I mistreated junior brother Zhu. I shall never do it again. If only it didn't violate his character profile, Shen Xiuyun truly wanted to roll his eyes right then and there. Just claiming competitiveness is enough to cover up everything. How well calculated are Lu's plans? Can framing a Yao be settled this way? Lu Yi smiled apologetically, esteemed immortal, please calm down. Spats between children should not be taken seriously. Doing so may damage the relationship among sectmates. Furthermore, Zhang Qingji got carried away due to panic and thus uttered those disrespectful words. Now both sides have clarified, misunderstandings cleared up. Let us celebrate this harmony by each taking a step back. Old servant certainly will make this young animal apologize sincerely to your disciple, and strictly supervise him thereafter. Children. At this age? Shen Xiuyun slightly gestured with his hand, a mammoth baby. As soon as Shen Xiuyun finished speaking, giggles echoed through the discipline hall. Lu Yi's face flushed red as fire burned under it, harboring increased hatred for Shen Xiuyun within his heart. Moreover, didn't Mr. Lu brag about how excellent and steady his disciple was? The defamatory statements were logical and structured, and now you tell me he made it up in a rush. I understand your love for your disciple, but my own student must also be kept from any harm by others. Shen Xiuyun looked toward Yun Sikong, senior brother. I recall that attempting to maliciously harm fellow sect members within the demon realm should result in at least a year-long confinement in a solitary cell. Yun Sikong expressionlessly concurred, that's correct. For any recurrence, removal of cultivation and expulsion from Xiantian's sect will be enforced. Several hallmasters observing inside also nodded their heads in agreement. Holding on to Lu Yi's hem, Zhang Qingji cried and begged, Master, I don't want to go to the solitary confinement. Not only dark without daylight, even a single trace of spiritual energy is absent in solitary confinement. No cultivation, no contact with the outside world, only endless dull boredom day after day. As a result, some misbehaving students can find they might drive themselves insane before they get released. Louis clenched his teeth and struggled persistently. Lord Sect Leader, I know you always deal with matters impartially, but isn't solitary confinement a bit too severe? Yun Sikong shot Louis a sidelong glance. Are you questioning my ruling? Louis jolted, bowed his head and whispered humbly, dare not. Then he patted Zhang Qingji's shoulder. My dear apprentice, your master is lowly in status and influence in the Shantian sect, so I cannot protect you. It's not like some individuals who conceal their identities to mix into the demon realm, disrupting the disciples' trials, assaulting sect members, and breaking the rules, yet manage to escape any consequences. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun immediately knew it was aimed at him. Goddamn sly old bastard, who are you implying? The beating that kid got was well deserved. I even regretted not hitting him hard enough. Yun Sikong looked at Shen Xiuyun. He will be punished too. As the peak master of One Finger Peak, Shen Xiuyun violated the sect rules. He must contemplate for half a year and copy the sect rules 500 times. I have no objections. Just 500 times. Who didn't get punished by copying things during school days? It's a piece of cake. System, host, just to remind you, since its founding over 1,000 years ago, the sect rules of the Shantian sect amount to several thousand clauses, you know what I mean. Shen, smiling with deadly intent, Xiuyun. Thank you for enlightening me. Sis, clumsy, Tem, no need to thank me, it's my duty. Finally, after this conclusion, everyone came to one verdict: the esteemed immortal Shen really prioritized his disciple above all else. Harming the enemy with losses on our own side. In the future, they should remind their own disciples to stay far away from Zhu Xinyao to remain safe. After the matter was settled, the uninvolved elders were dismissed by Yun Sikong. As the trial was forcibly stopped due to anomalies in the boundary, they had to organize an additional round within a few days. When most people had left the discipline hall, Zhu Xinyao finally spoke out, the words lingering on his lips, Master, it's all because of me that you've been involved. Yun Sikong said coldly, so you realize that you dragged him into trouble. If it weren't for concern about your safety, how would he have privately entered the demon realm, resulting in being penalized? Since the day I took you as my disciple, my younger brother has never had a single peaceful day. Shen Xiuyun quickly squeezed between the two to create some distance. I made the decision to go, it has nothing to do with the Yao. But Zhu Xinyao lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, saying, no, it's my fault. Not exactly. How does this have anything to do with you? You're willingly taking responsibility while you had no idea about his scheme. Yun Sikong glanced at Zhu Xinyao, his voice cold. During your master's confinement period, you will stay in the disciples' quarters, attending lessons and cultivating together with my other students, without the slightest laxity. If you make no progress in 6 months. Zhu Xinyao looked up, meeting Yun Sitsong's eyes unwaveringly. If I show no progress, I won't wait for uncle to expel me, I'll leave on my own. Shen Xiuyun hastily waved his hands, not necessary. Yun Sikong smirked coldly, telling Zhu Xinyao, these are your own words, don't back out then. Brother-in-law, disciple. Could you two give me some attention too? I'm also one of the stakeholders here, isn't my opinion worth considering? Chapter 51, Master, your heartbeat is fast. Yun Sikong usually had many responsibilities and didn't always have time for daily lessons. Also, being the sect leader, he held a prestigious position, rarely personally guiding his disciples in swordsmanship. To put it simply, his way of teaching his disciples could be summed up as free-range farming plus irregular evaluations. If the results were unsatisfactory, Bam Bam gets beaten. Under such pressure, his disciples trembled with fear but kept pushing forward, making excellence almost inevitable. After today's class ended, Zhu Xinyao proactively intercepted Yun Sikong. Uncle, wasn't it decided that you'd teach me yourself? Every day I'm learning on my own, how can my sword skills improve? Jin Qianxin pretends to cough inadvertently, using his hand to tug Zhu Xinyao's sleeve, signaling him not to seek death. Xinyao junior brother has truly been spoiled by the esteemed immortal to dare speak such words directly. If the master gets angry and personally guides you, you might be bedridden for 10 to 15 days. Do you want to duel swords with this venerable one? He had long wanted a good fight with Yun Sikong, just never had the chance. I know I am still very weak now, constantly troubling master for worry and thoughtfulness, causing uncle distress. Therefore, I desire to grow stronger, hoping someday to be powerful enough so no one dares to rival, strong enough to protect my master. Zhu Xinyao spoke boldly, indeed daring. Protecting my junior brother? With you not even reaching the golden core stage. Yun Sikong lifted his gaze towards Zhu Xinyao, recalling before that aside from his appearance, Zhu Xinyao seemed entirely ordinary. Now the youth stands tall and firm, with a determined look in his eyes, evidently different from his past self. So let this venerable one see, how much skill do you actually possess? Yun Sikong summoned the Zui Feng sword with a wave of his hand and showed no leniency toward Zhu Xinyao for being a junior. Instead, his attack was fierce and brutal, giving Zhu Xinyao not even a moment to breathe. Inattentive for a moment, that gleaming thin blade had already rushed straight at Zhu Xinyao's face. Zhu Xinyao narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding it by stepping aside, but the part of his hair that was blown away by the force floated in the air and was instantly cut off sharply before it could even touch the sword blade. What a sharp blade! If he hadn't dodged just now, what would be lying on the ground wouldn't have been broken hairs but his head. Yun Sikong, not bad reaction, but will you keep running? If this is your limit, how do you expect to get stronger? Why won't uncle continue trying? How else will you know if I can or cannot? Zhu Xingyao also summoned his own sword and struck back with an equally skilled hand as Yun Sikong. They fought back and forth, stirring up countless pebbles, the sound of their swords colliding never ceasing. A few people watching nearby were dumbfounded. The third disciple lowered his paralyzed jaw. Big brother, is Junior Master Zhu really in the foundation building stage? Even though the master only exerted 3/10 of his strength, we normally can't handle 2/10. He's way too abnormal. Jin Qianxin remarked, this indicates his talent. The elder responsible for testing talents once said, he possesses a born sword bone, one rarely seen in 100 years. The third disciple leaned close to Jin Qianxin's ear, somewhat enviously saying, I think it's more than just talent. I heard his swordsmanship has been personally taught by Master Shen, definitely faster learning and fewer mistakes than us who studied by ourselves. Personally, Master Shen indeed had a special favoritism towards Zhu Xingyao. Such favoritism made people both envy and jealously. Jin Qianxin glanced wistfully at Yun Sikong, whose back was facing him on the field. He couldn't remember the last time his teacher separately practiced sword skills with him. He yearned so much. As the sun set behind the mountains, Shen Xiuyun was still copying the sect rules in solitude, nearly getting cramps in his hands. Ever since Zhu Xingyao moved out, he felt like an empty-nest elder, no one cared, no one loved. Only able to keep in touch through jade tablets to maintain life. Once fearing that Zhu Xingyao would mess with him beyond his limits, now that the younger finally stayed far away from him as he wished, he again felt uneasy. Shen Xiuyun lost concentration and accidentally wrote the wrong character, wasting the whole piece of paper. His patience broke instantly. He threw the brush down and slammed the desk fiercely, ready to vent his anger. What exactly is the master doing? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shen Xiuyun looked up to see Zhu Xingyao, who returned at some point. A flicker of joy unknowingly surfaced in his eyes. Why did you come back? Zhu Xingyao approached obediently, kneeling down on another cushion by the table. Disciple missed uncle, so I came back. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his arms and shuddered, feeling goosebumps all over. That sounds nauseating. Are you not afraid that the elder brother finds out and punishes you? Uncle didn't say I can't come back. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun eagerly. We haven't met for days, doesn't uncle miss me? Having not met for a few days, you've become increasingly shameless. Zhu Xingyao pulled on Shen Xiuyun's sleeve and shook it. Uncle. Shen Xiuyun pursed his lips, pondered for a while, then said, yes, I miss you, happy now. Zhu Xingyao grumbled, your tone is so dismissive. A bead of sweat trickled down Shen Xiuyun's temple. What the hell was that girlfriend criticizing boyfriend's tone? It felt a little weird. Shen Xiuyun suddenly fixed his gaze. Why is your hair shorter by a section? Why are there blood marks on your neck? Are you injured? Zhu Xingyao hastily tried to cover it. This is. Don't move. Shen Xiuyun held Zhu Xingyao's shoulder, pushing half of his body onto the low table, crouching over him. Without any second thought, he pushed aside Zhu Xingyao's hand, unbuttoned his collar, and finally revealed the slightly nasty wound on the young man's pale neck. The wound wasn't deep, yet it was still seeping blood. What happened? Who bullied you? Shen Xiuyun gave Zhu Xingyao a quick pulse reading and discovered his inner qi was somewhat disturbed. Zhu Xingyao clenched his hand under the sleeve and said faintly, it's uncle. Uncle truly became more and more bold, dared to undress him right away. However, why not be bolder? Right here, on this table, it wouldn't be impossible either. Shen Xiuyun was fully focused on Zhu Xingyao's injuries and didn't pay much attention to his unusual expression. How could the elder brother? Yun Sikong isn't the type to strike others without provocation. Although his teaching methods for disciples are strict. Zhu Xingyao explained, I asked uncle to guide me in practicing swordsmanship. Shen Xiuyun gave a puzzled look, are you crazy? He's at the heaven tribulation stage, and you're at the late foundation establishment stage. Do you know how many levels apart you are? There were stages like Qi practicing, foundation establishment, gold core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, and heaven tribulation. They were almost 4 levels apart. Was he asking for trouble? Zhu Xingyao nonchalantly said, Master, I want to become stronger faster. I don't want to give others a reason to frame you. Besides, Uncle Yun only used 3/10 of his strength, and we fought on even ground. It was only a minor injury, Master needn't worry. Zhu Xingyao's raven black hair scattered across the table like a dense web of tangled threads. Lying sprawled out with lazy eyes that glinted enticingly, it was impossible not to feel bewitched by his allure. His posture exuded an air as if he would let Shen Xiuyun take or do anything he wished. Only then did Shen Xiuyun realize their current position looked somewhat. Moreover, just now in his hurry to check Zhu Xingyao's injuries, he hadn't noticed that he had disheveled Zhu Xingyao's clothes. Thus, Zhu Xinyao's clothes slid down slightly, exposing part of his collarbone which showed faintly with every breath. It was tempting. Shen Xiuyan's hand holding Zhu Xinyao's collar suddenly let go as if scorched, but right before letting go, it was caught back by Zhu Xinyao. If he hadn't managed to prop himself up against the desk with his other hand, he surely would have collapsed onto Zhu Xinyao's chest. The distance between them shortened, Shen Xiuyan felt a light pressure covering his chest, followed by Zhu Xinyao's beguiling words. Master, your heartbeat is really fast. Chapter 52, Master, I can help you. I didn't. Don't say nonsense. Shen Xiuyan remained rigid, not daring to move or breathe loudly. Perhaps it wasn't there from the start, but after Zhu Xinyao mentioned it, it seemed like something real emerged. Mysteriously, Shen Xiuyan felt his face heating up. Master, why is your face red? Zhu Xinyao's cool palm pressed lightly on Shen Xiuyan's forehead, feeling it over while asking doubtfully. Was it the day in the demon realm when Master helped me detoxify, accidentally getting contaminated with the lust toxin? It's not. There was none. Shen Xiuyan's throat was dry. The sheet of paper gripped tightly in his hand had turned into a crinkled ball. Shen Xiuyan endured several fluctuations in his heartbeats and spoke in a stable voice, Ayo, release me first, I'm fine. However, the moment the words came out, they sounded so hoarse, unlike any sound Shen Xiuyan usually made. Master is lying. Your face is so red, it's clearly abnormal. If it's truly because of leftover toxins, as your disciple did for you, I can help you, too. Shen Xiuyan. Help my head. Just stay away from me. And stop looking at me like that. I'm not sick. I haven't been poisoned. Enraged and embarrassed, Shen Xiuyan nearly gritted his teeth. After all these days, if there was poison, it would have long been gone. Besides, you were the one who got poisoned then, not me. If there are leftover toxins, it should be in you. Really? Zhu Xinyao, half believing and half doubting, leaned closer to press his forehead against Shen Xiuyan's. They were so close they could feel each other's breathing. One had irregular breaths and tense body, while the other acted naturally without knowing why. After a short moment, Zhu Xinyao loosened his grip on Shen Xiuyan's wrist and said, It seems I've mistaken. My apologies for the impudence. Shen Xiuyan stepped back immediately 2 meters away from Zhu Xinyao. He couldn't dare to look at Zhu Xinyao, fearing seeing something provocative that might make him lose control. Get dressed properly. Damn it, Zhu Xinyao appeared utterly innocent, not knowing a thing, making him look like a beast pervert from before. Recently, he was becoming more and more strange. Why couldn't he control himself this way? Could it be, he has feelings for Zhu Xinyao? Zhu Xinyao straightened his clothes, sat upright, and was obedient beyond obedience. I'm done. Shen Xiuyan returned to his previous seat and coughed behind his hand. Do you have any business left? If not, I will continue copying the sect rules. Yes, I do. Master, don't you remember our agreement earlier? Shen Xiuyan, agreement? Tortured recently by being penalized to copy the rules endlessly, all thoughts in his mind revolved around it. He couldn't recall what agreement was made. Sighing deeply, Zhu Xinyao said somewhat disappointedly, as expected, Master has forgotten. Master promised that if I performed well in the trial within the demon realm, I could borrow a manual Master cherished greatly. Half a month ago, I retook the test and ranked first. Does that not meet the conditions? Shen Xiuyan scratched the back of his head, chuckled awkwardly, it's about that thing. I haven't forgotten. It's just that I've been under house arrest and couldn't hand over the items. Taking out a few books from the dimensional pouch, Shen Xiuyan placed them all in front of Zhu Xinyao. Handing over the books with some hesitation, Shen Xiuyan muttered, Here you go. To be honest, they aren't exactly secret manuals, perhaps you'll glance through them and lose interest. Zhu Xinyao waved his hand to store the books into his dimensional pouch. A book recognized by Master naturally isn't bad, I will read it thoroughly. In his heart, Shen Xiuyan commented bitterly, Yeah right, as if you'd actually study diligently. Last life, you hated reading most, especially scripture books, always falling asleep when looking at them. When I recited scriptures, you were constantly put to sleep by my voice every day. You were only diligent when practicing the sword. But you kept bumping into me, which was pretty hard on my waist. Still, this lifetime, Zhu Xinyao didn't seem to have dozed off during the scripture lectures. After careful thought, Shen Xiuyan realized Zhu Xinyao hadn't napped once. Strange. Did he reform? Or could it be because this time around, he truly became a studious disciple under his teaching? Master, there are some things others entrusted me to give to you. Zhu Xinyao placed a bulging dimensional pouch on the table. What is it? This dimensional pouch looks awfully familiar, similar to the one he used to store 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones. They're from the bet you made that day, predicting I would rank first in the trials within the demon realm. Shen Xiuyan. Alright, that's correct. Shen Xiuyan asked, how much is there? Guessing, it should be quite a lot. After all, nobody expected Zhu Xinyao to emerge as the ultimate dark horse, breaking through everyone else. Probably many people cried themselves hoarse over their losses. Calmly, Zhu Xingyao replied, 20,000 upper-grade spirit stones, 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Shen Xiuyun almost choked on his own saliva. Cough, so much. How can you say that so calmly? Do you know how incredibly enviable and valuable these amounts are? That's right, almost 9/10 of Xiantian's sect lost their bets. I swear, wasn't that the equivalent of making nearly 9/10 of Xiantian's sect resent him instantly? Good thing he was an immortal master, otherwise, anyone else would have been beaten to a pulp already. Elder Hao said that your bet paid off this time, but next time you shouldn't place any more. Shen Xiuyun. Wow, blocked me outright. How stingy. Can't handle a little fun. Zhu Xingyao smiled, Master, how did you know for sure that I'd come first? Annoyed, Shen Xiuyun shot him a look, because I taught you, wouldn't I know your capabilities? The corner of Zhu Xingyao's lips curved significantly high, so Master has such confidence in me. Since I've got too many spirit stones and no place to spend them, betting randomly doesn't matter win or lose, Shen Xiuyun grumbled irritably, quit being so talkative, leave the stuff here and go, you're interrupting my copying of the sect rules. Alright, I'll retire first, and later use the jade tablet to report what I've learned today to Master. Got it, got it. Mentioning this daily reporting business always reminded Shen Xiuyun somewhat of a lover reporting back to the other. It's getting more ridiculous. After returning to the disciples' quarters, Zhu Xingyao closed the door, and couldn't wait to take out one of the books Shen Xiuyun had given him. When he touched the cover, the title magically changed. How to Woo a Cool and Aloof Master. Zhu Xingyao. Chapter 53, Master, I want to hear your voice. Zhu Xingyao had no idea why the book title would transform upon his touch. Could it be some illusion spell Master placed on the book? However, judging by this inappropriate name, it surely wouldn't be something Master intentionally set up. What exactly is going on? What does it mean to woo? Curiosity piqued, Zhu Xingyao opened the first page. The vivid pictures inside stunned him completely. These faceless figures clinging closely to each other. Was this really something Master read? This definitely wasn't something Yun Sikong gave Master. Why did Master switch the book? Is it a hint meant for him? With blazing eyes, Zhu Xingyao gripped the delicate pages of the thin book, almost tearing the fragile paper. Continuing to flip through, images appeared again at the window frame, the desk, the hot spring pool. Embracing, kissing. Each detail crystal clear. It's simply. Even though the two people in the pictures had no real faces depicted, their attire, hairstyles, and certain features almost matched him and Shen Xiuyun to a high degree. Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but project himself into the scenes as soon as he saw them. His fingertips pressed on the thin paper as if caressing. Master. 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 This title repeatedly surged in Zhu Xingyao's heart, his yearning nearly uncontrollable. Footsteps and conversations grew louder outside the door. It was his dorm mates returning. In a flash, Zhu Xingyao shut the book and rushed out of the room before anyone could react, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. The third disciple removed a dry leaf from his eye caused by the sudden gust of wind and asked his senior brother Jin Qianxuan with confusion. Huh? Was that Zhu Xingyao just now? What's wrong with him? He seemed so hurried. I thought I saw his eyes were even a little red, is everything alright? Unlike the overly enthusiastic third disciple, Jin Qianxuan maintained an indifferent expression and calmly replied with 2 words, don't know. He then strode toward the dormitory, but once inside, smelled some lingering faint scent. Jin Qianxuan frowned slightly. This scent was. Hey, it wouldn't be that residual poison, would it? Uncle Master mentioned Zhu Xingyao was almost. Should we inform Uncle Master in case something happens? Beside him, the third disciple struck his left palm with his right fist, exaggeratedly shouting. Jin Qianxuan massaged his temples, feeling a headache. He wondered why the third disciple still retained such behavior under Master's discipline. After all, the second disciple feared Master immensely. I'll immediately inform Uncle Master through sound transmission. Shen Xiuyun called Zhu Xingyao multiple times using the jade tablet, but there was no response. He began to feel worried. Could something have happened to Zhu Xingyao? Considering how clingy this young disciple has been recently, it's unreasonable for Zhu Xingyao not to answer after a single call. Unless Zhu Xingyao couldn't pick up. As Shen Xiuyun prepared to forcefully rush out, the jade tablet emitted a faint glow, finally receiving a response. However, there was no image, only a voice. Initially, Zhu Xingyao would get upset when Shen Xiuyun suggested using sound transmission to report lessons and study progress. Therefore, this current method seemed rather suspicious. Master, what's the matter? Zhu Xingyao's voice sounded lower than usual, carrying hints of laziness and contentment, like hooks teasing his senses. What are you doing right now? Doing what? Under the hazy moonlight, Zhu Xingyao looked down at his reflection in the water, lips curling. His face appeared more beautiful than usual, misty eyes brimming with passion. He was definitely. All thanks to Master's book. If he didn't soak until midnight tonight, he wouldn't dare return to the disciples' quarters. Swish. Soft splashing sounds came from the other end of the jade tablet, brief yet urgent, as if Shen Xiuyan misheard. Are you bathing? Mm. Zhu Xingyao hesitated briefly before replying, nasal and seemingly suppressing something. Shen Xiuyan sighed, now understanding why Zhu Xingyao hadn't responded earlier. Thankfully, Zhu Xingyao hadn't answered while bathing, otherwise, their video call might leave Shen Xiuyan too embarrassed to continue. Wash first, your master will. Master, don't go. Shen Xiuyan was about to cut off the transmission when Zhu Xingyao urgently interrupted. The interruption was accompanied by splashing sounds, as if accidentally slipping, along with faint heavy breathing escaping his throat. The silly kid must have slipped somehow, right? Hopefully, nothing's wrong with his face. Shen Xiuyan asked, what's wrong? Zhu Xingyao paused again, then whispered hoarsely, Master, stay and chat with me. I want to hear your voice. You sound off. Are you alright? Shen Xiuyan felt everything strange from start to finish but couldn't pinpoint where exactly. Is Zhu Xingyao really bathing? No, I'm fine. Zhu Xingyao replied quickly this time. Earlier, Jin Qinshuan sent me a message saying you didn't seem well. Zhu Xingyao caught onto some information. Qinshuan. When did Master call him so casually? Does Jin Qinshuan often contact Master secretly, tattling on him? It made sense now why Zhu Xingyao, who had never taken the initiative to contact his master before, would suddenly. He had even thought just now that his master was trying to gauge his reaction to seeing that book. But this was it. He had misunderstood. He had actually thought his master had finally come to his senses. Zhu Xingyao felt as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him, and he immediately lost all interest. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes, but there was no trace of it in his voice. I'm fine, I just want Master to talk to me more. That would be enough. Let me hear your voice, and... What? What kind of strange request was this? Talk more would make things better. Did he think he was some sort of companion? Anything, like you could continue explaining the scriptures from last time. Shen Xiuyan. Go take your bath, stop pushing your luck, do you really think I would just start lecturing because you asked me to? Wouldn't that make me lose face completely? Your master still has 300 rounds of rules to copy. Master? Are you still there? Can't I? System, darken value +1. Shen Xiuyan, I have 10,000 swear words I don't know if I should say or not. Zhu Xingyao, alright then. Resentfully and piteously. System, darken value +2. Shen, taking deep breaths and maintaining a smile, Xiuyan, sure. I was just finding the book. Here's your lecture. Nothing to worry about, he was simply following his heart. The jade tablet transmitted Shen Xiuyan's calm and steady voice, like a river flowing slowly, a tone meant to soothe one's emotions. Yet, it made Zhu Xingyao's inner turmoil surge even stronger. Master had no idea what Zhu Xingyao was thinking or doing while listening to him read those holy scriptures. This feeling, it was as if committing a forbidden act at the most proper place, granting him a secretive joy, just like when he wrote the invitation in his previous life. As for Shen Xiuyan, hearing the splash of water at first led him to doubt whether Zhu Xingyao might scrub himself raw. Was he preparing to wash himself clean and jump into a pot? Later, he gradually realized something wasn't right. There was a hint that it wasn't just a regular bath. Shen Xiuyan quickly covered his head, stopping his own wild thoughts. Enough, enough. His cheeks grew hot again. What an unbearably hot day. Just at that moment, Zhu Xingyao's image inexplicably appeared on the jade tablet. In the moonlit forest near the lake, under the clear silver light, a breathtakingly beautiful youth rested by the shore, wet black hair sticking to his side face, draped in a thin shirt that highlighted his slim figure. This. Really? Shen Xiuyan felt warmth rising in his nose, rubbing it with the back of his hand. He had a nosebleed. Chapter 54, Master playing alone without me. Shen Xiuyan tightly clamped his bleeding nose, feeling hit by 10,000 strikes of lightning internally. How did this happen? Master? Raspy, deep. This voice. It sounded so much like after every cultivation session together from their past life. Shen Xiuyan couldn't help but hold his breath as that familiar burning sensation in his chest grew clearer. But now, he had no time to care about it. Zhu Xingyao turned his head sideways, his cheeks uncertain whether they were sweat or water from the lake, with beads of droplets rolling down his smooth jawline, dripping off his chin or sliding along his neck into the hollow. So mesmerizingly beautiful. His wet gaze, faintly hazy and far away, was clouded like grapes soaked in water, dark and lustrous, as if it would swallow him whole in the next instant. Shen Xiuyan could no longer withstand it, and he snapped off the transmission with a clap. The transmission cut, yet its impact continued to ferment. Why did he react more strongly to a man than to a woman? Although Zhu Xingyao's face was indeed enchantingly handsome, but he was a man. Could it be that because of those intimate moments from the previous life, was he not quite straight anymore? Shen Xiuyan was shocked by his own thoughts, immediately breaking down with despair, as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. The system inconveniently popped up, emitting a sycophantic sound, tsk tisk tisk dash. Shen Xiuyun asked the system in despair, trying to find a little comfort. Old 6, this must be my illusion, right? System, yes, your nosebleed is merely due to springtime restlessness. Shen Xiuyun angrily said, don't you dare think I didn't catch your hidden meaning. System declared firmly, host, our system underwent rigorous training before going online. During the service process, regardless of any situation, we will not mock or insinuate against the host. We are solely dedicated to providing quality services. Shen Xiuyun, I can't believe you. You were laughing just a moment ago. It was clearly malicious joy. The system hinted knowingly, host, please calm down. You must have heard wrong. You should take care of your personal issues first. Yes, personal issues. Shen Xiuyun looked down and instantly felt disheartened. He submerged himself into the pure pool. While removing his clothes, he noticed a blood-red mark on his chest that had somehow appeared, glaringly bright and impossible to ignore. What is this mark? There was nothing about it in the books. He originally thought this mark was merely an expression of Zhu Xingyao's possessiveness in their past life, perhaps with some positioning effect. But now that he'd already died once, he never expected it would still be on him. And worse, it chose to flare up at such a time. Moreover, the water of the pure pool had no effect on it. It was as if it was etched into his very soul, inseparable. Each time Shen Xiuyun thought of Zhu Xingyao, the heat overwhelmed his entire chest cavity. Shen Xiuyun slightly closed his phoenix-like eyes, leaning against the cold pool wall with his back. His thin lips parted slightly, resembling a fish accidentally washed ashore, gasping for air and desperately breathing. This feeling of being scorched by ice and fire at the same time made him use every ounce of composure he possessed. Based on his first-hand experience, Shen Xiuyun was sure that Zhu Xingyao was definitely doing something inappropriate just like he was now. As long as he thought that he himself had initiated Zhu Xingyao's enlightenment, Shen Xiuyun felt as though his head would burst into flames. By now, he probably couldn't deceive himself any longer. He felt he wasn't exactly straight anymore. Otherwise, why would seeing Zhu Xingyao make him so uncontrollably excited? But damn it, although Zhu Xingyao in this lifetime was also bent, under his diligent teaching, Zhu Xingyao had grown into an excellent youth without any improper thoughts towards him, the venerable master. Shen Xiuyun wanted to cry but couldn't. Wasn't this a case of self-inflicted retribution? Zhu Xingyao, returning to his disciple dormitory with a body filled with cold, tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The faint pleasure emotion not belonging to him continued to influence him, making it impossible to rest. Instead, the agitation that had been suppressed came back stronger. For the first time, Zhu Xingyao thought how inconvenient this unity spell truly was. Though the meat was right there in front of him, he could only yearn and not eat. His heart burned like wildfire. His master certainly played tirelessly alone. Previously, he'd collapsed from exhaustion after a single session, whimpering and begging for mercy, yet now it had happened how many times already? Could serving him really bring more happiness than playing by himself? Or could his own level be surpassing S? Zhu Xingyao bitterly thought. A few days hadn't passed since that embarrassing event that could have made Shen Xiuyun fantasize endlessly, and Shen Xiuyun received another message. Zhu Xingyao fainted. Shen Xiuyun. This boy was becoming more and more frail, as if Lin Daiyu had possessed him. However, when he saw through the transmission technique that Zhu Xingyao's shoulders and back were riddled with scars, apart from pity in Shen Xiuyun's heart, a surge of cruelty arose too. Wasn't the elder brother going to kill his only disciple? Zhu Xingyao lowered his eyes and pulled the blanket sliding off his shoulder up slightly, barely covering those scars. He looked pale, with even paler lips, delicate like a porcelain cup that would break at a touch. Master, don't look. Is there any part of yours that your teacher hasn't seen? Whether from the last life's entanglements or this life's medicine-taking sessions and secret realm encounters, everything had been thoroughly seen already, right? He reached out to touch the wound on Zhu Xingyao's shoulder but suddenly stopped. Currently, he simply couldn't touch him. Had he known this would happen, no matter what, he would have fought with Yun Siclier till the end rather than send Zhu Xingyao to the disciple dormitories. The elder brother was too harsh. Although Zhu Xingyao had good talent, he couldn't withstand Yun Siclier's nearly devilish torture and guidance. Yun Siclier demanded perfection from his disciples without exception. He followed the path of emotional detachment even though he didn't practice it. Shen Xiuyun cared more for Zhu Xingyao now. After my confinement ends, come back to Yiji Peak, and in the future, I will personally teach you. Master, is it really true? Zhu Xingyao turned his head, excitedly looking at Shen Xiuyun, tears welling up in his eyes. If they weren't separated by such distance, Shen Xiuyun almost felt that this fool would immediately jump into his arms and burst into tears. Of course. Shen Xiuyun assured him. Nevertheless, Zhu Xingyao's wounds required more preparation of medicinal pills and external ointments, otherwise, there would be no telling whether he could survive until Shen Xiuyun returned to Yiji Peak. Shen Xiuyun thought for a moment and sent a telepathic message to the master of Four Finger Peak. Chapter 55, I have a friend. At that time, the master of Four Finger Peak was fretting in his own alchemy room, pulling out handfuls of hair. Since the trial in the demon realm had passed, the sales volume of various kinds of elixirs plummeted. Recently, the newly refined elixirs were stockpiled so much they were almost going moldy, unable to be sold. He was poor enough to eat dirt. Just at this time, the jade disc of Four-Finger Peak's master lit up. It was actually the Immortal Lord. What does the Immortal Lord want? The voice of the master of Four-Finger Peak sounded respectful, but there was an undertone of suppressed excitement. Shen Xiuyan said, not exactly instructions, just wondering if you have any decent healing elixirs. The eyes of the Four-Finger Peak master lit up immediately, then he went on to enumerate more than 20 types of elixirs without stopping. There are plenty. There's revitalizing spirit elixir, blood coagulating elixir. Each one has top effects, refund if it doesn't work properly. Nowadays, with your profound cultivation level, perhaps you don't need them, but your disciple might bump or bruise when going down the mountain to train. These will surely be useful. A good elixir can save a life in a crucial moment. Why don't you store some of each type? I can offer you an 80% friendship price. Shen Xiuyan. It felt like being dragged by a salesman into a store and subjected to relentless promotions. But what the master of Four-Finger Peak said wasn't unreasonable. He did need to stockpile some elixirs for Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao got hurt way too easily, and Shen Xiuyan couldn't always keep an eye on him. In that case, bring a bit of each kind. I can't leave the mountain right now, so please send someone to deliver the elixirs to my apprentice in the disciple quarters. The small abacus of the Four-Finger Peak master clacked rapidly, his smile so wide it wouldn't close. He readily agreed, sure, no problem. By the way, is Apprentice Zhu injured somewhere? Is it serious? Would you like me to send someone over to check the wound? By looking, maybe he could convince the Immortal Lord to buy some external ointments, sell some goods, then this month they wouldn't have to eat northwest winds. Perfect. After all, the whole sect knew how overly protective and doting the Immortal Lord was towards Zhu Xingyao. The Immortal Lord recently won so many spirit stones that he definitely wouldn't hesitate to spend on Zhu Xingyao. Unnecessary. Not very serious. There was no need to cause such a fuss. Shen Xiuyan paused, feeling a little embarrassed as he subtly hinted to the master of Four-Finger Peak, do you have that kind of elixir? That kind of elixir, which kind? The leg that the Four-Finger Peak master had previously propped up lowered, his tone suddenly becoming serious and proper. If Shen Xiuyan was in front of him at this moment, he would see the burning flame of gossip in his eyes. A friend of mine, lately he always feels, restless, yes, somewhat hard to control emotions. You specialize in elixirs, I wanted to ask if you have any medicine that could suppress such feelings. You understand what I mean, right? Shen Xiuyan didn't feel comfortable explaining it too clearly. He believed that the Four-Finger Peak master, also being a man, should understand his meaning tacitly. He was essentially seeking something to restrain those urges because it was quite troublesome once the passion flared up. He couldn't go soak in the pure pool every time, could he? As for the other solution, Shen Xiuyan shook his head wildly in his mind. Zhu Xingyao was still a kid, and he'd get ruined. He couldn't do it, it was too animalistic. Moreover, finding another person, he felt psychologically unable to accept it. It seemed like he only felt differently about Zhu Xingyao. The master of Four-Finger Peak contemplated for a while, slapped his thigh, and suddenly realized, I understand, we've got it, rest assured. The effect is tenfold, and everyone who uses it says it works wonders, and it doesn't harm the body at all. What kind of a friend, with his extensive experience, this must be about the Immortal Lord himself, right? So, the emotionless Immortal Lord had such desires after all. Obviously even without ascension, these things couldn't be avoided. Then, the Immortal Lord has been suppressing for quite some time, hasn't he? Although he was highly placed, esteemed by people, he still couldn't normally experience ordinary human desires. It was truly pitiful. The master of Four-Finger Peak instantly had a bit more sympathy for Shen Xiuyan. He secretly decided to add several potent ingredients to the elixir he was making for Shen Xiuyan, determined to make the Immortal Lord feel physically satisfied upon use. Shen Xiuyan. Tenfold effect. Does that mean the effect is very strong? Are we talking about the same thing here? Such a description could easily lead to misunderstandings. To avoid errors, Shen Xiuyan confirmed again, do you really understand? The master of Four-Finger Peak nodded vigorously, then lowered his voice deliberately at the end, as a fellow man, I completely understand. Rest assured, I'll personally wrap this medicine for you and won't let anyone else know. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyan reluctantly put his mind at ease, alright, then. The secrecy seemed to be handled pretty well, which was commendable. There shouldn't be any mistakes. However, he didn't realize how pitfall-ridden this matter would turn out until after he consumed the medicine and did something improper with his disciple. Despite the great discretion applied when delivering Zhu Xingyao's elixirs, somehow within just a few days, everyone in the sect mysteriously became aware. Many envied Zhu Xingyao fiercely, each person cast increasingly aggrieved glances at their own master, their expressions seemingly saying, when will my master go to the master of Four-Finger Peak and get me a set of elixirs for mountain training? At that time, Shen Xiuyan was deeply buried in books trying to figure out exactly what kind of mark was on his body. He had no idea the sect was already abuzz over him and Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyan irritably covered his face with a book, lying among the piles of books, complaining listlessly. Searching has nearly made me blind. After looking through 17 or 18 volumes, not one fits the description. Is the collection of secret scriptures in Xiantian sect really that inadequate? What did that brat Zhu Xingyao do to me? It's driving me crazy. What did Zhu Xingyao do to you? A familiar voice came from outside the door. Senior brother. Shen Xiuyan tossed the book aside and saw a tall figure standing at the doorway. Against the backlight, Shen Xiuyan couldn't make out Yun Sitsong's expression clearly at the moment, but he knew his current posture was rather unbecoming. Even if the original owner of the body could lose composure, there were limits to what they'd tolerate. Also, he wasn't sure how much Yun Sikong had heard of his subconscious rant. Damn, how am I going to explain this? Yun Sikong repeated, what did Zhu Xingyao do to you? Shen Xiuyan tried to cover up and said, senior brother must have misunderstood. What I meant was that the little rascal Zhu Xingyao has given me another difficult task. After studying Shen Xiuyan's face intently for a moment, Yun Sikong said, follow me to the pure pool. Shen Xiuyan felt perplexed, why would he suddenly go to the pure pool? The water in that pool is used for purifying the soul, like removing soul imprints from the previous life, such as those left by Zhu Xingyao and himself during their spiritual cultivation, or removing non-owning soul marks. But in this life, none of these events had occurred yet, so there was absolutely no need for him to soak. With clouds swirling around the pure pool, mist lingered in the air, making people's eyes moist. Yun Sikong ordered, get in. Without suspecting anything, Shen Xiuyan followed the instruction. Shen Xiuyan stripped down to his undergarment and slowly stepped into the pool. The water was icy, making Shen Xiuyan shiver slightly. After flicking the wet hem of his clothes, Shen Xiuyan looked up and asked, senior brother, can you finally tell me what's going on now? After pondering for a moment, Yun Sikong replied, do you often feel an indescribable emotion towards Zhu Xingyao, find yourself reminiscing about him inadvertently, unwilling to reject his requests, and even feel heartache for him involuntarily and feel sympathy? Shen Xiuyan's pupils dilated with shock. What, how do you know this? Did senior brother install hidden cameras on me? Chapter 56, he tempted you. Shen Xiuyan was utterly bewildered. Growing up, he'd never felt this way toward anyone. He always had more patience and tolerance towards Zhu Xingyao than others. He himself didn't understand why. It was a strange, inexpressible feeling. From the first glance at Zhu Xingyao, he found him appealing. Otherwise, who, seeing someone bloody and unconscious on the roadside, would immediately think to help without considering potential consequences, such as becoming involved in trouble? In fact, Shen Xiuyan initially intended to bury the person, but was startled to find that kid still breathing. Though heavily wounded and unconscious, the young man kept muttering about wanting to kill all the hypocrites. He found it interesting and decided to bring the person back. Later, even though the awakened wolf puppy bit him once, it didn't bother him too much. He only empathized for Zhu Xingyao, a child so young, what kind of experiences had led him to attack others indiscriminately. During their time together, he always assumed his leniency toward Zhu Xingyao stemmed from compassion alone. However, the present situation hinted that it wasn't quite as simple as that. The reason you're like this is because you've fallen victim to the spell of same heart. In recent days, Yun Sikong had perused a great number of records in the library and finally found a description similar to what he had sensed on Shen Xiuyan at that time. Coupled with Shen Xiuyan's stunned reaction just now, he was almost certain that Shen Xiuyan was cursed but unaware of it. What is this same heart spell? What thing is that? Why did it affect him? It's a forbidden technique used by demons to bind someone they like, using their blood as the catalyst. It leaves a mark on the person's body and soul, binding them for life, and even after death, still causing entanglements without end. The same heart spell has a master and subordinate distinction. After forming the spell, both parties share the same fate. When one prospers, so does the other. When one suffers, the other follows suit. Wait a minute, this description, using blood as a catalyst, Shen Xiuyan suddenly recalled something. Wasn't the mark on his body created by Zhu Xingyao's blood? Last lifetime, when the route was excavated so quickly, there was an extremely high chance because of it. He originally thought that Zhu Xingyao merely wanted to leave a marking on him out of some territorial need, spurred on by Long Yuni. But who would have thought there were such profound calculations behind it? This is really too calculated. To be bound together through eternity, how annoying. Fortunately, the darkened version of Zhu Xingyao already met his end, otherwise, the game would have been unplayable. Yun Sikong observed every subtle change in Shen Xiuyan's expression while calmly continuing, a person affected by the same heart spell will be gradually influenced into having an illusory liking towards another person, complying with all their demands and becoming an obedient puppet partner. Isn't this function similar to love-inflicted parasites from novels? He didn't recall reading about anything like this before. Clasping a handful of water in his palm, Yun Sikong formed a complicated seal in midair and slapped it against Shen Xiuyan's chest. Shen Xiuyan abruptly felt his heart pierced with needles, barely managing to breathe, breaking out in cold sweat. Did you feel it? Leaning on the edge of the pool, Shen Xiuyan nodded weakly, indicating yes. Not only did he feel it, it hurt so badly he nearly wanted to die. Thankfully, the effect of the spell only lasted for a few breaths. Even so, it left Shen Xiuyun almost drained of strength. Yun Sikong affirmed with certainty, it was Zhu Xingyao who cast this on you. No, not him. Shen Xiuyun covered his chest, trembling as he spoke. It was the last life Zhu Xingyao who placed the same heart spell on him, not the present one. You're clouded by the effects of the same heart spell, brother. Don't you find it strange that you, who follow the path of non-emotion, are indifferent to everyone else but overly focused on him? It can only be that the spell influences you and he deceives you. Shen Xiuyun bit his lips silently. Yun Sitsong's explanation seemed reasonable. He noticed Zhu Xingyao acting uncontrollably due to emotions. But were those strange feelings toward Zhu Xingyao entirely because of the spell's influence? Could a spell be so powerful, capable of controlling human hearts effortlessly? Yun Sikong remarked, your thoughts must be chaotic right now, and you're unable to understand. No matter, the same heart spell's effect becomes strongest when the two individuals remain together. Once he keeps some distance from you for several days and diminishes the spell's impact, you'll naturally comprehend everything. Therefore, he devised various schemes to send Zhu Xingyao away. Yet, what troubled him deeply was that even after being confined or moving far away, Zhu Xingyao still continued tempting his junior brother daily, under the pretense of updating Shen Xiuyun on his studies. Even going so far as intentionally injuring himself during spars, invoking sympathy from his junior brother, resulting in numerous pills being sent, making the whole sect aware. Truly, cunning. Shen Xiuyun frowned and asked, can't this same heart spell be removed? The best way to confirm whether these inclinations were true or merely the result of external influence would be to remove the spell and then re-evaluate. He wanted to understand the nature of his feelings toward Zhu Xingyao. Words from others aren't reliable if they don't align with his own feelings. No matter what, he knew himself best. Yun Sikong gravely replied, originally, it could be removed, but yours is peculiar. It has almost merged completely with your soul essence, making separation impossible. Shen Xiuyun was surprised, how could this happen? Was it due to dying once? Then what was he supposed to do? Was he destined to carry this bizarre mark forever? Wouldn't this prevent him from ever knowing his true intentions toward Zhu Xingyao? On the bright side, perhaps this peculiar mark inadvertently explained why his character underwent such a dramatic transformation. No wonder Yun Sikong never hesitated about Shen Xiuyun breaking character from the start, probably now all the blame was pinned on Zhu Xingyao. Oh my, how pitiful. The disciple unlocked a new use, to take the fall. Unknown for now. After all, this is a forbidden technique of the demon race, and the records in the library are limited. Yun Sikong warned, anyway, you should keep your distance from him as much as possible for now, eventually, there will be ways to remove the same heart spell. You should see him less often. Alright. Then he could meet secretly. TSK, it felt like forbidden young love that they were scared of being caught by their teacher. And, quite stimulating too. Using a jade slip isn't allowed either. Shen Xiuyun. Big brother, you. Must you block every single way? In 2 months, Wuwang Si will host a bone cleansing ceremony for their young master. The young master treasures the brief meeting with you before and pleads his father repeatedly to ensure your presence at the ceremony. I've calculated the dates, your house arrest will be over by then, it's a good chance to go out and change your mood, it has been a long time since you left Xiantian sect. That child has excellent physical attributes and potential. On this trip, if you approve, you can even take him as a disciple. To prevent him from putting all his heart into Zhu Xingyao. No. Not taking any disciples. Shen Xiuyun's face turned strange upon hearing this, almost choking on his own saliva, cough cough cough. Big brother, I really cannot do it, please send any senior respected elder or sect master instead. But absolutely not Shen Xiuyun himself. Even dead he wouldn't agree. He would have no more dealings with male lead too. Never again would he want to experience being squeezed between two loves. Every time facing such a situation, he had the urge to die on the spot. Yun Sikong firmly decided, no, you can. Shen Xiuyun showed outright refusal, big brother. No, it's not. I just can't go. Master. Shen Xiuyun stretched out his air Kong hand, but his big brother was already far away. Are you really my big brother? Are you actually family? You're pushing me into the fire. Chapter 57, Master, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Shen Xiuyun was dumbfounded. Since his rebirth, he truly hadn't planned on intersecting paths with male lead 2 again. One Zhu Xingyao had caused enough trouble for him already. If there were 2 apprentices, wouldn't Iji Peak descend into chaos every day? Moreover, one must honor commitments, having said that he would only accept 1 apprentice meant exactly 1. If he went back on his word, causing Zhu Xingyao to become evil again, wouldn't he just suffer endless torment once more? Nope. How about he sneaked out first, lying low for a while? Seriously, the protective barrier outside was just a formality for him now. So-called house arrest depended entirely on self-discipline. System, host, are you stupid? What if I insult you again? Shen Xiuyan smiled amiably but gathered a mass of spiritual energy in his hand, the power crackling ominously, looking incredibly dangerous. Being hit by it would surely result in death. The system shrank back, scared nearly into glitches. Sorry, my program malfunctioned earlier. That wasn't what I intended. Shen Xiuyan plopped onto the chair, arms crossed, appearing extremely menacing. Speak quickly. He was busy packing things to escape. The system dared not waste words. I just wanted to remind you, did you forget your current identity and strength? You're not the battle-damaged beauty from last life who got bullied around at everyone's whims. Now, you're the immortal sovereign, the pinnacle of combat. If you really don't want to do something, no one can force you, alright? Shen Xiuyan pondered for a moment and realized it was true. Wasn't he extremely powerful now? Shen Xiuyan's expression softened slightly. So what? The system continued, so why run away? Even if you go to Wuangxi, if you don't want to take a disciple, who would dare force you with a knife under your neck? Who dares to threaten you? That's asking for death. Even Yin Sikong can't. Shen, gradually brainwashed, Xiuyan rested his chin on his palm, lost in thought. Seems you're right. Why should he flee? What was he afraid of? A mere plant. Finally, no need to endure the injustice of the previous life. The system kept reasoning logically. Besides, it's not yet the time in the book where you take male lead 2 as a disciple. He holds no obsession toward you. This trip would be perfect to cut off any previous, ill-fated entanglements, permanently, very cost-effective. Moreover, innocent hero Bai Hua doesn't even know why you're going to Wuangxi, so there's no need to worry about his jealousy. Shen Xiuyan pondered for a while and nodded. You've made sense once in a while. The system blushed and replied coyly, I've always been useful. Shen Xiuyan's eyebrows twitched again. If you make that sound again, I'll blow your dog head up. That was how the matter settled. Yun Sikong didn't know why Shen Xiuyan had strongly resisted on that day but suddenly agreed happily now. Though it was strange, he still thought his junior brother perhaps had thought it through. Indeed, distance did work. At that time, Zhu Xingyao had no idea about this matter yet. Not until one day, at the cafeteria eating with Jin Qinshuan and the eccentric third senior brother, when the gossip-loving third elder started to talk non-stop about the matter. As they were eating, the third senior brother mentioned, do you know? Pretty soon, the young master of Wuangxi will hold the marrow washing ceremony. Jin Qinshuan showed no emotion on her face, heard something about it. Second senior brother quietly ate rice without speaking. Zhu Xingyao lazily drank soup, the spoon gently tapping the porcelain bowl, making a crisp ringing sound. He slightly curled the corner of his lips, as if smiling or not, emitting a single syllable, oh. The third senior brother felt inexplicably cold and subconsciously hugged his arms while strangely looking at Zhu Xingyao. Little brother Zhu, why do you have this expression? So fake. Do you dislike that young master? Zhu Xingyao smiled even more kindly and sipped the soup shallowly, not at all. I've never even seen him, how can I talk about liking or disliking? Yeah, I've never met him in this life. Really? The third senior brother scratched his head and murmured. Zhu Xingyao picked vegetables casually and asked, what exactly does the marrow washing ceremony do? Jin Qinshuan lightly put down her chopsticks and explained, this is a hurdle every dragon in the dragon clan goes through. Washing the bone marrow is to remove impurities from the body, allowing those with extraordinary talents to reach greater heights in the future. Even though prospects are promising, there are very few who succeed. Failure comes with cruel consequences. But they continue to attempt it. Because if they cannot grow stronger themselves, sooner or later, the things people covet will bring them to utter disaster. The third senior brother chimed in, yes, don't underestimate their strength. They seem powerful enough to make people fear them, but actually, their cultivation is much harder than ours. Therefore, this time they've invited our master uncle. Officially, he's there to attend the ceremony, but in fact, he's protecting it. Our master uncle has agreed and will set off shortly. Hey! Little brother Zhu, why did you suddenly snap your chopsticks? What happened? The third senior brother exclaimed in alarm, nearly jumping off his chair. Zhu Xingyao slammed the broken chopsticks on the table and coolly asked, did you just say that my master agreed to go to Wuangxi? The timing was wrong, last life, it wasn't so early. Why hadn't master told him anything before agreeing? Could it be that master, out of guilt from the previous life, intended to take Long Yini as a disciple again? If master dares to take another disciple, he would lock him up right now. The third senior brother inexplicably felt Zhu Xingyao's gaze as terrifying, deep like a black hole abyss, as if ready to tear apart whoever it could suck in. His speech unconsciously became stuttered. Yes, it's from just a few days ago. I also just heard from the elders recently. Didn't you know? Don't you report your studies to uncle every day? He didn't tell you. Jin Qinshuan pulled the sleeve of her own reckless second older brother under the table, unfortunately unable to stop him. Their third brother kept talking on his own. You shouldn't be upset either. Maybe uncle was too busy and forgot to tell you. Too busy. Forgot to tell. Ha. Master hasn't cared for him for many days. Could it be that master had almost forgotten he even had a disciple outside? Now, he hadn't come back for him, yet already remembered the disciples outside. Was he treating him as non-existent? Truly outrageous. With a slap, Zhu Xingyao slammed the chopsticks in his hand on the table, snorted, and suddenly left the table. Little brother Zhu, where are you going? In half a quarter hour, class will start. Elder Yu's class. That's Elder Yu Yen Luo. The third senior brother scratched his head in confusion. Big brother, I think little brother Zhu is becoming increasingly moody recently. Don't you think he's acting strange? Last time, I accidentally saw him stealthily reading some book called Nightly Spiritual Cultivation with a clear cold master, his face flushed red, breathing rapidly. Just as I was thinking about saying a few words of concern, he suddenly closed the book and disappeared before me. Cough cough cough, Jin Qinshuan couldn't swallow his sip of tea, spitting it out. He glared harshly at the third elder brother, never mention this to anyone else again in the future. Zhu Xingyao, what have you done? How dare you be so blatant? Don't you fear? The third elder didn't understand. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Your face also looks strange. Master Big brother totally ignored him and left directly. When Zhu Xingyao stormed back to the foot of One Finger Peak, he saw a newly set up boundary. Great. Even the boundary was changed. Had they prepared so early to isolate him outside? The more Zhu Xingyao thought, the angrier he got. He casually tore a hole in the boundary and walked in. Master, today, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise. Chapter 58, Master, don't go otherwise. One Finger Peak. Achoo. Shen Xiaoyan was reclining against a tree for an afternoon nap when he inexplicably sneezed 3 times in a row. He rubbed his nose tip and turned over. Who's muttering about me? As soon as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a beep in his mind from the system, warning. Main character. Main character what? Before Shen Xiaoyan could even hear the end of what the system wanted to say, his consciousness suddenly blurred, and he fell into a daze. Vaguely, he felt something touch his lips softly. He always had this feeling that the way of kissing was oddly familiar. It's Zhu. His eyes abruptly shot open, and suddenly bright light filtered through the leaves and branches before him. There, he saw his usually obedient disciple. Zhu Xingyao stood about 1 meter away, his eyebrows slightly curved, his smile warm. However, that smile seemed to have more than its usual share of mischief compared to normal. Master, did I disturb your rest? Do you want to continue sleeping? Shen Xiaoyan's eyelids involuntarily twitched several times. Why did he feel something very dangerous? You. He stared at Zhu Xingyao with doubt for quite a while, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Zhu Xingyao's expression showed no abnormalities, except, his lips were somewhat strange. Could it be that everything just now was his illusion? Shen Xiaoyan was shocked by his own thoughts. Could it be? Had he deteriorated to this extent already? That even after a brief nap, he would. But Yun Sikong wasn't he who said that being apart would weaken the effect of the soul-binding spell? Why did he not feel any weakening? Instead, it only became worse. Unless it was because his feelings for Zhu Xingyao meant that the separation felt like decades apart despite only days gone. No, he must go urge the head of the 4 peaks for the medicine. He cannot continue on this path of degradation. Master? The youth's curious inquiry pulled Shen Xiaoyan's wandering thoughts back. Cough, how did you come back? Didn't Yun Sikong change the boundary? And even placed a sound-blocking shield outside, practically cutting off all communication. This prevented him from secretly contacting Zhu Xingyao. Since their connection was suddenly cut off for a few days, according to Zhu Xingyao's sensitive and fragile nature, he must have started doubting and overthinking. Convincing him later would definitely be troublesome. Zhu Xingyao's eyes darkened, his expression clouded, and his tone carried more displeasure. From the tone of master, it seems like you don't wish to see me. Shen Xiaoyan instinctively replied, no, it's not. Damn, how did the situation get reversed? The storyline shouldn't develop this way. Zhu Xingyao's face grew increasingly somber, his tone colder, yet, master has neglected me for several days. Shen Xiaoyan. What does neglect mean? Such a terrible description. Shen Xiaoyan tried to soothe, cough, you are recuperating from injuries, needing tranquility. It is inconvenient for me to disturb you. Moreover, I've sent many pills for your recovery. Is that so? Why then did master change the boundary even at the base of the mountain? Was it also for my tranquil recuperation? This. Give me a moment to think how to twist this lie. If he said it was Yun Sikong who made the change, he'd need to explain the reason, which might bring up the matter of the soul-binding spell. However, Shen Xiaoyan had no intention of letting this Zhu Xingyao know about it. Otherwise, given the latter's propensity to hold grudges, there would certainly be another fiery confrontation. He sincerely did not wish for the events of his past life to repeat. Zhu Xingyao sorrowfully asked, does master no longer wish for me? Not. How dare I? As Zhu Xingyao edged closer, Shen Xiaoyan had nowhere to hide on the narrow tree trunk. Slowly backing up, his back eventually pressed against the tree bark, leaving him no further retreat. A bad feeling stirred within him. Why did he feel the person before him increasingly resemble a darkened version? Master tricked me. Master is going to the unwarranted sea and will find someone else. You are taking Long Uni as a disciple, then you'll no longer want me. Shen Xiuyan was completely at a loss. How do you? Zhu Xingyao let out a laugh. How do I know, right? Master didn't want me to know. Isn't it your plan to secretly hide this from me until everything is set in stone, forcing me to accept? He couldn't help but be wary of Long Uni. Indeed, after Master accepted Long Uni as a disciple, it felt like he had transformed into another person. He absolutely could not allow Master to revert to that way again. Shen Xiuyan quickly refuted, no, it's not what you think. Who's been spreading rumors about me taking on other disciples? This sensation, it's the same sensation. Could this really be the darkened version? Except for different clothes, without any signs of falling into evil. The tone of speech and manner were almost identical. At hearing Shen Xiuyan's explanation, Zhu Xingyao's tone softened slightly. If not, Master shouldn't go to the unwarranted sea, then I'll believe you. Patiently explaining, Shen Xiuyan said, but it has already been promised before, how can we retract now? Ayayao, I guarantee with you, I won't take any disciple besides you. Even if the young Dragon Lord displays exceptional talent, I won't give him so much as a second look. Because I already have one unique Zhu Xingyao. Didn't you also swear solemnly to me once? But later, you still abandoned me. I cannot let anyone snatch you away, not even a fraction of a chance can be allowed. Tightening his grip on Shen Xiuyan's shoulders, Zhu Xingyao took a deep breath, striving to control himself. Master, please don't go, all right? Shen Xiuyan frowned. Is it something that can simply be undone just because we say not to go? Ayayao, you're behaving very strangely today. This. Lifting his eyes, Zhu Xingyao repeated coldly, Master, don't go. Otherwise. Out of reflex, Shen Xiuyan questioned, otherwise what will you do? Will you turn black here and now? Master, must I do it so you listen properly? The purple mist swirled in Zhu Xingyao's violet eyes, revealing a frosty demeanor, a hint of fresh red gradually appearing between his brows. Shen Xiuyan. Wait, he had only idly thought that earlier. And yet it truly turned dark immediately. Why was it so sudden? His obedient disciple wasn't usually like this. I need to report this abnormality. Where is that blasted sixth elder? Why hasn't there been a word or an explanation by now? It's you who forces me, Master. Chapter 59, Your action is unthinkable. What exactly am I forcing you to do? What the hell, I haven't done anything. I was reasoning with you. Honestly, I'm amazed, I never knew a reasonable chat could trigger such a change. What a lousy setup, author come out and face consequences. System. Dead sixth elder, why aren't you showing up? Do you want to see me die? System, punishment, zzz. The system struggled to produce two syllables, then malfunctioned like an old TV with poor reception, zzz static. Shen Xiuyan. What punishment? Wrap up your words before you log off. If my advice isn't enough and Master insists on going to the unwarranted sea, then I shall confine you instead. By confining you, Master will cease upsetting me for reasons involving irrelevant people. Shen Xiuyan's eyelids twitched violently. Why was it always confinement? Was he destined to escape neither the dungeon nor imprisonment? Anxiously watching Zhu Xingyao across from him. That body brimming with volatile purple demonic energy, the cold gaze void of warmth, reminded him involuntarily of the day in his past life when he was killed by Zhu Xingyao. Reasonably doubting whether, should he get captured, he absolutely. Swallowing dryly, his heart pounding with alarm, he didn't have even a shred of intention to fight, but rather wanted to flee far, far away from this dangerous being. However, Zhu Xingyao seemed to have foreseen his intentions. Just as Shen Xiuyan attempted to sneak off, Zhu Xingyao swiftly pinned him against the tree with an elbow, causing immense pain. Gritting his teeth, Shen Xiuyan protested, Zhu Xingyao, do you even understand what you're doing? That is unthinkable treason. Would you dare defy your own master? Zhu Xingyao grinned, it's me. Haven't I already hinted to Master? I said I like men, and I pester Master every day, always sticking by your side. Isn't it obvious enough? Shen Xiuyan. Obvious? Are you sure you're not making things up? Your usual obedient, sweet, and clingy demeanor is entirely that of a delicate little disciple, there was no sign of rebellion. Or does one simply become darkened to revert to the past version? I thought Master understood my intentions. Which is why in the demon realm last time, I willingly became intimate with you, something only partners do. Shen Xiuyan numbly shook his head, no, I don't understand. I just didn't want to do that sort of thing to you. If Zhu Xingyao's usual sweetness was all an act, then he really was too good at pretending. You can admit it or deny it, Master, but I will never let you go to the unwarranted sea, nor will I allow any chance for you to come into contact with the young Dragon Lord. You are only my master. Shen Xiuyan felt like crying, I really won't take Long Uni as a disciple. What do you want me to do to believe me? No matter how master promises, I won't trust. Shen Xiuyun was angry, almost unable to keep up his facade. You bastard. How about I give master a reason by having you so incapacitated from being with me that you can't get out of bed? That's enough. Stop talking. Shen Xiuyun was both embarrassed and enraged, thinking that Zhu Xingyao, now darkened, truly spoke without filter and would probably dare to do anything. Being subjected to such treatment was impossible. Shen Xiuyun seized the hand wrapped around his waist and twisted it. With the current strength Zhu Xingyao had, he should have been unable to resist. But in fact, Zhu Xingyao remained unaffected. Shen Xiuyun's spiritual power seemed to vanish like a stone sinking into the sea without a ripple. Something was wrong with Zhu Xinyao's strength. Even if blackening temporarily boosted one's power, it shouldn't be this extreme. What on earth was happening? Master gets distracted, offering me this opportunity to have my way with you, isn't it? Seizing the moment, Zhu Xingyao took charge, grabbing Shen Xiuyun's wrists and swiftly pinning them above his head with a binding spell that firmly fixed both hands. Zhu Xingyao's fingers lingered over Shen Xiuyun's face, whispering seductively, Master also wants this, doesn't he? Very much so, isn't it? Shen Xiuyun's eyes were red as he dodged Zhu Xingyao's hand and yelled furiously, Go to hell. You think too much. Zhu Xingyao caught Shen Xiuyun's chin, rubbing his thumb over the pale face as if unconcerned, saying, It doesn't matter if master doesn't admit it. We'll see shortly. What are you doing? Zhu Xingyao leaned close to Shen Xiuyun's earlobe, ambiguously saying, We've done it so many times before, yet master still asks these meaningless questions. Fine, let me tell you, I've always had only one idea toward you, which is. As Shen Xiuyun listened to what Zhu Xingyao was saying, his entire body felt like it was burning up. He was just about to shout when his head was tilted up and his mouth sealed tightly. His whimpers, sobs, and curses turned into nonsensical moans. Knock mud horse, damn it. Again. Shen Xiuyun occasionally resisted, but. No, it couldn't be. If, by then all peach trees on Mount Ji would be affected. He would die on the spot. Master. Master. Come back. Shen Xiuyun suddenly sensed someone shaking him vigorously. The frantic and worried calls from the youth reached his ears. He managed to lift his heavy eyelids and dimly recognized the anxious face of the young man before him. Master, what's wrong? Don't scare me. The youth lifted his hand, wanting to use his sleeve to wipe away the cold sweat on Shen Xiuyun's forehead. But as soon as the sleeve touched Shen Xiuyun's forehead, he was abruptly thrown off, falling directly from the tree. Shen Xiuyun, resembling a frightened young beast, trembled all over, breathing unevenly, with confusion and panic remaining in his eyes. He almost shouted. Don't touch me. Just now, this face made him. Master, it's me, Aiyao. Zhu Xingyao masked the strange look in his eyes, brushing himself off despite not removing the dead leaves and dirt on his body, and approached again. In a rush, he explained, Master, did you dream that I wronged you, that's why you're angry? It seemed he accidentally upset Shen Xiuyun just now. For no apparent reason, Shen Xiuyun suddenly became like a lifeless puppet. The hollow, unfocused gaze almost instantly pierced through Zhu Xingyao's heart. It was just like when the master left in the previous life. Zhu Xingyao frantically tried to kiss Shen Xiuyun but received no response whatsoever. He was afraid. He had merely wanted to stop Shen Xiuyun from going to the unwarranted sea, not intending to upset him this way. Shen Xiuyun, nearly collapsed, leaned against the tree, covering his head and saying nothing. Was it a dream? Why did it feel so real? Zhu Xingyao's voice, with a trace of choked sobs, pleaded, Master, if you're angry, you can hit me or scold me. Anything. But please don't ignore me, alright? Seeing Zhu Xingyao's round, cat-like eyes, Shen Xiuyun could not connect this obedient disciple with the one who acted against all norms moments ago. Shen Xiuyun sighed, I'm not ignoring you. I just dreamed that you fell into darkness. Zhu Xingyao lowered his gaze, Shen Xiuyun could only see the top of his head. He looked very much like an aggrieved and pitiable puppy. The youth's neatly tied hair had become slightly disheveled from being thrown off earlier, with strands interspersed with a dry leaf. Shen Xiuyun reached out to remove the leaf and smoothed his forehead hair, asking uncertainly. Aiyao, will you always be like this? Zhu Xingyao gazed firmly at Shen Xiuyun, if master likes me this way, I'll always be like this. In front of others, he'd remain so. Chapter 60, Master can continue touching. Shen Xiuyun tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The firm promise Zhu Xingyao made during the day inexplicably made him even more anxious. Now, every time he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with images of the boy pressing him against the tree, doing as he pleased. The scenes wouldn't fade away, tormenting Shen Xiuyun repeatedly. Sweat trickled from his clenched fists on the bedsheet. That feeling of helplessness, of only being able to be manipulated without resistance, was too similar to how he felt dying in the previous life. Fear, like tightening vines, gradually suffocated him. Host, are you alright? The system's faint voice appeared. Shen Xiuyun exhaled deeply, withdrawing himself from the inescapable emotion, speaking almost through gritted teeth. Do I look alright? The system almost cried from Shen Xiuyuan's hostility. Sorry, host, I didn't remind you in time. Shen Xiuyuan coldly replied, even if you reminded me in time, would it have prevented my shock? The murderous glare in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The system dangerously tested its limits near the verge of death. Seems like, no, it couldn't. The darkening value of the main character surged abruptly, and the fragile, pitiful initial version of the system couldn't handle it, crashing. As a result, the host entered the punishment mechanism without warning. What is the punishment mechanism? System, it's, if the main character's darkened value remains high for a long time, it will trigger automatically. After being locked in a small black room, you will witness the most frightening scenes, such as being overtaken by the main character. Shen Xiuyuan interrupted it promptly. Alright, I understand. No need to continue. Probably because Zhu Xingyao overheard some gossip, leading to this calamity. But damn it, it had only been a few days since he agreed with Yun Sikong, who hadn't officially announced it yet, and very few people knew. Who had dug this hole for him? Yun Sikong was having a terrible run of bad luck recently. Not only were there unexpected twists in resolved sect matters, but today during the morning meeting with the elders, he mysteriously almost fell off the tall stage. If his chief disciple hadn't caught him quickly, the grand image of the head of the Shantian sect might have crumbled completely. Shen Xiuyuan listened to Zhu Xingyao narrate these events while eating grapes and couldn't help but marvel. Big brother Yun had really been unlucky lately, far worse than just being unfortunate. It was more like offending someone who sabotaged everything. But within the Shantian sect, who could quietly meddle with the headmaster like that? There should be no one. With Yun Sikong preoccupied, he didn't have time to bother with Shen Xiuyuan anymore. Zhu Xingyao almost sneaked back every day, keeping a close eye on Shen Xiuyuan as if he were afraid the latter would vanish into thin air. When Shen Xiuyuan learned the ins and outs of Zhu Xingyao's covert return, there was only one word to describe it: impressive. Zhu Xingyao found the weakest point in the boundary seal and gave him a demonstration. Going back and forth was no problem at all. Yun Sikong probably never imagined encountering such an embarrassing failure when setting up the boundary seal. What could be done? The main character himself was a bug, too damn abnormal. Master, I've peeled them all. Let me feed you. Huh. There's no need. Before Shen Xiuyuan could react, a moist touch grazed his lips. Sweet grape juice seeped through the seam of his lips into his mouth. And not necessary. Seizing the moment Shen Xiuyuan opened his mouth, Zhu Xingyao slightly pressed with his fingertip, and the fruit meat slid right into Shen Xiuyuan's mouth. As Zhu Xingyao withdrew his hand, his fingertips deliberately brushed against Shen Xiuyuan's lips, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It was brief, without lingering too long, but it made Shen Xiuyuan feel as if something soft and featherlight had tickled his heart. Master, is it tasty? Shen Xiuyuan. Looking at Zhu Xingyao who awaited praise with hopeful eyes, and then at the plate of crystal-clear grapes, Shen Xiuyuan recalled the time he was tied up and force-fed fruits, and instantly felt awful. He must have seen a ghost. Since being locked up in that little black room and witnessing a younger version of Zhu Xingyao turning dark before him, Shen Xiuyuan now found it hard to remain calm and composed every time he saw Zhu Xingyao. Psychological trauma from that incident. Does Master not like it? Shen Xiuyuan's sleeve was gently tugged, preventing him from leaving. He could only turn around, his scalp tingling as he said. Not really, it's just recalling some unpleasant memories. Master obviously resents me. Zhu Xingyao softly sighed, lowering his eyelids, looking exactly like an abandoned pitiful little thing. Ever since Master dreamed that I fell into evil, Master has been treating me indifferently, always giving me this distant feeling. Is Master tired of me, or does he care about? I don't. Without thinking, Shen Xiuyuan's hand moved faster than his mouth, lightly rubbing Zhu Xingyao's head, even patting it a bit. Zhu Xingyao's body slightly trembled, the teary eyes that seemed ready to fall froze mid-air. He looked up, his deep gaze locking onto Shen Xiuyuan, filled with emotions Shen Xiuyuan couldn't understand, but soon returned to normal. Master. This single word snapped Shen Xiuyuan back to reality. Shit. How did his hand end up there? Seeing Zhu Xingyao's pitiful expression, he couldn't help himself. He petted him like a dog. It was fine when the disciple was still young, but after more than a year, Zhu Xingyao had grown rapidly and was already nearly the same height as Shen Xiuyuan. Now, this action just... Shen Xiuyuan awkwardly retracted his hand, but that made it even more awkward. Zhu Xingyao actively leaned his head forward. Master, you can continue touching. Cough cough cough. Shen Xiuyuan choked, nearly choking on his own saliva. Ayayao, your master doesn't find you annoying. It's just that I don't want to bother you with trivial tasks, disrupting your cultivation. I also never minded your identity. Our meeting was fate. That day, whoever was injured lying there, I wouldn't leave anyone behind. Never. Bitter experience now taught Shen Xiuyuan that if anyone lay injured on that road, he should immediately turn and run, yes, sprint. Shen Xiuyuan thought his explanation was pretty good. But Zhu Xingyao's face turned darker than a pot bottom, and his eyes grew shadowy. He stared deeply at Shen Xiuyuan, his lips moving, but he ultimately said nothing. I will go train well then. Go ahead, go ahead. Shen Xiuyun gave him a gentle smile and breathed a sigh of relief upon turning away. Finally left. If he hadn't left, Shen Xiuyun might have been unable to fabricate more excuses. The older Zhu Xingyao got, the harder he was to fool. Zhu Xingyao returned to the disciple dormitory, his face darkened by cold fury. What nonsense was that? Whoever lay on the side of the road could have been saved. Was Master trying to kill him? If it wasn't for worrying about shocking Master again, since they'd just experienced a scare earlier, he would have. With no outlet for his anger, Zhu Xingyao grabbed his sword and headed towards the bamboo grove behind the mountain. In just half an hour, a third of the bamboos were slashed to pieces. Branches and bamboo leaves were scattered all over the ground. Zhu Xingyao, with a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, knelt down on one knee amidst them, his sword planted before him. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of branches and leaves being stepped on. Are you venting your anger on the bamboos because uncle scolded you? Zhu Xingyao sheathed his sword, looked back, and saw Jin Qianxuan, the head disciple praised by everyone. It's none of your business. Zhu Xingyao, what do you want to do? I'll do whatever you're planning to do. Jin Qianxuan's complexion slightly changed as he said coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhu Xingyao leaned against a bamboo pole with his arms crossed, looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. What are you pretending for? If you desire someone so much, shouldn't you be making an effort to get them instead of hiding it? Chapter 61 So, Master Uncle, I apologize. Jin Qianxuan's tone carried a tinge of sarcasm, do whatever it takes to get something. Are you referring to those underhanded tricks of yours? What's wrong with underhanded methods? As long as it achieves the goal, why should we be like you, just watching from afar without stepping across the boundary? Zhu Xingyao remained in his relaxed stance, showing no concern for Jin Qianxuan's unfriendly attitude. As if hit where it hurt, Jin Qianxuan's expression darkened. Do you think everyone is like you? Jin Qianxuan had been fully aware of all of Zhu Xingyao's small schemes. Purposely getting injured while seeking guidance on swordsmanship from the master, deliberately acting pitiful for the uncle, deliberately being charming to make the uncle happy, his deviousness was unmatched. Although Jin Qianxuan disdained some of Zhu Xingyao's actions, he couldn't help but envy how Zhu Xingyao won the favor of the master. So even though he knew, he never revealed it to Yun Sikong. Afterward, he regretted it. Those scenes left a strange longing in his heart, like weeds growing wildly, uncontrollable. No, it's not right. He wasn't like Zhu Xingyao, he didn't have such intentions. He merely wanted the master to pay more attention to him, to spend more time with him. That's all, only that. Zhu Xingyao laughed, the laughter full of meaning, but I feel we're the same kind of people. Because their gazes of yearning toward the person they liked were exactly the same. When Zhu Xingyao stepped back towards the disciples' quarters, passing by Jin Qianxuan, he paused briefly and said. In gratitude for Jin brother's previous care for me, I'll say a few more words. Uncle has been overwhelmed with trivial matters lately, and while Jin brother helps him with worries every day, don't forget to seize opportunities. Jin Qianxuan, what do you mean? I have some manuals that can help uncle relieve daily fatigue. Zhu Xingyao raised his eyebrows, casually producing several books. Judging by the cover, it looked like the packaging commonly used by the bookstore at the foot of the mountain. Jin Qianxuan knew that bookstore. It exclusively sold passionate love stories among cultivators that, in recent years, were rather popular among some disciples of Shantian sect. Thank you for your kindness, Zhu Junior brother, but I think I don't need these. He eyed Zhu Xingyao cautiously and didn't intend to take them. But Zhu Xingyao disregarded his willingness and forced them into his hands. Before Jin Qianxuan could dodge, he already had several so-called manuals in his hand. You. Jin Qianxuan tried to push the things away as if holding a scalding hot yam. But during the struggle, the pages opened, and the clear, graphic illustrations directly impacted the worldview of this top disciple, shocking him thoroughly. Zhu Xingyao. Jin Qianxuan drew his sword in rage and struck at Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao casually dodged the attack, without even stirring his robe. There's no need to thank me, Jin brother. These are all basics. With your comprehension skills, self-study should be no problem, and someday, perhaps you'll use them with uncle. Jin Qianxuan's face flushed red as he angrily said, shut up. How dare I use it? Zhu Xingyao confidently replied, you will. Since childhood, Jin Qianxuan had been bound by countless rules, always behaving appropriately, even if harboring certain thoughts, probably never daring to step out of line. But the more disciplined a person was, once their true nature was unleashed, they might go crazier than ordinary people. He really didn't want to do this, but only by keeping Yun Sikong busy would Zhu Xingyao's own affairs not be interfered with constantly. So, Master Uncle, I apologize. Zhu Xingyao's figure disappeared in the bamboo grove, leaving Jin Qianxuan alone in a daze. The sword in his hand pointed at the scattered manuals on the ground. A light slash would turn these disgraceful things into powder instantly. But for some reason, Jin Qianxuan hesitated. That night, for the first time, he had a dream utterly disrespectful to his master, waking up with not only a drenched body in sweat, but also. Time flew by as Yun Sikong kept having bad luck, and Zhu Xingyao continuously doted on the master. Before they knew it, it was time to head to the boundless sea. Master, are you really going to leave me alone at one finger peak? Zhu Xingyao's eyes watered as he threw himself into Shen Xiuyun's arms, tightly hugging around his waist. Shen Xiuyun was caught off guard, stumbling back 2 steps, barely stopping himself from vomiting up his breakfast. He tried to pry Zhu Xingyao off but failed completely. At a loss, all he could do was rub the boy's head and soothe him. Your master will be back soon. If you don't like staying here alone, you can temporarily stay in the disciples' quarters. Zhu Xingyao wouldn't give up. Can't master take me along? I'm about due for some training outside the mountain. Isn't it alright if master lets me see the world? Cough. Taking you along, if you lose control even slightly, I'd probably die halfway through. As for training matters, there will be arrangements later. You've just formed your Jindan, this is the crucial period to consolidate your realm. It's not suitable for you to go down the mountain now. Just wait patiently for me to come back. Zhu Xingyao didn't say anything more but didn't let go either, his face full of unhappiness, unwilling. Shen Xiuyun had a headache and was at a loss. If you behave well, when your master returns, I'll grant you one wish. As long as it's not too excessive and within my capabilities, I'll do it for you. How does that sound? After those words were said, Zhu Xingyao's expression subtly changed. He seemed to have thought of something, swallowing hard as his gaze gradually deepened. Alright, it's a deal. Zhu Xingyao immediately loosened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's waist, stepping aside obediently, behaving entirely different from the clingy disciple who was just moments ago, incessantly pestering. Shen Xiuyun. Wait, you agreed so fast. Was this planned from the start? Why do I feel like I've dug myself into a hole? But since the usually clingy little disciple finally let him off the hook, Shen Xiuyun, though regretful, had nothing else to say at that moment. Fine, fine. At worst, I'll think of ways to get around it when I come back. When Shen Xiuyun turned around, he missed Zhu Xingyao's slight upward curl of lips. Master, just because you don't take me along doesn't mean I can't secretly follow, right? You owed me one, and now I'm repaying with one. Fair enough, isn't it? This trip to the boundless sea was far, and traveling by flying sword would be too exhausting. Therefore, Yun Sikong directly prepared a flying boat for Shen Xiuyun. The flying boat was one of the common means of transportation in the cultivation world, shaped somewhat like a regular ship. The difference lay in that one sailed on the water while the other flew in the sky. It only required a small amount of spiritual power to travel long distances, but its cost was extremely expensive, far beyond what an ordinary person could afford. Before Shen Xiuyun set off, seeing his elder brother with dark circles under his eyes and an exhausted demeanor, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for his brother's almost half-year ordeal. He reminded Jin Qianxuan beside him, your master has been too tired recently. You should take good care of him and help alleviate his fatigue. Jin Qianxuan. Relieving fatigue, those methods came unbidden to mind. Zhu Xingyao chuckled silently amidst the crowd. Shen Xiuyun looked at Zhu Xingyao, confused. Jin Qianxuan's face looked odd, but he quickly adjusted, being calm as usual. Yes, uncle. Still, after speaking, Jin Qianxuan shot Zhu Xingyao a glance for laughing sneakily. Shen Xiuyun noticed their strange interaction, feeling curious in his heart while also being slightly annoyed. Are these too close or something? This annoyance continued all the way until they boarded the flying boat and were arranged rooms by the accompanying elder, still not dissipating. Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes, crossed his legs to sit in meditation, trying to force himself to calm down. However, he found he couldn't quiet his mind at all. His mind was full of questions, wondering what secret between elder brother's good disciple and his own Yao could possibly exist that even he, as the master, didn't know. Why did he feel an overwhelming urge to confront Zhu Xingyao? Chapter 62. So, master, are you jealous? Shen Xiuyun's unnamed frustration had nowhere to vent, his brows furrowing deeper. Almost unconsciously, he took out the jade token, repeatedly stroking its smooth surface with his fingertip, repeatedly thinking of Zhu Xingyao's name in his heart. Just as he hesitated whether to probe Zhu Xingyao or not, he suddenly heard an extremely faint sound from the room's wardrobe. Shen Xiuyun frowned, put away the jade token, got up from the bed, and walked towards the wardrobe. As soon as he opened the door, the lump inside rolled out and ended up at his feet. Shen Xiuyun. Ma. Master. The young man lying at Shen Xiuyun's feet secretly glanced up and, seeing his master's unpleasant expression, quickly shouted loudly, Master, I'm wrong. Shen Xiuyun's expression froze as if carved from stone, while a tiny voice inside his head screamed. Why did you get on the flying boat? How did you sneak into my room? Are you trying to kill me or what? No, I need to boot you off before we reach the boundless sea. Shen Xiuyun fixed Zhu Xingyao with an unyielding stare, thinking, if I kick you out now, surely I can still avoid the chaos. Disciple, forgive me. Your master didn't want it this way. Zhu Xingyao seemed to have sensed Shen Xiuyun's next move and immediately hugged the elder's legs tightly, refusing to let go. Master, please don't be angry, don't throw me off. Shen Xiuyun was unable to budge, his expression unreadable, yet he strongly suppressed the urge to toss the boy aside. What you're doing is entirely inappropriate. Let go first. Zhu Xingyao pressed his face even closer, whining, I won't let go. If I do, you'll send me back to Xiantian sect. I've never left the mountain. If I were to return alone, and met powerful demons along the way, you'd never see me again. And besides, I don't want to wait for you alone at Xiantian sect. Without master, I wouldn't eat well, sleep well. Would you come back only to find a withered disciple? Shen Xiuyan wanted to cry. My good disciple, did you ever consider that following me means I might not eat or sleep well? Can you bear watching your master on the brink of breakdown every day? Zhu Xingyao continued his relentless pleading, rubbing against Shen Xiuyan like a puppy, Master, just take me with you. Io will be very obedient and won't cause trouble. Shen Xiuyan almost gave in under the persistent stroking, but regained his senses in time, no. Zhu Xingyao refused to release his grip, why? I sense that master truly doesn't want me to accompany you. If it's not because you dislike me, then master must be hiding something about this trip to the boundless sea. What are you keeping from me? Shen Xiuyan nearly jumped from fright but remained immobilized by the tight grip on his leg. Oh my. This kid is too sharp. What should I do? What should I do? What could your master hide from you? And haven't you been hiding things from me? When in doubt, counter-question, it's always effective. Zhu Xingyao hesitated, his gaze shifting uneasily. I've hidden a lot, which one exactly is he referring to? How much does master know? I've always been open and honest with my master, nothing has been concealed. Shen Xiuyan bristled upon hearing these words, he wasn't blind. The boy was blatantly misleading him. Then what's going on between you and Jin Qianxuan today? Zhu Xingyao looked utterly confused, What's going on? Shen Xiuyan gritted his teeth, I saw it. You two exchanged glances. Exchanging glances? With Jin Qianxuan? Are you sure you're seeing straight? After Jin Qianxuan had once delivered warmth months ago, the memory lingered, and when they coincidentally encountered a hint of implication today, the glare received would have likely pierced him through and through. So. Wait, master misunderstood and felt jealous? At this realization, Zhu Xingyao's face lit up with joy, and he promptly loosened his hold on Shen Xiuyan, explaining earnestly, there's absolutely nothing between me and him. Absolutely impossible. Shen Xiuyan huffed, turning towards the window. Master. Zhu Xingyao tugged at Shen Xiuyan's sleeve, his tone laced with deep grievance. Shen Xiuyan yanked his sleeve away, ignoring Zhu Xingyao. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyan for a long while before muttering lowly. Master, your disciple feels so wronged. When I went to our dormitory last time, wasn't it you who suggested I interact more with my fellow disciples, saying it would help me open up? But now that Io listened, master is questioning and suspecting me of something improper with others. That's so unreasonable. As he finished, his eyes welled up with tears. Shen Xiuyan exclaimed inwardly. Crying. All the unnamed anger that had raged within Shen Xiuyan vanished instantly. What's happening? Did I really wrongfully accuse Zhu Xingyao? In the past, though Zhu Xingyao could be delicate, shedding tears like this was unprecedented. Shen Xiuyan was flustered. Did I say anything too harsh just now? Does master disapprove of me making friends? Zhu Xingyao's eyes reddened further. Then, he turned his back, quietly moving toward the door, appearing even more aggrieved and wronged than Dou herself. Shen Xiuyan was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I'm not telling you not to make friends. Your master hasn't gone so far as to. Shen Xiuyan painfully grabbed his own hair, at a loss for words. 1,000 pieces of gold couldn't buy hindsight. If he had known one day he wouldn't be as straightforward, he would never have let Zhu Xingyao go to the disciple dormitory or encouraged him to make more friends so easily. Now it felt like he had picked up a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Then why is the master angry? Zhu Xingyao suddenly turned around and asked helplessly in response. How can I tell you that perhaps I may have feelings for you? Zhu Xingyao approached and said, Master, look at Io. Shen Xiuyan was slightly startled and instinctively followed Zhu Xingyao's instruction. These eyes are truly so beautiful, clearer than crystal and jade, making one unable to help but fall into them. Zhu Xingyao's voice was gentle, carrying a certain tempting charm. Master doesn't dislike me making friends with others, it's just you don't want anyone to matter more to me than you, isn't it? Shen Xiuyan thought for a moment before slowly nodding, yes. Zhu Xingyao smiled, lifting the corner of his lips, then Master, were you jealous today? Chapter 63, Only This Cannot Be. Shen Xiuyan's expression carried some tension as he shook his head, I don't know. Zhu Xingyao touched Shen Xiuyan's cheek, his tone almost luring one's soul away. Confused, Shen Xiuyan scratched his head and muttered, I really don't like seeing you get close to other people, but I'm not sure if it's because of my personal feelings or due to the effect of the soul bond spell. Zhu Xingyao's relaxed demeanor instantly became serious, his voice rarely carrying a touch of anxiety. How does master know about this? Who told him? In his previous life, he never mentioned a word about the soul bond spell to his master. And that spell was rarely known by outsiders anyway. It was my senior brother who told me. Shen Xiuyan rubbed his temple, frowning deeply. Why does my head feel dizzy? That's strange. Why do I feel like I've had too much to drink? The soul bond spell influences my judgment about you. Shen Xiuyan said, sometimes, it makes me think, makes me want to do something to you. Shen Xiuyan bit his lower lip and swallowed the several indecent words repeatedly rolling in his throat. He felt something was seriously wrong with himself. Why could he hardly suppress these embarrassing thoughts? What do you want? Master has to tell me so I know. Shen Xiuyan abruptly raised his head, stupefiedly looking at Zhu Xingyao. In an instant, completely bewitched by the enchantress, a string snapped in his mind. For a brief moment, he almost lost control and was about to jump on him. Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyan's hand, gently pressing it against his cheek, indulgently rubbing it. Master needn't worry about me. You can do whatever you want. Shen Xiuyan clenched his fists, excitedly saying, even on the... Zhu Xingyao's face darkened. Only this cannot. Shen Xiuyan withdrew his hand, lacking interest. Oh. There was no way Zhu Xingyao could let Shen Xiuyan have his wish, holding on to that hand firmly and teasing. How did Master come up with such a thought? Back then, after a round of intimacy, you complain about being tired and wouldn't want any more. You always acted stubbornly toward me, making me cajole you for a long time before you'd cooperate. And now it seems. Don't you remember, you can. Knock knock knock. An unexpected knocking sound came from outside the door, interrupting Zhu Xingyao's passionate talk, while also startling Shen Xiuyan out of his confusion. A faint sharp look flashed across Zhu Xingyao's eyes. As Shen Xiuyan was about to wake up from the spell, Zhu Xingyao lightly tapped his forehead with his index finger. Shen Xiuyan then closed his eyes directly, falling right into Zhu Xingyao's arms. Holding Shen Xiuyan tightly, Zhu Xingyao half knelt on the ground and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Master must be tired, better sleep now. Burying his head in Shen Xiuyan's neck, greedily sniffing the scent unique to Shen Xiuyan, he left the person waiting outside unbothered, as the latter dared not force an entry anyway. To think of it, his ability to reincarnate probably owed a lot to his master. The main subject of that soul bond spell was originally not him. So, as long as the master lives, so will he. But if that were the case, for what reason did the master not perish? Shen Xiuyan couldn't figure it out in several days. How had he agreed to let Zhu Xingyao stay? The last time such a memory muddle happened was over a year ago. In principle, at his cultivation level, it should be impossible for his memories to become blurred or incomplete. Yet reality defied this expectation. He always felt like he was missing some critical information. Was it related to Zhu Xingyao? Did he do something to him? Master, why have you been staring at me these past few days? Immersed in deep thought, Shen Xiuyan got startled when Zhu Xingyao's face suddenly loomed large before him. He subconsciously patted his chest and snapped irritably. The room is so small, it's hard not to see you with all your hovering around. Zhu Xingyao muttered quietly, isn't it because Master told me not to go out? Shen Xiuyan almost wanted to press Zhu Xingyao's forehead while retorting, and now you're blaming me? Do you want everyone to know that you came down the mountain without permission? If your uncle Master finds out later, won't he punish you publicly? Zhu Xingyao protested indignantly, but even if I've been missing for many days, won't he eventually find out? Then will Master protect me when uncle severely punishes me? Shen Xiuyan's brows knitted into an intense frown. This was a world-ending dilemma, worse than the classic question of choosing between saving one's mother or lover from drowning. If Zhu Xingyao was genuinely punished for wrongdoings, Shen Xiuyan could hardly disregard Yun Cixing's face. But neglecting Zhu Xingyao might risk another surge of darkness within the boy. Shen Xiuyan internally sighed, Oz. Why did he feel stuck between a mother-in-law and spouse situation like the biggest victim ever? Thankfully, at this moment, one of the accompanying elders knocked on the door, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Divine Lord, we're approaching Wuwangxi. I understand. Shen Xiuyan replied, adjusting his robes and rising. Turning back to his unhappy apprentice, he said, haven't you cast a shape-changing spell yet? You don't want to go out. The originally sullen apprentice lit up upon hearing this, quickly murmured the incantation, and transformed into a little white snake. With a swoosh, it slithered into Shen Xiuyan's wide sleeve. Its coiled body wrapped tightly around Shen Xiuyan's arm, sending a chill through his scales pressed against his skin, which made Shen Xiuyan's scalp tingle uncontrollably. Didn't tell you to transform into a living creature. And worse, it's a snake. One that has the audacity to slide into his inner garment and coil itself there. Zhu Xingyao transmitted pitifully, Master didn't say not to earlier. He had long desired to cling to his master this way. Had the transformation spell not been time-limited, unable to endure too long. Shen Xiuyan tried hard to ignore the unusual sensations rippling through his body. After taking a deep breath, he said, fine. Stay in my sleeve and behave yourself. Ao Yao absolutely promises to be good, Zhu Xingyao assured firmly and lightly slapped Shen Xiuyan's arm 3 times with his cold snake tail. Shen Xiuyan stiffened slightly, feeling as though Zhu Xingyao would indeed be the death of him. Chapter 64, What to do if the disciple overreacts. Wuwangxi lay in the far east of the continent. Almost this entire endless expanse of water belonged to the dragon clan's territory. They've lived here for nearly a millennium. The ancient boundary above the sea was incredibly powerful, isolating the dragons from contact with the outside world. The boundary generally wouldn't open easily. It was their method of self-protection. Additionally, they feared outsiders might disrupt the suppression boundary of the dragon clan area. Shen Xiuyun stood by the seashore with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting for those inside to open the passage. The salty sea breeze blew against his face, slightly swirling his robe's hem. The Zhu Xingyao within his sleeve, perhaps chilled by the cold wind, wriggled his body and curled deeper by half an inch. This irritating movement caused Shen Xiuyun's breathing to waver, leading him to frequently furrow his brows until he couldn't help but hush the action in a low voice, "Don't squirm." Even though the tone was suppressed, none of the elders or disciples behind Shen Xiuyun missed a word. They exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. One elder, gathering courage, said, "Esteemed lord, we haven't moved." Shen Xiuyun didn't look back and responded, "I wasn't talking about you." The group grew even more perplexed. If not them, then who? And those 3 words earlier sounded like a scolding phrase, but clearly contained threads of helplessness and indulgence. Who could make the esteemed Supreme Lord so compromising? Before they could unravel this mystery, the calm sea waters suddenly surged apart. Soon, a crystal-clear arch bridge with intricately carved lifelike dragon heads slowly emerged from the water. Shen Xiuyun was the first to step onto the crystal bridge, leading the way into the vast, deep sea. "Esteemed immortal lord, this way. The Holy Lord knows you're arriving today and has specially prepared a welcoming feast for you." "Oh, there's food. That's great then." Having endured bland days on the flying boat, his mouth was almost tasteless. Although in this world, it is said that one does not need to eat grains after reaching the Jindan stage, as a modern person, he could never adapt to not eating every day. The Dragon Clan envoy led Shen Xiuyun and others forward. On the way, Shen Xiuyun passed by many scenic spots, appearing nonchalant and aloof on the surface, but inwardly marveled constantly. Wuwangxi truly impressed with every visit. It was more stimulating than going to an ocean park. The uniquely shaped aquatic plants, the reefs embedded with night pearls almost the size of a baby's fist, and the distinctly different decorative style compared to the mainland left people in awe. In no time at all, Shen Xiuyun was led to the destination. A palace naturally carved out from a stalactite cave. The tall dome made the interior space very broad. The dragon clan differs from humans, they prefer living in caves. Generally, adult dragons build nests after successful courtship. "Immortal Lord Shen, we haven't seen each other for years, are all things well?" The Holy Lord of the Dragon Clan was a senior dragon about the same age as Shen Xiuyun, but he appeared like a man in his 30s. Seeing Shen Xiuyun's arrival, he quickly smiled and came out to greet him. Indeed, it had been many years. More than a decade ago, Shen Xiuyun came to Wuwangxi and helped the Holy Lord of the Dragon Clan repair the suppression barrier. He also checked whether there was an issue with the egg of the young lord who refused to hatch. Accidentally, he discovered a rather melodramatic destiny between them. Shen Xiuyun nodded slightly, coolly and distantly replying, "I'm doing fine." The Holy Lord guided Shen Xiuyun to take the seat of honor and ordered someone to present fresh sweet spiritual fruits. Shen Xiuyun fixed his eyes on the fruit, discreetly swallowing saliva. He remembered this seawater spirit fruit, it was cold and refreshing, melting upon entry into the mouth with an excellent texture. "In a few days, my son's bone-cleansing ceremony will still require your kind effort." Shen Xiuyun retracted his gaze and officially responded, "Your Holiness, you flatter me, I can only offer minimal assistance. After all, such things like cleansing bones depend entirely on fate. Why don't you hurry up and pay respects to the Immortal Master? Weren't you loudly asking to see the Immortal Master just a few days ago? Why aren't you speaking now? Like a gourd that's had its mouth sawed off." Following the Holy Lord's gaze, Shen Xiuyun locked eyes with the named black-clad youth. The latter was looking at him intensely without blinking. His gaze was ardent. No wonder Shen Xiuyun always felt like being pinned down by an unshakable gaze since he entered. Long Yuni, upon being caught looking, seemed overly excited. He fumbled awkwardly while rising, almost tipping over the short table in front of him. The Holy Lord closed his eyes briefly, pressing his forehead as he was dumbfounded by his son's clumsiness at a critical moment. Given this situation, how could he even bring up the topic of apprenticeship? "Teacher, paying respect to the Immortal Master." Long Yuni stepped forward, bowing deeply to Shen Xiuyun. For some reason, the youth's hoarse voice trembled slightly with barely contained excitement and emotion. The Holy Lord. He couldn't bear to look. He almost called Shen Xiuyun master, even though both knew it was too early, it hadn't even been decided yet. His son was too impatient. Shen Xiuyun paused momentarily as he looked at the bright-faced youth a few meters away. His thoughts immediately traveled back, remembering the past life when Long Yuni was tormented until covered in injuries. Even if he wasn't very clever, it was because of his involvement that he suffered so much. This time, everything should be resolved earlier, allowing Long Yuni to have a better ending at least. Shen Xiuyun rarely softened his icy tone, "Young lord, there's no need for excessive ceremony or to feel so nervous. However, as soon as the words were spoken, Zhu Xingyao, who was coiled around his elbow, reacted instinctively. His snake body tightened around Shen Xiuyan's arm and bit him lightly with his sharp teeth, as if issuing a warning. Shen Xiuyan. He knew it, Zhu Xingyao's promise to behave was as unreliable as a player promising he'd love only her forever. Long Yuni rushed to explain, stammering incoherently, I'm not nervous, I'm just thrilled. I greatly admire you and have always wanted to become a powerful sword cultivator like you, strong enough to protect everything I wish to guard. Shen Xiuyan gave an indifferent review, young lord has great aspirations and is a moldable talent. The Holy Lord smiled and said, that's good as long as he's not useless. Long Yuni. My father truly is my father. Long Yuni thought for a moment and then said, there's another reason I was so flustered today. The day I broke out of the shell, the first person I saw was you. For dragons, the first person they see when breaking out of their shell is extremely important. If it's not their own parents, then... Shen Xiuyan immediately interrupted, I understand. You mean that because of that reason, I am like a father figure to you, very important. In short, I am your dad. Speaking of the day of the hatching, Shen Xiuyan could recount many more dramatic moments. Back then, the elders of the dragon clan used various secret methods to hatch the egg but couldn't succeed. But when it came to Shen Xiuyan, no special skills were needed, just infusing some spiritual power solved the problem. And Long Yuni, who had just hatched, due to seeing Shen Xiuyan first instead of his own father, showed an extraordinary affinity toward him. Afterward, well, those who understand know. Long Yuni stared at Shen Xiuyan speechlessly, I'm not. That's not what I meant. This time, he originally thought that with the constraint gone, he could show off his abilities and change the future. How did things backfire on him instead? Cough, the Holy Lord coughed, shaking his head at his unambitious son before smiling and saying to Shen Xiuyan, my apologies for embarrassing you, Master Immortal. My son is usually spoiled by me and talks nonsense. If there's any offense, please bear with it. No issue, young lord has a straightforward character. Before Shen Xiuyan could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed. His hand that was naturally resting in front of him abruptly rose to press against his left shoulder. Still, it was too late, allowing Zhu Xingyao to slip from his sleeve right to his chest. Shen Xiuyan was completely immobilized. Although his face didn't betray much emotion, his ear tips had unknowingly turned slightly red. Among the people at the banquet who didn't understand what was going on, they looked perplexedly at Shen Xiuyan's strange actions, yet none dared to ask why. Long Yuni waited for a while but heard nothing further from Shen Xiuyan. He slumped entirely. He threw a look of help toward his father, only to see his father winking at him exaggeratedly. Judging by the lip movements, it seemed to be, offer wine in apology. Long Yuni lit up his eyes instantly and understood right away. He turned around and poured a cup of tea, then walked back. Esteemed Immortal, earlier it was my impulsive act. I offer this tea as a substitute for wine as an apology to you. A cup of offered tea stood awkwardly in front of Shen Xiuyan, leaving him in an awkward position to either accept or reject. Meanwhile, the Zhu Xingyao hidden inside the clothes, hearing this, acted like being injected with stimulants, causing even more turmoil in Shen Xiuyan's chest. Even the forked tongue he flicked out almost. At that moment, an indescribable sensation ran from Shen Xiuyan's spine to the top of his scalp, causing involuntary tremors through his body. Shen Xiuyan. Are you two trying to kill me with your synchronized attacks? Chapter 65, Master, do I really disgust people this much? Shen Xiuyan neither took the cup nor spoke. At this moment, he dared not make a single move, his curled fingers hidden under his wide sleeves almost pressing into the palm till they would bleed. He was trying his hardest to suppress. Zhu Xingyao really wasn't doing this intentionally, right? If he fell down, that's fine. But struggling and failing to climb back up quickly was already bad enough. Shen Xiuyan felt like he was about to go crazy. Moreover, under public scrutiny, he couldn't lose his temper. It truly hurt him internally. His Adam's apple moved several times, and just as the Holy Lord was about to interject to help Long Yuni, Shen Xiuyan managed to speak in a steady voice. I don't hold it against you. There's no need for such formalities. The Holy Lord replied, Master Immortal is broad-minded, but we cannot neglect our courtesies. Offering tea is something this silly boy should do. Shen Xiuyan lost it. I really will thank you. Holy Lord, why do you still insist on praising me like this? So, Long Yuni, who had no idea what Shen Xiuyan was enduring, lowered his head and held the teacup closer, stepping 2 steps forward, Master Immortal, please have this tea. Shen Xiuyan found himself in a difficult position, leaving him no choice but to take the cup. So, leaning forward, just as his hand lifted, Zhu Xingyao fell again. The unexpected incident almost caused Shen Xiuyan to. His hand pressed on the stone table, fingertips pressing firmly onto the smooth surface, knuckles whitening slightly. It looked like drinking this tea was absolutely unacceptable. Otherwise, Zhu Xingyao would definitely never let him off. Then the only option was. Shen Xiuyan took a deep breath, laboriously raising his hand. Just as he took the teacup and Long Yuni released it, he effortlessly let go as well without drawing attention. Subsequently, the teacup dropped with a snap and shattered into pieces. The spilled tea wet Shin Shioyun's robes, soaking through at the waist. Suddenly, the banquet hall became deathly silent. "You good-for-nothing brat, can you be any clumsier?" The Holy Lord's face turned green as he immediately launched into a verbal assault on Long Yuni. Long Yuni was bewildered and aggrieved. "Immortal Sovereign, I didn't mean to." "Yes, I'm sorry." He wanted to cry so badly. Had he really messed it up? It was all because he got too excited today. But earlier, Master clearly took the cup from him before he let go. How? Oh no, now he had left a dumb and foolish impression on his master. It would only make it harder for him to become an apprentice now. And how was he supposed to save his master from danger if this happened? "I'll cast a purification spell on you." Long Yuni tried to fix the situation. Shin Shioyun leaned back slightly, keeping some distance, refusing. "It's fine, the tea was my fault since I didn't hold the cup steady. You don't need to blame yourself." As he said this, he used his sleeve to cover the soaked area, grabbing hold of the troublemaking snake. Shin Shioyun internally sighed in relief, finally. Then he stood up and addressed the Holy Lord. "Thank you for hosting me today, Holy Lord, but after traveling for many days, I am quite tired and want to rest now." If he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. The Holy Lord agreed. "It's my oversight. Let me arrange someone to take you to your prepared palace." After settling the esteemed guest, he'd deal with his incompetent stupid son later. Shin Shioyun, trouble taken. After Shin Shioyun left, the other people of Shintian's sect didn't dare to stay longer either. Thus, the banquet ended very early. At this point, Long Yuni stared at his father's face that could almost drop water and felt like there were 18 buckets being pulled unevenly inside his chest. "Father, Father King, I am your real son." He clutched his head and wailed loudly, his actions familiar and heartrending. One word from the Holy Lord darkened his already pale face even further, raising his hand to strike. "You have the nerve to say that? I've never had such a stupid son." But before he touched Long Yuni, they both suddenly heard a faint crack. Both father and son froze, simultaneously looking toward the spot where Shin Shioyun had been sitting. The stone table had crumbled into powder in mere moments. Long Yuni's pupils shrank narrowly, astonished. "How?" The Holy Lord suddenly became grave. "Did you feel anything strange about the immortal's conduct during the feast?" Upon this hint, Long Yuni thought more and realized something wasn't right. "Now that you mention it, Father King, indeed there was." The Holy Lord hesitated. "Lately, there has been unusual activity within the barrier. Could it be that the immortal was?" Long Yuni hit his left palm with his right fist in sudden enlightenment. "So, the stone table is a clue." "Hey! You stupid kid, where are you rushing off to?" "I'm going to help my master." "What master? When did the immortal agree to take you as an apprentice?" "You're getting more shameless by the day, you'll embarrass me to death one of these days. Get back here." Already darting out, Long Yuni didn't look back, silently telling himself firmly word by word. No, he had accepted him as an apprentice, once. Meanwhile, Shin Shioyun had no idea yet that his loss of control over his spiritual power had broken the stone table and created such a big misunderstanding. Currently, he was busy disciplining Zhu Xingyao, who was overly bold just a while ago. At the moment the palace door closed, Shin Shioyun pulled out the white snake from his arms and flung it directly onto the bed without any mercy. The magic lost effect, and Zhu Xingyao returned to human form. He massaged his sore lower back, thinking he had truly infuriated his master this time. "Master, you hurt me." Zhu Xingyao tugged lightly on Shin Shioyun's sleeve. Now, it was unclear whether punishing master or tormenting himself had occurred. His body still ached while master was being so harsh on him. What if he broke him? How would master find happiness afterward? Shin Shioyun scowled, pulling back his sleeve. "On the flying boat, what did you promise me?" "To behave well and not cause trouble. Do you remember?" "I do." Zhu Xingyao confessed his mistakes humbly, excessively sincere in attitude, and continued pulling Shin Shioyun's sleeve. "Master, I was wrong." "That's right, you were wrong, but you keep making the same mistake, didn't you?" Zhu Xingyao added. "Just now, I was also acting for master's sake." Shin Shioyun. Saying it sounded so genuine, was his conscience clear at all? Just then, those two father and son obviously had sinister intentions. They played their roles perfectly, taking advantage of your good nature to force you to drink Long Yuni's tea. Shin Shioyun. Does this have anything to do with you crawling into my clothes? Zhu Xingyao replied seriously. Of course it does. Xiao Yao was originally planning to remind the master, but then I realized, the master's skin is so smooth. I lost my grip and slid down. By the way, master, did I press on you? Should I check for you? You seemed like... Zhu Xingyao's hands moved faster than his mouth, directly reaching out to pull Shin Shioyun's already disheveled collar. Don't touch me. Stay away from me. Shin Shioyun grabbed the collar and retreated several steps. He could barely restrain himself, yet Zhu Xingyao dared to be so direct. Master, I just wanted to help you. Zhu Xingyao's hand froze in midair, sounding hurt. Shen Xiuyan. He simply couldn't handle Zhu Xingyao looking at him that way. Damn it, he was about to go crazy. At this critical moment, there came a knock 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 on the door outside. Immortal Lord, have you gone to bed? What the hell? Why had Long Yuni come chasing after? Use a spell to hide yourself first. Otherwise, if he suddenly left the banquet so hastily, and there was someone hidden in his room, let alone the disheveled state of his clothing, it would be enough for people to spin countless scandalous stories. No. Shen Xiuyan compromised, saying, if you listen to me, I won't count what happened earlier against you. But instead of calming Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyan's compromise made him even more rebellious. Master, am I really that embarrassing to be seen? Shen Xiuyan. Why did these words sound so weird? Zhu Xingyao sneered, why must I hide whenever you see him? Even if he sees me, so what? Chapter 66, it's over, the apprentice went insane. Let's not forget, in the previous life, he had already formed a contract with his master and became a righteous consort. In this lifetime, he was the only disciple of the master. No matter how you looked at it, the one who should be hiding wasn't him. It should be Long Yuni who should leave, he was the unnecessary person. Ever since seeing this guy at the banquet, Zhu Xingyao felt annoyed by the sight of him glaring directly at the master. Were it not for the master's sake, How dare he challenge now? How could he hide? Shen Xiuyan was infuriated by this rebellious youth, so much so that veins popped out on his forehead. Not angry, not angry. He needed to be a morally good master and shouldn't teach overly violent things or let the disciple turn dark. After adjusting his emotions for a moment, Shen Xiuyan forced his tone to remain gentle and not further irritate the sensitive Zhu Xingyao. You're overthinking again. Your master doesn't find you embarrassing. Hiding temporarily is just. With a deepened gaze, Zhu Xingyao almost immediately said, then let me see some proof. Shen Xiuyan. Proof your head off. Do you want the entire dragon clan to beat you up until you drop dead? The dragon clan especially despised the demon clans due to ancestral blood feuds. Zhu Xingyao might be safe because of Shen Xiuyan's protective aura surrounding him, making it difficult for the dragon clan to detect him. Now, it's not. Shen Xiuyan was about to make another excuse when he was interrupted again, not by Zhu Xingyao this time, but by Long Yuni outside the hall. Immortal Lord, sorry for interrupting. I also. Shen Xiuyan didn't quite hear the rest of Long Yuni's sentence because, all of a sudden, the door was pushed open by an external force. In an instant, his reaction was extraordinarily quick. He tightly gripped Zhu Xingyao, who refused to cooperate, and instantly used the illusion technique. In a blink of an eye, Zhu Xingyao turned into a pillow. Shen Xiuyan then grabbed a light quilt from the bed, raised his leg, lay down, and pressed the pillow firmly under him with full weight. This series of actions was fluid and seamless, leaving Long Yuni to see Shen Xiuyan facing away, dressed loosely, showing half of his snowy white neck, and appearing as if resting peacefully. Long Yuni paused slightly, staring straight ahead, his golden pupils constricting before moving his eyes away. His ear tips grew red. Sorry, I didn't know you were already asleep. Taking advantage of this pause, Shen Xiuyan adjusted his scattered robes within the covers, turning halfway around and leaning against the pillow with strength. He spoke in a deeper voice, perfectly projecting a bit of coldness, young lord, what's the matter? Long Yuni was actually quite intimidated by Shen Xiuyan's serious expression. Any lingering lustful thoughts he had when seeing Shen Xiuyan's exposed neck earlier dissipated, leaving only tension behind. He could almost hear his own heartbeat clearly. It's about the stone table in front of your seat which broke right after you left earlier. Shen Xiuyan frowned, his lips tightened, and his expression stiffened slightly. Knock. Just now, he was messed up by Zhu Xingyao, and his spiritual power wasn't well controlled, accidentally affecting the stone table. Did everyone at the banquet see that? Alright, there went another social death. Long Yuni saw Shen Xiuyan didn't say anything and quickly added. I was worried if something had happened to you because the active deep-sea prison boundary beast has been causing quite a bit of trouble lately. Many clan members have reported being affected. I thought you, thus I rashly came in. Indeed, something had happened to him, but it was being challenged by his disobedient apprentice. The young lord worries too much. Although the magic dragon's cultivation is not low, affecting me wouldn't be so easy. The incident with the stone table was just an accident, nothing like what you imagined. If there is no other matter, please go back. I am about to rest. If he stayed longer, he wouldn't be able to suppress Zhu Xingyao anymore. He didn't want Long Yuni to see any weird scenes where the pillow suddenly flew and attacked him. Long Yuni's eyes scanned over the bedspread, where the lonely pillow lay as if it had been thrown aside in haste. And the pillow Shen Xiuyan was resting on seemed. It smelled like something he disliked. He wasn't quite sure. Because this scent almost blended entirely with Shen Xiuyan. Is there anything else? To be honest, Shen Xiuyan felt a slight pain in his waist, while Zhu Xingyao, who had suddenly turned into a pillow, kept impacting his spells, trying to transform back. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Long Yuni's wandering thoughts were pulled back when he inadvertently noticed the pillow Shen Xiuyan used as a headrest move a little. He wanted to ask, but swallowed the words, only pretending indifferently saying, then rest well. From beginning to end, Shen Xiuyan remained cold and detached, sparing every word. Although he knew this was how Shen Xiuyan treated people, Long Yuni still felt somewhat melancholic. He didn't actually want to leave. It was hard to meet his master again after so long. He wished to talk more, to see more of his master, to make up for the lost years and regrets. But master merely regarded him as an ordinary junior. As Long Yuni retreats, the door closed instantly, and Shen Xiuyan sighed in relief. He pulled out the pillow from behind his waist, transforming it back, ready to seriously criticize and educate Zhu Xinyao. However, after Zhu Xinyao turned back, his entire face was bright red, his gaze floating around aimlessly without focus, resembling someone high on drugs. Shen Xiuyan was perplexed. He hurriedly shifted Zhu Xinyao under the blanket, tucking him in properly. Then, leaning down, he checked his forehead, warm, and his cheeks flushed. What's going on? Did he mess up his disciple? How are you, Xiaoyao? Shen Xiuyan infused a bit of spiritual energy into Zhu Xinyao and asked with concern. Zhu Xinyao didn't recover his condition, his eyes remained drifting, seemingly completely ignoring Shen Xiuyan's words. Shen Xiuyan lightly slapped his cheek several times, receiving no reaction. Finished. Barbie over. The main character broke. Shen Xiuyan regretted transforming Zhu Xinyao into a pillow against his will earlier, pressing him for so long. Zhu Xinyao was merely a golden Dan cultivator, how could he withstand such abuse? What if Zhu Xinyao really became mentally impaired? What would he do? Would he need to take care of him for life? Chapter 67, The Apprentice Got Overstimulated. Shen Xiuyan shook his head, throwing away that thought immediately. After all, Zhu Xinyao was the protagonist with some special blessings, he shouldn't be this weak. Recalling that his spatial pouch might still have a bunch of medicinal pills, including fever-reducing ones. He couldn't let Zhu Xinyao continue burning like this, otherwise, his brain would get damaged. Shen Xiuyan quickly grabbed a few fever-reducing pills, pinched Zhu Xinyao's face, forcing him to open his mouth. Seizing the moment, he directly shoved the pills into his mouth. Afraid Zhu Xinyao would spit out the pills, Shen Xiuyan firmly covered his mouth. The warmth of his lips pressed against Shen Xiuyan's palm, transmitting a wet heat that inexplicably made Shen Xiuyan blush. Covering the lips like this action was indeed too intimate, inevitably provoking many fantasies. For instance, in the previous life, when feelings intensified, Zhu Xinyao also liked covering his lips forcefully, hearing him. As Shen Xiuyan thought deeper, his heart began to race faster. The unnamed anger stirred up at the banquet earlier by Zhu Xinyao's accidental rubbing seemed rekindling. It seemed like he had become increasingly. Stop. He mustn't think further. After seeing Zhu Xinyao's Adam's apple move slightly as he swallowed the pill, Shen Xiuyan quickly withdrew his hand, as if he couldn't bear another second. It should work this time, right? Such an expensive pill must at least create some bubbles, right? Shen Xiuyan sat by the bed and observed Zhu Xinyao for a while. Seeing that the latter finally showed some reaction, he immediately leaned over and used the back of his hand to check his forehead. It was still very hot. And with his touch, it seemed like. Strange, why is it even hotter? Master. Zhu Xinyao opened his hazy peach-like eyes toward the sound, only to see Shen Xiuyan's neatly relaxed collar revealing a curve of jade-like bone, white and smooth, simply. Does master really think he will do nothing? But before he could do anything, Shen Xiuyan's face changed dramatically, startlingly exclaiming, why is there nosebleed? Zhu Xinyao. Damn it, the medicine master gave him was too effective. He was already experiencing boiling blood due to the earlier arousal, and this added fuel to the fire. Shen Xiuyan looked at his pitiful disciple who was sprawled out on the bed after being roughed up by him and asked the system with some concern, System, is the protagonist going to be okay? The system glanced sideways, does he look fine to you? The overwhelming asterisk fire was forcibly suppressed. That caused quite a lot of damage. Shen Xiuyan cleared his throat guiltily, cough. This can't all be blamed on me. The system, sure. Shen Xiuyan gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to kill the system, I'll go find someone to treat him, alright? Long Yini hadn't been gone long from Shen Xiuyan when he saw Shen Xiuyan rush out with an anxious expression, carefully shutting the door and even adding a restriction before heading straight to the residence of the elder disciples accompanying them this time from Xiantian's sect. Long Yini stared at the tightly closed door thoughtfully, then took a shortcut to encounter Shen Xiuyan in the path before he reached his destination. Elder? Didn't you say? Long Yini asked in surprise. Shen Xiuyan bypassed the person in front of him, leaving behind a sentence, I'm not free now. Long Yini paused for a moment, then caught up with him, showing concern, what happened? Is there something I can help with? Nothing. Did someone get hurt? If he hadn't seen it wrong just now, there were bloodstains on Shen Xiuyan's sleeve. But the blood wasn't Shen Xiuyan's. Shen Xiuyan stopped in his tracks for a moment. Long Yini seized the opportunity, hastily saying, during the feast just now, the Dan cultivator who came with you drank a bit too much celestial wine and may be inconvenient now. I can ask an elder from my clan to come take a look for you. As long as it's not serious injury, they should be able to handle it. If it's critical, your blood could be used. There's no need, absolutely no need for your blood. Shen Xiuyan interrupted him, just have your clan elder take a look. Why does this kid always like offering his blood? In the previous life, Long Yuni secretly let blood and carved his bones to refine pills without Shen Xiuyan knowing, which were stealthily mixed into his food. And he ate them for nearly a year. So later when the master found out about this, he felt somewhat guilty towards Long Yuni, thus deciding to actively teach this youngest disciple he had raised carelessly. As a result, Zhu Xingyao returned and became insanely jealous. Shen Xiuyan thought, perhaps Long Yuni wasn't as crazy as Zhu Xingyao, but his obsession was just as strong. He needed to make this kid forget those past troubles as soon as possible. When Shen Xiuyan and his group quickly returned, and Long Yuni saw that the person lying on the bed was Zhu Xingyao, his eyes flashed with almost uncontrollable murderous intent. In the previous life, Zhu Xingyao was the one who killed the master. He wanted to shred this scoundrel into 1,000 pieces. Shen Xiuyan's perception was incredibly acute, he almost immediately detected that murderous aura and looked at Long Yuni. The latter blinked twice at him, and the fierce murderous intent dissipated accordingly. He smiled at Shen Xiuyan, "Elder, I haven't seen this person before." Shen Xiuyan was instantly questioned, his eyes becoming a little evasive, cough. He is my spiritual pet. A spiritual pet that can transform. What is its original form? A snake. Shen Xiuyan answered briefly and said no more. Long Yuni didn't ask any further questions either but instructed the elder beside him. So, Elder Wu, take a good look at him and figure out exactly what's wrong. He deliberately emphasized the 4 words, take a good look. Elder Wu understood the subtle hint from the young lord. Though unclear about why the young lord harbored such intense hostility towards the handsome youth, resisting the young lord's wishes might result in his dragon whiskers being plucked clean afterward. He placed his hand on Zhu Xingyao's wrist, and his initial confusion gradually transformed into astonishment. This was no spirit pet at all. Then why did the immortal call it a spirit pet? A strikingly handsome youth like this one, found inside the immortal's private resting chamber, flushed with redness while lying on the immortal's bed? This. Trouble. Had he accidentally stumbled upon some secret that shouldn't have been known? The 5th elder anxiously swallowed his saliva, his fingers abruptly trembling off Zhu Xingyao's wrist. Shen Xiuyan equally tensely asked, what's wrong? Is it serious? With this question, cold sweat streamed down the 5th elder. Wiping away his sweat, his trembling hand again touched Zhu Xingyao's wrist pulse as he hastily claimed, nothing. Nothing serious. Long Yuni suddenly interjected, Elder Wu, though, I find his complexion extremely unsettling, resembling those of our clan who've come of age seeking mates. Shen Xiuyan looked toward Long Yuni, what do you mean? Long Yuni explained, it means he's going through his Q period. Since this lifetime offered freedom from previous constraints, no longer confined by prior fates, why not let the master discern Zhu Xingyao's hidden thoughts early? It could assist the master in altering fate. Shen Xiuyan. 5th elder. My dear little master, don't go blurting things out. The 5th elder wanted to slap a hand over his own young lord's mouth. Amidst this highly awkward atmosphere, Zhu Xingyao, who should have continued lying there motionless, somehow seemed to awaken, gazing at Shen Xiuyan as he called out in a hoarse voice. Master. The 5th elder's pupils dilated in shock, a fresh wave of air rushing inward. So they were teacher and disciple. What an intense situation. Chapter 68, would the master find this exhausting? Zhu Xingyao's cry of, master, was akin to dropping a large rock into each heart's lake among the group. Ripples spread unequally within each individual's mind. The hall remained silent for a moment. Seemingly oblivious, the dazed Zhu Xingyao burrowed under the blanket and turned his body toward Shen Xiuyan, speaking aloud as if ignoring the other two. Master, why aren't you touching me anymore? Do you not like me anymore? I'm so sad. Shen Xiuyan. His glance swept over the expressions of the other two present. Excellent, their reactions were vivid. One gritted his teeth while the other displayed immense surprise. Shen Xiuyan moved to block Zhu Xingyao from view, dryly explaining, ahem, his brain has been affected, just now, he was delirious. No way. While glancing sideward, Long Yuni noticed the defiant look shot at him by Zhu Xingyao. Given Shen Xiuyan couldn't see it, the boy acted entirely unrestrained, truly grinding his face into dust. Absolutely insufferable. Long Yuni nearly lunged straight for Zhu Xingyao's hypocritical facade. What kind of damage? He's clearly intentional. The 5th elder pulled Long Yuni back, demonstrating great understanding as he said, Lord Immortal, we understand. Shen Xiuyan sent the 5th elder of the Dragon Clan a slightly grateful glance, you get me. The 5th elder didn't dare meet Shen Xiuyan's eyes too long since he detected a faint chill of hostility emanating from the beautiful youth on the bed. As your spirit pet approaches adulthood, periodically from now on, it will experience such bouts of fever. During this period, it will tend to rub against people or wrap its tail around them, these are signs of fondness. You can touch him more frequently. Cough cough, his heat will naturally dissipate then. Upon finishing, the fifth elder noted that the frosty enmity had disappeared. Shen Xiuyan's lips imperceptibly twitched. I thought I was quite capable of fabricating tales, but your excellence exceeds even my skills. Truly admirable. Long Yuni cast an unfriendly glare at Zhu Xingyao. It's merely a spirit pet, Lord Immortal needn't be burdened with such labor. In my opinion, it's better to find it a mate of its kind immediately, thereby solving this once and for all. We'll see how you manage to keep pretending. Not permissible. Almost simultaneously, Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao both spoke. At the sound of their voices, they unconsciously locked gazes, surprising themselves with this unexpected synchrony. Master. Shen Xiuyun felt scorched by Zhu Xingyao's hopeful gaze, hurriedly turning his eyes aside with slight disorder. Right now, he genuinely wished to slap himself hard for speaking too impulsively. My intention is that, as my spirit pet, he cannot be so rashly paired up. We must first seek someone suitable, someone pleasing to the eye. Zhu Xingyao silently laughed behind Shen Xiuyun. Long Yuni's head was almost smoking with anger, glaring hatefully at Zhu Xingyao. This bastard had actually tricked the master to protect him so much. Compared to Long Yuni whose 7 orifices were steaming, the fifth elder remained much calmer, naturally. Whatever you say goes. One couldn't tell, but the divine honored one's possessiveness seemed quite strong. After rummaging through his sleeves for a while, he took out a small notebook the size of a palm, looking rather pained about it. Since your holiness's spirit pet shares similar origins with our dragon clan, the situation during the Q period may also resemble each other. I've gathered some methods to handle such situations over the years. I hope this can be of help to you. Thank you, I don't need. Shen Xiuyun wanted to explain, but the fifth elder placed the hard-earned results of many years directly into Shen Xiuyun's palm. You keep it, you might find it useful. Looking at the divine honored one, who didn't seem experienced, one could only hope there wouldn't be any more bloodshed later. Though he cultivated, even he needed rest at night. Also, your spirit pet is not gravely ill. The nosebleed came from that overly nourishing pill combined with heightened emotions. It will be fine once the effects wear off. However, when you act next, please tread gently. Speaking of which, no one knows where the divine honored one obtained that kind of pill, clearly not something an ordinary alchemist could produce. On its surface, it seemed capable of reducing heat, but in reality, it concealed some other components inside, a hefty amount of aphrodisiac included. While it doesn't harm the body, considering how young and impetuous this boy originally was, after taking it, coupled with being teased by the divine honored one, how could he hold back? It would have been unnatural if he didn't get agitated and start bleeding from the nose. Shen Xiuyun giving up explanation, thank you for reminding me. It seems this misunderstanding cannot be cleared up, fortunately, it isn't happening at Xiantian's sect. In that case, we won't disturb you further. Long Yuni was dragged away by the fifth elder, unwillingly leaving. When they turned into the path behind a rockery, Long Yuni forcefully shook off the grip. Uncle Five, which side are you on anyway? Why are you helping that person cover up? Am I still your nephew, knowing full well that I... The fifth elder said helplessly, Uncle Five understands, but didn't you just witness the scene? It's evident that the divine honored one intends to protect him. Take my advice and let go sooner. I cannot allow the master to endure humiliation and torture again. Cannot have the capability to change the outcome yet watch the master die before my eyes. And cannot let the master belong to someone else. What's wrong with you? You can't force the divine honored one, nor influence his decisions. If you insist on this path, the one who will surely be hurt in the end is yourself. How come you fail to understand? Long Yuni lowered his head, clenching his fists, I understand. I understand everything. If you do understand, then. But Uncle Five, I simply can't. Long Yuni looked up, red-eyed as he stared at him, why? Wasn't I the first one to meet him? All these years, I've worked hard to cultivate myself, emulating him as a model, striving to become better to reduce the distance between us someday, to stand proudly beside him. But why must there be someone else? Since he has returned, why couldn't he return earlier? Then Zhu Xingyao wouldn't exist, the master would be mine. That's right, without that interfering person, everything would go according to your wishes. Suddenly, a strange and unfamiliar voice sounded in Long Yuni's mind. His heart startled upon hearing it, but as he focused to listen again, that sound had vanished completely. As if everything that just happened was merely his delusion. Unaware of this minor episode, the fifth elder paused in silence for a moment, sighing, Uncle Five understands. But you need to know that emotions are the most unreasonable, disregarding order of arrival. Long Yuni closed his eyes briefly, resentfully saying, I cannot accept this, I detest that person who stole what belonged to me. Where are you going? Seeing Long Yuni transform back into his original form, instantly vanishing in a swirl of dragon shapes, the fifth elder rushed forward immediately. Meanwhile, after seeing off the visitors, Shen Xiuyun leaned against the door to catch his breath. Turning around, he saw Zhu Xingyao had somehow opened the little book he had left by the bedside and was reading it with great interest. Anyone unaware might think he was earnestly studying some cultivation scripture. What's worse, whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would directly ask Shinshilyan. Master, there's actually a picture like the last time you helped me here. So all I need to do in this state is follow this to reduce heat, correct? But why does the heat intensify the closer you get? Then why is the dragon tribe a little different? So will I be different when I transform into a snake? Will the master suffer more? Chapter 69, Master, I will rub your back for you. What kind of ferocious words are these? Shinshilyan quickly stepped forward and snatched away the book containing content unsuitable for children, closing it with a snap. You're too young to read such books. Zhu Xingyao corrected him. Master, I'm not that young anymore. Try me and see. Shinshilyan said, you're not even 17 yet. Oh, Zhu Xingyao rubbed his nose that had been spurting blood just now, asking in a slightly hoarse voice, Master, I still feel terrible. Are you going to help me like last time? What else could there be? Shinshilyan frowned for a while, the wrinkles between his brows deep enough to suffocate a mosquito. Considering what the fifth elder said earlier, without some exertion, would Zhu Xingyao naturally lose his spirit? Clearly impossible. Master. Zhu Xingyao's hair was slightly disheveled as he leaned on the pillow, gazing at Shinshilyan with moist, glazed eyes, calling out Shinshilyan's name involuntarily over and over again. Sometimes he intentionally prolonged the end sounds, muffled articulations making even the originally dignified term, master, take on an extra flavor. As if master wasn't merely master, but a particularly exclusive appellation they murmured softly, capable of evoking secret pleasures. At this moment, they didn't resemble master and apprentice so much as inseparable lovers. It wasn't until late at night that Shinshilyan managed to make his disciple appear less spirited. Only then could he handle his own private matters. Ever since realizing he wasn't entirely straight, the threshold he could bear had plummeted dramatically. Such stimulating events moments ago certainly stirred him immensely. A full routine left Shinshilyan drenched in sweat down his back. Fortunately, there was a decent-sized bath behind the bedroom where he could soak. Though grooming oneself was just a matter of a small cleaning spell, Shinshilyan preferred washing with water. He savored the process of relaxing his body in the water. If everything was done instantly with magic, life would lose much of its pleasure. Just like how he continued eating daily despite abstaining from food for cultivation. Shinshilyan shed his outer garments, stepping into the pool, leaning against the wall as he closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He was utterly relaxed, the exercise having tired him to the point where he couldn't move a finger. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps approached. Shinshilyan opened his eyes sharply, and before he could turn around, a warm towel already pressed against his back. The slightly hoarse voice of the youth followed. Master, let me help you. No, it's unnecessary, Shinshilyan stuttered slightly. Earlier, he had clearly confirmed that Zhu Xingyao had fallen asleep contentedly. So what ghost made him get up again? Could it only be 3 days and 3 nights? In that case, he might as well die, his hands already useless. Thank you. Is Master dissatisfied because I'm clumsy and unable to serve you well? No. Even without seeing his face, Shinshilyan could imagine how contorted Zhu Xingyao's expression was as he spoke, looking pitifully downcast. All the gloomy mood vanished immediately from the boy behind him, who joyfully declared, I'll rub your back for you, you've worked hard. It's time for your disciple to attend to you. Thank you, just please don't scrub me raw like last time. I can do it myself, no need, Shinshilyan refused lightly. Before he could reject further, Zhu Xingyao's other hand had already pressed down on his shoulder. Because of long-term sword practice, the fingertips had slight calluses that brought about a trembling sensation on his skin. Shinshilyan inhaled sharply as Zhu Xingyao whispered close to his ear. The disciple fears master cannot reach your back properly and clean thoroughly. Shinshilyan. What a blind excuse. Can't I use both hands to pull the towel up and down? Master, let your disciple help you. Shinshilyan found it hardest to resist Zhu Xingyao when he pestered like this, and reluctantly agreed with goosebumps. The diligent youth bustled about front and back, a model youth in every aspect, except that his burning gaze never left the expanse of white neck, the master's. Master, is this force okay? Adequate. The technique was indeed good, but why did their dialogue always have such a strange feeling? What about this? Okay. How about here? SSS. Master, I'm sorry. Shinshilyan. Don't ask. If you do, you'll regret it. At first, Zhu Xingyao seemed to be earnestly rubbing his back, but gradually, the places he rubbed made Shinshilyan increasingly uncomfortable, almost making him jump out of the pool. He felt deceived. Later, Shinshilyan didn't dare let Zhu Xingyao rub his back anymore, he couldn't take it. He coaxed the boy out and quickly tidied himself up, hastily putting on his clothes before climbing out of the pool. When he opened the door, there stood Zhu Xingyao by the doorway. Under the glow of the night pearls embedded in the stone walls, the youth had taken on a soft sheen, making his facial features even more gentle. The boy stood upright, almost as tall as Shinshilyan. His jet black hair was slightly disheveled, loosely tied with a red silk ribbon, strands falling on his forehead, giving an inexplicable air of languidness. Master. The boy's eyes shone brightly as he called out. Judging from this posture, it was clear that he'd been waiting here ever since he was driven out. Shen Xiuyan adjusted the somewhat loose robes around his body and asked, "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to sleep?" Zhu Xingyao answered, "It's fine now." Shen Xiuyan. Could it be you've been waiting for me all this time? Come on, surely not. Leaning closer, Zhu Xingyao grinned and said, "What is master looking at? Let's rest." Shen Xiuyan blinked like he was enchanted by a fairy demoness, hazily and foolishly leading her home. The fairy wasted no time in occupying his bed, lying down sideways with one hand propping up half of his face, and patted the other half of the bed invitingly, saying, "Master, come sleep." Shen Xiuyan stiffened slightly, cough, "Your disciple will meditate." He could no longer tolerate any contact with Zhu Xingyao, or he wouldn't sleep a wink tonight. Lowering his eyes, the boy put on a dejected look, "But master, Xiao Yao can't fall asleep alone." Shen Xiuyan took out a cushion from his chi space bag, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. "You'll fall asleep if you lie down long enough. Please stop calling me master, the stone bed of the delusive sea is too hard and cold. Xiao Yao isn't used to it." Shen Xiuyan. You're truly great at concocting lies. The other day on the flying boat, master and I slept together just fine. Why can't we do it now? Is it because you're still mad that I didn't listen earlier? Shen Xiuyan couldn't bear it any longer. Chapter 70, Is master sick just like me? His eyebrows twitched violently, showing he was nearing the brink. This disciple clearly knew how to drive him insane. Raising his hand, he formed a seal, instantly casting a binding spell on Zhu Xingyao. And just like that, Zhu Xingyao became quiet as a chicken. See, what should be done when a child misbehaves? A simple immobilization spell solves the problem, naughty or not, they have to obey. Adjusting his robes, Shen Xiuyan settled back down onto the cushion, calming his mind with a chant, but hadn't recited a few sentences when the system started crazily warning him, nearly blasting off his crown. System, darkening value, increased. Smiling faintly, Shen Xiuyan thought, if I uninstall you, will I never hear those 3 words, darkening value, again? Living next to Shen Xiuyan's spiritual sea, Old Sick saw the neighboring mental landscape suddenly flash with lightning and thunderstorm-like warnings, perceiving an unseen threat that nearly caused the system to short-circuit. It hurriedly tried to reason. Host, running away won't solve the problem. Don't you remember last time when his darkening value was too high, and you got? Flashes of being pinned against the tree by that darkened version ran through Shen Xiuyan's mind, which immediately made every part of his body feel uncomfortable. He abruptly changed his tone to a gentle one. Isn't it just about sleeping? I love accompanying my disciple to sleep, it's fine, no issues. I can manage. System, host, may I say you're really changeable? Shen Xiuyan placed another quilt on the stone bed, released Zhu Xingyao from the immobilization spell, bundled him up like a cocoon, and pushed him inside. An unsatisfied protest came from Zhu Xingyao, master. Without looking back, Shen Xiuyan tightly wrapped himself in the quilt and muffled inside, all right, I'm accompanying you. Sleep. This way you won't be cold. He wound himself up securely, thinking this should be sufficient. However, shortly after blocking the light of the night pearl within the chamber, he heard rustling sounds behind him, as though someone were removing their clothes. Though Shen Xiuyan wanted to ignore these noises, unfortunately, his earth element-based hearing was too sharp. Uncontrollably, his thoughts ran wild, imagining clothes slipping off shoulders down to strong arms, then to well-defined waists. Stop. Absolutely forbidden. Shen Xiuyan was closing his eyes and blocking his ears as he recited the tranquility spell, but his body suddenly stiffened, and he opened his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, something had definitely slipped into his quilt. Closely pressed together, he could almost clearly hear the heartbeat of the person behind him. Shen Xiuyan didn't expect that his carefully wrapped quilt would be so easily penetrated. When that hand touched his belt, he quickly grabbed it. The person caught in the act not only didn't panic at being found out but leaned closer, pressing against his ear in a bewitching manner. Master, you haven't even taken off your clothes yet, it will be uncomfortable this way. Zhu Xingyao was slippery like an actual snake, swiftly escaping Shen Xiuyan's control to attack the waistband. With the front lost, Shen Xiuyan could only retreat, holding onto his belt tightly as if it were his last stubborn resistance. No need, I prefer sleeping with my clothes on. Don't come any closer. Quickly, let me help you, you don't need to do it yourself. Shen Xiuyan was close to tears, and despite his efforts to cover himself, soon there was only one layer of his middle garment left, thin as if non-existent. That's enough, master, sleep. Zhu Xingyao curled up behind Shen Xiuyan, sticking very closely, but didn't make further improper moves, seemingly just wanting to huddle for warmth for a more comfortable sleep. Go back to your own quilt. Upon speaking, Shen Xiuyan realized his voice was slightly hoarse. You forgot, master. The quilt got dirty earlier. Hearing this, Shen Xiuyan instantly felt as if he were on fire, imagining smoke rising from his head. Numb. He was truly numb. And that quilt is so cold, it's warmer next to master. This statement left Shen Xiuyan utterly unable to refute. You're absolutely right. I'm already burning up. It's like you're a human heating furnace. After much struggling, Shen Xiuyan said, I'll get you another quilt. Zhu Xingyao wrapped his arms around Shen Xiuyan's waist. Master, don't you remember telling me you were very tired earlier? Don't bother, go to sleep. Shen Xiuyan stayed stiff, not daring to move. He wanted to sleep, just not like this. There's no way I can sleep well like this. So close, Zhu Xingyao's scent filled his entire nasal cavity, making it impossible for him to calm down. After being held for a while, Shen Xiuyan felt even more uncomfortable, trying to keep some distance from Zhu Xingyao, who always managed to lean in perfectly. After all this fuss, Zhu Xingyao seemed entirely unaffected, whereas Shen Xiuyan was sweating again. Can't you sleep, master? Zhu Xingyao asked drowsily, your forehead feels so hot, and your spiritual power is somewhat chaotic. Could it be that you're also sick like me? Before Shen Xiuyan finished speaking, he suddenly paused. Master, let me help you channel spiritual power to stabilize your inner breath. Chapter 71, Let Go, Xiu. Shen Xiuyan felt he was already insane. The moment he was grabbed, blood rushed to his brain, leaving him completely blank. His rationality was being slowly devoured, unsure when it would be consumed entirely. Even his voice wavered. Let go. Zhu Xingyao didn't obey docilely, nor did he go further. Why? He wasn't in a rush. Because everything was within control. Today, Master would not escape no matter what. Shen Xiuyan tried hard to maintain his composure. I don't need you to do these things. He disliked losing control, feeling his body wasn't under his command. Zhu Xingyao softly hummed, dissatisfied, Master, you're lying, you obviously need someone to help you, why force yourself? I am your disciple, apart from me, who else can help you? And who else do you want to help you? Shen Xiuyan opened his lips. Still. He gritted his teeth and persisted, no one else needed, nor do I need you. Let go. Master, stop avoiding your true self, just follow your heart. Moreover, you helped me so strenuously earlier, I don't want to see you in discomfort. I want to do something for you, alright? Zhu Xingyao's voice was slow and deep, carrying a certain indescribable charm. Each word, every sentence, was beguiling. Making one know they were fallacies but unable to refuse. Shen Xiuyan suddenly gasped sharply, hurriedly saying, no, it's not allowed. Zhu Xingyao coaxed, Master, it's fine. Shen Xiuyan slowly enunciated Zhu Xingyao's name, Zhu, Xing. Yao. Master, I prefer you calling me a Yao. I. Call your ghost. The latter half of the sentence Shen Xiuyan had to swallow back. Zhu Xingyao's head tenderly leaned into Shen Xiuyan's neck, softly saying, Master, see? Your disciple wasn't lying to you, right? From now on, please don't easily reject your disciple, alright? Otherwise, I'll be heartbroken. Shen Xiuyan pressed his lips together, internally distressed, conflicted, and struggling. It was as if two completely different selves were battling in his mind, pulling him apart, trying to split him into two halves. With his current strength, he could have easily broken free from the restraints, he could have stopped Zhu Xingyao, but he still let the latter do as they pleased with him. He shouldn't have indulged like this. Shen Xiuyan thought intermittently. In the end, he couldn't understand anything clearly, all that remained in his mind was an unforgettable sensation. Master, are you feeling better? Shen Xiuyan slightly closed his phoenix-like eyes, barely opening them to give Zhu Xingyao a glance, emitting a snort, turning his face away. Not better. Zhu Xingyao drooped his head, appearing somewhat hurt, it must be because I didn't do well enough. At least you know it. The next moment, the despondent disciple suddenly became full of spirit and fighting spirit again. Master, rest assured. Next time, I will definitely perform better. Give me one more chance. Shen Xiuyan. Profanity reached his lips, nearly uttering a, get out. Is there going to be a next time? I won't be able to kill you. Master. Shen Xiuyan couldn't stand it anymore, no cooing. Master. Shen Xiuyan looked ruthless, no negotiation. Just as he finished speaking, a tapping sound came from outside the hall, rhythmic and distinct at this near-dawn hour, yet also particularly abrupt. As Shen Xiuyan was about to go open the door, Zhu Xingyao abruptly spoke with a serious expression, Master, don't. Shen Xiuyan paused, having almost forgotten about this youth, instantly casting a transformation spell on him, changing him back into a pillow. Zhu Xingyao. The door opened gradually, and who stood outside was none other than Long Yuni. The youth was dressed in a fitted black brocade robe, his posture strikingly upright, with dark golden vertical pupils faintly shimmering with strange light, while his slightly youthful face carried an elusive smile. It was still the same person, yet for some reason, Shen Xiuyan felt Long Yuni seemed somewhat different from before. An indescribable eeriness. Facing Shen Xiuyan's scrutinizing gaze, Long Yuni did not show nervousness or clumsiness as before, but instead appeared extraordinarily calm. Immortal Lord, the barrier beneath the sea seemed to fluctuate just now. My father has sent me to invite you to take a look. What happened? After a moment of deliberation, Long Yuni said, the candle dragon, it appears to have awoken. How could that be possible? Over a decade ago, during the reinforcement of the barrier, without major faults, it should guarantee at least 50 years of peace. That was how things went in the previous life too. Could it be that being reborn triggers some unknown butterfly effect? Long Uni sighed, I wish it were all illusions, but there is indeed unusual movement under the sea. If the candle dragon breaks through the barrier, perhaps. Take me to see it. If that candle dragon, which transformed from the heart demon of the 23rd saint ruler of the dragon clan who had already ascended, gets loose, it will certainly bring calamity upon the cultivation world. Even now, he might not be able to defeat it. Long Uni stepped aside, preparing to lead the way ahead. As Shinshouwen took a step out of the sleeping chamber, he hesitated, looking back towards the bed, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Long Uni noticed that he hadn't followed, turning around to inquire, Immortal Lord, is there something else? No. Just checking the barrier, I'll be back soon, it should be fine. Moreover, Zhu Xingyao reacts instinctively upon seeing Long Uni. It would be better not to take him along, so as to avoid tormenting him later. I'll guide you. It's fine, I remember the way. Shinshouwen no longer hesitated, stepping forward first, leaving Long Uni following behind. Upon switching positions front and back, Long Uni couldn't help but notice the lingering redness and fine sweat on Shinshouwen's nape. His dark golden irises contracted sharply, a layer of crimson appearing at the bottom of his eyes. His hand, hanging by his side, clenched forcefully, emitting slight cracking sounds. Before leaving, he gave the direction inside the hall a meaningful look, letting out what seemed to be a contemptuous hum, before leisurely catching up with Shinshouwen. The residual warmth on the bed had dissipated quite a bit, showing that the person had been gone for a while. Zhu Xingyao propped his forehead with his right hand, leaning against the headboard of the bed. His left index finger tapped intermittently on the edge of the bed, producing a da-da sound. In the vast, quiet sleeping chamber, this sound was cold and unsettling, just like his expression, so gloomy it could drip water. Why, whether in the previous life or this one, was this stupid dragon always so reckless? Hooking away someone right before his eyes, was he tired of living? Chapter 72, Nest Building. Shinshouwen questioned the system several times in his mind before confirming that it wasn't malfunctioning, and that Zhu Xingyao's darkening value hadn't increased without him noticing. For this, Shinshouwen felt a little comforted. A Yao still knows when to keep within limits regarding important matters, he won't act rashly after all, he has grown up. The system hesitated and said, maybe. Given Zhu Xingyao's past tendency to hold grudges, it was abnormal that his darkening value didn't fluctuate at all after being left alone this time. Hopefully, he isn't preparing some big move, otherwise the host, When Shinshouwen and Long Uni arrived, the Holy Lord and the elders were working hard at a certain underwater chasm to fully repair the fragmented barrier, but their efforts seemed ineffective. Moreover, seeing the significant damage to the barrier, if they stopped channeling spiritual energy, the barrier might immediately shatter. Shinshouwen paused beside the Holy Lord and asked, Holy Lord, have you checked the restraining object beneath the barrier? To suppress Zulong's full-body demonic energy, they had specially selected the most spiritually potent treasures from the cultivation world to support the barrier. The Holy Lord worriedly replied, there hasn't been enough time to thoroughly check. There seems to be some anomaly in the southeast corner. If Lord Immortal goes down, please take caution. I understand. Shinshouwen did not delay any further, immediately leaping into the abyss from the chasm. As he approached the deeps of the seabed, the light became increasingly dim, and he was forced to use the night pearl to illuminate his surroundings. Although Zulong lacked physical form, his cultivation was formidable. He had been imprisoned in this pitch-black abyss for hundreds of years and likely harbored profound resentment toward outsiders. If he escapes, it will surely become a disaster for the entire cultivation world. Shinshouwen examined several areas along the barrier and indeed found no issues, except for the final restraint artifact where there was uncoagulated bloodstains. He extended his hand and used his fingertip to collect a small amount. The blood appeared familiar. Just as Shinshouwen intended to cast a spell to gather and document the residual blood for evidence, a sudden chill swept through his spine. He abruptly turned, his sleeve flickering, and frost mark already in his palm, lightly thrusting upwards. Ding! Clashing swords shot forth with spiritual power. Shinshouwen stepped back half a step, Long Uni 3 steps. What are you doing? He had noticed something amiss with Long Uni earlier but never expected the situation to escalate to such a degree as to attack him from behind. Long Uni seemed entirely deaf to Shinshouwen's question, repeatedly attacking mechanically. His gaze was blank and listless, like a controlled puppet, with an unusually blood-red hue to his pupils. Upon realizing Long Uni's abnormality, Shinshouwen did not retaliate too harshly, instead allowing his concerns to limit him. Long Uni, stop. The moment his words faded, he suddenly sensed something approaching from behind his waist. Caught between attacks front and rear, Shinshouwen initially couldn't evade in time. By the time he reacted, an icy-cold sensation wrapped around his waist with astonishing force, dragging him forcibly into the barrier imprisoning the candle dragon. Drip. The intermittent sound of dripping water rang by Shinshouwen's ears as he drowsily woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he discovered himself bound to a stone chair, unable to move. He didn't struggle, nor panic, if only his body weren't temporarily paralyzed, he'd even enjoy leisurely reclining on the backrest with a leg cocked up. In his previous life, every strange binding Zhu Xingyao put him through, each more embarrassing than the current scenario, made it seem trivial now. This situation was nothing special since he hadn't done anything yet. Besides, whoever bound him clearly lacked experience. They hadn't even prepared celestial restraints. Of course, it might also be due to their overconfidence in his capabilities. Thinking about this made Shen Xiuyan angry. He had wanted to properly fight while being dragged away by the dragon's tail but didn't anticipate the candle dragon using stealthy means. It directly subjected him to biological warfare, knocking him out. The system corrected him. I said that's called dragon breath. Its function is to knock people unconscious. Shen Xiuyan, feeling irritable, retorted, fine, breath then. A few hundred years without brushing teeth, sure leaves quite a lasting impression, almost sending me into reincarnation. The system. Shen Xiuyan squinted, barely managing to move his eyeballs. He only saw Long Yuni there, while the candle dragon had disappeared without a trace. Long Yuni clearly still wasn't quite right. He moved around silently, busy with who knows what. Every time he returned, he would be carrying strange items like broken stones and weeds, moving them deep into the cave, seemingly preparing something unknown. Seeing this, Shen Xiuyan curiously asked the system in his mind. What on earth is Long Yuni doing? System, judging from the original text, he's building a nest. Shen Xiuyan's lips twitched slightly, as he reached adulthood. Wait, that doesn't matter. What does matter is for whom is he building this nest? There are no female dragons inside the barrier, and if I remember correctly, the candle dragon is male as well. System, host, haven't you forgotten what genre of book this is? Gender roles don't need to be so rigidly defined. Shen Xiuyan, who had been pretending to be unconscious with narrowed eyes, suddenly widened them at this. System, and also, it's not the candle dragon. Haven't you read how the little disciple and master were described? It's what dragonkind call, predestined fate, making Long Yuni harbor strong expectations towards the master ever since hatching from his egg. Unable to help himself, Shen Xiuyan remarked sarcastically, crap, feudal superstition can kill. Don't tell me, that nest is for me. I'm not staying, I've told you. System, ahem, host, this is something you'll need to personally discuss with Long Yuni. Cursing under his breath, Shen Xiuyan mumbled, let me just, hammer. Before he finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted up and thrown somewhere carelessly, like a bundle of firewood, nearly breaking his waist against a rock beneath him. Chapter 73, Master, you always spoil me. Instinctively, Shen Xiuyan wanted to rub his sore lower back. But then, at that moment, he noticed something looming over him, its unfamiliar presence invading him. The person seemed to be staring at him. That sensation of being scrutinized made Shen Xiuyan feel as though thorns were pricking his back. After a moment, he heard Long Yuni say. The person is lying here, why not act? I wouldn't deign to use such methods to do such things. Shen Xiuyan was disoriented. It was indeed Long Yuni's voice, yet why were the tones and attitudes of the two sentences completely different? Could they possibly belong to the same person? Is he having multiple personalities now? Long Yuni's self-ramblings continued in a dissociative manner. Hypocrite, the dragon nest has already been built. If you want to go for it, just go for it, stop hesitating. Don't meddle. If it weren't for your opportunistic seduction, I wouldn't have. Seduction by you, huh? And what, if you didn't want to, could you even bring yourself to do such things? At this point, do you really expect him to wake up thinking nothing has happened? You. What about me? If you were half as courageous and daring as that little guy in his sleeve, you'd have directly served the purpose rather than standing behind sulking, waiting for me to take advantage. Unfortunately, you're too scared. Long Yuni fell silent, either convinced by his own other persona or too frustrated to speak further. After listening quietly for some time, Shen Xiuyan finally pieced together the situation roughly. Apparently, someone had interfered in Long Yuni's previous abnormal behavior, most likely, the candle dragon. He must have somehow attached himself to Long Yuni, and now even taken residence in his body. There was a chance that the next step would be full possession. Moreover, this candle dragon was utterly shameless, openly guiding Long Yuni right before his eyes. What an outrageous situation. With a clang, Shen Xiuyan's thoughts were interrupted. Something akin to a wooden box was tossed beside him out of curiosity, he couldn't resist stealing a peek. And then, his expression completely changed. Inside the small box lay. He observed Long Yuni using his left hand to pick up an object resembling a jade flute from the box, but then suddenly, his right hand tightly gripped onto it instead. This resulted in Long Yuni adopting an awkward posture, looking as if twisted into a knotted hemp rope, and even stranger, each side of his face showed a different expression, one tense, one calm. Let go. The candle dragon confidently said, no need to fear, he has been struck by my dragon breath. He won't awaken, these days cultivators grow weaker generation after generation. Shen Xiuyan, excuse me, I woke up long ago, and my spiritual power has recovered. Your old tricks aren't working well enough. The candle dragon continued saying, when later all your desires are fulfilled, obediently let me control your body. Afterward, I will casually eliminate Zhu Xinyao. Subconsciously clenching the hand beneath his sleeve, Shen Xiuyan asked, why kill Zhu Xinyao? In this lifetime, Long Yuni and Zhu Xinyao had never met. Where did this enmity and resentment come from? No, it didn't make sense. He needed to find out what was truly going on. Seizing the opportunity while Long Yuni and the candle dragon were engaged in internal conflict and preoccupied, Shen Xiuyan suddenly struck with a precise spell that hit Long Yuni's body. The latter turned to look at him as he collapsed, unbelievingly saying, "You were pretending." Shen Xiuyan flicked off some dust from his white clothes, then stood up leisurely, crouched beside Long Yuni, pulled open his collar, and fished out his bottomless bag. From it, he retrieved binding ropes that securely tied Long Yuni before sighing in relief and stating, "Being number 6 occasionally has its advantages, doesn't it?" Number 6. So, being number 6 referred to this. Host, you've tricked me so bitterly. The candle dragon woke up first within Long Yuni's body. Upon realizing his inability to use even a speck of magical power after becoming a prisoner, his pair of blood-red eyes intensely glared at Shen Xiuyan, as if trying to slice him into pieces merely through the intensity of his stare. Shen Xiuyan covered his mouth and gave a slight cough. There's no need to look at me like that, I actually just want to have a good conversation with you, senior. Why kill Zhu Xinyao? What is going on between you and Long Yuni? The candle dragon looked down at the tightly bound Fuxian ropes on his body, very skeptical about the truth behind Shen Xiuyan's good conversation. He restrained his anger and said, nonsense. Not a single word will come out of me. Shen Xiuyan bowed his head and sighed, then bent over to pick up the jade flute lying on the ground. With regret, he stated, since it's like this, I'll have no choice but to show you how cruel the world can be. Candle dragon immediately sensed something wrong and his face changed, showing tension. What are you planning to do? Shen Xiuyan intertwined his fingers, flipping them until they made crackling sounds. Planning to do what? Humph. Each past event, he remembered them all clearly. That arrogant tone claiming to transport people elsewhere and nearly breaking his waist by throwing him carelessly, along with the whole mess arranged here. It was high time for the candle dragon to learn what karma truly meant. After rummaging through the box, Shen Xiuyan attempted to find suitable torture tools but only came across strange items he had never seen before. For instance, solid elongated jade stones, odd in shape, they could easily make someone think. Intriguing. Shen Xiuyan quickly avoided those things as if they were venomous snakes. In a corner of the box, he discovered interlocking bells, hollow and various sizes. The bells weren't large, but their craftsmanship was rather delicate. Shen Xiuyan lightly shook them in his hand and could hear their sound. The small bells inside appeared movable, and the surface of the bells featured mechanical buttons. Were they concealed weapons? This kind of object was certainly not suited for severe torture. Shen Xiuyan casually threw the bells on the ground and continued searching diligently, completely unaware of Candle Dragon slightly relaxing. It was fortunate that such a straightforward sword cultivator devoted all his attention to cultivation and thus knew nothing of the true uses of these items, otherwise, today. I found it. After much effort, Shen Xiuyan finally managed to unearth a useful item among the heap of rubbish. With ill intent, he stared at the candle dragon who possessed Long Yuni's body, gradually closing in, smiling like a villain. Zhu Xinyao went through tremendous hardship, intentionally injuring himself, and eventually located Shen Xiuyan. At this point, he should have feigned injury to fall into his master's embrace and cause him immense worry. However, reality saw him standing outside the cave entrance, experiencing the chill seeping into his heart inch by inch, replacing its initial heat. Deep within the cave, Long Yuni's voice reverberated outward effortlessly. Zhu Xinyao gripped the luminous jade tablet in his hand, wishing to hold it tighter but fearing to accidentally break it. Ultimately, he could only tremble and gently clutch it. Master, you always indulge me. His tongue brushed against his cracked, bleeding lips, laughing with cruelty and bloodlust. How can you expect me not to go mad? Chapter 74, Does Master know what these are? Shen Xiuyan was fully engrossed in entertaining the candle dragon and hadn't noticed the minor episode happening outside the cave. Crucially, number 6 also failed to remind him. He was currently using spiritual energy to control a white feather, furiously tickling the sole of the candle dragon's foot. The former alternated between crying pitifully and laughing uncontrollably, akin to a severely ill mental patient. Shen Xiuyan was highly satisfied with the results. Indeed, regardless of one's skills, even they fear the simplest weapon, a cleaver. The most basic methods of torment often produce unexpected results. Wah, stop it. Ha 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 ha, please stop. Wah. Despicable, ha ha ha. I'm going to shred you, woo woo. Shen Xiuyan gave a disdainful glance at the unreasonable dragon. You beg for mercy and still dare to threaten me. Do you want to answer my questions properly, or do you wish for this feather to keep tickling you? Anyway, I have enough spiritual energy for this. Between bursts of laughter and cries, the candle dragon continued, ha 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 ha, just wait for me, damn you, woo woo. I'll talk, ha 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 ha. I'll say everything. Shen Xiuyan retracted his spiritual energy. If only you had cooperated earlier. The torment abruptly stopped as Long Yini fell limp on the ground like a dried-up fish. His clothes were also messed up from rolling around, giving him an appearance that could easily make people misunderstand. Well, it's better left unspoken. Shen Xiuyun was glad he hadn't brought Zhu Xingyao here. Luckily, Long Yuni's father was outside mending the boundary seal and couldn't come in, otherwise, if any one of them had seen this scene, Shen Xiuyun would have no way to explain it with all his mouths. Speak quickly. Shen Xiuyun prodded the fake dead candle dragon with his foot. The candle dragon remained motionless. Don't try to waste time. You wouldn't want to experience other forms of torture, right? Shen Xiuyun dragged the nearby box he previously rummaged through and whispered a threat. Other kinds of punishment? The tone was icy, laced faintly with hidden anger. Arao? Shen Xiuyun's heart jolted at the sound, instinctively turning around to see a figure slowly emerging from the shadows, leaning against the stone wall. It was Zhu Xingyao. But Zhu Xingyao appeared battered and bruised. Except for his face, which showed little sign of injury though somewhat pale, his clothing was almost entirely torn by sharp blades, with blood seeping out from the tears. Shen Xiuyun asked incredulously, how did you get in? And look at yourself. The prison where the candle dragon was confined lay in the most dangerous area of the Wuwang Sea. Not only were there underwater volcanoes erupting at any moment, but there was also a fierce and unpredictable malevolent energy drifting everywhere. Someone with low cultivation skills coming here without adequate self-protection ability might easily be torn apart. It was miraculous Zhu Xingyao had found his way here alive. How can I sit idle when I heard master is in danger? Zhu Xingyao weakly coughed twice, blood trickling down his lips as his complexion grew paler. You're being reckless. Though there was some reproach in Shen Xiuyun's words, his actions preceded his thoughts. He swiftly stepped forward to support Zhu Xingyao, opening his mouth and inserting a blood-stopping pill. Zhu Xingyao was forced to tilt his head back, revealing a vulnerable section of his neck. Shen Xiuyun's eyes deepened, slightly uneasy, and released Zhu Xingyao. No wonder Zhu Xingyao used to like watching him like this, the sensation indeed left one unable to withstand it. Why had he thought of such things? Was it really because of staying too long with the B generation, getting influenced? After Zhu Xingyao was released, he felt somewhat disheartened and shot him a resentful look. Does master not want to see me? Are you annoyed that I disturbed your time with him? As he spoke, Zhu Xingyao glanced over the wooden box beside Shen Xiuyun and saw those peculiar jade stones and other items placed on top. His face turned dark, frighteningly sinister. Just at this moment, the Long Yini, bound in 5 ropes, squinted mischievously and threw a taunting glance at him. This scenario seemed strangely familiar. Hadn't he himself done something similar before? Zhu Xingyao instantly had a cold glare, sharp as a blade, wanting to carve Long Yini into pieces. Shen Xiuyun inexplicably felt a chill down his back. SSS. Why suddenly so cold? A bad feeling started creeping in. When did I ever convey this to you? I am simply angry at your disregard for your own safety. Furthermore, what nonsense about disturbing me with him? What even? Realizing Zhu Xingyao misunderstood halfway through the sentence, Shen Xiuyun abruptly stopped. There's nothing happening between us. Long Yini was possessed by the candle dragon, who attacked me fiercely outside the barrier earlier. This provided the opportunity for the candle dragon to pull me into the barrier. I tied him up and was interrogating the candle dragon inside him using harsh methods. Zhu Xingyao blinked, still seeming unconvinced. Really? Since Zhu Xingyao didn't believe him, Shen Xiuyun pointed at the candle dragon lying helplessly on the ground. Get up, hurry and explain. Candle dragon's eyes darted back and forth between Shen Xiuyun and Zhu Xingyao for a moment, then under Shen Xiuyun's series of menacing threats, if you dare to fabricate lies, I'll exterminate you, said obsequiously. Yes, your master was simply questioning me normally about something. He did nothing wrong, truly. Shen Xiuyun thought the tone of the candle dragon sounded quite strange, deliberately stressing a few key words, which instead made it seem more like trying too hard to hide something. But if one were to find fault with it, there didn't appear to be any issues. Therefore, Shen Xiuyun pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, it's exactly as he said. Zhu Xingyao's expression froze momentarily. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping past Shen Xiuyun and focusing on the box set aside that contained peculiar items, using these things to question him. Shen Xiuyun was puzzled. Yes, what's the problem? Although all those items were indeed rather peculiar. Zhu Xingyao almost gritted his teeth and asked, does master really know what these are? Shen Xiuyun matter-of-factly said, they're just. The candle dragon suddenly looked at Zhu Xingyao, laughing as it cut in, they're just some ordinary torture instruments, right? With your master's extensive experience, how could he not know? Shen Xiuyun. Why are you being so kind all of a sudden? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun, enunciating each word carefully. Master, is what he says true? Shen Xiuyun unconsciously swallowed a lump in his throat. His intuition told him that this question should be answered cautiously, otherwise there would be terrifying consequences because Zhu Xingyao seemed entirely unwell. He decided to consult the system first. Lu Lao, come out. Is everything really alright with Zhu Xingyao? I feel like he's about to lose control at any second. Has his villainous value increased or not? Lu Lao remained completely silent. Uncertain, Shen Xiuyun outright denied it. No, I don't know. Only then did Zhu Xingyao's expression brighten somewhat. However, before Shen Xiuyun could fully relax, there was a faint snap. The binding immortal rope restraining the candle dragon suddenly snapped, scattering on the ground. At the broken spots, there was a trace of ominous black mist swirling. And without the restraints, the candle dragon controlled Long Yunyi's body and instantly slipped out of Shen Xiuyun's grasp. It didn't choose to fight here at this moment but threw a meaningful glance at Zhu Xingyao as it left. Oh, forgot to tell you, Zhu Xingyao, your master's technique really isn't up to par. Hearing this, Zhu Xingyao nearly immediately turned his head toward Shen Xiuyun. That gaze. Shen Xiuyun couldn't describe it, but he kept swallowing saliva over and over, instinctively retreating several steps. So terrifying eyes. As if they wanted to devour him. Chapter 75, Why does the master retreat? At this very moment, Shen Xiuyun felt as if 10,000 grass mud horses galloped through his mind. Candle dragon, this two-armed creature, did it have any issues? Was it alright? Did it have issues? Deliberately saying things ambiguously and causing Zhu Xingyao to misunderstand, it was going to kill him, wasn't it? Zhu Xingyao was the type who would go evil even if he merely took on an extra disciple. What if there were to be an extra teacher's wife? Paralyzed. I can explain, it's not like that. Even though he said this, Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but take step after step backward. Zhu Xingyao stepped closer, then what exactly happened? Nothing. I just used some methods to force the candle dragon to answer. If possible, he'd like to disappear on the spot, thank you. Zhu Xingyao raised an eyebrow, not backing off an inch. If that's so, then why is my master retreating? Shen Xiuyun cursed internally. You approach me, of course I can only retreat, aren't I supposed to stand firm and confront you? Look at your eyes, as if you're ready to swallow me alive. Is it certain that the villainy meter hasn't changed? At critical moments, Lu Lao is always unreliable. Before he knew it, Shen Xiuyun's heel bumped against the stone wall, only then realizing he had been cornered into such a narrow space. Zhu Xingyao blocked him completely from the front, not giving him a chance to escape. How did the master use those things to force? Zhu Xingyao slightly tilted his head, his eyes flickering darkly, looking towards the corner. Shen Xiuyun hastily placed his hand over Zhu Xingyao's mouth speaking nonsense, staring at him with a, "Are you okay, look? Has this child suffered too much injury? Did his brain shut down? Is there anyone who actually competes over having been tortured?" Sighing, Shen Xiuyun said, "All these things you're talking about, we shouldn't discuss." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao's gaze instantly turned cold. Shen Xiuyun quickly remedied, "When I say no, it's not because I don't care about you, it's just that I feel it's unnecessary to do such things to you. You've been misled by the candle dragon, and also due to the influence of Long Yunyi's nest created under the candle dragon's persuasion, all this came about. Actually, nothing happened." He hurriedly pulled out the feather he had previously used as an instrument of torture and pushed it toward Zhu Xingyao. Misunderstandings should be clarified as soon as possible, lest larger misunderstandings arise later on. This one. Zhu Xingyao pinched the vibrant tail feather, almost as long as half his arm, revealing every detail. His expression darkened even further. Shen Xiuyun responded nonchalantly, "Of course, using this to tickle someone's foot sole, it's just as effective as any kind of torture." Tickling, the foot sole. Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyun in bewilderment, like a cat stunned by a punch to the face. So was he actually mistaken earlier? Or what? Shen Xiuyun irritably shoved Zhu Xingyao away from him. If the candle dragon wasn't hiding in Long Yunyi's body, sparing damage to his flesh form, why would I need to resort to such gentle methods? Cough cough cough, Zhu Xingyao looked strange and covered his lips, coughing several times. Shen Xiuyun supported Zhu Xingyao with some anxiety. "Are you alright? Did I push you just now?" Momentarily forgetting that the young man had spat blood earlier. "No," Zhu Xingyao leaned into Shen Xiuyun's embrace, weakly, "I understand your meaning, master. I'll store these things for you, they may come in handy someday." Shen Xiuyun's eyebrows twitched uneasily. "I think, there is absolutely no need." But those 4 words were forced back down his throat because Zhu Xingyao's eyes clearly said, "Try saying no." Shen Xiuyun quickly changed his tune. My student thinks carefully about everything. As long as you're happy." Before his very eyes, Zhu Xingyao put all those peculiar items into the Qian space pouch. He didn't know why, but he had an odd feeling that this might be digging himself a hole. But, should be fine, right? Chapter 76, What does Master want to do to me? Shen Xiuyun didn't have much time to dwell on this issue since the pressing concern was to find the candle dragon. But Zhu Xingyao had been gravely injured, his spiritual power drained nearly to nothing, relying solely on pills to maintain himself barely. After channeling a bit of his spiritual power into Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyun asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Thank you, Master." Zhu Xingyao's complexion seemed rosier, and his breathing steadied gradually. "The qi inside the barrier is sparse. You shouldn't have wasted your spiritual power to heal me." Shen Xiuyan rested his hand on Zhu Xingyao's head, gently rubbing it. No worries, it's just a little spiritual power, not worth mentioning. At the gesture, Zhu Xingyao's body stiffened slightly. He tilted his head upwards, and his deep violet eyes gazed earnestly at Shen Xiuyan, carrying an intensity filled with undisguised emotion. His lips moved. Master, I. It was then that Shen Xiuyan realized what he'd done and awkwardly coughed behind his hand, silently scolding himself for reaching out impulsively. Every time he saw Zhu Xingyao looking fragile, pitiful, and melancholic, he couldn't help but stroke his head, wanting to tell him that someone cared for him and disliked seeing him so desolate and sad. Forget this for now, we must find Long Yuni. Stay close behind me, and be careful. Having said that, Shen Xiuyan turned and fled hastily. Inside, his thoughts were in chaos, clumsy and uncomfortable. Seeing his fleeing master, Zhu Xingyao found him quite adorable and felt his mood lift along with it. He lifted his hand and touched his scalp, where Shen Xiuyan's palm warmth still seemed to linger. Actually, more stroking wouldn't hurt either. He liked being petted by his master, and only his master could do so. Wait, what did his master say before? Looking for Long Yuni. The bright skies in Zhu Xingyao's heart instantly clouded over, and his voice carried a dangerous chill. Why must master risk danger to look for him? Does master care so deeply for him? Shen Xiuyan stumbled upon hearing this, nearly spraining his ankle. What did reckless danger, or caring deeply, mean? From the way it was phrased, Zhu Xingyao's imagination was as wild as ever. Shen Xiuyan turned around to explain, what I care about isn't him but the candle dragon hidden within his body. Zhu Xingyao's face remained unpleased. The candle dragon is a problem left behind by the dragon clan. It's already obvious that their young master has invited trouble for himself. They should solve it themselves. Why should master go through so much hardship for this? There hadn't been any problems with the candle dragon being imprisoned in the boundless sea for hundreds of years until Long Yuni went poking at something unnecessary. It didn't matter if Long Yuni brought ruin upon himself, but dragging his master into it would not stand. Ao Yao, you make a good point, but if the candle dragon really took over Long Yuni's body, increased its strength, and broke through the barriers, no one would be able to restrain it anymore. Who can ensure it won't threaten the Shantian sect in the future? Therefore, it's impossible to stay uninvolved. But, Zhu Xingyao hesitated, tightening and loosening his fists behind his back. All right. Why can't Shuzuan be like him, focusing solely on one person and one thing all the time? There always seem to be so many people and things in his heart. In the boundary where the candle dragon was confined, such dark, bald, and towering steep reefs were most commonly seen. This area was also covered with a maze-like array, making it very easy for someone to hide. Actually, flying higher would provide a broader view and make searching easier, but it would also make them more vulnerable to attacks. Considering Zhu Xingyao's serious injuries, it was better to proceed cautiously. Before entering the forest, Shen Xiuyan reminded Zhu Xingyao who was behind him. Stay vigilant around you and protect yourself. Zhu Xingyao obediently nodded, okay. Not long after they entered the array, Shen Xiuyan realized that someone had been secretly following them. The feeling of being watched did not go away. I thought you two would take much longer to find us. What a pity, wasting so many good opportunities. It was the voice of the candle dragon. But no one else could be seen around. The sound seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult to determine where he was hiding. Hey, kid named Zhu Xingyao, can you still stand it? Don't you fear? Shut up. Shen Xiuyan lost his patience, glared fiercely, and instantly swung his sword. This thrust was precisely on target. The candle dragon managed to stop the frost trace sword with 2 fingers. The sharp tip of the sword was just half an inch away from his throat. Honored lord, be cautious when you use your force. This is Long Yuni's body. If you injure it, how will you explain it to the dragon clan? Shen Xiuyan snorted coldly, swiftly withdrew the frost trace sword from between the candle dragon's fingertips. Despite the sword being able to cut iron like soft mud, there wasn't even a red mark left on the person's skin. Then let me tell you this, if you possess Long Yuni's body, the dragons of the dragon clan won't let you go. The candle dragon laughed, teasing, you're mistaken. It's not me possessing him, it's he voluntarily sacrificing himself to me. Shen Xiuyan scoffed coldly, preposterous. Did he hit his head or something to voluntarily sacrifice himself to you? The candle dragon shook his head while sighing. It's hard to say, but indeed there might be something wrong with his head. Otherwise, with such a great opportunity earlier, he should have done everything already. Given the bond of marriage you two share, perhaps now you wouldn't be pointing a sword at me. Who gave you that confidence? Shen Xiuyan swung his sword, interrupting the candle dragon's nonsense talk. I don't want to fight you. If I hurt you, he will get angry with me. When he gets upset, he won't willingly give his body to me. The candle dragon dodged left and right. Besides, my target is someone else. Who? Shen Xiuyan furrowed his eyebrows, feeling a sense of impending doom. Come on, you know exactly who's here, right? The candle dragon's partially transformed black claws, enveloped in black-red evil aura, quickly attacked Shen Xiuyan, as fast as lightning. With Shen Xiuyan's cultivation level, dodging shouldn't have been a problem. However, when he stepped aside, he immediately saw Zhu Xingyao, whom he had placed behind the rock to rest. At that moment, Shen Xiuyun understood everything. Ao Yao, move out of the way. Zhu Xingyao stared at the approaching dragon claw. His hand by his side tightened slightly and then suddenly loosened. He could dodge, but he didn't want to. From Shen Xiuyun's perspective, it seemed like Zhu Xingyao was simply dazed and ended up being thrown onto the rocks, before sliding down with the broken stones. The blood slowly spread through the seawater, mixing with the sweet and sour smell all around, until finally, they heard the sound of Zhu Xingyao coughing up blood from among the rubble. The candle dragon looked curiously at his palm and muttered in confusion, I didn't use too much force, did I? Did you, not use too much force? Shen Xiuyun asked each word bitingly, trembling with his grip on the frost trace sword, pointing its sharp tip at the candle dragon. Then tell this master, would he just fly out by himself? Well, it's not impossible, said the candle dragon nervously, whose calm demeanor disappeared under Shen Xiuyun's icy gaze, causing him to stutter unconsciously. Why did Shen Xiuyun suddenly change into someone completely different? It's just spitting blood, isn't it? Does it have to be so hostile? What kind of eyesight does Long Yuni have, choosing such an aggressive spouse? And if they married, there would undoubtedly be domestic unrest. Is it just spitting blood? Shen Xiuyun didn't lose his temper, instead, he chuckled. In extreme anger, he wielded his sword fiercely, attack after attack in swift succession, leaving the candle dragon almost unable to defend himself. The battle between the two was hard fought, sparks flying everywhere. Occasionally, stray energy and demonic aura almost pierced the boundary. Having just regained control of his body and having not fought for many years, the candle dragon found it increasingly difficult to defend against Shen Xiuyun's near-suicidal attacks. Before he could react, Shen Xiuyun had struck him with a palm, sending him flying far away. The candle dragon crashed through 3 reef mountains, and amidst the chaos, was left in a daze. Shen Xiuyun dragged his long sword along the ground as he stepped closer and hauled the candle dragon out from under the rubble, giving him another thorough beating. Will you not come out of his body? Shen Xiuyun grabbed the front of the candle dragon's robes and lifted him up. With half his face swollen from blows, the candle dragon stubbornly retorted, I will not come out. If you can kill me, Long Yuni will die as well. I forgot how stubborn you are. Shen Xiuyun lightly tapped the candle dragon's swollen face with the icy blade. Not coming out, huh? Fine then, let's play another game. As the candle dragon was dragged along upside down, he began twisting uneasily, Mr. Shen, what do you plan to do? Shen Xiuyun formed a silver-white glowing short sword in his palm and said indifferently, here's my offer, fulfill your wish. The candle dragon looked anxiously at the handle of the short sword, you're shaping a soul force blade. Though it won't harm Long Yuni directly, it will damage your own cultivation. Do you even want to ascend to immortality anymore? Shen Xiuyun laughed mockingly, looking at the candle dragon, who told you I wanted to ascend? I simply want to cripple you because you've harmed my disciple. The candle dragon quickly held back Shen Xiuyun's descending hand, just wait a moment. Doing this is not worth it. Don't waste your power for someone who deceived you. That young man's demonic aura is exceptionally pure and condensed, it's nothing like what he appears to be showing. He's tricking you. Although he wasn't entirely certain whether his perception was off, ever since meeting Zhu Xingyao, the candle dragon felt that there was something strange about the boy. When delivering that earlier palm strike, he truly didn't use such force. Unless Zhu Xingyao had been mentally distracted or made a mistake, Zhu Xingyao had deliberately lured him into an ambush. What a cruel kid, to take a blow meant for him head-on. Shen Xiuyun paused mid-action, why should I believe you? Seeing it worked somewhat, the candle dragon immediately pointed toward Zhu Xingyao who lay unconscious nearby, if you don't believe me, go explore his mind right now, you'll see. Thanks for reminding me, but that won't stop me from disabling you first. As he spoke, Shen Xiuyun flicked the small blade in his palm straight into the candle dragon's forehead. After resolving the threat of the candle dragon, Shen Xiuyun took a brief rest on the spot to recover some strength before heading over to Zhu Xingyao's side using his sword for support. Checking Zhu Xingyao's pulse, he indeed detected irregularities. Zhu Xingyao seemed different compared to the memories from the previous life. Shen Xiuyun had suspected this, but his last examination hadn't revealed anything unusual, and Zhu Xingyao was so sensitive in thought that he didn't dare press further, lest he hurt the youth's feelings. But might this have also presented an opportunity for Zhu Xingyao to deceive him? Shen Xiuyun hesitated for a while, then finally extended his hand, suspending it above Zhu Xingyao's forehead. What better way than to take a look? Just as Shen Xiuyun's fingertips were about to touch Zhu Xingyao's forehead, the unconscious youth suddenly opened his eyes and caught his wrist, pulling him down abruptly. Already low on spirit energy after his battle with the candle dragon, Shen Xiuyun had little strength left and was caught completely off guard. In no time, he landed atop Zhu Xingyao, hearing the boy's warm voice close to his ear. What does Master wish to do? Chapter 77, has the Master finally figured it out? What does he wish to do? Isn't this obvious? Of course, it's taking advantage of when the person is unconscious, diving deep into his inner consciousness to find out everything. However, Shen Xiuyun hadn't expected Zhu Xingyao to wake up suddenly, and to still possess enough strength to pull him down. If not for his quick reflexes, things could have been even more awkward. Master wants to enter my subconscious. Nonsense. Why make it so complicated? Whatever you wish to know, ask me directly. This voice, so close, so seductive. Shen Xiuyun felt his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily under the influence of this breathy tone. He tried to turn his head away, attempting to escape the current embarrassing situation. In this narrow and confined space, it seemed like there was nowhere to hide. Including those hidden thoughts. Yet Zhu Xingyao's grip on his hands was like iron hoops, utterly impossible to break free from. Shen Xiuyun snapped angrily, let go. Due to using that technique on the candle dragon, his spiritual power had nearly drained, and despite struggling for a moment, he couldn't budge even a little. How? He had assumed Zhu Xingyao was injured and unconscious due to coughing up blood. Who would have thought this guy was pretending? Even worse, now he was actually teasing him. Utter nonsense. Zhu Xingyao smiled and returned, and if I don't let go? Shen Xiuyun put on a stern face and intimidated, if you do not let go, master will seriously use spiritual power to break free, and if you get hurt, don't come crying to me afterward. He felt that there was something strange about the person in front of him after waking up. Oh. Is that so? But I remember it wasn't like this before. Zhu Xingyao chuckled teasingly. Shen Xiuyun seemed to recall something, his mind went blank, and his voice trembled, you. Why would Zhu Xingyao suddenly act so presumptuously? This was certainly not the behavior of the usually obedient and compliant Zhu Xingyao towards him. Moreover, such actions felt disturbingly familiar. It was just like... Shen Xiuyun almost dared not think further, but Zhu Xingyao's next words shattered all his self-deception. Master, it's been so long since we last met. I wonder, did you miss me? Zhu Xingyao leaned closer and whispered into his ear. Shen Xiuyun widened his stunned eyes and gripped the fabric on Zhu Xingyao's shoulders tightly. The tone from just now, this manner of speaking, was far too similar to Zhu Xingyao from the previous life when he turned dark. What was going on here? Did the candle dragon's reckless slap bring out Zhu Xingyao from the previous life? Had he darkened again? How could that be possible? Is this expression of astonishment from master due to pondering why? Zhu Xingyao briefly released Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun's heart jolted, how did you know? Was my reaction really that obvious? Zhu Xingyao gazed at Shen Xiuyun with a crazed look, his hand caressing his cheek tenderly. If he hadn't been severely injured and his consciousness fallen into deep sleep, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to emerge. I didn't expect to return together with master. That moment was truly dangerous. If master had truly entered my inner consciousness, seeing the surging demonic energy inside, there would have been no explanation. He can suppress his cultivation level, he can practice both divine and demonic arts, appearing flawless on the surface, but only the state of his inner consciousness couldn't be concealed. There won't be any normal disciple of the path who would have an inner consciousness as his does. At that instant, he also thought about using the image of the little white rabbit to deceive, but since master already started to suspect, without a clear conclusion, the suspicion wouldn't be eased. It might be better to admit everything himself. Shen Xiuyun slightly startled, then comprehended immediately, return together. You're him. Zhu Xingyao replied, yes, yet not completely, he doesn't know I'm here. Two souls. Isn't that like Long Yuni now? So this is split personality. Indeed, master is very sharp. Zhu Xingyao smiled faintly and sighed, from his memories, I saw that master treats him differently, which makes me quite irritated. Are you jealous of yourself? Shen Xiuyun snorted, thinking about the obedient one, what about him, how is he? Zhu Xingyao was immensely powerful in the previous life, yet in this life, he was still at the Jindan stage. Surely. Zhu Xingyao lifted Shen Xiuyun's chin, raising an eyebrow provocatively, what do you think? There isn't the cute and clingy little white rabbit that master desires right now, he should focus solely on me instead. Otherwise, I will get angry. And when I am angry, master knows what will happen. You. Shen Xiuyun's lips were sealed again, feeling something being transferred over. It was spiritual energy. Fine then, take advantage of the situation if you can. Shen Xiuyun switched from being passive to taking initiative, preparing to make Zhu Xingyao understand regret. Time seemed to pause until a slight intake of breath came from behind. Shen Xiuyun suddenly stiffened. Behind him was Zhu Xingyao, amused by the spectacle, mocked sarcastically, has master finally noticed? Chapter 78, Master, bewitched by me. Who he referred to was clear, it had to be Long Yuni, who woke up. Shen Xiuyun was just occupied with getting back at Zhu Xingyao, completely forgetting the unconscious person behind. Worse still, Long Yuni woke up too fast. Leaving absolutely no time to prepare. Just imagining how frantic he must have appeared earlier, playing around with Zhu Xingyao, made Shen Xiuyun feel utterly embarrassed, never wanting to show his face again. Shen Xiuyun buried his head, practically fuming under his hat, wishing he could just disappear right there. After an indeterminate amount of time, he heard Zhu Xingyao's low and pleasing voice. Master, the person has left. How much longer do you intend to stay propped on me? Only then did Shen Xiuyun lift his head, looking around, realizing Long Yuni truly had been disturbed and walked away. With a sigh of relief, Shen Xiuyun tightly twisted Zhu Xingyao's arm twice and gritted his teeth, saying, "Did you know this all along? Was it intentional?" "It was deliberate to let Long Yini see." A smile played on Zhu Xingyao's lips as he said fearlessly, "So what if I did? In both the previous life and this one, Master has never taken the initiative like this. How could I possibly interrupt you for someone irrelevant?" Shen Xiuyun. Merely drawing spiritual power, how could that be considered taking the initiative? Zhu Xingyao continued, "Besides, he will find out sooner or later that Master is so captivated by me, unable to control himself, wanting to be with me even in broad daylight." Anticipating that Zhu Xingyao would start spouting nonsense, Shen Xiuyun quickly covered his mouth and quietly scolded. "Shut up. Don't say another word." What kind of chaotic descriptions were these? He certainly hadn't done any of that. Was Zhu Xingyao's face made out of stone walls? Having his mouth covered, Zhu Xingyao didn't struggle, instead, he laughed even more mischievously. In Shen Xiuyun's palm, there was a sensation akin to being caressed by feathers, tingling unnervingly, which almost startled him into pulling his hand back immediately. But once he withdrew, Zhu Xingyao's mouth would definitely start talking nonsense again. It truly caused headaches. "Stop fooling around." Shen Xiuyun felt like he was burning up inside, finally losing patience. Zhu Xingyao gave an innocent look, blinking lightly, as if to say, "Wasn't I born to cause trouble?" Speechless for a moment, Shen Xiuyun couldn't come up with appropriate words to describe Zhu Xingyao's actions. He stood up and grabbed Zhu Xingyao's collar. "Are you satisfied?" Zhu Xingyao arched his tempting eyebrows without confirming or denying. "Is Master now annoyed because you want to take him as your disciple and therefore don't want him to misunderstand?" "I don't have such thoughts at all." Shen Xiuyun almost wanted to kneel down before Zhu Xingyao due to his powerful imagination. "Zhu Xingyao, then isn't it better if I helped you make him give up early? Master should thank me." "You." Shen Xiuyun was speechless with anger. The reasoning made sense, but he had never thought about using such direct and provocative methods to make someone retreat. "I really must thank you, you simply don't care about others' feelings, only whether you achieve your goals." Zhu Xingyao stated matter-of-factly, "Isn't that how it should be? Do people care about the feelings of ants being stepped on? No. Similarly, those self-proclaimed paragons of righteousness back then wouldn't care about the feelings of a powerless half-demon child being tortured and humiliated. Master asks me to consider others' feelings, but who considers my feelings?" Shen Xiuyun opened his lips several times, yet ultimately said nothing. After helping the Dragon Sovereign restore the barrier, Shen Xiuyun didn't meet Long Yuni until the day of the washing marrow ceremony. He seemed somewhat different. As if he had matured overnight. Shen Xiuyun guessed that what Long Yuni saw that day must have been quite impactful, hoping it wouldn't leave any psychological scars affecting the washing marrow ceremony. Before the ceremony began, there was a long prayer ritual, followed by adding ingredients to the washing pool, all presided over by the patriarchs and elders. So, there was still much time before it started. Long Yuni sat to Shen Xiuyun's left, their seats separated by just a few meters, which naturally allowed him to see Zhu Xingyao standing beside Shen Xiuyun. Previously concealed by magic, now however. Long Yuni gripped the cup by his side, taking several deep breaths before managing to calm down enough to speak levelly. The Divine Lord treats his spirit pet very well, always keeping it by his side. Upon hearing this, members of the Shintian sect exchanged strange looks. The elders and disciples had already experienced a wave of mental shock just a few days ago. The sect leader's efforts to guard against the night hadn't succeeded after all. Yes. Shen Xiuyun coughed slightly. Shen Xiuyun coughed slightly and thought to himself, he can't behave badly. The darkened, obsessive Zhu Xingyao is like a time bomb. If I don't humor him, he'll lose his temper in no time, and then the entire dragon tribe wouldn't be enough for him to destroy. Moreover, now that he's always with Zhu Xingyao, especially at night, it feels as though he has returned to the days when he first came through. He didn't know when Zhu Xingyao would resist. Chapter 79, Master, don't tempt me. What is Master thinking about? At the sound of Zhu Xingyao's soft inquiry by his ear, Shen Xiuyun snapped out of his unease. He gripped his sleeve tightly, maintaining a calm facade as he replied, nothing. Zhu Xingyao moved closer slightly, almost leaning on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder. Are you thinking about your disciple? The youth's eyes were filled with tenderness, and his lips carried a smile, warm like the wind, truly a handsome and unmatched gentleman. Such an enchanting appearance, who would have thought that this was the demon lord who could turn on people faster than turning a page and gouge out their eyeballs without hesitation. Shen Xiuyun raised his hand slightly to support Zhu Xingyao's waist due to the angle, so no one noticed these overly intimate little actions. They would just assume they were whispering to each other. What did you promise me? Zhu Xingyao pondered, in front of others, to play along with Master as the little waste of talent, not harming others easily. Behind closed doors, Master will sleep with me, let me, Shen Xiuyun pinched Zhu Xingyao hard on the waist, nervously glanced around, confirming that no one was looking in their direction before lowering his voice and scolding, who told you to repeat it? And don't add anything unnecessary. There were so many cultivators present, each with top-notch hearing skills. If anyone overheard, he might as well bash his head in and die. Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze dangerous. Master, don't tempt me. Realizing his mistake, Shen Xiuyun quickly retracted his hand as if electrocuted, upset yet not daring to provoke him. Having been too long without contact with this darkened version, he had forgotten that Lord Demon, even when hurt, wouldn't truly feel pain but rather get excited instead. Damn it. That bastard Long Six also didn't give a clear timeline about when this rascal would roll back into hibernation. He never wanted to see him again. When would his obedient and sweet apprentice return? He was waiting online and was very anxious. It's your dirty thoughts, what does it have to do with me? To stabilize you, I've already given up my decency and dignity. What more do you want? Zhu Xingyao lightly clicked his tongue, a slight smile curling on his lips as he laughed warmly. It's clearly Master who tempts me too much. Do you know what I think every day while lying beside you? I don't know. I really don't want to know. Inside Shen Xiuyun was screaming, covering his ears frantically shaking his head not wanting to hear. Zhu Xingyao lifted an eyebrow and spoke frankly, Master needs to know. I want Master. I want you exclusively for me. My desire for you has driven me to madness, do you understand? I understand nothing but your idiocy. Zhu Xingyao continued unfazed, these past few days, I haven't forced Master not because I've forgotten, but because I've been waiting for you to realize things yourself. I cherish you deeply, thus I bear the restraint for you. But surely, you should give me some sweetness once in a while, right? Shen Xiuyun frowned silently, clenching his fingers into fists. This was a hint for him. If he doesn't give something practical soon, Zhu Xingyao would run out of acting time and start causing trouble. Compared to the old brutal methods of Zhu Xingyao who only knew to charge ahead, the current Zhu Xingyao who understands threats and inducement is more headache-inducing. In the previous life, I really neglected his discipline too much, leading to such a darkened transformation. But in the previous life, working like a corporate drone, he indeed didn't have much time to manage Zhu Xingyao, nor did he realize the consequence of neglecting him resulting in betrayal. Master, please take some time to consider. Hopefully, by the time we return to Xiantian sect, you will have an answer for me. Zhu Xingyao calmly returned to his original position, appearing composed as if nothing flirtatious had just occurred. On the other side, Long Yuni quietly observed everything. Being at a distance, he couldn't hear clearly, but judging from Shen Xiuyun's heavy expression, it obviously wasn't any good news. He knew it, the truth was not that simple. How could the master willingly act toward Zhu Xingyao in that way? During the time he lost consciousness, definitely something else happened. Since that day he suspected there was something off with Zhu Xingyao. In the shared memory with the Candle Dragon, he had indeed sensed Zhu Xingyao's pure demonic energy. If the Candle Dragon guessed correctly by accident, had Zhu Xingyao already fallen into darkness? The timing doesn't match with the previous life. Could there be some other hidden truths? But that day he even pretended to be weak and got beaten up badly by the Candle Dragon. Cultivators who follow demonic paths, without walking the righteous path, gain cultivation very quickly. Zhu Xingyao's strength must surely be beyond his current gold core stage. So all along, he has been hiding his true power while deceiving Master. At this moment, a thought flashed through Long Yuni's mind, if Master finds out the truth. Chapter 80, Master, I am a wronged soul. What are you spaced out for? Hurry up. Long Yuni was struck heavily on the back of his head by none other than his father, jolting him back to reality. He looked around, Shen Xiuyun had already followed the elders. He hurriedly ran after them. By now, a pool as large as a small lake used for marrow cleansing had already been filled with the required spiritual liquid for tempering one's body. The whole pool emitted greenish hues, and merely standing at its edge made one feel the abundant spirit energy surging toward them. Clearly, only high-quality items were placed inside, and it took enough to fill an entire huge pool. 2 words, extravagant. Having such a wealthy father was truly amazing. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but marvel at this when suddenly, a shadow fell upon his face. Looking up, he found someone towering in front of him. It's actually Long Yuni. Is he alright? Looking at those fluctuating eyes shifting between gloominess and brightness, mixed with expressions changing between grief and despair as if having facial twitching syndrome. This made Shen Xiuyun start doubting Long Yuni's mental state right away. Recalling the thrashing he gave the guy a few days ago, allowing him to see such R-rated scenes. Shen Xiuyun felt slightly guilty. He might just retreat a little. Thinking this, he subtly stepped back half a step. However, this tiny action made Long Yuni look like he suffered an enormous wound, his complexion paling significantly. Master obviously despised him already. TCH, I can't stand your sulking manner. Words you don't dare say, actions you don't dare take, really disgracing our dragon tribe. The sorrowful and heavy atmosphere was instantly shattered by that familiar yet annoying voice inside his head. Being continuously hit these days and now criticized by the Candle Dragon, Long Yuni finally lost his composure. A hint of crimson flashed through his eyes as he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, responding mentally, you could choose not to speak. The Candle Dragon shot back more heatedly, do you think I want to talk to you? Then don't. Pathetic, if I have a choice, would I be bound to you? If it weren't for me back then. Oomph. Long Yuni didn't have the patience to listen to the candle dragon's tales of valor from the past, so he unilaterally muted and turned off the audio. Then, with a resolve akin to marching to certain death, he turned around and strode toward the marrow-cleansing pool. In just a short while, with a series of unpredictable moves, Shen Xiuyun could only watch blankly. Just now, it seemed like he had countless things to say, and then abruptly turned around and walked away like wind. Too bizarre. Is the kid really alright? He wondered if beating up the most gifted young master of the dragon tribe would cause him to be chased to the ends of the earth by the Holy Lord. On the other side, Long Yuni removed his outer robe and stepped into the marrow-cleansing pool. This medicinal liquid effect was truly remarkable, making contact instantly felt like being bone and soul torn apart. By the time his whole body was submerged, Long Yuni's face had long turned ashen white. Veins protruded on his forehead, sweat poured down his face, his Adam's apple kept moving, and black scales faintly appeared on his body. Clearly, he was struggling to maintain his human form. If one observed carefully, they might see a bit of red murky energy contained within the vast amounts of spirit energy flowing out. Shen Xiuyun's frown deepened as he changed hand seals and was forced to increase the spirit energy input. One important reason why the dragon tribe invited Shen Xiuyun this time. As a cultivator of the wood element specializing in earth, combined with unique techniques, his spirit energy could soothe and reduce pain, making Long Yuni's marrow cleansing process less painful, and on the other hand, the gentle spirit energy also helped ensure Long Yuni's success in the marrow cleansing process. Yet, this effect seemed not as good as expected. Worriedly thinking, Old Six, won't Long Yuni be able to endure this? Old Six replied, the book said he'll be fine. Still uneasy, Shen Xiuyun thought, that may be true, but the plot changes are so great now. A few days ago, I beat him up, and his injuries probably haven't fully healed. Moreover, the candle dragon is sealed inside him. Could it really not affect anything? Before he finished ranting, he was thrown off by a strong force, interrupting his spell casting. Immediately afterward, a dragon roar reverberated across the sky, hurting everyone's eardrums, and causing the entirety of the unwarranted sea to tremble. Massive waves surged in the marrow-cleansing pool, the spiritual liquid churning wildly, and the huge silhouette within it writhed and churned violently. The originator turned out to be Long Yuni transformed into his true dragon form. The situation seemed a bit out of control. If it weren't for the boundary set up in advance by an elder of the dragon clan, Long Yuni might have already burst out. But it was estimated that the boundary wouldn't hold for long. Long Yuni's ferocious appearance at this moment made the thin protective boundary seem especially fragile before him. Shen Xiuyun couldn't forget how Long Yuni violently shattered the boundary Zhu Xinyao had set up in the previous life. The image was too shocking to ever forget. It was like breaking a watermelon with one claw. In the blink of an eye, when no one reacted, the boundary emitted a crack, shattering into 4 pieces, and the massive black shadow twisted and shot out like an arrow released from a bow, incredibly fast, giving no one any chance to escape. The target was Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun. Chapter 81, Master, why not do a favor completely? Another ambush? With so many soft targets in the whole arena, he specifically chose Shen Xiuyun, who had the highest combat value. Come on, don't be too absurd. While Shen Xiuyun mentally criticized, with a thought, Frost Trace sword appeared in his palm. He was about to raise the sword when someone moved even faster than Long Yuni and darted in front of Shen Xiuyun. With a boom, the huge dragon claw landed, scattering crushed stones and swirling dirt. Shen Xiuyun's frail figure instantly disappeared under the dragon claw. All elders present from the dragon clan, including the Holy Lord, sucked in a sharp breath. The Holy Lord was the first to recover, scolding darkly at the stunned elders beside him. What are you gawking at? Quickly pull Yuni back. The elders snapped back after being shouted at, chuckling awkwardly since they were too engrossed watching the show and forgot to intervene. Who would blame them when the young master's reckless leap toward that immortal respected master startled their eyeballs out of sockets? Cough, it was still in public and clung to him relentlessly without letting go. My goodness, what's so surprising? The elders coughed continuously, their eyes flying around accident scenes like avid onlookers, but finally, they summoned their innate treasures lazily. However, before those treasures reached Long Yuni, they noticed that the dragon claw pressing against the ground was slowly lifting up as if being pushed from underneath. An elder keen-eyed remarked, it's the immortal master's spirit pet. Everyone focused carefully. Hey, indeed. Long Yuni's claw hovered over a silver sword. The sharp dragon claw gripped the slender sword tightly, making squeaking sounds, as if both the sword and its wielder would be pulverized into dust in the next second. Elders worried on behalf of Zhu Xinyao, thinking this uninformed spirit pet was truly commendably courageous, not fearing death. Didn't it retreat with everyone else to the outer circle just now? How did it get in here so quickly? Is that the point? The point is, our young master has lost control right now, his spiritual power is wildly rampaging. If this spirit pet gets accidentally squashed by our young master into pulp, the immortal master will never forgive us. Before the elder finished speaking, the spirit pet supposed to be squashed into pulp struck back, repelling their young master. Elders? Long Yuni, pushed back and hovering mid-air, let out an enraged roar. Zhu Xinyao sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with murderous intent, asking for death. After saying that, he advanced with his sword. Seeing the situation amiss, Shen Xiuyun instinctively tried to stop him but was forcefully pushed away by Zhu Xinyao using a streak of spiritual force, landing in a safer place far away. Ao Yao, do not. Zhu Xinyao acted as if he hadn't heard Shen Xiuyun's words, obstinately advancing forward. It was too late. Even if Shen Xiuyun wanted to intervene now, it was too late. Zhu Xinyao held his sword opposing Long Yunyi's dragon claw. The dragon's head almost touched his face. Up close, the turbid blood-red eyes spun full of ferocity and restlessness, looking simply terrifying. Regardless of which lifetime, you are always such a sore sight. Time and again seizing his teacher from right under his nose, are you assuming he's dead? Roar. This roar seemed to respond to Zhu Xinyao's provocation. A man and a dragon tangled in a fierce fight midair. Flashing blades and shadows constantly danced, while the clash between the dragon scales and the sword produced crisp ringing sounds non-stop. Don't underestimate Long Yunyi's enormous form, he didn't gain any advantage over Zhu Xinyao. They seemed to harbor unfathomable hatred towards each other, fighting brutally enough to grind the bones and scatter the ashes of their opponents. Shen Xiuyun was inwardly anxious, sweat gathering in his palms, fearing Zhu Xinyao might unintentionally stab Long Yunyi to death or that Long Yunyi might leave several East African rifts on Zhu Xinyao with one swipe of his claws. They were truly two reckless fools. Karmic enemies from the past life. Could they behave maturely and responsibly? Just look at the 5 apprentices of his senior fellow apprentice next door, how obedient they are. Shen Xiuyun, burning with urgency, had been constantly looking for an opportunity to separate the two. Finally, during a moment when they were exchanging spiritual forces, he dashed in and positioned himself between them. On the left, he was barehandedly gripping the sword of Zhu Xinyao with 100% accuracy. On the right, he was using Frost Trace to resist Long Yunyi's dragon claw. He turned into a living sandwich cookie. Fortunately, both apprentices reacted swiftly and pulled back their forces as soon as they noticed Shen Xiuyun stepping between them. However, due to the close distance, the impact was still quite significant, causing Shen Xiuyun's arms to go numb. Finally, it was over. Shen Xiuyun sighed inwardly with relief, activated his spiritual force with both palms, and forcefully delivered a shockwave that sent the two, who had become bloodshot-eyed due to the fight, tumbling apart. The elders of the dragon clan restrained Long Yunyi, who had been waiting nearby all along, while the Holy Lord chanted some incomprehensible ancient dragon clan incantations over him, finally managing to subdue his wildly restless son who had transformed into a chaotic great black dragon. After reverting to his human form, Long Yunyi directly passed out, his face pale and lifeless, covered in various wounds inflicted during the fight. The elders sighed one after another and carried him away to recuperate from his injuries. Meanwhile, Zhu Xinyao remained firmly tethered beside Shen Xiuyun, who tightly gripped his hand, preventing him from moving even an inch. Zhu Xinyao, now restrained, perhaps angered to the extreme, stood silently by Shen Xiuyun's side, breathing rapidly, his whole body tense. The hand held by Shen Xiuyun continued to tremble slightly under an implicit restraint and suppression. Immortal Master, truly sorry about what just happened. Did your spirit pet get injured? The Holy Lord stepped forward to inquire, glancing sideways at Zhu Xinyao who hung his head slightly, looking somewhat abnormal. Injured? Holy Lord, you're vastly underestimating him. No matter who got hurt, Zhu Xinyao would never be injured. Shen Xiuyun said, it's also my fault for not teaching him properly, allowing such reckless behavior. If this injured young Master Long, I should be the one apologizing. They exchanged pleasantries and mutual compliments for a while before the Holy Lord departed. When almost everyone had left, Shen Xiuyun released Zhu Xinyao, shoving him away with his elbow, preparing to scold him soundly, but instead, Zhu Xinyao closed his eyes and collapsed weakly into his arms. Shen Xiuyun. What the heck? Zhu Xinyao wasn't pretending, there seemed to be something seriously wrong with him. Shen Xiuyun led him back to the sleeping quarters and spent some time analyzing the situation with Lao Lu. They found that the spiritual force and demonic aura inside Zhu Xinyao's body were chaotically surging, making his body temperature extraordinarily high, akin to a red-hot boiler. This doesn't seem right. This cannot possibly happen to the strongest protagonist of the entire story, unless, are the two souls within him battling for control. Shen Xiuyun clenched his fist and struck his palm forcefully, drawing upon his extensive reading experience to infer a plausible reason. Lao Lu was speechless for a moment, then encouraged, why not check his mind see? Reasonable. Shen Xiuyun agreed, I've noticed you've gotten smarter. The system replied arrogantly, do you really think I need you to say that? Shen Xiuyun added, is it because you upgraded to some kind of intelligent version? System, go away. I've always been smart. Speaking of entering Zhu Xinyao's mind see, Shen Xiuyun remembered something unfinished from earlier. Zhu Xinyao's explanation back then was so perfectly tailored it eliminated any doubts. Reflecting on it afterward, it always felt like an attempt to cover up something significant, yet Shen Xiuyun couldn't pinpoint any errors or flaws. Fine, might as well use this opportunity to thoroughly investigate. Shen Xiuyun tried hard to recall the method of entering the mind sea, inevitably remembering a particular indescribable scene from the previous life, evoking a peculiar sensation that made his soul tremble, an unforgettable experience indeed. Cough, how did his thoughts drift to something strange all of a sudden? Shen Xiuyun slapped his heated face, pulling his thoughts back. Isn't forehead-to-forehead contact required, right? Since he'd never done anything like this, all he could do was mimic what Zhu Xingyao once did to him. Thus, he gently touched Zhu Xingyao's forehead and concentrated, but before he could delve deep, a piercing pain shot through his mind, causing him to lose focus. The next instant, he found himself inverted, pinned down with his hands pressed against the pillow, unable to move. What a damn awkward posture. Shen Xiuyan gritted his teeth in exasperation. What are you trying to do? Truly, he shouldn't have cared about this little brat at all. Zhu Xingyao lowered his head, his smile filled with undefined meaning. Master wishes to help your disciple, right? Then why not completely do a favor? Chapter 82, Disciple said you liked it. Shen Xiuyan cursed internally. What a shameless face. I wanted to test you. He adjusted his emotions slightly, suppressing his anger, grinding his teeth and growling, get off. What had just happened? He was playing with me, wasn't he? Zhu Xingyao flipped Shen Xiuyan's wrist over his head and leaned close, whispering by his ear, no. No. You dare to say no? Shen Xiuyan exploded at once. System, host, you need to stay rational. You can't beat him. If I cannot beat him, then so be it. At most, I'll just be *dead. Haven't I been *dead before? I'm tired of this awful life, not even a dog would live like this. Shen Xiuyan completely ignored the system's warnings in his mind, mobilizing the spiritual force inside him to burst through Zhu Xingyao's restraints all at once. It seemed too easy, but Shen Xiuyan didn't give it much thought. He lifted his hand and slapped toward Zhu Xingyao's annoying face. Zhu Xingyao slightly tilted his body, dodging cleverly, causing the wind to ruffle his hair near his eyes, making him squint slightly. A faint smile played on Zhu Xingyao's lips as he kindly reminded, Master, please be gentle. If we make too much noise, others might hear. It would be hard to explain our situation if that happens. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Shen Xiuyan's gaze sharpened, and he horizontally slashed his palm again, forcing Zhu Xingyao to bend backward to dodge, eliciting a crack from the nearby stone wall. Zhu Xingyao straightened up, seemingly realizing something late, clutching his chest heartbreakingly. How cruel of you, Master, trying to beat me like the candle dragon. Humph. Shen Xiuyan almost laughed in anger. I would love to hit you, but can I even reach you? I am your disciple as well as he is. Why do you favor him so much? You are you, and he is him. Naturally, I treat each differently. Zhu Xingyao enveloped Shen Xiuyan's punching fist in his palm, letting his fingertips graze his hand, teasing, so sad, you've never spoken so harshly to him before. Shen Xiuyan's pupils shrank, as though struck by lightning, and quickly withdrew his hand, wiping it furiously on his clothes. Sarcastically, he remarked, that's because you don't realize how many irreparable wrongdoings you've committed. Both fought physically on the bed. The quilt was bunched together and thrown into the corner, pillows flew off the bed, indicating an intense battle. But every time Shen Xiuyan thought he was going to hit Zhu Xingyao, he managed to narrowly escape, as if he was just playing with him. Always just missing, it infuriated Shen Xiuyan. Shen Xiuyan couldn't deny it, he was absolutely losing his cool. I don't deny what I did in the past, but back on the mountain, you were always with him, indulgent to the point of jealousy. That wasn't how you treated me back then. Is my way any of your business to criticize? It shouldn't be. But I think it's because you're deeply in love with me and can't help yourself. That's ridiculous, I only acted that way because, I feared you'd turn dark. Just as the words reached his lips, a sudden alarm warning from the system made Shen Xiuyan stop in time, breaking out in a cold sweat. Phew, barely avoided a slip of the tongue. What? Zhu Xingyao intensely stared at Shen Xiuyan's face, not missing any subtle change in expression, while deftly removing Shen Xiuyan's belt from his waist. The belt floated to the floor, and Shen Xiuyan's outer robe spread open like petals, smoothly slipping off his shoulders, revealing his white inner clothing. Zhu Xingyao's gaze deepened as he took a deep breath, his master truly was. Suddenly chilled, Shen Xiuyan realized he'd been tricked again. Clutching tightly onto his inner garment, he flared in anger, shouting, you. When he looked up, Zhu Xingyao's magnified face came directly towards him, and his forehead got heavily bumped. Before he lost consciousness lying down, his only thought was, little beast, you're cracking my skull. In Shen Xiuyan's sea of consciousness stretched a vast expanse of low hills, endless and lush, brimming with vitality and full of spiritual energy, fitting perfectly for someone with wooden essence roots. The surrounding scenery gradually cleared, Shen Xiuyan raised a hand to his forehead, still feeling a bit stinging pain there. Master. Zhu Xingyao extended a hand to support him but was harshly pushed away. Annoyed, Shen Xiuyan asked, since you've entered my mental realm, what exactly do you intend to do? Practicing spiritual cultivation with Master. Shen Xiuyan chuckled, a laugh tinged with mockery. He really wanted to pat Zhu Xingyao's face and ask him, child, where's your face? Huh? Why should I agree? Especially in my mental realm? Wouldn't it be quicker for you to resolve your soul problems within your own realm? Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyan's hand, pressing it against his cheek, gazing steadily at Shen Xiuyan. Because I like Master's mental realm, because Master can't refuse the sensation of mingling souls. Laugh. Die. Before Shen Xiuyan could finish speaking, his legs buckled, and his stiff body collapsed into Zhu Xingyao's arms. Zhu Xingyao naturally embraced him, lightly kissing his forehead, cheek, and corners of his lips before softly sighing, "You see, Master does like it, doesn't he?" Chapter 83, Master, whose scent is this on you? Shen Xiuyan wanted to curse Zhu Xingyao for being shameless, worse than an animal, but not a single syllable dared escape his lips. He only clenched Zhu Xingyao's shirt tightly until the fabric wrinkled. Gazing askance, Shen Xiuyan glared daggers at Zhu Xingyao as if attempting to bore several holes through him with his gaze. Zhu Xingyao held onto him, stroking his master's sharp features with the free hand while feigning ignorance. "Why does master look like he wants to devour me whole?" It was fatal. Zhu Xingyao couldn't stand being looked at that way by his master, not for a moment. In silence, Shen Xiuyan tilted his head back, his slender neck straining tautly. He resembled a fish stranded on the shore by the tide, gasping for oxygen before dying, helplessly opening and closing its mouth in search of a sliver of hope. But Zhu Xingyao wasn't hope. He was the damn ocean wave that had pushed Shen Xiuyan onto the beach. Bang! The door sealed for 3 days was forcefully thrown open from within, and out stumbled a disheveled white-clad beauty. Shen Xiuyan rested against the doorframe, leaning slightly to catch his breath but turned back angrily, giving a nasty glare to the sleeping figure inside. He truly believed spiritual cultivation was the most ridiculous and shameful setting in cultivation novels, especially those authored by flower market writers. Whoever came up with this crap? Beyond the spirit realm, one might barely struggle, but once trapped within the spirit sea and overwhelmed by another stronger soul, there was absolutely no room for resistance. The sensitivity of the soul exceeded bodily perception multiple times. It was something Shen Xiuyan, as a modern person, found impossible to put into words, just. After taking a brief respite, Shen Xiuyan ignored his wobbly legs and forced himself to leave this sinful place. He had to return to Xiantian's sect, immediately. Hopefully, the peach blossoms on the one-finger peak wouldn't bloom too hastily. Or else he really would wish to die. First, Shen Xiuyan informed the elder disciples of Xiantian's sect to prepare their things for departure, then went to bid farewell to the Dragon Clan's Supreme Lord. However, instead of meeting the Supreme Lord, he encountered Long Yuni, who had just awoken not long ago. Unaware why Long Yuni wasn't resting in the sleeping chamber properly, Shen Xiuyan saw him reviewing something while half covered in clothes. Shen Xiuyan knew well, if Zhu Xingyao found out they were speaking privately, the latter would go mad. Taking advantage of the situation where he hadn't been noticed, Shen Xiuyan pivoted on his right heel clockwise and prepared to slip away. But somehow, the person behind him seemed to sense his presence and raised their head just in time to spot him. Instantly, the youth's dim eyes brightened as though filled with scattered stars. With urgency, he rose to his feet, forgetting about his injuries, and even banged into the corner of the table in his haste, simply so he could call out to hold back that retreating figure. "Immortal Lord, cough, cough. Immortal Lord." Hearing the voice, Shen Xiuyan froze in his tracks. Without turning around, pretending not to hear, he quickened his pace, praying silently that this ancestor wouldn't shout again. But the other persisted relentlessly, almost stumbling over something in his eagerness. Shen Xiuyan heard a heavy thud as something fell over. Compelled to stop, Shen Xiuyan turned back only to see Long Yuni sprawled on the ground, struggling to crane his head upward, his eyes rimmed red. Sigh, why bother? Letting out a heavy sigh in his heart, Shen Xiuyan took a few steps back, lifting him up, and seated him on the nearby small couch, noticing the reddening palm with broken skin. He inquired. "Is there any issue? Shall I summon an elder to assist?" Shen Xiuyan still hoped to depart quickly. Long Yuni waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just a minor injury." Rare was the opportunity to have a private audience with his master, and he didn't want anyone interrupting them. "Long Yuni, did you come specially to see me?" Shen Xiuyan, this humble one. "Did not." Long Yuni, "If not, how would you know I'm here with my father?" Shen Xiuyan, "Actually. I'm looking for your dad." Pretentiously lowering his head slightly, Long Yuni's voice became ethereal. "I didn't expect you to personally visit me, but our dragon race isn't as delicate as certain others." Shen Xiuyan, "Never mind, be happy then." Seizing the opportunity, Long Yuni smoothly followed up, "Immortal Lord, there's actually something I've always wanted to discuss with you, but never got the chance. Your spiritual pet, he shouldn't be as obedient as he appears. He's devious, and on that day, even though I was controlled by Zhu Long, I still remembered clearly what I did. That strike wasn't very powerful, it was actually he himself." Shen Xiuyan raised an eyebrow. "You're trying to say, he threw himself into the coral rock?" Yes, that's exactly how it happened." Long Yuni was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to continue, but he quickly realized, "You know." Shen Xiuyan remained silent, neither denying nor acknowledging. However, this behavior, in Long Yuni's eyes, was a blatant sign of favoritism, leaving him feeling sour inside. Shen Xiuyan added fuel to the fire and directly said, "In fact, he is not my spiritual pet, but rather my unruly disciple who has been spoiled. Mischievous and disobedient, he heard some gossip from somewhere, worried that I would take you as a disciple on this journey, so he secretly stowed away on the flying boat just to keep an eye on us. His identity is somewhat special." I knew well your dragon clan's taboos, which is why I transformed him into a spirit pet. Oh, regarding his identity, Junior Lord, please keep it confidential for now. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Long Yuni didn't expect Shin Xiuyun to reveal everything so openly. Every word felt like the sharpest blade slicing through him completely, leaving his mind blank and lips dry to the point where he couldn't utter a single sound. What did the master mean earlier? Did it mean he wouldn't accept him as a disciple anymore? Shin Xiuyun noticed Long Yuni's almost blank expression with a touch of reluctance. He knew it was cruel to do this to someone brimming with aspirations for the future, but if he weren't harsh now, Long Yuni might one day endure unimaginable pain, like having his bones and scales ripped apart. If anyone had to remain endlessly entangled with Zhu Xinyao, then Shin Xiuyun alone was sufficient. This time, I originally planned to come and bid farewell to the Saint Lord. What? Long Yuni suddenly looked up, all initial joy vanished, his voice hoarse, why so fast? Why don't you stay longer? You helped me protect my cultivation, I haven't even properly thanked you yet. At least let me show you around the Wuwang Sea. Shin Xiuyun responded, it was no trouble at all, so there's no need for all this hassle. I haven't really been much help anyway. The head of our sect inquired about when I'd return the other day, so it's not appropriate to linger any longer. Moreover, the cultivation conference will be held soon, and affairs within the sect are busy. I need to go back to assist. Being reminded, Long Yuni's thoughts raced rapidly. The cultivation conference. Yes, the date was indeed approaching. He remembered that, in a previous life, the winner of the cultivation conference not only gained rich rewards but also, as an incentive, could obtain a promise from the highest cultivator of the Xiantian sect. Clenching his fists tightly, Long Yuni thought, as long as the request wasn't too unreasonable, there would still be a chance, right? Shin Xiuyun had no idea about Long Yuni's convoluted inner struggles. Left unguided, he had already managed to counsel himself through them. What Shin Xiuyun only knew was that he had wasted too much time chatting with Long Yuni. Now, how should he bluff his way past Zhu Xinyao if he wakes up when he gets back? Thus, during his return, Shin Xiuyun paid attention to everything happening around him, carefully monitoring his surroundings, but still ended up unprepared. As they passed through a reef forest, Shin Xiuyun was unexpectedly strangled from behind. Losing balance, he stumbled back a few steps before falling into someone familiar's arms. Master made it hard for me to find you. A dangerous voice nearly whispered in Shin Xiuyun's ear, hot breath making his neck tingle uncomfortably. If it weren't for the people from Xiantian sect still being here, I'd almost think Master decided to abandon me after being satiated. Embarrassed beyond measure by these words, Shin Xiuyun stomped forcefully on the person's foot with his heel. Zhu Xinyao felt nothing from the pain, instead hugging tighter, sniffing near Shin Xiuyun's hair, his initially warm smile turning ominously narrow. Master, whose scent is this on you? Chapter 84, Did Master secretly meet the junior disciple? Zhu Xinyao's words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Shin Xiuyun, chilling him to the bone. Even though his back currently rested against Zhu Xinyao's warm chest, his spine still froze with cold. He instinctively knew that if this question wasn't answered well, Zhu Xinyao could overturn the entire Wuwang Sea. Did Master secretly meet the junior disciple? Fuck. Shin Xiuyun cursed violently in his mind. Is his nose this sensitive? Is he a dog? A police dog would probably retire right in front of him. After a brief silence, Shin Xiuyun forced himself to calmly answer, no. Is that so? Has Master learned to deceive me now? Zhu Xinyao chuckled, burning with rage, his tone colder than before by multiples. Shin Xiuyun felt uneasy inside. Zhu Xinyao left Shin Xiuyun wondering just how much the latter had figured out. But since he hadn't been seen with his own eyes, Shin Xiuyun decided he would never admit it. If you've got the proof, bring it on, Zhu Xinyao. However, in the next second, Zhu Xinyao grabbed Shin Xiuyun's waist and pulled him face to face. Shin Xiuyun saw the stormy face, and despite doing nothing wrong, he couldn't help but sweat from nervousness as if he'd been caught red-handed. The disciple once said, if the master's body carried someone else's scent that can't be erased, I'd cut off the part. Zhu Xinyao raised a hand to pinch a strand of Shin Xiuyun's black hair, caressing it one by one, hair, clothes, left hand. When mentioning the left hand, Shin Xiuyun involuntarily clenched his fists, recalling how he had used it to support Long Yuni. He slightly retracted his hand backward but was swiftly caught by Zhu Xinyao. Master, isn't it too late now to try hiding? Zhu Xinyao stared directly into Shin Xiuyun's eyes, making him feel there was no escape. Tired of pretending, Shin Xiuyun threw in the towel and generously extended his hand. What do I have to hide? You're being paranoid about what exactly? It's merely when I bid farewell to the Saint Lord, Long Yuni happened to overhear our conversation. Whose scent is most intense on me now? Isn't it crystal clear to you? After saying these words, Shin Xiuyun felt his face burning. He had no choice but to transfer Zhu Xinyao's attention this way. Sure enough, Zhu Xinyao's expression softened, and he recalled a few days ago in the Sea of Consciousness, Shin Xiuyun bending backward unable to bear the sensation, his neck and slim waist looked so fragile, pitiful, yet alluring. Why did Master suddenly become so eager to return to the sect? Of course, Shen Xiuyun wouldn't tell him that it was because he feared the peach tree blooming and bearing fruit might be seen by others. He urgently returned to rearrange the barrier. Instead, he conjured up a noble-sounding excuse. Once matters are settled, naturally, it's time to go back to the sect. If he stayed long in Wuangxi, Zhu Xingyao might get upset enough to extract tendons, remove scales, bleed, and break bones from the dragon clan. Zhu Xingyao mentioned, "Isn't your uncle elder planning to let you take Long Yuni as a disciple back?" Shen Xiuyun retorted irritably, "Having only you is already more than satisfying, isn't it? One person was already intolerable, what about two?" This statement was supposed to sound like a devoted promise, but now it seemed more like Shen Xiuyun's involuntary venting after resignation. Zhu Xingyao thought, even though they may tear each other apart in the future, there would still be companionship, wouldn't there? But why was he still filled with envy and jealousy for that Long Yuni who got nothing? Master fears he'll hurt Long Yuni or the Dragon Clan, therefore completely cutting off their intended teacher-student relationship just to protect Long Yuni. "Can you let go now?" Shen Xiuyun's wrist started hurting. Zhu Xingyao probably daydreamed about something, gazing at him mournfully as if Shen Xiuyun caused him immense injustice, tightly holding him without loosening. In all fairness, who was truly more aggrieved here? "I won't let go. Seeing you gone when I woke up really frightened me. Master must compensate me." Not only did Zhu Xingyao not let go, but he held tighter. Shen Xiuyun's mouth twitched in amusement. How shameless. By the way, were you faking the faint that day? From the situation in the Spirit Sea that day, it didn't seem like Zhu Xingyao was pretending. They weren't newbies to spiritual cultivation. That day, as soon as Zhu Xinyao's soul touched him, an overwhelming heat swept over Shen Xiuyun like molten lava from a volcanic eruption, nearly melting him. It was never like this before. Is the master concerned about the disciple? Shen Xiuyun shot him a look indicating, "Do I look like I care about you?" Zhu Xingyao immediately interpreted this, scanning Shen Xiuyun from head to toe. Lowering his gaze toward Shen Xiuyun's slim waist, he replied meaningfully, "If master wants to know, that's possible, but it comes with conditions. For example, trying out those treasures collected in the Kunlun pouch, playing until having fun." If Shen Xiuyun knew right now the condition was experiencing the big box of treasures seized last time from Zhu Long, he would turn around and run. The next day, the group prepared early and boarded the flying boat under the St. Lord send-off, setting sail back to the Shantian sect. Although Shen Xiuyun had rested a whole night, he still felt his legs weak and lightheaded, as if floating. Thankfully, his cultivation hadn't waned, allowing him to digest the spirit force quickly. Otherwise, if he were his past self, the sickly beauty, having messed around in the Spirit Sea for so long, by now he'd surely be crawling. All thanks to Zhu Xingyao, the damn jerk. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but feel upset as he made his way back to the cabin from the deck, his steps becoming a little larger. His legs felt weak and almost lost balance, but fortunately, he steadied himself in time with spiritual power. Zhu Xingyao followed him into the room and firmly shut the door with a bang, cutting off all prying eyes. Once inside the room, a disciple hesitantly asked, "Did you find it strange that our esteemed immortal walked a bit strangely?" In an instant, all eyes were on this disciple. "I've been meaning to say this, he was the same yesterday," another added. A few days ago, they had tried to see Shen Xiuyun, but the door was closed tightly, and a powerful barrier prevented anyone from coming close, as if fearing any disturbance. Later, the revered immortal and his only disciple emerged from the room together. Could it be, while the doors were closed those few days? Ah, they seemed to have touched upon something shocking. If the sect leader knew, things might get out of control. So, for good measure, the sect leader shouldn't know yet, or he may not take it well. Thus, under everyone's kind-hearted concealment, Yun Sikong remained unaware of the truth. He only knew Zhu Xingyao had snuck down the mountain. Even without thinking, one could guess it was to chase after his junior master. The speed of the flying boat was 10 times faster than sword riding, and Zhu Xingyao could run his legs off non-stop without catching up. It worked perfectly for his plans, as his junior master clearly doted on this young man who had messed up and now appeared like a walking target. When they brought him back, even the junior master couldn't protect him anymore. But unexpectedly, when the junior master returned to the sect, Zhu Xingyao stood proudly by his side, with a challengingly defiant gaze. Yun Sikong. Chapter 85, What have you done to me, apprentice? Shen Xiuyun ignored everything going on behind him, naturally failing to notice the glances exchanged between the people there. He just thought that Yun Sikong's expression looked less than pleasant. Shen Xiuyun descended from the flying boat onto his sword, stopping before Yun Sikong, bowing his head slightly as he addressed, "Senior brother." Zhu Xingyao quickly followed suit, hands folded neatly, giving a proper bow to Yun Sikong with a respectful greeting, "Greetings, uncle." But his voice sounded carefree and unconcerned. This careless attitude angered Yun Sikong to the point where his eyes nearly shot flames. He wanted to strike the reckless brat but refrained because of his status as sect leader. His eyebrows twitched uncontrollably as a result. After a short pause, he angrily questioned, "How did Zhu Xingyao come back with you? Shouldn't he be practicing cultivation at the Yiji Peak? Did he sneak down the mountain without permission?" Shen Xiuyun had already prepared his words. "On that day, I impulsively decided to bring my apprentice to visit the Wuang Sea and gain experience. I forgot to inform senior brother about this, so it's entirely my fault. Yun Sikong gave Shen Xiuyun a look filled with disappointment. You truly are. However, Shen Xiuyun was eager to extricate himself and casually interjected, Senior brother, we've had a tough journey returning. It would be better to dismiss everyone to return to their respective peaks to rest. We can discuss other matters later on Yiji Peak, where I will explain everything in detail. With that, he grabbed Zhu Xingyao and flew away within moments, disappearing from sight. Before reaching Yiji Peak, Shen Xiuyun had already used his divine awareness to scan around. Apparently, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Zhu Xingyao naturally sensed the spreading force of Shen Xiuyun's consciousness but wondered why he was checking Yiji Peak. As they approached the boundary, looking from afar, clouds swirled around the mountain waste, and lush green covered the peak. Shen Xiuyun's tense body relaxed abruptly, his heart finally settling back in place. It seemed the god would not let the peach tree bloom. That meant. What is our master looking at? Zhu Xingyao suddenly leaned over to ask. Startled, Shen Xiuyun felt sweat forming in his palms and replied hastily, nothing, I just miss being here, since I haven't returned for so long. Earlier, he was completely focused on the peach tree, forgetting Zhu Xingyao standing right behind him. Oh, really? Zhu Xingyao's gaze slid along Shen Xiuyun's profile, landing thoughtfully on the dense green leaves. You can believe it or not. With that, Shen Xiuyun turned and left. He hurried to the pure pool atop the mountain to cleanse himself. After 3 days of mischief-making, earlier amidst everyone, had he not suppressed hard enough, the traces left by Zhu Xingyao on him would likely have leaked out. Since he would soon report to his senior brother, if not properly handled, it would be hard to ensure that his scent wouldn't be detected, which could lead to more chaos. Zhu Xingyao didn't pursue him. Instead, he reflected deeply on how Shen Xiuyun had tensed up completely when he hugged his waist on the sword. He had originally thought that his master rejected being touched by him, but after they landed and his master saw the trees and relaxed, he realized that the tension was not because of him. Is master nervous about these trees? What's the connection between the peach trees and master? Zhu Xingyao casually plucked a peach leaf to observe. But before it was off the tree for mere moments, it vanished under his fingertips. Then a faint wisp of spiritual energy drifted out, carrying a familiar essence. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly understood, this tree was actually. The pure pool lay atop One Finger Peak, where cold mountain snow chilled even the water, making it icy and bone-piercing. Shen Xiuyun shed his pristine outer robe, carelessly tossing it onto a reclining boulder by the pool. Clad only in his inner tunic, he held on to the edge of the pool and stepped into the freezing water. His fingers stiffened from the cold as he tried to form seals. He murmured incessantly to the system inside his mind, when will my obedient, cute, and sensible apprentice come back? That calamity is unbearable even for one day. The system replied helplessly, it's hard to say. Annoyed, Shen Xiuyun said, just tell me what you think. Find a way to make him stay asleep. The system replied, host, this is likely impossible. He'd have to agree to sleep voluntarily, which is clearly not going to happen. Or your sensible apprentice has to recover fully and reclaim control over his own body through his strength. That's right. How could he forget? Helping his disciple heal completely would work. Shen Xiuyun became excited and slapped the water surface forcefully, splashing cold water on his face. Despite trembling from the cold, he didn't get angry but smiled foolishly, Brother Six, hurry up and help me find some herbs to nourish the soul. No way am I unable to deal with you. He happily thought and formed the seal again while leaning against the pool wall, eventually slipping into meditation without noticing. Until a sudden chill at his waist woke him up, something cold having been pushed into his body. Shen Xiuyun shivered awake and stumbled forward, colliding with a warm chest. Without any restraint, the person embraced him closely, as if waiting for Shen Xiuyun to fall into their arms willingly. The firm arms held him tightly, hugging so close that loose black hair enveloped him like an affectionate web. Shen Xiuyun felt like prey trapped in a web, completely immobile, only able to helplessly wait to be devoured. Master has finally awakened, your disciple has waited long to wake you, Zhu Xingyao whispered warmly, his face close to Shen Xiuyun's cheek. You, give me. Shen Xiuyun's face turned red, biting his lower lip, his hands gripping Zhu Xingyao's arm tightly as his body remained stiff. After some thought, he rephrased, struggling to say aloud, what have you done to me? I wouldn't dare do anything to master. Zhu Xingyao's finger caressed Shen Xiuyun's smooth cheek as he explained, all right, I found this treasure in your Qingquan bag. From a few days ago, seized from the Zhulong, do you remember? Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath, almost unable to stand. He remembered, how could he not? Zhu Xingyao continued persuading slowly, since that treasure is just collecting dust in your Qingquan bag, why don't I put it to good use? Shen Xiuyun's mind went blank, what kind of use? Chapter 86, Master, Uncle is going to hear this. Before Zhu Xingyao sought out Shen Xiuyun, he hadn't intended to rush, but upon seeing him, he regretted not coming earlier. The quiet of the night in the forest stretched far. Moonlight like silver poured over Shen Xiuyun, surrounding him in soft light, making him glow serenely. The beauty wore only a white inner tunic, eyes closed and leaning against the edge of the pool, looking tranquil with gentle features. The soaked tunic clung tightly to Shen Xiuyuan's body, subtly outlining a resilient shape beneath. Even before approaching, Zhu Xingyao knew what splendid sights lay underneath. He couldn't take his eyes off the sight of his master's figure. There wasn't a moment when Zhu Xingyao wanted more than to let master try those treasures now. If in the pure pool and unanchored, it would surely be beautiful. So, with the thought, he used an interesting item, successfully waking his master unexpectedly. As the haze of shock in those eyes began to clear, a mist rose softly, tinting his pale skin with pink. His expression looked as though he might cry soon. Master must be exhausted from the journey back to the sect lately. Let me assist you in bathing, master. Zhu Xingyao gathered Shen Xiuyuan into his embrace, encircling the master's slim waist with both hands, and lightly resting his chin in Shen Xiuyuan's neck hollow. It was all master's fault for being too beautiful, making Zhu Xingyao always lose control. Shen Xiuyuan didn't know what to say, or rather, couldn't speak. His whole body was tensed, gripping Zhu Xingyao's arms tightly. This tension stemmed from fear of the unknown. Several times when he tried to form seals and hit him, either his spiritual power dissipated halfway, or Zhu Xingyao interfered by grabbing his hand at the last moment, causing him to fail repeatedly. Zhu Xingyao. The culprit then cupped water in his hands and poured it over Shen Xiuyuan's shoulders, tending to him as if nothing happened and asked, "Disciple is here. What does master wish to command?" "You're nothing but a little beast." After cursing, Shen Xiuyuan pulled on Zhu Xingyao's arm and bit down hard. He bit so fiercely that blood dripped onto the pool water from Zhu Xingyao's arm, while Shen Xiuyuan's tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Damn it, he couldn't stand it anymore. Shen Xiuyuan was completely bewildered. Counting carefully, Zhu Xingyao had bathed him several times. But none were as awkward as this one. He deeply realized now that those treasures he once kept were like digging a giant hole for himself, one he couldn't climb out of. With his hands propped against the edge of the pool and Zhu Xingyao supporting him closely, he could barely stay steady. Master wasn't curious about why I lost control of my consciousness that day not long ago. Drenched in sweat, Shen Xiuyuan gritted his teeth and said, "Right now. I don't want to know. If you weren't feeling well, you should have suffered until you died. How else could you make up for how you treat me now?" Zhu Xingyao gently stroked Shen Xiuyuan's black hair and calmly stated, "No, master needs to know." Shen Xiuyuan, "Fine, tell me then. That thing that isn't worthy of mention merely wanted to take over the body's control. The truth wasn't really like that, he only said it to stop the master from constantly trying to probe his spirit sea." As expected, Shen Xiuyuan became immediately alarmed. "What did you do to him?" "The winner becomes king, and the loser becomes a commoner." "What do you think, master?" Shen Xiuyuan's heart sank, sensing something wasn't right. "If master had treated me with the same single-minded dedication as you treat him back then." Zhu Xingyao paused thoughtfully, seemingly recalling something. "It's strange. Until now, master has never vanished from time to time, nor messed up memories and timelines like in the previous life." With every word out of Zhu Xingyao's mouth, Shen Xiuyuan grew increasingly tense, almost to the point of having his heart leap out of his chest. Why would Zhu Xingyao suddenly remember the difference in these matters? What exactly were you doing every time you left the disciple behind? That gentle whisper tickled Shen Xiuyuan's ear but sounded sinister, as though Zhu Xingyao might bite down if Shen Xiuyuan gave an unsatisfactory answer. Shen Xiuyuan felt completely numb. What was he doing? A humble worker was, of course, just working in overtime. But how could Zhu Xingyao ever know this? Not to mention whether the system would agree or not, if Zhu Xingyao knew that his soul came from another world, and there was even a possibility that it could disappear at any moment between lifetimes, wouldn't Zhu Xingyao go mad and lock him up? For the moment, Shen Xiuyuan couldn't find other ways to phrase his thoughts. How frustrating. Just as Shen Xiuyuan was burning with worry, a faint sound of footsteps approached from far away. With their high cultivation levels, Shen Xiuyuan and Zhu Xingyao were naturally sensitive to such things and detected from afar that the person coming was Yun Xicheng. "You, let go quickly." Shen Xiuyuan started struggling, his expression tight, eyes fixed on the forest situation. At this moment, he and Zhu Xingyao absolutely must not be discovered by his senior brother. "What are you afraid of, master?" Zhu Xingyao asked, laughing. In fact, the moment he heard the sound, he had already set up a barrier. But master was too anxious and hadn't yet regained his senses, thus not noticing. How could anyone else see master in this state except himself? "Your uncle is about to arrive, let go of me quickly." Shen Xiuyuan urged anxiously. He could no longer focus on how his body felt at this moment. "Don't panic, master. Bite your lip." Zhu Xingyao calmly said. "What? At a time like this, how could there be any room for fooling around?" Zhu Xingyao didn't offer an explanation, instead lifting the corner of his robe, his long fingers paused by Shen Xiuyuan's lips, and in a voice only they could hear, he said. "Master, please remain silent. Your elder brother might hear." Chapter 87, You wouldn't want everyone to know, right? Shen Xiuyuan was on high alert, not even realizing what Zhu Xingyao meant until suddenly his entire body collided with the pool wall. The cleansing pool water splashed violently, covering up Shen Xiuyuan's startled cry. "Junior brother?" Yun Sicheng, who had been searching for someone, heard the sound, turned back curiously, glanced at the cleansing pool, and approached but only saw rippling water and sandstones drenched with water, with no sign of anyone. He didn't know that Shen Xiuyun was right in front of him, separated only by an illusionary veil. Shen Xiuyun tightly covered his own mouth, not daring to make a single sound, motionless as he lay by the edge, feeling like a taut bowstring ready to snap any second. Just now when I ascended, I distinctly felt junior brother on the mountain peak. How could there be no one here? Yun Sicheng paused just half an inch from Shen Xiuyun, where Shen Xiuyun could clearly see the stitching on his shoes. He stared fixedly at the shoes, sweat flowing down into his eyes, making them sting and bringing tears to his eyes. Yet, he didn't dare blink once. Not until Yun Sicheng left without success did Shen Xiuyun finally relax, collapsing like a deflated balloon. Shen Xiuyun didn't know how long he'd maintained this state, he only knew that after the intense tension, his whole body went limp with fatigue and deep fear. Zhu Xingyao was utterly shameless. He actually, had the nerve to do it. You go away. Enraged to the point where his eyes were red, Shen Xiuyun, perhaps driven to desperation this time, turned around and slapped Zhu Xingyao far away, grabbing his clothes and hastily fled looking disheveled. On his way out, Shen Xiuyun stumbled for unknown reasons, nearly falling back into the cleansing pool. After some time, Zhu Xingyao, baffled, surfaced from the water, soaked through from head to toe, resembling a drowned chicken. He wiped his face, feeling a bit annoyed as he touched his chest which still slightly ached. Master really seemed angry this time. Zhu Xingyao understood that Master usually showed restraint towards his somewhat overstepped actions, mostly enduring them silently. This was the first time Master had reached the limit and truly became upset with him. But, things here are really different. Although he indeed had playful thoughts earlier. Wait a moment. Did Master leave in such a hurry that he forgot to retrieve those items? Shen Xiuyun dashed back to his room, leaning heavily against the door panel to recall the great deeds he'd just accomplished. Oh no. Hadn't he just slapped away that darkened and demonic version? Shen Xiuyun vividly remembered the first time he tried to escape, accidentally slapping Zhu Xingyao during a struggle, resulting in days of harsh punishment. Shen Xiuyun looked at his right hand regretfully, why hadn't he kept control of his hand back then? However, after 2 anxious days passed, Shen Xiuyun found that Zhu Xingyao hadn't immediately retaliated. Was Zhu Xingyao just watching him with that gaze? Shen Xiuyun flipped page after page of the book but couldn't focus on a single word, eventually throwing the book angrily onto the table. System, do you know why he didn't blow up on the spot? What is this? Wouldn't it be better to just get it over with cleanly? System, host, maybe he's thinking about how best to torture you. Shen Xiuyun. Old Six hit the nail right on the head, touching on Shen Xiuyun's greatest worry. He was driving himself crazy worrying, no, he had to take proactive measures to save himself. According to the elder overseeing the library, have you been checking materials on cultivating soul-nourishing herbs these few days? Shen Xiuyun paused mid-flip in the book, glancing at Yun Sicheng sitting beside him and softly replied with a hum. Yun Sicheng quickly asked anxiously, is your spirit awareness damaged? Not that, it's Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun swallowed back the word Yao before it reached his lips. When speaking about that little beast, there was no way he could address him affectionately. Upon learning the truth, the concern in Yun Sicheng's expression disappeared instantly. Junior brother, don't you think I don't already know? Zhu Xingyao privately left the mountain, should have been severely punished, but because you fabricated excuses for him, he escaped a fate. Shen Xiuyun sighed, thinking to himself, Brother Yun, to be precise, it was you who escaped trouble this time. Yun Sicheng earnestly said, Junior brother, it's not that your elder brother wants to meddle in others' affairs. The truth is, indulging one's disciples will lead to their doom. You know better than I how Xiao Yao was when you first took him in. He harbors deep resentment, and his personality is extreme and capricious. If he isn't strictly restrained, there will certainly be calamity in the future. Shen Xiuyun felt utterly powerless inside. Thank you, Brother Yun, he had already caused disaster. If he dared to run down the mountain secretly and got injured, then let him endure it as a lesson so he won't keep causing trouble everywhere. This trip to the Boundless Sea was supposed to allow you to take the young lord of the Dragon Clan as a disciple, but all was ruined by him. You can no longer indulge him. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Shen Xiuyun bowed slightly after standing up and continued, but everyone has different circumstances, your methods might not always work. I have my own understanding. There's also one thing, now that Zhu Xingyao's spirit awareness is damaged, living in the disciples' quarters would be inconvenient. Later, I will arrange for someone to return his belongings. Upon hearing this, Yun Sicheng instantly stood up in anger, pacing back and forth with exasperation at Shen Xiuyun, unsure what to scold him about. Looking at Shen Xiuyun, he probably thought that his junior brother had become beyond saving. Your influence from the curse is becoming more severe day by day. However, only Shen Xiuyun knew that he wanted Zhu Xingyao back because he feared the latter would start a conflict with other disciples. After all, this Zhu Xingyao was capable of slaughtering people indiscriminately like a true demon master. Their conversation ended on bad terms. Little did they know, everything had been seen through the water mirror that Zhu Xingyao had created. Zhu Xingyao angrily shattered the water mirror. Yun Xiqing never failed to stir things up against him at every opportunity. Fine, absolutely fine. If he couldn't find trouble himself, there were certainly those who could cause trouble for Yun Xiqing. Even though Yun Xiqing was irritated that day, afterward he still ordered Jin Qianxuan to pack Zhu Xingyao's things and send them over. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but find his senior brother oddly adorable sometimes. Master, I will escort elder brother Jin. Almost simultaneously, both Shen Xiuyun and Jin Qianxuan turned their gaze toward Zhu Xingyao, sharing an unspoken suspicion. There's something fishy about offering kindness without reason. It's either foul play or theft. Not. There was bound to be trouble. Jin Qianxuan just opened his mouth to decline when Zhu Xingyao interrupted. It's not troublesome. How could I not see elder brother Jin off, considering you took the time amidst your busy schedule to return my belongings? At the same time, a secret telepathic message entered Jin Qianxuan's mind. Wouldn't you prefer if your feelings for the master remain unknown to all? Chapter 88, Master must be fed. Speak plainly. What exactly do you want? By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, Jin Qianxuan finally grew tired of pretending and chose a secluded rock outcropping, stopping to glare coldly at Zhu Xingyao. At least we used to share a dormitory once. Senior brother Jin's constant guard makes me quite upset. Zhu Xingyao leaned casually against the rock, lightly patting his arm while displaying none of the sorrow claimed in his words. Jin Qianxuan snorted, ignoring his reply. Zhu Xingyao raised an eyebrow. Still, even if elder brother doesn't recall past friendship, shouldn't you be grateful that I kept your disrespectful thoughts about our granduncle confidential? Mentioning Yun Xiqing changed Jin Qianxuan's expression slightly. He evaded and denied, I don't know what you're talking about. If you summoned me here merely to exchange these nonsense words, I'll bid my farewells. With that, he turned to leave. Of course, Zhu Xingyao wouldn't allow anyone to walk away so easily, grabbing hold of Jin Qianxuan's shoulder. The action was gentle, but the grip was firm. Instinctively, Jin Qianxuan tried to grab the hand holding him and throw him off, but suddenly, his whole body stiffened as if made of clay, frozen in place. An ominous feeling surged within him as cold sweat trickled down the side of his face. When had Zhu Xingyao become so powerful? Jin Qianxuan, do you desire your master? The voice in his ear seemed distant yet near, clear then blurred. Dizziness overwhelmed him, yet against his will, he was led along. Desire, does he desire his master? He did. Yet, he dared not. Afraid his dark secrets would be known to his master, afraid to see the look of disappointment in his eyes, afraid of being expelled from the sect, afraid of losing even the title of student. Since you desire it, you must obtain it. Obtain, how to obtain? Try tearing it apart to see. Zhu Xingyao's voice seemed to carry a bewitching power that stirred up the emotions Jin Qianxuan had been suppressing all along. In his mind, images of Yun Xiqing involuntarily surfaced. Every single Yun Xiqing he had secretly etched deep in his heart appeared before him, practicing swordplay, reading books, meditating, lying on his side, and even, taking a bath. Rip. My goodness, elder brother, how could you tear master's clothes? Younger brother 3 exclaimed beside him. Clothes. Jin Qianxuan snapped out of it, lowering his head in shock to look at the white garment in his hand, only to find that it was indeed split from the collar down for about a foot. A perfectly good piece of clothing, torn apart, was now completely useless. Jin Qianxuan's face turned drastically pale as he tossed away the shredded fabric as if it were scorching hot. He had just been sorting through the clothes Yun Xiqing wore daily when he inexplicably lost focus. His mind repeatedly replayed Zhu Xingyao's words, tear it apart, see what happens. He couldn't help but imagine pressing Yun Xiqing down, grabbing the collar forcefully, and tearing it open. Startled by his own thoughts, why was he acting this way? Had he gone mad? Big brother, are you alright? Younger brother 3 approached worriedly. Ever since you came back from uncle's place, you've been distracted. What happened that day? Suddenly, Jin Qianxuan grabbed younger brother 3's shoulder, almost interrogating, repeat what you just said. Younger brother 3 was completely bewildered. I just asked if elder brother was okay. Not that, the next part. After pondering for a while, younger brother 3 said, ever since we came back from uncle. Yes, ever since they returned from Finger Peak, Jin Qianxuan started indulging in irrational fantasies, especially when he saw Yun Xiqing. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his mouth went dry with wild imaginings. Although he didn't quite recall what Zhu Xingyao talked about that day, his intuition told him it wasn't anything good. He had to find out. Hey, big brother, where are you going? What about master's torn clothes? Younger brother 3 was left perplexed in the original spot. I'll mend it when I get back. Jin Qianxuan casually threw the words far behind him. But master needs this after bathing tonight. Younger brother 3 shouted loudly toward the fast retreating figure, big brother. What was going on? Elder brother had always been composed and put master first, never seen rushing so desperately. Shen Xiuyun brewed a bowl of warm medicinal soup to nourish the soul but struggled with how to make Zhu Xingyao drink it obediently. He sat under the peach tree looking anxious for half an hour. Host, you did tamper with medicine once, now making the lead voluntarily take this seems unlikely. The 6th system pinpointed the crux precisely. Humph, thanks for reminding me. If this were a typical gratifying story, paired with a system for excitement, handling such minor issues would be straightforward. Unfortunately, it was more a tale of romance, leaving Shen Xiuyun powerless but furious. Shen Xiuyun rubbed his forehead, feeling defeated, weak, pitiful, and utterly helpless. He didn't notice Zhu Xingyao approaching. Zhu Xingyao glanced at the dark liquid on the table, still steaming hot, and asked, "What's this?" Without lifting his head, Shen Xiuyun subconsciously grumbled, "Medicinal soup for the disciple to nurture the soul." It took multiple tries to successfully brew one bowl. After pausing for a moment, realizing something amiss, Shen Xiuyun suddenly looked up, catching the other person's eyes exactly. That pair of strange purple irises carried a joyful smile, clearly reflecting Shen Xiuyun's stunned expression. They were so close their lips almost touched. When Shen Xiuyun realized, he hugged himself and backed away frantically like 3 meters in alarm. With a long stride, Zhu Xingyao smoothly took over Shen Xiuyun's seat, glanced at the master who retreated far away, then looked at the stone table with medicine. "Master, did you add anything else inside?" Of course, Zhu Xingyao could smell the medicine and there was no problem, it contained precious materials, showing thoughtfulness. But he just wanted to tease the master. Shen Xiuyun, hugging his arms, shifted his gaze restlessly but fixed upon hearing those words. Passing Zhu Xingyao, he indirectly reprimanded. "Do you think I'm like you, always mixing stuff into drinks for others? Drink or don't, anyway, not my wound." He kicked Zhu Xingyao's calf petulantly and stormed off angrily, appearing quite irritated because his kindness was taken for granted. Zhu Xingyao leaned forward, caught Shen Xiuyun's left hand, and pulled him towards himself. Losing balance, Shen Xiuyun stumbled and fell onto Zhu Xingyao, more specifically, onto his legs. Zhu Xingyao tightly held Shen Xiuyun's waist with one hand and picked up the bowl with the other. "I was just joking with master, don't be upset. I'll drink it, but..." "But what?" Shen Xiuyun hated Zhu Xingyao always leaving words hanging to tease him, he truly deserved a punch. "Master must feed me." "What? Didn't think you'd become handicapped so young, did you?" Zhu Xingyao gallantly drank a large gulp as if unaware of the bitterness of the medicine, making it seem like he was savoring some fine elixir instead. However, in the next moment, the plot took a sudden turn. Zhu Xingyao leaned forward without hesitation and captured Shen Xiuyun's warm lips. Chapter 89, All Your Fault. The bitter medicinal fluid instantly spread in Shen Xiuyun's lips, soon filling his entire mouth with bitterness. And even then, Zhu Xingyao didn't plan on letting him go easily. In their fierce entanglement, some uncontrollable drops of the medicine flowed from the corners of their mouths down along necks, and finally soaked into the collar of his pristine white robe, staining it with spots. Shen Xiuyun's face contorted, almost on the verge of tears. He feared bitterness and pain. The steel image in the original story that could bleed but never cry was something he had no part of at all. It was life-threatening. Shen Xiuyun tried to stop Zhu Xingyao by tapping his shoulder but to no avail. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Xiuyun pushed Zhu Xingyao away, struggling during which he accidentally coughed. Cough, 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 cough. He covered his chest, coughing violently, his face turning red, his eyes filled with mist, feeling very uncomfortable, with his eyelashes moist. Zhu Xingyao gently patted his back, trying to make him feel better, but Shen Xiuyun grew angrier and accused him. "It's, cough, all your fault, cough cough." Zhu Xingyao looked as if, "I'm more wrong than Do-yi," innocently replying, "How can this be blamed on me? It was because master struggled that." Shen Xiuyun angrily grabbed Zhu Xingyao's collar, showing an intention to lift him up and beat him. "You, cough cough cough, you." However, he struggled to say a complete sentence because of the coughing. "Alright, it's my fault," Zhu Xingyao carefully observed Shen Xiuyun's expression, considering, "I will not devour so hastily in the future to prevent choking master." Shen Xiuyun nearly fainted on the spot. "You. Can I even let you say this?" Shen Xiuyun slammed the door and returned to his room. Hearing the sound of the slamming door, Zhu Xingyao instinctively narrowed his eyes slightly, stopped being overly dramatic, and finished the medicine in one go. After placing the bowl on the stone table, his gaze seemed unintentionally to glance towards a tree not far to the right, then nonchalantly tidied up the bowl and went to find Shen Xiuyun. Behind the tree. Shen Xiuyun pressed his hand on his chest, his eyes reflecting shock. He almost wanted to gouge out his own eyes. If the world wasn't crazy, then he was. How could uncle sit on Zhu Xingyao's lap? Their intimate gestures were certainly not normal between master and disciple. What exactly? Shen Xiuyun dared not continue his thoughts. It must be that he misinterpreted it. Returning to the disciple's dormitory in a daze, he completely forgot about the purpose of his trip to Yiji Peak. Yet, those haunting images forced Shen Xiuyun to repeatedly guess. Was it his recent distracted mind causing him to misinterpret, or was there actually something going on between uncle and Zhu Xingyao? No, not possible. How could he maliciously speculate on the private affairs of elders behind their backs? But if true, would uncle really accept feelings of love from his disciple? Uncle cherished Zhu Xingyao especially when outside, inside, it could only mean more indulgence, thus leading to. If it were his master, would master feel the same way if he found an opportunity to express his love? Jin Qinshuan's heart beat faster and faster, almost as if it was going to jump out of his chest. He could feel the heat rising on his face, yet he couldn't control his wandering thoughts. After Zhu Xingyao's calculated stimulation, Jin Qinshuan's hidden desires peaked at this moment. Desire. By some strange impulse, he pulled out the notebook at the bottom of his key bag. It was the sensual novel Zhu Xingyao had forcibly given him. At that time, a fleeting sympathy made him keep the book instead of destroying it immediately, pressing it to some corner of the key bag. He had always remembered the spot where he placed it, yet never dared to retrieve it again, not until this very moment. Jin Qinshuan's breath was rapid, his palms skimming over the cover of the notebook, a mixture of tension and unease in his demeanor. He glanced around, noting that none of the younger disciples had returned yet. His index and middle fingers together, Jin silently chanted a few words before setting a restriction on the door. With trembling hands, he opened the sensual novel and stepped onto the path from which there would be no return. Zhu Xingyao watched Jin Qinshuan's movements through the water mirror, his lips curling with satisfaction as he casually dismissed the reflection, which dissipated along with it. He certainly wasn't interested in watching what Jin Qinshuan was doing. TSK, if one day, Master Jin's disciple, who he has always been proud of, rebelliously tied him up and dragged him onto the bed, how spectacular the scene must be. However, reflecting back, his master stubbornly refused to take things further with him, making him extremely troubled. That reaction could only be described as utterly rejecting. With his power, Zhu Xingyao could easily force the matter, but forcing could very likely replay the tragedy of their previous life. Zhu Xingyao looked upward at the lush peach tree above his head and sighed deeply. Because he understood the consequences of impulsive behavior, he didn't dare push his master too far. But unlike his master, who practiced the way of indifference, Zhu Xingyao was a normal human being. How could he endure this? Zhu Xingyao worried that continuing like this, sooner or later he wouldn't be able to hold back. If only his master could actively indulge inappropriate desires towards him once, he would certainly welcome every action eagerly. Active. Zhu Xingyao remembered, his master's key bag still contained some elixirs given by the Dan Peak master, whose efficacy he had personally tested. They were so potent they could make someone nosebleed from being replenished too much. The key was that his master seemed unaware of the true potency of these medicines, otherwise last time, he wouldn't have ingested such a large pill. If. Zhu Xingyao's eyes twinkled as he immediately began planning. Senior brother, are you inside? The third younger brother had knocked until his hand hurt, but the seal on the door remained undisturbed. Could senior brother have encountered some trouble? Considering the abnormal behavior of his senior brother recently, the third junior brother hastily summoned his sword. Just as he was about to muster spiritual power for a blow to break the seal, the door suddenly opened. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself just in time, otherwise, this strike would surely have injured Jin Qinshuan. Senior brother? Are you alright? The third junior brother scrutinized Jin Qinshuan, noticing a light sweat on his face, damp strands clinging to his temples, and slightly labored breathing, as though he had undergone some intense activity. Was he practicing swordplay behind closed doors? I'm fine, I dozed off for a while earlier. Why did you return so early? Jin Qinshuan steadied his nerves and responded. Senior brother, you must be confused after sleeping. Look at the sky, it's already quite late. The third junior brother pointed at the pitch-black night sky, looking bewildered. Jin Qinshuan glanced at the heavens, his expression shifting slightly. He hadn't realized time passed so quickly, Master Shen must have been waiting for a long while. Here, your master's robes. I found someone to help prepare them, ensuring no trace can be seen. Go quickly. Jin Qinshuan accepted the white robe, thanked the third brother, and hurried off. Unbeknownst to whether it was the darkness of the night or Jin Qinshuan's haste, he hadn't walked far when he abruptly bumped into a tree, then touched his forehead and continued forward as if nothing happened. The third junior brother stared dumbfounded. Following the winding mountain trail for about half an hour, Jin Qinshuan gradually heard the sound of rushing water. Master Yun Sitsai sat in meditation each day under the waterfall at the rear mountain of Wuxiang Peak, without fail, year after year. As he approached, Jin Qinshuan's steps slowed more and more. Through the curtain of water, the indistinct shadow of someone became visible. Under the cold moonlight, the figure appeared in mere undergarments, gracefully outlined. Jin Qinshuan's eyes widened as he stopped, visions of scenes from the novel involuntarily flashing in his mind. A cave, a waterfall, wet clothing. His breathing grew erratic, his gaze fervent as he fixed his attention on the shadow. Until a voice broke the almost suffocating tension. Qinshuan. Why don't you come closer? Chapter 90, Master, please stop speaking. Jin Qinshuan froze, as if a string inside his brain snapped with a resounding pop. His breath caught. The voice. He raised his eyes to look at the vague silhouette behind the water curtain, his heart pounding with tense excitement. He could clearly hear his heartbeat. His master's clear and icy voice carried natural authority and distance, making one feel unattainable, yet also causing an even greater desire to get close. It was exactly as described in the book. Jin Qinshuan. What had he been thinking just now? In an instant, a chilling, bone-deep coldness rushed straight to his soul, bringing him instantly back to reality. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Jin Qianxuan stole another glance at Yun Sikong, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat, yet uncontrollable associations continued to flood his mind. Before this, the faces in those storybooks were all blurred, and the narration seemed less impactful. But when it came to the real person, everything became vividly detailed. Jin Qianxuan nearly went insane. He rubbed his temples forcefully, feeling utterly confused and helpless. How dared he think of Master in such a way? At that moment, even he himself despised how vile he had become. Qianxuan. Yun Sikong noticed Jin Qianxuan still dazed there, his confusion deepening. Unable to help himself, he called out again. Master, I'm here. Jin Qianxuan snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding in a flustered manner. After stabilizing his nerves slightly, he quickly approached. As he passed through the waterfall, he almost collided with Yun Sikong but managed to stop just in time. Yet, they were standing too close to each other. Under the gentle glow of the night pearl embedded on the rock wall, every subtle expression on their faces could be seen clearly. In the narrow and dim rock cave, this proximity felt inappropriate and even a little ambiguous. However, Yun Sikong remained completely oblivious to Jin Qianxuan's inner turmoil. His eyes were crystal clear, free from any passion, only curiosity and inquiry lingered within. Realizing this, Jin Qianxuan retreated awkwardly by a step, his heart stabbing with pain. He knew all too well that he alone was lost in this web of love while his master knew nothing and would give no response. This sharp cognition filled Jin Qianxuan with overwhelming despair. They weren't Zhu Xingyao and Uncle Master, they couldn't possibly. Jin Qianxuan took a deep breath, bent down slightly, hiding his head and holding the clothes to obscure Yun Sitsong's view, covering up his unsorted emotions. What's wrong? Your breathing is so disordered. Yun Sikong didn't immediately take the clothes and questioned with doubt, sensing that something was amiss with Jin Qianxuan. The disciple was practicing swordplay and lost track of time, rushing here. Jin Qianxuan spoke hesitantly, contradicting his usual confident demeanor, which only revealed his restlessness and guilt. Whether as the head of the sect or as a teacher, Yun Sikong was usually rigid and strict, rarely considering others' feelings. But seeing how worried Jin Qianxuan was about such a trivial matter like being late for delivering the clothes, he began to reflect on whether he had been too harsh on his apprentice. Rarely did Jin Qianxuan make mistakes. In fact, he was exceptionally excellent already. Perhaps, he should be more lenient towards him. So, Yun Sikong softened his tone, if anything's inconvenient in the future, you can come later or ask another disciple to deliver the clothes. There's no need to rush. Master. Jin Qianxuan looked up at Yun Sikong, calling out dumbfoundedly. Did he hear wrong? Was Master actually comforting him? This never happened before. Jin Qianxuan's deadened heart flickered with hope again. However, when he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of the elegant hands reaching out to grab the clothes. His master's hands were pure and flawless, with slender fingers. They held a sword so naturally, it was truly beautiful, perfect for intimate moments. Jin Qianxuan choked, wanting to slap himself for thinking such thoughts. He was beyond saving. Every time he saw his master, he kept imagining sensual scenes. All thanks to Zhu Xingyao for giving him those storybooks. Absolutely detestable. Unable to bear it any longer, Jin Qianxuan turned away his gaze, unwilling to further defile Yun Sitsong's sacred hands. Yun Sikong. What's wrong? Is there anything unusual on my hands? Yun Sikong was utterly baffled. Why did things seem to be getting more perplexing? There's nothing. The disciple was splashed by the waterfall water and it hurt my eyes a bit. Jin Qianxuan tilted his head up, his eyes slightly red, striving to demonstrate the discomfort caused by the splash. Master, please stop talking. Have mercy on me. Jin Qianxuan lamented in silent agony. Unsuspecting, Yun Sikong said no more, placing the clothes on a nearby stone bench before beginning to unbutton his damp top. Jin Qianxuan's eyes grew wide, fixating on the narrow waist, as if glued to the sight. He knew that his master was just doing what he usually did, changing clothes without any other intentions. In the past, he had also helped his master dress. But the past was the past, and now is now. The current situation, with the act of undressing. Master Yun. Jin Qianxuan's eyes reddened, suppressing his breathing, using all his lifelong endurance to command himself not to step forward, not to overstep boundaries, and not to entertain inappropriate thoughts. Yet, it was all for naught. He wanted to rush forward and tightly embrace this person. He wanted to do something fierce like in the storybooks. He was mad with these desires. Every moment inside the cave became unbearably agonizing. Rationality clashed with madness in his mind, tearing him apart completely. In the very second before Jin Qianxuan's psychological defenses collapsed, he rushed out of the cave. Yun Sikong holding the clothes. Shen Xiuyan lay lifelessly on a stone table in the courtyard, his gaze wandering aimlessly without focus, resembling a soulless puppet. A system voice blared incessantly in his mind, urging him not to give up, suggesting that another dose of herbal medicine might bring back his wayward disciple. Haha, old Six also consoled him in such ways a week ago. But in the end, Zhu Xingyao gleefully came up with 6 different ways to toy with him, leaving him completely drained of energy. Damn that system. It would never fool him again. He was exhausted, whatever would be, will be. Who cared about this wretched task anyway? At most, the system would erase his soul. Since life was already miserable enough, why fear it becoming worse? But the system wouldn't let him slack off. It tried its best to persuade him, preaching incessantly in a manner akin to Tang Seng. Shen Xiuyun found the system's nagging too bothersome, like those leaders who always promised great things but delivered none. He simply blocked the system unilaterally. When he leaned up to bask in the sun from a different angle, he noticed Yun Sikong had arrived at some unknown point. Senior brother. Lately, people were getting into this habit of appearing out of nowhere. Didn't they know how startling it was? Yun Sikong sat quietly beside him, looking rather worn out, with faint dark circles under his eyes, seemingly having slept poorly. Shen Xiuyun knew that Yun Sikong had been busy recently, working with the elders to prepare for the upcoming assembly of heroes. Thinking of his own daily spats with his disciple on the mountain and realizing he hadn't been able to share his elder brother's burden, Shen Xiuyun felt somewhat remorseful. Tentatively, he asked, "Is senior brother troubled by the matters of the assembly?" "No," Yun Sikong responded gravely. Shen Xiuyun thought. Not. His senior brother actually said no. This was unprecedented. Besides the affairs of the sect, what could possibly distract his senior brother? It's Qinshuan. Yun Sikong didn't intend to beat around the bush. He had come today specifically to seek Shen Xiuyun's advice on how to interact better with his disciple. He has been acting strange recently, always avoiding me. I wonder if you've encountered such a situation during your teaching process? Yun Sikong humbly inquired. Shen Xiuyun reflected upon it. He understood this well. Previously, an author had compiled a set of secret manuals. One of them particularly focused on the psychology of apprentices, which he had studied in detail. Much of it proved accurate, especially regarding certain areas of speculation. Of course, the content wasn't solely about those. Though the book was currently in Zhu Xingyao's hands, Shen Xiuyun remembered the gist of it and didn't mind helping his senior brother solve the problem. Clearing his throat, Shen Xiuyun confidently declared, "Senior brother, please elaborate. I have experience with this matter." Chapter 91, Very Likely Falling in Love. Yun Sikong briefly recounted that day's events. After finishing, he looked down, rubbing his temples rather painfully as he stated. "I've noticed that Qinshuan seems preoccupied lately, unwilling to let me know. He has been intentionally keeping his distance from me." Initially sitting lazily, Shen Xiuyun propped his head on his hand while listening. After hearing the account, his expression grew serious, sensing that the matter was far from simple. Jin Qinshuan had always been a paragon of the ideal child category. How then had he ended up troubling his elders? "Brother, do you think it might be because I've been too strict with him on a regular basis?" After pondering for a moment, Shen Xiuyun shook his head but immediately nodded afterwards. Yun Sikong grew even more perplexed. "Brother. Senior brother," Shen Xiuyun spoke seriously with an unprecedented solemnity, "although I hesitate to say this, there's a high possibility that Qinshuan has fallen in love." Surprised, Yun Sikong exclaimed, "Falling in love?" Shen Xiuyun gestured casually as if dismissing the shock. "Just that, he's developed feelings for someone. It happens to all kids. At his age, it's normal. Once he meets someone he likes, it's easy for him to fall in deep emotion. When young people start to develop feelings, they often get a little moody and their personalities may change somewhat. Moreover, they are afraid that the strict elders will find out, as they fear being scolded for neglecting more important matters. Hence, they cover it up. But I've never." Yun Sikong suddenly paused. What was he about to say? Was it true that he had been so busy with the sex affairs that he never paid close attention to his disciple? So much so that even now, when his disciple already has a crush, he still knows nothing about it and has to rely on his junior brother for analysis. Yun Sikong suddenly felt an intense sense of failure. Truly, he hadn't been a competent master. Shen Xiuyun placed a hand on Yun Sitsong's shoulder in comfort. Qinshuan is more mature than most of his peers, good at concealing his emotions, making it difficult for others to notice them. He knows you have high expectations of him, so he doesn't dare to tell you, brother. You don't need to blame yourself because of this. Yun Sikong didn't reply, looking somber, as if deeply struck. As a master, the fact that Qinshuan had someone he liked but didn't dare to talk about it with him, and instead carefully hid it, meant how little trust Qinshuan must have in him. But besides feeling betrayed, there was a strange indescribable sensation, as if his heart was stuffed with a clump of cotton, heavy and stifling. After silently retreating into himself for a moment, Yun Sikong looked up at Shen Xiuyun humbly seeking advice. "Then what should I do now?" "You take some time to have an honest conversation with him, be sure not to force him, otherwise it would backfire." Given Jin Qinshuan's reserved nature, unless Yun Sikong initiates questioning, Jin Qinshuan would likely never confess such personal feelings to his master. Also, try not to keep a stern face all the time. Brother, if you were friendlier and approachable, the disciples might naturally be willing to share their inner thoughts with you. Yun Sikong nodded thoughtfully. When he left, he was still uncertain, and Shen Xiuyan wasn't confident if his elder brother had absorbed anything he'd said. Alas, without me holding it together, this household would fall apart sooner or later. Shen Xiuyan felt lighthearted as he drained a cup of cool tea. What did master and uncle discuss that brought such happiness? Zhu Xingyao suddenly appeared from behind, swiftly monopolizing Shen Xiuyan's view and half his seat. His hand naturally encircled Shen Xiuyan's waist, stroking gently. Shen Xiuyan didn't resist but merely glanced sideways at him. Zhu Xingyao had sweat that wasn't completely dried from his temples, and his complexion was slightly pale. Besides bullying him every night, Zhu Xingyao was frequently missing during the day, no one knowing what he was secretly doing. Perhaps the medicine finally showed some results. Shen Xiuyan usually wouldn't waste words on Zhu Xingyao, but feeling cheerful today, he decided to exchange a few sentences. But Zhu Xingyao started laughing midway through Shen Xiuyan's account. What's so funny? Shen Xiuyan's pleasant mood vanished significantly upon being interrupted. Nothing, nothing. Zhu Xingyao replied, still stifling laughter, clearly dismissive. Is it that amusing? Shen Xiuyan coldly questioned. Zhu Xingyao stroked Shen Xiuyan's black hair like pacifying a bristling cat. I'm just thinking that elder brother Chen Xiuyan will surely thank you greatly for what you've done today. Shen Xiuyan looked perplexedly at Zhu Xingyao, suspecting his words implied something deeper, certainly nothing positive. However, helping Chen Xiuyan find love, this shouldn't result in any serious adverse consequences, right? When Yun Sikong arrived at his disciples' quarters, he learned that Chen Xiuyan had hurriedly returned to his cave to seclude himself for meditation. The excuse was to prepare for the upcoming heroes' assembly, yet Yun Sikong could sense that Chen Xiuyan was deliberately avoiding him. Initially, he had planned to seize the opportunity and have a good communication, but unexpectedly, Chen Xiuyan refused to see him. Yun Sikong pinched his aching brow bridge. He had furrowed his eyebrows more times today than the total of his past combined. Even facing the fiercest demons, he had never felt so discombobulated. Despite his unsuccessful start, Yun Sikong still harbored a glimmer of hope as he headed to Chen Xiuyan's cave. He purposefully concealed his presence, fearing Chen Xiuyan might avoid seeing him again. Under the moonlight, the cave's protective barrier isolated inside and outside, complete silence enveloping everything except for the crickets chirping in the mountain. It seemed impossible to see anyone tonight. Just as Yun Sikong was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard faint sounds of something breaking inside the cave. That wasn't right. At Chen Xiuyan's current level of cultivation, there was absolutely no possibility of clumsily dropping something. Yun Sikong condensed his energy into a sword, its sharp blade slicing cleanly through the protective boundary surrounding the cave. Inside the cave, it was pitch dark with no lamps lit, so dark one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. This however didn't hinder Yun Sikong from locating someone. This cave was originally constructed by him for Chen Xiuyan, so he knew its dimensions and the placement of everything inside better than anyone. However, as Yun Sikong approached the meditation stone platform, a sudden fierce palm wind came from behind. He sidestepped to evade it, but the person behind seized the opportunity and pinned him down onto the stone. The person's grip was immensely strong, holding both of Yun Sikong's wrists tightly against either side of the stone platform. Their body was straddling his waist, leaving him unable to move an inch. For a moment, in this not-so-spacious cave, only their labored breathing could be heard. It was a position of complete vulnerability, a terrible situation indeed. Yun Sikong could have easily broken free, but he didn't. He sensed something was wrong with the person before him, whose spiritual energy was chaotic, indicating possible signs of losing control due to cultivation mishaps. This was no time to further provoke the individual, or they might really lose control. Chen Xiuyan. Yun Sikong softly called out, trying to bring back the reason to the person who seemed lost. But invoking that name acted like triggering some irrational mechanism. Chen Xiuyan couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly leaned down to claim the lips he had long yearned for. Chapter 92, Audacity. At the moment his lips were claimed, Yun Sikong stiffened, as if cast under a freezing spell. Never in his life did he imagine someone would dare show such disrespect toward him, much less another man. The light, warm sensation on his lips was unfamiliar yet oddly enticing, like the gentle brush of feathers that set off waves of pleasurable itchiness. With widened eyes, Yun Sikong stared blankly at the ceiling. He couldn't understand why he hadn't stopped Chen Xiuyan right away. His mind swirled in chaos, thoughts disordered, tangled up like threads in a knot. The only clear thought that repeated was, his disciple actually kissed him. The disciple who always maintained proper decorum kissed him when nearing a state of spiritual loss. Was this because Chen Xiuyan mistook him for the one he constantly pined for? At this moment, Yun Sikong couldn't discern whether his shock or anger outweighed the other. Regardless, the overwhelming indignation stemming from being mistaken soon overwhelmed his rationality, prompting a series of utterly irrational reactions next. Audacity. Yun Sikong used a slight amount of spiritual force to shake off the grasp from Chen Xiuyan. Chen Xiuyan was thrown hard by the wave of force, carelessly flung off the meditation platform. In the same instant, the candle lights embedded in the stone walls ignited, brightening the entire cave with glaring light. Kneeling on one knee and barely supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Chen Xiuyan attempted to think through what had just happened. Why did Master come to his cave? Or was he dreaming again unrealistically? Yun Sikong straightened his slightly wrinkled robes and walked 3 steps away from Jin Qinshuan before stopping. Jin Qinshuan, look carefully at who I am. This voice filled with heavy fury echoed in Jin Qinshuan's ears like thunder, instantly waking him from the daze. All that occurred moments ago vividly replayed in his mind. Jin Qinshuan's body trembled, he almost felt his end was near. What should he do? How should he handle this? Cold sweat trickled down Jin Qinshuan's pale face while the flickering candlelight elongated his shadow, making his figure appear more slender and frail. As he desperately sought ways to salvage the situation, Yun Sikong struck another blow. For years you've been diligently practicing without slack, and I believed you were a capable talent. Today, however, you've disappointed me greatly. Compared to the earlier shocking cry of audacity, Yun Sikong now seemed calmer in tone, yet paradoxically more chilling. He didn't understand why today his emotions were so uncontrollable. Maybe Jin Qinshuan's earlier disrespectful actions offended him, but truly what grated most on him was being mistaken for someone else. It was akin to a thorn piercing his heart, causing immense discomfort. After a stunned pause, Jin Qinshuan's complexion paled significantly. His voice carried unprecedented panic as he frantically bowed his head in repentance. Master, your disciple is wrong. Because my focus was distracted while cultivating, I unintentionally committed an act of disrespect against you. I shall never repeat this offense, I beg Master for one more chance. Over these many years, Master had never expressed such a heavy reproach like disappointed. He had always taken pride in his achievements. Jin Qinshuan dared not even fathom how furious his master was now. From now on, he truly dared not think of anything else. He would be a good disciple from now on, only asking that his master would not be angry with him and not distance himself. Upon hearing the words, distraction in cultivation, Yun Sitsong's eyebrows furrowed almost into a knot, he had never felt these 4 words so offensive before. After a long pause, he sighed and coldly said, before the commencement of the heroes' assembly, you'd best reflect upon your sins inside your cave. Master? Jin Qinshuan looked incredulously at Yun Sikong. Was the master actually making him meditate in confinement? Reflect deeply. What you should do, and what you shouldn't do. Once you're clear, come see me again. Yun Sikong turned around and walked away without looking back. Master. Master, cough, cough. Jin Qinshuan's heart flared up in urgency, and combined with the previous near disaster of spiritual disruption, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qinshuan. Yun Sikong had already reached the entrance to the cave but returned in an instant upon seeing Jin Qinshuan coughing up blood. Quickly, he steadied the unsteady figure, gripping Jin Qinshuan's wrist as he transmitted spiritual energy to stabilize the inner breath. Master. I'll change, please don't be angry with me. Jin Qinshuan clutched onto Yun Sitsong's collar and managed to speak brokenly before fainting and falling unconscious. Yun Sikong regulated Jin Qinshuan's breathing and laid him down gently on the stone platform. Staring at the pale face for a moment, he massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Even before coming here, his younger brother had warned him not to rush things. But now, he had completely ruined everything. He had really been too impulsive today. He should not have scolded Qinshuan so harshly. Yun Sikong didn't know why. He had cultivated for many years, his emotions and desires long subdued. Rarely did he lose control like he had today, nor did he ever obsess over something as he had done today. It was almost irrational. Perhaps because he had grown accustomed to all of Qinshuan's behaviors being under his control, and when Qinshuan seemed to slightly veer off course, it made him uneasy and restless. This mustn't continue. Yun Sikong warned himself. Both hands forming seals, he silently recited several spells, erasing the bizarre memories from last night from Jin Qinshuan's mind, as if by doing this, they could return to how things used to be between master and disciple. Whoever caught Qinshuan's affection, there were always other ways to find out. Tomorrow, he would ask the leader of the Dan Peak sect for a truth pill. Only knowing the root cause could he help Qinshuan resolve this matter of emotional troubles. The next morning, Jin Qinshuan woke up in Yun Sitsong's bedroom. Seeing that his master was still by his side, he was utterly confused. He had lied and claimed he was entering seclusion to avoid his master. How was he here now? Was he dreaming? Yun Sikong noticed his confusion and told him that last night, he had run into trouble during cultivation, almost suffering spiritual damage. Fortunately, his master arrived in time. But try as he might, Jin Qinshuan could not recall any detail about the incident last night when his spiritual balance was disrupted. Don't think about it. Take your medicine first. Thank you, master. Jin Qinshuan took the pill handed to him by Yun Sikong and swallowed it immediately without hesitation. His trust made Yun Sikong inexplicably feel pleasant. Yun Sikong calculated the onset time of the effects while thinking of how to broach the subject. A truth pill only worked when the person taking it was unaware, extracting honest responses naturally. If the person knew they'd ingested the pill and resisted consciously, the authenticity of the confession would greatly diminish. Qinshuan, is there anything troubling you recently? Jin Qinshuan froze. He wanted to say no, but inexplicably, yes, slipped out instead. If there's something you can't comprehend, tell me, your master. You should understand, harboring troubles in your chest will hinder your cultivation. Disciple. Jin Qinshuan felt that today was strange, as if his tongue was not his own. Disciple has lately been troubled by love. These final few words were practically squeezed out one by one. Yun Sikong thought inwardly that indeed, everything went exactly as his younger brother had guessed. However, how did his younger brother, who cultivated the path of emotionless, guess so accurately about feelings? Never mind, he decided he would ask later. Now, all he wanted was to find out who had disturbed his disciple's focus. Is there someone you admire? There is. Jin Qinshuan answered without hesitation, surprising even himself. Had he gone mad today? Which female cultivator? No, is. What? Not, female cultivator. Jin Qinshuan answered slower and slower, each word harder to pronounce. Beads of sweat even formed on his forehead. Under the covers, Jin Qinshuan's hands were tightly gripping the bedsheet. He had no doubt that with just a little more force, the bedsheet would tear right there. If not a female cultivator, could it possibly be a male cultivator? Yun Sikong was startled by his own guess. Indeed, he had never seen Qinshuan associate closely with any female cultivator. No wonder Qinshuan developed heart demons. Who is he? Yun Sitsong's tone unconsciously became serious. Jin Qinshuan stared fixedly at Yun Sikong, his lips trembling, trying repeatedly to suppress the urge to say anything. After a long while, he managed to utter almost inaudibly, Master. Chapter 93, Did I bite you? What did you say? Yun Sikong looked surprised at Jin Qinshuan. Why was he calling him when he should have answered who this person was? Master, please don't ask any more. It's impossible between me and him. He. Jin Qinshuan hastily added a sentence as if to mend something. His entire body trembled slightly, his breathing grew hurried, cold sweat gathered into beads on his forehead, streaming down and soaking his back completely. Yun Sikong realized at once. This must be the real reason for Qinshuan's recent disorientation and distraction. Does he know your feelings? Jin Qinshuan shook his head dejectedly, he probably doesn't know. I dare not tell him, nor has he ever expressed affection towards me. For some strange reason, Yun Sikong felt relief from this answer. Perhaps he feels nothing for you. Yun Sitsong's tone softened considerably, carrying a subtle suggestion. Jin Qinshuan. Have you considered that perhaps, he isn't suitable for you? Yun Sikong hesitated for a moment before adding further. Jin Qinshuan looked blankly at Yun Sitsong's calm face, listening to his indifferent tone as though talking about something unconnected to him. What did Master mean? Was he hinting at someone? Could it be that his inappropriate behavior recently aroused Master's suspicion? Did Master realize? In an instant, Jin Qinshuan felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cave, his whole body freezing stiff, blood congealing. So Master, out of years of master-disciple bond, didn't want to embarrass him too much, thus probing indirectly, and implying certain points. After a long pause, Jin Qinshuan regained his senses and with great difficulty forced out some words in a hoarse voice, then, what should I do? Forget him. Yun Sikong had been waiting for this question from Jin Qinshuan. Love cannot be forced. Let go of the past, look ahead calmly, and remember this is merely a minor trial on your long path of cultivation. Jin Qinshuan. Looking at Yun Sikong, his heart filled with despair, unable to even offer a word of defense. Since Master spoke to this extent, if Jin Qinshuan still did not know how to behave properly, it meant he lacked understanding. Apparently, all the previous warmth was just his illusion. I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Master. From now on, I will concentrate fully on my cultivation, said Jin Qinshuan raising a hand and bowing politely to Yun Sikong, reverting back to his previously respectful and restrained manner. Yun Sikong nodded approvingly. Only somehow, he couldn't help feeling whether it was his misjudgment. Why did Qinshuan seem sadder and lonelier after expressing his inner turmoil instead of being relieved? Could it be, he was wrong in his approach to console? That shouldn't be it. Well, later he'd better discuss this further with his younger brother. On the first finger peak, Zhu Xingyao watched the scene in the water mirror, utterly frustrated, itching to hit someone. He had never imagined that such passionate beginning would end up so pitifully. All his arrangements for Jin Qinshuan went to waste. You missed your chance. With a snap, Zhu Xingyao dissipated the water mirror irritably. Just looking at Jin Qinshuan made him angry. Had this situation involved him and his master, he wouldn't have waited. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his head, causing Zhu Xingyao to clutch it as purple demonic aura surged wildly in his eyes, nearly overflowing beyond control. He quickly knelt down, hands forming seals to suppress the demon energy within. Recently, the demonic aura had frequently spiraled out of control like this. This was a challenge he couldn't escape as a half-demon. He could never wield the demonic aura as naturally as a pure-blooded demon could. In fact, excessive internal demonic aura was harmful to him. He needed to dissolve excess demonic aura periodically to prevent losing control and injuring others in a frenzy. It seemed when things stabilized, he should find time to visit the primordial secret realm again and reforge the demon soul sword. Forging the sword was very time-consuming and exhausting, but with that sword, he could forever be the obedient disciple his master desired. Now, it was time for him to switch back to the naive and compliant Zhu Xinyao. It was an accidental discovery while observing master brewing medicine. Originally, those tonics for nourishing the soul were all intended for another version of himself. Since master had thought this way, how could he not help fulfill his thoughts? After regulating his breathing for a few cycles, Zhu Xinyao suppressed the chaotic demonic energy and cast a small spell to make himself faint in the room. Shen Xiuyun was anxious, uneasy, and apprehensively staring at the unconscious Zhu Xinyao on the bed. In his fervent anticipation, after 4 hours of sleep, Zhu Xinyao slowly opened his eyes. "Ao Yao." Shen Xiuyun tentatively called out. Zhu Xinyao first rotated his eyeballs to survey the surroundings, then looked at Shen Xiuyun with some confusion. "Master. Is this One Finger Peak? Weren't we in the Wuwang Sea? You have finally come back." Shen Xiuyun bent down, surprised and delighted, grabbing Zhu Xinyao and tightly hugging him along with the blanket. Zhu Xinyao buried his head in Shen Xiuyun's neck, enveloped by a familiar scent. On the snow-white slender neck, a faint mark caught his eye. It was left there by him the other day and hadn't fully faded yet. Zhu Xinyao enjoyed leaving little marks that belonged to him on his master because he felt it symbolized ownership of this person. He slightly parted his lips, about to take a bite at the air where the tooth mark was, but was suddenly squeezed hard on the back by Shen Xiuyun. Cough cough cough. Shen Xiuyun was lost in his own emotional world, not realizing he almost choked his beloved disciple. Zhu Xinyao sighed, leaning against Shen Xiuyun, deeply sensing the indescribable joy of his master at this moment, which came from the heart. The master had never been as happy seeing him before now, nor embraced him so tightly. Throughout all the intertwined days of their past and present lives, he had finally received this attention from his master who did not want to lose him. Even if this concern was stolen by him, it still made him linger. Zhu Xinyao suddenly felt a bit of soreness in his eyes, pressing lightly on Shen Xiuyun's chest with his hands. "Master, you're hugging too tight. I can't breathe." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun quickly loosened his grip. Tears gathered at the corners of Zhu Xinyao's eyes due to being squeezed too tightly. His expression showed, helpless, pitifully, making Shen Xiuyun's whole heart soften. Right, that's the feeling, this is his good big boy. Sorry, your master was too excited. You don't know how long you've slept, I was worried about you. Shen Xiuyun lovingly stroked Zhu Xinyao's head. Zhu Xinyao enjoyed being caressed casually. "Master, when did I come back? I have no memory at all." Since he was putting on a performance, he had to play it thoroughly. "Do you remember when you were taken by the Zhulong?" Shen Xiuyun gave a rough account of the recent events, naturally omitting the unmentionable parts concerning someone else. Seeing that Zhu Xinyao had no memory of what happened during this period, he didn't even mention that beast. Zhu Xinyao was unhappy that his master mentioned nothing about this, annoyed that his master treated others differently. On the surface, he pretended to listen vaguely, with expressions showing only perplexity and confusion over the lost memories. After seriously pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "But master." Shen Xiuyun moved closer, bending down to listen carefully. "I have a question. These marks on your neck." Zhu Xinyao gently covered Shen Xiuyun's neck with his index finger, hesitating uncertainly asking, "Did I bite you?" Chapter 94, The medicinal effect seems overly strong. Shen Xiuyun was speechless, covering his neck with his hand, looking somewhat awkward, and breaking into a sweat as he explained, This is. Zhu Xinyao earnestly stared at Shen Xiuyun, his sincere eyes devoid of any impurity, patiently waiting for further explanation. "The mountain has many mosquitoes, unfortunately bitten." Shen Xiuyun thought fast and solemnly explained, adjusting Zhu Xinyao's blanket kindly, concerned, "You've just woken up, don't dwell on other things." Zhu Xinyao. "But I seem to remember." Shen Xiuyun firmly held Zhu Xinyao's hand, "It must be your confused memories after sleeping for such a long time. But, this doesn't look. I think you still don't look too well. Let me find the Peak Master of Four Fingers Peak to write another prescription for you." Shen Xiuyun didn't give Zhu Xinyao another chance to speak, turning to flee swiftly, like a gust of wind. Stopping at Four Fingers Peak after rushing there like the wind. The Master of Four Fingers Peak was quite surprised by Shen Xiuyun's sudden visit. "Is this visit, once again, for your beloved disciple?" His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shen Xiuyun, like viewing a generous benefactor ready to spend without hesitation. "Oh no, that's not quite right, it should be a model master concerned about his disciple. In half a year, the cluster of heroes gathering in the cultivation world will take place. At which time prestigious sects from the cultivation world will send their disciples to Xiantian's sect for exchanges and sparring, a good opportunity to recommend cultivation pills. Moreover, the immortal honored one is never stingy when buying pills for his disciple, always throwing out large sums of money very generously." Shen Xiuyun gave the Four Fingers Peak Master a "you understand me" look, and the two warmly discussed the disciple's rearing plan. An hour later, the Four Fingers Peak Master left happily after personally seeing off Shen Xiuyun. Before leaving, he casually asked, "Did the pills I gave you last time solve your friend's trouble?" Better not to mention it, but once Shen Xiuyun recalled Zhu Xinyao's nosebleed back then, he immediately replied with a serious tone, the medicinal effect seems overly strong. Cough. The Four Fingers Peak Master was shocked as he looked at Shinshilyan, more surprised by the fact, the immortal honored one actually used them. Shinshilyan leaned closer and lowered his voice, are there any milder ones? It just seemed too aggressive when blood appeared. The Four Fingers Peak Master chuckled nervously, scratching his head with difficulty, immortal honored one, this medicine is inherently such, it can't be made mild. Reckless might be an apt description. Alright, I understand. Shinshilyan didn't dwell on it much. After all, it was just a nosebleed, during necessary times, one could simply find a secluded spot to consume it. Zhu Xingyao's recuperation days passed quickly, allowing Shinshilyan a rare 6 months of comfortable living. In contrast, senior brother Yun Siqing had a tough time. With the cluster of heroes gathering approaching, Yun Siqing had to juggle sect affairs while simultaneously worrying over how to handle his relationship with his first disciple. Shinshilyan couldn't help even if he wanted to, even though he relived this life, he still had no idea who Jin Qinshuan was attracted to. Master, will you attend the cluster of heroes gathering 3 days from now? Hearing this, Shinshilyan moved away the book in front of him, and a handsome face carrying a light sweat entered his view. Zhu Xingyao had just finished practicing the sword, breaking out in a sweat. His face was redder than usual, looking somewhat disheveled but strangely captivating enough to draw Shinshilyan's gaze. Time had not tempered the young man but had instead led him down the path of being a calamity and charming people out of their wits. If there's no unexpected event, I should be attending. Shinshilyan quietly placed the book in front of him to block Zhu Xingyao's face. He didn't dare to make eye contact with Zhu Xingyao for more than 3 seconds. He feared becoming addicted like a cat obsessed with play and losing control. Even worse, Zhu Xingyao never refused and even offered himself willingly. Truly, how could someone behave like that? Wasn't this making him commit mistakes? Can you not go? Zhu Xingyao grabbed Shinshilyan's book with both hands, slightly dissatisfied as he pushed it aside. Don't you want me to attend? Shinshilyan sat upright and placed the book on the nearby table. Zhu Xingyao nodded vigorously. Why? Shinshilyan was confused. Ordinarily speaking, during such grand events, disciples would hope their masters were present. This way, it showed that their masters valued them. Given Zhu Xingyao's fragile and sensitive mindset, if Shinshilyan did not go, Zhu Xingyao might instantly brainstorm several hundred scenarios where he feels abandoned, wouldn't he? Zhu Xingyao's gaze flickered uneasily, hesitating before finally managing to mutter, because I'm afraid to embarrass you. Afraid that he would not have room to maneuver properly. Long Yini harbored ill intentions towards him, and this person would surely come again this time. Their accounts weren't settled yet. If the master was present, Zhu Xingyao certainly would not be able to hit back hard. Shinshilyan chuckled and lightly tapped Zhu Xingyao's head, why do so many strange thoughts enter your mind? Winning or losing are normal. As long as you try your best, how could you possibly embarrass your teacher? Besides, our IO learns the sword technique so fast and well, never inferior to others. On the platform, isn't it time for you to show your mettle? Does the master really think so? Zhu Xingyao was elated beyond measure upon hearing Shinshilyan's praise, feeling ecstatic. Of course, Shinshilyan helplessly smiled, you're soaked in sweat, quickly go wash up behind the mountain. Be careful not to catch a cold. Zhu Xingyao cheerfully sheathed his sword and went to bathe on the rear mountain. Shinshilyan watched his disciple leave, the smile in his eyes unrelenting as he propped up his cheek and chuckled absently. He thought, this kind of tranquil and warm day of raising a disciple wasn't bad at all. But, what I'm about to say might be inauspicious, yet host, haven't you forgotten an important plot during the heroes' gathering? The system suddenly interjected. What? Shinshilyan had been living such a blissful life lately with an obedient disciple that he almost forgot about the plot elements, thus failing to realize the gravity of the situation. It's the drunken confession. The system exclaimed loudly. The male protagonist becomes disheartened at the heroes' gathering as Long Yini takes the first place. The entire Xiantian sect is spreading rumors that you are about to take another closing disciple, causing the male lead finally unable to suppress his tumultuous love and anxiety. So, on a moonless windy night, he gets drunk to muster courage and confesses to his revered master only to be rejected. Bang! Shinshilyan was startled awake by this revelation, and smashed the stone table beside him with a punch. Chapter 95, Dueling Acting Skills. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shinshilyan categorically denied it. He could not accept any part of it. Zhu Xingyao now clearly appeared just like an obedient little apprentice, maybe a bit sensitive and rebellious, but certainly harmless overall. How could something as ridiculous as a drunken confession leading to villainous transformation from the previous life happen again? Moreover, this time he had devoted 10 times more effort into cultivating Zhu Xingyao than before. Could the plot truly twist so dramatically against him? Oh, host, why haven't you grasped the crux yet? The system deeply experienced what it meant when the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is frantic. The critical issue here is that the male second antagonist has meddled in. Even if the protagonist's relationship with you is purely teacher-disciple right now, considering his sensitivity and possessiveness, it is absolutely unacceptable for you to admit another disciple, don't you see? Naturally, Shen Xiuyun understood the implications. Originally, I had no plans to accept another disciple either. Last time at Wuwangxi, I already made it clear to Long Yuni, he might not even come this time. After all, he had been hit pretty hard last time. The system sighed helplessly, probably not as expected. Shen Xiuyun. The system solemnly said, Long Yuni is already here. Not possible, why would? I can't comprehend. Shen Xiuyun now felt exactly like a person suffering unbearable headaches, thinking about smashing something. Perhaps it's because during the fight at Wuwangxi with the protagonist earlier, it sparked a strong competitive spirit within him. In any case, Long Yuni participating in the heroes gathering means there's no way to avoid the original plot twists. The system also felt helpless. In the original storyline, when Long Yuni came to Shantian's sect for the first time, his extreme admiration towards Master along with his wish to become a disciple were seen vividly by Zhu Xingyao, leaving him sleepless and restless. After Long Yuni won first place in the heroes gathering contest, nearly everyone believed that someone as powerful as Immortal Revered should have a highly talented and renowned disciple like him, rather than someone mixed-blooded like Zhu Xingyao who would tarnish the prestigious title. Especially after Zhu Xingyao lost. The fragile, sensitive heart of the young boy could hardly withstand further shocks. He watched Yun Xiqing approach the master for a discussion, even without hearing their conversation firsthand, guessing its content wasn't difficult. This became the final straw that broke Zhu Xingyao. I have a question, why does Io, despite having the main character aura, still lose to Long Yuni during the heroes gathering? Though during the last lifetime's heroes gathering period, Shen Xiuyun had missed out on some key parts due to overworking, according to Yun Xiqing, Zhu Xingyao seemed to have lost unusually fast. That made absolutely no sense. Shen Xiuyun suspected the author was forcibly advancing the Dark Turn plotline. Good question. The system initially approved, then switched tone, I don't know either. Shen Xiuyun couldn't help but get angry, then what do you know? You're illiterate. Being insulted, the system couldn't argue back and tried to save face saying, host, do you think we're dealing with a proper book? Shen Xiuyun, so what? Is this your excuse for ignorance? The system explained, as a best-selling flower market romance, our script will focus solely on indescribable details between the master and apprentice. All transitions are briefly passed over by the author or else readers will drift away in masses. Shen Xiuyun. Truly, if one could rely on traders, pigs might actually climb trees. On the day of the heroes gathering, Shen Xiuyun deeply felt the anxious tension akin to parents sending their children into exams, fearing that improper reminders could make the child fail. Master, we need to go, otherwise, we'll miss the hour. Zhu Xingyao pointed to the sundial in the courtyard, it was almost morning's third watch. Cough, let's go then. Shen Xiuyun stopped rambling and brushed off his sleeves, concealing his right hand behind, and took big strides ahead. The heroes gathering is a grand event in the cultivation world held every 5 years. Its purpose is to promote camaraderie among sects through friendly competitive exchanges, laying the groundwork for future cooperation against the demon races and other such reasons. In reality, everyone vies openly or secretly for first place. But hardly any sect has ever outdone the Shantian sect. Such grand events are too costly for regular sects to host, almost always, they're rotated among the top few major sections. This time, it was Shantian sect's turn. When Shen Xiuyun arrived, the training arena was already bustling with people. Disciples were already waiting in their respective competition zones, listening to the elders explain the rules while waiting for the results of the first round draw. Sword cultivators would fight sword cultivators, pill practitioners against pill practitioners, and so on, with different rewards accordingly. Matches would end when one party was knocked off the stage or admitted defeat. Yun Xiqing had arranged Shen Xiuyun's viewing platform in a higher and further back position. It wasn't only quieter here, but from here, you could overlook the whole area, what an incredible deal. His fellow disciple really knew how to treat him. As soon as he sat down, his eyes locked onto the sword cultivator waiting area, where he immediately spotted Zhu Xingyao, likely because he'd arrived late, at the very back. But then, looking closer, Shen Xiuyun noticed Long Yuni standing next to Zhu Xingyao. Good heavens! What kind of dramatic plot twist was this? Shen Xiuyun leaned on the railing, nearly suffering cardiac arrest, his mind instantly flooded with scenarios of Zhu Xingyao being emotionally triggered and turning dark. Anxiously, he focused to eavesdrop on what they were saying. The two who were initially engaged in verbal sparring stopped all at once, sensing a hidden yet familiar spiritual awareness land on them. Last time we parted hastily. I never got a chance to thank your dragon race for their warm hospitality. Zhu Xingyao crossed his arms, hugging his sword in front of him, starting the conversation. Long Yuni bowed courteously toward Zhu Xingyao, Brother Zhu, no need for formalities. Our dragon race has always been more than willing to welcome esteemed guests like you. Zhu Xingyao silently stared at Long Yuni for a long moment before pulling the corner of his lips into a wry smile. Indeed, the dragon race has always been that warm towards the powerful. If I hadn't been busy these days due to my master's reminders about the heroes gathering, I would have gone to visit you long ago to catch up. Not giving any quarter, Long Yuni shot back at Zhu Xingyao. We can catch up anytime, but Brother Zhu mustn't neglect your studies. However, from what I understand, your sect leader rarely likes complicated matters. The gathering rules are simple and easy to remember. As an outsider, I just skimmed through them and memorized them easily. Why does it take Brother Zhu so much time? With a sweetly troubled tone, Zhu Xingyao replied, the rules have been deeply engraved in my heart long ago. Young lord, without a master, wouldn't understand that one's beloved apprentice always brings endless concerns to their master, fearing even a small thing is missed. I delayed leaving this morning precisely for this reason. Long Yini clenched his fists repeatedly while trying hard to look hopeful. The esteemed master treats you impeccably well, making me truly envious. I can only hope that one day, I will also find such a profound relationship between teacher and student. Zhu Xingyao fixed his cold gaze on Long Yuni, with a distinct warning implicit in his tone. Such a relationship is exceedingly rare. Young lord shouldn't build up unrealistic expectations lest disappointment follows inevitably when they don't come true. To which Long Yuni did not agree. Brother Zhu seems overly pessimistic about the future. No one knows what's ahead, maybe I'll be equally fortunate as Brother Zhu one day. Zhu Xingyao suddenly laughed, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Then let me offer you my congratulations beforehand. Long Yuni accepted gracefully, thanks for your blessing. My number has been called, I must leave first. The elder was calling out Zhu Xingyao's name on the arena. Long Yuni said, I hope Brother Zhu wins in this round. Shen Xiuyun felt quite skeptical about life. He'd assumed the two would be hostile towards each other, but in fact, they referred to each other as brothers and seemed to chat quite amicably. Was he mistaken? He didn't know that Long Yuni had undergone rigorous devilish training, and now he was no longer the same person as before. At this moment, a voice inside Long Yuni's mind was enthusiastically boasting. You've learned so much after studying under me for so long, finally showing some progress, and it hasn't been wasted effort. Keep going, I guarantee that you'll win her over. Hey, shift a little more to the right front, let me suck a bit of that guy's heart demon, such deep attachment, actually hasn't driven him crazy directly. What a waste. This is perfect for cultivation. Long Yuni thought in his mind, Senior, you can cultivate by yourself. Why must you depend on absorbing others' obsessions to enhance your cultivation? Zhu Long roared, you don't know anything. Self-cultivation takes way more effort. Direct sucking is far easier. Don't forget our new agreement. Are you thinking of crossing me after using my help? Long Yuni closed his eyes painfully, why can't you pick someone else to command? Why was he the only one tormented? Zhu Long cursed under his breath, kid, don't act all high and mighty now. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want you either. Hurry up and get closer. Long Yuni knew that if he didn't comply, he would soon be bombarded with maddening sounds again. He had no choice but to take 2 steps forward. He always felt like the person being sucked on had a familiar silhouette. Not until the elder on the stage called out, Jin Qinshuan, did Long Yuni realize who it was. This was actually the sect leader's top disciple. Chapter 96, Master, what are you thinking? In a brief daze of Long Yuni's, the sound of the elder's booming voice on the arena already announced Zhu Xingyao as the winner. Zhu Xingyao stood at the edge of the platform, coldly watching his opponent struggle and awkwardly climb back up, then fall down again, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. As for the loser who was under such a gaze, his face turned scarlet with resentment, clearly feeling humiliated. Long Yuni frowned deeply. The strength displayed by Zhu Xingyao was evidently stronger than in his previous life. He even showed no intention of hiding it, further confirming that something was wrong with him. And their master was still completely unaware. Should he do the same thing as last time? Work together with Zhu Lingyue? Long Yuni quickly shook off the absurd thought in his head. Though he could certainly devise some way to expose Zhu Xingyao, it would be best not to get entangled with Zhu Lingyue again. In the previous life, when he couldn't control himself and ended up working alongside her against his will, he witnessed many of her cruel methods. These were definitely not things someone from a prestigious sect like a young sect mistress should have done. But what he hadn't expected was that this discarded idea got picked up by the ever-plotting Zhu Long. Zhu Xingyao slowly strolled off the high platform in a leisurely manner, looking arrogantly pleased with himself. This demeanor incited murderous glares from several disciples of Huan Yu sect who wanted nothing more than to flay him alive and rip out his tendons. Not only did Zhu Xingyao ignore those hateful gazes, but he also swaggered past everyone. When passing a red-robed woman, his ears suddenly picked up a secret message. Younger brother, seems you're having quite a good time right now, huh? But my dear little doggy, have you forgotten how you once begged your big sister to spare your miserable life while caged like an animal? The clear and crisp voice was melodious, yet carried venomous malice. Zhu Xingyao stopped in his tracks, glanced sideways at the red-clad woman. She held a silver sword, smiling sweetly at him, her eyes bright like autumn water, radiant and charming. She was none other than Zhu Lingyue, the young mistress of the Huan Yu sect, and also Zhu Xingyao's nominal older sister if the Zhu family recognized the relationship. Right, sister, why did you hesitate back then? Otherwise, we wouldn't have this embarrassing situation today. Zhu Xingyao shot back through telepathy, wearing the same smile as her, but beneath the veneer of friendliness lay bone-chilling coldness. Zhu Lingyue seemed completely unfazed by Zhu Xingyao's words, instead, excitement welled up in her eyes. After so many years apart, her younger brother had become more interesting than before, no longer the child who would snarl and glare menacingly when bullied. Had their father not insisted on publicly dealing with the offspring of a demon clan to uphold the family's reputation, Zhu Xingyao would never have left the Huanyu sect. Ah, this time, what must she do to make her stubborn younger brother kneel down and beg for mercy? How about letting his master see the grotesque side of his body covered in demonic patterns due to uncontrolled demonic energy? Being discarded by his beloved master would likely drive the young brother into unbearable pain. What do you want? Under the dim moonlight, in the silent woods, a girl leaped gracefully down from a tree. Her red dress fluttered gracefully as she landed. Of course, it's something that would fulfill the young master's wish. Zhu Lingyue stared at Long Yuni, whose figure was half hidden in the shadows of the tree, making it hard to discern his expression. She felt something was off about Long Yuni, though she couldn't put her finger on it. However, her time was limited, and she didn't want the patrolling disciples of Xiantian's sect to grow suspicious, so she went straight to the point. I've heard that the deep-sea black iron of the dragon race is the toughest substance in the world. I'd like to borrow some from young master. Why should I lend you anything? Long Yuni stepped forward from the shadows, his emotionless eyes sweeping over Zhu Lingyue lightly, causing her a sudden chill, a subconscious fear towards a superior. This strange sensation confused Zhu Lingyue since both of them had similar cultivation levels. She forced herself to suppress the discomfort. Young master wishes to become a disciple of the Honorable Immortal Sage, but the Honorable Immortal Sage has already taken an apprentice and does not intend to accept more. To surpass others, stepping over Zhu Xingyao's corpse might just be the quickest way, and I can help you achieve that. Long Yuni let out a cold chuckle. If I've taken all the advantages, wouldn't it be quite a loss for young Master Zhu? What benefit do you have helping me so much? The benefit, naturally, lies in this older sister using the opportunity to discipline her unruly younger brother properly. Zhu Xingyao must not have recalled for a long time how it tasted to be locked in a dark cage, crying to heaven and earth without any response. Long Yuni slightly raised his hand, took something out of his storage pouch, and tossed it over with spiritual energy to Zhu Lingyue. Zhu Lingyue excitedly took it and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, young master. Zhu Lingyue hadn't expected Long Yuni to be so straightforward. He really wanted to become a disciple of the immortal sage badly. As soon as Zhu Lingyue left, Long Yuni returned to his residence. Standing by the window, after several breaths, his distant gaze carried a bit of bewilderment, gradually clearing up. Long Yuni rubbed his temple and looked around again, but nothing seemed different. However, he felt a strange discomfort deep inside. What was he about to do standing by the window? What did you say to that female cultivator from Huanyu sect just now through the secret message? Cough cough. Zhu Xingyao accidentally choked while drinking soup and nervously glanced at Shen Xiuyun. Those of higher cultivation could suppress their spiritual strength and listen to a secret message if they chose to. However, since Master Shen was asking him now, it probably meant he didn't do that. Why is Master questioning me like this? Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun with feigned confusion, fiddling absent-mindedly with his spoon in the bowl. All disciples of Huanyu sect seem to hate you with every fiber of their being, yet she smiled at you. You deliberately paused but never exchanged casual words. Judging from that, you used the secret transmission. Did you two have some special relationship when you were still in Huanyu sect? The moment those words slipped out, Shen Xiuyun almost smacked himself to death. What was he saying? Why did he add that last sentence? Had he lost his mind or something? He was merely trying to cover all possible details so as not to miss any crucial moment of the protagonist's descent into darkness. Zhu Xingyao's hand holding the spoon stopped for a second. His eyes twinkled with mischief. Master seemed a little strange today, but what he said made him feel very good inside. Thus, Zhu Xingyao intentionally said, between me and her, we indeed had an unusual relationship. Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun, who had been awkwardly digging himself into a hole to the point of dreaming up castles of embarrassment, suddenly fell into despair at hearing this. When Zhu Xingyao saw the gloomy look on Shen Xiuyun's face, fearing he might have gone too far, he quickly explained, she's my cousin, Zhu Lingyue, the young master of Huanyu sect. Master, what exactly were you thinking? Chapter 97, a heartache like never before. Me. Shen Xiuyun experienced a roller coaster of emotions, even forgetting his self-reference. He avoided looking at Zhu Xingyao and gazed afar. What could I be thinking about? Between Huanyu sect and you, there's already enmity akin to water and fire. All I'm worried about is whether they'll cause harm to you, so I asked more than necessary. Shen Xiuyun couldn't bear to look at Zhu Xingyao. He somehow felt uneasy, making it seem as though he were overly controlling, refusing to give his disciple any private space. If you don't like it, then in the future I'll stop asking. By the end, there was an unusual touch of irritation evident in Shen Xiuyun's tone. He wasn't sure why he felt angry, but there was a kind of suppressed, why can't I ask, sort of inside. No, I like it. Zhu Xingyao sincerely replied, in this world, except for Master, no one cares about my safety. At this, Shen Xiuyun turned back only to meet two honest eyes, full of trust, admiration, and longing for him. Unable to break the gaze, Shen Xiuyun's pupils contracted slightly as he felt his heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably, growing louder and louder. No, this isn't right. Would Master like to know the extraordinary relationship between me and Zhu Lingyue? Well, it's actually nothing. Originally, I didn't intend to revisit past matters, but if Master wishes to hear. Zhu Xingyao paused momentarily, and Shen Xiuyan caught a sense of foreboding from that brief silence. Master should be aware that my mother was once the sister of the current Huan Yu sect leader. Shen Xiuyan nodded. Zhu Lingyue is the daughter of the sect leader, thus also my cousin. But Huan Yu sect doesn't recognize my identity. Because I am the illegitimate child conceived secretly between my mother and someone from the demon race. Subconsciously, Shen Xiuyan wanted to tell him not to speak ill of himself like that. No one chooses the way they're born, it's not your fault. Yet, seeing Zhu Xingyao's numb and calm expression, he found such comfort utterly hollow. Huan Yu sect was ridiculed throughout the cultivation world because of this incident. The sect leader felt humiliated, but due to face-saving concerns, he couldn't expel his already insane sister and her infant child from the sect. It would have made him appear unrighteous. He forbade sect disciples from discussing or spreading the matter, yet rumors ran rampant uncontrollably. Because of this, Zhu Lingyue suffered ridicule outside, and she would take it out tenfold on her disciples when she returned. She couldn't stop every outsider's mouth individually, so instead, she vented her dissatisfaction by targeting me within the sect. She instructed other disciples of Huan Yu sect to put dirty things in my food, not feeding me, or making me do heavy work. If I didn't finish, I'd be disciplined. They locked me in a dark, chilling dungeon underwater, neither giving me food nor drink, while they listened to my frightened and desperate cries for help, watched me. Stop, just stop, Shen Xiuyan tightly grabbed Zhu Xingyao's wrist, feeling as though something had seized his heart, restricting his breathing. He couldn't imagine a child going through such experiences, and he found it even harder to see Zhu Xingyao recalling these events with such a calm and numb expression. These past happenings were perhaps as harrowing as the dream he once had where Zhu Xingyao lost his spirit roots. Well, is it because of what I said that you're upset, Master? It's my fault. Zhu Xingyao truly felt himself at fault. What he experienced could genuinely be described as inhumane, yet in front of his master, all he could think about was how to portray himself as worse off and use it to make Master care for him even more. After all, aside from this, it seemed like he had no other way to keep Master around anymore. It's not your fault. Shen Xiuyan calmed himself down seriously. Ayao, now that you've joined Shantian's sect and become my disciple, no one will dare treat you like this again. Your master will protect you. Good. Zhu Xingyao curved his lips slightly, speaking sweetly. For several days in a row, Zhu Xingyao encountered opponents who fought recklessly without regard for their lives. During the contests, each of them went all out, draining Zhu Xingyao's spiritual energy, making every victory increasingly challenging. Although Zhu Xingyao's current real strength was surprising, he couldn't show it outright and had to keep up the act with these incompetent fellows daily. It was really exhausting. With great effort, he barely won today's contest. Carrying a fatigued body back to Yiji Peak, he unexpectedly met an unwelcome visitor along a secluded path. Halt! A silver sword blocked Zhu Xingyao's way ahead. Zhu Xingyao pretended to be intimidated and tried to flee. Stop him. The two elders behind Zhu Lingyue immediately acted, easily subduing the fleeing Zhu Xingyao and sealing his spiritual power. Zhu Lingyue had been observing carefully for several days. She noticed that although Zhu Xingyao was the only disciple of the immortal sovereign, he always moved alone. She had spent quite a lot of resources to have people drain most of his spiritual force, leaving him powerless to resist. This was the perfect time to gain control over him. Didn't you boldly challenge me a few days ago, and today when you see me, you turn and run? Big sister thought that with the support of your master, you'd forget what fear is. Zhu Lingyue suddenly approached, her eyes filled with malice and madness. No matter how gifted he might be, just like his shameless mother, he could still only be trampled into the dust. He was nothing more than an illegitimate child with base demonic blood. Puppy, do you remember what it felt like being locked in the underwater prison, crying helplessly for salvation those years ago? Your panicked eyes, your hoarse voice, so pitiful. You cried for help to me, thinking I would save you. But you don't know, it was actually me who made them do it. I casually dropped the chain lock, and you fell heavily, struggling hopelessly. Still, you could only watch helplessly as the cold water rose above your eyes and head, suffocating you with pain. Zhu Xingyao's breath caught, his fingers twitching involuntarily. Truly, he wanted to rip her limb from limb right now. Bang! Zhu Lingyue fiercely slammed Zhu Xingyao's head against the nearby stone wall. Have you suffered so much and yet still not learned any lessons? You think joining Shantian's sect and having a master means you now have protection? That you can flaunt your authority in front of me? Don't forget, I have the whole Huan Yu sect behind me. I am surrounded by skilled individuals. Even here in Shantian's sect, under the very eyes of your master, dealing with you is as simple as lifting a finger for me. Zhu Lingyue grew more excited as she spoke, finding increasing amusement in watching Zhu Xingyao's suffering gaze. She yanked Zhu Xingyao's head and slammed it against the stone wall again. The intense pain almost made him lose control and kill Zhu Lingyue on the spot with a mere counterattack. But he kept telling himself not to ruin the plan. Afterwards, there were 1,000 ways for him to make Zhu Lingyue suffer worse than death. Has your master ever seen what you look like when your demonic aura drives you into madness? Zhu Lingyue suddenly chuckled mischievously, but you surely remember how your mother reacted when she saw you in that state. Shen Xiuyan glanced at the sky. Zhu Xingyao should have returned by the afternoon. But now the sun was about to set, and there was still no sign of him. Shen Xiuyan's brow furrowed. Had something gone wrong? He immediately extended his spiritual sense to search everywhere for Zhu Xingyao's presence, eventually finding him in a remote corner of Shantian sect. When Shen Xiuyan found Zhu Xingyao, he was confined in an iron cage inside an abandoned dungeon in Shantian sect. The dungeon was damp and dark, long neglected, its moldy stench filling the nostrils. Zhu Lingyue stood on the bank, controlling her spiritual force. She would submerge Zhu Xingyao underwater until no bubbles surfaced, then pull him up to breathe. Have you repented, little disciple? Zhu Xingyao didn't know how long he had been subjected to this treatment. His eyes became hazy, unable to respond, blood trickling from his forehead mixing with faint traces of demonic patterns winding down, already staining half of his robe red. The cage crafted from deep-sea iron was extraordinarily sturdy, making any attempt to break free impossible. Who? Ah. Zhu Lingyue sensed danger approaching. Before she could figure out who it was, she was slapped hard and thrown onto the stone wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She felt as though all her internal organs were shattered. Unaccustomed to such pain, she blacked out instantly. Shen Xiuyan pulled Zhu Xingyao out, shaking as he urgently channeled his spiritual force into him. Looking at the fragile state of Zhu Xingyao in his arms, he felt an unprecedented heartache. How did Zhu Xingyao endure such inhumane torment alone in his past life? Chapter 98, This is my answer to Huanyu sect. The demonic aura emanating from Zhu Xingyao soon triggered the protective array system of Shantian sect, and shortly after, Yun Seeking and several elders arrived. What has happened here? Yun Seeking frowned, looking at the chaos around them. Shen Xiuyan was cradling a demon aura-filled Zhu Xingyao while channeling spiritual energy into him. Zhu Lingyue lay bleeding and unconscious in a corner, and two Huanyu sect elders glared angrily at Shen Xiuyan. This scene clearly indicated a situation that was hard to resolve. Master Yun, your Shantian sect must give our Huanyu sect a proper explanation. The young mistress of our sect will one day succeed as its leader. How could the immortal sovereign so rashly harm her to such an extent? This is essentially severing the roots of our Huanyu sect. The two elders guarding Zhu Lingyue had already roughly examined her condition. Her meridians were completely severed, her internal organs displaced. Her injuries were severe, and currently, they could only keep her alive with medicinal pills. Even if she returned to Huanyu sect and was repaired with various divine medicines, her chances of advancing further would be nearly impossible in the future. They truly never expected that Shen Xiuyan, esteemed as a celestial sovereign, would cruelly harm a younger generation member so grievously. It was as good as killing her. However, they were no match for Shen Xiuyan, so they could only glare venomously at him. Yun Seeking knew Shen Xiuyan's character well. He would never trouble a younger person for no reason, let alone use such heavy force. These two elders from Huanyu sect opening their mouths first most likely meant they were framing others. Moreover, their attitude and choice of words displeased Yun Seeking greatly. Yun Seeking replied coldly, my junior brother. Explanation. Shen Xiuyan abruptly looked up from where he had been focusing on channeling spirit power into Zhu Xingyao, his sharp gaze sweeping over the two elders of Huanyu sect. This is my answer to Huanyu sect. Do you have any objections? You. The elder of Huanyu sect almost erupted with anger in their eyes. We never thought the prestigious Shantian sect would harbor such bullying cowards. To think we respect you as a celestial sovereign, but your actions are unworthy of the title, celestial sovereign. Whether you respect me or not is none of my concern, Shen Xiuyan scoffed. You'd better pray that my disciple doesn't have issues because of Zhu Lingyue's torture, otherwise, she'll have to pay more than just her cultivation. Shen Xiuyan stopped arguing with them and carried Zhu Xingyao away directly. Because Shen Xiuyan realized that even after channeling a great amount of spiritual energy to help Zhu Xingyao calm his inner breaths, it had little effect. The demonic aura and spiritual energy within Zhu Xingyao were like two mortal enemies in an endless struggle, with the demonic aura gradually gaining the upper hand. The red demonic patterns had already begun to invade from his left cheek down along his neck. The alarm triggered by the system earlier was so shrill it almost felt like it would blow off Shen Xiuyan's scalp. Now he could only take Zhu Xingyao to see the master of four fingers peek to look for a solution. Huanyu sect's young sect leader, Zhu Lingyue, privately provoked trouble, nearly causing the disciple of the Immortal Lord to lose control and fall into madness. Word spread quickly about how the Immortal Lord furiously injured Zhu Lingyue for the sake of his disciple. Within just 2 days, the story had spread far and wide, spawning many versions. Some told the story as a deep bond between a mentor and disciple, while others spun scandalous tales of forbidden love. Long Yuni also heard the news, but when he learned that Zhu Xingyao had been imprisoned in a deep-sea Xiantai cage by Zhu Lingyue, his eyelids twitched violently. He distinctly remembered. Suddenly, Long Yuni recalled something odd that happened a few nights ago. That night, waking up from a daze, everything around him seemed unchanged, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something unknown had happened. Long Yuni immediately guessed that it must have been Zhu Long causing trouble inside his body, which explained why the dragon had been unusually quiet these past few days. Although most of the seal suppressed Chu Long's powers, the ancient dragon was still formidable, occasionally stealing control over Long Yunyi's body when his guard was down. He focused inward and entered his mind's domain, loudly questioning, "Did you use my body to meet with Zhu Lingyue that day?" Zhu Long pretended to meditate with closed eyes, staying silent no matter how much he pressed, his massive form coiled like mountain ranges within the mental realm. Compared to this, Long Yunyi stood before him yelling, not even reaching the height of one of the dragon's eyelids. "Speak." The mighty creature barely opened his eye, a little guiltily grumbling, "What are you shouting about? I didn't do anything bad. Just lending a helping hand is all, entirely for your benefit of joining under that immortal lord, you should be grateful beyond words. Did you really give Zhu Lingyue deep-sea xiantai?" Zhu Long retorted unapologetically, "So what if I did? It's just some scrap metal. Why get so worked up about it?" Long Yunyi's veins throbbed on his forehead. "Do you know what she used it for? Last life, Zhu Xingyao was imprisoned because of it, missing the meeting and nearly losing control, becoming a demon. He absolutely despised using such tactics to win again. He wanted to challenge Zhu Xingyao fairly, which was why he hadn't planned to meet Zhu Lingyue that day at all. The reason I gave it to her was precisely because I knew," Zhu Long growled, fire blazing in his eyes. "I'm telling you, given Zhu Xingyao's ability to manipulate hundreds of strategies, to cry or laugh whenever he pleases, lie with ease. You won't stand a chance to beat him squarely unless you're planning to wait till the next century." Long Yunyi's eyes turned red. "Even if that were true, it's none of your business." He truly didn't know the magnitude of consequences it might bring. So what? Let anyone manage however they can. Enraged to near fainting, Long Yunyi abruptly left his inner consciousness. Afraid of himself losing control and battling with the dragon within, he forcibly exited the mental space. Zhu Long pretended to close his eyes for a while, but after sensing no trace of Long Yunyi's presence, he realized not only had he disappeared, but also all external senses along with him had vanished. This brat actually shut off all connections to him. Feeling like he'd been exiled again to the bottomless ocean where he was once confined. Long Yunyi dared to treat him, an ancient lone dragon, like this. How infuriating it was. It was all for helping this kid become the disciple of the immortal lord. Yet not only does he show no gratitude, but now he holds a grudge too. Once Long Yunyi exited the mind space, he hurried straight to One Finger Peak. Repeating his request to speak with Shen Xiuyan outside the protective barrier, wanting to explain things personally, but received no response. His heart, filled with urgency, slowly turned cold. Had his master become disappointed in him because of this matter, thinking he was ruthless and without integrity, thus refusing to even meet with him to listen? "Lord Long, finally found you. What brings you to One Finger Peak?" A disciplinary hall disciple from Xiantian's sect approached on a flying sword, panting hard as if in great haste. Looking toward the peak, Long Yunyi replied, "I wish to see Immortal Lord Shen Xiuyan regarding an important matter." "Immortal Lord?" "Immortal Lord isn't at One Finger Peak at the moment. He went to Four Fingers Peak with Master Zhu. How could he leave so suddenly? Wait a moment, our elders still have questions for you." Before this disciple finished speaking, Long Yunyi had already vanished in a flash. The disciple sighed and resignedly chased after him once more. Chapter 99, Do you feel reassured that I like you best? Zhu Xingyao was fortunately rescued without serious harm. The master of Four Fingers Peak lamented that if they had arrived any later, he might have directly helped the immortal lord subdue the demonic presence within Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao slept for 2 days, waking up on the 3rd day. However, his complexion was very pale, and the bright red demonic patterns on his face looked like spider webs adhering to his skin. His left eye pupil had turned red due to the demonic aura's erosion, which indeed appeared quite terrifying upon first glance. The master of Four Fingers Peak said these were results of Zhu Xingyao's inability to control the demonic aura inside him, which would gradually fade away over a few days. Finally awake. Are you feeling better? Shen Xiuyan let out a weary sigh of relief. Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyan for several seconds, clearly seeing how ugly and ghost-like he appeared reflected in Shen Xiuyan's pupils. Then, turning his head, he buried his face under the blanket. What's wrong? Shen Xiuyan asked confusedly. Is there something that still ails you? Concerned, Shen Xiuyan attempted to uncover him but realized Zhu Xingyao was trembling when she placed her hand on his shoulder. A few muffled words followed. Mas. Master. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. He didn't want to be seen in this state. Even though he planned all of it out, despite building psychological resilience, he was still afraid to catch even a glimpse of disdain or contempt in his master's eyes. After all, even his own mother had nothing else in mind but strangling him upon seeing him like this. Shen Xiuyan found Zhu Xingyao's tardy ostrich-like reaction rather exasperating. But your master has already seen it. I've been watching over you for 2 days straight without closing my eyes. In modern times, not even working as a slave to his boss for such measly pay did he care this much. Zhu Xingyao. Are you really not going to turn around? Shen Xiuyan feigned walking away. If you don't, I'll go. Master. Sure enough, the next second Zhu Xingyao turned around and grabbed Shen Xiuyan's sleeve, yet still covered half his face with the blanket, showing only two round, watery eyes, while pathetically looking up at Shen Xiuyan. Shen Xiuyan's eyes nearly popped out. Did Zhu Xingyao realize just how adorable he looked? He felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle him. Shen Xiuyan stretched out his sinful hand. No, 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 no. Shen Xiuyan pulled his hand back halfway, finding more and more bizarre thoughts invading his brain recently. All right, stop covering yourself. Aren't you tired? Shen Xiuyan moved to pull the blanket used as Zhu Xingyao's shield off. Zhu Xingyao tightly held onto the blanket, defending his last ounce of dignity, struggling to blurt out one word, ugly. Subconsciously, Shen Xiuyan responded, it's bearable. Not that ugly. Looks somewhat like Picasso's oil painting. Abstract. Though Zhu Xingyao didn't understand what Picasso meant, his revealed eyes blinked a few times, and his eyelids became reddened. In a low voice, he sulkily muttered. That means it's ugly. Shen Xiuyan. Hold it, don't cry, not a single tear is allowed. Shen Xiuyan issued 3 warnings in quick succession. With this threat, Zhu Xingyao forcibly repressed the tears circling in his eyes, appearing truly pitiable. Shen Xiuyan rested his sore head, noticing how increasingly smooth Zhu Xingyao had become at crying. But from where did he inherit this skill from? He certainly didn't possess it in the previous life. When you lost your spiritual root and were discarded by the roadside, battered and bloody, you looked far worse than now, yet I never thought you were ugly and took you back to Xiantian's sect. Shen Xiuyan lied comfortingly. Doubtful, Zhu Xingyao hesitantly lowered the blanket but still didn't dare to look at Shen Xiuyan directly. You don't need to worry too much. The demonic patterns will fade away in a few days. Shen Xiuyan handed a glass of water to Zhu Xingyao. Drinking it little by little, after finishing, Zhu Xingyao confirmed again, does master really not find me ugly? And won't dislike me because of this? How many guarantees do you want me to make before you believe? Irritated, Shen Xiuyan lightly tapped Zhu Xingyao on the head. Not ugly at all, nor will I ever reject you. I like you best. Now are you reassured? Without realizing anything odd in what she had said, Shen Xiuyan delivered it fluently, but Zhu Xingyao hearing this widened his eyes uncertainly, repeating, Master, likes me best. It was supposed to be a simple, emotionless, like. But when Zhu Xingyao repeated it with that uncertain, somewhat excited and slightly anticipatory tone, the entire atmosphere seemed to have completely changed, becoming somewhat sultry and ambiguously unclear. Shen Xiuyan froze for a moment. No, that wasn't what he meant. Wait, that wasn't the point. The key issue was why Zhu Xingyao seemed to suddenly jump to an unexpected conclusion. He suddenly remembered what Zhu Xingyao had said before about liking men, though Shen Xiuyan didn't want to sound so conceited, but this momentum wouldn't be. Just then, Zhu Xingyao grabbed Shen Xiuyan's waist. With his head resting against Shen Xiuyan's chest, he could clearly hear Master's abrupt and nervous heartbeat, akin to the panicked fear of a rat being firmly pressed down by a cat all at once. Was Master afraid? Did he scare him again? Yet inside himself, he was almost driven crazy by the expanding love desire deep in his heart. He really wanted Master Shen so badly that he was going mad with desire. Shen Xiuyan felt goosebumps all over his body, as if stiff like a dried fish that has become hard, giving birth to an instinctive thought of running away from his very core. But he was held. Zhu Xingyao gently touched his rear teeth with the tip of his tongue, and then lifted his head from Shen Xiuyan's chest, looking sincerely into his eyes with only gratitude, no other emotions present. Shen Xiuyan heard Zhu Xingyao speak every word distinctly, never has anyone told me they liked me most. Not even my mother ever said it. She only hoped I would die. Many people wanted me dead and disliked me. Only Master. Staring into these clear eyes filled with nothing impure, Shen Xiuyan had not an ounce of lust or desire, his mind crystal clean, as if it could be looked through at a glance. Shen Xiuyan. Was that just his imagination after all? Shen Xiuyan tried hard to find any signs of pretense in Zhu Xingyao, but found none. Was it truly just his own overthinking? To think, Zhu Xingyao was merely a bit clingy but remained within reasonable bounds until now. It must be his overreaction caused by the previous life. An intense feeling of guilt welled up within Shen Xiuyan. As Zhu Xingyao continuously stared at Shen Xiuyan's face, seeing the doubt replaced by guilt in Shen Xiuyan's eyes, he knew the situation was stabilized. So exciting, Master was almost on the verge of figuring it out. He was indeed conflicted, wanting Master to discover this sentiment yet also fearing Master's resistance upon realization. While Master currently harbored goodwill towards him and protected him, it was clear he had not reached the extent of willing to accept him as a Taoist partner. If he expressed his feelings right now, Master Shen would surely run away in fear once more. His master was just too timid. Thus, he could only gradually entangle Master Shen, slowly devouring him piece by piece, ensuring there was absolutely no chance of escape. Both the master and disciple, harboring their own thoughts, embraced each other for a while until a young celestial reported that the young lord of the dragon clan requested to meet Shen Xiuyan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao tightened his grip instinctively, as if fearing someone would snatch away his most treasured possession. He buried his head, concealing his sinister look. Why did Long Yini always appear so frequently everywhere? Like some unsettled ghost haunting them? Chapter 100, do you realize what you're saying? Shen Xiuyun patted Zhu Xingyao's head, that's enough. Let go of your master. Zhu Xingyao buried his head, shaking it left and right against Shen Xiuyun's abdomen like a spoiled child whimsically showing affection. Shen Xiuyun grunted, suddenly stiffening his whole body, and his hand hovering over Zhu Xingyao's head trembled. His Adam's apple moved a few times with difficulty as he placed his hand on Zhu Xingyao's shoulder, pushing him away with force, let go. His voice sounded slightly hoarse. Zhu Xingyao became weak all over from the sound, unconsciously loosening his grip slightly. Seizing this moment, Shen Xiuyun pushed forcefully to escape from the grasp, completely ignoring Zhu Xingyao who fell back into the covers. He ran out without looking back. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. How could I? What an animal I am. Shen Xiuyun cursed himself fiercely inside. The cold mountain breeze slapped against his cheeks, gradually calming his chaotic emotions. To say that this body was already hundreds of years old, far past its youthful vigor, so it shouldn't react this strongly. Yet, he actually. Hopefully, Zhu Xingyao hadn't noticed anything, otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to see anyone. Once he returns, he'll take some medicine. It's unbearable. Long Yuni anxiously paced back and forth in the side room. Although the waiting time wasn't long, it felt excruciatingly painful for him. His eyes frequently glanced towards the door, and from afar, he saw Shen Xiuyun approaching. Despite trying hard to suppress his tension, Long Yuni couldn't help but rush out. Respected immortal. Long Yuni paid respects under control. The young immortal mentioned that regarding the deep-sea mystic iron in the possession of Zhu Lingyue, you have something to tell this respected one. Shen Xiuyun said indifferently. Long Yuni felt the distance in Shen Xiuyun's words, and his heart twitched uncontrollably. Yes, Junior. Shen Xiuyun suddenly interrupted him, this matter involves considerable consequences and connects with sections. If there are hidden truths, you should report them to my elder brother, the patriarch of Xiantian sect, instead of telling me directly. Sect affairs are never interfered by me. Though Zhu Xingyao suffered at the hands of Zhu Lingyue, Shen Xiuyun still blamed Long Yuni to some extent, hence not being very courteous toward him. The meaning behind his words was crystal clear. He didn't wish to hear Long Yuni's explanations, even if there were injustices done to the young dragon prince, his grievances should be voiced to the patriarch of Xiantian sect who could mediate with the help of Yun seeking. And not him, the immortal lord, for he would not speak up to plead for mercy. Long Yuni's chest tightened with sourness, but I only wish that master won't misunderstand me. What others might think doesn't matter much to him. Unable to directly profess his feelings to Shen Xiuyun, he swallowed his sentiments and changed the phrasing. But since this incident concerns your disciple, I feel it necessary to explain clearly to you personally, also to apologize face-to-face to Brother Zhu. Every word Long Yuni spoke was exceptionally sincere. After hearing this, Shen Xiuyun indeed seemed more relaxed, and the way he looked at Long Yuni wasn't as cold and distant as before. Zhu Xingyao, observing secretly through water mirror all this time, fumed with anger until smoke rose above his head. He wanted to burst in immediately to beat up Long Yuni. How could there be anyone more eloquent and capable of twisting black and white than him in this world? Long Yuni conspired with Zhu Lingyue to harm him, with undeniable evidence, yet now, he had the audacity to come here and explain the truth, even offering an apology. Did the people of the Dragon Clan always have such thick skins? Why didn't the master just kick this shameless guy off the four-finger peak with one swift move? Shen Xiuyun said, speak. This incident is because of Zulong. As Long Yuni continued, he clenched his fists. If Zulong hadn't acted on its own initiative, none of the subsequent events would have occurred, and he wouldn't be suffering so much right now. I'm not trying to evade responsibility by saying this, Long Yuni continued, previously, in the Wuhuang Sea, you assisted my father, the king, in sealing Zulong. Even with the powerful seal in place, we could hardly guard against it fully. A few days ago, I received a message from Zhu Lingyue inviting me to meet privately. Taking advantage of my lack of awareness, Zulong briefly took control of my body, meeting Zhu Lingyue in secret, and even handed over the deep-sea mystic iron to her, leading to the following events. He facilitated this event because Zhu Lingyue's wicked intentions can enhance his power. The junior is truly extremely sorry. It's all because of my insufficient willpower and low cultivation level that Zulong got the chance to act. If it weren't for your timely discovery, Immortal Lord Shen, saving Master Zhu, there might have been a disaster. In such a case, I would be beyond redemption 100 times over, and the Dragon Clan would also be dragged into endless disputes. Shen Xiuyun furrowed his brows. He indeed knew about the sealing of Zulong, and Long Yuni's explanation seemed reasonable. Based on what he currently knew about Long Yuni, the latter didn't seem like someone who could casually fabricate such lies. As Long Yuni had said, if Xiantian sect really pursued this matter, the Dragon Clan would fall into endless trouble. They were already coveted by many ill-intentioned cultivators because they were rich in treasures. If they were further held accountable for instigating conflicts between sects, those schemers could gather forces under the slogan, eradicating the devious Dragon Clan, and attack them en masse. This was not something Long Yuni wanted to see, he needed to consider his race and couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he barely knew Zhu Xingyao and had no deep enmity with him. There was no need to use mystic iron from the deep sea, something only the dragon clan possessed, to intentionally harm others. Shen Xiuyun's expression gradually relaxed as he spoke solemnly, "I'll provisionally believe you. Thank you, immortal lord, for trusting me." Long Yini felt as if he'd received a pardon, the gloominess and frustration vanished from his brow, and his tone became lighthearted. "I have already discussed with the elder on this trip. Although this incident was unintentional on our part, we cannot brush it off lightly just because of these few words. We will do everything possible to provide potent medicinal herbs for your esteemed sect, to help Master Zhu fully recover. We will also gift some rare herbs and elixirs beneficial for cultivation as a token of our apology to your esteemed sect." Shen Xiuyun silently thought in his mind, "Impressive, your dragon clan is truly audacious. You're already offering reparations without anyone demanding territorial concessions. But who could blame them, living in a place abundant with spiritual energies and resources? No wonder even someone as impartial as Yun Seeking in the previous life had facilitated him taking Long Yuni as a disciple. It must be because the dragon clan offered too much, and even his master couldn't resist. Additionally, to demonstrate our sincerity, I will stay temporarily at Xiantian's sect to help take care of Master Zhu until he recovers. I hope, immortal lord, you can give us, both me and the dragon clan, a chance to make amends." "Shen Xiuyun. Not so fast, have you realized what you're saying? If you stay, won't Zhu Xingyao go crazy with me?" Chapter 101, Is it already unbearable like this? The compensation you mentioned, providing spirit medicine would be enough. There's no need to stay and take care of me. After all, you are the young lord of the dragon clan. Long Yuni's request was reasonable, and Shen Xiuyun couldn't outright refuse it in front of him. He only hoped Long Yuni understood and didn't insist. Anyway, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Shen Xiuyun didn't want to get stuck between his two disciples being mixed up again. He rejected any possibility of a trial by combat. Long Yuni seemed to have anticipated that Shen Xiuyun might refuse, so he quickly added, "Because I am the young lord of the dragon clan, my participation in the heroes' assembly is also an exercise given by my father. Now that something has happened, if I were to gloss over it without resolving it properly, when I return to my clan, I might not win their trust, and my father probably wouldn't dare entrust the full responsibility of the clan to me in the future. Moreover, Master Zhu's injury was indirectly caused by me. If I can't personally witness Master Zhu's recovery, I will feel restless inside." After finishing his speech, Long Yuni deeply bowed down. Shen Xiuyun. Could he put it like that? Why did he always feel as though Long Yuni was deliberately finding excuses to stay? What exactly made him so persistent? Could the sole reason really be about becoming a disciple? "Please, esteemed immortal, fulfill this humble wish of mine," Long Yuni said once more. He had thought it over. Since matters were uncontrollably progressing towards the worst direction, he had no choice but to alter his strategy according to the current situation. In any case, the ultimate goal was still to stay close to the master, keeping a close eye on Zhu Xingyao and seeking the opportunity to expose him. So perhaps being taken as a disciple wasn't all that important after all, what mattered was staying behind. Zhu Long certainly created a huge mess for him, but this incident wasn't entirely without its benefits. At least now, he had ample reasons to temporarily stay. "Shen Xiuyun. Your wish. Not even a bit of it can I fulfill, just leave me alone already. I know young lord is a man who sees things through to the end, and I admire your sense of responsibility. However, Yao has received quite a fright this time. He currently doesn't want to see anyone other than me, and it's inconvenient for others to care for him. So, his gratitude goes out for your kindness," Shen Xiuyun said. Shen Xiuyun marveled at himself, having come up with such a good excuse on the spur of the moment. Long Yuni paused momentarily, seemingly not anticipating Shen Xiuyun rejecting him gently in this manner, then, "All right." While going downhill, Long Yuni kept reflecting repeatedly. Did Master's words seem to be protecting Zhu Xingyao deliberately? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem like protection, but rather an intentional isolation. Not allowing us to meet. Why? It seems that while in the Dragon Clan, Master had already been doing something similar. Back then, his entire focus was solely on how to become Master's disciple again, so he didn't pay much attention to this aspect. Upon further reflection, many incidents that occurred in the Wuwang Sea, it seems that Master was intentionally avoiding letting us encounter each other. Furthermore, a few days before leaving the Wuwang Sea, Master specifically told me that he wouldn't accept new disciples anymore, which left me dejected for quite some time. If not for that, I might have missed attending the heroes' assembly altogether. Could it be? A potential answer began forming in Long Yuni's heart. Master deliberately fabricated these statements. But in the previous life, it wasn't like this at all. Unless Master is like me, reincarnated too. This suspicion is indeed hard to believe. However, if there is this hidden factor, Master's actions all make perfect sense. That's why Master always avoids me. Master isn't unaware of how dangerous Zhu Xingyao is, it's precisely because of the full awareness of everything that he doesn't plan to take me as a disciple anymore and forbids others from getting close to that perilous center. Master plans to shoulder everything alone. Long Yuni stopped abruptly, suddenly looking back up at the mountain top, visibly moved in his eyes. He silently swore in his heart. Master, I will definitely help you. Shen Xiuyan sneezed for no reason while returning, rubbing both arms, though he didn't feel cold. Still, an uneasy premonition lingered. With Zhu Xingyao injured, he was completely out of the running for subsequent contests. The Huanyue sect that stirred trouble also quietly retreated due to Long Yunyi's testimony. They unhappily took their severely wounded young patriarch home early for treatment. Shen Xiuyan flipped through the recent battle conditions at the Heroes' Assembly. Long Yunyi stood out brilliantly, undefeated in 10 matches. An impressive score. If A Yao hadn't been injured, likely facing Long Yunyi, he would have been equally formidable. With this thought in mind, Shen Xiuyan's gentle gaze inadvertently fell on Zhu Xingyao, who was taking a short nap nearby. Seeing Zhu Xingyao's forehead glistening with beads of sweat, his breathing still uneven and unstable, indicating an uneasy sleep, Shen Xiuyan felt a pang of pity. It seems that what Zhu Lingyue did to A Yao truly left deep psychological scars. Shen Xiuyan fetched a handkerchief, intending to wipe the sweat off Zhu Xingyao's forehead. The moment he extended his hand towards Zhu Xingyao, a sudden surge of demonic energy erupted from him. Instinctively raising a hand to shield himself, Shen Xiuyan realized the demonic energy penetrated right through his spiritual barrier and began to corrode his wrist. Oh! Ouch! It hurts so much. Master! Did I injure you? Zhu Xingyao woke up startled. Subconsciously, Shen Xiuyan tried to hide his injured hand behind his back, but Zhu Xingyao firmly seized his wrist as he crossed over. The pristine skin already bore marks of the burns caused by the demonic energy, revealing raw red flesh beneath. Zhu Xingyao promptly drew out the strand of demonic energy, preventing the wound from expanding further. Master, I'm sorry, it was my fault for not controlling the demonic energy within me. Zhu Xingyao apologized guiltily. The demonic energy inside him kept increasing and becoming increasingly difficult to control. He might have to secretly head to the Tai Chi secret realm earlier than planned. Zhu Xingyao waved his hand, producing several bottles of medicine from his spatial pouch to treat Shen Xiuyan. It's fine, it's just a minor injury. It'll heal in a few days. Ah! The instant the medicinal powder touched the wound, Shen Xiuyan almost cried out in pain. Completely honest now, no more pretense. Master. I'm sorry. Master. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have hurt you. Zhu Xingyao carefully applied ointment to Shen Xiuyan's wound while sobbing profusely. Before long, Shen Xiuyan felt dampness on his hand, tears. Shen Xiuyan. What's this? He, the one who's actually injured, hasn't even cried yet, but the one applying the medicine is already bawling. Yet somehow, despite Zhu Xingyao being so distraught, his hands remained exceptionally steady, and not a speck of medicine went astray. Master, wounds eroded by demonic energy will be harder to heal. For the next few days, you absolutely mustn't let it touch water, Zhu Xingyao reminded him after tying the bandage securely. Shen Xiuyan looked at his arm, now wrapped like it was broken when he had only injured the back of his hand, and began to ponder. It seemed the medicine Zhu Xingyao applied had its effects. Shen Xiuyan's hand had begun growing fresh pink flesh within just a few days, contrasting sharply with his original pale skin. As expected, there might be a light scar here. Shen Xiuyan didn't care much about this, but Zhu Xingyao took great concern over it. He apparently couldn't tolerate any flaw on him. He switched to a cream-like ointment, which was snow-white and exquisitely fine, emitting a pleasant fragrance. Shen Xiuyan guessed this was probably for scar removal. Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyan's hand, dipping his index finger into some cream, gently smearing it across the scar. A cool sensation spread across his hand, making him feel very comfortable. The newly grown skin was delicate and sensitive, allowing him to clearly feel the warmth of Zhu Xingyao's fingertips. Perhaps due to the continuous application, Shen Xiuyan gradually felt those fingertips warming up too much, so much that he could barely endure it. He felt as if Zhu Xingyao wasn't merely applying ointment to his hand anymore but was instead tickling his chest with a feather, making him itch with anticipation. Slap. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Xiuyan suddenly withdrew his hand. Master. Zhu Xingyao's grasp turned empty, looking bewilderedly at Shen Xiuyan. There's nothing wrong. Your master just feels a bit stifled. Shen Xiuyan said without thinking, then turned and quickly retreated into his chamber, slamming the door shut. Feeling stifled but returning to the room. Under the tree, Zhu Xingyao rested his chin on his palm, amusedly observing his fleeing master. If this little action already made him unable to endure, won't we have bigger issues later? Chapter 102, This wasn't his fault. He was forced into it. Shen Xiuyan slowly slid down against the door. When he was lying just now, his heart almost leapt to his throat. He had never been so nervous. He realized that he was now like a pile of dry firewood in the sun. As long as Zhu Xingyao's spark touched him, he would catch fire. What is this? This is not a demon, this is clearly a charming creature. The male protagonist is originally an enchantress, so it's normal that you can't resist temptation. The system whispered out. Shen Xiuyan, enchantress. How come I don't seem to know about it? The system made a yawning sound, voice weak and listless. I also saw it recently when I went to the headquarters for learning, filling out the supplementary data for the main system. Shen Xiuyan pressed on, what are the special features of an enchantress? System explained, whether male or female, they all have unmatched beauty. In the case where their identity is unknown, no one will dislike them. And those who truly love them are easily enchanted by them. Enchanted? A fleeting thought crossed Shen Xiuyan's mind, but it disappeared too quickly for him to grasp it. Never mind, let's not talk about this. Quickly help me find the bottle of pills that the master of Siffinger Peak gave me before. He had been looking for that bottle of medicine for several days. After the last time he used it at Wuwangxi for Zhu Xingyao, he forgot where he threw it. There were too many things in the Qianyan bag, finding a bottle of pills was like looking for a needle in the ocean. Man and system looked until night, but eventually found it. Shen Xiuyan clutched the bottle of pills as if clinging to a life-saving straw. No longer fear succumbing to temptation. Shen Xiuyan opened the bottle, poured out a pill, threw it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and it was sweet inside. Not long after swallowing the pill, Shen Xiuyan began to feel dizzy and sleepy, with a strange heat coursing through his body, though nothing could beat the sleepiness. He reached the bedside, pulled over the blanket, and fell headfirst asleep. So hot. Shen Xiuyan felt as if he were walking across a desert, the scorching sun overhead, hot yellow sand beneath his feet, the air swirling with heat haze, no end to the sweltering heat. His mouth was parched, his throat sore. Wants water. Master? Master? The call sounded distant. HM. Seemed like he heard Io's voice. Shen Xiuyan's head was foggy, eyes barely able to open a slit. There was no lamp lit in the room, only the faint moonlight seeping in through the window allowing Shen Xiuyan to vaguely make out the person coming as Zhu Xingyao, who bore an expression of worry and urgency. Master, what's wrong? Zhu Xingyao stared intently at Shen Xiuyan. Shen Xiuyan's scattered long hair spread out on the pillow, resembling a finely woven black net. He was ensnared in it, like a silkworm bound in its cocoon. What has the master secretly eaten behind my back? He looked like a ripe, full fruit, inviting picking. Zhu Xingyao saw red. Shen Xiuyan slightly turned his head, his voice low and muffled, akin to a coquettish murmur, spitting out a word, water. The disciple will fetch you water. Zhu Xingyao readily agreed, prepared the water, but deliberately waited by the table for a while before slowly returning. Seemingly having waited too long, Shen Xiuyan appeared already tormented by thirst to the point of losing all patience. As the cool rim of the cup touched his lips, he greedily drank a few gulps, a trace of coolness slightly relieving the thirst, yet like drops of rain in a desert, it simply wasn't enough. Shen Xiuyan wanted more water, but Zhu Xingyao had moved the empty cup away. In haste, Shen Xiuyan forcefully grabbed hold of Zhu Xingyao's retreating hand, pulling him toward himself abruptly. Caught off guard, Zhu Xingyao fell onto Shen Xiuyan, catching a whiff of the faint aroma of the pill. Ah, that's right, you've taken this. No wonder. Zhu Xingyao suppressed the excitement bubbling up in his eyes. Master, didn't you walk straight into the tiger's den yourself? Zhu Xingyao propped a hand beside Shen Xiuyan's neck, his hanging hair separating them from the outside world, creating the illusion that only they existed at that moment. He scrutinized Shen Xiuyan closely within this confined space, as if appreciating a flawless masterpiece. Master, you hurt Yao. Zhu Xingyao spoke with an air of injustice, yet there was not a hint of grievance in his eyes, only the crazed determination to tear his prey apart, regardless of everything. When Zhu Xingyao attempted to break free from Shen Xiuyan's grip, it instead aroused Shen Xiuyan, believing that water in his possession was trying to escape. To firmly control Zhu Xingyao, he even flipped over and pinned him down hard. Master! Zhu Xingyao exclaimed in surprise, yet obediently remained still like a lamb to the slaughter, watching Shen Xiuyan with keen interest. The master is so fierce. Even when fierce, it's impossible to resist him. Master, what on earth is wrong with you? Did something go awry while practicing martial arts? I'll immediately transmit sound to the MMM. Zhu Xingyao's loud voice suddenly stopped. Shen Xiuyan had sealed that incessantly chattering mouth and tasted its cool sensation. The hint of triumphant amusement flickered in Zhu Xingyao's eyes. This isn't his fault either, he's also forced. The glaring light from outside the window made Shen Xiuyan wake up hazily. He raised his hand to shield himself from the sunlight but felt as if his arm weighed 1,000 pounds. Why does it feel like after sleeping for a night, one has already gone through an all-day boxing match? His whole body feels sore. Shen Xiuyan struggled to flip himself over like a dried fish, but upon landing his foot, he stepped on some unknown object. It was a little soft yet a bit hard too. This texture certainly wasn't the bed frame. Unwillingly opening his eyes, Shen Xiuyan saw Zhu Xingyao lying next to him, disheveled and asleep. In an instant, Shen Xiuyan's drowsiness vanished completely, shocked beyond measure. My God! Chapter 103, I will give you an answer as your master. Dreaming. Dreaming. It was just a dream. It must only be a dream. Shen Xiuyan kept consoling himself in his heart. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and firmly believed that he must have done something wrong to start this nightmare. With a determined air of disbelief, he opened his eyes again. Sure enough, Zhu Xingyao's face was still right there before him, unmoving and every detail clear. The youth had an absolutely beautiful complexion. Even asleep, he looked calm and peaceful. His eyelashes were thick like raven feathers and cast a layer of shadow under his eyelids. He looked very obedient and adorable. If it wasn't for the slight swelling of his lips and slightly flushed cheeks. Shen Xiuyun fell apart completely. Trembling, he grabbed a garment scattered by the pillow and put it on randomly before flipping over and heading towards the edge of the bed as if some evil ghost were chasing him from behind. Shen Xiuyun's only thought was to escape this nightmare, but he forgot about their intense night last evening. As soon as his feet touched the footstool, the bones in his body seemed to suddenly snap out of nowhere, causing him to uncontrollably fall forward. Fortunately, he instinctively braced his elbows against his chest, otherwise, he would have surely landed face down. TSK TSK TSK. Host, you sure had fun yesterday. An obnoxious voice belonging to Lao Lu resounded in Shen Xiuyun's mind. Shen Xiuyun slowly clenched his hand into a fist while supporting himself on the floor. With great anger, he hit the ground once and gritted his teeth as he said. What exactly happened last night? The system quickly claimed ignorance. How would I know? I have professional ethics. I can't peek at everything, or I'd get banned. And shouldn't you be the one who knows this clearly anyway? Shen Xiuyun. I should have known nothing at all. After taking the medicine, I felt drowsy and went straight to sleep. What do I really know? Wait, medicine. Shen Xiuyun took out the bottle of pills he consumed yesterday and poured out a few. The brown pill surface appeared to have no problems. But when Shen Xiuyun split the pill open, there was another layer inside. Dan Jingfeng, what the hell have you cooked up? You're dead. Infuriated, Shen Xiuyun threw the jade vial in his hand away. It shattered on a pillar with a crack sound, and the pills rolled all over the floor. On the bed, his exhausted apprentice from last night finally woke up with the sound of broken objects. Confused, he mumbled, Master. He reached toward the other side of the bed, surprisingly finding it empty. Zhu Xingyao sat up restlessly, searching around for Shen Xiuyun. Master? His voice sounded somewhat hoarse and lazy, obviously. Zhu Xingyao moved closer to the edge of the bed and finally saw Shen Xiuyun sitting on the floor. Master, why are you sitting on the floor? Hearing this, Shen Xiuyun raised his head to look at Zhu Xingyao. The young man was drowsy, wearing loose clothes, and exposed parts of his neck bore irregular marks. This helped Shen Xiuyun recall bits and pieces of what happened last night. Zhu Xingyao likely heard noises in his room last night, came to check up on him, and offered him water. However, a delirious Shen Xiuyun forced him to stay. After that, Shen Xiuyun blankly retracted his gaze, massaging his forehead helplessly. What kind of situation is this? To his surprise, Zhu Xingyao suddenly tumbled off the bed, kneeling before him with his head bowed extremely low. Master, I was the one who overstepped my bounds last night. Please punish me harshly, Master. Zhu Xingyao seemed quite afraid, crouching down tightly, and his arched back shook involuntarily. At last night's events, Shen Xiuyun was filled with regret and confusion now. He regretted even more deeply because of his own actions. He knew well his cultivation level. Under such circumstances, Zhu Xingyao could not possibly have escaped and would have been influenced and led astray by him. You don't need to blame yourself. It's not your fault. Shen Xiuyun lightly patted Zhu Xingyao's shoulder. Is it true? Master. Zhu Xingyao lifted his head, red-rimmed eyes looking disbelieving, and then suddenly hugged Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun, already drained of strength, was caught off guard by this forceful hug and fell backward. The two lay sprawled on the ground. Shen Xiuyun felt utterly despondent. Your silence just now scared me so much, Master. Zhu Xingyao tightly gripped the front of Shen Xiuyun's robes, fear evident in his voice. I thought Master didn't want anything to do with me anymore, that you would never see me again and send me down the mountain. What terrified him most was Shen Xiuyun looking at him as if they were strangers, as if saying, from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. No, I won't, Shen Xiuyun said. Zhu Xingyao had just expressed his feelings so sincerely, and it was hard for Shen Xiuyun not to feel guilty. He already wanted to hit himself for what happened. Then, Master, we. Zhu Xingyao carefully observed Shen Xiuyun's expression, stammering. Shen Xiuyun knew what Zhu Xingyao hesitantly wanted to say. I will give you an answer as your master. He wasn't the type of person who did things and then refused to admit them. Zhu Xingyao said, I don't need any answer from you, Master. I will do whatever you say, as long as you don't drive me away because of this. Shen Xiuyun. You're too easy to deceive, and too easily satisfied. Zhu Xingyao felt unexpectedly rewarded and thought he took one step closer to success, so he was very happy at that time. But soon, his happiness didn't last. Although Master verbally claimed not to blame him, it was evident that Master had been ignoring him these few days, always intentionally keeping a distance from him. Master would often stand under the peach tree, staring blankly at the leaves for an entire day, as if trying to see flowers in the leaves, deep in thought about something unknown. Zhu Xingyao clenched the tray in his hand tightly, feeling increasingly uneasy. This couldn't go on any longer. He composed himself and walked toward Shen Xiuyun under the tree. Master. Shen Xiuyun remained lost in thought and didn't respond. Master, what are you looking at? Zhu Xingyao followed Shen Xiuyun's gaze to look at the leaves too. Last time, he had already found out that Master's true form was a spiritually endowed peach wood. The peach trees of the Yiji Peak were all created due to Master's spiritual power, and they could be regarded as part of him. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the spiritual power, leading to more lush branches and leaves. If Master wished, these peach trees could even serve as his eyes and ears. However, he guessed that what Master had been observing these past few days definitely wasn't something casually researchable. Could it be, beyond this, there was something else he didn't know about? Chapter 104, Disciples will act as if nothing happened. Zhu Xingyao placed what she had made on the stone table, squatted in front of Shenxiuyan, shook the white sleeve that was hanging down, and looked up at Shenxiuyan expectantly. Master, look at me, Xingyao. He was like a pet who came to nibble on his master's clothes when bored and wanted to play with his master. My master is watching me. Shenxiuyan raised his hand and gently stroked Zhu Xingyao's head. He noticed that Zhu Xingyao seemed very sensitive to his reactions, far exceeding the average person. A frown could lead the young man to many speculations, fearing that he had offended him in some way. Master seems to be brushing me off. Zhu Xingyao complained while staring at Shenxiuyan. Aren't you still blaming me? What am I blaming you for? Shenxiuyan felt a little confused. He hadn't said anything at all. Should he apply to the system again for a mind-reading technique? It was too hard to guess Zhu Xingyao's thoughts with his random emotions. Alright, I know Master is troubled by my identity. Zhu Xingyao's tone became even more sorrowful. His eyelids drooped, lips pressed together, and he seemed dispirited as if wronged by a great injustice. I don't want to trouble my master. I can forget what happened that day, acting as if nothing has happened. I know that compared to my master, I'm worlds apart. And I won't tell anyone about this incident either. I will adhere strictly to my role as a disciple, not aspiring for any titles. In the future, I will only refer to Master as teacher. Master, please stop ignoring me. I'll be sad and afraid. After saying this, Zhu Xingyao leaned his head on Shenxiuyan's knee with an appearance of seeking comfort. Shenxiuyan. What nonsense. What kind of bizarre thing are you, Zhu Xingyao? These days, what I have been worried about is the possibility that the peach tree might blossom. What were you imagining all this time? You speak first after standing up. Shenxiuyan tried to pull Zhu Xingyao's hands, wanting to drag him up from the ground but found it impossible. Is Master no longer angry? Zhu Xingyao cautiously glanced at Shenxiuyan. What kind of anger are you talking about? You haven't done anything wrong. Or have you actually committed some wrongdoing? Shenxiuyan kept a serious face and pretended to be angry. Zhu Xingyao shifty-eyed once guiltily, then quickly shook his head. Since we've accidentally dual cultivated already, how can you say there is no connection between us? Stop overthinking from now on. Shenxiuyan stated. Why have you been deliberately avoiding me these past few days? I thought Master regretted it and believed I wasn't suitable to become your companion. Zhu Xingyao continued muttering under his breath. Actually, his heart had already exploded with joy. When have I ever said that I regretted it? These few days, I have just been thinking about how to appropriately announce our intention to form a relationship to others. This isn't something small. Shenxiuyan replied. Having already undergone dual cultivation, how could he behave like a scumbag, using his position and cultivation skills to threaten Zhu Xingyao? Sorry, I couldn't control myself that night. Pretend that it didn't happen. Keep your mouth shut. We're still master and disciple. Keep to the rules. Shenxiuyan considered himself not that shameless. Done was done. This was an indisputable fact. And based on his experience, if things were left ambiguous and unaddressed, the sensitive and fragile Zhu Xingyao could easily misconstrue it and turn hostile instantly. Since things had progressed this far, it was better to accept them openly. Anyway, the feeling of dual cultivation wasn't bad either. Really? Zhu Xingyao's eyes lit up with delighted hope. There was no forcing involved. No making it unpleasant for himself. Did Master willingly agree? Am I really not dreaming? Naturally true. You mustn't belittle yourself this way anymore or else I truly will get upset. Shenxiuyan lightly tapped Zhu Xingyao on the head. By saying so, aren't you implying that I have questionable judgment? I dare not do so again. Zhu Xingyao's bright eyes gazed directly at Shenxiuyan. He nuzzled against Shenxiuyan's knee slightly like a kitten seeking forgiveness after mistakenly doing something wrong. How could Shenxiuyan withstand such temptation from Zhu Xingyao? The system was absolutely right. No one could resist a seductive demoness. Alright, stand up quickly. If others see you like this, how improper would it be? Shenxiuyan tried again to reach out and pull Zhu Xingyao's arm. Zhu Xingyao dodged the pull with his other hand, instead placing his hand in Shenxiuyan's palm. Shenxiuyan instinctively gripped it tightly, causing their palms to press closely together. Does that mean, it's fine as long as only the honored teacher sees it? Shenxiuyan, ? Could this sentence be interpreted in this way? Does the honored teacher disapprove of the disciple leaning on you like this? Zhu Xingyao asked in a tone nearly resembling innocence, his fingertips caressing the center of Shenxiuyan's palm within the limited space. He observed Shenxiuyan repeatedly clenching his lips out of endurance, the neck slightly reddened, felt the honored teacher's tensed body, and an even more disordered breath. Just like the bright and dripping pink peach blossoms blooming in early spring of March. He yearned for the honored teacher's lips to become even more red and lustrous, desired for the honored teacher's breathing to become even more chaotic, wanted to bite. Ah, no. It would ruin his image in front of the honored teacher. What a pity. Don't fool around. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath, pulled Zhu Xingyao up, and his hands trembled slightly. Despite his best efforts to conceal it, Zhu Xingyao still detected the quaver in Shen Xiuyun's voice. Due to Zhu Xingyao's antics, Shen Xiuyun had forgotten about his desire to cut down all the peach trees on the mountain peak. Anyway, after observing for several days, these trees seemed not to have changed much. Perhaps the blossoming was just something he had mistakenly remembered. The next day, Shen Xiuyun had been sleepless for several consecutive days due to constant worries and was now sound asleep when his diligent disciple, who always rose early to practice swordsmanship, suddenly returned and began frantically knocking on his door. Honored teacher. Shen Xiuyun covered his ears, refusing to acknowledge. Honored teacher, please get up quickly. Shen Xiuyun pulled the blanket over his head and continued sleeping. The peach trees at the finger peak have blossomed. What? Shen Xiuyun sat up abruptly from a near-death slumber in alarm. Chapter 105, Senior Brother, why don't you find a cultivating companion too? Shen Xiuyun threw off the covers, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and with a few quick strides reached the door. He flung it open abruptly, startling Zhu Xingyao who was still in the motion of knocking. Senior. Zhu Xingyao's eyes instinctively fell on the loose collar of Shen Xiuyun's robes, revealing glimpses of his delicate clavicles. What did you say just now? Shen Xiuyun paid no attention to Zhu Xingyao's lingering gaze, gripping his shoulder anxiously and pressing for an answer. Zhu Xingyao's fleeting thoughts of intimacy were disrupted as he raised a finger toward the back. Every peach tree on the mountain has lost all its leaves overnight, but flower buds have grown on their branches instead, as if they're about to bloom. Teacher, isn't that strange? Shen Xiuyun. I don't find this strange, but I suddenly feel like doing something unusual. Shen Xiuyun stepped into the courtyard, where the mountain peak that had been evergreen all year round appeared barren after what seemed like a harsh winter, yet it wasn't devoid of vitality entirely. The buds swelling on the branches promised life would burst forth in a different form soon. Peach trees are naturally meant to bloom, there's nothing peculiar about this. Shen Xiuyun struggled to keep his facial expression calm, barely resisting the urge to flatten one finger peak with a flick of his finger. But teacher, the peach trees on one finger peak seemed never to have bloomed before, Zhu Xingyao said, secretly observing Shen Xiuyun's expression at the same time. Judging from the reaction of the teacher, it seemed like he had long known they would bloom. Shen Xiuyun's face twitched helplessly, because they've finally decided to open up. Zhu Xingyao indulged in a beautiful vision, is that so? If they could keep blooming, it would be beautiful indeed. Though he wasn't sure yet, perhaps the blossoming was related to dual cultivation with the teacher. Shen Xiuyun, exclamation point. Do you actually want them to keep blooming? Shen Xiuyun shot Zhu Xingyao a fierce glare, then disappeared instantly from the spot. He needed to go modify the mountain protective formation right now, there was still a chance to save himself from this socially dead situation. But Shen Xiuyun forgot, both the formation and the array had last been restructured by Yun Sikong, making it far from easy to adjust. Even worse, while Shen Xiuyun modified until his scalp went numb, halfway through the process, his senior brother summoned him for a talk. Shen Xiuyun hesitated upon remembering the tone Yun Sikong used when contacting him. Although the senior brother might not be able to match him in strength, he possessed bloodline suppression. Younger brother, I'm waiting for your explanation. Yun Sikong sat down at the head position and cast a cold, steely glance that felt almost like sentencing Shen Xiuyun. The matter is complicated. Shen Xiuyun attempted to organize his words but found it impossible to articulate anything meaningful. Then cut to the chase. Yun Sikong was straightforward, giving no room for excuses. Shen Xiuyun closed his eyes and clenched his heart, steeling himself, as senior brother suspected, I have undergone dual cultivation with Zhu Xingyao. Yun Sitsong's eyes sharpened almost immediately, did he seduce you? Shen Xiuyun struggled to speak clearly, no, he was forced. Yun Sikong, question mark. If Zhu Xingyao hadn't deliberately seduced him, how had his pure-hearted younger brother ended up engaging in dual cultivation with someone? This sounded like defending Zhu Xingyao. Because that day I took a pill and lost my senses. Shen Xiuyun glanced at Yun Sikong and explained voluntarily, giving him a look that implied, you get it, right? What kind of pill can render a great ascension phase cultivator like you confused? Yun Sikong sneered coldly. Let's see what other lies his younger brother can fabricate for Zhu Xingyao. For this, senior brother should ask the master of Four Finger Peak, Dan Jingfeng. He was the one who provided the pill. Shen Xiuyun replied truthfully. After all, although his resolve wasn't firm and he got dazzled by Zhu Xingyao, it wouldn't have happened without Dan Jingfeng's troublesome pill. Why should he alone bear the brunt of his senior brother's anger? Dan Jingfeng must come share in the consequences. Yun Sikong called out loudly towards the door, Qianqin. Jin Qianqin pushed the door open slightly but stood at the entrance, disciple is here. Go and summon the master of Four Finger Peak. Disciple understands. The door closed again. Younger brother, do you know how serious this matter is? Dual cultivation relates to your future ascension. Yun Sikong could finally no longer sit still. I know. It is said that disciples of the Shen Tian sect who practice the must not have a single impure thought in their hearts, nor should they have a cultivating companion or engage in dual cultivation with others, otherwise, if they develop feelings, it will be extremely difficult to advance further on the path. Shen Xiuyan repeated the taboos of the path without any expression. You know this and still, you're really muddled. Yun Sikong was both angry and frustrated. If I had known Zhu Xingyao would harm you this way, I shouldn't have spared him for your sake back then. But senior brother, over the centuries, none of the predecessors who strictly followed this rule seem to have ascended, Shen Xiuyan said. Even I, after entering the Great Ascension phase, haven't made further progress in cultivation for many years. What are you implying? Yun Sitsong's voice became grave. Perhaps the ancestor who originally established the didn't mean to say that one must have absolutely no feelings at all. Perhaps Zhu Xingyao is a test from heaven. If there's no escape, no avoidance, we can only face it head-on. A person cannot naturally be devoid of emotions. Without experiencing feelings, how could one achieve true detachment? Upon reflection, these two concepts are inseparable. Shen Xiuyan analyzed this systematically and felt relieved as he noticed Yun Sikong deep in thought. Sorry, big brother, I'm not intentionally deceiving you like this. Your thinking is outdated, so I just helped polish it up and clear your mind, otherwise, always focusing on Zhu Xingyao wouldn't get us anywhere. He couldn't always be stuck in the middle and criticized by everyone. There might be such a possibility, Yun Sikong concluded after a moment of contemplation. Exactly, Shen Xiuyan quickly agreed. But nobody would be Zhu Xingyao. Yun Sikong added the unspoken sentence. Shen Xiuyan raised an eyebrow. Brother, your prejudice against Zhu Xingyao is quite significant. Did junior brother forget the Zhu Xingyao cast on you? He used such despicable means to make you mistakenly believe you owe him affection. Without that spell, you probably wouldn't even give him a second glance, Yun Sikong remarked. Shen Xiuyan silently thought, that probably won't work because Zhu Xingyao looks pretty good. As Shen Xiuyan was lost in thought, a book of secrets suddenly appeared in front of him. What's this? That has almost completely integrated with you, making it very hard to remove, but its influence on you can be suppressed, Yun Sikong explained. You didn't believe it earlier, did you? Try the method outlined in this book. Once the enchantment wears off, see if you're still irrationally infatuated with Zhu Xingyao. If your feelings remain unchanged, I'll stop interfering in your affairs. Yun Sikong placed the book in Shen Xiuyan's hand. Shen Xiuyan stroked the book cover, thinking this was fine since Yun Sikong was a man of his word, and having spoken, he would likely not go back on his promise. It wouldn't hurt to try. After all, he felt certain he wasn't under the influence of the. Shen Xiuyan took the item and prepared to return. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned and asked. Senior brother, aren't you opposing me because you yourself don't have a cultivating companion? Why don't you also try finding one? Yun Sikong. Anyway, since you don't cultivate having someone by your side truly feels different, Shen Xiuyan encouraged him. He felt his senior brother was simply too lonely, managing the sex affairs top to bottom, under high work pressure, without time to find a companion, and without anyone to help alleviate his emotions, which caused him to become increasingly biased. I have never considered forming a cultivating partnership with anyone, and never will, Yun Sikong stated firmly, word by word. Shen Xiuyan turned around, pouting slightly. Alright, you're more suited to practicing He pushed the door to leave but nearly collided with Jin Qianxin standing behind it. From the posture, it seemed Jin Qianxin was initially going to push the door open, but for some reason didn't. Uncle. Jin Qianxin took a step back respectfully and bowed, his hands trembling slightly. Shen Xiuyan walked past him indifferently. Not until he had gone quite far did Shen Xiuyan suddenly realize something was off. Jin Qianxin's complexion just now was as pale as snowflakes. Chapter 106, Yao, my master wishes for you to seduce me once. The sound of Dan Jingfeng being severely reprimanded by Yun Sikong echoed within the hall. Jin Qianxuan stood at the door, lost in thought, his mind in chaos, and he hadn't heard a single word. He felt as though all his strength had been instantly drained by his master's previous words. Now, he only felt as if his insides were being tormented by fire, as if he was being roasted over flames, his skin splitting open and blood flowing, with intense pain. It truly hurt so much. He never knew that this suppressed, forbidden feeling in his heart would come to an end without any disease. He knew that his master could never reciprocate his feelings. He also knew that he couldn't let this love be noticed by his master, otherwise, he would face eternal doom. Because he was too familiar with the kind of person his master was. However, the difference between not having hope in one's heart and actually hearing the master say those forceful words is entirely distinct. It's like waiting for judgment versus being directly sentenced to death. The former still has a chance of release, while the latter brings complete despair. The pain was akin to dense steel needles repeatedly tormenting the shattered heart inside his chest, with a spreading sensation of pain and suffocation across every corner of his body. Qianxuan, why are you still standing at the door? Yun Sikong noticed that something was off with Jin Qianxuan since he returned with Dan Jingfeng. At that time, he was busy settling accounts with Dan Jingfeng and didn't pay close attention to Jin Qianxuan. Now, upon drawing closer, he realized Jin Qianxuan's face looked quite pale. Master, disciple, disciple. Jin Qinshuan woke up from his daze, a bitter taste lingering at the edge of his lips. He couldn't bring himself to say anything related to it and thus stood stiffly there, unsure what to do. Actually, sometimes he envied Zhu Xingyao who received such overt favoritism from the master's younger uncle. Why does your complexion look so poor? Yun Sikong gazed intently at Jin Qinshuan and spoke solemnly. Disciple is fine, perhaps I've become slightly restless during recent training. Jin Qinshuan replied with a reluctant tone. One must beware against rushing through practice. Even the Longjiyunyi clan, with their outstanding talent for cultivation, surpasses ordinary people, so you don't need to feel pressured at the gathering of heroes. Yun Sikong said. Upon hearing this, Jin Qinshuan paused, wondering if this was his master consoling him. That dead heart struggled unwillingly, wanting to revive again. A voice in Jin Qinshuan's brain seemed to continuously tempt and urge him. Look, your master clearly cares about you a lot. He concerns himself with you and comforts you, although it may not match how the uncle treats Zhu Xingyao, but the treatment given to you is special as well. Perhaps you should ask him once more about his thoughts regarding life partners. There might be hope. Don't you want to become his partner? Yes. He must, ask again. Jin Qinshuan abruptly lifted his head, using the greatest courage he possessed in his entire life. Master, will you never consider forming a partnership with anyone in the future? Yun Sikong was stunned, somewhat surprised to see Jin Qinshuan asking this unexpectedly. Qinshuan has always known how to keep his boundaries, knowing when to advance or retreat and never overstep to ask about things that weren't his business. What happened today? You have heard all of it. Yun Sitsong's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Yet even such a tone already made Jin Qinshuan panic-stricken, unable to bear even the slightest damage. In fact, he had regretted uttering those words the moment they escaped his lips. Hastily explaining, disciple did not intentionally eavesdrop on your conversation with master. Before Jin Qinshuan finished his explanation, Yun Sikong had already interrupted him coldly. This is not something you should inquire about. For some unknown psychological reason, Yun Sikong refrained from repeating his previous words before Jin Qinshuan. But regardless of the cause or any hidden situation, Jin Qinshuan had already been deeply wounded again. He knew that once Yun Sikong made a decision, it would never change. It was just because he attached so much importance to that bit of specialness, foolishly trying to stop the cart with his arms alone. He should have known long ago. It's my transgression. Jin Qinshuan bowed respectfully to Yun Sikong, hiding his unfading disappointment and sorrow under his lowered eyelashes. He couldn't continue standing here facing Yun Sikong. He feared that the overwhelming emotions in his heart couldn't be held back and would be detected by his master. Thus, he rushed to take his leave. Yun Sikong looked at Jin Qinshuan's retreating figure pensively, noting how he still appeared preoccupied with deep thoughts. Yet, he didn't say a word. Unbeknownst to Wen, so many secrets unwilling to be spoken had grown between them. Yun Sikong walked to the window, looking far into the mist-covered towering mountains outside, and sighed deeply. His choice not to find a life partner wasn't due to any particular reason. It's just that too much emotional entanglement can easily cause people to lose the right judgment on things. Just like his feelings toward Shin Xiuyun, if it hadn't been for the consideration of the bond between them as master and disciple, and taking Shin Xiuyun's feelings into account at the beginning, he would have hesitated not a bit and killed this half-human half-demon on the first day Zhu Xingyao came to Shantian's sect. And there wouldn't be the current situation where Zhu Xingyao disrupts his disciples' cultivation. Sitting in the position of the sect leader of Shantian's sect, he must consider everyone, must be more impartial than anyone else. Emotions will interfere with his judgment and thus should be minimized as far as possible. But he seemed to always feel a strange unwillingness towards Jin Qinshuan. On the way back to Yiji Peak, Shin Xiuyun asked the system in his mind. Does the soul-binding spell that was cast by Zub Xingyao from my previous life still affect me now? Shin Xiuyun had originally been pretty confident. But Yun Sitsong's firm words made him slightly waver. If it was really because of the soul-binding spell, then he could later disengage himself from this relationship. But what about Zhu Xingyao? Zhu Xingyao, filled with hope of finally finding her place, would be overwhelmed with despair when abandoned. How would she deal with herself afterward? The system stuttered and avoided the question. Well, if the host wants a definite answer within an extremely short time, why not let Zhu Xingyao charm you directly? People who sincerely fall for a seducer cannot resist being charmed. The system suggested. Shin Xiuyun thought it made sense. Seeing that Shin Xiuyun didn't press further, the system sighed in relief. It had been required by the main system to make up its report and found out lots of issues. Among these issues, the greatest controversy was this soul-binding spell. It might have already brought unforeseen effects, but currently, the main system hadn't given it an accurate response. When Shin Xiuyun returned to Yiji Peak, he saw Zhu Xingyao sitting under a bare peach tree, gazing blankly upwards. Shin Xiuyun approached and asked, "Ao Yao, what are you looking at?" This time it was Shin Xiuyun who was puzzled asking. "Master is back." Zhu Xingyao immediately brightened upon seeing Shin Xiuyun. "The disciple is watching when the peach blossoms will bloom." Cough, cough. While walking, Shin Xiuyun suddenly leaned to the right side and almost sprained his foot. He tried to guide Zhu Xingyao not to overly focus on the matter of peach blossoms. Plant growth and flowering all follow their own patterns. How can they blossom as soon as buds appear? But master, the peach trees formed buds overnight, they must be different from ordinary peach trees in the mortal world. Zhu Xingyao speculated while observing the peach tree. Shen Xiuyan was speechless and could only dryly say, maybe. However, Zhu Xingyao pursued the question with great interest. Master, I feel a very faint fluctuation of spiritual power in these flower buds, similar to Master's aura. Could it be due to our dual cultivation that the peach trees have started blooming? Zhu Xingyao asked. Shen Xiuyan. Sometimes, having a too smart apprentice isn't necessarily a good thing. I'm not sure, Shen Xiuyan forced out a few words through gritted teeth, feeling totally flustered. So even Master doesn't know? On the surface, Zhu Xingyao pretended to be disappointed, but deep down, a sly look flashed in her eyes. In fact, proving it would be quite simple. Shen Xiuyan's left eyelid twitched. What do you plan to do? We'll know after dual cultivation several more times, Zhu Xingyao said fearlessly. She used her most naive expression to disguise the shocking statement. I think that's inappropriate. We shouldn't continue discussing this topic. Shen Xiuyan's voice rose a few degrees, losing control and unable to pretend anymore. Seeing Shen Xiuyan practically getting irritated, Zhu Xingyao almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. The master was truly adorable, getting so shy about such things. After all, they've already done the most intimate things together. What's this peach tree blooming compared to that? He even wanted to. Ao Yao, I remember you mentioned you're half-demon and you can bewitch others, right? At this sudden mention, Zhu Xingyao, who was lost in reverie, shuddered. Her heart instantly dropped, replacing the warm romantic atmosphere with the cold chill of dread. Why did the master bring this up all of a sudden? Ao Yao, I want you to bewitch me once, Shen Xiuyan declared solemnly. Breathing paused, Zhu Xingyao felt as if struck by a heavy hammer in her chest. Staggering back a step, panic arose in her eyes. She had acted so wantonly toward the master under the effect of her enchantment before, doing such acts. Is the master aware of something? Chapter 107, Seizing the Opportunity to Kiss the Master. Master, why do you suddenly ask about this? Zhu Xingyao's mind was racing, and his heart was pounding like thunder. After being reborn, he had consistently concealed his true abilities, pretending to be weak while actually having all the strength of his previous life. He relied on his mastery over his previous cultivation skills and the fact that master wasn't wary of him, giving him the confidence to act freely towards the master, enjoying a secretive pleasure in doing so. But what if master really finds out? No, that's not right. If master truly knew, given master's character, the reaction wouldn't have been what we saw just now. The master rarely hides anything from him. He shouldn't panic unnecessarily. Perhaps master is only starting to suspect something. Even if master did find out everything, so what? For master, he would never let go. What's wrong, is this difficult for you? Shen Xiuyan didn't directly answer Zhu Xingyao's question. Zhu Xingyao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's not that hard, but master has such deep cultivation. Showing my meager tricks in front of you might be akin to teaching grandmasters how to use axes. Never mind, feel free to demonstrate. Shen Xiuyan smiled slightly. Zhu Xingyao, seeing the gentle smile in Shen Xiuyan's eyes, relaxed internally. A false alarm. He was almost certain now that master probably hadn't discovered anything unusual yet. It could be that master heard from somewhere that he had some enchanting ability and wanted to test him. Earlier, when master was called by Yun Xiqing to Wuxiang Peak, they seemed to talk for quite a while. Was it this troublemaker stirring things up behind the scenes again? Could Jin Qianxin handle Yun Xiqing properly? If he can't, then I should quickly find a stone to hit myself with to wake up. Feeling irked inside, Zhu Xingyao took a deep breath, striving to calm down. On the other hand, if it was Yun Xiqing inciting master to test him, there must be some accusations of deliberate seduction involved. Then he would ensure seducing master at least once successfully so that it wouldn't contradict Uncle Master's high evaluation of him. Zhu Xingyao moved closer to Shen Xiuyan, standing face to face with him. He slightly leaned forward, enveloping Shen Xiuyan, reducing the distance between them until their breathing mingled. Shen Xiuyan watched Zhu Xingyao closely, growing increasingly nervous, thinking, why is he suddenly so close? It feels way too near. While Shen Xiuyan's thoughts were swirling, Zhu Xingyao's hand gently touched his cheek, fingertips lightly brushing against his smooth skin, lifting his chin softly and forcing Shen Xiuyan to look directly into his eyes. Master, don't be afraid. Relax, Zhu Xingyao cooed softly. That tender caress and the comforting words carried an almost magical power, making Shen Xiuyan subconsciously trust him, slowing down his thought processes, even becoming unable to think clearly. Shen Xiuyan struggled to describe the strange sensation. It was as though his brain had been emptied. Master, look into my eyes, Zhu Xingyao ordered in a voice imbued with irresistible allure. When Shen Xiuyan's gaze met Zhu Xingyao's, his eyes lost focus, his pupils dilating minutely. This was the vulnerable, pliant form of master, making any action toward him seem entirely acceptable. I want to kiss master. Zhu Xingyao's thumb gently rubbed back and forth across Shen Xiuyan's lips, a place he dreamed of touching day and night. Isn't master deliberately luring me? Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, Zhu Xingyao admitted he simply couldn't resist. Cupping Shen Xiuyan's face with both hands, Zhu Xingyao closed the gap forcefully, claiming master's soft lips. Overhead, the blooming peach blossoms fluttered gently as the two of them exchanged a deep kiss. Achoo! Shen Xiuyan wiped the red tip of his nose, the strong floral fragrance stimulating him to sneeze continuously. Why did the flowers bloom suddenly? Standing under the tree, Shen Xiuyan glanced around to see peach blossoms covering the entire mountain, creating a mesmerizing scenery akin to an earthly paradise. Yet in his memory, he had only momentarily lost focus for a short while. Zhu Xingyao blinked innocently and said cryptically, perhaps something has come to light. Shen Xiuyan. Alright, so you're throwing it back at me? Did you do anything else to me before? Shen Xiuyan spoke, accidentally touching his lips, letting out an involuntary hiss due to the pain. The burning sensation reminded him that if he ate 10 pots of super spicy hot pot during his dazed moment, it might feel exactly like this. Does Master want the truth? Zhu Xingyao hesitated a moment, looking at Shen Xiuyan with an uncertain and uneasy expression. A noticeable blush crept onto his cheeks. Shen Xiuyan. When asked what he did, why does your face turn as red as a teapot full of bubble tea? Disciple, just now. I couldn't help myself and kissed Master. Zhu Xingyao twisted his fingers tightly, apprehensively saying. Shen Xiuyan. After speaking, Zhu Xingyao noticed the unpleasant look on Shen Xiuyan's face and immediately knelt down, lowering his head to confess, it's disciple's disrespect, disciple knows it's wrong. I didn't expect that I actually enchanted you, Master. You just looked so unable to control myself because of insufficient self-discipline. Please punish me. Shen Xiuyan. My native language is speechlessness. You. In a fit of anger, Shen Xiuyan scolded, you truly. Zhu Xingyao pulled out his ultimate move, crawling on his knees to Shen Xiuyan, hugging his legs while looking up with teary eyes. Master, Aoyao knows it's wrong, Aoyao will never dare again. Shen Xiuyan wasn't exactly someone with a hard heart. With Zhu Xingyao being adept at apologizing cutely, all the anger disappeared before it could be directed at the disciple. But he thought, he couldn't let Zhu Xingyao have his way entirely. Otherwise, the apprentice would become uncontrollably bold and reckless in the future. This time, it was only a secret kiss. Next time, who knows what even more outrageous things might be done to him. He needed to discipline Zhu Xingyao a bit. Shen Xiuyan considered for a long time and finally came up with a punishment that was neither too lenient nor too severe. Since this is your first offense, there won't be a heavy punishment. Go back and copy the Qingxin spell 50 times in the private chamber, and reflect properly. I understand, thank you, Master. Zhu Xingyao released Shen Xiuyan and stood up, his voice lifeless like an eggplant hit by frost, listless and without energy. But Master, since my cultivation level is far below yours, how am I able to enchant you? Zhu Xingyao suddenly asked. A person whose heart resonates with eyes unable to resist temptation, this has nothing to do with one's cultivation level. Shen Xiuyan almost blurted out. After speaking, even he himself was surprised. How come? Shen Xiuyan nearly turned his head to question Zhu Xingyao. Only to see Zhu Xingyao resting his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in deep thought, completely unaware of Shen Xiuyan's unusual gaze. So that's why. Zhu Xingyao nodded affirmatively, continuing to think, doesn't this indicate that Master cherishes deep feelings for Aoyao, thus? Zhu Xingyao seemed to have understood something, excitedly looking at Shen Xiuyan. But saw Master with a somber expression. The excitement about to spill out was forcibly swallowed back, nervously and uneasily asking. Why is Master looking at me like this? Did I say something wrong just now? Shen Xiuyan furrowed his brows, gazing at Zhu Xingyao for a while, and then solemnly said, nothing. Perhaps I overthought it. Aoyao doesn't seem like someone who plays such tricks. After all, he didn't even conceal from me that he secretly kissed me. He's excessively honest. Back in his quiet chamber, Shen Xiuyan molded over and ultimately flipped through the secret manual given by Yun Xiqing, deciding to use the secret art to suppress the Tongxin curse. Even though he had already confirmed that his feelings for the current Zhu Xingyao weren't affected by the Tongxin curse, he would never forget how the imprint of the curse was tattooed on his body. Each surge of passion clearly reminded him of the powerlessness and shame of having no choice but to submit to someone else. Thus, Shen Xiuyan resolutely decided to cast the secret spell on the Tongxin curse. The secret spell was somewhat complex, and by the time Shen Xiuyan finished practicing it, it was already late at night. Exhausted, he yawned, stretched his body, and was preparing to rest when a clear system prompt rang in his mind. The darkening value of the male lead increased by 70. Shen Xiuyan. Chapter 108, Master, that sounds so good. Do it a few more times. Shen Xiuyan had already forgotten how long it had been since he last heard this alert sound. He almost forgot that there was even such a thing as the blackening value. Punishing Zhu Xingyao by making him copy books, is this really blackening? Are you mistaken? Zhu Xingyao's life is valuable but his life isn't valuable at all. What about human rights? The system yelled in Shen Xiuyan's mind as if its tail was on fire. It's not because of the copying of books, host. You must go check it out. Shen Xiuyan was totally confused, what exactly happened? System, host, don't you remember what Zhu Lingyue used to do to Zhu Xingyao? Locking him up, terrifying him, torturing him, humiliating him. Being locked up left deep psychological scars on him. Shen Xiuyan froze. But he never treated Zhu Xingyao like that, did he? Wait. That secret room was where the former self would meditate. It was made of very soundproof materials, with no windows inside, only one door and some breathing holes on the walls. It would be extremely quiet inside, free from outside interference, allowing one to calm down and think clearly. Shen Xiuyun used to joke about how it looked like a prison cell. He sent Zhu Xingyao in there to copy the Qingxin spell and reflect on his actions, unintentionally putting him in an environment so similar to the past. Shen Xiuyun's breath hitched, and he almost broke the door open. He couldn't imagine how scared and helpless Zhu Xingyao must be now. Shen Xiuyun reached the secret room as fast as possible, pushing the door open forcefully. However, it was pitch black inside, and his hand couldn't see his fingers. Where's the candlelight? Why is it so dark? Suddenly, he heard a faint, trembling sob, sounding very terrified. Yao Yao. Shen Xiuyun's voice was filled with worry and urgency. He cast a spell and reignited the candle stand in the secret room, only to find the candle stand lying beside the table. There was a neat stack of copied books on the table, as well as a partially written page stained with ink. As for Zhu Xingyao was crouched in the corner, shaking, surrounded by a thick cloud of demonic energy. Shen Xiuyun's eyes tightened as he hurriedly approached and asked, Yao Yao, how are you? Zhu Xingyao seemed not to hear Shen Xiuyun speaking, still keeping his head down without any reaction. Shen Xiuyun's voice became slower and gentler as he asked again. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Your master is here. Shen Xiuyun raised his hand, wanting to gently pat Zhu Xingyao's head to soothe his emotions. He knew Zhu Xingyao liked it when he patted him this way. But just as Shen Xiuyun's hand touched Zhu Xingyao's scalp, the demonic aura swirling around Zhu Xingyao suddenly came alive, quickly wrapping around Shen Xiuyun's wrist, restraining him, lifting him off his feet, leaving him suspended in midair. Shen Xiuyun immediately struck the demonic aura with his spiritual power. But the demonic aura remained completely unresponsive. How could this be? A few days ago, when he got hurt by Zhu Xingyao's demonic aura, it could have been due to a temporary oversight. Now he was quite serious, without a bit of carelessness. Even though he was currently idle at the Deqing cultivation stage, how could Zhu Xingyao, whose cultivation level was so much lower than his, possibly break through his control with demonic aura? Master, please leave this place. Zhu Xingyao in the corner, weakly voiced with difficulty. Shen Xiuyun felt heartbroken and wanted to escape but found Zhu Xingyao refusing to let go. Shen Xiuyun struggled like a fish in a net. Not only did he fail to escape, but the demonic aura wrapped around his wrists tightened even more. Shen Xiuyun looked at his red wrist, and a sense of foreboding gradually arose within him. In the corner, Zhu Xingyao, who had been still until now, suddenly stood up. At this point, Shen Xiuyun finally saw Zhu Xingyao's appearance. Those originally lively and beautiful purple eyes were now full of surging demonic aura, a faint smile playing on the corner of his lips as he stepped toward Shen Xiuyun one step at a time. It was too similar. Just like Zhu Xingyao from the previous life who pressed him against the regret cliff. Help! Shen Xiuyun cried out in his mind, damn Lao Lu, how can you let me die like this without doing anything? But Lao Lu was silent as if he had lost his vocal cords. Shen Xiuyun swallowed nervously, his chest feeling as if there was a panic-stricken little deer inside, his heart pounding rapidly. The demonic aura surrounding Zhu Xingyao seemed to become more restless and unstable than before Shen Xiuyun entered. The system automatically detected that Zhu Xinyao's blackening value had reached a high of 80. This was not a good sign, because Zhu Xingyao now looked like he had lost his mind. At this moment, Shen Xiuyun had to admit that he was sweating bullets. If he were given another chance, he would choose to ignore the blackening and just lie down to sleep. Since Master is willing to stay and accompany me. Which eyes of yours saw that I stayed willingly? Shen Xiuyun's eyes blazed with fury, but he dared not provoke Zhu Xingyao with further hostile language. He feared that Zhu Xingyao might kill him. After all, it wasn't as if Zhu Xingyao hadn't done it before. Zhu Xingyao calmly walked in front of Shen Xiuyun, pressing his index finger slightly downward into the air, causing Shen Xiuyun to drop from the air. With one more step closer, Zhu Xingyao backed Shen Xiuyun into the wall. Shen Xiuyun stared at Zhu Xingyao in horror, cold sweat trickling down from his temples. Master, why don't you do me another favor? Zhu Xingyao leaned closer to Shen Xiuyun's ear, his voice dripping with seductive charm. Although his tone sounded like he was requesting help from Shen Xiuyun, his hands firmly grasped Shen Xiuyun's slender waist, clearly showing no intention of letting go. Ao Yao. Shen Xiuyun's voice turned sharp out of fear. He noticed, after shouting that cry, Zhu Xingyao momentarily froze, loosening his grip somewhat. If not escaping now, when? Like a slippery fish, Shen Xiuyun would wriggle free the moment the hold on him slackened. However, reality hit hard. He managed to twist only half of his body away before Zhu Xingyao regained focus, grabbing him back, and pinning him against the wall again. Master sounds so good. Do it a few more times. Chapter 109, Master, why don't you listen just at this moment? You nitwit. Shen Xiuyun revealed a pained expression, feeling that his shoulder blade had been yanked by Zhu Xingyao and crashed against the wall, causing his entire back to ache numbly. Even a naturally gentle white rabbit, when pushed to the extreme, will bite. Moreover, Zhu Xingyao's teasing and taunting words were like adding fuel to the fire. Shen Xiuyan seemed furious and instead of doing what Zhu Xingyao hoped, he attempted to attack Zhu Xingyao. But before his palm could strike Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyan was restricted in his movements. The surging malevolent energy enveloped his arm with a force he couldn't break free from, leaving his hand suspended only an inch away from Zhu Xingyao's face, unable to move any further. And because of his struggle, the wide sleeve slid down to his elbow bend. "Let me go." Shen Xiuyan's voice carried not only anger but also an almost imperceptible note of disappointment and grievance. It was as if accusing Zhu Xingyao of his current shameless behavior. "What would master exchange with me?" asked Zhu Xingyao. His cool fingertips gently traced along Shen Xiuyan's white forearm like lotus stems, slowly ascending toward the center of the palm. The demonic aura shifting with his thoughts, wrapping around Shen Xiuyan's arm while incrementally lifting it into alignment with his own. Their long fingers pressed together into Shen Xiuyan's tightly clenched hand which involuntarily loosened its grip in an instant, allowing Zhu Xingyao's palm to press directly against Shen Xiuyan's. Though both men, Zhu Xingyao was now taller and more robust than Shen Xiuyan. Zhu Xingyao's long fingers, though elegant, were not as pale and tender as Shen Xiuyan's, but instead radiated strength and control. Just like right now. Zhu Xingyao's hands interlaced through Shen Xiuyan's fingers, forcefully locking their 10 digits together. He held the master tightly confined within his grasp where refusal became impossible. Shen Xiuyan struggled fruitlessly against Zhu Xingyao, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he bowed his head. "Ao Yao. My hand hurts, let go." Was Zhu Xingyao truly insane? He was almost crushing Shen Xiuyan's hand bones. With a sigh of regret, Zhu Xingyao murmured sorrowfully, "If master had listened earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Hear my curse. The disciple doesn't wish to harm the master." What nonsense is that? For every statement Zhu Xingyao made, Shen Xiuyan cursed internally, incessantly grumbling without end. In the middle of his cursing, another jumbled, indistinct sound suddenly arose in his mind. "Host. Host, kiss him." Enraged, Shen Xiuyan launched a barrage of indiscriminate verbal assaults. "So you decided to show up again? You should have waited even longer, might as well come for my corpse." After finishing his tirade, Shen Xiuyan realized that the system's voice hadn't responded anymore. All that remained in his mind was chaotic electrical noise. After a while, even the noise disappeared. How could the system experience bad signals? Zhu Xingyao noticed Shen Xiuyan lost in thought, his head tilted to one side. Gripping Shen Xiuyan's chin firmly with his fingers, he forcibly turned his face towards himself. The disciple advises master to stop entertaining crooked thoughts, otherwise, the one who will suffer. "It's you." Zhu Xingyao suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, looking closely at Shen Xiuyan who was just inches away. The soft sensation on his lips told him this wasn't a dream. The originally chaotic maleficent energy swirling wildly around him, wanting to tear everything apart, instantly calmed down, almost docile and confused, as if unsure how to proceed. The demonic energy, once coiling around Shen Xiuyan like chains, receded like an ebbing tide. Shen Xiuyan immediately felt the oppressive sensation on his body dissipate. Was kissing lightly enough to make Zhu Xingyao, who'd reached peak blackheartedness, suddenly become compliant? How did he not know he possessed such amazing capabilities? Still, the system had proven reliable this time. "Master." Zhu Xingyao began to indulge in seeking more kisses from Shen Xiuyan, but after some moments, he suddenly released Shen Xiuyan and pushed him away slightly. "Master, leave quickly." Zhu Xingyao appeared to have regained a fragment of clarity. Furrowing his brows painfully, he started speaking incoherently in confusion. "I won't dare do it again. Don't lock me here. So dark. Master. I was wrong, please don't leave me. Is there anyone, let me out. Master, save me." Zhu Xingyao knelt painfully along the wall in despair, clawing hopelessly at the wall until his nails drew blood. "Ao Yao, stop it quick. You're injuring yourself." Shen Xiuyan quickly grabbed Zhu Xingyao's wildly clawing hand, trying to stop this almost self-mutilating act. He was shocked by the disturbing scene before him. Zhu Xingyao appeared like a desperate prisoner using his hands to dig out a path to survival, which also tore Shen Xiuyan's heart apart. "Ao Yao, listen to me," Shen Xiuyan said anxiously. Under Shen Xiuyan's urgent low voice, Zhu Xingyao barely regained a shred of clarity. He violently tried to push Shen Xiuyan away, but in reality, he had little strength left. The malevolent energy was gradually eroding his remaining reason, making every word he spoke extremely arduous. You must go." Did master realize how dangerous it was for him to stay? If he completely lost control and couldn't regulate his own power, as the only person who could save him, master would surely fall victim to. Master wouldn't be able to endure it. It might end up just like last time. In a flustered tone, Zhu Xingyao continued, "Master, please go. I really can't control the malevolent energy anymore." However, Shen Xiuyan held on to Zhu Xingyao's aimlessly waving hand against his chest, tightly embracing him while softly comforting. "Ao Yao, you can control it, you won't hurt your master." A simple kiss earlier made Zhu Xingyao become docile, instilling great confidence in Shen Xiuyan. It made him feel that Zhu Xingyao's brain invasion by the malevolent energy wasn't so hard to handle after all. As long as it could be controlled, he didn't fear it as much. Shen Xiuyun then slightly turned his face and placed a light kiss on Zhu Xingyao's neck. Ao Yao is still here, so master won't leave. For a moment, Zhu Xingyao was unsure if he should be touched or frustrated. Master, why don't you listen just at this moment? You'll definitely regret this later. Chapter 110, Master, let me teach you properly. Shen Xiuyun felt Zhu Xingyao trembling in his arms. Ao. He was puzzled and wanted to lift his hand to check on Zhu Xingyao's condition, but suddenly felt a sharp pain around his neck. Hiss, Shen Xiuyun frowned in pain. Why has Zhu Xingyao started biting again? Could it be that the demonic aura's invasion caused Zhu Xingyao too much pain to bear? Are you still in so much pain? Shen Xiuyun redirected his own spiritual power and gently injected it into Zhu Xingyao's body. His spiritual power might not have a great effect on Zhu Xingyao suppressing the demonic aura. But it could help relieve Zhu Xinyao's physical and mental suffering to the greatest extent possible. Sure enough, after a while, Zhu Xingyao's speech became coherent again, sounding more energetic. Master. Giving your spiritual power to me like this won't work. Isn't that how cultivators mutually transfer their spiritual power? What should I do to help then? Asked Shen Xiuyun, confused. Zhu Xingyao, who had rested his head on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder, suddenly laughed and abruptly broke free from his embrace. Quickly pinning Shen Xiuyun to the ground with an unexpected speed. The situation reversed drastically within seconds. Shen Xiuyun was somewhat taken aback by this sudden change. As he watched the surging demonic aura surrounding Zhu Xingyao, resembling a wild beast that had lost all reason, an ominous feeling began to rise in Shen Xiuyun's heart. Master, let me teach you well. Something wasn't right. Why was Zhu Xingyao laughing so evilly? The situation felt increasingly off. I don't need you to teach me. Shen Xiuyun struggled fiercely like a fish caught in a net. He regretted deeply at that moment. If only he could. But Zhu Xingyao's cold, it's too late, shattered all of Shen Xiuyun's fantasies. No matter how hard he resisted, he just made Zhu Xingyao more annoyed, using the demonic aura to bind him even tighter. His clothes disintegrated in an instant. Maybe the same fate awaited him. Shen Xiuyun swallowed, despairingly contemplating. Shen Xiuyun didn't know how long he'd been unconscious. Because he had alternated between being utterly exhausted and falling unconscious, then waking up due to pain. Completely unable to distinguish day from night. Once, he thought, time drags endlessly, was merely a rhetorical exaggeration. Heh. Until he personally experienced dual cultivation with Zhu Xingyao. He felt as though he had already ascended to immortality. Otherwise, why could he now hear his disciple wailing beside him? Wah wah wah. Master. Wah wah wah. Sorry. Master. It's all my fault. Wah wah wah. Master. Master. Wah wah wah. Wake up quick. Ao can't lose you. Crying quite dramatically. Not in vain to cherish you. Shen Xiuyun silently commented in his mind. Just that it was too loud, somewhat noisy. After half an incense stick's worth of time, the weeping hadn't subsided. Stop crying. Furious, Shen Xiuyun opened his eyes and yelled loudly. Couldn't he just go quietly? Master? The young man who had been sobbing without restraint choked upon hearing the shout. Blinking in disbelief several times. Only after confirming that the person lying in bed had indeed opened his eyes did he burst into tears once more, muttering incomprehensibly. Wah wah wah. Master, you've finally awoken. I thought that. Otherwise, I could only redeem myself by death, wah wah wah. Shen Xiuyun felt a throbbing headache looking at Zhu Xingyao, who had swollen red eyes from crying. He consoled gently. It's all right now, everything is fine. If you keep crying, there will soon be a flood. How could things be fine? You were unconscious for 3 whole days. Zhu Xingyao flipped out Shen Xiuyun's arm from under the blanket, rolled up the sleeve, revealing alarming traces still visible, deep red marks circling the wrist, fading kiss marks spreading towards the elbow, tooth marks. Each one indicating the intensity of that moment. These were all caused by me, Zhu Xingyao sobbed, the self-reproach and guilt almost spilling over from his eyes. Shen Xiuyun. You certainly don't have to publicly punish me further. Shen Xiuyun dared not recall how he survived inside that room. Zhu Xingyao treated him like a madman, no matter how much he begged for mercy. My sins are unforgivable. If it weren't for wanting to watch over you until you awaken personally, I would have already requested punishment at the discipline hall, Zhu Xingyao confessed. Zhu Xingyao gently lowered Shen Xiuyun's sleeve and considerately helped him readjust the blanket. When he once again saw his master lying almost lifeless before him, he nearly lost his mind. He almost thought that he had inadvertently caused his master's death all over again. The scene on Wuhui Cliff from their past life was not only a recurring nightmare for his master, but also the greatest fear buried deep in his heart. No need. Shen Xiuyun quickly stopped him. Other disciples who went to the discipline hall were there for breaking sect rules, such as brawling. However, Zhu Xingyao would go there because he was too rough while dual cultivating with his master. Shen Xiuyun inwardly shook his head violently. Despite being strong-willed his whole life, even though he had already accepted the fact of being the passive partner in their relationship. It certainly didn't mean he wanted everyone else to know these private details. Absolutely not. Master. Zhu Xingyao exclaimed. If I'm already like this, should I let you be punished till you're bruised and battered just to balance things out? Shen Xiuyan said. With red eyes, Zhu Xingyao replied, disciple. What exactly happened that night? As Shen Xiuyan saw that Zhu Xingyao was about to burst into tears again, he hastily changed the subject. Because when the disciple was copying scriptures, he accidentally knocked over the candle flame, causing it to extinguish. Fearing darkness and remembering the time as a child when I was locked in a dark room, I lost control of my demonic aura and... His voice gradually softened as he explained. Recently, due to excessive demonic energy within him, he had been having trouble controlling it. Last time, it accidentally scorched his master's hand. Copying Qingxin mantra in the private chamber wasn't a big issue initially. Unfortunately, his inadvertent knock of the candle stirred memories of being confined in a black room during childhood, making him feel powerless and afraid. In an instant, the demonic energy surged out of control before he could suppress it. Without the soul-severing sword, the increasing excess demonic energy in his body had no safe outlet. Dual cultivation with his master could indeed mitigate some of the extra demonic aura. But ultimately, it still harmed his master's body. After the heroes' gathering ended in a few days, he would pretend to descend the mountain for practice with other disciples and secretly forge a sword. It's good that everything is fine now, you may leave. Your master wants to rest some more. After talking for a bit, sleepiness overwhelmed Shen Xiuyan again. He was truly exhausted. Yes. Disciple takes his leave. Zhu Xingyao stepped back, carefully closing the door behind him. As Shen Xiuyan closed his eyes, a sneaky voice suddenly rang in his mind. The sixth system stealthily elongating its tone as if committing a theft. Host, you, are. Shen Xiuyan smiled faintly, so you dare show up. The system sensed murderous intent and nervously glitched, why yikes? What's wrong? Shen Xiuyan continued smiling benevolently. Have you so quickly forgotten the terrible advice you gave me? You seem to have a very selective memory. You told me to kiss Zhu Xingyao, leading me to believe that doing so would dispel the demonic aura. Now look at me, I can barely move. Are you satisfied? Are you happy? You cold-hearted, unfeeling sixth system, I will never forgive you. Never ever. System, actually. When I suggested you kiss the male lead, it wasn't really about kissing him. It was. Chapter 111, after you've seen this, you can go back to the Dragon Clan. Shen Xiuyan, and what? I'll just hear you continue to quibble. He knew this rotten system inside and out, he wouldn't believe a single word of it this time. The system, slightly apologetically, said, in fact, I was thinking that you should quickly kiss the male protagonist and then retreat before he noticed. Shen Xiuyan indicated grave suspicion, would you be so kind-hearted? It's already impressive enough that you aren't tricking me into charging forward. After all, he had originally planned to sleep but woke up to continue working overtime due to its shoddy hint. System, considering Zhu Xingyao's dangerous condition at the time, I was afraid that you might end up like you did in your previous life, so I suggested a strategic withdrawal. Shen Xiuyan clenched his fists, so. Why did I hear you tell me to kiss him instead? The system, shamefacedly, said, well, because Zhu Xingyao's demonic aura surged dramatically at the moment, affecting the surrounding magnetic field instability. As a result, what I said wasn't fully conveyed. Shen Xiuyan. The truth was revealed. Shen Xiuyan understood, but he couldn't accept it. Because the victim lying here, unable to move, was him. The system cautiously asked, host, how about applying for some additional compensation for you? Shen Xiuyan felt insulted by money, so he sternly declared. Do you think I am the type of person who would bend over backwards for 5 bushels of rice? However, before he finished speaking, the system preemptively said, host, the application has been made with the main system. Once you complete the mission and return to the original world, besides the initially agreed upon reward of 5 million, an additional 3 million will be provided as compensation for mental distress. Shen Xiuyan silently swallowed the 4 words, bend over backwards. Humiliate him thoroughly with money. During Shen Xiuyan's unconscious recovery period, the fiercely competitive assembly of heroes came to a close. Long Yuni narrowly defeated Jin Qianxin and took first place. He earnestly requested permission from Yun seeking to stay temporarily at the Xiantian sect for a year, hoping to study, cultivate, and exchange skills here with contemporaries like Jin Qianxin. To show sincerity, he paid a hefty tuition up front. Yun seeking was greatly appreciative of this exceptionally talented and poised junior disciple, readily agreeing to his request, while also regretting slightly that Long Yuni didn't express any intention to take on a master. If not for already having 5 disciples and the busy daily affairs, he would have been more than willing to take in another talented disciple like him. Jin Qianxin happened to be nearby at the time and naturally read the admiration and recognition of Long Yuni in his teacher's eyes, along with the subtle implication of a wish to take on a disciple. Turning his head, Jin Qianxin glared resentfully at Long Yuni, filled with hostility. On the winding mountain path of the One-Finger Peak, 2 figures in white and black were making their way toward the summit. It was Jin Qianxin and Long Yuni. Long Yuni mentioned wanting to visit Zhu Xingyao's injuries as a token of appreciation, so Yun Seeking instructed Jin Qianqin to escort him. Brother Jin, when I first arrived at the Shantian sect, passing through the One-Finger Peak, the peach trees here were still lush with young branches and green leaves. Who would have thought they would blossom overnight? It's truly a marvel. Long Yuni exclaimed as he climbed the mountain. He knew that the peach trees on One-Finger Peak were transformed by his master's spiritual energy. Any anomaly in the peach trees could indicate problems with the master himself. While this was a hot topic in the Shantian sect, there wasn't much useful information spreading. So he intentionally brought up this subject to try to extract some useful information from Jin Qianqin, the chief disciple. He was genuinely worried about his master's safety. Jin Qianqin stopped, turned around, and coldly glanced at Long Yuni, reminding him. There are many mazes in the mountains, young Lord Long should be careful not to wander into one because of the scenery. Understood. Long Yuni paused, feeling a strange sense of hostility from today's Jin Qianqin. In his previous life's impression, although Jin Qianqin treated people coldly and kept his distance, as the chief disciple, he was polite and friendly to others. So he couldn't understand where this hostility stemmed from. Still, he persisted in chatting casually with Jin Qianqin. Long Yuni, are these peach trees all planted by the immortal? Jin Qianqin, no. Long Yuni, my father had no particular interests in life, except for peaches which my mother loved deeply. Could I possibly break off a branch to take home? Jin Qianqin, no. Revealing the truth about the peach trees blooming would harm the image of master, so the master had strictly ordered those who knew not to disclose it outwardly. Jin Qianqin stopped again, seriously warning Long Yuni, nothing on the One-Finger Peak can be touched casually, my uncle has just modified the formations recently. If these are accidentally triggered, the consequences will be borne by you. Long Yuni nodded continuously, understood. Although Jin Qianqin was tight-lipped, Long Yuni still keenly picked up on a hint of information. The flowers bloomed recently, and the formation was altered not long ago. There must be a connection between these two events. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. Surely something had happened to his master. Jin Qianqin is only gutsy enough to be arrogant in front of you. He should go flaunt that attitude before his master. In front of his master, he's like a curled-up worm, too timid to even breathe loud. Zhu Long's disgruntled voice buzzed inside Long Yuni's mind. Long Yuni mentally snapped, shut up. TCH. Zhu Long grumbled softly, suddenly deflating his haughty tone as he mumbled quietly, all right, I'll shut up. Long Yuni had been ruthless last time, actually ignoring him for over half a month and being highly cautious around him ever since. Only recently had Zhu Long been let out again, so he didn't dare act out of line now. Jin Qianqin and Long Yuni soon arrived at the summit but only encountered Zhu Xingyao who was tending medicinal herbs in the yard. Long Yuni's thoughts raced, who was injured? Zhu Xingyao looked ruddy-faced with steady breathing, not like someone needing help. Had the master been injured? Candle Dragon, however, acted as though seeing something precious, feeling hungry with envy. Excitedly clamoring, what a pure, yet impetuous demonic energy. Fast, I want this. But Long Yuni directly ignored him, scrutinizing Zhu Xingyao as if trying to bore two holes through him. Brother Jin, what's this? Zhu Xingyao put down the medicinal herbs he held and stood up to inquire. His gaze was wary and unfriendly as it focused on Long Yuni behind Jin Qianqin. It couldn't be helped, this foul black dragon was dressed too conspicuously, making him hard to overlook. Jin Qianqin explained, my master ordered me to bring Lord Long here to visit your injuries. Regarding the incident last time, Yuni truly feels remorseful about it and specially came to pay respect, Brother Zhu. Long Yuni stepped forward, presenting the rare spiritual medicine he brought with both hands to Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao took it casually, opening it for a look. The contents were all treasures one might encounter once in a lifetime, Dragon Clan young masters were indeed generous. After checking, I've fully recovered. Young Lord may now return to the Dragon Clan with peace of mind. Zhu Xingyao snapped the lid shut with a clap, delivering an expulsion order. He'd already heard that because of the injury indirectly caused last time, Long Yuni was telling everyone how sorry he felt, filled with guilt towards him Zhu Xingyao. He wouldn't rest until witnessing his complete recovery before heading back to the Dragon Clan. Many uninformed individuals praised Long Yuni's sense of responsibility. Strutting around like a male peacock, wasn't it all to leave a good impression on master? But what use was building such a perfect image? Now, he'd still have to scurry back to the Dragon Clan looking like a poor drenched chicken. All his efforts went to waste. Zhu Xingyao gloated inwardly. But in the next second, Long Yuni's words shattered his perfectly poised facade. Chapter 112, Acting Again. I'm afraid I can't for now. In the coming year, I will stay in Shantian sect and cultivate, learn, and undergo trials with all my fellow sect brothers. Master Yun said that if I have any questions about cultivation, I could also seek clarification from the various elders in the sect. As Zhu Xingyao listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. He tilted his head to look at Jin Qianqin beside him, seemingly asking through eye contact, is what he said true? Jin Qianqin nodded subtly and retreated 2 steps back, stepping out of the range where he might be implicated by the two. Zhu Xingyao's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Despite the veins bulging on his forehead, he suddenly laughed inexplicably. That is truly wonderful. Jin Qinshuan, ? Not fighting. Misjudged. Long Uni. Zhu Xingyao must be crazy. The next moment, Zhu Xingyao, standing there laughing, suddenly turned to Long Uni and said, then senior brother, please enlighten me. Before Long Uni could reply, a long sword appeared in Zhu Xingyao's palm, which shot towards Long Uni faster than thunder. Zhu Xingyao's sword technique was flawless and fluid, like a sudden downpour of rain, overpowering and almost giving Long Uni no breathing room. This did not feel like it was aimed at sparring, but rather as if targeting the other's life. Long Uni barely parried a few moves. As their swords collided mid-air, his arm became numb, and the hand holding the sword slightly trembled. These subtle details were all captured by Zhu Xingyao, who sneered, "What? Is this all you've got? Was your first place intentionally given to you by Elder Jin Qinshuan?" Standing outside the circle, Jin Qinshuan, who was randomly called into this fake match, muttered. Long Uni remarked, "You're still the same as before, enjoying verbal one-ups." Being questioned in terms of strength and ranking incited Long Uni's fighting spirit. With a low growl, Long Uni's surrounding spiritual energy surged, repelling Zhu Xingyao back, followed immediately by a sharp streak of sword light heading straight toward the retreating Zhu Xingyao. Seeing this, Zhu Xingyao smirked. This looked somewhat impressive. He was about to block with his own spiritual force-controlled sword, but not too far behind him was Shen Xiuyun's bedroom, where he heard faint footsteps. A thought flickered through Zhu Xingyao's mind. Instantly, he dissipated his spiritual force, pretending to stagger back as if it had run out. And Long Uni's strike was delivered with full power towards him, powerful and unstoppable. Clearly, something wasn't right with Zhu Xingyao's situation. Long Uni's face changed drastically. Get out of the way. The distance between them was too close. Retracting his blade at this point would be too late. Zhu Xingyao would still be seriously injured. Unless a third person intervened. Witnessing the impending disaster, Jin Qinshuan moved to intervene, but someone else acted even faster. A formidable surge of spiritual energy struck the sword in Long Uni's hand, producing a ding sound, causing the sword to fall from Long Uni's grasp. Simultaneously, the residual spiritual force redirected the blade, embedding it deeply into a nearby peach tree with a tua sound. The blossoms on the fully blooming peach tree trembled, showering large pink petals as if a peach blossom rain began to fall. Shen Xiuyun supported Zhu Xingyao from behind, gently catching him. At that moment, Shen Xiuyun sat him on a stone bench beside, anxiously checking whether his disciple was hurt. Little remote, haven't been injured anywhere, have you? Zhu Xingyao stood frozen, looking terrified, taking quite a while before he lightly shook his head. Jin Qinshuan and Long Uni observed silently, acting again. Uncle Teacher. Divine Sage. Upon hearing these additional voices, Shen Xiuyun diverted his attention from Zhu Xingyao and looked towards the two people beside. His serious expression tightened. His voice clearly carried disapproval. Why are you brawling? Long Uni hurriedly explained, it's because. It's due to me. Zhu Xingyao tugged lightly on Shen Xiuyun's sleeve, looking at him with a pleading gaze. Tugged by Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyun immediately turned towards him. The previously stern expression softened significantly. Treating Jin Qinshuan and Long Uni differently from how he treated Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao hesitated. Lord Long came out of kindness to inquire about my injuries. When I learned he obtained first place in the Heroes' Assembly, I believed I was feeling better and wanted to spar with him, only to find out unexpectedly. Zhu Xingyao continued, sparrows might always risk danger. Therefore, please don't blame Lord Long. The previous injury has mostly healed, yet didn't you just last week? Shen Xiuyun abruptly stopped speaking, glaring somewhat irritably at Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun had been sleeping earlier. Recently, after being affected by Zhu Xingyao, his whole body ached uncomfortably, and he'd been lying around these days. Who knew that while sleeping soundly, he woke up in a fright upon hearing intense clashing of swords outside the house. Opening the door, he saw the horrifying scene of Zhu Xingyao nearly being stabbed by a sword. At this moment, he truly had an urge to strangle Zhu Xingyao. Why did it feel like the whole world was against his disciple? Your disciple thought that if it weren't for the injury at that time, I could have continued participating in the Heroes' Assembly, maybe. As Zhu Xingyao spoke, he disappointingly lowered his head. Shen Xiuyun realized he had touched on Zhu Xingyao's sore spot and hurriedly said, Master did not mean that earlier. Seeing Shen Xiuyun frantically trying to soothe Zhu Xingyao made Jin Qinshuan and Long Uni beside him speechless with amazement. Jin Qinshuan even began to suspect whether his uncle teacher had been possessed by some sort of spirit. Or, did love really possess such overwhelming power to make one succumb? If their master deeply loved someone, would he also become like his uncle? The candle dragon in Long Uni's consciousness laughed uncontrollably, rolling around on the ground. I told you long ago, with someone like Zhu Xingyao, under normal circumstances, there is absolutely no way you can surpass him, but you wouldn't believe me. Look at how pitifully adorable he looks, can you imitate that? Shen Xiuyun has lost his heart entirely. Zhu Xingyao is a demon in disguise. Long Uni. Once Shen Xiuyun figured out what happened and realized Zhu Xingyao was alright, he would not blame the two juniors. He only sent them down the mountain as soon as possible. Long Yuni had come this time to confirm Shen Xiuyun's safety. Now seeing that everything was fine, he could return with peace of mind. Just as he bid farewell to Shen Xiuyun, a strange from the candle dragon suddenly echoed in his mind. Thinking the candle dragon was overreacting again, Long Yuni impatiently said, "What is it now?" The candle dragon mysteriously replied, "I found something." Chapter 113, Master, can I wash with you? Can't you say it all at once? There was already a suppressed anger in Long Yuni's tone. What's your hurry? Zhu Long shouted back arrogantly, and then said irritably, Shen Xiuyun has been tainted by demonic energy. Long Yuni stopped in his tracks, startled, ? How had he not noticed? Zhu Long realized that Long Yuni had misunderstood and explained, it's very similar to the demonic energy on Zhu Xingyao. The tense furrow in Long Yuni's brow relaxed suddenly. He'd been kept waiting by Zhu Long for nothing, and he was extremely disappointed. Dissatisfied, he said, Zhu Xingyao spends every day with the sage. It's not abnormal for the sage to occasionally be tainted by some strands of demonic energy, is it? If that were the case, would I bother telling you? Zhu Long sneered. That demonic energy emanates from within. Although it's now so faint as to be barely perceptible, it's not hard to imagine how closely intertwined the demonic energy and spirit energy must have been to last for days on another person's body without dissipating. If it wasn't due to an exchange of spiritual power during cultivation, then it could only be. After a brief blankness, Long Yuni cut off Zhu Long expressionlessly, then it must be that there's something wrong with your nose, and you've smelled wrong. Why do you rush to deny me? Are you afraid? Zhu Long asked with interest. I'm not. Long Yuni's voice was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Oh. Zhu Long asked playfully, what if Shen Xiuyun really dual cultivates with Zhu Xingyao? Long Yuni stumbled, missing a step on the stairs, his body suddenly losing balance and leaning forward. Fortunately, he reacted in time and used his spiritual power to stabilize himself, otherwise, he might have rolled from the mountaintop down to the foot. If this happened at Xiantian's sect, when he returned, his father king would surely bash his head into pieces. Jin Qinshuan naturally noticed the commotion behind him. He turned around and looked at Long Yuni, who appeared a bit disoriented, and the somewhat annoyed look in his eyes made Long Yuni quite embarrassed. I stepped wrong. Long Yuni gave Jin Qinshuan a couple of dry laughs. He had already sensed that Jin Qinshuan was a little dissatisfied with him, and now it seemed worse. All because of Zhu Long. Long Yuni immediately rushed into his consciousness and loudly warned Zhu Long, if you keep talking nonsense to me. Zhu Long turned obedient in a second, alright, I won't talk about this anymore. You're getting worked up. Long Yuni, you. Long Yuni took several deep breaths, telling himself over and over to endure and not get angry, as Zhu Long's tendency to make trouble wasn't a recent development. If he cared each time, he would have died many times over from anger. But Zhu Long seemed completely unaware of Long Yuni's restraint, switching to a gossip topic. By the way, why are you so fixated on Shen Xiuyun? Is it just because he inadvertently helped you come into being? Are the memories hidden deep in your consciousness also related to Shen Xiuyun? Why aren't you speaking again? Zhu Long chattered to himself for a while, got no response, and realized he was likely locked up again. Zhu Long. Kid, wait for me. One day, you'll cry and beg me. When everyone else left, Shen Xiuyun held Zhu Xingyao by the shoulders and let him look at him, seriously saying. Ao Yao, promise Master that next time when you don't feel confident, don't take risks easily. Master will worry about you, understand? Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyun vacantly, moved by the sincerity flowing in those eyes. Suddenly, he felt that Master really cared about him. Zhu Xingyao mumbled softly, then what if I accidentally break my promise again? He couldn't guarantee this wouldn't happen either. Shen Xiuyun glanced at Zhu Xingyao's legs and said sternly, all such actions will result in leg-breaking treatment. Zhu Xingyao. Was this punishment not something the Master had learned from him? Master likes Ao Yao so much, certainly wouldn't treat Ao Yao this way. Zhu Xingyao hugged Shen Xiuyun's waist and coaxed, Ao Yao will be a good boy. Shen Xiuyun discovered that ever since they had transcended the boundary between teacher and student, Zhu Xingyao's tone when talking to him, along with some intimate gestures, always seemed to subtly provoke him. And he would always easily become affected emotionally. His heart raced uncontrollably, helplessly falling into the trap called Zhu Xingyao. This was truly unbearable. Shen Xiuyun sighed lightly. Alright, tidy up your things today, and move them to Master's room. Shen Xiuyun patted Zhu Xingyao's head and said. Zhu Xingyao hesitated for a moment and then looked up at Shen Xiuyun with surprise and bright eyes, really, Master? But wouldn't this be too much of a disturbance to you? Shen Xiuyun pretended to think seriously for a while and said, that's true. Then let's temporarily drop it. It would be troublesome for you to move back and forth. Zhu Xingyao frowned immediately disagreed, no, Master can't go back on your word. Disciple will go pack my things right now. Shen Xiuyun helplessly chuckled as he watched Zhu Xingyao's retreating figure disappear quickly. He truly still had the mind of a child, all talk without substance. But in less than half an hour, Zhu Xingyao was already back with his belongings packed. His speed was so fast, as if he were scared that Shen Xiuyun might change his mind. Master, may I put these on the bookshelf? Zhu Xingyao emptied his few possessions, starting to invade every corner of Shen Xiuyan's room as if declaring his one-of-a-kind status. Shen Xiuyan glanced up at the books in Zhu Xingyao's hands, their delicate yet familiar covers. Weren't these the ones given by the system about how to get along with apprentices? Are these not the books you previously borrowed from me? Are you finished reading them? Return them quickly. Once you borrow them, the return seems endlessly delayed. Zhu Xingyao froze all of a sudden. Like a student who suddenly gets called out in class but can't answer the question, awkwardly standing there like a block of wood. After half a day of struggling, he finally muttered. My wits are dull, and I haven't finished studying them yet. There were quite a lot of actions described in the book. Some seemed pretty difficult. Only with master's cooperation would he know if they're easy to learn. Shen Xiuyan arched a brow curiously, noticing that Zhu Xingyao used the word study instead of read. Why did Zhu Xingyao want to study this? So, was it because he didn't understand some parts while studying the content, that's why he hadn't returned the books? Shen Xiuyan said, if you have questions, feel free to ask me. Yes, master, Zhu Xingyao replied. He couldn't suppress the excitement rising within him. Was this a hint from master? That night. Master, the water is ready. Zhu Xingyao placed Shen Xiuyan's clothes on a rack beside. Shen Xiuyan walked around the screen, sitting in the bathtub soaking in the water. As the hot water enveloped his body, he leaned back against the tub wall, eyes closed, sighing comfortably. Nights in the cultivation world were extraordinarily boring. Without mobile phones, no short videos to scroll through, no other entertainment activities whatsoever. Thus, taking a warm bath each day became Shen Xiuyan's most anticipated thing. He was just closing his eyes to rest when he suddenly felt a pair of arms encircle his neck from behind. A sweet voice rang close to his ear, akin to a hook. Master, can I wash with you? Chapter 114, Master, showering together saves water and effort. Shen Xiuyan was startled at first, thinking to himself, how is Zhu Xingyao like a cat, making no sound at all? He pried off the two hands around his neck and said sternly, don't be ridiculous. What about showering together? What if something happens later? His waist still hurt a little. Master, shower with me, Aoyao. Zhu Xingyao clung onto him persistently, his hot breath swirling around Shen Xiuyan's neck, causing him to tighten his breath, being completely paralyzed on the spot. He didn't know whether he should push Zhu Xingyao away or grip his hand tightly. Seeing Shen Xiuyan hesitating, Zhu Xingyao added fuel to the fire. Master, showering together saves water and effort. Reason told Shen Xiuyan that he should push him away. He couldn't indulge Zhu Xingyao like this, otherwise, his old waist would not hold up. But how could Zhu Xingyao let his master slip away? Intentionally or unintentionally, when he leaned over, he gently kissed Shen Xiuyan's cheek, soft and tender like a feather grazing past. Shen Xiuyan felt as though the tightly wound string in his mind snapped with a snap. In the misty water vapor and rippling water waves, along with the indistinct sobbing sounds, they melted away into the boundless night. The next morning, Zhu Xingyao retreated again and again under Shen Xiuyan's attacks of pillows and blankets, eventually being expelled from the room in a somewhat pitiful state. Get out. Master. Get out dash. Master, listen to my explanation. Slap. The door in front shut mercilessly, almost pinching Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao touched his nose slightly, feeling quite restrained indeed. Even though the master had said he would willingly teach, the master still cried while scolding him. When the master cried and scolded him, it only made him. Zhu Xingyao pondered gloomily, this couldn't all be his fault, right? But apparently, the master blamed him entirely for this matter. Zhu Xingyao sighed deeply on the corridor, thinking about what he should do to make something delicious and win back the master. However, the master seemed truly furious, leaving Zhu Xingyao pitifully sleeping on the floor for several days. After a few days, the wounds Zhu Xingyao had suffered before were pretty much healed. During the day, he began listening to lectures and cultivating with other fellow disciples of Xiantian sect, returning to Yiji Peak in the evening. Everything appeared normal enough, except that Zhu Xingyao secretly picked fights with Long Yuni every now and then. And Long Yuni seemingly couldn't endure it anymore, challenging Zhu Xingyao to a sparring match at the training ground. Upon hearing this, many disciples gathered to watch. Today's sparring match at the training ground was incredibly spectacular. Zhu Xingyao and Long Yuni confronted each other on the stage, their sword techniques sharp and fierce. The clangs of their swords colliding echoed incessantly, occasionally sparking. Yet, the most exciting thing on the stage wasn't just the clash of weapons. You'd better not run out of spiritual energy today and pretend to get hurt again. Long Yuni gritted her teeth. Zhu Xingyao asked incredulously in return, why would I put on an act if the master isn't here? You'd better not. Long Yuni quickly thrust out her sword. Zhu Xingyao dodged easily, saying mockingly, so, does the master's concern make someone else envious? Long Yuni growled low, don't be too smug. Zhu Xingyao blocked Long Yuni's blade, lamenting, since the master has agreed to double cultivation with me and plans to form a Dao couple with me, I naturally have reasons to be smug. Not everyone gets to be as smug as some people wish. Long Yuni couldn't believe it, you're lying. My feelings are reciprocated by the master, everyone can see it, why would I need to deceive you? Zhu Xingyao said calmly, not seeming like he was fabricating. How could Long Yini not know that the residual demonic aura on Shen Xiuyun was proof, something she had refused to believe could be true? If the master remembered the events from the previous life, how could he possibly forgive what Zhu Xingyao had done, let alone practice double cultivation with him and form a Dao couple? If he didn't remember, how could he behave so differently than the last life, even showing particular favor towards Zhu Xingyao? Could it be that the master really liked Zhu Xingyao? Long Yini's thoughts were disordered, her breathing unsteady, she no longer had any heart for the fight. Looks like he's going to win. Jin Qianxuan stood in an inconspicuous corner, watching the competition on the stage, making a nonchalant comment. What? Who is going to win? Third brother sitting on a tree, observing while writing something feverishly, asked upon hearing this. Jin Qianxuan, Zhu Xingyao. Not possible, they're evenly matched, there's no way. Fang Yuan's words weren't finished when the result of the competition was already clear on the stage. Long Yini clutched her chest and fell to the ground as Zhu Xingyao's sword blade pierced into the floor just beside her head. Had it been half an inch closer, it would not be the floor pierced but her head. Zhu Xingyao bent down and said in a voice only they could hear. Lord Long, if you want your whole clan to be safe and sound, stop acting on your own and yearning for someone who doesn't belong to you. Upon hearing this, Long Yini was shocked and stared at Zhu Xingyao. But Zhu Xingyao withdrew his sword without hesitation, stood up and left, saying, you can't match me in any way. How could the master take you as his disciple? He wouldn't even give you a glance. Naturally, this short interlude on stage didn't catch anyone's attention. Below the stage, third brother opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He jumped off the tree, chasing after Jin Qianxuan to ask, Big brother Jin, can you predict future events? Jin Qianxuan, Zhu Xingyao has always been hiding his real strength, seeming effortlessly competent. Third brother pursued further, what? Why does he do that? Why? Perhaps he's intentionally humiliating his opponent. Or perhaps he prefers a tough victory so he can go and seek praise. Maybe both are the reasons. Jin Qianxuan always thought there seemed to be some hidden deep hatred between these two that others don't know about. Why don't you go and ask him personally? Jin Qianxuan stopped and said. Never mind, third brother shook his head, looking embarrassed. What have you been writing recently? Jin Qianxuan glanced at the notebook in third brother's arms. Third brother immediately rolled up his notebook and stuffed it into his chest as if he was extremely afraid of being discovered. Stop wandering around in the bookshops downtown. The elders will soon organize the disciples to go down the mountain for training at the end of the month. If your rating is still at the bottom then, the master surely won't let you off easily. Third brother cried out towards the sky and quickly chased after Jin Qianxuan, Big brother Jin, you must save me. Of course, Jin Qianxuan did not listen. This caused third brother to chase after him until his legs were about to break. In the end, when they reached the disciples' quarters, third brother seized an opportunity to block Jin Qianxuan's way, with a pained expression on his face. If you help me pass the evaluation, I'll lend you my latest treasure, the cold teacher and his two disciples, the latest episode written by Nightshade. Jin Qianxuan, ? What is that? Chapter 115, The Storybook, discovered by the master. The third younger brother seemed to have noticed Jin Qianxuan's doubts and strongly recommended it. This is the hottest storybook in the bookstore down the mountain lately. Many people can't even get a copy with large sums of money, but I have the latest content. He always gets the first-hand updates by providing all kinds of new material to Yizliaran. Who knows how many others envy him. I'm not interested, Jin Qianxuan coldly refused without hesitation, get out of the way. Senior brother, don't rush to refuse, the third younger brother struggled to hold the doorframe. Everyone who hasn't read Yizliaran's storybook starts out like you, looking down on them, but in the end, they cry for Yiz to release a sequel. After all, no one knows before opening the storybook just how captivating its content truly is. But this Yizliaran appears and disappears unpredictably, writing storybooks purely based on mood, making those of us chasing the sequels itch uncontrollably. I promise I won't deceive you, here, let me lend it to you first, the third younger brother generously shoved his precious collection into Jin Qianxuan's hands. After senior brother reads it and finds it interesting, we can then discuss the matter of going down the mountain for training. Before Jin Qianxuan could say another word of refusal, the third younger brother had already run off without a trace. Jin Qianxuan stayed where he was, frowning as he glanced at the storybook in his hand. The books written by those bookstores down the mountain are all unrealistic and unpractical, yet he really didn't understand why they gained such enthusiastic support from the disciples. He casually flipped open the book page, and the character introduction that caught his eyes made him somewhat familiar. This cold and aloof sword respected one, with profound spiritual powers, how does it resemble? And the half-man half-demon eldest disciple plotting against the master, deeply scheming, this also. As well as the talented and noble second disciple about to be admitted. Jin Qianxuan felt his hand slightly trembling as he turned the next page. The first chapter, the sword respected one wishes to take on another disciple, provoking extreme jealousy from the disciple, leading to a bewitching encounter under the moonlit night. Heaven and earth seem irrelevant. Clang dash. The storybook slipped from Jin Qianxuan's trembling hand and scattered on the ground in disarray. As he bent over to pick it up, these words inevitably entered his sight. The disciple angrily questioned the tearful master, does the master dare to take on another apprentice? Master's tears flowed like pearls falling from a broken string, crying helplessly, no. No longer. How could the master be content with only having disciples? No. Nothing. If the master dares to accept other disciples, then I will punish the master like today. The master choked, assuring, won't accept any more. Hearing the assurance he desired, the disciple finally let go of the master. The horrifying text, like an invincible sword piercing into Jin Qinshuan's brain, shattered his mind into pieces. Jin Qinshuan felt like he was losing his sanity. Who exactly is the reckless madman daring enough to so audaciously concoct such nonsense? And which disciple would dare to act so rebelliously against their master? It's truly. Jin Qinshuan couldn't find an appropriate word for half a day. All he could think of now was finding a place quickly to get rid of this ridiculous storybook. However, just as he picked up the storybook, several disciples called out to him from behind. Brother Jin, we've brought the food for the spirit cranes as you asked. Where should we place it? Jin Qinshuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the book again. He hurriedly stuffed it into the spatial bag. When he turned around, there were several large jute bags full of wriggling live insects right in front of him. All these were to be taken shortly to the back mountain of Wuxiang Peak to feed the spirit cranes. Jin Qinshuan took deep breaths multiple times, calmed his intense emotions, and said normally, just place them here, thank you for your hard work. The leading disciple flattered, it's nothing, if Brother Jin has any other tasks in the future, you can assign them to us. Jin Qinshuan absent-mindedly handed them corresponding spirit stones and stored the items together into the spatial bag before heading to Wuxiang Peak. Today, Jin Qinshuan arrived late, and the spirit cranes had waited long enough, starving so much that their stomachs clung tightly to their backs. Upon seeing Jin Qinshuan, they gathered around like dogs sensing the smell of meat buns, crowding densely around him and chirping incessantly. Jin Qinshuan was surrounded in the middle, struggling to take out the spatial bag, muttering a spell to undo the seal, wanting to fetch a few bags of bugs inside. Unexpectedly, a nearby spirit crane couldn't wait, swiftly snatching Jin Qinshuan's spatial bag and flying high into the sky with a flap of its wings. Jin Qinshuan stood there frozen in shock for a moment. The contents of the spatial bag were jostled about by the spirit crane, scattering like raindrops all over the place. Jin Qinshuan felt his scalp tingle with nervousness. But he could neither strike nor scold these ancestors' mounts, for they had once been the spirit cranes that his master respected so much. He could only clumsily use his sword to catch items as they fell. Before long, the things in his arms piled up into a small mountain. Holding the stack of items, Jin Qinshuan turned around to look for the last fallen spatial bag and almost bumped into someone. The pile was too high, and he couldn't see who it was. His peripheral vision caught only a glimpse of a light green robe. What are you doing? Master. Jin Qinshuan was startled. With an unsteady hand, the object stacked high like a precarious tower toppled down towards Yun Sikong. Clang. A storybook precisely landed at Yun Sitsong's feet. Jin Qinshuan's pupils contracted, his heart filled with trepidation. It was exactly the sensational book the third younger brother had just given him. Jin Qinshuan. In an instant, he wanted nothing more than to end his own life. His only hope was that there were so many things here, his master might not notice the book. Yun Sikong bent down, picked up the book, and read aloud slowly from its cover, the clear-cold master and his two disciples. His tone was calm but carried a trace of confusion, not as authoritative as usual. Instead, it gained a hint of amiability, giving the title a different flavor when read aloud. I haven't looked at it. Jin Qinshuan immediately defended himself. His thoughts were muddled, repeating only desperate attempts to justify himself. If the master ever knew that he read this kind of book, he would surely die. Yun Sikong held up the book and asked, then how did it come to be here? It belonged to third younger brother who left it outside earlier. He just begged me to bring it back for him. Jin Qinshuan dared not look at Yun Sikong and averted his gaze. Yun Sitsong's voice carried a trace of displeasure. Qinshuan, look into master's eyes and repeat what you just said. Xuanqian had never lied to him before, yet now his eyes darted away avoiding any contact. What was so special about this storybook? Just now, through the spirit crane, he had inadvertently observed that Xuanqian seemed emotionally off today. He originally intended to come over to have a heart-to-heart talk with Xuanqian, but instead found this scene. Jin Qinshuan swallowed hard, disciple. If you don't wish to speak, then let master read it himself. Yun Sikong showed no intention of waiting further and made as if to turn the pages of the book to take a closer look. Master, please don't. Jin Qinshuan took a step forward, grabbing hold of the book page firmly. It's merely some impractical fantasies written by the people down the mountain when they are idle. Please, master, do not read it. Though Jin Qinshuan tried hard to conceal his anxiety, his nervous glances betrayed him. The more he tried to hide, the more curious Yun Sikong became. Once, everything was openly shared with him, yet now, not only was Jin concealing matters from him, but he also dared to lie to him. Indeed, he was growing increasingly unruly. Let go, Yun Sikong commanded. Jin Qinshuan firmly shook his head. Yun Sikong humphed in annoyance, forcefully pulling the book away, snatching it out of Jin Qinshuan's grasp while Jin quickly pulled back to grab it again. This small book, amidst their struggle, was tossed up into the air. As it fell, the wind flipped open its pages. Chapter 116, Yao, when are you coming back? Jin Qinshuan watched as the falling speechbook descended, his heart racing in an instant. His whole being seemed like a stretched and tightened net, about to snap at any moment. He must not let the master see the content of the speechbook. Jin Qinshuan pushed off the ground with his right foot, leaped upward, attempting to seize the speechbook first. But Yun Xiqing was no less determined. With a similar leap, both landed simultaneously while gripping the speechbook. The situation became temporarily deadlocked. Yun Xiqing questioned, Qinshuan, are you going against the master's will? Jin Qinshuan tried to explain as his scalp went numb, your disciple has no such intention. It's just that the contents of the speechbook really aren't suitable for the master to see. How can you know what the master shouldn't see if you haven't read it yourself? Yun Xiqing almost immediately pursued. It was clearly a flawed lie. Your disciple. Jin Qinshuan was genuinely unable to concoct further excuses. He pleaded, Master, I beg you, please don't investigate this any further. Yet Yun Xiqing refused to let go, then tell me honestly, what is the matter with this speechbook? Jin Qinshuan felt bitter inside, looking troubled, but could barely manage a word after a long pause. And Yun Xiqing interpreted Jin Qinshuan's silence as a dismissive response. His anger grew stronger. Never had he been so emotionally out of control as he was now. Jin Qinshuan's deliberate distance, his concealments, and even his lies, each act making him feel as though he were losing control over Jin Qinshuan. This fear of losing him was something he couldn't shake no matter how he consoled himself deep down. He could not let go, instead, he wanted to hold on to the other tighter. Yun Xiqing narrowed his eyes sharply, tightened his grip on the speechbook in his hand, and forcefully tugged it towards himself. While Jin Qinshuan was contemplating how to resolve the current predicament, he hadn't expected Yun Xiqing to suddenly make a move. As a result, Jin Qinshuan also got pulled over, having lost balance. A loss of center prompts one instinctively to grab anything within reach. Jin Qinshuan hastily grabbed tightly onto Yun Xiqing's hand, causing them both to land tangled together in the soft grass amidst all the confusion. At this very moment, heaven and earth seemed silent, time seemingly stood still. Jin Qinshuan widened his eyes, unfocused. His nostrils were filled with the fresh scent of tender grass and the faint pine fragrance from the clothes of the person beneath him, intoxicatingly inviting. The burning yet soft sensation on his lips inexplicably brought about a strongly familiar feeling. A vague image flashed through Jin Qinshuan's mind, inside a dim cave, it seemed he had done something like. Who? Seemed like, he couldn't remember. Beside them, the spiritual cranes, who had been elegantly grooming their feathers with their beaks, all paused their movements upon seeing the unexpected scene of master and apprentice lying abruptly together. They then stretched their necks to sneak a peek. Subsequently, their small crane eyes revealed great shock. The cranes exaggeratedly covered their eyes with their wings, and gingerly hopped away on spindly legs from the crime scene. Clang! That speechbook which they both fought over dropped beside Jin Qinshuan, jolting both master and apprentice back to reality from their stupor. Yun Xiqing regained his senses first. Initially angry, he then appeared somewhat embarrassed and flustered. In short, his face looked extremely grim. He flipped Jin Qinshuan off of him with a swift movement. Caught off guard, Jin Qinshuan tumbled around a bit before realizing what he had done to his master earlier. Even though he'd fantasized hundreds of times in dreams about such scenarios, he had never dared to actually do such a thing disrespectfully to his master in reality. Fearing deeply after what had happened, even his voice trembled as he knelt down bowing his head, utterly flustered and stuttered to explain. Master, your disciple didn't mean to offend. There was no response, not even an angry reprimand. Jin Qinshuan looked up, perplexed, glancing around where the figure of Yun Xiqing had vanished without a trace. Only the culprits, the scattered speechbooks by his side, remained unattended. Without uttering a word of reproach, master had left, evidently extremely upset. Jin Qinshuan hastily gathered up the scattered items, hurrying off to find Yun Xiqing and apologize. After defeating Long Yuni, Zhu Xingyao returned directly to the Yiji Peak. On the mountain path, he received a transmission from his master, Yao, when are you coming back? Hearing Shen Xiuyan's voice, Zhu Xingyao's eyes instantly softened, Master, I'm already at the base of the mountain. I'll be there soon. Just after Zhu Xingyao finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a surge of demonic qi within him. Excessive use of spiritual power also caused an imbalance in the portion of demonic qi within him. If only today he hadn't impulsively fought with Long Yuni. The day for going down the mountain to hone his skills was approaching. At the foot of the mountain, he would be able to do as he pleased in teaching Long Yuni a lesson. Zhu Xingyao glanced toward the direction of the mountaintop but ultimately decided to detour around to the waterfall at the rear mountain. Water could greatly inhibit the spread of demonic qi and also dilute it, making it less detectable by the arrays on the mountain. Moreover, the water from the waterfall at the back of the mountain flowed directly down, carrying away any demonic qi along with the current, leaving no trace. Zhu Xingyao took off his outer robes and entered beneath the waterfall, forming seals with his hands to suppress the demonic qi within him. He had to suppress it quickly, his master was waiting for him to return. Shen Xiuyun sat at the table with a smile on his face, repeatedly fiddling with his communication jade talisman. Within the jade talisman was Zhu Xingyao's voice saying he would soon return. The system finally snapped. Master, can you stop looping that already? Shen Xiuyan replied, you don't understand. The system wanted to cry, I may not fully grasp human emotions, but seriously, you've played this recording 50 times in a row. It was almost starting to recognize Zhu Xingyao's voice phonetically now. Shen Xiuyan paused, is that so? Then why hasn't Yao come back yet? He just said he reached the foot of the mountain. The system sighed, utterly speechless. Shen Xiuyan waited another half incense stick's worth of time, but still didn't see Zhu Xingyao and received no response to his transmitted message. His expression gradually grew serious. Could something be wrong with the demonic qi inside Yao again? Worried more by the moment, Shen Xiuyan got up and went straight out to search. Following Zhu Xingyao's energy trail, he eventually arrived near the waterfall at the rear mountain. Why would he come here all of a sudden? Shen Xiuyan couldn't spot anyone, only hearing the thunderous roar of the waterfall. The flowing water carried some scattered peach blossom petals as it rushed past swiftly. It was clearly the area where the presence was most concentrated. Where could Yao have gone? Shen Xiuyan flew up into the air, spreading his voice through the use of spiritual force. Yao. At the sound of this call, Zhu Xingyao below the waterfall became distracted at a critical moment of forming seals, and a gush of warmth surged up in his throat. Pooh. Naturally, Shen Xiuyan's sharp senses caught this unusual noise immediately. Turning, he looked downward at the base of the waterfall and wasted no time before darting over. Chapter 117, because Master said he would break the disciple's legs. Zhu Xingyao didn't have time to wipe the blood from his lips. He endured the pain in his chest, gathered his spirit and energy, and once again swiftly changed the hand seals. He must suppress the demonic aura before Master sees him. Ah Yao. Shen Xiuyan paused in front of the waterfall and called out again. His voice clearly carried urgency and concern. Behind the waterfall, Zhu Xingyao finally completed the last hand seal gesture, and the rampant demonic aura within him was forcibly suppressed, returning to calmness. What are you doing hiding behind the waterfall? Shen Xiuyan crossed his arms over his chest, revealing a hint of anger. What is this brat hiding his presence behind the waterfall for? No wonder it took so long to accurately find him. He didn't respond even when called, causing me such worry. Shen Xiuyan erected a protective barrier with his spiritual power and flew into the waterfall. The first thing he saw was Zhu Xingyao lying on the ground pale-faced, eyes tightly closed, with dried blood still on his lips. Ah Yao! Shen Xiuyan exclaimed in alarm and quickly went over to support him. Ah Yao, wake up! Shen Xiuyan shook Zhu Xingyao's shoulders, but the latter showed no signs of waking up. Shen Xiuyan's heart was like burning fire. He held Zhu Xingyao in his arms, feeling his wrist pulse, fortunately finding no major issues. Then, Shen Xiuyan channeled some spiritual energy into Zhu Xingyao, who finally slowly opened his eyes, looking dazed and asking in a halting manner. Master? How, are you here? Just now, Master was right beside him, even though he had suppressed the demonic aura, there was no way he could disappear under Master's nose. So he pretended to faint and be discovered by Master. You dare ask? Do you know how worried I was about you? Shen Xiuyan punched Zhu Xingyao's shoulder. Cough cough, Master, your disciple is fine. Zhu Xingyao feigned being injured from the punch, coughing a few times while struggling to force a weak smile to comfort the angry Shen Xiuyan. What happened? Did I hit you too hard just now? Shen Xiuyan asked anxiously. Zhu Xingyao shook his head slightly, taking note of Shen Xiuyan's concern, feeling warmth flow through his heart. He was somewhat relieved that he managed to suppress the demonic aura at the critical moment. What really happened? Shen Xiuyan asked. Zhu Xingyao's gaze flickered as if afraid, speaking hesitantly, I just dueled Long Uni on stage and won. But probably because I consumed too much spiritual energy, the balance between my spiritual and demonic energy became disrupted, causing the demonic energy to go slightly out of control. So I came to the back mountain to try suppressing it myself. I didn't expect. But now I've already suppressed it. Why didn't you tell me directly? It's dangerous. Shen Xiuyan said, both angry and worried. Zhu Xingyao twisted his fingers nervously, acting even more frightened, and whimpered softly, your disciple dared not. Shen Xiuyan, what did you say? Zhu Xingyao seemed to throw caution to the wind, closing his eyes tightly and letting a trembling voice drift out. Because Master said, if the disciple ever got hurt carelessly again, you'd break the disciple's legs. Your disciple was afraid. Shen Xiuyan. Speechless. To Master, that was just a scare tactic, it wouldn't really happen. Shen Xiuyan explained helplessly. Who would have thought that the sensitive Zhu Xingyao would think about it this way? Which Master would really break their disciple's legs? Your disciple thought Master would really. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyan innocently, his expression full of grievance. Well, I promise not to fool with you anymore. Shen Xiuyan admitted, he surrendered. After all, how could he blame this delicate disciple, like Crystal, who was raised by himself? The words I said to you before were just to prevent you from recklessly getting hurt, Shen Xiuyan said earnestly, not to say that if you get hurt, you should stubbornly endure it without telling me. Your disciple understands, Zhu Xingyao nodded obediently. If you truly understand, then after getting injured, never hide it from your master, Shen Xiuyan warned solemnly. If there are any problems, tell your master. In dangerous situations, seek your master's help immediately. Don't force yourself like today, understood? Hearing Shen Xiuyan's words, Zhu Xingyao's heart trembled slightly, but doing so would trouble master greatly. Even though master had told him similar things many times, he still didn't dare to easily trust this. Could he really believe in master? Could he really be that selfish? Isn't the master there for the disciple to trouble? Shen Xiuyan's lips curled into a smile as he affectionately rubbed Zhu Xingyao's head in indulgence. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyan's sincere gaze, and his heart stirred. He gave Shen Xiuyan an honest smile and nodded vigorously. All right, it's getting late, we should go back. Shen Xiuyan stood up and reached out his hand to Zhu Xingyao. As Zhu Xingyao placed his hand in Shen Xiuyan's palm and stood up, he stumbled slightly, crashing directly into Shen Xiuyan's embrace. He looked up from Shen Xiuyan's arms with a bit of bashfulness and asked, Master, Ao Yao can't walk anymore. Can master carry Ao Yao? Looking at such eyes from his disciple, how could Shen Xiuyan refuse? Not one bit. With Shen Xiuyan's neck encircled by Zhu Xingyao's arms and Zhu Xingyao's cheek resting on his back, Zhu Xingyao felt inexplicably at ease by the closeness of Shen Xiuyan's body temperature. Gazing at the red cloud slowly drifting across the sky, he called softly, Master. Shen Xiuyan turned his head toward Zhu Xingyao behind him, only catching a glimpse of the top of the youth's head. Zhu Xingyao, will the master always be this good to Ao Yao? Shen Xiuyan replied without hesitation, of course. As long as you don't turn dark side, anything is negotiable. Zhu Xingyao's lips curved upward ever so slightly, as if he'd tasted honey. How he wished things could stay this way forever with his master. At the end of the month, the elders organized internal disciples to undergo training below the mountain, which would last around 10 days, mainly helping nearby villagers to eliminate demons and monsters. The practice required drawing lots for group formations, 4 people per team, with comprehensive evaluation of scores. When Shen Xiuyan heard over the telepathic message that Zhu Xingyao and Long Yuni had been grouped together by lot, he nearly choked on his water. Cough cough cough. You two haven't fought, have you? Shen Xiuyan cautiously inquired. Does master think the disciple would be the type to disregard the big picture? Zhu Xingyao's voice carried a trace of resentment and dissatisfaction. Shen Xiuyan chuckled sheepishly, thinking it wasn't impossible considering his narrow-mindedness sometimes. Master Zhu, what are you doing? Come on. Keep up or you might get lost later in the maze and separated, it's dangerous alone. The third disciple shouted warmly and gestured for Zhu Xingyao to follow. Of course he was enthusiastic. Relying on the power of spirit stones, the third disciple managed to gain favor through bribery, successfully grouping himself with 3 powerful individuals, Jin Qianxuan, Zhu Xingyao, and Long Yuni. Now even if he closed his eyes, he could easily rank first. With an unpleasant mood, Zhu Xingyao reluctantly packed away his jade tablet and slowly followed along. But somehow, the 3 people who had been not too far ahead suddenly vanished from his line of sight. Fog blanketed everything white, unusually quiet except for Zhu Xingyao's soft footsteps, with no other sound to be heard. Suddenly, a piercing whoosh sounded from behind. An invisible force grabbed hold of Zhu Xingyao and forcefully dragged him backwards. Chapter 118, What would the master do if he knew he had been deceived? The force behind him came unexpectedly, but it carried no murderous intent. He had known for a while that someone was following them, not someone, but rather a demon. Zhu Xingyao simply pretended to be caught off guard and allowed himself to be bound to the tree without any struggle. Hey, you! Why did you leave the demon race and instead become an apprentice to a cultivation practitioner? A voice of lamentation came from above on the tree. Zhu Xingyao looked up and saw a young man in black robes sitting lazily on the tree, his legs crossed, with sharp features and an extraordinary air about him. His dark eyes sparkled mischievously as he clutched a small notebook in his arms. Zhu Xingyao laughed. Wasn't this his long unseen demonic guardian? But how could he appear near Shantian's sect at this time? Yi Qin leapt down from the tree, walking around Zhu Xingyao as he observed curiously. Your companions are trapped in my maze, now you're tied up here like a pig, yet you don't call for help or show fear. What's so funny? Zhu Xingyao said calmly, nothing, I just remembered some happy things. It seemed that the demon army sent by Yu Qingrong was pressing hard, otherwise, Yi Qin wouldn't have taken such a risk hiding near Shantian's sect. Who would dare to deceive even Yu Qingrong? Perhaps this is called a pitiable person must have their loathsome aspects. Approaching closely, Yi Qin glared fiercely at Zhu Xingyao, threatening, what happy thing? Tell me clearly. Why don't you just stay in the demon realm where you belong? How come you ended up writing novels under Mount Shantian to earn spiritual stones and lead such a lowly life? Zhu Xingyao tossed Yi Qin's own words back at him. This lifetime, he didn't have much interest in organizing demons or becoming demon lord. It was entirely disadvantageous and would easily expose him. He only wished to live peacefully with his master. As for the matter of demons attacking Shantian's sect later on, even if given 10 times the courage, the current demon lord wouldn't dare as long as the master remained unharmed. Who is living a pitiful life? Yi Qin's voice suddenly rose, resembling a cat whose sore spot had been touched, baring his teeth at Zhu Xingyao. Soon, Yi Qing realized something was off. Wait, how do you know about this? I guessed, Zhu Xingyao replied indifferently. Guessed? Do I look like a fool to you? Yi Qing felt insulted. He decided to frighten this young demon into knowing his place when encountering someone stronger than himself. Then, he saw Zhu Xingyao casually breaking free from the binding spell he had cast. The expression in Zhu Xingyao's eyes seemed to say, "Are you not the fool?" Stammering, Yi Qing managed, "You." Zhu Xingyao sneered coldly, "Thank you for your ingenious maze." It saved him from having to find another excuse to separate. With a flicker of thought, his suppressed cultivation broke through rapidly, releasing overwhelming pressure forcing Yi Qing who was closest to him onto his knees. Dark magic power surged out from his palms, landing on crucial positions within the maze. With intricate hand seals, Zhu Xingyao enhanced the previous maze set by Yi Qing, achieving unprecedented effects. Stunned beyond measure, Yi Qing couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Who exactly is this person? After being in the demon realm for so long, he hadn't heard of such an individual. Such skill and strength were more than enough to conquer the entire demon world and ascend to the throne of Demon Lord. Yet this person chose to conceal his abilities, posing as a junior disciple in Shantian sect. The story of a demon infiltrating Shantian sect to master cultivation techniques, intending to eventually become the Dao spouse of an immortal master, who unknowingly loves and cherishes his student, willingly entering dual cultivation. This tale seems to grow even more intriguing, more stimulating. Suppressing his urge to pull out a pen immediately to jot down these inspirations. After strengthening the formation, Zhu Xingyao vanished on the spot. His time was limited, he had to make use of this opportunity to trap Jin Qianxuan and go straight to the Tai Chi secret realm to finish his business. Hanging over the boundary of the Tai Chi secret realm. They say this is where one of the elder generations of cultivators fell. It contains countless treasures, yet also brims with peril. The secret realm opens every 6 years, each opening drawing countless cultivators willing to fight tooth and nail to get in. The nearest opening time of the secret realm is half a year away, but Zhu Xingyao couldn't wait that long. He directly tore open the barrier and forcibly entered. His destination was clear, the burial grounds beneath the northwest mountain range. This was a deep and narrow valley, bottomless and filled with malevolent energy. True to its name, it was the resting place of countless individuals. Including him from the previous life, who nearly perished here after being pushed down by Zhu Lingyue. So, Zhu Lingyue deserved to be sliced into pieces 1,000 times. Zhu Xingyao gazed at the abyss before him, as dark as ink, then leapt down. You've finally shown up. What have you been doing these past few days? Yi Qing was too slow to catch up with Zhu Xingyao. By the time he arrived, the boundary entrance had already closed, forcing him to wait outside for 3 days. Encountering someone more powerful than Yu Qingrong from the same race wasn't something he could let slip easily. Robbing graves, Zhu Xingyao replied calmly, his tone so indifferent it sounded as if he were merely retrieving some cabbages on a rainy day rather than plundering human bones. Whose grave? My father's. Oh, so it's your father. Yi Qing nodded thoughtfully, then shouted in shock, what? Your father? You. You're quite the filial son. Overpraised, Zhu Xingyao showed no concern over the sarcasm in Yi Qing's words. He'd never seen his father since birth, nor did he feel any affection towards him. And instead suffered immense torment due to the half-demon blood running through his veins. Yet what made him laugh bitterly in the end was that he had inadvertently been saved by his father's remains. Yi Qing asked cautiously, did your father do anything unspeakably cruel to you? No, he just died early. It was said he was suddenly exposed, and then killed instantly by a sword thrust from anger by his mother and left carelessly abandoned there. The event was long past, and the truth was impossible to seek now. One could only wonder what his father felt at being killed by the person he loved most. Was it willing without regret, or deeply remorseful for misjudging the person? Zhu Xingyao's mind was troubled and gloomy, feeling as though a stone was pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. If it were the master. If the master knew about the deception, what would he do? Would he think of running away again? Would he want to kill him? Zhu Xingyao exhaled a heavy breath, thinking he might be worrying too much. At his speed, the Zhanhuan sword would take at most half a year to reforge. That demonic sword needed his demonic aura for nourishment and would make the best container for handling his magical energy. In only half a year, the master wouldn't know anything. Zhu Xingyao caressed the warm sound transmission jade in his palm, imagining that the master's flesh was as tender and smooth as this jade. He suddenly yearned for the master. Yearned for the master to embrace him. Wanted to hear the master soothe him. Wanted to practice dual cultivation with the master. He had gone crazy with longing. Zhu Xingyao slipped the jade back under his shirt, thinking he should hurry up and finish the trial to return to Shantian sect. He swiftly flew toward the maze where Jin Qianxuan and the others were trapped. On the 5th night after Zhu Xingyao descended the mountain for practice, Shen Xiuyan lay in a rocking chair, flipping through ancient documents on suppressing demonic aura. The complex characters and difficult sentence patterns made Shen Xiuyan drowsy, but he forced his eyes open to keep reading. He felt that recently Zhu Xingyao's outbursts of demonic aura had become overly frequent, something that didn't happen before. There were also several instances where the demonic aura became so strong that even he couldn't resist it. Shen Xiuyan suddenly wondered, system, given Zhu Xingyao's current level of skill, if his demonic aura goes out of control, will there be a situation where I cannot control his aura? Or is it one of your broken settings where once Zhu Xingyao loses control, I can't match him regardless of my level? Shen Xiuyan waited for a moment, but got no response from the system. What a garbage system, unwilling to work overtime unless it's an emergency. Feeling suffocated, Shen Xiuyan closed the book, only to suddenly have a pair of hands gently cover his eyes from behind. Chapter 119, Master, can we come together next year? Yao Yao? Shen Xiuyan asked uncertainly. He sensed a familiar presence from the other side. How did Master guess so quickly? The young man reluctantly took his hand away and looked at Shen Xiuyan with an aggrieved expression, as if he didn't expect to be revealed so fast. How did you return earlier? Shen Xiuyan calculated that Zhu Xingyao had only been gone for 5 days, far from the end of his training. Did Master forget who the teammates I drew were? We finished the trial mission early through our cooperation and turned in the task to the elder, thus, we returned early. Zhu Xingyao curled his legs and sat down beside Shen Xiuyan. He rested his cheek on Shen Xiuyan's hand like a bird longing for its nest. As for the night maze he used to trap Jin Qianxuan and others, and his journey to Tai Chu's secret realm to practice devilish sword techniques using his father's bones, not a single word would he mention to Shen Xiuyan. Master doesn't need to know these things. Shen Xiuyan nodded, thinking it was indeed reasonable, being 3-1, no wonder. There's also, the disciple really misses Master and wants to see Master earlier. I want Master to hug me, and want to be with Master. Zhu Xingyao hesitated before continuing. His straightforward words and an aggressively possessive gaze made Shen Xiuyan, whose face flushed easily, feel overwhelmed. Master, do you miss Yao Yao? A simple few words, spoken by Zhu Xingyao with a suggestive tone, evoked countless imaginings. It seemed like the words weren't about missing but whether or not he wanted Zhu Xingyao. I miss you. Shen Xiuyan was clouded by passion. Zhu Xingyao's current soul-stealing demeanor was much harder to bear than when he unconsciously lured people in the past. Shen Xiuyan was gradually retreating before him. If this went on, he feared he'd lose it entirely. Shen Xiuyan changed the subject, ahem. Yao Yao, tell Master about your training, shall we? It wasn't very interesting, so boring. Moreover, Master couldn't accompany me. Zhu Xingyao pouted, losing all interest immediately. Shen Xiuyan. But, this time, the disciple brought some things back for Master. Zhu Xingyao pulled out a box of beautifully packaged lotus cakes from his storage bag and handed it to Shen Xiuyan proudly. Master, try it quickly. In Zhu Xingyao's hopeful gaze, Shen Xiuyan took a light taste, sweet but not greasy, the flavor is good. The disciple knew Master would like it. Zhu Xingyao smiled happily. I heard that the Qixi festival in the mountain town will take place these days. There will be plenty of delicious treats and fun games. You want Master to accompany you down the mountain? Shen Xiuyan caught the underlying meaning in his boy's speech. Master, can I? Zhu Xingyao stared at Shen Xiuyan without blinking, his peach-like eyes filled with anticipation. All loving couples celebrate the Qixi festival together. The disciple wishes to celebrate it with Master too. Shen Xiuyan frowned, pondering since last time Zhu Xingyao lost control of demonic energy. After their dual cultivation lowered the rate of darkness, yet for unknown reasons, there was still 5% blackness that remained unchanged. Shen Xiuyan felt quite puzzled. Perhaps Zhu Xingyao had developed psychological trauma due to his previous loss of control. If they could scatter thoughts by going down the mountain, Zhu Xingyao's mood might improve. This could possibly help him resolve some inner knots. This way, perhaps when Zhu Xingyao unexpectedly darkens half a year later during the Tai Chu secret realm trial, the situation might become more manageable. Alright, as you wish, Shen Xiuyan decided after thinking for a moment. On the day of the Qixi festival, Shen Xiuyan descended the mountain together with Zhu Xingyao. As dusk fell, the bustling capital city lights shone brightly. Vehicles streamed through streets bustling with traffic. Shen Xiuyan and Zhu Xingyao concealed their appearances using magic, looking no different from ordinary people. The master and apprentice walked one after another on the lively street without drawing too much attention. Zhu Xingyao was as happy as a fish in water, showing curiosity and affection for everything around him. Master, look at me. Shen Xiuyan raised his eyes and saw Zhu Xingyao ahead, wearing a peculiar mask and making strange faces at him. You're becoming more playful. Shen Xiuyan covered his chest, helplessly saying. Guest, young master has a graceful bearing, and his elegance matches this mask splendidly. You should buy it. The stall owner practically praised Zhu Xingyao endlessly. Shen Xiuyan paid the silver coins, and Zhu Xingyao was content holding the mask. Seeing Zhu Xingyao's happiness, Shen Xiuyan felt inexplicably pleased. Indeed, joy is contagious. Then, the master and apprentice entered a clothing shop. Zhu Xingyao tried on several outfits of different colors and styles. Compared to the white clothes he usually wore, these had a different charm. Zhu Xingyao glanced at himself in the copper mirror, feeling rather satisfied, then turned to seek Shen Xiuyan's opinion. Master, do I look good in this set? Good, it suits you with great spirit. Shen Xiuyan didn't hold back his praise. But he always felt like he was playing Xingyao's fashion game. The two wandered around aimlessly and finally ended up at Fan Tower. Before them lay delicious food with an inviting aroma. Outside the window was the bustling street scene lit up by lanterns, while by his side sat his obedient and cute apprentice. Beneath the soft lighting, unfolded a warm and cozy image of happiness. Shen Xiuyun could sense Zhu Xingyao seemed to have found unprecedented satisfaction. Zhu Xingyao was actually a child who would be easily contented. Master, let's come together next year. Zhu Xingyao leaned on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder, his arms around Shen Xiuyun's waist, narrating his beautiful fantasies for the future. Shen Xiuyun slightly started. Next year? If everything went as expected, next year he should have already left here. At that time, the system would leave an intelligent program inside his body to continue accompanying Zhu Xingyao, ensuring the normal operation of this world. Master? Without getting a response from Shen Xiuyun, Zhu Xingyao asked somewhat anxiously. I'll accompany you next year too, Shen Xiuyun comforted him. Zhu Xingyao slightly put his heart down, yet for some unknown reason, there was always a bad feeling gnawing at the bottom of his heart. After a day of eating, drinking, and having fun, Shen Xiuyun checked the darkening value again, and the self-service system gave the same reply, still at 5%. Damn it. With all the fun they'd had, it hadn't moved an inch. Did Zhu Xingyao still have some lingering attachments in his heart? Just before leaving, Zhu Xingyao insisted on dragging Shen Xiuyun to the wish tree in the city to hang a wish card. Master, I've heard this is very effective. Zhu Xingyao asked someone for 2 wish cards and handed one to Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun said, actually, wishing is just a kind of spiritual for commoners hoping for a better future. Then let's follow local customs and act once as ordinary people. Zhu Xingyao tried to hint strongly, doesn't Master have any expectations for the future? Unable to resist him, and since he indeed had something in mind, after pondering for a moment, Shen Xiuyun wrote a sentence on the wish card. May Yao always be happy, healthy, and joyful, may everything go smoothly, and return home as soon as possible. Just after putting down his pen, Shen Xiuyun noticed Zhu Xingyao trying sneakily peeking, and quickly covered the content. Yao, if wishes are revealed, they won't come true anymore. The disciple was just curious about what Master would write. Zhu Xinyao's gaze flickered, reluctantly withdrawing his eyes with some regret. The two handed over the wish cards to the servant standing nearby, watching them being tied with red silk ribbons and hung on the tree. When the wind blew, they would sway with other wish cards, making a clear ringing sound like wind chimes, which sounded very pleasant. Let's go, we should head back, Shen Xiuyun patted Zhu Xinyao's shoulder, reminding him. Alright, Zhu Xingyao withdrew his gaze, turning around reluctantly as though unwilling to part, following Shen Xiuyun away. After the two had walked a certain distance from the wish tree, Zhu Xingyao hooked his fingers behind his waist slightly. From afar, the 2 wish cards hanging on the wish tree quietly disappeared and suddenly reappeared on his fingertips. Chapter 120, Yao, mine. Zhu Xingyao, without showing any emotion, put the wish plaque that he and Shizuan had hung earlier into his Qianquan bag. Shen Xiuyun hadn't noticed a thing. Upon returning to the Xiantian sect, taking advantage of Shen Xiuyun going off to bathe, Zhu Xingyao took out the wish plaque to examine it. Hanging the wish plaque was something he had intentionally suggested, with the purpose of verifying the concerns and doubts in his heart. Seeing the first line written, wish for Yao's eternal happiness, health, and joy, Zhu Xingyao felt warmth in his heart, a faint smile curving his lips. Shizuan indeed placed him as the top priority. Reading on, when he saw the next sentence, wish for everything to go smoothly, return home soon, Zhu Xingyao paused, stunned. Return to what home? Isn't Xiantian sect Shizuan's home? Why would Shizuan write such strange words? Wait, the meaning of home on the wish plaque doesn't seem to refer to the Xiantian sect. A terrible yet absurd suspicion suddenly crossed Zhu Xinyao's mind. Could it be that Shizuan has another home? Zhu Xingyao broke out in cold sweat at his own conjecture. Obsessed, he stared at the wish plaque in his hand, repeatedly pondering over the short phrase inscribed upon it. The sentence everything goes smoothly appeared as if it referred to completing some task or mission. Does that mean, once these tasks are done, Shizuan will return to this so-called home? If he returns, will he never come back again? Zhu Xingyao suddenly tightened his grip on the wish plaque, fear like a monstrous beast, devouring him without restraint. What is it that Shizuan aims to accomplish? Who does it involve? The fragile bamboo board creaked under Zhu Xingyao's violent handling. Yao, what are you doing? Zhu Xingyao startled awake by Shen Xiuyun's words. He casually concealed the wish plaque, hiding his low energy before turning to Shen Xiuyun, saying nonchalantly, nothing. You've been distracted ever since you came back. Shen Xiuyun, wiping his wet hair with a towel, sat down by the bed. He wondered inwardly why Zhu Xingyao's darkness value had increased by 5%. As Zhu Xingyao helped Shen Xiuyun dry his hair, he subtly revealed, disciple was just thinking about what Shizuan might have written on the wish plaque. Shizuan is preoccupied with the welfare of the Xiantian sect and the people, likely writing about the 3 realms. It's probably not related to me. Shen Xiuyun caught the undertone, he didn't expect Zhu Xingyao to compare themselves this way. Going through all the trouble to pull him along to write what only lovers do with wish plaques, and even sneaking peeks, Zhu Xingyao was essentially testing his worth to him. Without a clear affirmation from him, Zhu Xingyao had resorted to lurking in darkness and increasing blackness in himself. Do you have to overthink everything? Shen Xiuyun arched an eyebrow, testing with his question. Zhu Xingyao earnestly looked at Shen Xiuyun, stating word by word. Your disciple can't match Shizuan's broad-hearted nature that accommodates all things. All my disciple's heart can accommodate is Shizuan. In other words, Zhu Xingyao's entire heart and desires were solely focused on Shen Xiuyun. My goodness. After hearing this, Shen Xiuyun instantly felt the heat rise to his cheeks. He could feel himself blushing but was thankful that the candlelight in the room dimmed the effect. Can Zhu Xingyao change his habit of flirting and spouting sweet talk anytime, anywhere? Who could endure that? There was no cultivation partner relationship previously, and they hadn't declared their partnership as Taoist lovers either, but the young man didn't used to be this smooth talking. Well, what your teacher seeks is also about you. Shen Xiuyun couldn't resist revealing a bit. Really? Zhu Xingyao asked in pleasant surprise, excitement rising within him. Then what did Shizuan write? Shen Xiuyun raised his index finger and waved it in front of Zhu Xingyao, cannot say. Once wishes are spoken aloud, they won't come true. Shen Xiuyun proved remarkably tight-lipped about this, reinforcing Zhu Xingyao's belief that there was something suspicious in the latter part of the message. All right then, as long as Shizuan thinks of a Yao, Zhu Xingyao said, seemingly content. While gently drying Shen Xiuyun's raven hair, his lowered gaze darkened somewhat. Shizuan, you have already promised to form a bond with me, yet why do you still wish to leave me? I've clearly subdued my sharp edges, become mild and compliant. Is this still insufficient? Are you deceiving me again? And if you are, why can't you deceive me for just a little longer? Why, while you treat me kindly, can you simultaneously be so cruel to me? What should I do with you? Zhu Xingyao's wiping motion paused as he gazed at Shen Xiuyun's exhausted sleeping face. His icy fingertips tenderly brushed over Shen Xiuyun's brow and eyes. His expression gradually hardened. No matter what means, he must find out what the sentence on the wish plaque really means. Not long after the Qiqiao festival, the town at the foot of the mountain gradually grew cold. Zhu Xingyao returned today with a jar of peach blossom liquor. Shen Xiuyun's eyes twitched. To be honest, ever since the incident of the peach tree blooming at the summit of One Finger Peak, he now had an allergic reaction to any peach blossoms. Thankfully, once the flowers faded, no peaches were left behind, or else he truly would have considered smashing his head against a piece of tofu and dying. Shizuan, this peach blossom wine from the clear wind cottage below the mountain has a fragrant and thick aroma, leaving a lingering aftertaste with a delicate peach scent. Would Shizuan like to try a sip? Zhu Xingyao opened the wine seal and poured Shen Xiuyun a cup. Shen Xiuyun vaguely remembered his poor alcohol tolerance. He immediately declined, saying, drinking disrupts affairs. Shizuan, this wine won't get you drunk, women can drink it too. It tastes sweet and flavorful. Zhu Xingyao pouted and begged, this is my heartfelt offering, can Shizuan bear to refuse it? Unable to resist Zhu Xingyao's gentle persistence, Shen Xiuyun could only agree to take a small sip. As the warm wine went down his throat, before long, Shen Xiuyun felt himself becoming a bit dizzy. You little devil, Zhu Xingyao, tricking him into drinking strange things again. So brazen. He should punish him. Shen Xiuyun, supporting his cheek with his hand, slightly closed his eyes and tried hard to focus on Zhu Xingyao across from him. But no matter how hard he squinted, the other person appeared hazy and indistinct, as if separated by a thin mist. From Zhu Xingyao's perspective, his Shizuan's face was flushed with a soft red glow. His eyes, like autumn waters, half closed and fixed solely on him with a gaze so gentle and loving that it was something he'd never dared to dream for. Shizuan had never looked at him like this before. Zhu Xingyao felt his heart racing. It was as though he was immersed in a warm ocean where every part of his body was warm. The look made him feel parched, almost forgetting his true purpose for today. Previously, when attempting to charm Shizuan in order to figure out the meaning of the words on the wish plaque, he was detected. Zhu Xingyao guessed that Shizuan knew precisely that he was a seductive demon, thus being on guard. That was why today he coaxed Shizuan to drink some wine. Shizuan. Zhu Xingyao moved to Shen Xiuyun's front, softly calling out. Hearing his name, Shen Xiuyun lifted his gaze to look straight into his eyes. As Zhu Xingyao prepared to use his charm, Shen Xiuyun reached up and caressed his cheek first. Zhu Xingyao froze. Shen Xiuyun stared blankly, smiling drunkenly as he whispered, "A Yao, you look good." In front of Zhu Xingyao's shocked and disbelieving gaze. Shen Xiuyun leaned closer, lightly kissed Zhu Xingyao on the lips, and softly murmured, "Mine." Chapter 121, Master, if violating this vow. Shen Xiuyun's kiss was as light as a dragonfly skimming over the stream, touching and then separating instantly. If it weren't for the lingering warmth on his face and the heartbeats in his chest that sounded like drums, Zhu Xingyao would have thought that everything that had just happened was nothing but a daydream of his. He almost instinctively tightened his grip on the hand of Shen Xiuyun that was against his cheek, grabbing the back of Shen's neck, and pulled him back recklessly, then returned with a deep kiss. The tangled emotions of these days, filled with hesitation and unease, were all brought out because of Shen Xiuyun's initiative kiss. He wished to fuse Master into his bone marrow, never to separate. Shen Xiuyun felt as if he couldn't breathe. He thought he would suffocate. His hands weakly patted Zhu Xingyao's chest, signaling him to stop. Reluctantly, Zhu Xingyao let go of Shen Xiuyun. And looking at his master, unsure if it was due to drunkenness or being kissed that made his eyes so dazed, he softly spoke a few words. Reap what you sow. Shen Xiuyun, whose head was foggy, wasn't sure whether he understood what Zhu Xingyao said, showing an expression of, wronged. Zhu Xingyao almost lost control again. His forehead rested against Shen Xiuyun's eyebrows, the palm rubbing his master's burning cheeks, seemingly satisfied and sighing. Wasn't it master who seduced me first? Why blame him instead? Moreover, because of master's sudden initiative, he almost forgot about the main matter. However, he was somewhat confused now. The wish on master's vow card read, everything goes smoothly, go home soon, as if there was nothing left to miss except going home. Yet after getting drunk, he initiated the kiss and openly declared that he belonged to him. Which one is true? Master. Zhu Xingyao called softly, gazing deeply at Shen Xiuyun. Hearing this, Shen Xiuyun raised his eyes to meet Zhu Xingyao's gaze. At the moment their eyes met, it was as if they were firmly attracted to each other, leaving only Zhu Xingyao in his eyes. Zhu Xingyao gently asked, what did master mean by writing everything goes smoothly, go home soon on that wish card that day? Shen Xiuyun was silent for a while, some bewildered eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. His frown deepened as he said. Ao Yao, you actually peaked. Zhu Xingyao's heart thudded hearing this response, not expecting master to give such a reply. In a daze, he thought master had regained clarity. Master misunderstood, I just happened to see half a sentence when master was writing it that day, Zhu Xingyao continued. During the process of tempting, master's resistance should not be provoked too much, otherwise, it would be hard to get the answers wanted. Can master tell me what that means? Zhu Xingyao patiently asked again. If observed carefully, one would notice Zhu Xingyao's hands holding Shen Xiuyun were slightly trembling. He was very afraid of hearing answers that weren't what he wanted. Shen Xiuyun's eyes showed struggle. There was a strange voice buzzing in his brain. System alert, detected the character trying to probe the host's identity, please handle it cautiously. After a long pause, Shen Xiuyun said, I can't tell. Zhu Xingyao's heart clenched as he lightly tightened his grip on Shen Xiuyun's forearm, why? Shen Xiuyun shook his head, his lips pressing down, appearing a bit irritable, I don't know. Zhu Xingyao clutched Shen Xiuyun tighter, almost obsessively stubbornly asking, but wasn't that your own words? How could you not know? Shen Xiuyun frowned, that sound came again in his mind, even louder than before. System alert, warning. Serious warning. Do not disclose the host's identity and the existence of the system. I really don't know. Shen Xiuyun continued to shake his head, bending slightly due to discomfort, already showing signs of pain. The sound in his mind was so noisy. It gave him a headache. Zhu Xingyao noticed Shen Xiuyun's abnormality and asked worriedly, Master. You're so noisy. Shen Xiuyun shouted almost furiously. Zhu Xingyao was stunned by the sudden shout from Shen Xiuyun. He forced himself to calm down. Asking multiple times, Master repeatedly said he didn't know, yet judging from his expressions, it didn't seem like genuine ignorance. Was it unwillingness to say, or impossibility to say? Zhu Xingyao took a deep breath, loosened his grip, and decided to ask in a different way. Master, will you form a Dao pair with me? Of course. This time Shen Xiuyun answered without hesitation, as if the answer had long been settled in his heart. Zhu Xingyao's gloomy expression eased slightly. Will the master never leave me? This time, Shen Xiuyun hesitated for a moment. Shouldn't the companionship of artificial intelligence also count as eternal company? He answered, I will not leave you. Zhu Xingyao felt as if he had experienced rebirth in an instant. He held Shen Xiuyun's hand, trembling with excitement. Master said he would always be with him. In the state of enchantment, Master could not lie to him. Finally, Zhu Xingyao's heart settled a bit. Does the master like Ao Yao the most? The tone of Zhu Xingyao softened, and even his lips curled up unconsciously. Shen Xiuyun suddenly smiled faintly, softly saying, likes Ao Yao the most. Zhu Xingyao almost fell apart under Shen Xiuyun's gentleness. Me too. He pressed Shen Xiuyun under the peach tree, uncontrollably kissing Master's still slightly swollen lips. He believed that all those words just now were true and not lies from Master. Even though it was almost completely contrary to what was written on the wish card. As Zhu Xingyao kissed Shen Xiuyun, he brushed against Shen Xiuyun's clothes, removing the obstructive sash. Once the words are spoken, they can't be taken back, Zhu Xingyao cupped Shen Xiuyun's face, repeating over and over again. I won't, take it back. Shen Xiuyun responded with difficulty. Zhu Xingyao said, then master swear to the disciple. Tears kept falling from the corners of Shen Xiuyun's eyes, speaking incoherently. I swear, forever and ever, will not leave. Ao Yao, absolutely not. The master speaks so well, Zhu Xingyao kissed Shen Xiuyun's brows as if giving an award. Shen Xiuyun silently accepted. In the end, Zhu Xingyao lightly bit Shen Xiuyun's pale neck, gravely saying. Master, if this vow is broken, I will destroy you. Chapter 122, Master's Awareness. Morning. The glaring sunlight pierced through the window, landing on Shen Xiuyun's face. The brightness and the slight burning sensation woke Shen Xiuyun up in a daze. He looked at the canopy above his bed, lost in thought. Memories of last night flashed through his mind after Zhu Xingyao coaxed him to drink. They had intertwined beneath the peach tree. Heat rushed to his head, and Shen Xiuyuan's cheeks turned red instantly all the way down to his neck. Embarrassed, he turned sideways, burying his face in the pillow but accidentally pulled at his back wound. The pain in his back was unbearable. That damn Zhu Xingyao, with no restraint when pressing him against the tree trunk. Coaxing him into drinking wasn't enough, and then he actually dared to. Shen Xiuyuan silently vowed, I'll get him later. While planning the punishment, a sharp beep from the system suddenly sounded inside his mind. System, ah. 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 The noise startled Shen Xiuyuan as if his brain were exploding. He shouted internally, are you trying to kill me? System, not me, we're the ones about to die. The system's voice was panicked, this morning, I received multiple warning alerts. Zhu Xingyao attempted to discover your true identity. Stunned, Shen Xiuyuan asked, how is this possible? The disturbance caused by the system's warning made Shen Xiuyuan's expression turn serious. System, my monitoring program intercepted some footage from last night, it happened because he saw you writing that wish plaque. He got suspicious. Zhu Xingyao's perception skills are far too terrifying for an ordinary book character. It has already attempted to contact the main system to request an analysis of the current world's operating environment. To determine if Zhu Xingyao has the potential to awaken autonomous consciousness. However, the main system is extremely busy and might not reply in a short period of time. Shen Xiuyuan's tone became more serious, what would happen if he finds out? System explained, if the characters in the book become aware of the host's identity and the existence of the system, they may no longer trust the host, rendering tasks impossible to complete. Obstacles could arise, leading to task failure. Shen Xiuyuan fell silent, the consequences could be dire, almost directly deciding the success or failure of the mission. So host, starting now, be extremely careful in how you interact with Zhu Xingyao. Under no circumstances can you let him know our identity or purpose. Otherwise, your imminent success will be reduced to nothing. The system warned repeatedly. Shen Xiuyuan frowned, pursing his lips before solemnly saying, I understand. He didn't expect Zhu Xingyao to suspect his identity simply from seeing those words he wrote. No wonder Zhu Xingyao's dark side value kept increasing strangely. If it leads to another failure due to revealing his identity. Shen Xiuyuan's hand couldn't help but tremble. In the previous life, he had already endured the bitter aftermath of failure, being played with like a mouse by Zhu Xingyao. No, it can't be like this again. He must devise a plan to eliminate Zhu Xingyao's suspicions. Chia. A soft door push sound interrupted Shen Xiuyuan's thoughts. Behind the door, Zhu Xingyao entered holding breakfast. Master, you're awake, said the young man with a clear voice, his figure outlined softly by the dim light. After laying out the breakfast one by one on the table, Zhu Xingyao turned around to find Shen Xiuyuan still staring at him intently. Master. Zhu Xingyao came close to the bedside, waving his hand in front of Shen Xiuyuan's eyes. Shen Xiuyuan concealed his underlying anxiety, attempting to appear calm, you've worked hard, Io. From Shen Xiuyuan's flickering gaze, Zhu Xingyao quickly noticed something was amiss, though he chose not to mention it. These are all minor tasks performed by a disciple. Zhu Xingyao scratched his head shyly, rather, the master, had a tough night yesterday. Shen Xiuyuan awkwardly coughed, his face turning faintly red once more. Zhu Xingyao expressed concern, why is the master coughing? Did you catch a chill last night? Shen Xiuyuan gave Zhu Xingyao a sidelong glance, do you even realize catching chills is a possibility? Didn't he show any restraint at all? Oh, right, the master practices cultivation, so dying isn't much of an issue for you, huh? No, Shen Xiuyuan grumbled. Observing Shen Xiuyuan's expression, Zhu Xingyao knew it was not as carefree as he claimed, evidently still annoyed. It's my fault. I won't do it again. Zhu Xingyao tugged slightly on Shen Xiuyuan's sleeve. Shen Xiuyuan turned his head away without looking at him. I don't believe you for a second. Master, please forgive Io just this once. Zhu Xingyao persisted relentlessly. Shen Xiuyuan remained unmoved. Zhu Xingyao continued to struggle for a while, but Shen Xiuyuan's heart was as unyielding as stone. Before long, Shen Xiuyuan noticed there was no sound. Perplexed, he turned around and saw Zhu Xingyao coming over with a bowl of soup. Master, please have some soup before getting angry at your disciple. Your health is more important. The young man looked like an eggplant beaten by frost, his figure and voice deflated. There was no reason for Shen Xiuyuan to reject the food waiting at his lips. He picked up the bowl and drank a few sips, contemplating how to broach the subject with Zhu Xingyao. Since the apprentice already had suspicions, if Shen Xiuyuan directly brought up the wish plaque, it would amount to self-incrimination. He needed to probe indirectly and leave no traces. Io. Master. The master and apprentice almost spoke at the same time, then fell into an awkward silence. Shen Xiuyuan handed the empty bowl to Zhu Xingyao, his gaze firmly locked on Zhu Xingyao's face, and said solemnly, Io, do you have anything you want to say to me? Zhu Xingyao's grip on the bowl tightened slightly. For the first time feeling that his master's eyes possessed a force that could see through him, making his previous concealment seem futile. But he still kept calm and asked doubtfully, what does master mean? There is nothing much, but I have something to tell you, said Shenxiuyan. Zhu Xingyao grew even more suspicious in his heart, but he obediently nodded his head and listened attentively. Shenxiuyan said, it concerns our bond ritual. I have thought about it, the Tai Chu secret realm will soon be opening. When you return from your training in the secret realm, we can prepare for the ceremony thoroughly, and at that time, I will form the bond with you. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shenxiuyan with astonishment and quickly lowered his head. As if sensing Zhu Xingyao's doubts, Shenxiuyan further explained, our current relationship has long surpassed that of ordinary master and disciple. We have practiced dual cultivation many times and cannot continue without formalizing this. Zhu Xingyao seemed stunned by the unexpected news, silent. Shenxiuyan said, whether as master and disciple or as cultivation partners, I care deeply for you, and I hope you stay by my side always. Although, the purpose of saying these words was to tell Zhu Xingyao that he wouldn't leave him, urging him not to misinterpret the meaning of the sentence on the wish plaque anymore, every word he spoke was heartfelt. After all, nurturing a nearly dying disciple back to health, raising him to what he was now, Shenxiuyan couldn't be called less than devoted. Zhu Xingyao was indeed shocked and delighted when he heard Shenxiuyan talk about the bond ritual, but when Shenxiuyan mentioned hoping they could always be together, he suddenly realized. His master seemed to know something. That's why these words of comfort were spoken. Zhu Xingyao's lips curved into a smile filled with deeper meanings. Such concern, such weight. He guessed that perhaps the truth he had been desperately pursuing all along was none other than himself. Chapter 123, Master Uncle, Help. Forming a pact is a significant event for every cultivator. Shenxiuyan decided to go to Wuxiang Peak first to inform his master brother. After all, judging by Yun Xiqing's disdainful attitude towards Zhu Xingyao, there was bound to be a tough battle ahead. However, after Shenxiuyan searched high and low at Wuxiang Peak, he did not find Yun Xiqing but Jin Qinshuan instead. Shenxiuyan asked, Qinshuan, where is your master? Jin Qinshuan replied, Master Uncle, my master has entered seclusion. Shenxiuyan was surprised and said, why so suddenly? Is he about to break through in cultivation? But according to the timeline of the original story, it seemed it wasn't time for a breakthrough yet. Jin Qinshuan sighed slightly, with a somewhat evasive expression, saying, I don't know. My master has handed over the sect affairs to other elders temporarily. Even you don't know? Shenxiuyan frowned and muttered. It was strange. His master brother usually relied heavily on Jin Qinshuan, didn't he? Why did he suddenly enter seclusion this time and hand over sect affairs to others? Master Uncle, do you have important matters to discuss with master? Jin Qinshuan suggested, if there's an urgent matter, I can take you to where master is in seclusion. Shenxiuyan waved his hand, no need. It's not something particularly urgent, let's wait until brother comes out of seclusion. He knew disturbing a cultivator in seclusion was most taboo, it easily led to a mental breakdown. Upon hearing this, Jin Qinshuan looked slightly disappointed. Shenxiuyan noticed Jin Qinshuan's downcast mood and asked, Qinshuan, did you make your master angry? Jin Qinshuan was startled to be guessed correctly and looked astonished at Shenxiuyan. As if his face were shouting, how did you know, in large letters. Shenxiuyan guessed again boldly, so, the master entered seclusion because you upset him? Jin Qinshuan. Silence meant acknowledgement. Shenxiuyan whistled appreciatively as he circled Jin Qinshuan, can't tell you have this kind of ability. Yun Xiqing was always so composed. And Jin Qinshuan managed to annoy Yun Xiqing to such an extent that he had to enter seclusion. This move deserves full marks of 6 all over the screen, doesn't it? Jin Qinshuan smiled bitterly, Master Uncle, please don't tease me anymore. Being able to irritate him like this shows you're important to him, Shenxiuyan summarized. Jin Qinshuan. Master Uncle, you're surprisingly good at comforting people. Of course, he knew his master valued him. Precisely because his master valued him, his out-of-bounds behavior made his master particularly angry. Shenxiuyan saw Jin Qinshuan's long face and felt sorry for him, rest assured. When he finishes his seclusion and calms down, explain properly to him and there shouldn't be any problem. Although Jin Qinshuan still looked troubled, he politely nodded in gratitude as he watched Shenxiuyan leave. In fact, ever since the misunderstanding behind the mountain of Wuxiang Peak, he hadn't seen his master. He hadn't even had the chance to argue or explain himself. Most likely, his actions that day were too offensive, truly angering his master. Would master really forgive him? How could he forgive you? He finds you repulsive. Your master has entered seclusion because he doesn't want to see you anymore. By the time he emerges from seclusion, he will surely expel you from the sect. Jin Qinshuan suddenly clutched his head, feeling his vision blur and the surrounding scenery become distorted. The voices in his mind swirling like a curse, causing him to feel dizzy as if caught in a vortex. He staggered, instinctively reaching out for support with both hands but ultimately collapsed helplessly on the ground when the world went dark before his eyes. In no time, the day came for the disciples to enter the Tai Chu secret realm for practice. Yun Xiqing still hadn't emerged from seclusion. The acting sect leader was explaining the precautions for entering the Tai Chu secret realm. All the disciples participating, including those sent by other sects, were at the golden core cultivation level. The secret realm was perilous, so sect disciples should preferably travel in pairs to watch over each other. Blah blah blah, there were countless rules which Shin Xiuyun almost fell asleep listening to while sitting nearby. The junior disciples below were even more absent-minded. Big brother, are you alright? The third disciple nudged Jin Qinshuan who was spacing out. He realized that ever since borrowing that storybook from Big Brother, Jin Qinshuan had started looking haggard, as if lost in thoughts. Last time they descended the mountain for practice, Big Brother also seemed distracted. Most frighteningly, Big Brother even looked at him with icy cold eyes, as if he wanted to cut him down. What had he done wrong? Jin Qinshuan just glanced sideways at the third disciple and remained silent. He kept glancing at the podium where Yun Xiqing should have been, but the seat was unoccupied as he expected. From beginning to end, Master never showed up. Jin Qinshuan dejectedly boarded the flying boat with the elder. Before leaving, he took one last look in the direction of Shantian's sect and reluctantly entered the room to meditate. Long Yuni leaned against the railing, looking at Jin Qinshuan's room door, frowning slightly. Just a moment ago, Zhu Long had told him that Jin Qinshuan's heart demon had worsened considerably. After the disciples of Shantian's sect entered the secret realm, Zhu Xingyao intended to split from the group. The demon's sword was almost forged, only needing the final step, to awaken it with his blood. He needed to get there as soon as possible. However, just as Zhu Xingyao was about to part ways, Jin Qinshuan stopped him. Zhu Xingyao, stand still. Zhu Xingyao, somewhat impatient, turned back while barely maintaining a poker face. What does senior brother Jin want to instruct? Jin Qinshuan, before we departed, Uncle Master emphasized the situation inside the secret realm is complex and full of danger. Even if you dislike it, you cannot act alone for fear of encountering peril. Be cooperative. Zhu Xingyao. Master truly knows his character well. If chaos breaks out, he hopes for a chance to slip away. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a call came from ahead. What happened? What's going on? Is there a beast demon? Everyone looked around curiously. Jin Qinshuan pushed through the crowd and discovered that the two disciples who had gone forward to scout were both killed instantly, their eyes wide open as if unwilling to close even in death. The third disciple squatted down to examine the wounds on the corpses, saying gravely, Senior brother Jin, they have residual sword chi on their necks, this was done by cultivators. And not just any cultivators, ones capable of killing golden core practitioners in a single strike. But the secret realm wasn't supposed to allow golden core cultivators above a certain level to enter, right? Jin Qinshuan tightened his grip on his sword, softly ordering, gather closer. Keep an eye on our surroundings. Keep vigilance. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a crazily arrogant laugh resounded. The young brats of Shantian's sect, today will be your day of death. In an instant, several Yuan cultivators appeared on the trees surrounding Zhu Xingyao and others. The leader snarled viciously, you blame Shin Xiuyun, then. For the sake of some despicable half-demon, he doesn't distinguish right from wrong and cut off the cultivation path of our young lord. Today, we shall let Shantian's sect experience how painful it is to lose all its younger generation of disciples. The Shantian sect disciples realized immediately, you are from Huan Yu sect. Jin Qinshuan stepped forward warningly, we advise you to think twice. If you do this, aren't you afraid of causing conflict between our sects? The leader smirked coldly, as long as all of you die and are gnawed down to nothing by beast demons, who will know it was us? Someone shouted angrily, you are too cruel. Could this really be something cultivators could do? That person gave the order, attack me. Don't let a single one escape. Especially Zhu Xingyao. Once you capture him, snap his tendons, drain his blood, dig out his spiritual root and his golden core, I want to see if he can regrow them. Leaning against the tree, Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but chuckle, as if hearing the most hilarious joke in the world. The third disciple turned back and saw Zhu Xingyao still laughing foolishly without running away, so he hurriedly flew over on his sword to drag Zhu Xingyao away, which barely saved him from being struck by a palm. Ah! My junior brother Zhu, did you get scared dumb? Where's your jade disc? Zhu Xingyao didn't react immediately. What jade disc? The third disciple yelled loudly, nearly jumping out of frustration. The jade disc, the sound-transmitting jade disc. Finally, Zhu Xingyao understood, he wanted him to use the jade disc to transmit a message to Master to come rescue them. But excuse him, if those minions were dealing with him, they wouldn't even need Master's involvement. If not for him dragging him away earlier, those old folks behind would have already perished. The third disciple lost it completely. He assumed Zhu Xingyao's reaction was because he had been frightened witless, all thanks to Uncle Master protecting Zhu Xingyao so well. Having no choice, the third disciple searched Zhu Xingyao thoroughly. Soon enough, he found the jade disc tucked inside Zhu Xinyao's chest pocket, snatching it with incredible speed before Zhu Xingyao even had time to react. Zhu Xingyao tried to take the jade disc back, muttering, don't. Already, the third disciple had injected spiritual energy into the jade disc, shouting. Uncle Master, save us. Huan Yu sect plans to sever junior brother Zhu's tendons, drain his blood, and remove his spiritual root and golden core while chasing us in the secret realm. Chapter 124, The Master Arrives. Just as the third apprentice finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed Zhu Xingyao's shoulder and pulled him to the left. A sharp sword chi grazed past his Adam's apple and struck a towering ancient tree nearby. The ancient tree exploded with a thunderous sound, shattering into pieces. In the process of dodging this strike, the jade tablet in his hand slipped away due to instability. Zhu Xingyao's eyes sharpened, almost leaping off his celestial sword and reaching out to firmly grasp the small jade tablet. "Junior brother Zhu, what are you doing? Are you insane?" exclaimed the third apprentice. He hadn't expected that Zhu Xingyao would jump directly off the celestial sword just for a jade tablet, giving him no time to pull him back. Zhu Xingyao's body was falling rapidly, the roaring wind whistled past his ears, yet he carefully tucked the jade tablet back into his chest, revealing a hint of relief. Thankfully, he didn't lose the jade tablet given to him by the master. The cultivators from Huan Yu sect were in relentless pursuit. The third apprentice could only watch helplessly as Zhu Xingyao disappeared from sight. After plummeting into the forest, the leaves provided cover, slowing Zhu Xingyao's descent slightly before he softly landed on the ground. Those relentless pursuers from the Huan Yu sect soon arrived, surrounding Zhu Xingyao with malicious grins. "Why aren't you running anymore? Keep running." Zhu Xingyao lightly sighed, showing no fear despite being surrounded. With a flick of his palm, using spiritual energy, he magnetized leaves toward his hands and acted before the enemy could react. The leaves precisely brushed past every single neck, a streak of crimson splashing onto the short grass by the road. The nearest person to Zhu Xingyao covered his neck incredulously and collapsed with reluctance. More sounds of bodies hitting the ground followed quickly, each one with eyes unclosed in death. Zhu Xingyao was merely a golden core cultivator, how could? Approaching the cultivator in front, Zhu Xingyao searched their bodies for powder used to lure demonic beasts. He carelessly sprinkled it onto them and then arrogantly walked toward the place where bones were buried. Shen Xiuyun had been lying on a recliner reading novels, engrossed in an exciting plot when Zhu Xingyao's message popped up. He was completely caught off guard, shaken by that majestic cry for help, his head ringing loudly. Once regaining awareness, all he could mutter was, "What?" and immediately rushed anxiously toward the Tai Chi's secret realm. On the way, he casually sent another message to Yun Xiqing. "Senior brother, Chen Xiuyun is being hunted by the Huan Yu sect in the Tai Chi's secret realm. It's perilous. If senior brother receives this, hurry to the secret realm and save your disciple, junior brother Shen Xiuyun." After sending the message, Shen Xiuyun sighed, "Nephew, this is all I can do for you." Tearing apart the void to travel, Shen Xiuyun greatly shortened the journey and reached the Tai Chi secret realm within half a day. Xiantian's sect only had one elder stationed outside, others had entered the secret realm for rescue missions. Shen Xiuyun briefly learned about the situation. They had so far found the third disciple of Yun Xiqing, who had suffered a blow to his shoulder, injuring his bones and leaving him unconscious. As for Jin Qinshuan, Zhu Xingyao, Long Yuni, and others, they remained missing. As he was about to enter the secret realm, a striking purple light column shot straight up into the sky, with intense energy fluctuations constantly emanating from the realm. System, Magic Sword Zhanhuan detected. Shen Xiuyun's expression slightly changed. Wasn't this the very magic sword held by Zhu Xingyao in the previous life? He suddenly remembered that in the previous life, Zhu Xingyao had already succumbed to demonic influences after emerging from the Tai Chi secret realm. Shen Xiuyun wasted no time plunging into the secret realm, tracing Zhu Xingyao's faint aura all the way to where the purple light column had vanished. Looking down at the endless abyss below filled with malevolent qi, he guessed, could it be that a Yao's former self fell fully into demonic influence because of the pact with the magic sword? System, this cannot be determined. The book did not accurately describe the real reason behind the male protagonist's fall to demonic influence. Perhaps the magic sword was merely one factor among many. Currently, the protagonist's dark transformation value remains stable. Shen Xiuyun felt anxious and leaped into the abyss, eager to find Zhu Xingyao as quickly as possible. Along the way, he sent many messages to Zhu Xingyao, all of which went unanswered. He feared Zhu Xingyao might have truly run into danger, making him unable to respond. After landing at the bottom, Shen Xiuyun discovered that the malevolent qi in the depths of the abyss was far denser than seen from above. Around him floated countless deeply resentful residual souls. Any one of them could cause headaches for the cultivation world if taken out separately. If someone with lesser cultivation skills were to fall here without protective treasures, they would likely be torn into pieces within moments. He could barely imagine how Zhu Xingyao managed to survive and get out of here alive in the previous life. Shen Xiuyun took a deep breath, his expression becoming even more solemn, and accelerated his search for Zhu Xingyao. However, at the bottom of the abyss, there was a hidden river, and the path underfoot was difficult to traverse. The muddy and damp soil significantly slowed his progress. After walking for an unknown duration, Shen Xiuyun faintly noticed a weak purple glow flickering around the next corner, accompanied by the sound of quiet conversation. Since he wasn't sure if it was friend or foe, Shen Xiuyun concealed his presence and slowly moved closer. The nearer he got, the more familiar one of the voices seemed. With his back pressed against the stone wall, finding an angle to peek around, he saw ahead a familiar silhouette. A demonic sword hovered above a cauldron, while a nearly transparent remnant soul floated in midair. The residual soul bore a 6 or 7/10 resemblance to Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun covered his mouth as he drew in a sharp breath, his eyes wide with shock. "A Yao." Chapter 125, Master, you've dropped your sword. You've also unintentionally left a Yao behind. It was the unharmed Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyan should have rushed over in overwhelming joy to embrace his long-lost disciple, but now his feet felt nailed down, unable to move even a step. Is that really my Yao? If it's a Yao, why is he surrounded by an overwhelming demonic aura? Not a half-demon, it's an actual demon. Even a cultivator with skills on par with his own. He had only returned after 3 or 4 years, and Zhu Xingyao had barely been away from him. So where did Zhu Xingyao get such formidable cultivation skills? When they were both pursued by other disciples of Shantian sect, Huanyue's sect held a deep hatred for him. Yet not a single scratch marred his body, his robes remained perfectly intact. Shen Xiuyan remembered those days after Zhu Xingyao returned injured from Wuwangxi. That so-called remnant soul which suddenly awakened and took control of Zhu Xingyao's body, perhaps it wasn't what it seemed at all. He leaned back exhausted against the stone wall, closing his eyes in pain, too scared to delve any deeper into his thoughts. He feared that if he thought further, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from raising his sword and rushing forward. The system was also shocked. How could this happen? This world Zhu Xingyao didn't become a demon. What went wrong? While the system was still reeling from the shock, it received a reply mail from the main system. Upon opening it, the assistant system felt as though the room around them grew darker. Zhu Xingyao and the residual soul's fragmented conversation continued. Residual soul, how has your mother been these past years? Zhu Xingyao's tone was eerily calm without a ripple of emotion. She's dead. After he had his spiritual root gouged out by Huanyue's sect, she reportedly committed suicide shortly thereafter. Hearing this, the residual soul fell silent for a long while before sighing. I thought that once she decisively cut ties with me, and being someone widely respected as the young sect leader, Huanyue's sect would surely treat her well. But I underestimated the factional infighting within the celestial sections. Zhu Xingyao dismissed this idea with disdain. Huanyue's sect consisted entirely of despicable people. The residual soul surveyed the Taoist robes draped on Zhu Xinyao's figure. So you've joined the immortal sects now? Zhu Xingyao nodded gently. In that case, good. The demon realm is chaotic indeed. My death was sudden, so unless you're sure of yourself, don't rush back and vie for the position of demon lord. The residual soul paused, reminding Zhu Xingyao, and remember, your identity. In the future, you must be extremely cautious while among immortals. Zhu Xingyao responded, not every sect treats its members like Huanyue's sect does, they would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let a single one escape. Zhu Xingyao's answer caused the residual soul to pause momentarily before letting out a somewhat relieved laugh. Clearly, the sect you're in now treats you quite well. Someone is protecting you, and you're doing great. That's right. Zhu Xingyao couldn't conceal the pride and tenderness in his expression and tone when he said those words. His master always shielded and cared for him deeply. With that, I can finally rest easy. The spectral form hovering in midair gradually became more translucent, and its voice faded, as if disappearing entirely in the next second. It hovered its hand above Zhu Xingyao's head and gazed at Shen Xiuyan's silhouette in the distance, noting their matching emblems embroidered on their clothes, then kindly spoke to Zhu Xingyao. They've come to meet you, and I shall leave now. In the future. Zhu Xingyao, retrieving the demon blade from Gong Ding, suddenly halted in his tracks, pondering his father's last cryptic statement. Turning abruptly, he found Shen Xiuyan standing just a short distance away, his eyes coldly fixed upon him. Master. Zhu Xingyao's hands trembled, his face turned deathly pale. The demonic sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the dirt beside him. In a daze, he heard his own trembling voice call out, Master. When had the master arrived? Zhu Xingyao placed his hand over his chest. Why was there no sensation of the heart-to-heart spell binding them together? Shen Xiuyan's countenance and tone were frighteningly serene. Zhu Xingyao, is there anything you'd like to say to me? He had anticipated, upon uncovering the truth, wanting nothing more than to drive several swords through the person who had deceived him with honeyed words, but he did not. Instead, all he felt was an unbearable chill coursing through his body. How arrogant and capable Zhu Xingyao was, playing him like a puppet in the palm of his hand. Master, let me explain. Desperate, Zhu Xingyao rushed toward Shen Xiuyan, yet stopped abruptly a mere 10 paces away. Master. Zhu Xingyao looked down at the sword pressed against his chest, up at Shen Xiuyan's cold, unforgiving face, and the piercing chill in his chest made him feel as though a sword had already pierced his heart, spilling torrents of blood. Stay where you are. Do not come closer, Shen Xiuyan intoned each word clearly. Zhu Xingyao struggled, Master, I learned dark arts because. Shen Xiuyan mercilessly revealed the truth, you are dishonest. You were Zhu Xingyao from the previous life. Shen Xiuyan spoke with an utterly certain tone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao's body trembled as if his tall, strong frame might collapse at any moment. His lips quivered as he uttered a single syllable, I. Shen Xiuyan coldly commanded, you only need to answer, yes or no. The light in Zhu Xingyao's eyes dimmed inch by inch. Clenching his fists tightly, he resigned himself and admitted, yes. Shen Xiuyan suddenly let out a laugh laced with mockery, what virtue or ability do I possess that has caused the demon lord to take such painstaking efforts to deceive me? Because your disciple admires you, loves you, to the point of being unable to control myself. Zhu Xingyao gazed at Shen Xiuyun almost pleadingly, screaming hoarsely. Master, it wasn't my intention to deceive you. If on the day I returned, I had confessed everything to Master, you certainly would have rejected me. Shen Xiuyun muttered softly, so even you know that much. I can lose everything, but I cannot lose you, Master. Zhu Xingyao's red-rimmed eyes helplessly spilled tears as his voice became raspy. Shen Xiuyun couldn't deny that seeing Zhu Xingyao's current sobbing and pitiful appearance still stirred pain within him. If this was Zhu Xingyao's intention, then congratulations to him, it had succeeded. He would feel pain alongside him. What a beautiful face when crying, how can one not pity it? But are your words trustworthy? Shen Xiuyun sighed. Zhu Xingyao's wet eyelashes flickered slightly, like fragile translucent wings trembling under a heavy downpour. His expression grew intense as he took a step forward impulsively. Master, let's forget everything that happened today. Shen Xiuyun was caught off guard for a moment, allowing the sword tip to instantly pierce Zhu Xingyao's chest, drawing a streak of blood. His expression slightly changed as he slightly retracted the sword. Instantly, Zhu Xingyao, taking advantage of the situation, pushed it away and embraced him. Master, when you didn't know the truth, weren't we getting along well? Zhu Xingyao, ignoring Shen Xiuyun's struggle, tightly hugged him. We'll go back to how we were before, you love me, and I admire you. We'll become spiritual partners, we'll be together forever. You promised me, you promised me. By the end, Zhu Xingyao sounded almost unreasonable. Shen Xiuyun calmly stated, I promised the Zhu Xingyao who respected and cherished me. Not the past life Zhu Xingyao who imprisoned me and forced himself on me. Do you understand the difference between these two clearly? Zhu Xingyao's hands loosened suddenly, and his voice sounded devoid of energy. What should I do for you, Master, to forgive me? Unless you could make it as if none of this ever happened. Shen Xiuyun finally broke free from Zhu Xingyao's embrace and left without looking back. He summoned all his spiritual powers and practically fled the place. At the entrance to the secret realm, Shen Xiuyun encountered Yun Xiqing, who seemed to have just arrived in a hurry. Yun Xiqing looked anxious and was about to ask Shen Xiuyun something, younger brother. But Shen Xiuyun acted as though he hadn't seen him, flying away with a grim expression and never looking back. In the dead of night, Shen Xiuyun returned to Yi Peak. Initially, he started packing his things thinking of running away, but after packing halfway through, he threw everything out again, directly laying down on the bed to slack off. Where could he run to? Even if he died, Zhu Xingyao could chase after him like a lingering soul. He suspected that even if he turned into ashes, Zhu Xingyao could piece him back together. To the so-called redemption mission. To the dog shit system. The main character's core was rotten anyway, why bother saving anyone? Why didn't someone come save him instead? So it turns out, he was here all along to entertain everyone. Let Zhu Xingyao go mad if he wants to, he decided, he wouldn't care anymore. At worst, they'd both die together. This mission, he was done. In his heart, Shen Xiuyun cursed the system and Zhu Xingyao repeatedly, gradually succumbing to drowsiness and falling asleep amidst the mess on his bed. An indeterminate amount of time passed, and faint knocking was heard. With half-lidded eyes, Shen Xiuyun lazily went to open the door. Creak. The door opened a crack, and a familiar figure stood straight outside, holding a longsword with both hands. Shen Xiuyun heard that person say. Master, you've dropped your sword. You've also unintentionally left a Yao behind. Chapter 126, Master, it hurts so much, Io. Zhu Xingyao's words jolted the dazed Shen Xiuyun awake. He stared fixedly at the youth standing by the door in a white robe with an upright posture, neither speaking nor stepping forward. Instead, memories surfaced in his mind of the arrogant devil lord Zhu Xingyao who had once defied all foes. The past and present kept intertwining, sweetness mixed with pain. Sometimes it was the obedient Zhu Xingyao calling him master. Other times it was Zhu Xingyao disregarding his wishes, pinning him down relentlessly for repeated C/**. A cold sweat broke out on Shen Xiuyun's forehead, and the hand gripping the doorframe clenched tightly. Almost immediately, he took a step back, ready to close the door. Click. Zhu Xingyao wedged his sword firmly into the narrow door gap, preventing Shen Xiuyun from shutting the last sliver of the door. Thus, they stood there locked in a stalemate, one inside the door, the other outside. Master, don't leave me outside. Io will be scared. Shen Xiuyun growled low, silence. Even now, how dare Zhu Xingyao talk to him in that familiar tone from before? There was silence outside for a moment, then after a long pause, Zhu Xingyao's muffled voice came faintly. Does Master truly not want me anymore? Shen Xiuyun responded coolly, isn't what I said today already clear enough? Another silence followed outside. The sword was pulled out slightly from the door gap, and just as Shen Xiuyun thought Zhu Xingyao would give up and leave, Zhu Xingyao suddenly grabbed onto the doorframe and used his sword forcefully to pry, enlarging the gap. The small door groaned under their tug-of-war, making squeaky noises as it struggled to bear the pressure. Shen Xiuyun pressed hard on the door, covered in cold sweat. A devilish voice almost whispered directly into Shen Xiuyun's ear. Since Master no longer wants me, I am deeply saddened, but I won't thus forsake Master. So Master, please let me in, will you? Who are you talking to, M? Do your words make sense? Zhu Xingyao, you beast. Can't you practice being evil without being so shameless? Though neither of them used their spiritual powers, Zhu Xingyao was still much stronger. Realizing he couldn't escape, Shen Xiuyan simply gave up resistance and stepped aside when he was about to lose control. Zhu Xingyao wasn't so fortunate. Losing momentum, he almost stumbled into the room. Seeing his misfortune, Shen Xiuyan scoffed lightly, and without another word, returned to his bed to continue lying down and sleeping. As wished, Zhu Xingyao entered the room. Yet, the scattered items within made his heart tighten sharply. It didn't take much thought to figure out that Master had originally intended to gather things and leave. Nothing could hurt him more than Master's instinctive act of fleeing. Zhu Xingyao felt a throbbing ache from the wound on his chest. Blood seeped slowly from the wound caused by colliding with the sword. This small wound, which emerged due to the collision, in the context of this scene, made him experience an agony no less severe than 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. With a sorrowful gaze, Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyan lying on the bed with his back turned to him. Despite Master not uttering another word of reprimand, he still felt an unbearable ache in his chest. Master, Io is in such pain. So much pain. Hug me, please. In this devastated room, Zhu Xingyao found no place that belonged to him, helplessly squatting down on the spot. He hugged himself, and his eyes filled with hope were focused solely on Shen Xiuyan. He prayed that Master would notice his abnormal state. Would anxiously fret over him like he used to. Would pretend to be angry and scold him for being too careless. But none of it happened. Zhu Xingyao rested his head on his knees, despairingly thinking. He had messed everything up. The sweet fruit had turned into the most bitter taste imaginable. Yet, he couldn't blame Master. Because the cause of the fruit was sown by his own hands. He had once arrogantly believed. If the truth ever came to light, perhaps he could still rely on his powerful cultivation to retain Master. But when he truly saw Master's cold, detached gaze, he realized that he couldn't accept it at all. He finally understood. What he wanted was never merely for Master to stay by his side, but rather, for Master to willingly stay by his side. But now, would Master still give him the chance to make amends? Shen Xiuyan was awakened by the noise from the transmission jade token. It seemed early in the day yet. The house remained in disarray, while Zhu Xingyao was nowhere to be seen. Last night, Zhu Xingyao had come in pursuit with such determination and forcefully broken through the door. He thought there was no way he could escape unscathed. But unexpectedly, Zhu Xingyao had stayed peacefully with him the entire night. It was truly strange. Could it be that the Devil King who only knew how to take by force, had one day changed his nature? Subsequently, Shen Xiuyan gave out a self-mocking laugh. Who knows? Zhu Xingyao would do anything to achieve his purpose. Perhaps this was just another trick of Zhu Xinyao's to fool him. Shen Xiuyan rubbed his temples in vexation as the sound transmission jade token started buzzing again. Taking it out, he heard Yun Sitsong's somewhat serious voice. Junior brother, come quickly to the no-phase peak, we have important matters to discuss. My senior brother is back. Shen Xiuyan suddenly remembered meeting Yun Sikong at the entrance to the secret realm last night. But at the time, having been angered to the point of confusion by Zhu Xingyao, he left without paying anyone any mind. Daring not to delay further, Shen Xiuyan tidied himself up and immediately headed for the no-phase peak. When Zhu Xingyao returned after preparing breakfast and saw the empty room, he accidentally shattered his painstakingly prepared meal of 1 hour. His face went pale as he anxiously looked around for people. No one. There wasn't a soul on the one-finger peak. Where had the master gone? The master had vanished. Upon arriving at the no-phase peak, Shen Xiuyan realized the situation might be more serious than expected. Yun Sikong, all the peak leaders of the Shantian sect, several venerable elders, and Long Yuni who was still being bandaged, were all present here. The atmosphere in the room was heavy and solemn. As Shen Xiuyan approached, he saw Dan Jingfeng deeply sigh while taking someone's pulse, a frown marring his features. Leader, let me be straightforward with you, the situation is dire. His tone was akin to that of a doctor trying hard to reassure waiting family members outside the operating room, we've really done our best. Only then did Shen Xiuyan notice Jin Qianxin lying in bed, unconscious and pale, a faint red mark appearing between his brows. This was, demon fall. Speak plainly, Yun Sitsong's voice sounded calm despite the tension visible on his furrowed brow. Dan Jingfeng said, I'm unsure why, but it seems like Qianxin already showed signs of falling into demonic influence. After hearing these words, shock rippled among the elders and the peak leaders, except for Long Yuni who remained calm even amidst his own treatment. How could such a good child like Qianxin fall into demonism? Old man Dan, you must be senile now, diagnosing incorrectly due to cloudy vision. There's no one better in the entire cultivation world than me when it comes to alchemy. Feeling his medical skills questioned, Dan Jingfeng promptly assumed a combative stance, daring anyone to argue. A deeper voice echoed again, continue. Alright, master, Dan Jingfeng immediately softened, continuing, if it were merely falling into demonic influence, things would actually be simpler, at least he'd be alive. But during his injury, he also suffered from a beast spirit intruding into his sea of consciousness, attempting possession. The beast spirit's cultivation far exceeds his own. Qianxin's spiritual consciousness is now extremely weak and only relies on sheer willpower to hang on. Perhaps within 3 days, his consciousness will dissipate completely. Is there a solution? Yun Sikong pressed, looking increasingly concerned. Regretfully, Dan Jingfeng replied, if an experienced cultivator enters his sea of consciousness and helps him eliminate the beast spirit's essence, perhaps there'd be some hope. However, this is highly dangerous. We're unaware of the current state inside Qianxin's sea of consciousness. Even one with your level of cultivation, master, may find it challenging to exit safely if rushed. Hearing that there was hope, Yun Sikong relaxed momentarily before making a decision, determination evident on his face. I'll go. Everyone tried to dissuade him, master, this is absolutely unacceptable. He's my disciple. Yun Sikong firmly refused any argument, apart from me, no one else will risk their safety to save him. We all lament about Qianxin's condition now, but the vast sect of Xiantian needs you. How can you put yourself in danger? Yes, what if, spit spit spit. Old man Dan, what nonsense are you suggesting? Can't you devise something safer? Esteemed lord, please persuade him. Yun Sikong turned to Shinshouyan, junior brother, will you try to dissuade me too? Chapter 127, Master, why did you seal my memories? The pressure was on Shinshouyan. But Shinshouyan didn't know what to say. In principle, as a junior disciple, he did not want Yun Siqing to take the risk. But sometimes, whether or not to save someone cannot be measured simply by gains and losses. It only depends on willingness. Junior brother, I thought that at this moment, only you would truly understand my feelings, Yun Siqing said, looking straight at Shinshouyan. If it were Zhu Xingyao lying here right now, I don't believe you would stand by and do nothing. Shinshouyan. If it were Zhu Xingyao lying here right now, I might just land 2 more killing blows. Thank you very much. But Yun Siqing didn't know yet that he and Zhu Xingyao had fallen out. He still thought they were deeply bonded as master and apprentice. Shinshouyan sighed heavily and gave Yun Siqing an understanding look. Senior brother, I respect your decision. And I believe that with your cultivation, you have the ability to bring Qianxuan back safely. The elders and sect leaders were dumbfounded. Not so, Lord Immortal, this. Sect leader, this matter should be carefully considered. Having earned Shinshouyan's understanding, Yun Siqing was now even more obstinate, saying, my decision is final. Dan Jingfeng stays, the rest leave. The sect leaders and elders could only sigh as they left. Long Yuni, who had just been bandaged up, naturally was helped to leave as well, he had been called earlier to recount his situation during the chase. Seeing Long Yuni hopping along awkwardly, Shinshouyan found it both funny and pitiful, and couldn't help but add. Lord Long, after your injuries heal, you should return to the Wuwang Sea. The outside world is chaotic and complicated, and not suited for further trials and adventures. Long Yuni stiffened his neck, seemingly unwilling to be underestimated, insisting, I am not as fragile as the Lord Immortal imagines me to be. The recovery abilities of the dragon race are indeed very strong. Shinshouyan pursed his lips and could only turn and leave in respect. But Long Yuni suddenly called him back, Immortal. Lord Immortal. Shinshouyan paused his steps, is there anything else? Long Yuni, I've heard that the Lord Immortal will soon enter a contract with his disciple Zhu Xingyao. Shinshouyan, that's correct. Long Yuni persisted, asking hopefully, You really like Zhu Xingyao, don't you? Shinshouyan narrowed his eyes and countered him, if I didn't like him, how would I choose to form a pact with him? Long Yuni was rendered speechless, staring blankly as Shinshouyan's retreating figure disappeared from sight, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time. Sect leader, I will use the eternal life flower to stabilize Qianxuan's condition as much as possible, but remember, you must emerge from the consciousness sea within 3 days, Dan Jingfeng said. Yun Siqing nodded slightly to indicate he understood. Dan Jingfeng, then let's begin. Yun Siqing sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes slightly closed, silently reciting mantras while forming hand seals. After a while, a streak of white spiritual light emanated from his forehead, like mist and smoke, swiftly entering Jin Qianxuan's brow center. In theory, the mental awareness sea of an earth cultivator is so fragile and hidden that others shouldn't be able to pass through unimpeded. Yet Yun Siqing encountered no resistance whatsoever. Perhaps because Qianxuan was already too weak to resist external intrusion. Realizing this possibility, Yun Siqing became even more worried. Surrounded by black fog, he drove his spirit awareness in search, eventually discovering an abnormal energy fluctuation. When Yun Siqing arrived at the source, he saw Jin Qianxuan submerged in a black pool, and the ghost of the demonic beast hovering in midair. They were not fighting physically but pitting their soul forces against each other. Such exhaustion, with Jin Qianxuan's cultivation level, should have made it impossible for him to hold on any longer. But every time their souls collided, Jin Qianxuan absorbed more dark mist from the black pool. Yun Siqing instantly understood, this was the real reason Qianxuan had managed to hold on for so long. He immediately gathered his soul force into a sword and swept it towards the floating ghost of the demonic beast. Although the demon beast was battling spirits with Jin Qianxuan, it remained vigilant at all times. When it noticed Yun Siqing approaching, it suddenly turned around, opening its gaping mouth toward Yun Siqing and spewing out a foul breath. Yun Siqing leaped easily, evading the attack. He silently recited the sword mantra, and the long sword in his hand glowed brilliantly with spiritual energy. Yun Shuyun suspended the sword before his chest, which under his soul force's control rapidly expanded in size, carrying overwhelming power as it pressed down upon the demonic beast. Caught off guard, the beast could only face the assault head-on. It summoned a barrier of swirling demonic energy around itself as a defensive shield. But it had not anticipated that what it thought to be an indestructible defense crumbled like sand under Yun Xiqing's long sword, leaving it no choice but to be annihilated with despair. Yun Xiqing sighed deeply, his entire spirit body seemed dimmer. That previous blow had cost him much of his soul power. With a wave of his hand, the enormous sword in the air dissipated. He descended from mid-air and hovered beside Jin Qinshuan, who had his eyes tightly shut, observing the water of the black pool. This place was originally supposed to be the heart lake inside Jin Qinshuan's consciousness sea. But now it seemed as if this place had been tainted by demonic energy, even becoming the source polluting Jin Qinshuan's soul. Yun Xiqing placed together his index and middle finger, gathering spiritual energy at the tip, before lightly touching it to Jin Qinshuan's brow in an attempt to awaken him. Unexpectedly, the tip of his fingers was suddenly tugged by a powerful suction force. The force was overbearing, disorienting him to the point of losing consciousness. When Yun Xiqing regained awareness, he found himself standing in front of the cave where Jin Qinshuan secluded himself for cultivation. A crescent moon hung high, silence enveloped everything around, the scene seemed somewhat familiar. Soon, he realized that he, puppet-like, cast spells to break the cave's protective barrier and walked in. This is that night. Recalling the madness of that night, Yun Xiqing tried hard to struggle but found himself reliving that evening without any control over his actions. Indeed, within the dark cave, looking for someone, he got attacked again by Jin Qinshuan. Dodging to the side, inattentively for a moment, he was seized upon by his disciple, who quickly locked both his hands and firmly pinned them on the meditation stone. Breathing heavily and tense, Yun Xiqing watched Jin Qinshuan pressing down on him. Clearly knowing what happened afterward. And clearly aware that Jin Qinshuan wouldn't do anything too extreme. Yet, he inexplicably felt anxious right now. Yes, anxious. His heart raced fast. His blood coursed faster. Every breath and every heartbeat could be distinctly heard by himself. Sitting as the sect leader for many years. Let alone displaying happiness or anger freely, emotions such as fear, tension, or fury were rarely experienced. But he was currently feeling tense and scared. Not the kind of scare caused by danger. Why? Yun Xiqing thought there should be a reason, but he couldn't figure it out. Until the sensation of coolness on his lips brought a disturbance in his mind. Jin Qinshuan roughly rubbed against his neck and spoke hoarsely, uttering words he could never have imagined. Master, why did you seal my memories? Chapter 128, so what do you suggest? Jin Qinshuan's words left Yun Xiqing speechless. He realized he couldn't come up with an answer. He couldn't help but wonder, why had he chosen to seal his memories, a method similar to escaping? Was he angry because Jin Qinshuan unintentionally offended him? Or was it because he was mistaken for someone else, which made him irritated? Repeated self-questioning and deep introspection were like a key, unlocking the box that Yun Xiqing least wanted to investigate at the bottom of his heart. Yun Xiqing felt as if something was sprouting in his heart. Jin Qinshuan was still caressing his neck when she spoke a sentence that shocked Yun Xiqing even more. Is it because Shizhuan detected my affection for you? Yun Xiqing was completely confused, what kind of affection? Jin Qinshuan answered her own question, Shizhuan sensed my thoughts but didn't want to clarify them and make me awkward, so he sealed my memories. Yun Xiqing stared blankly at the cave ceiling, becoming increasingly puzzled. Although he had never thoroughly investigated the reason for his past behavior, it was absolutely not what Jin Qinshuan was saying now. What feelings did Jin Qinshuan have for him? Wasn't it just a teacher-student relationship? Could it be anything else? Yun Xiqing thought about it over and over but could not figure out the answer. Yet, at this moment more than any other, he wanted to know the truth. The burning breath of Jin Qinshuan hovered around Yun Xiqing's neck. Her breathing was rapid and disordered, as if she was on the verge of losing control. Jin Qinshuan, I know that Shizhuan wants me to always be the respectful Jin Qinshuan towards you. But I can't bear it anymore, I'm going crazy. Yun Xiqing couldn't help but ask, why? After speaking, Yun Xiqing slightly paused. He moved his fingers. And found that the sensation of his soul being shackled had diminished significantly, allowing him to move his hand. He realized that he was currently within the illusion created by Jin Qinshuan. Jin Qinshuan had absolute control over the illusions she herself generated. But now that her control was weakening, it could only mean that Jin Qinshuan was nearing her limits. Jin Qinshuan's voice trembled, and so did the hand with which she suppressed Yun Xiqing. Does Shizhuan not understand yet? Whenever I am near you, I cannot control my own thoughts. Even though you once told me not to have inappropriate thoughts for you and to forget about you and focus solely on cultivation. I still obsessively desire you. Yun Xiqing. Could it be that the person Jin Qinshuan admired was himself? A colossal wave surged repeatedly within Yun Xiqing's heart. His disciple. His disciple suffered such immense pain from constantly suppressing her emotions due to admiring him, almost reaching the point of losing control. At this moment, Yun Sijing could find no words to describe the astonishment in his heart. He knew how rigid he was in everyday life, evoking respect and awe in others. Admiration. It was the first time someone said they admired him. This was a very peculiar feeling. Yun Sijing even felt a bit dizzy. Not immediately noticing that the hand tightly gripping his had loosened. Until a hand touched his waist wrap. Shizuan, I really. Jin Qianxin seemed tense and anxious, trembling with her hands. Yun Sijing, inexperienced in matters of love, was still a little slow to react. Before he even reacted, Jin Qianxin already tore open his robe. Though he didn't understand why, quietly he gathered spiritual energy into his palm. Shizuan, please forgive this one act of disrespect. Jin Qianxin whispered softly next to Yun Sijing's ear. Her gentle kisses landed on Yun Sijing's eyebrows, cheeks, corners of his lips, reverent as if paying homage. Yun Sijing's hand, which had been gathering full spiritual energy, slowly lowered again. He noticed that if he followed Jin Qianxin's will, the demonic aura around her seemed to weaken somewhat. Outside the realm of consciousness, Dan Jingfeng, who had been guarding by Yun Sijing's side all along, quickly noticed something unusual. He thought maybe he had been dozing off earlier and hadn't fully woken up yet. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. After observing some more, he realized something was terribly wrong. Dan Jingfeng's eyes widened, let out a strange cry, and rushed out of the door. Perhaps he had seen something he shouldn't have seen, discovered something he shouldn't have known. The master and Jin Qianxin were cultivating together within their realms of consciousness. Dan Jingfeng held his forehead anxiously pacing outside the door. Why didn't he think of it sooner? The master, who always put the big picture first and wouldn't blink even if Mount Tai collapsed right before him, had acted impulsively when Jin Qianxin was in peril. So it wasn't just a teacher-student relationship after all. Sigh. Such a big secret, it was hard not to share it with someone. Shen Xiuwen had just returned to the first finger peak when he ran into Zhu Xinyao, who looked extremely worried. Where did you go just now, master? It was hard for me to find you, Zhu Xinyao said with sudden relief, glancing at Shen Xiuwen with delight. However, Shen Xiuwen gave him a cold response, do I need to report every single detail of my actions to you? Zhu Xinyao's flicker of joy vanished instantly, I wasn't. Shen Xiuwen cut in, or perhaps you're worried that I will run away. He didn't understand what Zhu Xinyao was enduring. Things were as they were, yet his villainy score hadn't increased either. He was really exhausted. He didn't have the energy to play this salvation game anymore. The chaotic jumble of memories in his head felt like torture and had already drained him completely. Zhu Xinyao. With an indifferent expression, Shen Xiuwen passed by Zhu Xinyao, his voice slightly tinged with mockery. What if I really fled, then you captured some members from the Shantian sect, threatening me by saying, if master is 1 moment late, I will kill someone, then what? So, you can rest assured, I won't run. The mindset from the previous life of escaping everything as if it were a surreal nightmare would never come again. He had spent several years in the Shantian sect. Every person around him had blood and flesh. They were intricately tied to him. He could no longer recklessly flee without considering everything as he used to. Zhu Xinyao's face turned deathly pale, making a solemn promise, Master, I will not do that ever again, truly not. You'd better not. Shen Xiuwen cast a deep look at Zhu Xinyao, walking past him. Zhu Xinyao followed up, almost plaintively accusing, why does the master refuse to trust me once more? In the last life, I indeed committed many wrongs, I do not argue about it. But in this life, I haven't done anything wrong, so why should the master judge me based on the past indiscriminately? Shen Xiuwen froze in his tracks instantly. Looking straight at Shen Xiuwen, Zhu Xinyao spoke earnestly, I know how deeply sinful I am. I want to repent, cannot the master give Yao Yao a chance to make amends? Make amends? Shen Xiuwen laughed wryly, scrutinizing Zhu Xinyao closely, not everything can be glossed over lightly with a mere, make amends. I've never intended to gloss it over lightly. Seeing Shen Xiuwen showing signs of relenting, Zhu Xinyao quickly grasped Shen Xiuwen's hand tightly, all I ask is for the master to give me a chance to compensate. Shen Xiuwen pretended to ponder, a chance? What exactly do you want from a chance? Isn't what you want simply for me to stay by your side? I am here now, you may treat me however you wish, I will not resist. You also want us to form a Taoist bond, which presents no problem either. Once things settle down in the sect in the near future, I'll let my older brother help prepare our union contract. I won't break my word. Zhu Xinyao shook his head repeatedly, no, it's not like this, master, please don't say such things. Please don't talk to me like this, I beg you. Shen Xiuwen turned away, and Zhu Xinyao's despairing demeanor made him feel quite uncomfortable. So tell me, what do you want? Chapter 129, Master, were the things you just said to me all in anger, right? All I want is for you to love me. Zhu Xinyao tightly gripped Shen Xiuyen's arms. His eyes glistened with tears, and his trembling voice was nearly a desperate plea. He looked at his master who had always been gentle to him in the past. Begging for even one more instance of leniency. Just once would be enough. Ho, Shen Xiuyen remained silent for a long while, then suddenly chuckled. With a complex expression, he looked at Zhu Xinyao. Revealing disappointment, exhaustion, and an unhidden struggle and pain. But the only thing absent was the deep affection and gentleness that Zhu Xingyao longed for. Shen Xiuyan raised his hand and gently touched Zhu Xingyao's cheek, his cold gaze fixed on him. Ignoring that look, Zhu Xingyao moved closer. Like a dying young animal in the harsh winter, barely surviving on the little warmth remaining from his master's palm. Zhu Xingyao, as a devil, you can't be too greedy. You can't deceive me and then expect me to still like you. There is no such good thing in this world. And now, me staying here already is the best result you can get. Shen Xiuyan's voice was as soft as the wind, but his words lacked any warmth. At this moment, the way Shen Xiuyan looked at Zhu Xingyao was as if he were looking at a complete stranger. The hope in Zhu Xingyao's eyes instantly shattered. In despair, he clutched Shen Xiuyan's hand, disregarding how disheveled he was, and held on without reservation. It won't be like this, master, it won't. Master, teach me, what should I do for you to forgive me? You deceived me, humiliated me, and tricked me, I will never forgive you again. Shen Xiuyan mercilessly withdrew his hand, shaking off Zhu Xingyao, and turned to leave. Master, don't go. Zhu Xingyao tightly embraced Shen Xiuyan from behind. Let me go, Shen Xiuyan sighed wearily and reached to pry the hands clinging around his waist. However, Zhu Xingyao's grip was like an iron hoop, not moving an inch, which enraged Shen Xiuyan. Let go. Shen Xiuyan turned around and angrily shouted at Zhu Xingyao. However, upon meeting Zhu Xingyao's eyes, all his struggling motions paused. Under the effect of charm, Zhu Xingyao slightly loosened his grip, allowing Shen Xiuyan to face him. Zhu Xingyao asked, Master, were the things you just said to me all in anger, right? Since the master could still be influenced by his charm, does this mean there's a possibility that the master might be saying one thing but feeling another? Then he heard Shen Xiuyan respond without hesitation, no. Zhu Xingyao. The charm did not last long, revealing Shen Xiuyan's inner turmoil, and he quickly regained clarity. He soon understood what Zhu Xingyao had done to him. A layer of anger clouded Shen Xiuyan's eyes, and he forcibly broke free from Zhu Xingyao's restraints. Don't use your charm on me anymore. It will only make me hate you even more. Zhu Xingyao trembled, as if all his strength had been drained away, letting Shen Xiuyan push him aside. Enraged, Shen Xiuyan stormed back into the bedroom but found everything tidied up neatly. All his belongings had been returned to their original positions, untouched and orderly. Shen Xiuyan sat down helplessly at the table, his heart brimming with complicated emotions. His gaze involuntarily swept across the bookshelf, and he unconsciously recalled the day Zhu Xingyao moved in to live with him, asking if his things could also be placed there. Images overlapped, time seemed to stop. It was as if that young man was still under the bookshelf, holding a few books, tilting his head cautiously asking him, Master, can I place them on the bookshelf? Shen Xiuyan's gaze softened involuntarily as he mentally answered, of course. But in the blink of an eye, the vision vanished like flowers reflected in a mirror or moonlight on water. Besides him, there was no one else in the room. Shen Xiuyan's kind gaze immediately turned stern. Zhu Xingyao. What a disgrace, Zhu Xingyao. You've turned all my beautiful memories into nightmares. SSS. Host, the trembling and fearful voice of the system rang in Shen Xiuyan's mind. Shen Xiuyan, what, were you defective before, and now you're stuttering? System, I'm not stuttering. Wasn't it because of the oppressive aura from just now, like you wanted to kill someone? System, hanging its head dejectedly said, I've come to apologize humbly. Shen Xiuyan, not necessary, tardy apologies are worthless. System, about Zhu Xingyao, I didn't expect him to actually reincarnate. If it weren't for the main system's operational detection, who would have known that Zhu Xingyao could act so well? The system indignantly said, it all boils down to how cunning he is. The soul-binding spell he cast on you has tightly bound your souls together, which is why he was reborn with you. Shen Xiuyan asked, then what? The system replied, given our significant failure in duties, the main system has decided that we should log out of this world ahead of time and bear no consequences. When the time comes, the host will be assigned a simpler task to complete. Shen Xiuyan showed disbelief, your promises always seem so big and round. The system said, I'm absolutely not lying to you. The logout time has already been set for 1 month from now. The host should still remember the incident at Xiantian sect where the ancient fierce beast Tao Wu broke free from its seal, causing chaos and bloodshed throughout Xiantian sect, right? Of course, Shen Xiuyan remembered. He also knew it was due to a traitor within their ranks. The seal had been intentionally destroyed. Upon calculating the timeline, it indeed seemed about right. He himself had sustained an injury while assisting Yun Sikong in strengthening the seal back then. Since then, he hadn't been able to dream into this body anymore. And Yun Sikong failed his heart demon calamity because of the guilt for causing Shen Xiuyan's injury. The system continued, being gravely injured will destabilize the bond between your soul and your body, allowing us to leave unnoticed at that moment. Shen Xiuyan asked, what about the soul-binding spell? The system replied, the main system will erase it when we leave. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Xiuyan said, I'll trust you one last time. Perhaps only by completely separating can he distance himself from those suffocating memories. Lost in despair, Zhu Xingyao wandered to the back mountain alone. He could continue deceiving himself, enduring the pain to pretend nothing happened in front of his master. But after his enchantment lost effect on his master, he found he could no longer put up the facade. His most potent charm, capable of easily manipulating hearts, never worked on the person he loved the most. Zhu Xingyao aimlessly strolled along the forest path. Suddenly, he saw two suspicious figures moving furtively within the woods. Although Zhu Xingyao didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. The location he currently stood close to Xiantian Sect's forbidden area, the demon realm. And those two were heading straight towards it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Xingyao quietly followed them. The demon realm is only open during specific time frames initiated by the sect leader, permitting disciples to enter for trials, otherwise, it's off limits. If these two were plotting something nefarious and he could stop them, perhaps his master would forgive him slightly. Concealing his presence, Zhu Xingyao hid among the branches and observed the duo's actions clearly. To Zhu Xingyao's astonishment, these turned out to be two familiar foes. He watched as Master Lu and Zhang Qingzi surreptitiously retrieved something from their spatial bags and carefully smeared it onto the seal of the demon realm. Zhu Xingyao narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, this position held down the ancient fierce beast Tao Wu. In his past life, although trapped in the Tai Chi secret realm for 6 years, after escaping, he had investigated major events during those 6 years. He knew that Tao Wu had broken free from its seal, severely injuring his master, subsequently allowing the demon race to take advantage of the weakness. Severe injury. All of a sudden, a mad idea sprouted in Zhu Xingyao's mind. Chapter 130, surely, you wouldn't go out of your way just to prove my words right. Zhu Xingyao seemed like he'd suddenly grasped some pivotal opportunity and everything became clear. As a result, even the two suspicious figures over there looked more bearable to him. Master, why did we agree to help the Huanyu sect? Disrupting the seal on the demon realm is not beneficial for us at all. Zhang Qingji endured the pungent smell of blood, finally finishing the coating in his hands. Disciple, your master is trying to plan an exit strategy for the two of us. The Xiantian sect can no longer accommodate either of us. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Lu Yi's eyes. Ever since Qingji clashed with Zhu Xingyao in that demon trial a few years ago, the sect leader has been deliberately distancing himself from Lu Yi. The other day, all the elder masters were called to a secret meeting, yet he was openly excluded. What Yun Xiqing implied was already clear. Zhang Qingji guiltily said, it's all because of me, disciple, who dragged master down. Talking about dragging or not, it's simply the Xiantian sect's blindness that has lost us our place. Soon enough, I'll take you to Huanyu sect and live freely. Lu Yi responded as if it didn't matter much. If it weren't for Huanyu sect reaching out to contact him, he wouldn't have known that they were actually harming Xiantian sect disciples publicly in Tai Chu's secret realm. Now that the incident is exposed, even the sect leader's top disciple is reportedly in critical danger. This could only lead to Yun Xiqing's wrathful retaliation against Huanyu sect. Huanyu sect wasn't willing to sit and wait for its doom, so they urgently sought his cooperation, wanting to take preemptive action. But master, the ancient ferocious beast Tao Wu is extremely formidable. If it is really released, will the people of Xiantian sect truly be able to subdue it? What if? Zhang Qingji voiced his concerns. Aren't there still the sect leader and immortal ancestor? Lu Yi smirked coldly, his orange peel-like old face twitched. Xiantian sect is always boasting of virtue, how can they allow a vicious beast sealed by their ancestors to descend the mountain and slaughter civilians? Even risking their lives, neither the sect leader nor the immortal ancestor would let such things happen. And should Tao Wu, being ferocious, harm either Yun Xiqing or Shen Xiuyun, this would result in severe damage for the Xiantian sect. Or, by chance, it leads to their demise. Then, the remaining Xiantian sect members would merely be a scattered group, leaving them unable to confront the Huanyu sect. Perhaps, Huanyu sect might even replace Xiantian sect as the #1 cultivation sect. Zhu Xingyao heard every single word of these two men's conversation. So it was, the betrayal of internal traitors caused his teacher to sustain serious injuries back then. He glared at Lu Yi with a sinister gaze, gathering spiritual energy in his palm but ultimately chose not to strike. Killing here, if discovered by his teacher, may result in an even greater sin. This matter, better handled by someone more suited for it. This is Fushan Spring Dawn tea, please taste it. Yi Qing courteously served the unexpectedly arrived Zhu Xingyao a cup of tea. Since their last parting outside Tai Chu's secret realm, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Though Yi Qing expressed loyalty to Zhu Xingyao on that day, Zhu Xingyao seemed not very interested. Neither does he know why Zhu Xingyao decided to visit today out of nowhere. He heard that the Xiantian sect was far from peaceful recently. I didn't come here to drink your tea. Zhu Xingyao sat down, glanced at the tea casually without any intention of drinking. Then, do you have any instructions? Asked Yi Qing respectfully. If it's not idle visiting, then it must mean there are tasks to perform. Being useful, for him currently facing tough circumstances, is a good thing. Zhu Xingyao briefly explained the upcoming plan to get rid of the Xiantian sect traitor Lu Yi, and Yi Qing immediately understood, promising to handle it quietly without any trace. Yi Qing, do you know about the vicious beast Tao Wu suppressed by the Xiantian sect? Zhu Xingyao suddenly asked. Yi Qing stole another glance at Zhu Xingyao, unsure what Zhu Xingyao meant. But he had already noticed that Zhu Xingyao had dark circles under his eyes, looking rather weary, perhaps indicating he hasn't been in a great mood lately. Slightly aware, Yi Qing answered cautiously. Zhu Xingyao continued, suppose one day Tao Wu breaks its seal, and someone unintentionally gets hit by one of its palms, would they die? Yi Qing paused. Don't say whether they would or wouldn't die. They definitely would, and completely. But Zhu Xingyao doesn't seem like the type asking this for its literal meaning. After pondering, Yi Qing replied, if it were ordinary people, death would be certain. As for those with strength similar to yours, there might be a slim chance of survival. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao eyed Yi Qing with interest, can I trust what you're saying? Surely you wouldn't intentionally try to verify my words, right? Yi Qing felt uneasy under his scrutiny. Zhu Xingyao kept staring at him. Yi Qing hastily steered the conversation away, as far as I know, that ferocious beast is sealed in Xian Tian Sect's demon realm. Sect leader Yun Xiqing always personally reinforces the seal every year. There should be no way it could escape. Maybe. Zhu Xingyao retracted his gaze and answered absent-mindedly. Yi Qing, you've written so many tales. If a couple of cultivators having disagreements both encounter this ferocious beast, and one gets gravely injured or dies trying to save the other, do you think their past grievances would dissolve? Zhu Xingyao asked again. This question tapped into Yi Qing's forte, and he talked non-stop, pounding his chest with assurances, absolutely. The person who survives will definitely regret their past actions. Even if they had irreconcilable differences before, they would certainly put aside their hatred and reunite. The condition being that the injured person survives. This scenario was something he often wrote about. Zhu Xingyao glanced at Yi Qing, you really have taken it upon yourself to write such tales. Yi Qing muttered under his breath, of course, when you suggest it, how can I not consider writing about it? But wasn't it your initial proposition? How come it seems like you're now faulting me? Zhu Xingyao, give me a few volumes of these types of tales that you've written. Sure thing. Though he didn't understand why Zhu Xingyao suddenly became interested in these tales, if there were spirit stones to earn, a fool would pass it up. With a flick of his hand, Yi Qing conjured several books. He enthusiastically introduced them all at once. This book, 108 Days the Little White Rabbit was trapped underground by the Demon King, combines elements of abduction, heart-wrenching imprisonment, escaping and being chased, fiery reconciliation scenes, and self-dissection of a core for redemption, absolutely guaranteed satisfaction. Zhu Xingyao. It didn't need to be so similar. Zhu Xingyao, this one then. Yi Qing, no problem, 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Zhu Xingyao, how much? An inner disciple like him only received 5 middle-grade spirit stones a month. And 1 middle-grade spirit stone equals 100 lower-grade spirit stones. Smiling, Yi Qing repeated, 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao tossed Yi Qing a middle-grade spirit stone, grabbed the book, and left before he could stay longer and end up punching Yi Qing. From behind, Yi Qing loudly cheered him on, thank you boss, you're so generous. Back at One Finger Peak, Zhu Xingyao flipped through the tale repeatedly. For a few days, he stopped persistently asking Master to forgive him. As a result, Master's attitude softened somewhat, at least he wouldn't ridicule him for nothing anymore. But the methods described in the tale, sincere repentance, nagging persistence, correct attitude, and humility, required too much time. It wasn't that he lacked patience or willingness but rather that time was what he currently lacked the most. Because he didn't know when Master's supposed mission would be completed or when he might suddenly return home. He had initially guessed that his situation might be connected to Master's mission. But over the last few days, Master's decisive behavior toward him made him unsure again. Zhu Xingyao felt stumped, experiencing every moment with fear of losing his master forever. Just as he was about to put away the tale and go to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Shinshouyan, there was an unusual disturbance in the formation at the foot of the mountain. Zhu Xingyao's eyes hardened, someone had intruded. Chapter 131, is this another act of you intentionally hurting yourself? After Jin Xianxin brought Long Yuni to Yizifeng last time, Zhu Xingyao slightly altered Shinshouyan's boundary and array spells. So now he senses someone touching the boundary. Who is it? Long Yuni retracted his hand that had touched the boundary. He was deeply conflicted about whether he should bid farewell early. Since he directly questioned his master about their feelings towards Zhu Xingyao and confirmed they truly share an understanding, he had already decided to help them be together. As long as Zhu Xingyao does not hurt his master like before. As long as his master is truly happy. He can return to the Dragon Clan alone. But perhaps after this farewell, they may never meet again. Long Yuni hesitated. Should he just wait until after his master completes the pact to say goodbye? At least he must personally see his master happy. Long Yuni turned around, preparing to leave, but was stopped by someone. Are you daring to come to Yizifeng again? Zhu Xingyao gracefully descended, coldly eyeing Long Yuni. Long Yuni shrugged indifferently, just happened to pass by. Zhu Xingyao, do you take me for a fool? A few days ago, he detected Long Yuni's presence on his master's clothing. He dared not cause trouble, given how strained things are between him and his master now. He feared if he caused any commotion, Long Yuni might find the opportunity to wedge himself in. Yet, he didn't expect Long Yuni to dare show up at his doorstep today. Long Yuni retorted, you, Zhu Xingyao, control everything under heaven and earth. Are you the new head of Shentian's sect or what? Even though he acknowledged the matter between his master and Zhu Xingyao, he still didn't have a favorable impression of Zhu Xingyao. The veins on Zhu Xinyao's forehead were faintly visible as he clenched his fists. Long Yuni, stop testing my patience repeatedly. I've warned you not to aim for my master anymore. Weren't you saying earlier that both the immortal lord and you share mutual affection? Long Yuni noticed Zhu Xinyao's inappropriate reaction and couldn't help but wonder, if your relationship is so solid, why should I care to interfere? Why would you fear me? That was odd. Zhu Xingyao didn't react this way when he bragged about it last time. Zhu Xingyao said, stop being sarcastic. Long Yuni became more suspicious and probed, I'm only speaking truthfully. Your overreaction, does it stem from guilt? Zhu Xingyao quickly refuted, who's feeling guilty? Long Yuni narrowed his eyes, if there's no guilt, could it be something wrong that makes Lord Immortal dislike you? Before he could finish, he suddenly heard the sound of Zhu Xingyao unsheathing his sword. Long Yuni swiftly moved aside and drew his own sword to barely block the attack from Zhu Xingyao. At this point, he could tell something wasn't right. Although Zhu Xingyao previously harbored animosity towards him, it was nothing like this present intensity where mere words trigger murderous intent. Is something amiss with his master? Zhu Xingyao said word by word, you always find ways to seek death at crucial moments. Enraged, Zhu Xingyao unleashed bizarre sword techniques and overwhelming spiritual power, causing Long Yuni to struggle defending himself. How accurate Long Yuni's guess was made Zhu Xingyao fearful to lose control. Did his master tell him? The two engaged fiercely in combat, growing more brutal. Suddenly, Long Yuni felt an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy within himself. Zhu Xingyao immediately boosted his own spiritual force to counteract. Their immense powers clashed mid-air, sending shockwaves that forced both of them back. Long Yuni was thrown deep into the forest by the rebounded waves. Zhu Xingyao didn't fare much better either, landing under a tree not too far from Long Yuni, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He forgot, Long Yuni had a Zulong sealed within him. Seems like Long Yuni has been feeding the Zulong plenty, allowing its cultivation to progress extremely fast. If not for his momentary negligence. Cough, cough. Zhu Xingyao covered his lips and coughed again, revealing traces of crimson blood through his fingers. Coldly, he glanced at Long Yuni lying unconscious among the bushes. Daring to cultivate a Zulong like this, Long Yuni was doomed. Without needing his hand, today, the Zulong will certainly seize this chance to possess Long Yuni's body. After briefly adjusting his disordered internal breath, Zhu Xingyao returned to Yizifeng. Upon landing, he immediately saw Shen Xiuyan walking towards him, erasing all his previous discomforts and chest pains instantly. Master. What have you been doing? Shen Xiuyan scrutinized Zhu Xingyao. He smelled blood and traces of Long Yuni on him. And also detected that recent powerful surge of spiritual energy. Shen Xiuyan almost instantly recalled the bloody scene from his previous life where Zhu Xingyao had flayed and broken Long Yuni's bones. Shen Xiuyan's voice trembled, what have you done to Long Yuni? The glimmer of joy in Zhu Xinyao's eyes immediately vanished. Why doesn't Master ask what happened to me? Didn't Master see that I'm injured too? Shen Xiuyan was stunned for a moment, only then realizing Zhu Xinyao's pale complexion and the blood at the corner of his lips that hadn't been wiped clean. Zhu Xingyao had originally thought this would elicit some pity from his master. But unexpectedly Shen Xiuyan asked, is this another act of you intentionally hurting yourself? Zhu Xingyao. Master, don't forget, my cultivation is not low, but neither is Long Yuni's. He has a Zulong within him. Shen Xiuyan remained silent. But Zhu Xingyao felt wounded by Shen Xiuyan's distrustful gaze. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xingyao said, he isn't dead. But probably won't survive long. How dare I harm him again? Zhu Xingyao looked up at the sky, trying hard to hold back his tears and bitterly mocked himself, Master cares so much about him, if I harmed him, Master would be upset again. I will take my leave first. Shen Xiuyan suddenly stopped him, is this an issue of who Master cares about? Zhu Xingyao, you've never understood one thing. Zhu Xingyao froze, his extinguished hope flickering back to life unwillingly, please enlighten me, Master. Shen Xiuyan's expression was cold and clear, affirming with utmost certainty, whether it was the previous life or now, I have never liked Long Yuni. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingyao's slightly raised corners of his mouth curved into a smile, feeling less pain from his wounds. Shen Xiuyan looked earnestly at Zhu Xingyao and said, you assume that I protect him because I care about him. Have you ever considered that it's because you've made mistakes that I don't stand on your side? Zhu Xingyao's smiling face fell, his expression becoming blank and confused as if he didn't know what he did wrong. Shen Xiuyan's tone sounded stern and cold, if you can't tolerate Long Yuni, you can despise him, suppress him, expel him, but you shouldn't resort to cruel methods that cripple people or try to kill them. Not favoring you isn't because I like him, it's because I'm disappointed in you. The last sentence Shen Xiuyan spoke lightly and calmly, devoid of intense emotions, yet it inexplicably filled Zhu Xingyao with panic and fear. In a panic, Zhu Xingyao grabbed Shen Xiuyan's sleeve, Master, I can change. As long as Master points out my mistakes afterward, I'll correct them. Zhu Xingyao pleaded, Master, don't give up on me. I truly recognize my mistakes. Shen Xiuyan turned away, hesitating for a moment, and then ruthlessly pulled his sleeve back. Zhu Xingyao looked dismally at his empty palm, feeling an ache rising in his chest. It seems that earning Master's forgiveness wasn't as easy as he'd imagined. Shen Xiuyun couldn't find Long Yuni at the foot of the mountain, he only discovered some remaining traces of blood nearby. Zhu Xingyao wasn't someone who could easily accept losses. He got injured, which meant Long Yuni wouldn't have come out unscathed either. But where did they go? Shen Xiuyun went to Wuxiang Peak and instructed Yun Xiqing to arrange people to help search together. How did you suddenly start caring about Long Yuni's affairs? You used to avoid him like the plague. Yun Xiqing didn't refuse, but was very puzzled. Shen Xiuyun sighed, the past is the past, now is now. Yun Xiqing carefully scrutinized Shen Xiuyun and asked, what happened between you and Zhu Xingyao? Shen Xiuyun. No, brother, you're far too shrewd. Did I write, broke up with Zhu Xingyao, all over my face? And you managed to see it? Let's not talk about him. Shen Xiuyun glanced at Jin Qianqin sneaking peeks at them from under the veranda, nodding his chin towards him and asking Yun Xiqing, I want to ask you, brother, what's going on with you and Qianqin? Chapter 132, So, is the master willing? Jin Qianqin, who had been secretly listening under the eaves, suddenly became anxious upon hearing Shen Xiuyun bring up the topic of him and the master. He could not for the life of him remember what had happened that day in the Sea of Consciousness. He only knew that when he regained consciousness, it was already too late. The master lay unconscious, her clothes torn, her body covered with marks, all done by him. At that moment, Jin Qianqin wished he had died completely in the secret realm. How could he have forced his master to do such a thing under the control of heart demons? Given the master's cultivation level, why didn't she resist? Could it be that the master also? This lascivious fantasy was quickly dispelled by Dan Jingfeng's words. It was the master who had used the double cultivation technique to prevent him from being possessed by a demon. It turns out, the master saved him. Yun Sikong glanced at Shen Xiuyun, not answering directly but seriously tracing the source. Let's talk about what's going on between you and Zhu Xingyao first. Shen Xiuyun remained silent. Brother, do you have to hurt me like this? You'll lose me. Yun Sikong sighed helplessly and earnestly said. Little brother, you've said you want to form a bond. The date has been set, and invitations have been sent out. But looking at you now, you don't seem very happy. Forming a bond is no trivial matter. I sincerely hope you've truly thought it through. Shen Xiuyun's expression flickered, then immediately hardened. Thank you for your reminder, brother. But I have indeed thought this through thoroughly. With the marriage as a cover, Zhu Xingyao would undoubtedly become much calmer in these final days. Whether he was truly happy or not had instead become the least important issue. He still remembered how he once longed and yearned for the union with Zhu Xingyao. But now, there was nothing left but utilization and constraints. Shen Xiuyun looked straight at Yun Sikong and continued, has brother considered clearly regarding Chen Xiuyun? Aren't you too? Dan Jingfeng, that big mouth, spilled everything like beans falling out of a bamboo tube. And according to Dan Jingfeng's vivid descriptions, a deranged Jin Qianqin could never have conducted the dual cultivation himself. It must have been his elder brother guiding the flow of spiritual energy. Until then, he hadn't realized, but now he understood, his brother did have a high level of dedication. Still, for the sake of his disciple, wasn't the cost a bit too heavy? His brother was the head of the first great sect in the cultivation world after all. Outwardly, his image was firm and unyielding. But before his disciple, it seems the role of the master is indeed perilous. Yun Sikong subtly glanced toward Jin Qianqin's direction and said, it's not me who hasn't fully considered things. That day in the Sea of Consciousness, Jin Qianqin's expression of feelings was clear, bold, and intensely fiery, completely unlike his usual self. From his tone, demeanor, and actions, Yun Sikong couldn't help but feel every ounce of the burning passion within Jin Qianqin's heart that seemed determined to melt him into one. But when Jin Qianqin truly woke up, he suddenly became highly restrained. This made Yun Sikong unsure whether everything that day was due solely to Jin Qianqin being affected by demonic energy. But at the time, Yun Sikong genuinely felt that he accepted his disciple's unusual affection, sinking deeply into it. The delicate balance has been broken, they can never return to their original pure relationship. Now, the person disrupting his peace, once awakened and aware again, behaves calmly and restrained, maintaining the same distance as before. Yun Sikong was displeased inside. As the master, however, it wasn't appropriate for him to outright question Jin Qianqin about why his attitude had changed despite having gone through the dual cultivation together. He was the master, how could he? Tonight, it was the second time they were supposed to practice dual cultivation. The demonic energy within Jin Qianqin had yet to fully dissipate, such occurrences would likely happen at least 3 more times. Shen Xiuyun was somewhat bewildered by Yun Sitsong's words, then isn't it simplest to just ask Qianqin directly? Yun Sikong paused. He wasn't as unconventional and rebellious as Shen Xiuyun. Words so explicit and shameful, he truly could not bring himself to ask them aloud. Brother, you. Shen Xiuyun was about to say something more when he was interrupted by Yun Sikong. A senior transmitted a message, Long Yini has been found. Shen Xiuyun followed up, where? Yun Sikong replied, he returned to the disciples' quarters. Thanks, brother. Shen Xiuyun bowed slightly and left hastily. After Shen Xiuyun departed, it was once again just Jin Qianxuan and Yun Sikong. Yun Sikong glanced at Jin Qianxuan, increasingly restless, and said, "Qianxuan, come here." Jin Qianxuan felt somewhat uneasy in his heart, but he still approached, "Master." Yun Sikong looked at the faint red mark on Jin Qianxuan's forehead that had lightened considerably and asked, "Has your head still been hurting or feeling uncomfortable these past few days?" Jin Qianxuan quickly replied, "Disciple is already fully recovered. Thank you for Master's concern." A tinge of gloom passed through Yun Sitsong's eyes once more. It was happening again. Suppressing the displeasure rising within him, he said, "According to what we discussed earlier, tonight, you and I." Gathering up his courage, Jin Qianxuan interrupted Yun Sikong, "Master, there's no need for you to do this." Yun Sitsong's eyes widened noticeably. What does "no need" mean? Jin Qianxuan continued resolutely, without lifting his head. "I've asked Elder Dan Fengzhu, while the dual cultivation method may have worked for me, it poses an enormous risk to Master. There's no need for you to endanger yourself by performing dual cultivation simply to save me. I can control myself now." How could he use such a method to desecrate Master? Master doesn't like men and certainly not him. If Master has to endure something like that out of duty as a teacher to save him, how much pain would that bring Master? Yun Sikong was so irritated by Jin Qianxuan's words that he began speaking rashly. "Jin Qianxuan, do you think I could use this method to save any disciple of mine?" "Master?" Jin Qianxuan suddenly looked up at Yun Sikong. What did Master mean? Was he implying that he was special, an exception? Jin Qianxuan tried to remind himself not to overthink it, yet Master's words clearly hinted at something more. Realizing the impulsiveness of what he had just said, Yun Sitsong's face turned a mottled red and pale green. He grew flustered, wanting to escape, but then Jin Qianxuan held on to him tightly from behind. "Master. Disciple understands now. Everything makes sense." Jin Qianxuan exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Yun Sikong felt as if his entire body were burning up. He truly acted too irrationally today. All along, disciple thought everything was only my own delusion. I feared offending Master, so I remained disciplined and never overstepped. Jin Qianxuan rambled on while hugging Yun Sikong tightly. The repressed emotions within Jin Qianxuan seemed to finally find their outlet. Disciple admires Master deeply. All my previous statements weren't because I don't want to be with Master. It's because I thought Master didn't wish for it. Yun Sikong instinctively defended himself, I didn't. Seizing the moment, Jin Qianxuan followed up eagerly, "So, Master is willing?" Struggling to steady his spirit, Yun Sitsong's tone still carried a hint of suppressed irritation. "You're becoming overly presumptuous." Jin Qianxuan lightly kissed Yun Sitsong's slightly red earlobe and said provocatively. "Then, let me become even more presumptuous, Master." Chapter 133, Master, forgive my love for you until death. What is getting more presumptuous? Isn't the current situation already too presumptuous? Master, may I? Jin Qianxuan asked again. Yun Siqing, let go of me first. He is thin-skinned in these matters and truly cannot withstand Jin Qianxuan's absurd persistence. Hugging like this in broad daylight wouldn't be good if others saw. Will Master agree to my request then? Unwilling to endure further disturbances, Yun Siqing reluctantly obliged. Shen Xiuyun visited the disciples' quarters. There he met Long Yuni, who was virtually unscathed. He found it hard to believe. That powerful surge of spiritual energy earlier, how could it be that? Though Shen Xiuyun had doubts, he mostly felt a sense of relief. It seemed Zhu Xingyao indeed tried to change as he had claimed himself. So at least things hadn't reached the point of no return. Shen Xiuyun gave some simple instructions to Long Yuni before returning to Yizifeng Peak. He didn't notice Long Yuni, who watched him leave, with a peculiar smile lingering on his lips. Long Yuni blinked, his dark golden pupils instantly turning crimson in the blink of an eye. When Shen Xiuyun returned to Yizifeng, Zhu Xingyao had already prepared dinner and was eagerly waiting for him. The moment he saw Shen Xiuyun, Zhu Xingyao appeared somewhat flustered and agitated, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Shen Xiuyun remembered the harsh words spoken earlier and the desperate explanations and promises from Zhu Xingyao. He felt inexplicably choked up inside. Even though Zhu Xingyao has consistently cooked meals without fail, Shen Xiuyun hadn't touched a single bite. They hadn't eaten together for quite a long time. Let's eat together, said Shen Xiuyun in a tone much gentler than his previous sharpness. Zhu Xingyao paused in surprise for a moment, and immediately a gleam lit up his eyes. It was as if a beam of light suddenly descended into an abyss, illuminating the endless darkness. All right, Zhu Xingyao answered almost instantly. He felt a slight ache in his eyes. After enduring all this time, he finally seemed to see the hope that his master would forgive him. The dinner atmosphere was relatively harmonious. As Shen Xiuyun savored the dishes made by Zhu Xingyao, for some reason, he felt extraordinarily calm. Throughout the meal, Zhu Xingyao kept serving him more food. Eventually, his small bowl was piled high like a tiny mountain. That's enough. Oh. Zhu Xingyao hesitated for a moment before obediently placing the chopsticks with meat back into his own bowl. In the latter part of the meal, he occasionally observed Shen Xiuyun's expression, relaxing only after realizing Shen Xiuyun wasn't angry. After dinner, Shen Xiuyun suddenly spoke, the bonding ceremony will be held on the 16th day of next month. This was the agreed-upon date to leave the book world with the system. Zhu Xingyao froze for a moment, initially filled with joy. But he quickly noticed that his master's expression and tone lacked much happiness. It seemed his master was not particularly willing. Zhu Xingyao considered this carefully and still decided not to force them to add another layer of weight to their already precarious relationship. Despite the fact that he anticipated the bonding with his master more than anyone else. Master, if you don't wish to, we can wait. I promised you before, and I will not break my word. Shen Xiuyan looked at Zhu Xingyao, his eyes flashing with several complex emotions. A single sentence quickened Zhu Xingyao's heartbeat. But one sweet vows of devotion now made Zhu Xingyao feel strangely uneasy. An inexplicable unease. The closer he was to getting everything, the more he feared that everything he cherished might become empty. Zhu Xingyao hesitated, but you don't look happy, nor willing. Shen Xiuyan frowned slightly, asking in return, do you not wish to? Zhu Xingyao hastily shook his head indicating that it wasn't the case. After stammering for a moment, he spoke plainly, of course I wish to bond with Master. However, I do not wish to pressure Master any longer. I hope that Master's agreement to bond is willingly given out of heart's desire, and not a reluctant compromise. Shen Xiuyan was startled, staring blankly at Zhu Xingyao, seemingly not expecting such words to come from Zhu Xingyao. After a long pause, Shen Xiuyan said, you did not force me, I volunteer. This straightforward statement ostensibly confirmed Shen Xiuyan's affirmation to Zhu Xingyao, yet strangely caused Zhu Xingyao even more anxiety. He hoped Master agreed to bond with him because he cared, not merely out of fear of troublemaking. Master. It's settled then. Shen Xiuyan firmly decided, leaving no room for further discussion with Zhu Xingyao. Thus, Zhu Xingyao continued to brood anxiously until the day of the bonding ceremony. The seal to the demon realm at the back mountain, under Zhu Xingyao's deliberate indulgence, had been weakened to a precarious state by Lu Yi and Zhang Qingji. The moment of Qiwu breaking free from its seal was imminent. Zhu Xingyao, looking at the ceremonial robes in his hands, revealed a flicker of obsession and madness in his eyes. He needed this opportunity to break the current lukewarm situation. Master. I apologize. Forgive my love for you until death. Today, Xiantian's sect was bustling with activity. When Yun Xiqing sent out the invitation, every renowned cultivator hurried to come and offer congratulations. Even Huan Yu sect sent a delegation, though Yun Xiqing ordered them stopped at the mountain gate, refusing their entry. People gathered together, enjoying wine while speculating what offense Huan Yu's sect must have committed against Xiantian's sect, for Yun Xiqing to react so strongly. At the peak of everyone's chatter, a sudden violent earthquake shook the ground, accompanied by a thunderous roar as Qiwu broke free from its seal. A crowd of clueless cultivators rushed outside to check the situation. They only saw dark clouds gathering and lightning flashing over the rear mountain of Xiantian's sect. Qiwu, the colossal ferocious beast resembling a mountain, had broken free of its seal. Its body emitted black mist, with two eyes like large red lanterns embedded on its grotesque head, and long fangs gleamed with cold light. Clad in crimson robes, Shen Xiuyan radiated an awe-inspiring aura as he took the lead in blocking Qiwu, driving it back into the demonic realm just as it surfaced. He swiftly flew through the broken seal into the demon territory, forming seals rapidly with both hands. In the flutter of his red robes, a dazzling sword beam shot toward Qiwu. Qiwu exhaled turbid air through its nose, seemingly ignoring the tiny cultivator before it. Just as the sword beam was about to pierce it, Qiwu swung its massive paw, holding off the blade of light. The unstoppable sword of light shattered with a crisp, crack sound, disintegrating into countless specks of light. Taking advantage of the gap, Qiwu swiped a claw toward Shen Xiuyan midair. Junior brother, watch out. Yun Xiqing, who was struggling to repair the seal along with the elder masters, called out sharply. Shen Xiuyan moved quickly, barely dodging the attack. He waved Frost Trace in his hand, releasing a streak of sword energy that cut into Qiwu's hind leg. Senior brother, you all hurry to repair the seal, I'll hold it off. Qiwu hadn't expected to be injured and roared angrily, swiping another claw at Shen Xiuyan. But Shen Xiuyan's movements were too agile, Qiwu always missed him by a little. It grew increasingly restless and inadvertently glanced over at a group of people repairing the seal. Realizing Shen Xiuyan's intent to delay it, Qiwu roared as it charged towards Yun Xiqing. There were only a few strokes left to complete the seal. If Yun Xiqing dodged now, all would be wasted. Thus, he remained resolute, drawing the final strokes at his fastest speed. Jin Qianxuan yelled in anguish from outside the demon territory, Master. Master, get out. Shen Xiuyan sheathed his sword and darted like a streak of light towards Yun Xiqing. His mind rang with the system's voice, host, preparing for logout, 3, 2, 1. Shen Xiuyan positioned himself before Yun Xiqing and slowly closed his eyes. Pooh. Shen Xiuyan felt something warm splash onto his face, but the anticipated pain never came. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and witnessed Zhu Xingyao who had blocked Qiwu's lethal strike meant for him. Stunned, Shen Xiuyan widened his eyes in disbelief. Warm blood slid down the trembling eyelashes of Zhu Xingyao, tainting his vision thoroughly red. Shen Xiuyan's heart nearly stopped. He heard his own trembling voice ask, why did you? Chapter 134, if you truly came for me, can you please not forget me? Yun Siqing completed the final seal, and the suppressive effect of the demon realm on cultivation retook effect. No matter how reluctant Ta Wu was, it could only be resealed. Shen Xiuyun reached out his hands and caught Zhu Xingyao, who was about to fall. Zhu Xingyao lay in Shen Xiuyun's arms, her pupils scattered. He was trying hard to open his eyes and look at Shen Xiuyun, as if he wanted to engrave this person's appearance into his soul in the last moment. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, sliding down his pale cheek, staining his red robe dark. Zhu Xingyao tried to lift his hand and touch Shen Xiuyun's eye corner but failed, and could only weakly say, "Master, don't cry." Shen Xiuyun hastily wiped his face, only then realizing that his face was full of tears. His hands holding Zhu Xingyao were trembling constantly. Unable to transmit spiritual power. Unable to transmit spiritual power. Zhu Xingyao's meridians were all broken, spirit roots shattered, golden core destroyed. Why is he injured more severely than myself in the previous life? Zhu Xingyao's cultivation level is clearly higher than mine. Was it intentional? Shen Xiuyun looked at Zhu Xingyao in disbelief. Why did you do that? Zhu Xingyao forced a smile, even uglier than crying, speaking weakly and intermittently, because I love you. I love you, master. I don't want you to get hurt. Zhu Xingyao repeated. Shen Xiuyun's whole body trembled, tears blurred his vision uncontrollably. He grabbed Zhu Xingyao's shoulders, almost interrogating like a madman. What right do you have? What right do you have to do this, you lunatic? Do you think I'll forgive you just because of this? Do you think you can erase what you've done to me by sacrificing your life? The tears in Zhu Xingyao's eye sockets fell silently, murmuring, I understand, you won't. Shen Xiuyun. Because master, don't reject me. The light in Zhu Xingyao's eyes gradually faded. You are determined to reject me. He tightly clutched Shen Xiuyun's sleeve, his lips overflowing with more blood. That tearful accusation pierced Shen Xiuyun's heart deeply, leaving him speechless. Zhu Xingyao was right. He has indeed rejected him. So he doesn't struggle, doesn't resist. He doesn't want to listen to Zhu Xingyao's explanations. Nor does he want to see Zhu Xingyao's changes. Because he doesn't want to go through it again, he doesn't want to reconcile. Zhu Xingyao continued, I know. Master wants to go home, but as long as I'm alive, I will, never, let go. As long as Zhu Xingyao lives, Shen Xiuyun will be trapped. Because his love is so selfish and narrow. Shen Xiuyun suddenly choked up, he suddenly realized something. He stared in horror at Zhu Xingyao in his arms. So, you deliberately used your flesh body to ram into it. And got himself injured to an irreparable extent. Shen Xiuyun's heart plummeted into the abyss. Why does there exist someone as terrifying as Zhu Xingyao in this world? Why does he make even letting go so tragic? We could have lived peacefully apart. Yet, he would rather sacrifice his own life to make Shen Xiuyun love him. Master, I apologize. Zhu Xingyao's speech became slower, his voice lighter, his vision more blurred. He raised his hand, wanting to touch Shen Xiuyun's cheek one more time, but I really have a little bit of unwillingness. I wish you remember me. If you truly came for me, can you please not forget me? Zhu Xingyao's eyes became completely dim, his hand falling from midair before it touched Shen Xiuyun's face. Shen Xiuyun instinctively reached to catch Zhu Xingyao's hand, but found nothing but emptiness. In that instant, it felt like his heart had also been hollowed out. Shen Xiuyun cradled Zhu Xingyao and screamed out in pain, He suddenly hugged the person in his arms tightly, desperate to merge the other into his own body. It was as if his heart had been suddenly torn apart, the pain making him unable to breathe, ignoring all the warning messages from the system in his head entirely. How could Zhu Xingyao be so cruel to him? He wanted to make himself remember him by using such a crazy method. Why couldn't he live alone well as expected? Why did he hurt himself? Why does he make him sad? When Dan Jingfeng was hurriedly brought over by Yun Siqing, he saw this exact scene upon landing. His legs went weak, he fell to his knees directly. This seems beyond saving. He can only save those who are still breathing, he doesn't do revivals from the dead. Yun Siqing. Yun Siqing approached Shen Xiuyun, placing a hand on his shoulder in an attempt to console him. Younger brother. But just as he began to speak, he froze like a statue, eyes blank. Not just Yun Siqing. Dan Jingfeng, the other cultivators in the demon realm, including the demon beasts, everything was frozen as if time had stopped. They eerily maintained their actions mid-motion but couldn't move. Moreover, those closer to Zhu Xingyao began fading in color, turning gray and lifeless. This strange phenomenon spread rapidly from the demon realm outward. The system panicked, we're doomed. We're really going to die this time. The male lead is dead. How absurd is that? He's the source of energy maintaining the fictional world. With his sudden leap forward to protect, our logout has failed, and will be destroyed along with the collapsing world of the book. Host. Shen Xiuyun seemed deaf to the system's roar. He simply held Zhu Xingyao, whose body was gradually growing cold, showing a desolate expression. At this moment, life and death seemed not as significant anymore to him. He could feel his senses slowly receding, his consciousness becoming vague. Even the excruciating pain in his heart began to fade. Soon, it probably wouldn't hurt at all. Zhu Xingyao, you lunatic. You've won. I surrender. Shen Xiuyan closed his eyes slowly. The system gave up helplessly. Host, I'm sorry for failing to bring you home. Home. There's no way back. Let me perish together with the book's world. Shen Xiuyan waited quietly, yet suddenly felt a burning sensation at his chest. It appeared as though there were flickering lights before his eyes, irritating him. Shen Xiuyan opened his eyes and saw the spot where the twin spell used to reside on his chest now glimmering faintly with red light. The faint glow carried another person's foreign qi, pulsing weakly with each heartbeat. Shen Xiuyan stared blankly for several seconds. The system reacted first, startled. How could we forget about that? Chapter 135, Zhu Xingyao's Remnant Soul. The burning sensation kept coming, and a faint light seemed to resonate with Shen Xiuyan. Was this the result of Zhu Xingyao casting the heart-binding curse on him back then? Did Zhu Xingyao leave a strand of his soul within him? He remembered that when Yin Seeking first warned him about the curse, he had said that the spell was deeply engraved in his soul, making it extremely difficult to remove. So later on, the manuals Yin Seeking found for him were merely to suppress the influence of the curse. He had previously been misled by Zhu Xingyao into believing the curse stemmed from blood, but never realized that Zhu Xingyao had used a strand of his own soul as the catalyst for the spell. System, no wonder the book world didn't collapse immediately. It's because of this. Shen Xiuyan clung to this newfound knowledge like a drowning man grabbing onto a lifeline, urgently asking, Can this resurrect Zhu Xingyao? System, host, it's not that I want to dishearten you, but this is incredibly difficult. It isn't even one part of the spirit. So fragile, it might dissipate the moment it leaves your body. And to resurrect Zhu Xingyao, unless you can reconstruct the complete 3 souls and 7 spirits. To the system, this was almost an impossible feat. Shen Xiuyan's rekindled hope was extinguished once more. System lamented, it truly is such a pity. If this thread of the soul were stronger, it might sustain until we log out again. But looking at its state, it may not even last 3 days. Let me try. Shen Xiuyan's tone was resolute, as if he had made up his mind. System was shocked. Try what? Host, surely you aren't going to extract this strand of soul. That will be incredibly painful. Shen Xiuyan stubbornly replied, in any case, the worst outcome is mutual annihilation. System couldn't understand why the host would endure such pain again when failure was almost certain. Was it because of Zhu Xingyao? Human emotions are indeed so complicated, it just can't be understood. Shen Xiuyan lifted his hand, enduring the sharp pain in his chest, and struggled to mobilize the spiritual power inside his body, attempting to extract the weak thread of soul within. Due to the impact of Zhu Xingyao's demise, Shen Xiuyan now found it particularly challenging to control his own spiritual energy. The soul began to gradually separate, the intense pain radiating throughout his entire body causing Shen Xiuyan's head to throb painfully. This was the feeling of dividing one's soul. Shen Xiuyan propped himself up on the ground with one hand, pale-faced, drenched in sweat. As he mobilized more spiritual force, the burning sensation in his chest increased, and Zhu Xingyao's weak thread of soul seemed to sense it being extracted. It began to wildly struggle, trying to break free from Shen Xiuyan's control and desperately attempted to reattach itself to Shen Xiuyan's soul, all of which proved futile. After all, Zhu Xingyao's soul wasn't originally a part of Shen Xiuyan, they were only forcibly attached due to the curse. Now that they were being separated, there was no way they could remain bonded as before. Shen Xiuyan panted laboriously, another layer of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The cutting-like pain had already left him drained of strength, yet he had to carefully control the remnant soul without applying too much force, lest it scatter under pressure. By the time he finally managed to separate this strand of soul, Shen Xiuyan was drenched as if he'd just been fished out of water. Looking at the delicate but feeble soul in his palm, he gave a post-crisis smile. Thankfully, it hadn't dissipated. Shen Xiuyan carefully placed the remnant soul into a spirit-locking bag, tightening the bag's opening. Strangely, this soul fragment, which had refused to separate while still within him, now appeared listless and demoralized, devoid of any energy or fighting spirit, unsettlingly quiet. But he had no time to dwell on this. Shen Xiuyan took Zhu Xingyao's broken body back to Yizifeng Peak. The system detected that only Yizifeng Peak was barely maintaining its original state. Soul required abundant spiritual energy. You stay here for a while. Shen Xiuyan gently placed the spirit-locking bag on a pre-drawn spirit-gathering array. This was the place where Yizifeng Peak had the most abundant spirit essence. Before leaving, he erected several sturdy protective barriers around it. He also needed to prepare a new body for Zhu Xingyao, as the previous one was too severely damaged and could not be restored under current conditions. The materials used for the new body mustn't be ordinary, preferably, they should have some spirit essence, so as not to limit future cultivation. After careful consideration, Shen Xiuyan decided that the peach wood from Yizifeng Peak would be suitable. This had sufficient spirit essence. He cut down a few large and robust peach trees and dragged them back to the mountaintop. Working hard, night fell in no time. Shen Xiuyan was reluctant to leave Zhu Xingyao's remnant soul outside overnight. He decided to retrieve the spirit locking bag, taking the opportunity to check if the spirit gathering array had any effect. However, when Shen Xiuyun picked up the spirit locking bag, he discovered something unexpected. Zhu Xingyao's remnant soul had not become more robust due to the enhancement of the spirit gathering array. Instead, its power seemed even weaker now. It could disappear completely at any moment. What's going on? Shen Xiuyun's heart suddenly sank. Looking at the increasingly fragile soul inside the spirit locking bag, a flash of panic flickered in Shen Xiuyun's mind. Could it be that the system was right all along and he had wasted his efforts? It seemed as if Zhu Xingyao no longer had any will to survive. Just as Shen Xiuyun was despairing, the faint remnant soul suddenly slipped out of the bag opening and directly charged toward Shen Xiuyun's chest. As expected, it passed right through him. It then frantically circled around Shen Xiuyun. Failing once, it attempted a second collision, then a third. What are you doing? Shen Xiuyun asked, perplexed. Though the remnant soul couldn't speak, it continued its futile attempts to collide with Shen Xiuyun's chest. It looked as though it urgently wanted to return to his body. This persistent behavior. Suddenly, Shen Xiuyun realized what was happening. The remnant soul thought it had been abandoned again after being extracted from him. Because it felt abandoned, being placed on the spirit gathering array for an entire day not only failed to have any positive effect, but its condition actually worsened. Ao Yao. Shen Xiuyun called softly, his voice hoarse. He hadn't used this endearing term in a long time. The remnant soul, which had been anxiously circling, suddenly stopped. Shen Xiuyun extended his palm towards the remnant soul, and it seemed to understand his intention as it spontaneously floated into his hand. I won't abandon you. Shen Xiuyun's voice was gentle yet firm. This promise seemed more effective than any miraculous medicine. Shen Xiuyun noticed that the remnant soul in his palm appeared slightly more radiant, akin to a sudden adrenaline rush. Can you understand what I'm saying? The remnant soul jumped slightly in his palm, appearing as if it were nodding. Shen Xiuyun chuckled at its comical antics. Seeing Shen Xiuyun smile, the remnant soul excitedly circled his palm, its ethereal flames even brightening. This must mean it was in a good mood. Shen Xiuyun found this amusing, and his previously heavy-hearted mood improved somewhat. He had once raised disciples, spirit beasts, and flowers. Now, he was nurturing a fragment of a soul. The only drawback was its inability to speak, making communication inconvenient. Concentrate on coalescing your soul, don't give up. Shen Xiuyun said seriously. Your master has prepared a new body for you. 3 months later, Zhu Xingyao, having managed to condense one wisp of his soul, saw the new body Shen Xiuyun had made for him using peach wood. Having a physical shell would speed up the process of consolidating his soul. But Zhu Xingyao seemed to dislike the wooden frame in front of him, refusing to enter it. Shen Xiuyun frowned and muttered, don't be so picky, you're lucky to even have this. If you hadn't destroyed your own body, you wouldn't end up in a piece of wood. Despite the rudimentary appearance of the wooden figure, Shen Xiuyun had spent great effort crafting it to resemble a human form. Still, Zhu Xingyao didn't budge. Instead, it hovered near the abdomen area of the wooden figure, jumping up and down like a mischievous child pushing their parents' limits. What does this mean? Veins bulged on Shen Xiuyun's forehead, and his voice carried a hint of restrained anger. The system, secretly observing, noticed the key issue. It remarked meaningfully, host, you missed out on an important component. Chapter 136, Master, why did you save me? Shen Xiuyun, what? His eyes filled with doubt as they once again landed on the position where Zhu Xingyao had been jumping around. Suddenly understanding something, a wave of heat immediately rose to his face. Cough. Shen Xiuyun looked away uncomfortably, coughing slightly. How could I possibly do that? Don't even think about it. Shen Xiuyun glared at one fragment of soul as he said in a fierce but inwardly weak tone. However, Zhu Xingyao's fragment flew over and affectionately rubbed against Shen Xiuyun's neck, just like whining. The gentle sensation made Shen Xiuyun take a sharp breath. As if facing a great threat, he stumbled back a step, swung a palm and brushed it off, don't rub against me. Zhu Xingyao's fragmented soul was unfeelingly slapped by Master, spinning several circles in the air like a spinning top, turning itself into disorientation. Finally stopping after much effort, it dared not approach Shen Xiuyun anymore. But its soul fire wobbled into distorted waves, resembling fearfully trembling. Shen Xiuyun only realized later that the previous slap might have caused it significant harm, originally thinking to console a few words but held back. Zhu Xingyao always took advantage of the situation and hit hard when down, so he needed to show some hardness. He left a message, anyway, whether or not you want this body is up to you. I won't do it again. With that, Shen Xiuyun turned and walked away. Floating in mid-air, that fragment hurriedly flew to Shen Xiuyun's front, swaying up and down as if trying to persuade him to stay. Shen Xiuyun ignored it and went straight through. After blocking several times, Shen Xiuyun still wouldn't stop to look at it. It got anxious and stopped shaking. Not being overly delicate or pretentious either, it swiftly drilled into the brow of the wooden figure. Shen Xiuyun looked back, sighed, feeling a little compassion, then walked back. He activated a bigger spirit gathering array that had been drawn here for a long time, muttering incantations. A short while later, his palm moved from the top of the wooden figure's head down along the face. Zhu Xingyao's face gradually reappeared as he brushed over, though his eyes were tightly closed, looking quite lifeless. Combined with the soul, the peachwood can reincarnate into a new fleshy body, but cultivation will need to be repracticed later. Shen Xiuyun's hand stopped at Zhu Xingyao's waist. But, wouldn't he indulge in personal revenge a little bit? Thinking about how Zhu Xingyao would wake up later, facing such an incomplete body. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Shen Xiuyun rested his forehead on his hand. Well, he wasn't that cruel-hearted, he would make another one anyway. Shen Xiuyun waved his hand, and Zhu Xingyao turned back into a wooden figure. Shen Xiuyun placed Zhu Xingyao in the yard, not only allowing him to absorb spiritual energy, but also gather moonlight and sunlight essence. Thus, within 3 to 5 years, perhaps he could reconstruct his soul. But because Zhu Xingyao hadn't awakened, the world of the book still remained the same day as when he perished. Other than Shen Xiuyun, no one could unfreeze it, and no one spoke to Shen Xiuyun. Thank goodness for the system, occasionally chatting with him every now and then, otherwise he would really go crazy. Sometimes, when Shen Xiuyun was bored, he would sit beside Zhu Xingyao, reciting those cultivation records, travel journals, strange encounters from the hidden library for him. Sometimes, he would also leave Mount E, descend the mountain and wander around. He found that the rivers, mountains, woods, and trees were gradually recovering their color and vitality. It seemed that Zhu Xingyao shouldn't take long before he wakes up. When Zhu Xingyao regained consciousness, it was already 5 years later. This was pretty close to the time predicted by the system for Shen Xiuyun. Actually, it was near winter down the mountain, but due to the formations and Shen Xiuyun's spiritual power maintenance on Mount E, it remained spring-like all year round. Winter's warm sun passed through the forest and leaves shining on Zhu Xingyao, adding a layer of warmth to his somewhat pale face. Zhu Xingyao gazed blankly at all the familiar surroundings around him, feeling unreal. Wasn't he dead? Did someone save him? Who? Jia. The sound of a wooden door opening resonated in the courtyard. Looking up, Zhu Xingyao saw Shen Xiuyun standing at the doorway. A tall and elegant figure in white robes. Was it an illusion, or did Zhu Xingyao feel urgency in his master's expression, with some strands of hair out of place? In master's hands was also a fine box, somewhat resembling the lotus flower cakes he used to buy. Mas, ter. Zhu Xingyao painfully articulated 2 syllables. He strangely touched his own throat. Why did it seem like he hadn't spoken for a very long time? That single call shook Shen Xiuyun back to reality. His hands trembled as he closed the courtyard gate behind him, then entered the house. When he came out, he had an additional set of clothes in his hands. By the time Shen Xiuyun handed the clothes to Zhu Xingyao, he had already regained full control of his tone. Put on the clothes. Zhu Xingyao just realized he wasn't wearing anything at all. Shen Xiuyun had deliberately not dressed him to let him absorb spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon better. As Zhu Xingyao mechanically put on the clothes, his eyes never left Shen Xiuyun. He didn't dare to blink for fear that the mirage before his eyes would suddenly disappear. He called again, Master. Why was Master still here? Master should have returned home long ago. Then who was this person in front of him? Zhu Xingyao's hand froze mid-motion as he suddenly glared daggers at Shen Xiuyun. He'd once probed into Master's mind when he had abducted Master back to the demon realm and discovered a strange thing. Although Master had appeared normal at that time, his mind had been empty, there were no traces of soul within it. And due to his rashness, Master inexplicably fell into a coma. And slept for half a year until finally waking up again. Shen Xiuyun felt uneasy under Zhu Xingyao's gaze. What kind of look is that? Did he want to kill him? Zhu Xingyao woke from his reverie, and a burst of joy flashed in his eyes. Master. Shen Xiuyun frowned. Are you stupid? You've slept for so long and can only say those 2 words upon waking. Perhaps some part of his soul had gone missing. Zhu Xingyao suddenly froze. A few fleeting images flashed through his mind. Shen Xiuyun asked, do you remember now? Zhu Xingyao paused for a while, then imperceptibly nodded his head. Were you saved by Master? Zhu Xingyao croaked. Though he couldn't quite believe it, except for Master, probably no one else in the world would go to such lengths to bring him back to life. But at that moment, he'd made up his mind to die without leaving any way out. How could Master have? No, it couldn't be. Zhu Xingyao's eyelashes quivered slightly. Yes, Shen Xiuyun nodded, meeting his gaze, it was me. The suspicion in Zhu Xingyao's heart finally became certainty. It was Master who had saved him. Only Master could save him. Because Master possessed a fragment of his soul. However, that fragment had long since merged almost completely with Master due to the spell of shared souls. Thinking of this, Zhu Xingyao's mind was thrown into chaos. To save him, Master endured the pain of severing the divine soul. Zhu Xingyao's fingers trembled. He'd done similar things before, he knew how excruciating the pain was. He regretted his decision at that moment. Regretted being so resolute. He hadn't expected Master to save him. Back then, all he could think of was that Master wouldn't need him anymore. Shen Xiuyun tapped the point of Zhu Xingyao's chest with his finger, speaking in an even tone, therefore, my life belongs to you now, so I must live well. Zhu Xingyao softly replied, all right. Zhu Xingyao's mind was in utter turmoil. After he awoke, though Master no longer confronted him as fiercely as before, they weren't particularly intimate either. They were like the closest strangers. Master treated him indifferently, but not entirely neglecting him either. Yet, if they were to discuss how important he was, it seemed he was optional. This attitude was completely contradictory to the one Master had shown before, enduring the torment of having his soul split just to save him. Even their interrupted ceremony of sealing the bond due to an accident was no longer mentioned by Master. Zhu Xingyao didn't know what Master thought about him, but Master's ambiguous attitude truly tormented him as if he was being roasted over fire. He urgently wanted Master to give him an answer, yet he feared that Master might cast him back into abyss again. After all, these tranquil days he was currently experiencing were something he'd never dared to hope for before. But human desires are always insatiable. Zhu Xingyao still yearned for Shen Xiuyan's love. He yearned so much. Eventually, Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but ask Master. Master, why did you save me? Chapter 137, Fool. Shen Xiuyan paused in the middle of reviewing a book about restoring meridians and spirit roots, seemingly touched by this question. He raised his eyes to look at Zhu Xingyao. Do you want to know? Zhu Xingyao replied without hesitation, yes. His hand hidden in his sleeve involuntarily tightened. Anticipation and anxiety intertwined in his heart, but he tried his best to appear composed. Shen Xiuyan remained silent for a moment, closed the book in his hands, and gently placed it on the table as if he was pondering how to phrase his answer. The process of waiting made Zhu Xingyao feel tormented. It was as if the air in his chest was gradually being drained away with time. Because. Shen Xiuyan finally deigned to speak. He glanced at the uneasy Zhu Xingyao and curled the corner of his lips. I don't want to owe a life that would trouble my conscience for the rest of my life and might even result in the birth of a heart demon. That wasn't wrong. Thinking back, his master already knew this from the previous life. Guilt and self-blame truly could become a heart demon. Zhu Xingyao's body swayed, his eyes immediately dimmed, as though he had suddenly lost all strength. So, it's like this. His voice was as light as a thin wisp of smoke, which could scatter at the slightest breeze. His soul seemed lost. Shen Xiuyan asked again, do you think why I am doing this? The truth was like an invisible mountain, pressing Zhu Xingyao until he couldn't breathe. He tried hard to mask his disappointment and sadness. Although he was dying inside, he stubbornly persisted. I do not dare to overthink, Master has been gracious enough to save me. That is more than sufficient. How could he dare expect, after all that had happened, Master would still treat him with the same warmth? It was already compassionate of Master to save him. What else could he possibly expect? It was greediness on his part. Aren't you happy? Shen Xiuyan looked at him trying to hold back his but pretending to be strong, feeling a bit sorry for him in his heart. No. Zhu Xingyao shook his head violently. It wasn't just unhappiness, it felt as though the whole world had collapsed. But what right did he have to say he wasn't happy to his master? The disciple will go to meditate. The disciple takes leave. Zhu Xingyao bowed deeply to Shen Xiuyan and fled like escaping. Shen Xiuyan watched the fleeing figure and softly said 2 words, fool. The system didn't understand, host, why are you teasing him? During these 5 years, its observations were clearer than anyone else's regarding the host's attentiveness and efforts. If Shen Xiuyan had no feelings towards Zhu Xingyao, it obviously wouldn't make sense. Because before, when Zhu Xingyao's soul started to coalesce slightly, it mentioned to Shen Xiuyan about logging out again. In its view, instead of waiting for a possible fruitless outcome, it would be better to cut losses and leave to start the next task. But Shen Xiuyan refused. Shen Xiuyan's mood was a bit off, I feel like it. You widower. Zhu Xingyao forced him with his life. Shouldn't he be able to tease him a little? It was Zhu Xingyao who was too dumb to realize. Zhu Xingyao used such a tragic experience of life and death to show him how much he cared in his heart. He wasn't someone who dragged things out unnecessarily. During the 5 years waiting for Zhu Xingyao to awaken, he thought a lot. He hated Zhu Xingyao genuinely. Having compassion for Zhu Xingyao was equally genuine. His love and hate for Zhu Xingyao were both profound. He knew that he was utterly entangled. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anything. If he couldn't let go, he shouldn't pretend it would fade with time. Instead, he should accept it. Zhu Xingyao had left an indelible mark on his life. They were inseparable long ago. They could only continue their mutual entanglement. As Shen Xiuyan's thoughts grew, his mood became increasingly restless. He threw the book about restoring meridians and spiritual roots in his hand aside and brought Zhu Xingyao's originally damaged body to fingertip peak. Shen Xiuyan placed Zhu Xingyao's damaged body in front of Dan Jingfeng and plainly said, restore this body, spirit stones are no problem. Dan Jingfeng hesitated, are you sure? Shen Xiuyan furrowed his eyebrows, what certainty or uncertainty? I never say uncertain things. Dan Jingfeng said, respectfully speaking, the real issue isn't the spirit stones, it's that I'm afraid you won't accept the method I'm about to suggest. Shen Xiuyan. Not really, what nonsense is this? Seeing that Shen Xiuyan was really getting angry, Dan Jingfeng dared not provoke further and quickly said. Restoring meridians and the golden core is trivial. The hard part is the spirit root, blood Bodhi Xiantian sect can't produce another one. Shen Xiuwen glared with unfriendly eyes, so what? Hesitant and nervous, Dan Jingfeng stammered, I have a method of dual cultivation that could help repair the spirit roots. Especially since you two have complementary spirit roots, the effect will be better. It's just that, it might be tiring for you, my lord, are you willing? Shen Xiuwen. Biting his teeth, Shen Xiuwen asked coldly, is there no other way? Dan Jingfeng nodded forcefully, repeating, there is absolutely no other way. You'd best sleep with your eyes open from now on. Suddenly, Shen Xiuwen grinned at him, turned around, and was about to leave when he suddenly twisted back. How should we proceed? Dan Jingfeng imparted the essentials of dual cultivation to Shen Xiuwen, who took note of everything. Just as Shen Xiuwen was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Shen Xiuwen, what has my master been up to recently? He had not seen him in the sect these past few days. Usually, unless there was an important matter, Yun Seeking would never leave Xiantian's sect. The sect leader. The sect leader led a group to confront Huanyue's sect. Dan Jingfeng enthusiastically responded, then realized he let slip some information and quickly changed his tone, no, it's actually to mediate the minor conflicts from Taichu's secret realm last time. Dan Jingfeng deliberately emphasized the word minor. Shen Xiuwen's brows furrowed tightly. Not inviting him to the fight. Since it couldn't be concealed anymore, Dan Jingfeng decided to reveal all. The sect leader said that Zhu Xingyao hasn't fully recovered yet, and you were occupied. So, he went alone. He mentioned that this was something he could handle by himself. Shen Xiuwen paused momentarily. It seemed that his master was genuinely upset. Xiantian's sect, being so prominent, drew much attention. Yun Seeking was always humble and never flaunted the authority of the foremost sect of the cultivation world. But if he ever chose to wield that authority, no one could withstand its weight. When Shen Xiuwen returned, he chanced upon Zhu Xingyao practicing swordplay in a peach grove, stopping in his tracks. The sky blushed with a radiant sunset, and Zhu Xingyao's figure flickered through the gaps between peach trees. His fierce sword energy stirred up leaves from the ground and exploded mid-air, scattering them gracefully. A fleeting reminiscence came over Shen Xiuwen, bringing to mind the days when he once taught Zhu Xingyao how to practice with a sword. Once that frail youth who struggled to even hold a wooden sword, was now able to smoothly execute such formidable moves. He felt deeply pleased. Teacher. Zhu Xingyao noticed Shen Xiuwen. He retracted his sword technique, lifting his head to look at Shen Xiuwen perched on top of the tree. Bright and clear eyes stared up at him, filled with devoutness and determination. Shen Xiuwen found himself captivated by those enchanting eyes, unable to pull away. They returned together to fingertip peak. After dinner, Shen Xiuwen retrieved Zhu Xingyao's old body. Though this peachwood body could also cultivate, it could not compare to the real one Zhu Xingyao originally possessed. Recently, Shen Xiuwen had already repaired most of the damaged areas. All they needed to do now was restore the spirit root, allowing Zhu Xingyao to condense his golden core again. Everything else would follow effortlessly. Zhu Xingyao curiously observed the lifeless body before him, glancing at Shen Xiuwen, waiting for his instructions. He currently liked the body he was using, it was personally made by his teacher. Go in. Shen Xiuwen pointed to Zhu Xingyao's original body. Without hesitation, Zhu Xingyao cast a spell to separate his soul from the current body and entered the former. Only after entering did he realize that it had almost been fully restored. Had it been teacher all along? Go bathe. Under Zhu Xingyao's reluctant gaze, Shen Xiuwen put the peachwood body away. Zhu Xingyao, ? What is teacher going to do? It was getting harder for him to understand. But Zhu Xingyao still followed the instructions. After bathing, Zhu Xingyao hesitated outside Shen Xiuwen's door. Wondering whether or not he should enter. Today, having asked everything clearly, he hesitated now to act too familiar with his teacher as before. What are you standing there for? Shen Xiuwen's voice urged from inside. Jolted back to reality, Zhu Xingyao pushed the door open and stepped in. Teacher. Zhu Xingyao stood stiffly near the entrance, feeling somewhat restrained. In the warm yellow candlelight, Shen Xiuwen was fiddling with something at the desk by the window. Dressed in a loose inner robe, his long black hair flowed freely over his shoulders, and the glow of the candles softened his features. So beautiful. Zhu Xingyao fixed his gaze on the absorbed Shen Xiuwen, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing up and down. Teacher. Zhu Xingyao found it hard to suppress certain inappropriate thoughts. Embarrassed, he hastily diverted his eyes from Shen Xiuwen. This random glance landed on something on the desk. A binding rope? Chapter 138, His Faith, His Deity, His Master. Shen Xiuyen looked up, gave Zhu Xingyao a glance, and smiled profoundly. He picked the thickest celestial binding rope and walked towards the bed. He beckoned to Zhu Xingyao, come here. Zhu Xingyao was the kind of person who would lose his mind just from Shen Xiuyen giving him a few extra looks. So naturally, he walked over without any hesitation. Then, when his hands were securely tied to the bedpost, he still had a look of bewilderment on his face. Shen Xiuyen had never seen such a thwarted expression on Zhu Xingyao's face before, it nearly made him laugh himself to death, almost injuring himself inside. Master, what is the meaning of this? Zhu Xingyao frowned in confusion as he looked at Shen Xiuyan. He tried moving his hands but they wouldn't budge an inch. It was tied too tight. At that moment, he felt like a fish on a cutting board, waiting to be butchered. What exactly was Master going to do? Could it be that Master wanted to punish him in the same way that he had been tied up in the past? But wasn't this too much torture for him? He would rather Master stab him with frost trace a few times. Take a guess. Shen Xiuyan bent down closer, covering Zhu Xingyao's eyes with a piece of black cloth. The sudden loss of vision caused Zhu Xingyao some unease. In his confusion, he tried to perceive the world with his ears, hearing the sound of clothes being shed, followed by clothes hitting the floor. Master, you. Zhu Xingyao suddenly lost his voice. Because he felt Shen Xiuyan's hand fall onto his body, then. Zhu Xingyao tightly embraced Shen Xiuyan, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, his heart unable to settle for a long time. Why did Master do this? Why would he do such a thing with him? Zhu Xingyao's thoughts were in chaos. In the clear daylight, Master's words had clearly demarcated their relationship, yet in the night. Zhu Xingyao didn't sleep all night, staring unwaveringly at Shen Xiuyan's sleeping face, as if trying to penetrate through the person right before his eyes. When the sky started to brighten slightly, he finally succumbed to sleep. Shen Xiuyan began making Zhu Xingyao frequently undergo dual cultivation. Each time, he would tie Zhu Xingyao's hands and cover his eyes with a cloth. Zhu Xingyao initially didn't understand why, assuming Master was shy, which brought him a bit of hidden joy. But when he noticed his spirit root gradually repairing itself, he suddenly realized the crux of everything, linking recent events together. Why hadn't Master gone home? Why did Master save him? Why had Master recently started abnormal dual cultivation sessions to assist in restoring his spirit root? Was it possible that because of his own blunders, Master couldn't return? Could it be that none of this was Master's voluntary choice? Because, for Master, he could not die. Saving him, repairing his spirit root, it was all to go back home. He was simply the task that Master needed to accomplish. As Zhu Xingyao gazed at Shen Xiuyan, who lay sound asleep beside him, for a brief moment, he felt so heartbroken that he almost couldn't catch his breath. Shen Xiuyan was so exhausted that he slept deeply, completely unaware that the person behind him was covering his lips, trembling in his breathing, and sobbing quietly through half the night. Upon waking up, Shen Xiuyan heard the system in his head ecstatically cheering. Congratulations to the host, we sincerely congratulate you. The male lead's darkening value is 0. We've finally completed our mission. Wah wah wah, this is truly a miracle. Too touching. Oh my god, the host is so amazing. Zhu Xingyao's world was originally destined to turn into non-recyclable garbage. But the host miraculously revived it, and they even finished the mission. Wah wah wah, there's hope for me getting permanently hired now. Shen Xiuyan's head buzzed. The last session of dual cultivation ended too late, leaving him extremely tired, causing him to still feel a little groggy now. How could Zhu Xingyao play for so long in the past? Shen Xiuyan, what are you saying? The system excitedly responded, Host, we've accomplished our mission. Stop sleeping quickly, let's return to the headquarters for settlements, you can go home. You have saved a near-ruined world, the main system will reward you specially. Shen Xiuyan drowsily got up, then what about Zhu Xingyao? So am I required to go back now? Can't you let me leave him a few words? I must speak with him. The system, host, no time to explain. Time is pressing, after we settle the accounts, you can then decide where you want to stay. I need to get officially hired, now. Anyway, you've accomplished an almost impossible feat, there's nothing you could ask for that the main system wouldn't agree to. Shen Xiuyan's soul was thus dragged and pulled out of his body by the system to the headquarters of the book-piercing bureau. Zhu Xingyao was making breakfast in the kitchen. He hadn't rested well last night, or rather, he hadn't rested at all, causing him to be frequently distracted this morning. He absent-mindedly added seasonings and accidentally shook too much salt into the dish due to a hand tremor. After a flurry of clumsiness, the dish was completely ruined. Zhu Xingyao looked at the messy pot of food, as if gazing at the disorderly mess of his own life. After a long time, he dumped the burnt dish and made another one. When he returned to the room with the breakfast, Shen Xiuyan was already dressed neatly, reading by the window. Master. Zhu Xingyao forced himself to perk up and walked over. The person who had been engrossed in reading raised his head upon hearing Zhu Xingyao's voice and smiled gently, Ayo, you've come. Zhu Xingyao stared at the face before him, so familiar yet noting the warm but almost emotionless eyes. The hand holding the tray suddenly trembled. Breakfast concluded in a pin-droppable silence, icy and cold. And the person sitting opposite Zhu Xingyao appeared not to notice any strangeness at all, still inquiring after Zhu Xingyao's well-being with concern. But Zhu Xingyao felt not a trace of warmth, only bone-chilling coldness. Master had left. So decisively that even without leaving a single word. His deduction had been correct after all. Zhu Xingyao lowered his eyes dejectedly, wishing for the first time that he wasn't so perceptive. Lately, Zhu Xingyao had been wavering between killing this master in front of him and committing suicide, or forcing himself to live on according to his promise to Master. He didn't know what this thing inside his master was. It was terrifying. Aside from being unable to mimic real emotions, it could imitate every word and action of Master with startling accuracy. If not for someone like him, who lived closely with the Master, no one could distinguish them just by appearance. Even in the past, it was more guesswork and intuition. Like in the previous life, the thing he had brought back to the demon realm should have been this, while the real Master had awakened half a year later. But now he knew, the expression in these eyes could easily reveal everything. Zhu Xingyao asked coldly, "Who are you?" Shen Xiuyun hesitated slightly, then composed himself quickly, "Ayo, what nonsense are you saying? I'm your master." Zhu Xingyao felt deflated, as if hitting cotton with a punch. These days he tried many ways to probe it, but this thing responded very fast, always flawlessly, a solid iron wall. In fact, the reason he kept Master's body was because he still harbored a virtually impossible hope. He thought, maybe, Master would return one day. This hope might not come true, but he needed this little hope to survive. Otherwise, he really couldn't hold on anymore. "I want to be alone for a while." Zhu Xingyao buried his face deep into his palms wearily. "All right. Don't stay out too long since the evening breeze is a bit cool. Return soon, I'll wait for you." The repetitive care and answers seemed rehearsed. Zhu Xingyao only felt increasingly exhausted listening to them. Unaware how long it had passed, he noticed the branch he sat on sinking under the weight of something beside him. "Didn't I say I wanted to be alone?" Zhu Xingyao retorted without looking back. Previously, that thing wasn't usually this tactless. Generally, when he told it to scram, it stayed away for a whole day at least. "At this hour, why don't you go inside and instead sit on this tree, catching a cold?" Shen Xiuyun draped a cloak around Zhu Xingyao's shoulders. He remembered that when he left, it was approximately winter on Earth. Now, it was February, still bitterly cold in early spring. The chilly mountain nights were easy for cultivators to catch colds in as well. Zhu Xingyao suddenly turned toward Shen Xiuyun sitting next to him, disbelief all over his face. "Master?" "Master." The intonation dragging, showing a bit of impatience already. "Master." "Enough, stop calling out already," incessantly. Shen Xiuyun lost his patience. He was no smart robot either, he got tired too. Zhu Xingyao's eyes reddened slightly, suddenly throwing his arms around Shen Xiuyun. The force nearly strangled Shen Xiuyun. As Shen Xiuyun was about to tell Zhu Xingyao to let go, he suddenly felt warm droplets falling onto his neck. He was momentarily stunned. At first, there were only suppressed sounds of sobbing in his ears, but later they escalated into wails, much like a child abandoned and crying loudly. The cries were filled with despair, anxiety, fear, and as if he had been wronged to the greatest extent. As if the whole world was against him. Shen Xiuyun's words caught in his throat, and his eyes became slightly moist. Finally, all he did was hug Zhu Xingyao tightly in return and pat his back gently, comforting him like one would comfort a child. "Master." Zhu Xingyao cried for quite some time, soaking half of Shen Xiuyun's clothes. Gradually regaining composure from his overwhelming emotions, he let go of Shen Xiuyun. In between sobs, he asked, "Master, you really came back?" Shen Xiuyun arched an eyebrow, "You have figured it out after all." "I guessed." Zhu Xingyao's eyelashes were still adorned with glistening tears, trembling as he spoke. Shen Xiuyun gave a bitter smile, "Your guess was spot on." Zhu Xingyao said proudly, "That's me." Then Zhu Xingyao asked again, "Why did Master come back?" Shen Xiuyun smiled helplessly, "Why do you always ask so many whys?" Zhu Xingyao remained silent, staring straight at Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun finally relented and replied earnestly. "It can only be because he couldn't bear to see someone end up alone, hiding away helplessly crying as he did today." Zhu Xingyao stared blankly at Shen Xiuyun for 3 seconds before throwing himself into his arms once more. His faith, his God, his master, had, in the end, shown mercy and stayed for him. Chapter 139, Epilogue, Master's Jealousy Part 1. Not long after Shen Xiuyun returned, he discovered that Zhu Xingyao seemed quite unwell. Whenever Shen Xiuyun was out of his sight, no matter what Zhu Xingyao was doing at the time, he would immediately drop everything and go look for Shen Xiuyun. Only feeling slightly reassured to do other things after repeatedly confirming that Shen Xiuyun was still around. Zhu Xingyao would also stay up all night without sleeping. Sometimes when Shen Xiuyun woke up in the middle of the night, he would turn over to find Zhu Xingyao staring intently at him, thinking he had seen a ghost, nearly being scared to death. Zhu Xingyao did not use to have such severe feelings of anxiety and loss. In the past, just a few comforting words were enough to alleviate his uneasiness. But now, it was barely effective. Shen Xiuyun roughly guessed that Zhu Xingyao was always afraid of waking up one day only to find that he had suddenly disappeared again. Even though he already possessed world-destroying powers in this realm, he still couldn't grasp his elusive self. This was the source of Zhu Xingyao's restlessness. Shen Xiuyun decided to have an open talk with Zhu Xingyao. Before returning, he had asked the main system about this issue. And the main system gave a positive response. The current Zhu Xingyao, after experiencing much, had become a relatively stable individual, and there wouldn't be situations where he would break down randomly anymore. However, they specifically advised Shen Xiuyun to choose a suitable time to disclose everything thoroughly. Shen Xiuyun thought now was the time. Even though Zhu Xingyao had a strong ability to digest information, he was still shocked after listening to Shen Xiuyun's narration. Master really has another family. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun with a somewhat resentful expression. Seeing Zhu Xingyao getting upset again, Shen Xiuyun quickly continued to comfort him, don't overthink it. Now, there's only this home. To avoid Zhu Xingyao doubting him, Shen Xiuyun even voluntarily gave a gentle kiss on Zhu Xingyao's lips. Zhu Xingyao's body stiffened slightly, his gaze becoming deeper. It had been more than half a month since the master came back, but this was their first intimate gesture since their reunion. Every night, Zhu Xingyao slept next to the person he yearned for, inhaling their familiar scent. So young, how could he not feel desire? Yet despite the urges, he didn't dare to take advantage anymore and endured it silently. Now, with the master taking the first initiative step, it felt like a clear signal was given to him. Master, may I kiss you? Zhu Xingyao sincerely asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Shen Xiuyun became somewhat flustered under this straightforward gaze and quietly, ed in agreement. Zhu Xingyao looked at his anxious master for a while, unable to resist. A low chuckle escaped from his throat as he embraced Shen Xiuyun and drew near, kissing his slightly cool lips. Until Shen Xiuyun was gasping for breath and almost out of air before stopping. Master, I love you so much. Zhu Xingyao pressed a kiss onto Shen Xiuyun's dazed eyebrows and murmured. Shen Xiuyun, I know. Your heartbeat already told me. As Shen Xiuyun rested his cheek against his chest, he listened to Zhu Xingyao's steady heartbeat and responded, I love you too. Zhu Xingyao caught his breath and nearly lost control. It was the first time he heard his master personally say that he loved him. The joy welling up inside Zhu Xingyao was ready to burst forth, and he tightened his embrace on Shen Xiuyun. That night, Zhu Xingyao finally went to sleep honestly with his eyes closed. He held Shen Xiuyun in his arms, feeling safer than ever. His dreams no longer revolved around losing his master in anguish repeatedly but recalled the days when Shen Xiuyun would blindfold and tie him up to repair his spiritual roots. The master's willingness to adapt and adjust willingly. Because he had been blindfolded at the time and hadn't seen, he couldn't help but keep thinking about what master might have looked like during that time. Lost in these thoughts, he suddenly felt himself roll a few times and then landed with a thud on the ground. Zhu Xingyao rubbed his bumped forehead, confusedly got up from the floor, and saw Shen Xiuyun glaring at him in embarrassment. After a while, he heard Shen Xiuyun angrily shout. You make me sleep on the ground. Zhu Xingyao, exclamation point. Zhu Xingyao struggled to rise and was about to explain. When suddenly he felt something and upon looking down, immediately obediently lay back on the ground. Alright, it seemed that kick wasn't unjustified. Zhu Xingyao realized that the master appeared to have great aversion towards certain intimacies. Probably because he had previously given the master too many bad experiences. Zhu Xingyao felt somewhat guilty. Whenever he thought of the master, he found it hard to control the rising desires. But the master clearly didn't like his excessive boldness. If the master knew of his evil thoughts right now, he would surely get angry again. Last night, Shen Xiuyun continued to criticize Zhu Xingyao's behavior as he treated the bump on his head. He hadn't expected that last night, when he kicked a little too hard, Zhu Xingyao ended up with quite a big bump. Still, why didn't Zhu Xingyao just sleep at night, instead of filling his mind with nonsense? He deserved being kicked out of bed. As this thought occurred, Shen Xiuyun unconsciously applied more strength. Zhu Xingyao quietly let out a hiss and begged for mercy, Master, I know I was wrong. Is it very painful? How about we use some magic? Shen Xiuyun's actions became gentler immediately. He joined his fingertips together, ready to chant a spell. But Zhu Xingyao held Shen Xiuyun's wrist, it's fine, it will heal in a few days. He loved the feeling of being cared about by Master. A small injury like this was insignificant compared to how much Master cared and paid attention to him. Shen Xiuyun. He felt something wasn't quite right about Zhu Xingyao's psychology. Which normal person wouldn't want their injuries to heal faster, rather than intentionally delay the recovery time just to gain concern? No wonder Zhu Xingyao could do such reckless things before. He must deal with this bad habit in the future. Shen Xiuyun discovered that Zhu Xingyao had recently been avoiding him. At first, Zhu Xingyao said he returned late because of sword practice. He would leave early in the morning and return when the moon hung above the trees. This wouldn't have raised any issues if this were happening to any diligent cultivator in the cultivation world. The problem was, Zhu Xingyao had always previously seemed to cling on to Shen Xiuyun. Lately, however, he spent all day practicing swords and never showed up. Zhu Xingyao claimed that he recently gained some profound insights and hence came back later. Shen Xiuyun barely believed it. Because Zhu Xingyao came back much earlier, definitely not at midnight. But suspiciously, since that day, Zhu Xingyao daily slept separately, choosing to lay down far away from Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun started to reflect, pondering whether his earlier kick might have shattered Zhu Xingyao's fragile heart. He remembered that, after his return, Zhu Xingyao hid outside, looking utterly dejected. Then upon seeing him again, cried so pitifully it nearly broke Shen Xiuyun's heart. A wave of worry surged in Shen Xiuyun, leading him to decide he needed to resolve things with Zhu Xingyao openly. It wasn't that Shen Xiuyun disliked dual cultivation with Zhu Xingyao, after all, they'd already done everything before, so there was no need to act coy. However, they hadn't been intimate for some time, and Shen Xiuyun found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. But when Shen Xiuyun went to find Zhu Xingyao, he learned that Zhu Xingyao and other disciples of the Xiantian sect had descended the mountain to help the common people exorcise evil spirits. Shen Xiuyun sent a sound transmission, "Why didn't you tell me you were going down the mountain?" After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Xingyao replied, "I left in a hurry and didn't have time to report to my master." Indeed, it was an emergency situation. One of the team leaders for the trip encountered an issue. Zhu Xingyao happened to be going down the mountain to buy some things and, upon the elder's request, agreed to lead 3 younger siblings on an experience trip. Since the place wasn't far and he planned to return the same day, he did not inform Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun harbored a hint of annoyance but still patiently said, "Where are you? I'll come find you." But Zhu Xingyao said, "Master, I'll return today. The place isn't far from Xiantian sect." His tone implied that Shen Xiuyun shouldn't bother coming over. "You." Before Shen Xiuyun could say more, he heard someone seemingly calling Zhu Xingyao on his end. It was a woman's voice. Since the source was a bit distant, Shen Xiuyun couldn't clearly hear what she was saying. Something about pastries, it sounded soft and sweet, interspersed with giggles, making Shen Xiuyun inexplicably furious. He abruptly cut off the sound transmission with a snap. Zhu Xingyao, ? Chapter 140, Afterward, Master's Jealousy 2. Shen Xiuyun snapped off the transmission and only then realized what he had just done. Was he losing his mind just now? Zhu Xingyao is gay. Even if you threw him into a pile of beauties, it wouldn't matter. Besides, Zhu Xingyao's wild love/desire for him was obsessive to the point of death. There was no way he could be with another woman. Shen Xiuyun massaged his temples, watching the jade disc light up again. It was obviously a new transmission from Zhu Xingyao. Shen Xiuyun immediately retracted the jade disc back into his bag. He didn't want to hear it. He hadn't yet figured out how to justify his strange behavior earlier. When Zhu Xingyao realized the transmission had been cut off suddenly, he immediately tried to contact Shen Xiuyun again. But strangely received no response. A trace of unease rose in his heart. "Sir, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Here are the freshly baked lotus pastries," the innkeeper said cheerfully as she took the freshly made pastries from her daughter and handed them over to Zhu Xingyao. "Thank you," Zhu Xingyao replied. The innkeeper smiled, "Sir, you're too polite. We hope our cakes can make your beloved smile. It's worth it that you've waited in this cold weather for so long." Thinking of Shen Xiuyun, Zhu Xingyao's gaze softened. He specifically came down the mountain to buy these. He wanted to present a gift and hoped to see his master smile, taking the opportunity to probe his master's feelings. Because of avoiding his master these few days, not only had he failed to suppress his inner longing, but also became increasingly more attached. They still had a long time ahead to spend together, and he couldn't avoid facing his master forever. Sooner or later, he had to confront the situation. "Go back quickly, lest your beloved waits too long," the innkeeper laughed loudly, her eyes bending into a crescent as she urged. Zhu Xingyao nodded, quickly disappearing among the crowd. On his way back to Xiantian sect, Zhu Xingyao kept trying to contact Shen Xiuyun through telepathy, but received no response. Could it be that the master was really angry? Was he upset that he didn't tell him about going down the mountain? Zhu Xingyao carefully recalled and dismissed this assumption. Although the master initially seemed displeased, he wasn't annoyed enough to cut off communication completely. It seemed that his voice trailed off when the master heard a female voice on his side. Could it be the master misunderstood something? Various guesses fluttered through Zhu Xingyao's mind, making him restless and anxious, wanting nothing more than to rush back to Xiantian sect and explain everything clearly to Shen Xiuyun. "Master, I'm back." Zhu Xingyao pushed open the door to the small courtyard and called out. No one answered. Zhu Xingyao searched the bedroom, but he wasn't there either. Getting a little anxious, he checked the other rooms. And finally found Shen Xiuyun in the study. Upon entering, he saw Shen Xiuyun standing at the table writing. With many crumpled pieces of paper scattered around. Which indicated that his master's mood wasn't good. Zhu Xingyao calmed himself, approaching Shen Xiuyun carefully and calling softly, "Master." Shen Xiuyun ignored him, continuing to write. Anxious, Zhu Xingyao asked, "Why won't the master acknowledge me?" Shen Xiuyun reluctantly glanced up at him, saying, "Why should I? Aren't you avoiding me?" Zhu Xingyao started, "Disciple." Shen Xiuyun frowned, waving the pen at Zhu Xingyao slightly, "Move aside, you're blocking my light." Zhu Xingyao hastily moved half a step to the side, "I admit my wrongdoing, master, please don't ignore me." Seeing that Shen Xiuyun was unable to continue writing, he simply put the pen down. "Why don't you tell me where you went wrong?" Zhu Xingyao sincerely confessed, disciple shouldn't have deliberately avoided the master. Shen Xiuyun shot Zhu Xingyao a glance as if to say, "Do you even realize that?" Then, he said. "Ao Yao, I consider myself to be someone who isn't arbitrary or unreasonable. Yet you'd rather evade me than share your thoughts with me." "I've erred," Zhu Xingyao admitted with less vigor, a hint of struggle visible between his brows. "But, if I say it, you'll dislike me. If you dislike him, you will leave me." I wonder what words you have that would shock the heavens and bring gods to tears. Shen Xiuyun was incredulous, pressing further, speak. Why did you avoid me? Because. Zhu Xingyao hesitated for a moment, seeing Shen Xiuyun's resolute expression that vowed not to give up until reaching his goal, thus resolved. Because whenever I see Master, all I think about is dual cultivation with you, I just want to. Shen Xiuyun. There was a dead silence in the study for 3 whole seconds. After an excruciating 3 seconds passed, Shen Xiuyun's face flushed red. He stepped on Zhu Xinyao's shoe, almost gritting his teeth. I didn't ask you to say it so bluntly. Zhu Xingyao showed a pained expression on his face, but he dared not argue back or dodge. Shen Xiuyun adjusted his breathing, and finally felt less flushed. After a while, he continued. Dual cultivation isn't something we can't talk about. It's normal for partners in cultivation to practice dual cultivation. Because of this, did you need to avoid me? Zhu Xingyao slightly avoided Shen Xiuyun's gaze, with an expression full of bitterness. He softly said. But Master, you've rejected my touch. Shen Xiuyun. Zhu Xingyao, that night, you kicked me off the bed. Shen Xiuyun. Yes, that's right, then what? Perhaps it's because I have caused many bad memories for the Master, hence why you reacted like that. Zhu Xingyao was immersed in painful memories and hadn't noticed Shen Xiuyun's strange facial expression. Master, you don't even know how much I want to. But you couldn't accept me. So I had to avoid you, coming back late at night, and choosing to sleep on the floor, all out of fear that I might lose control and hurt you. Shen Xiuyun. After Zhu Xingyao finished speaking, he fell silent. He slightly lowered his head, not daring to look Shen Xiuyun in the eye. He was afraid to see disappointment again from those eyes, and more so Shen Xiuyun uttering words like, I am very disappointed in you. Shen Xiuyun was dumbfounded for a moment, then exclaimed after a while, shocked and angry, what are you making up in your mind? I kicked you off the bed because you disturbed my sleep at midnight. Isn't that clear? If it weren't so deep into the night, I wouldn't have done anything. Zhu Xingyao suddenly looked up, staring blankly at Shen Xiuyun, looking at him until Shen Xiuyun couldn't continue talking. A beam of joy sparkled in Zhu Xinyao's eyes. I understand now. Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun, what do you understand? He was scared now to hear Zhu Xingyao saying, I understand, 4 words, who knew what wild assumptions he had made. Zhu Xingyao suddenly said, Master, let's go back to the bedroom. Shen Xiuyun, what? Why back to the bedroom? Don't change the subject. Zhu Xingyao's thoughts leaped too quickly, leaving Shen Xiuyun struggling to catch up. Master, let's dual cultivate back in the bedroom. In Shen Xiuyun's astonished gaze, Zhu Xingyao lifted him up and carried him from the study back to the bedroom. Shen Xiuyun's wrists were tied to the bedpost with an outer rope. The one who bound him was none other than Zhu Xingyao standing before him. Shen Xiuyun, untie me. Zhu Xingyao bent down, took out a piece of semi-transparent gauze, folded it, and covered Shen Xiuyun's eyes, whispering close to his ear. Master, I didn't use a spirit-binding rope. Meaning that you could break free at any time, as long as you wished. Shen Xiuyun wiggled his arms slightly, irritably saying, it was you who bound me, shouldn't it be you to untie? Zhu Xingyao nodded in agreement, you're right, Master. But can the disciple interpret this as Master allowing me to do as I please to you? Shen Xiuyun felt a bit dizzy hearing this. Through the gauze, he saw Zhu Xingyao's hazy silhouette, indistinct but enchanting, seemingly real yet illusory. Zhu Xingyao was too skilled. This was far better than the pitch-black blindfold he had used initially. How could he be so talented? Zhu Xingyao asked, Master, is it beautiful? Shen Xiuyun nodded repeatedly. It was utterly mesmerizing. Zhu Xingyao smiled, kissing Shen Xiuyun's lips gently. Then Master should keep watching carefully. Chapter 141, Bonus Chapter, Master's Jealousy 3. After a while, Shen Xiuyun finally understood what Zhu Xingyao meant by that sentence. The blur made it indistinct, but indeed more beautiful. The silk on his eyes became damp, not knowing if they were Shen Xiuyun's tears or sweat. Zhu Xingyao gently wiped away the sweat from Shen Xiuyun's forehead and asked. Master, who taught you to tie me like that last time? Shen Xiuyun glared fiercely at Zhu Xingyao. However, with the silk separating them, the intensity of this glare was much diminished, instead evoking an almost helpless kind of pity. From between gritted teeth, Shen Xiuyun forced out a few words, no one taught me. I just didn't want you to thrash around. Oh, so that's why. Zhu Xingyao fondled Shen Xiuyun's black hair and wore an expression of realization. He then continued to ask, then why did Master also blindfold your disciple? Was it also to stop me from resisting? Enraged and humiliated, Shen Xiuyun exclaimed, don't push it too far. He couldn't believe Zhu Xingyao didn't know why he had blindfolded him back then. How could he let Zhu Xingyao see? Zhu Xingyao was definitely bringing up old grievances on purpose. Zhu Xingyao quickly reined himself in, it's my mistake for misunderstanding, thinking Master followed the contents of those books. Shen Xiuyun, what book? What book did he read? Zhu Xingyao thought for a moment, his gaze shifting towards the bookshelf nearby, they're those few books Master lent me to read. Shen Xiuyun. Shen Xiuyun turned his head, following Zhu Xingyao's gaze, catching sight of those several distinctive books on the shelf. A big question mark arose in his mind. Are the books you're referring to the same as the ones I know? Zhu Xingyao, puzzled, why does Master seem so surprised? But previously, you told me that if I have any doubts, I should seek your guidance and you would teach me all there is to know. Could it be that you haven't read the contents of those books? Or does Master feel embarrassed about it? Shen Xiuyun felt a sense of impending doom building within. What exactly did you see? Zhu Xingyao slightly lowered his gaze, an unusual look crossing his face that suggested difficulty in speaking about it. After deliberating on the right words, he said, some intimate albums between men and men. It somewhat resembles us, Zhu Xingyao kindly added. Shen Xiuyun was no longer someone who knew nothing, he soon caught on and swore angrily. System, curse your ancestors. The system, already on its way to another world for a mission, inexplicably sneezed. It heard from someone that sneezing is because someone is thinking about you. Wailing softly, it must be his previous host missing him, how nice to be remembered. When Shen Xiuyun woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Beside him, there was no sign of Zhu Xingyao, and the quilt had grown slightly cool, implying he'd probably woken early. Griping under his breath and holding his waist, with slightly unsteady steps, Shen Xiuyun walked toward the door. Upon opening it, he saw the white silk tied neatly to a rope under the eaves, freshly washed. The gentle wind blew it fluttering, faintly exuding the scent of soapberry. Shen Xiuyun froze, his eyes twitching, seemingly recalling something. For the first time, he realized that something like this could lead to countless variations. All thanks to those lousy books the system provided. He had to lodge a complaint at the bookstore return department. A master is God, how dare you treat God this way? Master, you've awakened. At the sound of Zhu Xingyao's voice, Shen Xiuyun snapped back to reality, noticing that Zhu Xingyao was seated under the peach tree in the courtyard, cleaning the demon sword. Shen Xiuyun approached and sat beside Zhu Xingyao. The disciple has prepared some pastries for Master. Setting the demon sword down on the stone table, Zhu Xingyao flipped his hand, revealing a box of beautifully packaged lotus pastries in his palm. He opened the box and pushed it closer to Shen Xiuyun. Seeing the emblem on the box, Shen Xiuyun asked, did you specially buy this when you went down the mountain yesterday? That's right, originally intending to give Master a surprise. Zhu Xingyao's face revealed some dejection, but Master was very upset somehow and didn't even respond to my telepathic messages. Every time Shen Xiuyun recalled yesterday's absurd troubles, he grew flustered. He picked up a pastry and nibbled slowly, hoping Zhu Xingyao wouldn't bring up the things best left unsaid. Zhu Xingyao, highly interested, asked, why was Master angry earlier? Could it be due to hearing a woman's voice in a telepathic communication, leading to a misunderstanding? Hack. Shen Xiuyun choked. Zhu Xingyao immediately poured a cup of water for Shen Xiuyun and lightly patted his back. Shen Xiuyun recovered, wiped the tears from his eyes caused by choking, and emphasized, I'm not angry. It was just a slip of the hand. Zhu Xingyao's eyes slightly curved as he readily agreed, it was a slip. The disciple understands. What a load of nonsense. Shen Xiuyun didn't want to expose Zhu Xingyao's poorly concealed smirk. He glanced at the sword next to Zhu Xingyao. The demon sword emanated a dense purple demonic aura, with intricate ancient runes carved on its blade. Is this the demon sword Zhanhuan you contracted in the Tai Chu secret realm? Shen Xiuyun asked. Yes, Zhu Xingyao replied. The entire blade looks flawless, quite impressive. What material is it made of? Shen Xiuyun curiously inquired. Zhu Xingyao hesitated for a moment, my father's remains. Cough. You. Shen Xiuyun almost choked on his own saliva. Do all of you demons act so without taboo? At least it was your father's remains, yet he forged it without hesitation. Master, please don't misunderstand. Zhu Xingyao hurriedly explained, it wasn't intentional grave robbing. But only through forging a demon sword using his remains could I benefit the most. Shen Xiuyun looked at the sword in Zhu Xingyao's hand and seemed to understand something, you use it to maintain self-control. Master has piercing insight, Zhu Xingyao gave Shen Xiuyun a meaningful look. Half-demons lose control because they can't handle their demonic energy like pure-blooded demons. When too much demonic energy accumulates within them, it easily erodes their minds, turning them into mindless killing beasts. The demon sword needs demonic energy to grow stronger, but I don't need that much. But the demon sword carries heavy malevolent energy. Ideally, some essence from a close relative should be mixed into the refining process to increase compatibility and prevent the wielder from being controlled. My parents have both passed away, so I had no choice. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiuyun understood. Zhu Xingyao and the demon sword shared a simple symbiotic relationship. Shen Xiuyun, that day in the burial grounds, was the residual soul I saw your father. I've never heard you mention who your father was. Shen Xiuyun was genuinely curious about Zhu Xingyao's father, since the book hadn't provided any detailed description. Still, considering how terrifyingly powerful Zhu Xingyao had become, his father must have been someone significant. Zhu Xingyao said, he was once the demon king of our race. Shen Xiuyun asked, if he was the demon king, why did he perish in the burial grounds? Zhu Xingyao, because of my mother. Back then, my mother went to the Tai Chu secret realm for training. She was betrayed by her elder brother, now the leader of the Huan Yu sect, who placed her in dire peril. To save her, father revealed his true strength in the burial grounds, thus exposing his demon identity. Mother, with her forthright nature, felt she'd been deceived and manipulated. Enraged, she stabbed him through the heart. Heartbroken, father chose to stay behind in the dangerous place after sending her away. In the previous life, Zhu Xingyao didn't know these facts. For a long while after falling, his mind had been hazy, and he only faintly sensed someone watching over him. After hearing Zhu Xingyao's story, Shen Xiuyun sighed deeply, realizing there was a poignant backstory to Zhu Xingyao's parents. Your father was a deeply emotional and righteous demon who sacrificed himself for your mother. No, Zhu Xingyao suddenly interrupted Shen Xiuyun. After being stabbed, he realized that all the goodwill from their past together wasn't worth more than an identity difference. So, heartbroken, he decided he no longer wanted to live. Shen Xiuyun's words of admiration got stuck in his throat. Just like you, a bit of a romantic brain, Shen Xiuyun blinked and affectionately patted Zhu Xingyao's head. Apparently, it's genetically inherited. Zhu Xingyao questioned, confused, Master, what does romantic brain mean? It doesn't sound like a compliment. Shen Xiuyun's gaze became even more loving, Dear one, it means you are deeply in love. Zhu Xingyao already sensed this wasn't exactly praise, so he feigned ignorance. As long as Master doesn't despise me for it, I'll accept anything said. Shen Xiuyun laughed softly, looking warmly at Zhu Xingyao and extending his hand. So will this deeply in love, romantic brain, form a pact with me? Zhu Xingyao was stunned for a few seconds, then firmly grasped Shen Xiuyun's hand. Yes. As if securing a lifetime of happiness, Zhu Xingyao held on to Shen Xiuyun tightly. Chapter 142, Side Story, Bonding Ceremony 1. Two grand figures from the Shen sect are about to form a bond. Previously, cultivators rushed to the bonding ceremony of immortal Shen Xiuyun, only for an unexpected Tao Wu to suddenly burst out. Although the ferocious beast was eventually sealed away, it still frightened everyone half to death. Now, people don't really want to attend, but they don't dare not to. Because this time, not only the immortal of the Shen sect is forming a bond, but also the sect leader Yun Sikong. At the mention of Yun Sikong, the cultivators immediately recall the recent rumors. It said that the Huan Yu sect secretly disrupted the initial rules set by the cultivation world regarding the training in the Taichu secret realm and brutally murdered many younger generation disciples of the Shen sect. Afterward, Yun Sikong became furiously angry and personally led the sect elders to confront the Huan Yu sect. The Huan Yu sect denied it till the end, thoroughly enraging Yun Sikong. Now, there's no longer a Huan Yu sect in the cultivation world. You all, the news you've received isn't complete. In a small tea house, everyone was discussing heatedly when someone abruptly chimed in. The person speaking sat in the corner, one leg on the bench, drinking a bowl of tea with great enthusiasm. Brother, what do you mean by that? The person continued, though the actions of the Huan Yu sect were outrageous and provoked the Shen sect. Yun Sikong has always been calm and restrained. How could he have done something so impulsive as to personally force the Huan Yu sect to dissolve their sect? Everyone's curiosity was clearly piqued, eagerly waiting for the person's continuation. He lost his reason because the Huan Yu sect touched someone they shouldn't have. Who? Curious, aren't you? Yi Qing flipped his hand, slamming a stack of storybooks on the table with a heavy sound. By my book, The Charming Apprentice of the Cold-Hearted Sect Leader, to uncover some little-known secrets of the Shen sect. The books by Yi Qing were quickly snatched up by the gossipy crowd. He happily counted the spirit stones while walking back home. Suddenly, a hand landed on Yi Qing's shoulder, and the person's voice was deep. Excuse me, do you still have any copies of the storybook you mentioned earlier? Without turning around, Yi Qing replied, none left. But I truly wish to read it. Then wait till next month. As Yi Qing chatted casually with him, he couldn't help but notice how familiar this person's voice sounded. Wait, Your Highness. Yi Qing's neck stiffened. With difficulty, he swallowed a lump in his throat, slightly turning his head and seeing a face that could make his soul disintegrate. Yu Qingrong hurriedly came all the way from the demon realm, weary from travel, with messy strands of hair and a bit of disarray in his black cloak. Yet, it didn't affect his overwhelming presence. Yu Qingrong tilted his head slightly and smiled at Yi Qing, long time no see. You've been quite elusive. Despite having a sharply handsome face, looking at Yu Qingrong made Yi Qing feel like seeing a ghost. Startled like a bird that had escaped an arrow, Yi Qing avoided Yu Qingrong as if avoiding a plague. The shadow demon pearl has already been merged with me. Even if you kill me, you can't retrieve it. But Yu Qingrong teasingly raised his eyebrows. Who told you that I wanted the pearl? Perplexed, Yi Qing asked, then what do you want? Being hunted down everywhere in the demon realm and forced to leave wasn't supposed to be about killing him, was it? Taking steady steps toward him, Yu Qingrong questioned, with your intelligence, Yi, how could you not guess? Yi Qing instinctively stepped backward until he could retreat no more, then quivered as he asked, what do you mean? Yu Qingrong stopped, calmly looking at him. The demon pearl was originally intended to be a gift for my beloved. Startled, Yi Qing retorted, I've already told you, I can't return the pearl. Besides, that pearl initially belonged to our shadow clan. Giving someone else's possession as a gift. Yu Qingrong should be ashamed. Considering he ruled over such a vast territory for years in the demon realm and still could only offer so little. What a pity for the person he liked. Yu Qingrong dismissed Yi Qing's words without much thought, continuing on his own, then I'll just take you back instead. Yi Qing's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he exclaimed loudly. I'm not interested in men, and certainly not you. Don't make me sick. Yu Qingrong helplessly sighed, you're lying again. On our bed, you once said you loved me the most. Feeling flushed, Yi Qing rebuked him, did someone crush your head in a door? Has your mind turned to dog guts after living for so long? Whatever nonsense I said then was just a lie to get the demon pearl. That's why I ran as soon as I got it. Yu Qingrong didn't care at all, no worries, your body will be more honest than your mouth. He released his pressure, easily subduing Yi Qing, and carried him over his shoulder like a sack of rice. Yi Qing felt nauseous, grandfather honest. Where are you taking me? Yu Qingrong casually said, back to the demon clan for our wedding. I don't want to go back. Let me go. Help. Yi Qing struggled fiercely, and his cries scared away a large flock of birds in the forest. Within the Shentian sect, the sect disciples were preparing for the upcoming bonding ceremony in half a month. This was a rare joyous event for the Shentian sect, as both the sect leader and the immortal lord would form their bonds on that day. Thus, there were many matters to prepare. Despite Jin Qinshuan's help, Yun Sikong was still overwhelmed with work. There was currently a troubling issue. Master, after the bonding ceremony, what title should we use for Jin Qinshuan compared to Zhu Xinyao? What identity should the disciples refer to them as? Yun Sikong. The hierarchy and titles were completely confusing and impossible to settle. For example, Jin Qinshuan was his disciple, the top disciple of the Shentian sect, and thus should be considered a junior. But after the bond, Jin Qinshuan would become the sect leader's partner, the rank directly rising, even surpassing the elders and peak masters within the sect. Yet Jin Qinshuan was ultimately a younger generation member, making it strange to have the elders and masters bow to him. Yun Sikong massaged his temples, feeling an immense headache. It was indeed a mess. In that case, let's keep using their original identities to avoid further confusion about seniority. If one really had to ask, whether Jin Qinshuan would call Zhu Xinyao junior brother or younger uncle remained unclear. After recording this, the elder retreated. Yun Sikong closed his eyes and leaned back in the chair to rest. Unknown how much time passed, he noticed someone gently touching his temples. Yun Sikong opened his eyes and saw Jin Qinshuan looking at him with concern. When did you arrive? Jin Qinshuan, have I disturbed your sleep, master? Yun Sikong shook his head and looked at the garment placed on the long table. Is this the newly made wedding attire? Jin Qinshuan replied, yes, they asked me to have master try it first, if it doesn't fit, I'll take it to modify. Yun Sikong put it on, turned around and asked Jin Qinshuan who was staring at him intently, how does it look? The wedding robe wasn't entirely red but predominantly red with white interlaced, embroidered with the exclusive emblem of the Shentian sect. The red and white color scheme ensured that Yun Sikong wouldn't appear overly gaudy while retaining a dignified air when worn. Jin Qinshuan's Adam's apple moved up and down as he managed to say two words, very good. Master usually dressed plainly, often in blue or white robes, giving off a sense of solitude and an unattainable distance. This outfit, however, gave off an otherworldly charm as if descending into the mortal world, mesmerizing him. Jin Qinshuan wanted to get closer to Master. Master. Jin Qinshuan's voice was slightly hoarse. As if possessed, Jin Qinshuan took a few steps toward Yun Sikong, touched his face, and kissed him. Yun Sikong was stunned for a few seconds before awkwardly pushing Jin Qinshuan away. Qinshuan, stop fooling around. His voice betrayed a hint of panic. In the meeting hall of the sect, people were coming and going. Jin Qinshuan waved his hand, shutting the wide-open doors with a snap, and placed a restriction on them. Yun Sikong. Attempting to cover it up made it seem more suspicious. Before Yun Sikong could rise, he was held back by a hand on his shoulder. Jin Qinshuan confined Yun Sikong in the seat where the sect leader normally sat. His lips almost touched Yun Sitsong's thin lips. No one will see us now, master. Chapter 143, Bonus Chapter, Binding Ceremony 2. Yun Sikong tilted his head slightly. The door was closed, but he felt even more embarrassed. Since the moment he had been groomed as the next leader of the sect, every step of his life had been pre-planned. He needed to be self-restrained and courteous. To never make mistakes. To have no selfish desires. And not to break rules and free himself from constraints like an ordinary person. However, Jin Qinshuan was like a catalyst for breaking through boundaries. Gradually leading him to generate many irrational thoughts, repeatedly breaking his own principles. He had never imagined that one day he would feel so connected with his disciple. And they would kiss fervently in the bustling council hall. This was not a suitable setting, and it was not something a rational master should do. Yet, at this moment, he unreasonably allowed Jin Qinshuan's actions, letting himself explore a world beyond the rules. Yun Sitsong's breathing gradually quickened, finding it difficult to catch his breath. Perhaps it was due to nervousness, or maybe they were both too unfamiliar with each other, making him somewhat uneasy. Before now, during their cultivation in the realm of consciousness. Except for the time Jin Qinshuan's mind was clouded by malevolent energy. Their joint practice was always quite conventional, with no overly intimate gestures. Jin Qinshuan also wouldn't dare kiss him like this. Because of his deep respect and love for Yun Sikong, Jin Qinshuan restrained himself and only indulged in superficial touches. It shouldn't just be like this. Fiery passion burned their wills like wildfire, and Yun Sikong couldn't think any further. He felt his heartbeat quickening inside his chest. A mixture of tension and excitement made his heart beat wildly. He felt as if he had accidentally unleashed a beast. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed in the vast hall. Yun Sikong suddenly snapped out of it, clutching Jin Qinshuan's collar tightly before pushing him away. Mumbling, someone, is here. Reluctantly, Jin Qinshuan let go of Yun Sikong, still breathing heavily. Master. It's my fault. Yun Sikong didn't respond, only turning around to rush towards the back of the hall where he cast a spell to change back into his original robes. In such a short span of time, he tried his best to adjust his breathing, smooth out his clothing, and regain his composure. Other than his slightly red and swollen lips, there was little indication of what had just transpired. Taking a deep breath, Yun Sikong seated himself on the throne-like chair designated for the master. His hands, however, were trembling slightly. He removed the restrictions on the door and announced loudly, "Enter." An elder standing outside opened the door and bowed first to Yun Sikong. Then, realizing Jin Qinshuan was also there, standing by Yun Sikong. He did not give it much thought initially and diligently reported matters to Yun Sikong. However, he noticed that the master seemed somewhat distracted, giving rather cursory replies. Before leaving, he carefully looked at Yun Sikong twice, suddenly exclaiming. "Master, how is your lip injured?" Yun Sikong. Yun Sikong felt a bit stiff all over, struggling to maintain a calm demeanor. He replied. "The tea was too hot and I scalded myself." Unsuitable to inquire further, the elder simply said, Qinshuan, you should pay attention to the temperature when making tea in the future, don't scald your master again." Jin Qinshuan nodded slowly after some hesitation, replying affirmatively with a hum. After the elder finally left, Yun Sikong took a deep breath, feeling sweat soaking the back of his robes. In the end, Yun Sikong looked at Jin Qinshuan, helplessly reprimanding, "Do not act so recklessly again in the future." "Jin Qinshuan, I will remember, master. It is reckless when people come and go during the day. What about at night?" He could tell his master perhaps wanted him to be less restrained. On the day of the binding ceremony, Shentian sect was bustling with lively celebrations. With profound resources, the ceremony was magnificent and grand. Even the golden-red auspicious clouds in the sky were artistically decorated using magic. The unusual light falling from the clouds enveloped the entire mountain range of Shentian sect, coating it with a layer of brilliant color. The site for the binding ceremony was chosen to be in the training ground of Shentian sect, which was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of people with slight renovations. Red silk adorned the area near the training grounds, and along the cobblestone paths, various glowing treasures and spirit artifacts were placed at intervals. Truly creating an enchanting spectacle resembling a celestial realm. All the cultivators present could not help but marvel at the wealth and extravagance of Shentian sect. Treasures like those rare magical artifacts, if obtained by an ordinary sect, would be cherished as sacred objects. Yet, the Shentian sect used them merely as decorations. What a sheer waste of precious resources. People envy others to death. Amidst countless envious onlookers from rival factions, a melodious celestial tune rang out, its crisp tones echoing through the mountains, signaling the official start of the bonding ceremony. The bright cries of celestial cranes resounded in the sky as several graceful white figures carried their passengers and lightly glided across the martial arts arena. Before gracefully landing and circling overhead with outstretched wings, as if dancing to celebrate the grand ceremony. Jin Qinshuan and Yun Sikong, Zhu Xingyao and Shen Xiuyun, each pair of partners held hands with their beloved ones, exchanged smiles, and walked slowly along the red carpet towards the central altar. Many female cultivators among the spectators sighed regretfully upon seeing the four individuals. These days, talented male cultivators with good looks were all starting to bond with other men. Does this mean they will need to guard against even men when competing for partners? What miserable lives they must endure. Long Yuni, mixed within the crowd, also naturally caught sight of Shen Xiuyun's smiling face. Perhaps it was finally time for him to set his heart at ease. Shen Xiuyun and others ascended the altar where, presided over by an esteemed elder of high moral standing, they first declared their intention to bond under heaven and earth. Then exchanged life tokens and infused their blood into each other's tokens. From that point onward, you would exist within me and I within you, our fates intertwined. Thus, the ritual of bonding was completed. Cheerful applause erupted from the audience. In my opinion, these two pairs are truly a perfect match, made for each other by the heavens. Indeed, indeed. Heaven sent blessings. Truly destined couples. As everyone offered their blessings, the venue was filled with laughter and joy. Yun Sikong said, "Thank you all for your presence and support, may you feast to your heart's content." After Yun Sikong, Jin Qinshuan, Zhu Xingyao entertained some of the visiting faction leaders, patriarchs, elders, and others with drinks. While Shen Xiuyun couldn't touch any alcohol, substituting tea instead. After a few rounds of drinks, Yun Sikong and Jin Qianxuan returned to the Wuxiang Peak, while Shen Xiuyun helped Zhu Xingyao back to Yiji Peak. Yun Sikong sat by the table, slightly uneasy as he propped his forehead with one hand, furrowing his brow. His dazed eyes half closed, lost in thought somewhere. The divine brews of Shen sect were sweet and mellow upon entering but carried strong after-effects. Yun Sikong rarely drank alcohol normally. And indulging freely today by having a few more cups had left him in a somewhat disoriented state. Jin Qianxuan entered the room and placed a cup of sobriety tea on the table, saying, "Master, please have some sobriety tea first, it will make you feel better." Clouded-minded Yun Sikong turned his eyes toward Jin Qianxuan. "What did you call me?" Startled, Jin Qianxuan hesitated briefly before calling out again uncertainly, "Master, is that not right?" Yun Sikong grabbed Jin Qianxuan's collar and pulled him closer, a trace of displeasure evident in his eyes. "Do you still call me master after we've bound?" Jin Qianxuan froze momentarily, pausing briefly before quietly saying, "Aching." Yun Sikong faintly curled his lips upward, seemingly quite satisfied. Lost in an unconscious smile, Yun Sikong almost made Jin Qianxuan lose control. Regaining his composure, Jin Qianxuan said, "Master, you're a bit drunk." Yun Sikong admitted straightforwardly, "Just a little drunk." He could still recognize people. Jin Qianxuan gave a bitter laugh. "You should drink the sobriety tea first." Already so talkative with him, he spoke far more words than usual in one day, and yet, he couldn't help laughing involuntarily while addressing him so much. And yet, he dared to say he wasn't drunk. Normally, they wouldn't exchange so many words in a whole day. "I don't want to drink." Yun Sikong frowned, shaking his head and burying himself into Jin Qianxuan's arms. Jin Qianxuan's breathing tightened as his patience snapped completely. He lifted Yun Sikong up by the waist and said, "All right, let's do something else then." Shen Xiuyun tossed Zhu Xingyao onto the bed with a thud. He clapped his hands, just walking to the table to sip a little water, when he heard Zhu Xingyao creating a fuss behind him. "Master? Where's my master?" Truly, once out of sight, immediately starts searching. "How about tying him to the belt buckle?" "Your master is right here." Shen Xiuyun walked to the bedside and placed the hand that had been groping around on the bedspread onto his own face. Finding his master, Zhu Xingyao patted and felt, letting out a relieved sigh, quieting down. "You also have a day when you get drunk." Shen Xiuyun smiled mischievously. He rummaged through his key pouch, thinking it was a good chance to tease Zhu Xingyao. But suddenly, someone tugged on his collar, pulling both him and Zhu Xingyao onto the bed. Zhu Xingyao's gaze was somewhat hazy, but his tone was very earnest. "Master, we haven't yet drunk the ceremonial wedding wine." Shen Xiuyun tugged at the collar, his tone lacking patience as he said, "You're already this drunk, why drink more?" Zhu Xingyao mumbled, "Master, this wine warms affection, it must be consumed." Without hesitation, Shen Xiuyun replied, "Why drink the warming wine? Aren't you already capable of making me emotional?" The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Xiuyun realized they were a mistake. He noticed Zhu Xingyao's originally hazy eyes suddenly become clear. Zhu Xingyao enunciated clearly, word by word, "Master's statement is absolutely correct." Shen Xiuyun hastily waved his hands, "That's not what I meant. Let me explain." Zhu Xingyao responded, "Yes, I will listen to Master's explanation, but not now." Due to his loose tongue, Shen Xiuyun intermittently cried for an entire night. Zhu Xingyao diligently proved to Shen Xiuyun whether or not he possessed that ability. Chapter 144, Modern-Day Interlude, Princess Yao Yao. Once the pact-forming ceremony was complete, the cultivation realm gradually returned to its former tranquility. Gossip about the two master-disciple pairs from Guangan sect continued among those in the mountain villages. And various steamy storybooks related to them kept popping up. But Shen Xiuyun, one of the parties involved, remained completely unaware. He was busy adjusting character appearances and data within the system. "Master, what are you doing?" Zhu Xingyao looked curiously at the pale blue semi-transparent screen in front of Shen Xiuyun, something he'd never seen before. He watched as Master manipulated that screen for quite a while, his fingertips sliding back and forth across it. Shen Xiuyun raised a finger pointing toward Zhu Xingyao who had walked over. "Ao has arrived, perfect, stay there without moving." Though confused, Zhu Xingyao obediently stood still. Hearing a light click, Shen Xiuyun said, "That's done." The system automatically matched human body model data according to the photograph's proportions, much faster than his manual adjustments. Unable to help himself, Zhu Xingyao asked, "Master, what is this thing?" Shen Xiuyun replied, "It's part of the system I mentioned before. In a few days, I'll take you on a honeymoon to show you the world I used to live in." Zhu Xingyao mulled over this new term, honeymoon. Shen Xiuyun patiently explained, "In terms you'd understand, after a new marriage, the husband-husband couple goes traveling together, enjoying scenery and relaxation exclusively for the two of them. That's called going on a honeymoon." This was an additional reward he negotiated with the main system. After all, following completion of the mission, they originally agreed upon 8 million yuan to be transferred to his account. However, now staying here with Zhu Xingyao, the prior reward couldn't just disappear, right? Thus, after some bargaining with the main system, they reached a deal allowing him to take Zhu Xingyao to his old world for a month every year. 3 days later. Zhu Xingyao sat on the couch, looking curiously yet cautiously around him. The furnishings in the house were strange. As were the decorations. And their own attire was peculiar too. Moreover, he couldn't use any spiritual power or sense any energy in this world. In other words, since arriving here, he became a most ordinary person. Shen Xiuyan handed Zhu Xingyao a glass of carbonated drink and smiled at him. Welcome to the modern era. He had meticulously planned this honeymoon trip long ago. Going through the main system for special arrangements, ensuring everything was set up in advance. Zhu Xingyao took the glass, staring at the black bubbly liquid inside, wrinkling his brows slightly. Just from appearance, it looked more like poison. So master used to enjoy drinking such beverages. Shen Xiuyan enthusiastically promoted it, give it a try. Who could resist such delightful drinks? Under Shen Xiuyan's anticipatory gaze, Zhu Xingyao tried a sip, his face transitioning from refusal to astonishment. Tasty, isn't it? Zhu Xingyao nodded vigorously. Shen Xiuyan then briefly guided Zhu Xingyao around the room, teaching him like a child, from turning lights on and off to using water for bathing, explaining everything meticulously. Shen Xiuyan turned on the TV, this is a television. It can help you quickly learn about the news and information in this world. I'll teach you how to change channels. Listening attentively, Zhu Xingyao gradually realized. Even without spiritual power or magical abilities, life in Master's world could still be very convenient. No wonder Master was so eager to return here. Indeed, it was wonderful here. And yet, Master stayed for him. From now on, he would treat Master even better. What's wrong? Shen Xiuyan noticed Zhu Xingyao seemed a bit downcast. Hugging Shen Xiuyan tightly, Zhu Xingyao buried his head in Shen Xiuyan's neck, disciple is truly happy that Master brought me here. The purpose was indeed to make you happy, Shen Xiuyan responded matter-of-factly. But while we're here, you shouldn't call me Master anymore, people will find it strange outside. Then. Zhu Xingyao let go of Shen Xiuyan, hesitating for a moment, is calling Yuan acceptable? Yes, it works. Shen Xiuyan felt unsure where to look, even his earlobes tinged slightly pink. Zhu Xingyao complied too easily, Yuan sounded rather intimate, catching him off guard. Zhu Xingyao found Master's slight shyness even cute. Cuter and sweeter than lotus cake pastries, making him want to gobble Master up. Yuan. Zhu Xingyao couldn't stop calling the name. Alright, enough. Shen Xiuyan pushed Zhu Xingyao towards the bathroom. It's getting late, go take a shower and sleep. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy a mobile phone. What's a mobile phone? Zhu Xingyao asked curiously. I'll explain after your shower. Shen Xiuyan slid the door shut, cutting off the curious boy's questions. Yuan, this bed is so soft, Zhu Xingyao poked at the soft mattress. Shen Xiuyan was browsing through the latest smartphones on his phone as he replied, I like it soft. Frankly speaking, the rock-hard beds in the cultivation realm had worn him out. And then there was Zhu Xingyao, the guy who turned into a beast when clothes came off. They tangled every night without fail. So for Shen Xiuyan, hard beds were really not conducive to his comfort. Zhu Xingyao agreed, exactly, this will be good for Yuan's back. If only we could bring it back. Shen Xiuyan. Yuan, stop looking at your phone and look at me, Zhu Xingyao moved closer, wrapping around Shen Xiuyan like a snake. As Shen Xiuyan got kissed and touched by him, his mind went hazy and he hugged back, losing himself in the moment. Desire clouded judgment. That's exactly what it did. This thought crossed Shen Xiuyan's mind before he drifted off in exhaustion. The scent of food woke Shen Xiuyan up. Who made something so delicious? It smelled amazing. He was hungry. Tired. Sore in the lower back. His legs ached. Shen Xiuyan reached out for Zhu Xingyao but found no one beside him. He truly admired Zhu Xingyao. Even though they both went to sleep quite late, Zhu Xingyao always woke up earlier than him. Shen Xiuyan squinted and pulled out his phone from under the pillow, lighting up the screen. And realized it was already noon at 12. Shen Xiuyan rubbed his slightly curled short hair and shuffled in slippers towards the living room. Xingyao. The place was empty with no one around. Could Zhu Xingyao have accidentally gone outside? He wasn't familiar with this world. Shen Xiuyan couldn't track him down by scent here in modern times. Shen Xiuyan hurriedly worried about going out to find him when suddenly he heard some noise from the kitchen. In 2 swift strides, he reached the kitchen door and almost bumped into Zhu Xingyao coming out with dishes. Zhu Xingyao smiled at him, Yuan is awake. You. Shen Xiuyan moved half a step aside to let Zhu Xingyao pass, then blurted out, how do you know how to cook using a kitchen? Are you really the old-fashioned person from the cultivation realm last night? I learned by watching that. Zhu Xingyao pointed at the TV on the dining table. On the television, a young lady selling pans was passionately promoting her non-stick pan while demonstrating cooking skills live. You learned cooking from a pan advertisement? Shen Xiuyan gave up in awe, showing him a thumbs up, 6. It's not that exaggerated, Zhu Xingyao pushed Shen Xiuyan to sit at the dining table, actually, it's not difficult, just different tools, and gas is even more convenient. Good job, learning to use gas too. How can I, someone who only knows how to make instant noodles, keep up with you? Originally, Shen Xiuyun planned to introduce Zhu Xingyao to modern delivery culture today, looks like it's doomed to fail now. After breakfast, they tidied up a bit and prepared to go downstairs to buy a mobile phone. What's the use of a mobile phone? Is it necessary? Zhu Xingyao asked. Since last night, Shen Xiuyun had been particularly determined to get Zhu Xingyao a mobile phone. But last night, due to the passionate event, the matter was quickly forgotten. Shen Xiuyun roughly explained the uses of a mobile phone to Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao understood immediately, sounds similar to a sound transmission jade talisman. Shen Xiuyun mysteriously said, but its functions are far more extensive than that. They walked downstairs and met an auntie, Shen Xiuyun's neighbor, at the stairwell. Ms. Zhang, isn't this little Shen? Haven't seen you for ages. Heard your boss forced you to overtime work and you ended up hospitalized from overwork. Are you better now? Actually it wasn't overtime death. It was because of reading that book. Shen Xiuyun exchanged pleasantries with her, thanks for your concern, Ms. Zhang, I'm fine now, and I've quit that job. Good decision, work is important for young people, but health is even more crucial, Ms. Zhang indignantly stated, oh, who's this young man next to you? He's so handsome, even better looking than celebrities on TV. Is he your friend? Never seen him come to your place before. Shen Xiuyun said, he's my boyfriend. Ms. Zhang's mouth opened wide enough to fit a duck egg, Shen Xiuyun said, Ms. Zhang, we have some matters today, we'll talk to you another day. Ms. Zhang wanted to ask something else, but Shen Xiuyun had already walked far away with Zhu Xingyao. It was less like walking and more like escaping. Zhu Xingyao keenly noticed that the earlobes under Shen Xiuyun's tousled hair were red again. So, he deliberately asked, Ayuan, what does boyfriend mean? Chapter 145, Modern Interlude, Princess Yao Yao, 2. Shen Xiuyun turned around and saw Zhu Xingyao's smiling face. And the pride in her eyes was obvious, unlike someone who didn't know the meaning of that word at all. Knowing he would be embarrassed, she still teased him, enjoying bullying him. Do it yourself. Zhu Xingyao, I guess it's a meaning similar to that of a soulmate. She tugged at Shen Xiuyun's sleeve again, is it? Shen Xiuyun helplessly said, yes yes yes. You're my little troublemaker. Shen Xiuyun took Zhu Xingyao to buy a phone. In the store, the young saleswoman shyly introduced the phones while her eyes were glued on Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao had a face that could wreak havoc on a country. Even with short hair and wearing the most ordinary leisure hoodie. The natural grace in her sparkling peach blossom-like eyes, when slightly slanted upwards, could still captivate people's souls. Annoyingly, I shouldn't have pinched Zhu Xingyao's original face. Shen Xiuyun quickly picked out a phone, paid for it, and rushed Zhu Xingyao out. As soon as they stepped out of the store, the saleswoman gathered up her courage and followed out, asking for Zhu Xinyao's contact information. Shen Xiuyun instantly stood in front, seriously saying, he doesn't have WeChat, and he's my boyfriend. The saleswoman. She softly exclaimed, it's actually true. She looked at them apologetically yet with blessings, 100 years of harmony. Shen Xiuyun. After the saleswoman left, Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Shen Xiuyun death glared at her, you're still laughing? Zhu Xingyao hurriedly admitted her fault, no, I dare not. The last time he didn't see the master cutting off communication because of jealousy, but this time he finally witnessed it. Fuming like an angry pufferfish. A little fierce, yet a little cute. Regardless of how others covet me, my eyes and heart will always only have you, Ayun. Zhu Xingyao coaxed. Shen Xiuyun gave Zhu Xingyao a glance, you're wise enough. He brought Zhu Xingyao to get a SIM card. Zhu Xingyao's identity information had been set up in the system before crossing over, making it smooth to handle such services. Back home, Shen Xiuyun carefully explained the use of the phone to Zhu Xingyao. Zhu Xingyao marveled at the palm-sized device in his hand. Wherever you are, Ayun, can it connect to you? Shen Xiuyun, it can. But there needs to be internet access. Shen Xiuyun added. Zhu Xingyao's eyes dimmed slightly, then it probably won't work if taken back. Are you trying to bring everything back? Are you a hamster? Shen Xiuyun pinched Zhu Xingyao's face and laughed. Not just this once, every year after this, there will be occasions for use. Shen Xiuyun consoled her. Alright, go research by yourself first how to use it, ask me if you don't understand anything. Zhu Xingyao carried the phone and went aside. Shen Xiuyun screened several well-known domestic scenic spots, booked tickets and hotels, preparing to take Zhu Xingyao out for a trip in a few days. Most times before, he was sitting in the office working overtime like crazy. Even when going out, it was for business trips, never able to be like now, earnestly traveling with the person he liked. With the plan laid out, Shen Xiuyun glanced at the time and found it early, so he logged into a game he hadn't played for a long time, intending to have some fun. Years had passed, and the canyon had changed greatly. But Shen Xiuyun's skills were intact, unsurprisingly dominating in the game. What an exhilarating battle. Ayun, I want to play this too. A hand suddenly appeared on the screen. Zhu Xingyao had somehow crept close, pointing at the game summary interface. Sure. Shen Xiuyun smiled in a deep manner. Wait until the other side crushes you, little chicken. He logged Zhu Xingyao onto his minor account, briefly explained the gameplay, then they both queued up together. Shen Xiuyun, pick a hero that suits your liking. Zhu Xingyao scanned through, overwhelmed by the choices. Eventually, time ran out, and the system automatically locked in Huang Zhong as a marksman. Shen Xiuyun squinted mischievously, oh. Zhu Xingyao, what is it? Shen Xiuyun, nothing, it's good. Stay under the tower, develop stealthily. Hope you won't experience the highest level treatment of being sterilized right from the first match, getting ganged up on. Shen Xiuyun locked Sun Tzu on the side route. No special reason, he just liked boating and creating waves. This match started off poorly, and the teammates were getting restless. The jungler's area was being invaded by the enemy as if it were a no-man's land. The jungler got angry, the jungler rushed in, the jungler was gone. The jungler heatedly turned on the mic, orphan ADC, useless stuff, may I ask? Didn't you see them invade the red side? Are you permanently stationed at the bottom lane? Zhu Xingyao's mic remained muted. He faintly heard Shen Xiuyun's phone blaring unclear abusive remarks. At first, he hadn't realized they were cursing him until. Shen Xiuyun, whether he is an orphan I don't know, but I do know you surely aren't, because I am your dad. Shen Xiuyun had just completed a solo kill on the top route when he heard the jungler curse Zhu Xingyao as an orphan. Could he let that slide? Jungler, waste of space, did I say something wrong? Shen Xiuyun, who's the waste? The one who dies is the waste. Shen Xiuyun, you got our mid killed, 5 enemies went into the jungle, and you expected someone to help guard it? Shen Xiuyun, with that kind of brain, go back to playing Candy Crush or something. After snapping at the jungler, Shen Xiuyun set sail down to pick up Zhu Xingyao. He said over his shoulder, ignore what he says, get on the boat, I'll take you out for some fun. Zhu Xingyao looked at Sun Tzu circling around Shen Xiuyun in the game, deeply moved. Although earlier Shen Xiuyun's eyes gleamed with mockery, as though teasing him. He still stood up to defend him so strongly because of others' harsh words. His Ayun was truly the best Ayun in the world. Under Shen Xiuyun's guidance, Zhu Xingyao played a few rounds through the canyon. He began to direct them now, when I set sail, use your ultimate, we'll bombard the enemy. Soon, the game was flawlessly concluded under Shen Xiuyun's leadership. The jungler lay claim to a passive victory, finally having nothing more to say. But Shen Xiuyun wasn't about to let him off easy, reporting him instantly and receiving the reply that the opponent would be banned from speaking for 7 days. The game itself is alright, just that the gaming environment is terrible. Shen Xiuyun complained. Seeing Zhu Xingyao staring at the phone screen silently with knitted brows, Shen Xiuyun thought he had been stung by that jungler's orphan remark. That word might only tickle most modern people, not touching their hearts. But for Zhu Xingyao, Shen Xiuyun was exasperated. He didn't expect such an odd teammate right off the bat. Shen Xiuyun, let's have another round. I'll guide you to play the most prestigious, strongest hero in the entire canyon. Zhu Xingyao, question mark. Did Master misunderstand something? Shen Xiuyun selected support on Zhu Xingyao's phone, locking Yao. Looking at the interface showing a tender, pink fresh fawn-like girl, a question mark slowly formed in Zhu Xingyao's mind. Is this really the strongest? Chapter 146, Modern Interlude, Princess Yao Yao 3. This hero appeared so frail that it seemed a single finger could crush him. He still thought the one Shen Xiuyun had played earlier was stronger, the boat captain. Zhu Xingyao, is there anything special about this hero? Shen Xiuyun replied seriously, she's called Princess Yao Yao. Any teammate possessed by her can unleash 200% of their combat power, which is quite terrifying. Zhu Xingyao looked at Shen Xiuyun's phone, then what does Ayun play? Shen Xiuyun, Marco Polo. Shen Xiuyun took Zhu Xingyao on a rampage, even letting Zhu Xingyao achieve a pentakill. The opposing team wept in defeat. We surrender, please stop. I'll never game on weekends again, got completely wrecked by a couple. This match, I ate dog food. Next match, please don't match me with such a strong couple. Must ban Yao Yao next match. The game ended, and on the screen were the beautiful, striking results of their performances. It was just as Shen Xiuyun had said. But how could Zhu Xingyao not see that Shen Xiuyun made up all that just to comfort him? Ya has weak combat abilities, one might even say she's very weak. But that wasn't important. What mattered was, playing this hero gave one the feeling of being treated like a princess held in the palm of one's hand. In the past, he may have cared what others said about him being an orphan, because he truly had no one. But now he had Ayun, he had a home. He was no longer an orphan, he had the person who loved him most. Zhu Xingyao leaned over, wrapping his arms around Shen Xiuyun's waist, resting his head on Shen Xiuyun's shoulder, cradling the person in his arms. Shen Xiuyun was startled by the sudden intimacy, what's wrong? Zhu Xingyao stickily said, I want to hold Ayun. You're like glue. Shen Xiuyun turned around, pecking Zhu Xingyao on the corner of his lips, when did you become such a sticky expert? Zhu Xingyao couldn't help but laugh, holding Shen Xiuyun's face, and kissed back. As they kissed, they embraced and rolled onto the sofa. Zhu Xingyao's burning breath grazed Shen Xiuyun's neck. Shen Xiuyan clung to Zhu Xingyao's shoulders during the passionate kiss, barely managing to choke out 2 words. The curtain. There was a full-length floor-to-ceiling window just beside them, and since it was broad daylight, the curtains were not drawn. Drip. Zhu Xingyao picked up the remote control from the coffee table, pressing the button for the curtains. Zhu Xingyao, they're closed. Shen Xiuyan. You're amazing, you've even mastered my smart home system. Zhu Xingyao, Ayun. He repeatedly called Shen Xiuyan's name, kissing the redness spreading from the corners of Shen Xiuyan's eyes where tears kept sliding down. Zhu Xingyao, I love you so much. Shen Xiuyan couldn't reply. But he knew every action of Zhu Xingyao's expressed his love for him. Because of indulging in wild antics, Shen Xiuyan rested an extra day at home due to soreness, and on the 3rd day, he took Zhu Xingyao out shopping at the mall. He let Zhu Xingyao try on several long trench coats, posing stiffly for a few seconds per coat. Zhu Xingyao had a tall yet well-built figure, falling into the category of someone who appears thin when dressed but muscular when undressed. This walking hanger suited perfectly in a trench coat. Salesperson, sir, I have never seen anyone wear a trench coat with such grace like you. Shen Xiuyan wiped an imaginary saliva trail from the corner of her mouth, telling Zhu Xingyao, you are the Greek god presiding over trench coats. Then turning to the shop assistant, wrap all the outfits mentioned before. Finally, he understood why dominant CEO novels always have scenes where the boss takes the heroine shopping and confidently says, wrap them all up. Because, it really feels great. 2 days later, it was a clear and refreshing day. Shen Xiuyan brought Zhu Xingyao on the first leg of their planned journey, XX Mountain. Online netizens have shared pictures of a spectacular waterfall here. Many visitors came here for photo shoots and short video recordings, making it a trending location. Shen Xiuyan tried to replicate throwing an umbrella under the waterfall like a stylish move. After multiple attempts, he failed to look cool and nearly got blown away. Shen Xiuyan handed the umbrella back to Zhu Xingyao, sighing, indeed, things aren't as easy as imagined. Zhu Xingyao, why would this be difficult? He grabbed the umbrella, stood in Shen Xiuyan's spot, casually flinging the umbrella behind his back. The umbrella unfolded perfectly mid-air and descended gently with the breeze. This smooth, graceful motion drew exclamations from onlookers. Shen Xiuyan, impressive. Zhu Xingyao asked, do you want me to throw it again, so you can capture it in a picture? Although he no longer possessed mystical powers, after years of martial arts and swordsmanship practice, mastering this simple act was still within his capability. Shen Xiuyan made a decisive decision, take a video. Shen Xiuyan recorded a short video and then took a commemorative photo with Zhu Xingyao under the waterfall. As they were descending the mountain, a heavy rainstorm suddenly broke out. The mountain path became slippery. There were many people on the trail, and the road beneath their feet gradually turned muddy. While walking, someone in front of Shen Xiuyan slipped, skidding down 4 or 5 meters with a thudding sound. That person rolled into a heap of mud but was eventually stopped by a bunch of weeds. Shen Xiuyan couldn't help but mock them. Suddenly, his own foot slipped as well, ah. Be careful. He rushed downward uncontrollably. Zhu Xingyao behind him tried to pull him up but wasn't spared either. After helping each other up from the mud, both of them burst into laughter at seeing the disheveled state covered in mud. Who would have thought that the highly revered celestial and the omnipotent demon king would one day end up as slippery as eels? I'm telling you, this can never be known by a third person. Shen Xiuyan raised his hand, curling his 4 fingers toward his palm while drawing a slow horizontal line across his neck with his thumb, a threatening gesture. Zhu Xingyao's expression remained solemn as he cooperatively raised his hand, I swear. Shen Xiuyan couldn't help but laugh, you're too dramatic. They supported each other and continued down the mountain. After a few days of adjustment and learning, Zhu Xingyao had become much calmer in response to new things. He could even use search engines to educate Shen Xiuyan on various subjects. After disembarking from the plane, Shen Xiuyan first took Zhu Xingyao to rest at the pre-booked hotel before slowly explaining the itinerary. Shen Xiuyan, there will be a temple fair in the ancient town tonight, it's very lively. He rummaged through their luggage and pulled out 2 sets of clothes. Zhu Xingyao looked at the familiar clothes in Shen Xiuyan's hands, surprised, isn't this what they wore back there? Shen Xiuyan said, when we participate in more traditional activities or festivals here, we also wear costumes, it feels more authentic. After nightfall, they changed into their outfits and headed out. At the temple fair, many people were dressed like Shen Xiuyan and Zhu Xingyao, in strange and unusual costumes. Initially, they weren't too noticeable. Gradually, Shen Xiuyan noticed that more and more eyes were gathering on them, along with some murmurs. Doesn't that look like the ones from the video? It must be them, we're meeting them in real life. They look so handsome in their traditional costumes. I'm going to faint, pinch my nose. Shen Xiuyan wondered what video everyone was talking about. Oh, could it be from those few days of climbing? Shen Xiuyan pulled out his phone, opened Douyin, and the first video he saw was of him and Zhu Xingyao throwing the umbrella under the waterfall. It had tens of thousands of views. Tens of thousands of comments. Netizens posted comparison clips, one where Shen Xiuyan repeatedly failed after multiple tries, looking extremely frustrated, and another where Zhu Xingyao successfully threw the umbrella twice after willingly taking over. The second video captured all the interactions between Zhu Xingyao and Shen Xiuyan clearly. Seeing Zhu Xingyao peeking over, Shen Xiuyan hummed and clicked on the comment section. Below were the top-rated comments. He really makes me cry. If they don't have a thing for each other, I'll eat poop live. What kind of celestial couple is this? So handsome I'm crawling on the floor everywhere. Shit. Within 1 minute, I need everything about these two. Now able to understand modern internet lingo, Zhu Xingyao's lips curved slightly, obviously feeling very good about the praise from netizens. With the rapid development of modern networks, once the video went viral, many people knew that a Yun belonged to him. Scrolling further down the comments on his own initiative, he gradually furrowed his brow. Isn't that sweet and gentle one exactly my ideal type? Too sweet, I want to snatch him home. Underneath this comment was nothing but +1s. It seemed being famous might not always be a good thing. A group of humans without any boundaries. Zhu Xingyao was somewhat upset. Just as he was about to turn off his phone screen, a sudden noise came from the sky. Looking up, Zhu Xingyao saw fireworks blooming one by one over the lake's edge in the night sky, brilliantly lighting up the dark heavens. In the interplay of light and shadow, Shen Xiuyan's handsome face flashed brilliantly, beautiful beyond compare. Zhu Xingyao stared mesmerized. Even after Shen Xiuyan called his name several times, he barely snapped out of it. Shen Xiuyan, what were you thinking about? Zhu Xingyao gazed deeply at Shen Xiuyan, with tenderness brimming in his eyes. I was thinking, ever since the moment I met Master, happiness for me has no longer been a foolish fantasy. The end.